Chapter 1. Facing the billionaire's adoption, my younger brother tells me to call him Dad. Mr. Gu, this is my youngest son. He's always been so well behaved at home. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Zhe groggily opened his eyes. Mom, how are you? Lin Zhe looked at the middle-aged woman before him, his eyes filled with astonishment. Hadn't Mom already passed away? Why was she standing right in front of him? Perfectly fine. Lin Zhe, you're so rude. We have a guest and you don't even greet them. Su Chuanxiu, who had been all smiles moments ago, immediately put on a stern expression. Mr. Gu, please don't mind him. My eldest son has a bit of a rebellious personality. I've been too lax in disciplining him. If you're really looking to adopt a son, you should consider my younger son Lin Haoyu instead. At this moment, Lin Zhe's heart was in turmoil. He seemed to have been reborn. Moreover, hearing these familiar lines, he was reborn on the very day when Gu Tinghui, the richest man, came to their home to adopt a son. Lin Zhe immediately raised his eyes and looked in a certain direction. Lin Haoyu stood there, his gaze originally somewhat unfocused, but suddenly snapped back to attention. Then he looked around in confusion. Then his eyes widened as if he had realized something. He immediately moved closer to Su Chuanxiu. Mom, come here. I have something to tell you. Lin Haoyu's sudden change made Lin Zhe immediately suspicious. Could it be that Lin Haoyu has also been reborn? Speaking of this younger brother of his, a glint of killing intent flashed in Lin Zhe's eyes. His own rebirth was all thanks to him. In their previous life, their father lost his life while saving someone, and their mother was unable to raise two sons alone. They turned to the media for help, hoping kind-hearted people would support their family. Unexpectedly, the news reached the ears of the wealthiest man, Gu Tinghui. Gu Tinghui, with his own agenda, then visited the Lin family. He proposed the idea of adopting one of their sons. Younger brother Lin Haoyu dreamed of becoming wealthy. Especially when he learned that Gu Tinghui only had a daughter, he desperately wanted to be adopted. Su Chuanxiu favored her younger son and gave Gu Tinghui a twisted account of the situation. In the end, younger brother Lin Haoyu got his wish and was adopted by Gu Tinghui. But what he didn't know was, this adopted son was merely a tool Gu Tinghui used to create publicity and craft his image as a benevolent man. Not only that, Gu Tinghui had a biological son in secret. He was a fake young master who received no favor at home. In the end, he was even sent to prison by Gu Tinghui himself for attempting to harm Gu's biological son. Meanwhile, as the elder brother, through years of diligent study, he successfully secured direct admission to Tsinghua University for a combined bachelor's and master's program. He became a rare talent and even won the heart of Gu Tinghui's daughter. Not only did he marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, but he also naturally took over the Gu family's business. He reached the pinnacle of life. Years later, when Lin Haoyu was released from prison and learned all this, jealousy and resentment consumed him. Lin Haoyu believed that if his elder brother Lin Zhe had been adopted back then it should be him who's now at the peak of his life. Lin Haoyu had always harbored resentment in his heart. Later, seizing an opportunity, he jumped off a high rise with Lin Zhe in his arms, ending both their lives together. Recalling these events, the murderous intent in Lin Zhe's eyes grew even stronger. From beginning to end, he, as the elder brother, had never wronged this younger brother. I even genuinely wished for his well-being from the bottom of my heart. Yet, it was this very younger brother who took his life with his own hands. At that moment, Lin Haoyu led Su Chuanxiu over. Mr. Gu, I've just discussed it with my mother. My brother can't endure hardship. He's always dreamed of being wealthy since childhood, so I've decided to give this opportunity to him. Lin Haoyu put on a humble and sensible demeanor in front of Gu Tinghui. He also took the opportunity to belittle Lin Zhe. Oh, are you sure you want to give this chance to your brother? Gu Tinghui showed an appreciative expression. I'm certain. My mother can't bear to part with me, and with my father gone, I must stay to carry on the Lin family lineage. Brother, you should go with Mr. Gu. From now on, you can live the life you've always wanted. Brother, hurry up and call him Dad. Hearing Lin Haoyu's words, Lin Zhe became even more convinced that Lin Haoyu had also been reborn. In this second life, it seems he wants to swap fates with me.
Linse feind surprise.
Haoyu, are you sure about this? Brother, at this point, stop pretending to be reserved. From now on, you'll be the young master of a wealthy family.
Linse sneered inwardly.
Having been reborn, this time he would show no mercy to this viper of a younger brother. He would make him pay the price. Very well, since my brother is being so considerate, I shouldn't disappoint his kind intentions. Hearing Lin Zhe agree, Lin Haoyu visibly relaxed. Since you've made your decision, I'll now outline my expectations for my son. Gu Tinghui shifted his gaze onto Lin Zhe. As the son of Gu Tinghui, I will train you as my successor, equipping you with all the necessary skills to manage the company and its assets. This means you'll have to completely abandon your previous life, including going to school. Can you do it? Back then, when younger brother Lin Haoyu heard the word successor, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Naively, he thought the Gu family's business would all be his in the future. But what he didn't know was that there was a huge trap waiting for him. Lin Zhe, who understood the reason behind it, didn't rush to agree. However, Lin Haoyu couldn't hold back any longer. Come on, bro, are you stupid? No matter how much you study, you'll end up working 996 for the rich in the future. Now you've directly become one of them, why bother with studying? As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Zhe and Gu Tinghui both turned to look at Lin Haoyu. Realizing that his words might have sounded inappropriate, Lin Haoyu quickly tried to explain. I mean, my brother was never much of a student to begin with. Whether he studies or not makes no difference. Not like me. I can casually take an exam and still rank first or second in the class. Mom, don't you think so? To add credibility, Lin Haoyu dragged Su Chuanxiu into it. Oh yes, Lin Zhe isn't naturally gifted in studies, not like Haoyu, who was born to excel in academics. Lin Zhe truly admired this mother-son duo's ability to turn black into white. In the past, he could never understand why Su Chuanxiu would be so biased toward his younger brother, even though they were both her sons. It wasn't until after Su Chuanxiu's death that Lin Zhe learned the truth. He was actually the son of his father and his ex-wife, not Su Chuanxiu's biological child. Su Chuanxiu had been afraid to reveal this fact, fearing that Lin Zhe might refuse to support her in the future. In that case, let me take care of Lin Zhe, the man said. Although I can only adopt one child, I will cover the tuition fees for the other one. Gu Tinghui glanced at his watch. It's getting late. I'll take Lin Zhe and leave first. Thank you so much, Mr. Gu. Please take care on your way. Watching them walk away, Su Chuanxiu put away her smile and said earnestly to Lin Haoyu, "Oh my silly son, have you lost your mind? This is a chance to become a wealthy young master, and you're just giving it to your brother? Ah, Mom, you don't understand. It may seem like I'm at a disadvantage now, but the Gu family's business will eventually be mine." A smug smile appeared on Lin Haoyu's face. Thinking about how miserable his life had been in his previous existence, Lin Haoyu's resentment grew even deeper. In this life, let his dear elder brother live that utterly miserable life in his stead. Chapter 2. My younger brother wishes me dead. Inside the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lin Zhe glanced at Gu Tinghui, who was also seated in the back. Dad, where are we going? Gu Tinghui froze for a second upon hearing this form of address. You've changed how you address me quite quickly. Lin Zhe internally complained. In my past life, you were my father-in-law. For several years, I got used to calling you that. Of course, it's quick. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Now that you've chosen to adopt me, I'll have to adapt quickly. Gu Tinghui nodded in satisfaction. From what I know, your performance at school has always been quite good. Hearing Gu Tinghui's words, Lin Zhe wasn't particularly surprised. Since Gu Tinghui had decided to come to the Lin family to adopt a son, he must have conducted thorough investigations beforehand. Therefore, in the face of Lin Haoyu and Su Chuanxiu's distortion of the truth, Lin Zhe chose not to defend himself. Are your relationships with your mother and younger brother not good? Gu Tinghui asked again. When I was little, my parents lived apart due to work reasons. I stayed with Dad while my younger brother lived with Mom. We were separated for a few years, which is probably why Mom tends to favor him more.
Lin Zhe replied.
Gu Tinghui nodded. But what I don't quite understand is, if that's the case, why didn't your mom give this opportunity to your younger brother? Lin Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. Gu Tinghui truly lived up to being the wealthiest man. His mind was meticulous, and he possessed a wisdom beyond ordinary people. He could instantly pinpoint the crux of the problem. It seems I still need to be careful around him. I'm not entirely sure either. Perhaps my younger brother simply couldn't bear to part with our mother. MHM. Gu Tinghui didn't pursue the topic further. Later, I'll take you to a press conference to announce your existence. Upon hearing about the press conference, Lin Zhe's gaze hardened. In his previous life, Gu Tinghui had also immediately held a press conference with Lin Haoyu, announcing his existence to the world. Lin Haoyu had even believed this was Gu Tinghui showing his regard for him, truly treating him as a son. But Gu Tinghui had other plans. One is to use this event to showcase his positive social influence as a goodwill ambassador. The second reason is that he wants someone in the shadows to see that he has adopted a son. This press conference brings only benefits and no drawbacks for Gu Tinghui. But for the son he adopted, there are indeed disadvantages. I had no blood relation to Gu Tinghui, yet by some traitorous twist of fate, I became the son of the wealthiest man. This would not only cause a social sensation but also invite envy and resentment from many. Moreover, I'd have to face the pressure of public opinion and even lose my privacy. In my previous life, Lin Haoyu failed to recognize these drawbacks and even made reckless remarks at the press conference. He ended up being mercilessly mocked and criticized by the media and the public, with enthusiastic netizens digging up a pile of his past scandals. This directly damaged the Gu family's reputation and gradually made Gu Tinghui grow weary of him. In the end, step by step, he was shunned, left to his own devices, and allowed to sink into depravity and self-destruction. Lin Zhe pondered silently since he couldn't avoid it. He had to find a way to turn this bad situation into a good one, or at the very least, prevent it from harming him. Dad, I'll follow your arrangements for the press conference. It's just, the thought of facing so many reporters and cameras makes me nervous. If I make any mistakes and embarrass you in front of everyone, Lin Zhe deliberately showed Gu Tinghui a look of unease and nervousness. Lin Zhe's words immediately made Gu Tinghui realize some uncertain factors he hadn't considered. Xiao Chen, turn around. Let's head back to the villa first. Dad, what about the press conference? Lin Zhe pretended to look surprised. Let's hold it a few days later. I'll arrange for reliable media by then. I'll also have a PR team train you on how to respond. Thanks, Dad. Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This step he took was correct. He successfully made Gu Tinghui consider more details and bought himself more preparation time. At this moment, Lin Zhe's phone received a message. Bro, what are you doing right now? If Mr. Gu publicly announces you as his son, don't be timid and embarrass him. Speak boldly, he likes ambitious people. Also, I checked Mrs. Gu loves durian the most. For your first visit, remember to bring a durian as a gift. Transfer 200 yuan. Reading Lin Haoyu's messages, Lin Zhe sneered inwardly once more. This brother of mine truly wishes for my death. Madame Gu Lu Wanqin detests anything with a strong odor the most. Especially something like durian, which has an extremely pungent smell, can trigger intense reactions in her, such as vomiting. Lin Haoyu specifically instructed me to buy a durian. His intentions are utterly malicious. He was even worried that he might not have money, so he thoughtfully transferred 200 yuan. Lin Zhe directly accepted the payment and replied, Got it, thank you, Haoyu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Haoyu showed a faint sneer upon seeing Lin Zhe's reply. Brother, your days in the Gu family won't be easy from now on. You naively thought that becoming Gu Tinghui's adopted son would make you the heir of the Gu family. Little did you know you're just a pawn being used by Gu Tinghui. Lin Haoyu spread his hand open and then clenched it tightly. His eyes revealed a gaze of absolute determination. Only the one who marries Gu Tinghui's daughter can become the true successor of the Gu family. Chapter 3. My adoptive mother seems to despise me. At the entrance of Sunshine Orphanage, Lin Haoyu, wearing a baseball cap, was sneaking a peek inside from the entrance. He's coming, get ready quickly. As Lin Haoyu's words fell, the two people he brought immediately positioned themselves at the entrance. Then he spoke up loudly. Did you know? Lin Zhe was adopted by the richest man. What? That can't be true. Here, I even have a photo of him with Gu Tinghui, the richest man. Lin Haoyu spoke while glancing sideways toward the entrance. Just then, a figure that had been about to step out the door suddenly paused. Seeing this, a faint smirk appeared on Lin Haoyu's face before he raised his voice even louder. Originally, the richest man was going to adopt his academically outstanding younger brother. But he resorted to all sorts of threats against his younger brother just to secure that adoption opportunity and become wealthy. According to him, his monthly allowance from now on will never be less than 500,000. Holy, that's insane. I heard Mrs. Gu is a frugal and compassionate person. How could she possibly agree to give him such a huge allowance? Mrs. Gu, he completely disregards you. He heard that Mrs. Gu is allergic to durian and deliberately bought one, planning to teach her a lesson. This Lin Zhe is truly a scumbag. Alright, stop talking. If Lin Zhe finds out, who knows how he'll retaliate against us later. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Haoyu quickly signaled the two to leave the place. After they left, the figure at the door slowly emerged. It was a woman, roughly in her 30s or 40s. Though dressed modestly, her innate grace and noble bearing remained unmistakable. Every movement exuded elegance. The woman waved her hand at the person behind her. Madam, your orders? Go investigate what they just mentioned. Yes, madam. Lin Haoyu, hiding in the shadows, curled his lips into a faint smile. The woman was none other than Lu Wanqin, the wife of the wealthiest man, Gu Tinghui. Drawing on his knowledge of her from his past life, Lin Haoyu knew she often visited this orphanage incognito to do charity work. That's why he had deliberately brought people here to lie in wait. The thought of Lin Zhe being disliked by Lu Wanqin and unable to survive in the Gu family made Lin Haoyu unable to suppress his laughter. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had hoped. However, there was still one person he needed to find. Madam, I've inquired around. At school, the elder brother Lin Zhe has a better reputation than the younger brother Lin Haoyu. Also, Lin Zhe did stop by a fruit shop before returning to the villa. Upon hearing these words, Lu Wanqin's expression turned cold. Let's go back. She was determined to see what kind of power play this adopted son was trying to pull on her. The Gu family villa. Lin Ziguang was given a tour of the villa, which took nearly an hour. Young master, this is your room. The servant, Zhang Ying, led Lin Zhe to a room on the 3rd floor. Lin Zhe walked in and saw that the room had been tidied up very neatly and cleanly. It seemed it had been prepared long in advance. Just then, Zhang Ying suddenly received a phone call. Young master, the madam has returned. The master asks you to come to the 1st floor. Lin Zhe nodded and carried his prepared items to the 1st floor. Upon reaching the lobby on the 1st floor, Lin Zhe saw Gu Tinghui already seated on the sofa over there. Sitting beside him was none other than Madame Gu, Lu Wanqin. Lin Zhe approached the two and spoke politely. That, Gu Tinghui nodded and turned to introduce. This is my wife, your mother from now on. Hello, Mom. My name is Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe called out to Lu Wanqin. Lu Wanqin's response was utterly indifferent. Address me as Mrs. Gu. Lu Wanqin's words drew Gu Tinghui's gaze. But he didn't say anything either. Lin Zhe understood the situation perfectly well. To them now, he was no different from an outsider. Gu Tinghui had no reason to argue with his own wife over an outsider like him. What's more important is, adopting him was entirely Gu Tinghui's idea. Although Lu Wanqin didn't openly oppose it, she would never support it in her heart. Especially, she might have heard something. Lin Zhe had long noticed that Lu Wanqin's gaze kept falling on the item he was holding in his hand. Good day, Madame Gu. Lin Zhe obediently complied. What is that in your hand? Upon hearing Lu Wanqin's inquiry, Lin Zhe answered truthfully. It's fruit. The item in Lin Zhe's hand was carefully wrapped. From the outside, it looked no different from the shape of a durian. Thinking of the words she heard at the orphanage gate, Lu Wanqin's expression grew even colder. It even carried a hint of disgust. Is this meant for me? Lin Zhe nodded and held out the item with both hands. I don't have much money, so I just bought some fruit. I hope you won't mind. Before Lu Wanqin could speak, Gu Tinghui spoke up. It's good that you have this intention. As for money, since you've become my son Gu Tinghui, I won't let you lack for it in the future. After this, you'll receive a monthly allowance of $100,000. Lin Zhe was just about to thank Gu Tinghui when Lu Wanqin's voice of refusal rang out first. I disagree. Chapter 4. You can only spend $3,000 a month. Lu Wanqin stared coldly at Lin Zhe. You don't actually think you were adopted to live the life of a rich young master, do you? Being the son of the wealthiest man isn't as simple as you imagine. Lu Wanqin's final words seemed to carry hidden meaning. Lin Zhe pondered in his mind how to respond. Lu Wanqin mistook this for the silence of a guilty conscience. She swept her gaze over Lin Zhe with a look of utter disdain, lingering on the object he had been cradling in his hands. Zhang Jie, throw out whatever he's holding, she commanded. Before Zhang Ying could even move to comply, Gu Tinghui spoke unhappily. Wanqin, what are you doing? Tinghui, not all children are as innocent as you think. It's fine if you want to do good deeds, but be careful not to be deceived by those with ulterior motives. At this moment, Gu Tinghui's expression grew even more displeased. He still wanted to say something. Lin Zhe knelt before them first. What are you doing? Dad, I have something to say. Please give me a chance. Gu Tinghui nodded silently in approval. Lu Wanqin's eyes were filled with disdain. She was determined to see what kind of trick he was trying to pull. 100,000 yuan a month for pocket money. I don't need it, but I have a small request. Lu Wanqin sneered inwardly. As expected, he just wanted 100,000 yuan in pocket money to exchange for a condition more favorable to him. What makes you think you have the right to make demands of us? Lu Wanqin had already made up her mind in her heart. She was determined to drive this ill-intentioned bad child out. Sorry, Mrs. Gu, even if it can't be fulfilled, I still want to try. Lin Zai's words piqued Gu Tinghui's curiosity. Let's hear it. I want to take the college entrance exam. Lin Zai's words left both of them stunned. Gu Tinghui frowned. Did you forget what I told you before? I remember. I will follow your request and give up my studies. But I want to have a chance to take the college entrance exam, to draw a conclusion to my student life.
Linse explained.
This request I cannot agree to. You're in your senior year of high school with more than a semester of classes left. Taking the college entrance exam directly now wouldn't yield ideal scores. Plus, your status is different now. Anything you do could easily be magnified by the media. Gu Tinghui didn't give Lin Zai any chance to argue. Lin Zai also understood Gu Tinghui's concerns. If my scores are too low, it would embarrass him. But, in my previous life, I was a top student. I was directly admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University without taking the college entrance exam. After the college entrance exam ended that year, I even found the test questions online and solved all of them. With a perfect score of 750, he scored 726. Even if he didn't attend school in this lifetime with the memories from his past life, he could definitely get into a top university. Lin Zai was fully aware of his current situation. He was nominally the son of the wealthiest man, but in reality, he was just a pawn being manipulated. He hadn't forgotten. Gu Tinghui had an illegitimate child. The means and cunning of a man who could become the wealthiest are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He adopted a son not just to cultivate a positive public image. Another reason was for the sake of this illegitimate child. From what he knew in his previous life, this illegitimate child had always harbored resentment toward Gu Tinghui for certain reasons. That's why Gu Tinghui came up with this plan. Adopting a son to create a sense of crisis for his biological child, thereby provoking the latter to return to his side. Lin Zai, fully aware of this, knew that staying in this household would lead to no good outcome for him. He had to leave the Gu family. The best way to ensure his swift departure from the Gu family with the most security was to get into university. At this moment, Lin Zai was still brainstorming. He had to find a way to secure his chance to attend university. Dad, I just wanna, no more talking. I'll increase your allowance by another 100,000, giving you 200,000 a month. Drop this idea. Hearing Gu Tinghui's words, Lin Zai unexpectedly relented. All right, I'll listen to you, Dad. But I'll need to get a new bank card to receive my monthly allowance. Lin Zai finished speaking and turned his gaze toward Lu Wanqin. He deliberately added something extra to that look. It was designed to make the other person perceive it as a triumphant, provocative stare. As expected, Lu Wanqin couldn't sit still any longer. She had indeed underestimated this Lin Zai. Using the tactic of playing hard to get, he managed to increase his monthly allowance from 100,000 to 200,000. What a cunning move. I disagree. Wanqin, must you always oppose me? Gu Tinghui's expression turned stern at that moment. He raised his hand to rub his temples. Then he turned to Zhang Ying beside him and instructed. Sister Zhang, please take Xiao Zai to rest for a while. Yes. Young Master Zai, come with me. Lin Zai nodded and followed Zhang Ying as they left the place. Lin Zai had been back in his room for less than half an hour. Then his door was knocked. Opening the door, he was surprised to see Lu Wanqin standing outside. Mrs. Gu. Lin Zai looked surprised. Lu Wanqin walked right past him and sat down in his room. You can only spend 3,000 a month. Chapter 5. My brother told me to bully you. Lu Wanqin was absolutely certain he would never agree. Giving up a monthly allowance of 200,000 yuan for just 3,000 a month, all for the sake of a college entrance exam? How ridiculous. She tightened her grip on the phone hidden behind her back. She had already turned on the recording function before entering. When the time came, she would expose Lin Zai's true colors. Let Tinghui see clearly what kind of person this adopted son of his really was. Thank you, Madame Gu. What? Faced with Lin Zhe's sudden expression of gratitude, Lu Wanqin was somewhat puzzled.
I'm willing.
Though Lin Zhe's face showed little expression, inwardly he was secretly delighted. This adoptive mother is something else. She actually got it done for him. Lu Wanqin, who hadn't expected Lin Zhe to agree, took a moment to calm her emotions. Putting on an act with her. She wanted to see how long he could keep up the act. If the agreement is violated, Lu Wanqin paused, her gentle face turning cold. Then she would kick him out. With this recording in hand, the outside world can't condemn them. After all, it's his own lack of character. Mrs. Gu, I understand. Lin Zhe was still sighing inwardly. He thought she wouldn't give him a single penny. Yet she actually gives him 3,000 yuan every month. At the Gu family, the most expensive aspects like food, clothing, housing, and transportation don't cost him a thing. He could even save 2,000 yuan from that 3,000 every month. Lin Zhe even made up his mind to start saving 2,000 yuan each month from now on, to use as his university living expenses later. Lu Wanqin didn't want to say another word to the person in front of her. Seeing that he had responded, she stood up. As she reached the door, her eyes immediately caught sight of something placed in a conspicuous position. Lu Wanqin froze. It was the fruit Lin Zeben had intended to give him. The package has already been opened. It wasn't durian inside after all. Instead, it was a pomelo. The pomelo's rind was carved into the shape of an adorable little bear, filled with peeled fruit flesh. Exquisitely crafted. Clearly a lot of effort was put into it. Lu Wanqin froze in place. She seemed to have misunderstood Lin Zhe. A twinge of guilt arose in Lu Wanqin's heart. However, soon, that trace of guilt vanished without a trace. After all, Lin Zhe was an outsider. She wouldn't develop any feelings for an outsider. Moreover, this outsider might even compete with her daughter for the family inheritance. She truly couldn't understand what her husband was thinking, bringing such a huge potential danger into their home. Yutsai High School. After extensive inquiries, Lin Haoyu finally confirmed which class Gu Wanner was in. He randomly stopped a female classmate and asked her to falsely inform Gu Wanner that the teacher wanted to see her. He waited in the equipment room by himself. Within minutes, the door to the equipment room was opened. The door swung open gently, and a girl in pristine school uniform stepped inside, her figure graceful and elegant. Her smooth, waist-length black hair cascaded naturally, with a few stray strands lightly brushing her forehead, adding an effortless softness to her beauty. Her eyes were clear and bright, with a straight nose, pale pink lips, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corners of her mouth, giving a first impression of warmth yet maintaining a sense of distance. Gu Wanner glanced around, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. Finally, her gaze settled on a person standing in an inconspicuous corner. "Excuse me, is the teacher waiting for me here?" Gu Wanner's voice was crisp and melodious, like a clear mountain spring. Lin Haoyu didn't rush to answer her. Instead, he walked to the door and locked it himself. "Classmate, what are you doing?" Lin Haoyu turned around, looked at the woman before him and got straight to the point. "Hello, Miss Gu, the daughter of the wealthiest man." Gu Wanner's eyes showed surprise and confusion. "Who are you?" "My name is Lin Haoyu." Gu Wanner searched her mind for this name and the face before her. She was certain she didn't know such a person. This only deepened her confusion. To maintain sufficient privacy and a normal life, ever since starting school, she had attended ordinary institutions like any regular student, concealing her true identity. No one had ever discovered her secret all the way through high school. But the person before me. "Who are you? How do you know my identity?" "Of course, it was my brother Lin Zhe who told me." "Your brother?" Gu Wanner was becoming more and more confused. "You don't know yet, do you? Your father adopted my brother, and even planned to groom him as his successor." Lin Haoyu took out his phone and showed Gu Wanner the photos he had secretly taken, in order to make his words more credible. The photos captured the moment when Gu Tinghui was taking Lin Zhe away. Impossible! Gu Wanner frowned as she looked at the person before her. She couldn't believe her father would adopt a stranger without any reason. "Why don't you call home to verify it?" Hearing Lin Haoyu's words, Gu Wanner actually began to waver slightly. She took out her phone and dialed her mom's number. The call was quickly answered on the other end. "Mom, Wanner, are you done with class? Let me tell you, your father has really lost his mind. He actually adopted a son outside." Before Gu Wanner could even ask, Lu Wanqin spilled everything herself. Gu Wanner's expression turned grave. "Got it. Whatever it is, Wait until after school to talk about it. Gu Wanner hung up the phone. Lin Haoyu immediately spoke up. Believe me now? What do you want from me? Faced with Gu Wanner's questioning, Lin Haoyu let out a sigh. It was my brother who sent me to find you. He told me to. Lin Haoyu wore a helpless expression. To bully you a little. Chapter 6. My brother threatened me. As soon as Lin Haoyu said these words, Gu Wanner immediately became wary. Don't worry. I'm not that kind of person. I was forced into this. Lin Haoyu quickly spoke up to explain himself. Actually, Mr. Gu initially wanted to adopt me, but my brother threatened me, saying he would abuse our mother if I didn't give up this opportunity. I had no choice but to let him have it. He told me to come find you. I wasn't willing at first, but he said. Lin Haoyu hesitated to speak. This successfully piqued Gu Wanner's curiosity. What did he say? He said that everything in the Gu family will be his in the future. You're just a girl who will marry sooner or later. Once you're married off, you're like spilled water, don't even think about getting a single penny from the Gu family. Lin Haoyu noticed Gu Wanner's hands clenching into fists. He secretly rejoiced while continuing to pour fuel on the fire with his words. So I'm here today to warn you. You'd better stay as far away from my brother as possible from now on. When we were kids, I saw with my own eyes how he tortured stray cats to death. If you provoke him, who knows what he might do? Damn it. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanner could no longer contain herself. Her face filled with anger. How could there be such a shameless person? Miss Gu, please don't tell anyone I was the one who said this. Otherwise, who knows how my brother might retaliate against me and my mother. Lin Haoyu put on a pitiful expression. Gu Wanner looked at Lin Haoyu with sympathetic eyes. Don't worry, I won't let your brother act recklessly. Thank you for today. Watching Gu Wanner's angry, retreating figure, Lin Haoyu wore a smug expression. Brother, there's another good show to watch. With her mind preoccupied, Gu Wanner rushed home immediately after school. She happened to run into Gu Tinghui, who was about to go out. Wanner, you're back? Gu Wanner had no intention of small talk and got straight to the point. Dad, I heard from Mom that you've adopted a son? Your father was just about to discuss this matter with you. Daughter, I appreciate your support for my charitable acts, but don't you think this matter was handled too hastily? You didn't even know the stranger. Yet you made him part of our family.
Allricht, waren Gu Tinghui interrupted Gu Wanner.
Your father always considers the consequences carefully. There must be a reason for my actions. Gu Tinghui's face was now filled with solemnity. Gu Wanner knew her father's temperament well. Seeing him like this, she understood any further words would be futile. At that moment, Lin Zhe, who had just stepped out of the room, heard the commotion downstairs and followed the sound, spotting two figures. It was Wanner. At this time, Wanner was only 18 years old. In the prime of her youth and beauty, Lin Zhe felt a surge of excitement in his heart, almost on the verge of shouting out loud. Never did he expect to have the chance to see her so young again. What a nostalgic moment. The gloomy Gu Wanner sensed an intense gaze lingering on her and looked up to see who it was. In an instant, their eyes met with the young man upstairs. Tall and slender with delicate features. One couldn't help but think of the phrase, a graceful young gentleman. Gu Wanner's eyes flickered slightly. This person, why does he feel so familiar? Realizing this person's identity, Gu Wanner immediately understood. That's right, this person is Lin Haoyu's elder brother, so he must share some similarities with him, which is why he seemed familiar to her. At this moment, Gu Tinghui followed Gu Wanner's gaze and spotted Lin Zhe. Xiao Zhe, you've come at the perfect time. Let me introduce you. Gu Tinghui warmly beckoned Lin Zhe to come closer. This is my daughter, Gu Wanner. From now on, she will be your younger sister. Wanner, this is Lin Zhe. He will be your older brother from now on. Gu Wanner wore a hint of displeasure on her face and was about to retort when Lin Zhe cut in first. Miss, hello. Lin Zhe greeted her politely and humbly. Hearing the address Miss, Gu Wanner couldn't help but pause in surprise. Xiao Zhe, you don't need to be so formal. Just call her Wanner sister directly. Gu Tinghui suggested with a smile. That wouldn't be right. Miss will always be Mississippi. You adopting me is already an immense kindness. How could I overstep my bounds because of this?
Linse insisted.
Haha, good. There's no rush to change how you address each other. You can do that once you've gotten along better in the future. Gu Tinghui was very pleased with Lin Zhe's humility and politeness. I still have matters to attend to. You two should get along well. After saying this, Gu Tinghui left. leaving Lin Zhe and Gu Wanner standing where they were. Gu Wanner looked at the person before her, thinking to herself, he really isn't a good person. Otherwise, why would he look at me with such a strange expression, always glancing at me briefly before looking away? Sneaky, as if plotting something wicked. Gu Wanner had no idea what Lin Zhe was feeling right now. He desperately wanted to rush over and sweep Gu Wanner into his arms. But now he's her nominal brother. He can't do this. He can only endure in silence. Yet the loving gaze in one's eyes cannot be hidden. So, he could only try his best not to look at her, afraid of revealing anything. Hey, miss, what are your orders? Lin Zhe appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was extremely agitated. Gu Wanner was initially furious after hearing what Lin Haoyu had said to her. She had intended to confront him properly, but upon hearing his humble tone, for some inexplicable reason, most of her anger dissipated. In the end, all that came out was a simple question. Where do you go to school? I stopped going to school. Stopped going to school? Gu Wanner furrowed her brows. The person in front of her looked about her age, which should be high school years. Someone who quit school so early must definitely not be a good person. Watching Gu Wanner furrow her brows in thought, Lin Zhe initially wanted to explain. Unexpectedly, the public relations staff assigned to train him arrived. Reluctantly, Lin Zhe had no choice but to follow them and leave. Gu Tinghui scheduled the press conference to announce his existence for the day after tomorrow. To give his all for this press conference, Lin Zhe even considered details like his attire. If dressed too plainly, Gu Tinghui would be called stingy, a billionaire who adopted a son but wouldn't buy him decent clothes. If dressed too lavishly, he, as the adopted son, would be accused of vanity, bringing criticism upon himself. Facing the public, he had to be meticulous in every way, becoming a chameleon. Besides these, he also needed to consider some unexpected situations. Lin Zhe was just thinking when his phone received a message. It was from his younger brother. Chapter 7. Don't you have another son? Brother, doesn't your billionaire father plan to acknowledge your existence publicly? This won't do. He said he intends to groom you as his successor. The whole world should know about this. Don't be naive. You need to be more vigilant, or you'll regret it later if he changes his mind. Reading the messages from his younger brother Lin Haoyu, Lin Zhe wasn't surprised. He knew his younger brother all too well. After some thought, Lin Zhe edited a message and sent it over. Don't worry, little brother. A press conference will be held the day after tomorrow at the Gold and Silver Tower to announce my existence. Lin Zhe deliberately included the time of the press conference in the message to Lin Haoyu. It seems that this press conference is bound to have some unexpected incidents. On the other side, Lin Haoyu, looking at the message on his phone, revealed a malicious smile at the corner of his mouth. My foolish brother, you're really naive enough. Since you've already told me the time and address, then just wait for the big gift your little brother will send you the day after tomorrow. What gift? Who's sending gifts? At this moment, Su Chuanxiu, hunched over, approached Lin Haoyu. After Lin Zhe left, all the household chores, big and small, fell on her shoulders. This made her back ache terribly, and only by hunching could she find slight relief. Lin Haoyu seemed oblivious to his mother's suffering as he spoke. By the way, Mom, I want to transfer to Yucai High School. Yucai High School? I heard the tuition there is twice as expensive as a regular school. What's the point of going there when everything's fine as it is? You always wanted me to study hard, didn't you? That school has much better faculty. But Su Chuanxiu wanted to say something more, but Lin Haoyu cut her off. Enough with the buts. The Gu family is covering the tuition anyway, so why wouldn't you agree? Su Chuanxiu wore a face full of worry. But the Gu family doesn't cover living expenses. Going to that school would double the cost of living. Where am I supposed to get that money? Mom? I don't care. Your son is going to Tsinghua or Peking University in the future. If you don't transfer me, I won't go to school at all. It's up to you. He didn't care about any of that. Only by transferring to Yucai High School would he have more chances to interact with Gu Wanner. Only then could he make Gu Wanner fall for him. As long as he gets Gu Wanner, everything will be his in the end. Su Chuanxiu still couldn't win against her own son. Agreed to let him transfer schools. After spending my carefully saved private stash to secure a spot at the school, I realized there wasn't even enough money left at home to cover this month's living expenses. Haoyu, what should we do? In my condition, I can't go out to earn money. Lin Haoyu was growing increasingly annoyed and was about to push her out of the room when suddenly, an idea struck him. Mom, you're being silly. Don't you have another son? With this reminder from Lin Haoyu, Su Chuanxiu immediately thought of Lin Zhe. Humph. I've raised him for so many years, and now that he's climbed up the social ladder, it's time for him to pay me back. Su Chuanxiu immediately took out her phone and called Lin Zhe. As soon as the call connected, Lin Haoyu took the phone and put it on speaker. Hello, Mom. Lin Zhe's voice came through the phone, and Su Chuanxiu immediately spoke up. Lin Zhe, how are things at the Gu family? On the other end of the line, Lin Zhe, unseen by them, allowed a faint sneer to curl at the corner of his lips. He deliberately remained silent for a moment, then sighed as if he had suffered some great injustice. Of course, it's not as good as home. He seemed to hear a very faint laughter over the phone. Perhaps some people were taking pleasure in his misfortune. Then, Su Chuanxiu's voice sounded again. The Gu family is wealthy, so they must have more rules than we do at home. If you behave well and listen to them, you'll surely enjoy countless benefits in the future. Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Wait, afraid that Lin Zhe would hang up, Su Chuanxiu stopped beating around the bush. Well, you know how things are at home. After you left, there's no one to do the chores. Mom's back pain is killing her, and we've spent a lot on hospital bills. Now we don't even have money for daily expenses. So, you see. At this point, Su Chuanxiu was practically on the verge of directly asking Lin Zhe for money. As expected, he only comes when he needs something. Mom, you know I haven't been with the Gu family for long. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to ask for money now. How about this? Wait until I've established myself in the Gu family and get the money, I'll transfer it to you immediately. How does that sound? All right. When the time comes, just transfer the money directly to Mom. I won't disturb you anymore for now. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, the person on the other end of the call stopped pestering him and hung up right away. Memories flooded Lin Zhe's heart at the same time. In his previous life, Lin Zhe pitied Su Chuanxiu and wanted to borrow some money from Lin Haoyu to take her to the hospital for treatment. But Lin Haoyu harshly refused him, saying that he was now the young master of the Gu family and had to mind his status, that the Gu family's money was tightly controlled, and he couldn't take any out. Yet Lin Zhe clearly heard from the other end of the phone. Tonight, all expenses are on young Master Haoyu. He would rather splurge thousands at nightclubs than spare a penny for them. Lin Zhe had no choice but to take on all kinds of dirty and exhausting part-time jobs to earn money, but it still wasn't enough to cover Su Chuanxiu's hospital expenses. Later, when Su Chuanxiu fell seriously ill, she blamed Lin Zhe for not taking him to the hospital sooner, branding him with the stigma of being an unfilial son. And his younger son never once came to visit her during her severe illness. Unexpectedly, in the will Su Chuanxiu later made, the only house was left entirely to her younger brother, Lin Haoyu. Thinking of these things, Lin Zhe felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. He wouldn't take a single penny. Reap what you've sown. Chapter 8. My brother said studying is useless. Early that morning, Lu Wanqin descended the escalator looking utterly exhausted. Rubbing his head, he made his way toward the kitchen. Sister Zhang, what's cooking in the pot? Lu Wanqin asked a question, then took another deep drag. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but the scent seemed to ease her headache. Madam, this pot contains medicinal porridge, which has calming and sleep-aiding properties. Please have a seat first. I'll serve you a bowl to taste in a moment. Sister Zhang, you've been hiding your talents. I didn't know you were also knowledgeable about medicinal cuisine. Zhang Ying simply smiled without responding. Lu Wanqin arrived at the dining room and noticed Lin Zhe was already sitting there eating, though she didn't know when he had arrived. Good morning, Madame Gu. Lin Zhe set down the items in his hands, rose from his chair, and greeted Lu Wanqin with utmost respect. Lu Wanqin, however, responded with nothing more than an icy glance. Hypocrite. Then she saw what he was having for breakfast. An egg and a cup of warm water. Eating so poorly, do you want people to think our Gu family is mistreating you? Lu Wanqin had every reason to suspect that this guy was deliberately playing the victim in front of her. At this moment, Zhang Ying came over carrying a bowl of medicinal porridge. Madam, you've misunderstood. Young Master Zhe prepared his own breakfast, and even... Zhang Ying felt the gaze from across the room and didn't continue speaking. Well, that's fine. From now on, let him make his own breakfast. It'll be less work for you, Sister Zhang. Lu Wanqin said while tasting the medicinal porridge. The taste was unexpectedly good. Although she didn't know what herbs were in it, There was no unpleasant medicinal flavor instead. It had a refreshing sweetness. Lu Wanqin, who usually had no appetite in the morning, surprisingly drank 2 bowls of the medicinal porridge. She, who wasn't in the habit of catching up on sleep, even went back to bed for a second round. Zhang Ying, who had seen everything, gave Lin Zhe a thumbs up. That's right, this medicinal porridge was prepared by Lin Zhe early in the morning. When Lu Wanqin came downstairs, he immediately slipped into the dining room. Young Master Zhe, why won't you let me tell Madam? Zhang Ying expressed confusion. Lin Zhe smiled and shook his head. Madam still doesn't trust me. If I say I made it, she won't eat it. Zhang Ying nodded. You've really been wronged. Perhaps because he came from a poor family like Lin Zhe, Zhang Ying felt an immediate connection when she first met him. Especially since the boy was humble and polite, showing great respect even to the housekeeper, making it hard not to like him. The mistress is actually very kind-hearted. The reason she treats you this way must be for the young lady's sake. I know. This also shows that Lu Wanqin is a good mother. But, apart from this, there must be other reasons. Judging from the previous fruit incident, his dear younger brother must have somehow spread some malicious rumors in front of Lu Wanqin. That's why she thought she had bought a durian. In the future, living under the same roof with Lu Wanqin in the Gu family, he would have to maintain a good relationship with her. Moreover, the restless younger brother would definitely try every means to stir up trouble. If he wanted to live peacefully in the Gu family, he had to win their favor. This was his survival strategy at this stage. To him, women were emotional creatures, the easiest to appease. So Lu Wanqin became his first target to win over. Fortunately, she had been his mother-in-law in his previous life. He still knew a thing or two about her. Lu Wanqin suffered from neurasthenia and would get headaches whenever she didn't sleep well. The recipe for this medicinal dish was something he had painstakingly obtained in his previous life after marrying Wanner, just to please his mother-in-law. He had specifically instructed Aunt Zhang not to mention that he was the one behind it. Good deeds are most impactful when the other person discovers them on their own. His humble breakfast was also deliberately arranged, just to make her feel guilty when she discovers the truth later. After learning the truth, she would probably shout in the middle of the night, "I'm such a terrible person." Lin Zhe couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Lin Haoyu was already waiting at the entrance of Yucai School early in the morning. Finally, a familiar figure came into his view. He immediately strode forward, then casually turned his head as if by chance. Oh, what a coincidence. Gu Xia. Seeing Gu Wanner make a gesture for silence, Lin Haoyu stopped speaking. Gu Wanner approached and whispered, "Don't reveal my identity." "All right, then can I call you Wanner?" Gu Wanner felt it was strange for this person to call her by her first name, but fearing he might expose her identity, she nodded in agreement. Gu Wanner's tacit approval instantly lifted Lin Haoyu's spirits. The fact that she allowed him to address her so intimately must mean she has feelings for him. It seems conquering her is just a matter of time. By the way, I have a question for you. Lin Haoyu's eyes lit up. They say that when you like someone, you become curious about them. Could it be? Your brother. Why did he stop going to school? Hearing Gu Wanner mention Lin Zhe, Lin Haoyu's face immediately darkened by 2 shades. It's Lin Zhe again. He ruins everything wherever he goes. Annoyed, Lin Haoyu's resentment toward his brother grew even stronger, because he thinks studying and going to school are useless. Useless. Gu Wanner's face showed a puzzled expression. Lin Haoyu sighed and then continued. He said no matter how much you study, you'll just end up working 996 for the rich. Now that he's become wealthy himself, he doesn't need to study at all. Seeing the look of disgust on Gu Wanner's face, Lin Haoyu's mood finally improved. Lin Zhe, you deserve to be hated by everyone. But, Wanner, this is my brother's opinion. I don't think that way at all. I believe knowledge is priceless. While distancing himself from Lin Zhe, Lin Haoyu also took the opportunity to establish his studious persona in front of Gu Wanner. Upon hearing his words, Gu Wanner casually asked, "Are your grades good?" Of course. An unnatural smile appeared on Lin Haoyu's face. Gu Wanner admired academic achievers, so he had no choice but to reluctantly admit it. Actually, his academic performance was quite good at the beginning. However, as the coursework became more challenging, he grew too lazy to put in the effort, causing his grades to drop significantly. But he firmly believed that even someone like Lin Zhe could become a top student since he was 10,000 times smarter than Lin Zhe. With just a little effort, he could easily surpass him. If there's anything you don't understand in your studies, You can always ask me. Lin Haoyu said eagerly. Studying together is a great way to deepen their relationship. No need, thank you. I'll head to class first. Gu Wanner politely declined Lin Haoyu's offer and then left the place. Rejected Lin Haoyu gazed at Gu Wanner, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. Little, you're cold to me now, but one day I'll make you fall head over heels for me. Chapter 9. The older brother is too good at pretending. Auntie Zhang, is my dad home? Gu Wanner, just back from school with her backpack still on, immediately asked about her father's whereabouts. The master is currently in the tea room. Gu Wanner immediately rushed to the tea room. Upon entering, he saw his father buried in paperwork. Dad. Gu Tinghui raised his head, looking weary. Wanner is back. Gu Wanner approached Gu Tinghui and diligently began massaging his shoulders. Dad, you've been working hard lately, haven't you? When has your old man ever not worked hard? Gu Tinghui saw right through her little act. Go ahead, what do you need from me this time? Gu Wanner started acting coquettishly. Come on, Dad. Can't I just be worried about you? All right, my daughter has grown up and knows how to care for her father now. Gu Wanner felt embarrassed by the remark and stopped hiding her intentions, speaking directly. Dad, didn't you tell me to get along well with the person you adopted? I want him to come to my school and accompany me in my studies. A significant reason why Gu Wanner made this request was because of what Lin Haoyu had said. Didn't he not want to go to school? She insisted on making him attend. This way, it would be easier for her to keep an eye on him and better observe what kind of person he really was. Lin Zhe has other matters to attend to. Gu Wanner never expected that her father, who usually doted on her, would refuse even this request. Her eyes darted, and she began to play the sympathy card. For so many years, to hide my identity, I've been going to and from school alone. Seeing others in groups made me so envious. I even fantasized about how nice it would be to have an older brother to accompany me. Someone who could protect me. As Gu Wanner spoke these words, she clearly noticed the warmth surfacing in her father's eyes. This made her feel there was hope. Just let him accompany me, my dear father. Then have him pick you up from school every day. But don't mention studying anymore. Gu Tinghui had indeed relented, but only halfway. Gu Wanner came out of the tea room and happened to see Lin Zhe in the living room. She immediately ran over to him. Hey. Hearing the voice, Lin Zhe quickly turned around. You? Gu Wanner was caught off guard by Lin Zhe's intense gaze, causing the words she was about to say to stick in her throat. Her face inexplicably flushed red. Young miss, what are your orders? Lin Zhe quickly averted his eyes. Dead eyes? Stop staring already. You're making your wife blush. Ahem. From now on, you'll be responsible for taking me to and from school every day. After saying this, Gu Wanner even used 2 fingers to gesture at her eyes. It means that from now on, these eyes of hers will be fixed on him relentlessly. Then she walked away with a carefree air. Lin Zhe, left standing there, couldn't stay calm. What did she just say? At this moment, Gu Tinghui's phone call came through. After answering the call, Lin Zhe finally understood the whole story. His wife is truly amazing. She actually managed to secure him the opportunity to accompany their child to and from school. The thought of having more time to spend with his wife in the future filled Lin Zhe with secret delight. But there wasn't too much time to celebrate now. The press conference was scheduled for tomorrow, and he needed to hurry and prepare. After school, Lin Haoyu found a quiet spot and began searching for media contacts one by one. Hello, is this Eastern Media? I've got a bombshell story about the richest man. It's guaranteed to trend. Come to the Gold Silver Tower tomorrow at 9 a.m. Hello, is this Peacock Media? After making the calls, Lin Haoyu received confirmations from 5 media outlets that they would come tomorrow. Brother, are you ready for the big gift I've prepared for you? Just thinking about how Lin Zhe would be utterly disgraced after tomorrow, Lin Haoyu happily went back and ate 3 bowls of rice. He was so excited that he hardly slept all night and arrived at the Gold and Silver building early in the morning to wait. By 9 o'clock, when all 5 media outlets had arrived, Lin Haoyu began to showcase his acting skills. The billionaire was supposed to adopt me, his well-behaved and academically outstanding younger brother, but my older brother. Lin Haoyu repeated the same story he had told Lu Wanqin and Gu Wanner in front of the media. Upon hearing that Lin Zhe had abused his mother and threatened his younger brother just to become wealthy, the media was both outraged and thrilled. Such sensational news was bound to top the trending charts. Lin Haoyu spewed every insult he could think of in his lifetime. He painted Lin Zhe as the worst of the worst scum. Someone couldn't bear to listen any longer and spoke up. What kind of judgment does this richest man have? How could he adopt such scum? Lin Haoyu quickly explained. Don't blame Mr. Gu. It's my brother who's too good at pretending Mr. Gu was completely fooled. He's always been like this since childhood, appearing gentle and refined at school, with almost no one knowing his true nature. It's just a shame to waste Mr. Gu's good intentions. Later, he'll hold a press conference here to announce my brother's existence. He even mentioned grooming him as a successor. Upon hearing these words, the media immediately became restless. How could someone like this become the successor of the richest man? Lin Haoyu immediately continued, so I couldn't bear the guilt in my conscience, which is why I thought of asking you to help me. He subtly expressed his desire for them to expose Lin Zhe during the press conference. These media professionals naturally also hope to enter the press conference to obtain first-hand information, but don't we need a pass to get in here? We don't have one. Lin Haoyu immediately patted his chest confidently. No problem. I have a way. Lin Haoyu led the group into the building and then took them through a hidden passage to the press conference venue. He had scouted the location early this morning and was fortunate enough to discover this staff-exclusive passage. By the time he brought the media to the designated area for the press conference, there wasn't much time left before the event began. To avoid running into acquaintances, Lin Haoyu gave the media a few instructions before preparing to leave. As soon as I entered the lobby of the building, I saw a crowd of media rushing in, with people packed at the entrance. Lin Haoyu had no choice but to step aside and wait. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Haoyu approached the entrance. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce pulled up right in front of the main entrance. A familiar figure stepped out of the car. Lin Haoyu panicked and immediately tried to run away. A voice called out closely behind him. Little brother, it's really you. Chapter 10. Did you steal it from your brother? Lin Zhe took 3 steps in 2 strides and grabbed Lin Haoyu, who was trying to flee the scene. At that moment, Gu Tinghui also caught up. Caught in the act, Lin Haoyu could only force a smile on his face. Hey, Mr. Gu, brother, what a coincidence running into you here. Quite the coincidence indeed. Isn't today a weekday? Shouldn't you be in school? Lin Zhe pretended to be puzzled as he questioned his younger brother. He didn't go to see Gu wander off to school today because of the press conference. Gu Tinghui was well aware of this. You didn't skip class, did you? Lin Zhe's words immediately drew Gu Tinghui's attention to Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu immediately tensed up. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly skip class? Fearing he might leave a bad impression on Gu Tinghui, Lin Haoyu quickly lied. I'm not feeling well today, so I took a leave. I was just about to head back. Little brother, are you sick? Are you okay? Lin Zhe showed a very concerned expression. Lin Haoyu quickly waved his hands. It's nothing serious. Probably just tired from doing too much work for the family.
Lin Se nodded.
But this is the opposite direction from home. How did you end up here? At this, Lin Haoyu was stumped. Before he could continue making excuses, Lin Zhe spoke up first. Lin Zhe put on an expression of sudden realization. Oh, I get it now, little brother. You came here especially for me, didn't you? Lin Haoyu, who had been accurately guessed by Lin Zhe, visibly panicked. But he absolutely couldn't admit it. Brother, what are you talking about? Lin Haoyu planned to play dumb to escape the situation. But then Lin Zhe spoke again. Little brother, stop pretending. I know you're. Just as Lin Haoyu's eyes were about to pop out, Lin Zhe suddenly changed the subject. You knew about my press conference today, so you came specifically to support your big brother, didn't you? Good kid. You're so kind to your brother. I'm really touched. Lin Zhe hugged Lin Haoyu and gave him a hearty pat on the back, his face beaming with joy. Lin Haoyu was put on the spot and didn't dare to deny it. Although you've been adopted by Mr. Gu now, we're still brothers after all. It's only right. Lin Haoyu glanced guiltily at Gu Tinghui over there. Gu Tinghui, seeing the deep brotherly bond between the two, showed a gratified expression in his eyes. You're so thoughtful, Haoyu. Lin Haoyu, praised by Gu Tinghui, immediately forgot his earlier guilt and became smug. Between brothers, it's the least I can do. Brother, don't you still have a press conference to attend? I won't keep you. I'll just... Lin Haoyu hadn't finished speaking when Lin Zhe immediately interrupted him. He turned to Gu Tinghui and pleaded, Dad, my brother came all this way specifically. Can I take him with me to the press conference? Of course you can take him inside with you. Having received permission, Lin Zhe didn't care whether Lin Haoyu was willing or not, and just wrapped his arm around him as they walked into the building. Seeing there was no turning back, Lin Haoyu had no choice but to follow them. After all, he had already made all the arrangements. He could even enjoy the show on the spot. At this thought, a faint, smug smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Lin Haoyu's lips. This did not escape Lin Zhe's notice. Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. He truly understood his younger brother all too well. However, unfortunately, as the elder brother, he couldn't fulfill his younger brother's wish. Lin Zhe was led by the staff to his designated seat and sat down. Meanwhile, Lin Haoyu was seated behind the scenes not far away. Gu Tinghui also took a seat beside Lin Zhe. The people seated below were all reliable media outlets that Gu Tinghui had invited. But the moment Lin Zhe entered, his eyes immediately caught sight of several groups of people at the back. From the moment he arrived, these people's cameras had been continuously pointed at him without pause. Moreover, none of them were wearing passes on them. A small smile appeared on Lin Zhe's face. It seemed that the launch party later on would be interesting. Soon, the conference began. The host read the opening remarks according to the script and introduced the topic. Today, Gu Tinghui of the Gu Group is going to make a major announcement to the public. The spotlight gathered on Gu Tinghui. Gu Tinghui calmly spoke into the microphone. Thank you all for coming. The purpose of my holding this press conference today is to publicize my son. The moment Gu Tinghui's words came out, all of the media personnel below became excited. As the richest man in the world, the composition of Gu Tinghui's family members was well known to the outside world. Mrs. Gu, Lu Wanqin, often participated in various charity events and was a famous charity ambassador. Although their children had been well protected and no photos or information had been released, they had made it public that they had a child, a girl. When did this add another son? Just as everyone was having a reverie, Gu Tinghui spoke again. Don't misunderstand. This son, I adopted him. After some explanation, the media came to a realization. When they realized the identity of this adopted son, they even cast admiring glances at Gu Tinghui. He had actually adopted the orphan son of a civilian hero who had tragically sacrificed his life by saving others. The richest man deserved to be the richest man. This pattern was just big. Gu Tinghui then introduced everyone to Lin Zhe, who was next to him. Lin Zhe, say a few words to everyone. Everyone's gazes immediately gathered on Lin Zhe again. Hello everyone. I'm Mr. Gu's adopted child. My name is Lin Zhe. My real father died tragically in order to save people. The burden of the family fell on my tender mother all of a sudden. Mr. Gu learned about it. I'm very grateful to Mr. Gu for adopting me. With tears in his eyes, Lin Zhe stood up and bowed deeply to Gu Tinghui. Child, from now on, I'll be your father. Gu Tinghui looked at Lin Zhe as if his eyes were also filled with compassion. This was supposed to be a warm and touching scene, but some people underneath got stupid. Lin Zhe, can I ask you a few questions? Lin Zhe wiped the corners of his eyes and sat down, his face unmoving. Here it came. Please ask. I heard that Mr. Gu was originally going to adopt your brother, and that you snatched this opportunity from your brother. Is that right? The room fell silent as soon as this question was asked. All eyes focused on Lin Zhe in unison. Chapter 11. Returning the adoption opportunity to his brother. Lin Haoyu, who was sitting on the side, was very excited. Brother, sweating your ass off when you hear this question. Wait for the raging storm to wash over you. When the person in question, Lin Zhe, heard this question, he didn't appear as flustered as everyone expected. There was even a faint smile on his face. That's a very good question to ask. And it's also just the right opportunity to be able to let me thank someone. With that, Lin Zhe stood up under the crowd's puzzled gazes. He walked behind the curtain and pulled out Lin Haoyu, who was sitting there. At this moment, Lin Haoyu was still at a loss. Brother, what are you doing? Brother, come with me. With a force that didn't allow Lin Haoyu to refuse, Lin Zhe pulled him to his seat there and sat down. Then he spoke into the microphone, full of emotion. The person I want to thank is my younger brother, Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu couldn't figure out what kind of medicine this brother of his was selling in his gourd for a while. Same as the one I just brought up. Mr. Gu did indeed want to adopt my younger brother, Haoyu, in the beginning. The room erupted when Lin Zhe's words came out. Everyone hadn't expected him to admit it in front of everyone. But Lin Zhe spoke again, and his next words stunned everyone. But my younger brother, he is very understanding and filial. He's also the most selfless person I've ever met. He went so far as to generously give up this opportunity to me in front of Mr. Gu. Lin Zhe's words of praise for his brother gave the media below a dry spell. Originally thought to be a pro-brother tearing battle, heading surprisingly towards the evil side. Moreover, in the face of the question just asked, although Lin Zhe didn't deny it, this answer was telling everyone. The opportunity to adopt wasn't something he grabbed, but something his brother let him have. He also said that he let it happen in front of Gu Tinghui. Then there was no such thing as robbing. At this moment, Lin Haoyu was also confused. What was his brother trying to do? Lin Zhe's side hadn't stopped praising his brother. Actually, I'm not surprised that my younger brother could act like this, because my brother has been a child with excellent character since he was a child. He grabbed all the big and small chores in the house, so that he didn't miss out on his studies, and he's still a school bully. Not only that, he is also a person with noble sentiments. He hates things that are not earned. He believes that knowledge changes destiny, so he decisively gave me the opportunity to enjoy happiness. He himself chose the path of changing destiny by going to school on his feet. I can say that my brother is the best brother in the world. All of Lin Zhe's sugar-coated words smacked Lin Haoyu around. Although they were all words of praise for him, he also vaguely felt that there was something wrong with them. Nor did he know how to retort. It was hard not to jump out and say that his brother was lying and that he wasn't such a person. Looking at Lin Haoyu's face that was a shade of white and a shade of green, Lin Zhe laughed in his heart. Dear brother, don't you love to say the opposite? Brother will let these counter words come true. Lin Zhe had deliberately informed him of the time and place of his press conference in order to lure him here. He even came over here early on purpose, just to catch him and get him to attend the conference with him. That way he could start his own show. Lin Zhe had just given Lin Haoyu a perfect score for his good guy persona with these words. In the future, Lin Haoyu was afraid that he would have to suffer a lot in order to maintain his false persona. Moreover, people have always been very picky about good guys. If a bad guy did something good, he could be told that the prodigal son's return was irreplaceable. But if a good man accidentally does a bad thing, what awaits him will be endless accusations and disappointments. Having relived 2 lives, he understood human nature too well. I'm really grateful to my brother for giving me the opportunity to adopt. May I ask if there are any more questions you would like to ask me? At this moment, the media below were all a bit overwhelmed, especially the few media outlets that Lin Haoyu had brought with him. Originally, they had prepared several pointed questions, wanting to dismantle this person's hypocritical face. But after this set of words from the other party, all the questions they had prepared could not be used. This kind of feeling was like the powerlessness of a paper writer who had racked his brains to come up with some difficult questions for the students to do. But the students had memorized the answers for full marks the night before. But luckily, having been in the workplace for a long time, they managed to hold back a bad fart. You said that the adoption opportunity was given to you by your brother, but it's undeniable that you took away the opportunity that belonged to your brother to change his destiny. Won't you feel guilty? Lin Haoyu, who originally didn't know what to do, heard this question and immediately seized the opportunity to speak. As long as my brother can live a life of honor and wealth, it's okay for me, my younger brother, to suffer a bit. What an understanding younger brother. Lin Zhe sneered in his heart. This maneuver immediately brought out the contrast. Look, this is hand and foot love. Lin Haoyu is so understanding, willing to endure everything for his brother himself. Having a brother like this, Lin Zhe is truly blessed for several lifetimes. If only older brother had half the understanding of his younger brother. Lin Haoyu's words draped him in a layer of holy light. It molded him into a great image of selflessness and willingness to sacrifice oneself. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, became the selfish brother who enjoyed the fruits of his brother's sacrifice. Seeing that the scene ended up going in the direction he wanted, Lin Haoyu felt relieved. He squinted at Lin Zhe. Brother, aren't you quite talkative? Why aren't you talking now?
Lin Zhe naturally sensed Lin Haoyu's gloating gaze.
He let out a long sigh, then stood up and bowed deeply to Gu Tinghui at the side. I'm sorry, Dad, for deciding on this matter without discussing it with you beforehand. At this moment, Gu Tinghui faced Lin Zhe's actions with a puzzled expression, only to see Lin Zhe reach out and grab Lin Haoyu's hand and raise it. Compared to my brother's selflessness, I, as an older brother, am indeed too selfish. That's why I'm willing to return the adoption opportunity to my brother Lin Haoyu in front of everyone. Chapter 12. Brother will have a long time to come. Lin Zhe stunned the entire audience with this move, especially Lin Haoyu. He looked at Lin Zhe incredulously. Brother, are you crazy? Lin Zhe shook his head. I'm serious, I'm the older brother, I should take care of my younger brother. How can there be a reason for a younger brother to let his older brother? As for the bitter road of reading, let me take it. Lin Zhe purposely aggravated a bit when he spoke of studying. This immediately irritated Lin Haoyu. Thinking of his own misery in his last life, he became agitated. Being adopted was too miserable. Only by reading could he become the winner in the end.
No.
I don't want to be adopted. I want to study. Lin Haoyu heavily shook off Lin Zhe's hand. It was so hard for him to choose that right path in his reborn life, and he still wanted him to repeat the same mistakes.
Absolutely impossible.
Lin Haoyu's strong reaction made everyone puzzled. Brother, don't be silly. Mr. Gu is the richest man. Being adopted by him is a heavenly good thing. At Lin Zhe's words, the others agreed. To be the son of the richest man in the world, you wouldn't have to worry about anything in your life. Other people couldn't even dream of such an opportunity. Lin Haoyu also realized that his reaction just now was too abnormal, and he calmly spoke. Brother, I'm also serious. Besides, how can I change what I've already decided? This is also a disrespect to Mr. Gu. He even moved out Gu Tinghui. It was obvious that he really did not want to be adopted very much. Lin Zhe had a helpless look on his face and continued to persuade. Brother, you have to think clearly. This is your chance to change your life. This is already my decision after deep thought. Lin Haoyu still insisted on his choice. AI, this silly brother of mine, will you really not regret it in the future? Absolutely not. I can guarantee it with all the media here. Hearing Lin Haoyu's words, Lin Zhe was smiling in his heart at the moment. Now, in the future, there was no way for his brother to make an issue out of the adoption. After all, he had guaranteed it in front of so many media outlets. Well then, brother can only respect your decision. Lin Zhe looked at the media below with a helpless face, as if to say, he didn't take away the life that belonged to his brother. It was clearly a life that his brother didn't want. Lin Zhe immediately apologized to Gu Tinghui, who was next to him. Dad, I hope you can forgive my son for what he just did. Gu Tinghui waved his hand. I naturally understand your brotherly love. Do you all have any more questions for me? Lin Zhe once again asked the media below. This time, no one stepped forward to speak. Seeing that they couldn't get any favor with Lin Zhe, someone else turned their spearhead towards Gu Tinghui. Mr. Gu, can we ask you a few questions? Facing the media's request, Gu Tinghui also answered in a very atmospheric manner. Mr. Gu, I've heard that you want to train this adopted son as a successor, right? Are you really comfortable handing over such a large industry of yours to an outsider? Gu Tinghui's face darkened a few points when he heard this question. At this time, Lin Zhe, however, grabbed the opportunity to speak first. Excuse me, I would like to say a few words about this issue. Not caring whether the media answered or not, Lin Zhe then spoke on his own. Before I was even adopted, the name Gu Tinghui was familiar to me. That's the richest man. I thought such a big shot should be high and mighty, but that's not the case. Lin Zhe gave a half-truth about his innermost feelings. In his narration, he portrayed Gu Tinghui as a down-to-earth person with great kindness and love. He spoke with great sincerity and seriousness, so that one could not see any half-falsehood. To everyone, he is the richest man. But to me, he's just my father, who continues the love my real father had for me. And my adoptive father has proved by his actions that he doesn't treat me as an outsider. And this launch party in my honor is the best proof of that. So the question you brought up doesn't hold water. Lin Zhe gave this emotionally charged narration. It even made some of the shallow-eyed women present wet their eyes. Gu Tinghui even led the applause. Well said, worthy of being my child. In an instant, the arena was filled with applause. Gu Tinghui cast an appreciative glance towards Lin Zhe. He hadn't expected that the sharp question that he had to sweat over had been answered by Lin Zhe with a near-perfect answer. And he had molded himself into a great image. Looking at Lin Zhe, he once again solved the problem and made a name for himself. Lin Haoyu was furious in his heart. He frantically gave those few media outlets a wink, trying to get them to continue asking questions again. But at that moment, Gu Tinghui noticed those people who asked questions. He had arranged for some reliable media outlets, so how could they possibly ask questions that would embarrass people regardless of the occasion? Gu Tinghui twisted his head to look at the assistant next to him. The assistant immediately understood, and after he scanned the circle, he realized that none of these people had passes. The assistant immediately led the people off the stage. Where are your entrance passes? Which media are you guys from? I think you're all here to cause trouble. Men, blow these people out. The arena was so lively. Lin Zhe was sitting up there watching the show, and at the same time he saw Lin Haoyu's expression of resignation. After clearing out the media that had gotten mixed in, Gu Tinghui spoke. Everyone can continue to ask me questions now, but anyone who asks any more unkind questions that hurt our father-son relationship, then I won't be willing to do so. Although Gu Tinghui said this with a smile, the media people in the arena felt a chill. Please, this was the richest man. Who dared to offend The media below closed their mouths tightly for fear of saying the wrong thing. Seeing that no one was asking questions, the host took over the topic. Soon, the conference ended smoothly. Some people were happy and some were sad. Lin Zhe looked at his brother's iron face and spoke in feigned surprise. Brother, are you all right? Why does your face look so bad? Lin Haoyu revealed a leathery smile. I'm fine. Are you really fine? Can't be that it hurts somewhere, right? I can see that your teeth are clenched so tightly that your bite muscles are sticking out. Lin Zhe's words carried a bit of teasing. He knew deep down that his brother's inner indignation at the moment was like that of an enraged beast that was gritting its teeth and hating itself. The conversation between the two caught Gu Tinghui's attention ahead. Do we need to send someone to take you to the hospital? No need, Mr. Gu. Lin Haoyu shook his head vigorously. At the moment, he was head over heels in anger and just wanted to get out of here quickly. Since the launch is over, I'm going back to school to study. Goodbye, Mr. Gu. Without waiting for a response, Lin Haoyu hurriedly accelerated his steps and disappeared from sight. Gu Tinghui didn't say much when he saw this, but instead turned his head and reached out his hand to pat Lin Zhe's shoulder gratefully. That was a very good performance just now. It's still Dad who was far-sighted enough to specially arrange for someone to train me, or else I probably wouldn't have known how to handle this situation. Lin Zhe gave all the credit to Gu Tinghui. The smile on Gu Tinghui's face increased. Do you have a driver's license? Lin Zhe shook his head. I'll arrange for someone to take you through the test, and when you get your license, I'll give you a sports car as a reward. Thanks, Dad. This conversation happened to reach the ears of Lin Haoyu, who was not yet far away. He froze at the words and nearly lost his footing. A sports car? Actually giving him a sports car? The fire of jealousy in Lin Haoyu's heart burned brightly, almost devouring him. Thinking back to his previous life after the launch, Gu Tinghui hadn't even given him a good face, let alone giving him a car. Lin Zhe, what gives you the right? Lin Haoyu clenched his hands and pinched his joints together. With an expression that was once about to go insane, a creepy smile suddenly appeared on his face again. Brother, do you think you can rest easy after dodging this calamity? I still have countless ways to make your life uneventful. Brother, we have a long time to come. Chapter 13 really treats himself as a son. Lu Wanqin, who had watched the video of the press conference in the first place, still looked incredulous. This guy Lin Zhe, he's still really deep. Lu Wanqin's eyes became deep. She had purposely not attended the press conference. It was because she thought that Lin Zhe, a poor brat, would make a fool of himself and lose face when the time came. Unexpectedly, this kid had performed so well. Steady, sophisticated, not at all like a teenager, and it looked like he had a good relationship with his brother. Lu Wanqin began to completely doubt the authenticity of the conversation he heard that day. Could it be that someone with an ulterior motive had deliberately said a passage like that there for her to hear? However, her itinerary was only known by her own sidekick, and there was absolutely no reason for her sidekick to reveal her whereabouts. Thinking about it and not being able to figure it out, Lu Wanqin simply stopped dwelling on it. Regardless of whether those words were true or false, through this press conference she was able to see. This Lin Zhe was indeed very threatening. At a young age, he had so many thoughts, how could one e'er be his opponent in the future? She had to make full plans for her daughter. This outsider had to be driven away from the Gu family as soon as possible. Madam, have some fruit. Just then, Zhang Ying walked over with a fruit plate. Lu Wanqin temporarily put down the various thoughts in her head. Sister Zhang, that medicinal kanji, it'll be hard for you to make it for me this time. I actually slept until dawn yesterday. This is something that hasn't happened in many years, and it was also a very comfortable sleep. This medicinal kanji is really something. It's better than all those medicines I prescribed abroad. Zhang Ying answered with alacrity. No problem, ma'am. And this medicinal kanji is all made with medicinal herbs that are warm and cool. There are no side effects. You can rest assured that you can eat it every day. As the two were talking, Lindsay returned from outside. Mrs. Gu, Auntie Zhang.
Lindsay greeted politely.
Young Master Zay is back. Come and have some fruit. Didn't Mr. come back with you? Dad, he went to busy himself with company matters. Humph. Lu Wanqin let out a cold snort. A mouthful of dad. It seems that some people really think of themselves as sons. Lu Wanqin suddenly snapped, causing Zhang Ying at the side to become somewhat overwhelmed. Sister Zhang, how much do these fruits cost roughly? Although Zhang Ying didn't know why Madame asked this, she still answered truthfully. About $500. Lu Wanqin looked coldly at Lindsay. 500, discount, 50. Sister Zhang, in the future, if he wants fruit, remember to charge him. This. Zhang Ying was still in a difficult position when Lindsay spoke up. Okay, Mrs. Gu, I'll remember. Lindsay's docility did not satisfy Lu Wanqin. In addition to the fruits, in the future, you'll have to pay for every meal you eat at the Gu family. Lu Wanqin's difficulty escalated. You can skip the fruits, but you always have to eat the meals, right? She would like to see how $3,000 a month could last a few days in this house. The ingredients we eat are all special. The price is so high that you can't imagine, however. I can also give you a discount, 100 a meal. You have to pay if you want to eat. There's no free lunch in the world. You should understand this, right? Lu Wanqin looked at Lindsay with raised eyes. She was curious as to how he would react to being insulted like this. It would be best if he couldn't stand it and lost his temper and left the Gu family on his own. That would be just what she wanted. Yes, Mrs. Gu. Lindsay continued to answer obediently. He didn't choke on a single word with Lu Wanqin the entire time. Lu Wanqin's expression froze on her face. She felt like she had swung her fist at cotton. Lindsay didn't feel any anger in his heart at the moment. Instead, he wanted to laugh. It cost money to eat fruit for dinner at the Gu family. He could have gone outside to eat at all. Ever since his father's death, it was hard for him to eat a meal of meat in the Lin family for a week. Even if there was any good food, he let Su Chuanxiu secretly hide it for Lin Haoyu to eat. The most he ate every day was steamed bread and noodles. The cost of living was only $300 a month. That's how he survived. Now the cost of living had directly doubled tenfold. Not only would he be able to live, he would be able to live very well. Lindsay was moving around internally, and Lu Wanqin was similarly torn up internally. Had she gone too far? Even Sister Zhang seemed to be unable to look on. Can't be soft-hearted. For the sake of her own daughter, she had to drive this outsider out of the Gu family even if she had to do whatever it took. In the future, when Lindsay obediently left the Gu family, she would naturally compensate him. Sister Zhang, help me watch over him. He's not allowed to touch anything in this house. Although Zhang Ying felt aggrieved on Lindsay's behalf, she was only an inferior and could only nod her head silently. After Lu Wanqin left the place, Zhang Ying really couldn't help but speak up. Young Master Zay, it's really bitter for you, being so considerate of Madame, and Madame still treats you like this. Lindsay shook his head like it was nothing. This was exactly what he wanted. How bad Lu Wanqin treated him now. How guilty he would feel later. Chapter 14. Lindsay, you white-eyed wolf. Soon, the hot search of the richest man adopting a son rushed onto the entire platform. The interview video of the press conference also began to circulate wildly on the internet. The entire internet was praising Gu Tinghui's good deed, while Lindsay's highly emotional speech was also well received by netizens. Everyone was praising the halfway decent father and son. Gu Tinghui was very satisfied as he looked at his family's rising stock in his luxurious office. This launch had not only created a good positive image for him, but had also brought him untold benefits. Gu Ting raised his head and signaled towards the assistant beside him. The assistant immediately came to his side and waited for instructions. Gu Tinghui's fingertips tapped the desktop and spoke. Spend some more money on traffic. Keep this on the hot search for a few more days to make sure more people know about it, preferably. His hands rested on the table, no longer moving. It's best if it can be spread abroad. As he said this, Gu Tinghui's eyes changed slightly, and a person appeared in his mind. Yes, I'll get on with it. Just as the assistant was about to leave to run his errand, Gu Tinghui opened his mouth and called out to him. Leave some space for me at night. I'm going to organize a family banquet, and get some professional people to take some photos to post online. Okay. After his assistant left, Gu Tinghui stood up and paced to the window. He overlooked the city's bustling streetscape, secretly pondering in his mind. For this family banquet, he wanted to showcase his amicable relationship with Lin Zhe on all fronts, to further solidify his perfect image in the public's mind, and also to better irritate that person so that he would return home early. Soon, the exquisite photos and cozy video clips of the family banquet were circulated online again. In the photos, Gu Tinghui and Lin Zhe were all smiles, talking happily with each other, with a wide array of food on the table, and the surroundings were decorated in a luxurious and stylish manner. In the video, Lin Zhe respectfully handed Gu Tinghui a glass of wine, while Gu Tinghui lovingly patted his shoulder, a scene of harmony. These images instantly sparked a new round of buzz on the internet once they were released. Is this a luxury family banquet? A dish can buy me a car. The richest man is really loving Lin Zhe as his own son. Too enviable. My richest father. I'm your own son who's out in the open. Look at me. Shofu Gu is really treating Lin Zhe with all his heart. And Lin Zhe understands things. Kudos to them. Countless netizens left comments and praised them, and the number of retweets shot up like a rocket. Gu's stock even took advantage of this east wind and continued to soar. However, there were also people who were secretly spying on all of this, their hearts filled with jealousy and resentment. Lin Haoyu stared at the words of praise and warm images on his cell phone screen with a twisted expression on his face. On what grounds? Why was he mocked by the entire internet in his last life, but his brother was praised by the entire internet in this life? He was also appreciated and valued by Gu Tinghui. Lin Haoyu, whose eyes were red, frantically flipped through the comments. Not only did he not find any comments unfavorable to Lin Zhe, but instead, he saw a large number of comments mocking him. Lin Zhe is indeed quite lucky, but does this brother of his have a hole in his head? If you don't want to be the son of the richest man and insist on studying, you might as well feed the pigs, in my opinion. There are still such nerds in the 20th century? My brother who reads elementary school doesn't believe in the saying that knowledge changes destiny. I'd like to call this person the world's first idiot. The comments were like buckets of gasoline, pouring the anger in his heart out of control. Lin Zhe, you insidious and cunning villain. Lin Haoyu roared through gritted teeth. I swear, I will make sure that you fall into the abyss of eternal damnation, a life worse than death. Soon, a hint of cunning flashed through the angry red eyes. Now that Lin Zhe had become a celebrity, all he had to do was casually fabricate some black information to make him lose his reputation. The corners of Lin Haoyu's mouth hooked into a sinister smile, and he immediately created a few trumpets. Just as he was editing the black material, the door to the room was pushed open. The one who entered was none other than Su Chuanxiu. How you? Lin Zhe. Didn't he tell you about the money? It's all over the internet that he's on good terms with his richest father. So how could he not give him money to use? Our family is struggling to make ends meet. We need to get Lin Zhe to come over with money. Hearing Su Chuanxiu's complaints, Lin Haoyu's otherwise frantic thoughts were interrupted, and a thought instantly flashed through his mind. Mom, don't count on Lin Zhe. He doesn't intend to give us a penny at all. Lin Haoyu said with a face full of indignation. How could he? He promised it himself last time. Su Chuanxiu immediately became anxious. That was him cajoling you. After the launch, I heard with my own ears that Gu Tinghui was going to give him a sports car. What? This man dares to trick my mother. Su Chuanxiu's anger came from her heart, and she immediately became a shrew-like woman, hurling all kinds of insults at Lin Zhe. Mom, why don't you give him a call and ask? Lin Haoyu said. While not moving, he took Su Chuanxiu's cell phone and secretly pressed the record button. The call was quickly dialed, and Lin Zhe's voice came through the microphone. Mom, what's the matter you're calling about? Lin Zhe, you ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Did you long ago forget me, your hard-working old mother, to the ninth cloud? As soon as Lin Zhe picked up the phone, he was scolded by Su Chuanxiu's face. He didn't get angry either, but played dumb and asked, Mom, why are you talking about your son like that? Humph, don't you know the situation at home? Your brother and I can only live on low income now. We're not as good as the beggars on the street. You're doing well. You're eating and drinking in the Gu family. Have you ever thought about what kind of hard life your brother and I are living? Lin-Zay's face was filled with a cold smile as he listened to Su Chuinxio's string of accusations on the other end of the phone. He couldn't remember him when he was enjoying the good times, but now he wants to treat him like his own son when he's suffering? Sorry, this life is not good. Although Lin-Zay's heart was disgusted with Su Chuinxio, his mouth still pretended to be the same as usual. Mom, it's not like that. I've been thinking about you. Is your back better? Mom's back is barely straight. The doctor said that if I don't hurry up with the treatment, I might be paralyzed. Agu, instead you don't care about me. If I'm paralyzed and become an invalid, I might as well die. Su Chuinxio, who had scolded enough, then began to morally kidnap. Lin-Zay was too familiar with this set of words, and at the moment, there were no waves in his heart. But a plan surfaced in his mind. A good plan that could properly repay Su Chuinxio. Thinking of this, he continued to follow Su Chuinxio's words. Mom, don't be ridiculous. How could a son not care about you? Ouch. Mom's back is really hurting, my good son. Just show some kindness and give some money for mom to get treatment. Hearing Su Chuinxio finally get straight to the point and start asking for money, Lin-Zay, who had achieved his goal, revealed a hint of a smile. However, he sighed deeply at the end of the phone. Mom, I'm really sorry. To be honest with you, my life in the Gu family isn't as good as you think. My living expenses are pitifully low. Right now I really can't take out much money. Let's do it this way. I'll transfer $3,000 over to you first, so you can deal with the emergency first. 3,000? You're sending out a beggar. When Su Chuinxio on the other end of the phone heard this, she was instantly enraged, once again furious. At this time, Lin Haoyu hurriedly covered the phone and whispered in Su Chuinxio's ear to fan the flames. Mom, I've heard that my brother's pocket money for a month is $200,000. This is not his nonsense. In his previous life, once he arrived at the Gu family, he received Gu Tinghui's pocket money of $200,000 a month. Even if the Gu family didn't treat him well, this pocket money was never less than a penny. Lin-Zay was so pleasing to Gu Tinghui that day, he wouldn't treat him poorly in terms of pocket money. So, it was Lin-Zay who didn't want to give them money. Su Chuinxio heard Lin Haoyu's words. The anger in her heart burned even more to the extreme, and she simply stopped pretending, tearing her face apart and roaring loudly. Lin-Zay, you also do not think about it. You can have today's glory and wealth. Whose credit is it? If it wasn't for me, a mom, going through all the trouble of finding the media, would Gu Tinghui have come to adopt you? If it wasn't for your brother's generosity and giving you the chance to become a rich man, you wouldn't know which corner you'd be hanging out in right now. I'm telling you, if you don't transfer $100,000 over to me, you'll just have to wait and see. After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone viciously. Lin-Zay's face was filled with disgust when he heard the beeping sound on the other end of the phone. $100,000. This old woman really dared to ask for it. But it was just what he wanted. Her greedy face now would make her pay a huge price later. A few moments later, a crisp beep came from Su Chuinxio's cell phone. She hurriedly and excitedly opened her phone to check it out. Chapter 15. Brother was hacked all over the internet. Only the message, transfer 3,000 yuan, was displayed on the screen. Su Chuinxio's face turned iron blue. Seeing this, Lin Haoyu continued to add fuel to the fire. $3,000, brother is really good at taking it out. I've heard that those rich people's pet dogs spend tens of thousands of dollars a month on food. I didn't realize that in brother's eyes, we're not even as good as dogs. Lin-Zay, you little man, dare to do this to me. Su Chuinxio was furious at the moment and couldn't come up for air. Those eyes seemed like they wanted to kill. Haoyu, you don't worry. Mom will now go to find Mr. Gu. Must find a way to make him change his mind to adopt you. Lin Haoyu hurriedly pulled her back. Mom, there's no rush, I have a way. Lin Haoyu quickly carefully edited the recording of the phone call he had just made, intercepting the parts in it that were most unfavorable to Lin-Zay, along with screenshots of the transfer. He used a small number to post it online. In order to attract more eyeballs, he also took an extremely provocative title. The richest man's adopted son is a profligate spendthrift, only giving his own mother 3,000 life-saving dollars. Immediately after that, he used another trumpet to break the news that Lin-Zay's pocket money was as high as $200,000 a month. Then he used a third trumpet to fabricate a series of false black news about Lin-Zay. After doing all this, he didn't hesitate to pocket the $3,000 that Lin-Zay had transferred to him, and then used this money to top up these videos by traffic and increase the heat. Under the effect of money, the exposure of the videos quickly soared like a rocket. Soon, the comment section was bustling with all kinds of messages and comments. I'll go. The richest man's adopted son's big melon. Come and see it. It's really not a thing. This is a real mom. How can you take $3,000? Lindsay is so bad. $200,000 of pocket money. And he's giving his own mom this much for her treatment. I thought he knew what he was doing. But I'm as blind as the richest man in the world. Under Lin Haoyu's painstaking efforts, overnight, Lindsay's reputation was like a roller coaster ride, taking a sharp turn downward, reversing both poles. He was instantly reduced to a target, and the internet was filled with abuse and accusations against him. With the sudden change in public opinion, Gu's stock, which had originally risen like a rainbow, also suffered a severe impact, with the stock price plummeting. Even Gu Tinghui, who had always been highly respected, was not spared, and was labeled by netizens as ill-advised and confused. For a while, the adoption incident, which was originally praised by everyone, became full of negative news. When Gu Tinghui learned of this, his face was terribly somber. Have the PR team quell this as fast as possible, he commanded as he hurriedly ordered someone to drive back home. Back at the Gu family villa, Gu Tinghui found Lindsay at the first opportunity. Lindsay wasn't surprised to see Gu Tinghui. He had long since seen those remarks on the internet. The culprit who had made all this could think of who it was with his toes. Your mom asked you for money? Gu Tinghui questioned. Yes. Lindsay answered truthfully, and in his mind, he had some anticipation of what was going to happen next. Hearing the affirmative answer, Gu Tinghui's face became more serious. How much did you give? 3,000. Hearing the same answer as on the internet, Gu Tinghui couldn't control his emotions. For the first time, he yelled at Lindsay. Do you know how much of a commotion there was online because of this? And how much Gu Group lost because of this? Dad, I'm sorry. Lindsay didn't defend himself in any way. How fiercely Gu Tinghui yelled at him now, and how guilty he felt afterward when he learned the truth. Of course, the truth couldn't come out of his mouth. At this time, Lu Wanqin, who had gotten the news, also arrived here. Tinghui. Lu Wanqin's appearance allowed Gu Tinghui to regain some of his senses. He continued to question Lindsay. Why didn't you tell me about your mom asking you for money? Lindsay bowed his head, silent. Even if you wanted to solve this matter on your own, I give you $200,000 a month. Why did you only give her 3,000? Hearing this, Lindsay raised his head and looked at Lu Wanqin. Lu Wanqin immediately stepped forward sheepishly and pulled Gu Tinghui to the sofa to sit down. Timothy, sit down and drink some water first. Lu Wanqin's eyes were becoming evasive at the moment. That's right, at that time, Gu Tinghui hadn't promised Lindsay to go to the college entrance exam, and it was her who had lied to Lindsay. Not only that, but she had also changed his monthly allowance of $200,000 to $3,000 without authorization. $200,000. He just gave 3,000. Who do people scold if not him? Gu Tinghui rarely lost control of his emotions. He couldn't imagine why he would do such a stupid thing when he was clearly a well-organized child. You must give me a reasonable explanation today as to why you did this? Gu Tinghui reached out his hand and slapped the table fiercely. Lu Wanqin was also frightened by Gu Tinghui's appearance. If only he knew that this matter was caused because of her. I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not thinking things through. Lu Wanqin had originally thought that Lindsay would give himself up and put the fault on her. I didn't expect him to keep his mouth shut and take the fault all by himself. What purpose can being sorry serve? Hearing Lindsay's reply, Gu Tinghui was exasperated. All right, Timothy. Don't get angry. Just spend some money to suppress those public opinions. Besides, Lindsay is now a member of the Gu family. There's no reason for his mom to ask him for money in the first place. Gu Tinghui looked at Lu Wanqin with some surprise. She had always viewed Lindsay as an enemy. Why did she perversely speak up on his behalf today? Lu Wanqin was a little uncomfortable by Gu Tinghui's gaze and spoke again in a hurry. Things have happened. The most important thing now is to solve the trouble at hand. Isn't that what you always tell me? Gu Tinghui gradually calmed himself. You go to your room and reflect, without my permission. Don't step out of the room. Lindsay didn't defend himself the entire time, and obediently returned to his room as Gu Tinghui wanted. Lu Wanqin looked at Lindsay's back, and for a moment, her heart was bitter. Gu Tinghui spent a lot of money, and soon the negative public opinion on the internet was controlled at once. On the other side, Lin How You leisurely lit a cigarette and opened the social media platform full of joy. He had expected to see the tragic situation of Lindsay's defeat, but found that those unfavorable public opinions against Lindsay had instantly disappeared. The video that the trumpet had posted had also been taken down. Unwillingly, he immediately reposted it again. But this time the video had no heat. Lin How You angrily crushed his cigarette into his fingertips, but he couldn't even feel the pain. He knew that it must have been the Gu family that used money to suppress this matter. When he had any negative public opinion in his last life, this was how they did it. Humph. Thinking that if you use money to suppress this matter, there's nothing I can do? Lin How You immediately pulled Su Chuanxiu to his room, using her cell phone's real name to open a video account. Mom, listen to me. Later you record a video according to the lines I wrote for you. Chapter 16 Charges Made True? After Lin How You explained Su Chuanxiu, he immediately began to record the video. After the video was recorded, he ran to the lending platform and borrowed $10,000 in one breath. Invested all the money in the video heat. Soon, a video was hot on the whole network. The content of the video was a middle-aged woman's confession. Hello everyone. I'm Lindsay's own mom, Su Chuanxiu. What's circulating on the internet is all true. It's true that I personally only received a transfer of $3,000 from Lindsay, and this is the record of my chat with him. I personally do suffer from a serious back problem. This is the certificate that the hospital gave me. The richest man's adopted son's own mother spoke out. Lindsay's white-eyed wolf, 3,000 medical money, and other words and phrases immediately hung on the platform's hot search. Su Chuanxiu's personal appearance confirmed Lindsay's guilt. Instantly, the situation became uncontrollable. The video fermented hotly, more violently than the last public opinion storm. Netizens sympathized with Su Chuanxiu, and there was a wave of accusations against Lindsay. Various media outlets scrambled to report on it, pushing the heat of the incident to an unprecedented level. The overwhelming vagrancy hit, even crashing the video platform system a few times. Gradually, people realized that they could gain heat just by posting videos to scold Lindsay. From big to multi-million fan bloggers, to small to nobodies, they were all posting videos accusing Lindsay. Through the spread of the videos, more and more people knew the name Lindsay. Overnight, Lindsay had become a target sinner. And Gu Tinghui's side realized that no matter how much money was thrown at him, he couldn't suppress the heat this time. Lindsay's matter had developed into a universal one. Gu's stock even fell at one point. In one day's time, the stock market had evaporated over $1 billion for nothing. For the first time, Gu Tinghui, who had seen great storms, was at his wits' end about something. Meanwhile, Lu Wanqin, who knew the seriousness of the matter, came to Gu Tinghui's place in advance. She wanted to stop him from seeing Lindsay. Lu Wanqin knew deep down that things had developed to an uncontrollable point, so she absolutely couldn't let Gu Tinghui know the truth. Moreover, she could use this opportunity to drive Lindsay out of the Gu family completely. Lindsay, I'm sorry, you've already suffered anyway, so it's not that bad. After Lu Wanqin muttered these words to herself, she made up her mind, then pushed open the door in front of her and walked in. Why are you here? Gu Tinghui questioned out when he saw the visitor. At this moment, he wasn't as polished as he usually was. His face was haggard, and a few stubble even sprouted on his chin. The matter on the internet has gotten so big. I know you must be having a headache over this. Lu Wanqin came to Gu Tinghui's side and reached out her hand to gently massage his head. Tinghui, I advised you early on not to adopt any sons. And now that things have developed to this point, it's really saddening. The internet spreads fast. Lindsay's matter can basically be said to be a household name. I'm only afraid that we can't suppress it even if we try to do more. Listen to me. Hurry up and kick Lindsay out of the Gu family. Then make a statement of apology to the public. You adopted him just to do a good deed. The netizens won't take it out on us. Lu Wanqin persuaded Gu Tinghui. Gu Tinghui ripped her hand off. What will the netizens think of me if I abandon Lindsay now? Gu Tinghui twisted his head to look at Lu Wanqin, his tone full of seriousness. Wouldn't this be a confirmation that I'm not well informed and that I'm seeing the wind for what it is? Not only that, they will also say that I, Gu Tinghui, am a heartless, uncaring person who starts and stops things, and the reputation of the Gu family will be in tatters, and when that happens, they will lose more than just this billion or so. Gu Tinghui's words scared Lu Wanqin. She was so focused on driving Lindsay out of the Gu family that she really hadn't thought of this coming up. We can't kick him out, and we can't suppress this time, so what should we do? At this moment, Lu Wanqin was truly flustered. Gu Tinghui frowned, his eyes revealing a hint of exhaustion and determination. The only way to calm this storm is to reconcile Lin Zhe and his mother. His words had only fallen when Lu Wanqin's phone rang. It was Zhang Ying calling. Lu Wanqin, who had finished answering the phone, had an agitated look on her face. She said to Gu Tinghui, "Sister Zhang said that Lin Zhe's mom came to look for him." The two of them, who had been informed of this, hurried back. At the same time, Su Chuanxiu was brought to Lin Zhe's room. Su Chuanxiu drove Zhang Ying away on the grounds that she wanted to say some heartfelt words to her son. She then closed the door to her room. Su Chuanxiu stared wide-eyed at the luxurious decorations in Lin Zhe's room, touching them here and there, her eyes full of desire for money. On the side, Lin Zhe stood in the corner, and only after a while did he carefully open his mouth. "Mom, how could you send a video internet storming me? You know what? Because of this, the Gu family lost a lot of money and I was yelled at. I'm your own son. How could you do this to me?" Hearing Lin Zhe's scolding, Su Chuanxiu didn't feel the slightest bit of shame and even crossed her arms and pointed at Lin Zhe. "Humph. Now you know you're afraid? What about when I asked you for money? Didn't I give you money?" Lin Zhe frowned back. Su Chuanxiu revealed a ridiculous expression. "You want to get rid of me with just $3,000? Lin Zhe, don't treat people like little cuties. All of this is because you forced me to this point." "But—" Su Chuanxiu's words turned, greed crawling in those cloudy eyes. "You're my son after all. I can give you a chance. As long as you give me $200,000 a month, I can post a video to help you clarify your situation and save you from the pain of cyber violence." These words shocked Lin Zhe. $200,000? $200,000. Where do I have that much money? Lin Zhe frowned with a difficult face. "Humph, you don't pretend. It's only $200,000. I'm already merciful enough. Your brother letting you have the chance to be this grand young master is something that can't be bought with tens of billions. I can warn you, this is the last chance I'll give you. If you don't treasure it, don't regret it when the time comes." Looking at Su Chuanxiu's ugly face, Lin Zhe's heart couldn't be more disgusted. "Mom, I'm sorry, I can't agree." Su Chuanxiu, who was rejected, said yes again and again. "Then I'll show everyone you unfilial son," Su Chuanxiu said, pulling her cell phone out, tapping on the video platform and immediately opening the live broadcast. "Everyone come and see. My son lives in such a big villa, lives in such a good room, eats and uses the finest things, just refuses to give me as a mom a little bit of money for medical treatment. He also said he'd rather get money for chickens than spend a dime on me. Gu. My life is really bitter. I thought I'd worked my ass off to bring him up, but I never thought I'd end up like this. Raising such an unfilial son, I'd rather die." Su Chuanxiu's operation immediately attracted tens of thousands of netizens to watch. Chapter 17. Brother, you can't turn over for the rest of your life. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were scrolling rapidly, and netizens were accusing Lin Zhe one way or the other. Su Chuanxiu looked at the constantly refreshing tirades on the screen, the corner of her mouth hooked into a smug smile. "Mom, stop it." Lin Zhe feigned anger and approached towards Su Chuanxiu, reaching out his hand in an attempt to snatch the cell phone. Su Chuanxiu first subconsciously dodged it, followed by a roll of her eyes, immediately laying down with the phone. "Ouch, hey, hit someone." Su Chuanxiu immediately began to perform. "Everyone, look. I only opened my mouth to educate my son, and he went on to hit me as his mother. I'm so old. I can't withstand his beating. Please help me beg him not to hit me." "Lin Zhe, Mom was wrong. Mom won't talk about you anymore. Can you stop hitting Mom?" This maneuver of Su Chuanxiu's almost made Lin Zhe look dumbfounded. "Tisk, it's a pity that she doesn't become an actress." "Mom, where did I hit you? I just don't want you to broadcast it out. After all, the family scandal can't be spread outside. I can't even afford to treat my illness. I don't even know how many years I'll live. Am I still afraid of the family scandal?" Seeing that Lin Zhe was truly flustered, Su Chuanxiu covered her cell phone and threatened again in a small voice. "How's that? You're scared, aren't you? It's not too late to agree to my demands." Lin Zhe sneered in his heart, but on his face, he still pretended to be flustered and embarrassed. "Mom, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. My son really has no way to do it." "Fine, still pretending with me. Just wait and see," Su Chuanxiu finished viciously. then started her performance again. Aya, my old waist it seems like it's broken after being hit by him like that. It hurts me to death. Su Chuanxiu rolled on the ground, but didn't forget to hold up the cell phone in his hand to present his painful expression to the netizens. Seeing this, Lin Zhe took another step forward. Mom, don't lie on the ground. The ground is cool. Let's talk about what's going on. Lin Zhe said and was about to reach out to pull her. Su Chuanxiu naturally refused to give up, slapped Lin Zhe's hand away with a tear, and then started bawling again. Agu, old Lin look at your good son that's how you treat me Can you die in peace? I dragged him to grow up what has ever owed him He does not know how to return the favor even if it is, but also want to beat me to death as a mother She has made up her mind. This little does not agree to her request. She let him lose his name and fall into the abyss. Under Su Chuanxiu's performance, the live broadcast room began to frantically enter people, and the screen was scrolling and brushing like crazy. All of them were angrily denouncing Lin Zhe as unfilial and a scum. There were even people calling the police who wanted to send Lin Zhe in. At the same time, Gu Tinghui and Lu Wanqin, who were on their way here, were reminded by their assistants to see the live broadcast. Lu Wanqin frowned. Where is there a mom who takes the lead in cyber violating her son? Is this Su Chuanxiu's brain not in water? I don't think her purpose for coming here is simple. Lu Wanqin, who had a high level of quality, couldn't help but curse. After all, this live broadcast was not only affecting Lin Zhe, it was also affecting their Gu family along with it. Gu Tinghui was silent at the side. He had seen this kind of person a lot. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, selfish, greedy, and stupid. If she wanted money, he might even be able to fulfill it if she said so directly. After all, things that could be settled with money were trivial to him. But this person was so stupid that not only did she make a big deal out of it and involve the Gu family, but she also caused her own reputation and industry to lose a lot of money. Gu Tinghui's gaze was so gloomy that even the people in the car didn't dare to take a breath. The driver even stepped on the gas to the bottom in such a tense atmosphere. Lin Haoyu hugged his cell phone and laughed as tears squeezed out of the corners of his eyes. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room reached more than 1 million. The contents of the pop-up screens were all cursing Lin Zhe. This scene made Lin Haoyu feel soothed all over. Brother, you've really become a 1,000-year-old sinner now. Lin Haoyu muttered as he used his trumpet to continue to bring up the tempo in the live broadcast room. The smile on his face also became more and more perverted. Brother, there's no way for you to turn over in this life. When Su Chuanxiu saw that more than 1 million people were watching her live broadcast, all helping to scold Lin Zhe, and every now and then there were people who were rewarding her, she immediately acted even harder. My life is so bitter, wow. My man is dead. My son is unfilial, I'll just die. Just as Su Chuanxiu was still trying to ruthlessly earn a wave of sympathy from the netizens, the door to the room was kicked open. Gu Tinghui and his group appeared outside the door. Enough! Gu Tinghui barked out in a deep voice, His Majesty scaring Su Chuanxiu so much that a trace of panic appeared on her face, even forgetting that she was still acting. Dad, Mrs. Gu, I'm sorry. I seem to have made things worse. Seeing this, Lin Zhe took the lead and stepped forward to apologize. Lu Wanqin gave Lin Zhe a meaningful look, then coldly looked at Su Chuanxiu on the ground. Gu Tinghui, on the other hand, ordered the people behind him to help Su Chuanxiu on the ground up. With Gu Tinghui present, Su Chuanxiu was also much more restrained. However, she was still keeping her cell phone firmly grasped in her hand, keeping it live. Haoyu had instructed him that the live broadcast must not be broken. These more than 1 million people in the live broadcast at the moment were her bottom line. Even if it was the richest man, he would have to be scared because of this, thus not daring to do anything to her. Haoyu also said that she could also use this as a bargaining chip and might be able to ask for more money. Thinking of this, Su Chuanxiu coughed lightly and spoke. Mr. Gu, I didn't come here today to make trouble. It's just that this son of mine, it's just too painful for me. This lumbar disease of mine is in order to support the family to earn more money. Tired out. I earn money for what? Isn't it for the sake of this family, in order to support him? But I didn't expect in the end, this is how he repays me as a mom. Su Chuanxiu said while revealing a pained expression, as if Lin Zhe was really some kind of unforgivable rebellious son. These words made Lu Wanqin want to laugh when she heard them. He's a child who just turned 18. How do you want him to repay you? Facing Lu Wanqin's questioning, Su Chuanxiu retorted with a strong bottom. If I wasn't desperate, I wouldn't have asked him for money. Besides, my purpose wasn't for the money. I wanted to educate him properly, not to be a cold-blooded and selfish person. Hearing Su Chuanxiu glorify her action of asking for money as education, Lu Wanqin was really going to be disgusted. Humph, if you can't ask for money, you send out a video and open a live webcast to net bomb him. This isn't educating him, this is trying to completely ruin him. Mrs. Gu, how can you say that? Lin Zhe is at least my son. How could I want to ruin him?
Su Chunsi rebut vigorusin.
Even if you really want to educate, Lin Zhe is now a member of the Gu family, so there's no need for you to go to such great lengths to find him. The disgust in Lu Wanqin's eyes towards Su Chuanxiu was about to be hidden. Yes, it's true that he's now a member of your Gu family, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm his own mother. Does it? If I'm in trouble, isn't it right for him to lend a hand? Hearing the words real mom, Lin Zhe sneered in his heart. In his previous life, he was really stupid. A tiger's venom doesn't eat its children. But he hadn't discovered such a vicious stepmother earlier. Su Chuanxiu's shameless speech increasingly challenged Lu Wanqin's bottom line of patience. Especially since she was also a mother herself. She was about to tremble with anger when she heard this. He's also just a child. Where would you have him go to get you money? Hearing Lu Wanqin's words, Su Chuanxiu, however, laughed out loud. Mrs. Gu, don't joke with me. Would he not have money to use in the Gu family? I'm only afraid that the last thing he needs is money. But what about him? Just take 3,000. It really chills my heart. Enough. He gave you all the money. What more do you want? Lu Wanqin really couldn't help herself and yelled towards Su Chuanxiu, not realizing that she had accidentally let her secret slip. Gu Tinghui at the side immediately heard the clues. All the money? What do you mean by that? Chapter 18. Lin Zhe is a born bad seed. Facing Gu Tinghui's questioning, Lu Wanqin was a little flustered. Just then, Lin Zhe rushed out. With a thud, he fell to his knees in front of Su Chuanxiu. Everyone present was stunned by Lin Zhe's action. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, kowtowed heavily to Su Chuanxiu. Mom, it was my son who was wrong. My son is unfilial. If you want to beat or scold me, my son will accept it. Su Chuanxiu was a bit overwhelmed by Lin Zhe's maneuver. What are you going to do? Lin Zhe didn't answer her words, but continued what he had just said down the line. Your son will find a way to pay for your medical care. But my son really doesn't want you to ask the Gu family for money. Besides, you asked for $10 million the moment you opened your mouth. How can this be done? What kind of crazy talk are you spouting here? When did I say I wanted $10 million? Su Chuanxiu tried to explain, but Lin Zhe increased his volume to silence her voice. The Gu family adopted me and subsidized my brother's schooling, so they've already helped us a lot. We can't just take from people. The Gu family doesn't owe us anything. This is just too heartless. My son really can't do it. Seeing Lin Zhe talking nonsense one after another, Su Chuanxiu panicked. Grabbing Lin Zhe was a few big mouths to whip up. Little, you give me one more nonsense word to try. Mom, you hit me. Send all your anger on your son. I really can't do it if I want money. Fine, you want to be beaten. My mom will fulfill you. I'm going to educate you well today. Su Chuanxiu used both of her hands and used her strength to fling Lin Zhe's slaps. Soon, Lin Zhe's face was red and swollen. But Su Chuanxiu still had no thoughts of stopping. Lu Wanqin immediately shouted out, I told you, some people make the commotion so big and come over here on purpose, so it's because they want money from the Gu family. If you want money, you can just say so. What's the point of beating around the bush? To ask for $10 million for a medical treatment, do you really think that the Gu family is stupid and has too much money? At this moment, although Lin Zhe was taking a beating, he was happy in his heart and gave Lu Wanqin a big compliment. If you can say it, then say it more. Lu Wanqin's words immediately portrayed Su Chuanxiu as a greedy evil mother image. Su Chuanxiu was so anxious after hearing this that she immediately stopped and turned her head to explain. No, it's all this kid's nonsense. I didn't ask for $10 million. At this time, Gu Tinghui also opened his mouth. If you have any difficulties, come to me, I will naturally step in to help. But you are really doing this? Seeing that everyone didn't believe her, Su Chuanxiu aimed her spear at Lin Zhe again. Mr. Gu, you mustn't be fooled by Lin Zhe. You don't know, you give him so much pocket money every month, and he takes it all and spends it outside. Spending at that nightclub can cost tens of thousands of dollars for a random bottle of wine. But when I, as a mom, asked him for money for medical care, he lied and said he didn't have any money, so he gave me $3,000. He's treating me like a beggar on the side of the road. If you're like this to your own mom, let alone to you guys in the future, Lindsay is a person of bad character. He's a born bad seed. That's enough. His monthly living expenses are only $3,000. What more do you want?
Listenin to suhunshu smirin linze.
Lu Wanqin finally couldn't hold back and told the truth. She knew that this matter could not be hidden in the end. The moment Lu Wanqin shouted this, everyone went quiet. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room were quiet. Gu Tinghui looked at her incredulously. What did you say? 3,000. Didn't I give him $200,000 a month as pocket money? Lu Wanqin no longer hid it and told everything. I told the finance to only hit him with 3,000 every month. Lu Wanqin's words shocked everyone present, including the people in the live broadcast room. What? Lindsay's living expenses are actually only $3,000. How is that possible? Isn't he the son of the richest man now? It couldn't be a lie they pulled to whitewash Lindsay, could it? The people in the live broadcast room were first shocked, then disbelieving, then questioning. Everyone desperately wanted to know the results. How could it be only 3,000? Mr. Gu has said that he has 200,000 pocket money a month. Su Chuanxiu didn't believe a single word of what Lu Wanqin said. The son of the richest man was only $3,000 a month. Who would believe that? She also decided with the netizens that this was a lie they told to whitewash Lindsay. Lu Wanqin didn't even bother to pay attention to her. Instead, she looked at Gu Tinghui in front of her. This is indeed something I did wrong. Lindsay was wronged because of me, and also brought the Gu family into such a storm. At this moment, Gu Tinghui's face looked very bad. He understood the woman in front of him very well and knew that what she said was true. He also didn't expect that this incident was actually due to his own wife. At this time, the live broadcast's pop-up screen was also unusually exciting. Quick look. A netizen dug up Lindsay's bank statement. How is it that his bank only has 3,000 running water? Isn't it 200,000 pocket money? What Mrs. Gu said turned out to be true. And judging from the water, Lindsay hasn't spent a dime in the past few days. In other words, Lindsay gave his mom all the money he had and didn't keep a penny for himself? Chapter 19. Surely you don't blame mom? Why didn't you tell me about this? Gu Tinghui questioned Lu Wanqin with a scolding tone. Lu Wanqin didn't know how to defend herself for a moment. At first, she hadn't expected that this move would bring such a painful price to the Gu family later on. Dad. Lindsay's voice rang out at the right time. Mrs. Gu did this for my own good. I'm a child from a poor family who suddenly has so much money. There's a high chance that I'll turn bad and thus take the path of no return. Mrs. Gu did the right thing, and I'm grateful to her. Lindsay said while kneeling down towards Gu Tinghui. In the end, this is still my son's fault. It was my son's failure to inform you earlier that caused the big mistake. Su Chuanxiu, who was on the side, was in a hurry when she saw Lindsay's tendency to wash his hands of the matter. Seeing him rush out to admit his fault, she immediately spoke up. Yes, Mr. Gu, this is ultimately Lindsay's fault. He lied and was dishonest. In the end, he still resents me as his own mother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept this from me. Shut up. Lu Wanqin twisted her head to stop Su Chuanxiu, and then reached out her hand to pull Lindsay to his feet. You're not right. He's still not right? If he's not right, is it not possible that I, as a mom, am wrong? Su Chuanxiu was still trying to put the blame on Lindsay, only to see Lu Wanqin slowly walking towards Su Chuanxiu, the powerful aura emanating from her body instantly causing Su Chuanxiu to freeze in place. When we adopted Lindsay, it was you who agreed to it, right? Now that Lindsay is a member of the Gu family, I am his mother. Lu Wanqin's words made Lindsay immediately look at her. She was acknowledging herself? He had succeeded in raiding his mother-in-law so quickly. Lu Wanqin's aura was in full swing at the moment, and she was outputting at Su Chuanxiu. Lindsay already has no relationship with the Lin family anymore. Just like that, he even gave you all of his living expenses. He's already done his best to be kind and righteous. Furthermore, you're sick and don't look for your youngest son at home, coming to look for your son who has already been adopted. Your intentions are a bit too obvious, aren't they? Lu Wanqin disliked Su Chuanxiu in a few words. Her well-organized speech also instantly sobered up the netizens. Mrs. Gu is right. It was his mom who was too stressed out about raising two sons and begged to have the Gu family adopt this son. And now that he's sick and coming back to the door, it's almost like he wants both. And Lin Zhe didn't say he didn't care about him. He gave her all his living expenses without spending a penny. And this mom still hangs her son on the internet. Oh my God. Is this really his own mother? Is this really her real mom? A vicious stepmom wouldn't be this toxic, would she? Lin Zhe is the worst off. He's living a life of dependency. And he's been wrongly accused of being blackmailed on the internet. It hurts to think about it. His own mom led a cyber rage against him. And he didn't even say a word to explain himself. It seems that Lin Zhe is just a tool for his mom to use to get money from the Gu family. Seeing that netizens were heartbroken for Lin Zhe, they began to question Su Chuanxiu's intentions. She began to panic. This thing is really my ill-considered. It's not that my youngest son is still studying and has no money. I'm thinking that my eldest son is a rich man and has the ability to help out a little bit. I really have no other meaning. Su Chuanxiu began to make amends for herself, giving an explanation. But her words didn't do much good when she said them. After all, because of her, the Gu family had lost more than half a star. Su Chuanxiu's mind turned, and she hurriedly jumped in front of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, explain for your mom. I'm your real mom. How in the world can there be a real mom who wants to harm her own child? I know you're a good kid. You definitely won't blame mom, right? Lin Zhe looked at the brazen woman in front of him and forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart. Mom, son doesn't blame you. It's good that you don't blame mom. You quickly help me explain to Mr. Gu and the others. Mom doesn't have bad intentions. Mom, I know, but what you did this time is really. Lin Zhe revealed a difficult look. Seeing this, Su Chuanxiu immediately had another plan. She shouted with a crying voice. I'm uneducated. I'm a countrywoman. I just want to not be tortured by the disease. Where did I think of so much? I really have no choice but to do this. This back pain of mine is so bad that I don't even have a way to go about my daily life. Ouch. Talking about it is starting to hurt again. Ouch, my waist. The pain is killing me. Xiao Chuansu put on a bitter show. All right. Gu Tinghui spoke in a domineering manner, stopping the farce. I'll arrange for you to go to the hospital for treatment, and I'll pay for the medical expenses. Hearing Gu Tinghui's words, Su Chuanxiu immediately wiped the few tears on her face and thanked her repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Gu. I knew you were a bodhisattva. However, Gu Tinghui then stated his request. Lin Zhe is now my son. You may not come back to him in the future. This. Hearing Gu Tinghui's words, Su Chuanxiu hesitated. If she was told not to come to Lin Zhe in the future, wouldn't that make her lose a money tree for nothing? It's fine if you don't agree, but I'll go through the legal procedures and investigate the things that have happened in the past few days, one by one, and the reputation we've lost as a result of this with the losses. Good. I promise. Su Chuanxiu was scared and immediately interrupted Gu Tinghui to agree. At this time, she was still playing with the math in her heart. Anyway, it was just a verbal promise. It wasn't written down in black and white. As long as Lin Zhe's surname is Lin, he is the son of the old Lin family. At that time, she used Lin Zhe's dead father's name to look for him. Can they still stop her? Seeing Su Chuanxiu answer down, Gu Tinghui also spoke. Sister Zhang, see the guests off. Yes, sir. Zhang Ying led Su Chuanxiu out. Arriving at the living room, Su Chuanxiu couldn't even walk when she saw the 10-meter table with rare fruits she had never even seen before. This big sister. I didn't even eat when I came over. Can I take a few fruits to eat? Sister Zhang directly acted as if she didn't hear it, walking to the door and shouting in a bad tone. The door is here, please. Su Chuanxiu immediately rolled her eyes a few times at her. Che, isn't it just a smelly nanny? What's the big deal? Sister Zhang wasn't angry either. She just followed behind her and shut the door fiercely. Then she said to the few people cleaning over there, quickly clean and sterilize all the villas. Don't let anyone leave any viruses behind. With these words, Su Chuanxiu was so angry that she cursed outside the door for several minutes. It was only after she finished cursing that she suddenly remembered that she had left her cell phone live on. She hurriedly picked up her phone and checked it. This look almost made her double over and faint. The live broadcast room had reached almost 3 million people. But at the moment, the pop-ups were all abusing her. The speed of the screen was so fast that she couldn't even see it. Su Chuanxiu where to see this battle. She was scared and immediately closed the live broadcast. turned off the live cell phone has also been ringing non-stop. All the netizens' abusive information. Su Chunsho panicked in a hurry. Gray slipped away from here. On the other side, Lin Zhe came to Gu Tinghui with a red and swollen face. Dad, my mom has caused so much trouble and brought so much bad influence to the Gu family, and you're still willing to help her. Thank you. Gu Tinghui looked at Lin Zhe and sighed. Silly child, why don't you say anything? Thinking that he had wronged him and was so angry with him. Gu Tinghui looked at Lin Zhe with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Before Lin Zhe finished speaking, his body suddenly collapsed. Chapter 20 brings countless benefits. The patient was too weak and fainted after not eating for too long. Also, he's a bit malnourished. We'll have to give him some nutritional supplements. In Gu Tinghui's private hospital, the doctor was telling them about Lin Zhe's condition. Gu Tinghui frowned when he heard this. It was only then that Lu Wanqin, who was at the side, snapped to attention. He had stipulated that Lin Zhe should be paid for his meals, and Lin Zhe had given Su Chunsho all of his living expenses for a month, so these days, Lu Wanqin, who felt remorse in her heart, was also worried. Originally, because of Lin Zhe's allowance, Gu Tinghui had already been very cold to her. If he knew that Lin Zhe had fainted from hunger because of her, wouldn't he? Sister Zhang, what's going on? How could he be malnourished in the Gu family? Sir. Zhang Ying glanced at Lu Wanqin, then said, malnutrition should be something young Master Zhe had before. Zhang Ying's words were very clever. Not only did he hide what Lu Wanqin had ordered, it also blamed Lin Zhe's malnutrition on his previous home. Gu Tinghui didn't doubt it either. With Su Chunsho's appearance, it was obvious that she wouldn't give Lin Zhe anything good to eat. Gu Tinghui wanted to say something else, but suddenly a weak voice came from the hospital bed. Several people immediately came to the hospital bed. Zhe woke up? How is it? Did you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Gu Tinghui looked at Lin Zhe on the hospital bed with concern. Lin Zhe was visibly stunned when he heard this intimate nickname. He then propped himself up and sat up, showing a smiling face and shaking his head. Dad, I'm fine. You silly boy. Didn't I just let you think for a day? How could you faint from hunger? Hearing Gu Tinghui's inquiry, Lin Zhe saw that Lu Wanqin beside him looked a little unnatural. Dad, it's not you. It's because I've been worried about my mom for the past few days. I didn't have the heart to eat. That's why. Don't worry. I will definitely eat properly in the future. Zhang Ying, who was clear about what happened, heard Lin Zhe's words and turned his back to quietly wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. What an understanding child. Sister Zhang, in the future, give him more nutritious food. At this time, Lu Wanqin, who hadn't said anything, spoke. Lin Zhe revealed a stunned expression. Lu Wanqin's words meant that he would be able to eat in the future without having to pay for it? Thank you, Mrs. Gu. Lin Zhe hurriedly thanked. Zhang Ying, who was at the side, was also happy for Lin Zhe when he heard this. Yes, ma'am. I'll make sure to give young Master Zhe a good tonic. After being happy, Lin Zhe's face revealed worry again. Dad, those things rumored on the internet. Gu Tinghui knew what Lin Zhe wanted to say and waved his hand. Don't worry. I've already gotten someone to clarify it online and also returned your innocence. Great. Lin Zhe's mouth was happy, but his heart was like a mirror. Everything was expected. Originally, he had thought of using a more low-key way to publicize the truth. He didn't expect Su Chunsho to come to his door by herself. Lin Zhe not only relied on her live broadcast to publicize the truth, he also relied on her to brush a wave of heartache value in front of the Gu family and gained a wave of goodwill. Even the difficult Lu Wanqin, under her vicious face, helped herself to speak up. It was simply a big earner. Lin Zhe didn't expect that apart from all this, there was also unexpected joy. Young Master Zhe, take a look. Zhang Ying handed his cell phone to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe opened his own phone to take a look. It was discovered that a random swipe on the internet was a video about himself, and most of them were of netizens spontaneously apologizing to Lin Zhe. It turned out that after that live broadcast by Su Chunsho, things quickly fermented online. After the netizens learned the truth, they apologized to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe also turned from being black all over the internet to being heartbroken all over the internet. His private social account was also turned up, and he had actually gained over 1 million followers overnight. Not only that, along with that, Gu's stock, which had been falling all the way, soared. It went straight up. Looking at this situation, it is estimated that it will go up for a period of time. Understanding this, Lin Zhe realized that it was no wonder Gu Tinghui had just called him so affectionately. The benefits he has brought to Gu are countless. That was why even his position in Gu Tinghui's heart had risen quite a bit. Speaking of which, he had someone to thank for his current achievements. My dear brother, you've really done your brother a great favor. Lin Haoyu smashed everything he could in the house. Su Chuanxiu stood aside, not daring to breathe. After that live broadcast, now she didn't even dare to go out. As soon as she went out, people recognized her and chased after her to scold her. It had simply become that something of a street rat that everyone shouted at. How you ah? Don't get angry and break your body. Su Chuanxiu looked at her furious son and spoke up worriedly. Why? Why can this be screwed up? Lin Haoyu transferred his anger to Su Chuanxiu and pushed her hard. This push caused Su Chuanxiu to stagger several steps before she could stand still. It's mom who's useless. Don't be angry. It's not worth it if you get sick from anger. Su Chuanxiu wasn't angry either, still caring about Lin Haoyu. At this moment, Lin Haoyu was full of anger and unwillingness. Obviously, he had stepped on Lin Zhe in the mud, but he always had a way of climbing up from the bottom again and again. Lin Zhe, he's nothing. Haoyu, you're the best. Didn't you say that as long as you marry Gu Tinghui's daughter, everything will be yours? Hearing Su Chuanxiu's words, Lin Haoyu's anger dissipated a lot. That's right. Even if he makes a big splash now, it won't change anything. In the end, it will be me who wins. Lin Haoyu clenched his fists, and he decided to speed up his raid on Gu Wan-er. Yucai Middle School. Gu Wan-er had just gotten off the exam-only bus when she was pulled aside by a person wearing a duck-tongued cap with a mask. Who are you? Gu Wan-er looked puzzled. Although this person was wearing her school's uniform, she was heavily armed, making her face impossible to see. It's me. Gu Wan-er froze for a moment after hearing the voice, then reacted. Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu turned his back and removed the mask from his face. He had been squatting here for Gu Wan-er for a long time. What are you looking for me for? Gu Wan-er asked him with a frown. In the past few days, Gu Wan-er had been organized by her school to go to the provinces for a closed competition. So she didn't know anything about what had happened in the past few days. This also allowed Lin Haoyu to see a good opportunity to strike first. Chapter 21 My brother is a pervert. Lin Haoyu told Gu Wan-er what had happened during this time, twisting the facts a bit. For example, at the conference, Lin Zhe threatened him, making him say in front of everyone that he didn't want to be adopted, just to solidify his position as the richest son. And fearing that his mom would reveal his old self, he struck first to create public opinion for netizens to cyberstorm his mom. Wait! Lin Haoyu is very smart. He superimposed conspiracy theories on top of every fact. It made Lin Zhe's image twisted in his mouth into a cold-blooded person full of calculation and unscrupulousness. Gu Wan-er's brows furrowed as she listened, and she even felt that this man was framing himself. But when she took out her cell phone, which she hadn't opened for a long time, to take a look, it was surprising to find that it was really like what Lin Haoyu had said. The entire internet was talking about Lin Zhe. All of them were scolding his mom. Wan-er, don't believe this stuff on the internet. Think about it. Where in the world is there a mom who doesn't love her son? Actually, my mom loves my brother the most. Otherwise, she wouldn't have condoned him to become what he is today. And even after we suffered so much, she kept her mouth shut. As soon as she heard Lin Haoyu talk about her mother, Gu Wan-er associated her own mother, and for a moment she believed in what Lin Haoyu had said for a few moments. Lin Haoyu continued while the iron was hot. I really want to tell the truth, but I'm scared. If I piss off my brother, he can do anything. Lin Haoyu's exaggerated words immediately aroused Gu Wan-er's curiosity. She frowned and inquired, You're afraid of your brother? What does that mean? You'll know if I show you something. Lin Haoyu said, pulling out something he had prepared beforehand from his pocket. It was a page of yellowed paper, crumpled and looking dated. This is a page I tore from that diary my brother had when he was a child. It says the whole story of how he abused a stray cat. My brother has been a pervert since he was a child, so I'm really scared of him. Gu Wan-er half-heartedly took the page. When she finished reading the contents of the diary, she only felt chills all over her body. The words written under the tender pen were so cruel and cold that it made people shudder. Gu Family Villa. In order to celebrate Lin Zhe's discharge from the hospital, Gu Tinghui rarely stayed home for lunch. Ah Zhe, Eat more, you're too thin. At the dinner table, Gu Tinghui kept asking Zhang Ying to give Lin Zhe dishes. The words were also as caring as they could be. Thanks, Dad. Lin Zhe politely thanked Gu Tinghui, at the same time noticing Lu Wanqin, who was a little off to the side. Mrs. Gu, why aren't you eating? Lu Wanqin's face didn't look very good, and her chopsticks hadn't moved. Hearing Lin Zhe's concern for herself, Lu Wanqin didn't make a sound. At this moment, her mood was very complicated, because just a short while ago, she violently realized, after the pocket money incident, she unexpectedly had no aversion to Lin Zhe, so she panicked. Plus, seeing her husband being so fond of him and caring for him in every way, as if he truly treated him like a son, she immediately thought of her own daughter. She felt the sense of crisis brought on by Lin Zhe, the outsider. It wouldn't do to go on like this. As a mother, she once again hardened her heart. For her to be merciful to Lin Zhe now would be to be cruel to her own daughter afterward. Wanqin, are you all right? At this moment, Gu Tinghui's voice rang out and Lu Wanqin came back to her senses. She raised her hand, lightly rubbing her head, and returned. I'm fine. It's just an old problem. Zhang Ying at the side saw this and asked with concern. Ma'am, is it another headache? Lu Wanqin nodded. I didn't drink the medicinal porridge you cooked for the past 2 days, so I started having headaches again. Zhang Ying glanced at Lin Zhe, and after receiving Lin Zhe's look she hurriedly returned. Ma'am, I'm sorry. I've been a bit busy these past few days. I forgot. I'll cook it for you later. Aha! Lu Wanqin nodded and then got up from the dining table. You guys eat. I'll go back to my room to rest first. Lin Zhe looked at Lu Wanqin's back as she left and probably understood something. He wasn't in a hurry, he had to do everything one step at a time. One bite wouldn't make a big fat man. It's fine. Don't mind her. Keep eating. Gu Tinghui greeted Lin Zhe and continued eating. After the meal, Gu Tinghui was busy with company matters and left. Lin Zhe took advantage of the gap between cooking the medicinal congee to ask about Zhang Ying. Auntie Zhang, is Miss Wan Er coming back today? Yes. Mrs. Competition is over. She'll be back from school today. Good. Then at that time, please trouble Auntie Zhang to arrange a lower profile car for me. I'll go pick up Miss Wan Er. Okay, young Master Zhe. Lin Zhe sat in the car, looking out through the peep-proof windows at the passing students. Soon, the appearance of a silhouette attracted all of his attention. It was none other than Gu Wan Er. Lin Zhe immediately ordered the driver to follow him. The car soon stopped in front of Gu Wan Er. Lin Zhe immediately got out of the car, opened the door, and made an inviting gesture. Miss Wan Er, get in the car. Gu Wan Er glanced at Lin Zhe and didn't say anything. Then ignoring Lin Zhe, she opened the front door and sat in the passenger seat. Lin Zhe was in a daze at the moment. The way his wife looked at him just now seemed to carry a murderous aura. And this move of her sitting in the front and purposely distancing herself from him, where did he make her angry? Was it because of the online gossip? Lin Zhe sat back in the car and remembered that the ice candy gourd Wan Er loved to eat in her last life was not far away. He quickly opened his mouth and asked, Miss Wan Er, are you hungry? Should I take you to eat something delicious first? Although Lin Zhe didn't know what exactly made her unhappy. But girls, coaxing is the right thing to do. Gu Wan Er still didn't pay attention to Lin Zhe, but directly instructed the driver. Go home. The car didn't stop and went straight back to the villa. Along the way, Gu Wan Er didn't say a word, and Lin Zhe didn't dare to strike up another conversation. After arriving at the destination, Gu Wan Er rushed ahead, leaving Lin Zhe far behind. Lin Zhe looked at Gu Wan Er's back and didn't chase after her. If he went up to her at this time, he would definitely not be able to get any favors. After Gu Wan Er returned home, she ran directly to Lu Wanqin's room. Mom, think of a way to kick that Lin Zhe out of the house. Gu Wan Er had decided at the moment that Lin Zhe was a sinister pervert and didn't want him to stay in the Gu family for one more minute. Lu Wanqin froze when she heard Gu Wan Er's words. Did something happen? Don't you know about the big mess on the internet, Mom? This Lin Zhe even let the netizen cyber violate his own mother. Thinking of Su Chuanxio's disgusting face, Lu Wanqin wanted to say a few words, but opened her mouth and ended up saying nothing. At this time, she should not explain for Lin Zhe. Her own daughter's kind nature meant that she had to let her be more wary of this outsider. And I've also heard that this Lin Zhe is a pervert. If he can do this to his own mother, it's not certain what he'll do to us in the future. Gu Wanner felt her heart grow fuzzy just thinking back to the contents of that diary page. Okay. My good daughter. Mom will think of a way to kick him out of the Gu family as soon as possible, so just bear with him for a few days. Okay? Gu Wanner's plea made Lu Wanqin even more determined to drive Lin Zhe away. Chapter 22 Gu Wanner's Guilt. For several days in a row, Gu Wanner refused to let Lin Zhe transport her to and from school. She hadn't given him a good look at home. This Lin Zhe seemed to have sensed something as well, and avoided her as much as possible at home. But as long as this man stayed in the Gu family, Gu Wanner was worried in her heart. That night, Gu Wanner tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, feeling a dry mouth. She got up to get a drink of water, but realized that there was no water in the room. She had no choice but to walk out of the room. Just a few steps away, her afterglow caught a glimpse of a shadow. Fixing her eyes on it, she was surprised to see a figure walking past within the dimly lit hall. The figure looked very suspicious. Gu Wanner was immediately alert. Who was this person? Why didn't he turn on the lights? Out of vigilance and curiosity, Gu Wanner picked up the vase next to her. Immediately afterward, she tiptoed over in the direction of the figure. Perhaps because her eyes had adapted to the dim environment, Gu Wanner could see the figure clearly at once. Surprisingly, it was that guy.
Dades adopted son, Lindsay.
What was this guy doing sneaking around?
Gu Wanner frownet.
Could it be that he wanted to steal something? Meow. At that moment, a subtle cat call rang out. Gu Wanner, who heard the cat's cry, seemed to be electrocuted with her entire body. That page of diary. The cat's cry. Could it be that? A bloody picture immediately surfaced in Gu Wanner's mind. Meow. At this moment, a mournful cat cry rang out. Thinking that a fresh life was likely to be damned, Gu Wanner panicked. As if her brain had lost its mind, she rushed over with quick steps, lifting the vase in her hand and smashing it against the back of Lin Zhe's head. Bang! The vase smashed on the head and immediately shattered in 4 pieces, and a bloody odor instantly rose in the air. Gu Wanner, who realized what she had done, was dumbfounded in place. At that moment, Lin Zhe turned his head in bewilderment, a trail of warm blood running down his head. Miss Wanner, why are you here? When Gu Wanner saw the kitten in Lin Zhe's arms, her anger immediately suppressed her apologies. She snatched the kitten and held it in her arms. Dead pervert, don't come over. Gu Wanner, who was holding the kitten, looked at Lin Zhe with a wary expression. Miss Wanner, I don't know what you're talking about. You're still pretending. If I hadn't realized it in time, this kitten would have been killed by you. Lin Zhe didn't explain, but walked over and turned on the lights. After the light was turned on, Gu Wanner was startled by the blood flowing from Lin Zhe's head. Had she even laid such a heavy hand? Thinking that she had done this to save a living life, the guilt in Gu Wanner's heart slowly disappeared. She then immediately looked at the kitten in her arms. It was a small orange cat with its right front leg bandaged. I didn't try to kill the kitten. Its leg was injured when it stepped on a broken glass crumb. I was just bandaging it up. Only then did Lin Zhe open his mouth to explain for himself. Who knows if you deliberately injured the kitten and bandaged the wound again? Gu Wanner, who had read that page of the diary, could never look squarely at Lin Zhe in front of her.
Lin Zhe smiled helplessly.
That glass slag was still made by you. No way. You're really lying. Then Ms. Wanner, why don't you come with me somewhere? Lin Zhe didn't argue with her, but brought her to the place where the pile of broken glass was. Gu Wanner, who had seen it with her own eyes, had no words, because this pile of glass was indeed made by her. It was the milk bottle that she had accidentally broken this morning. Because she was in a hurry to go to school, she had also forgotten to call out for someone to clean it up. You, just bandage it. Why are you being sneaky? Gu Wanner still found Lin Zhe's loophole. Lin Zhe replied without a trace of weakness. Because I'm afraid of being seen by Madam. She won't let me touch anything in the house. Faced with this answer from Lin Zhe, Gu Wanner was even more speechless. Because what he said was indeed true. So, can you help me keep it a secret?
Lin Zhe looked at Gu Wanner expectantly.
Looking at the little orange cat in her arms in very good spirits, Gu Wanner then confirmed that she had really misunderstood Lin Zhe. Sorry about the injury on your head. Gu Wanner's eyes were all very fluttering as she looked at Lin Zhe at the moment. She had exploded his head with a vase. Lin Zhe shook his head and took out paper to casually wipe the blood on his head. He then pointed at the little orange cat's injured front foot. Don't worry. I can bandage a kitten. Let alone bandage myself. I'll put a nice bow on it. Lin Zhe was the one who knew how to make girls laugh. Gu Wanner, who was originally in a heavy mood, revealed a smile when she heard his humorous words. Miss Wanner, leave the kitten to me, you should go to bed. Gu Wanner didn't know what mood to face Lin Zhe with at this moment, and immediately fled the place after returning the little orange cat to Lin Zhe.
Sorry.
As she left, she didn't forget to express her apologies once again. Lin Zhe looked at Gu Wanner's back as she left and revealed a meaningful smile as he held the kitten. He then carried the kitten to a hidden corner. Little kitten, you've made a big achievement today. I'll treat you to canned cat food some other day. After Lin Zhe finished speaking, he untied the bandage on the kitten's foot and set it down. The kitten moved very agilely and left the place. His front feet were not injured. Ever since Gu Wanner came back from school that day, Lin Zhe had noticed something unusual about her. So at that time, he purposely found an excuse to bring over Gu Wanner's school bag from the driver. He knew she had a habit of putting things in the side pocket of her school bag, so he found the diary paper at once. Seeing the contents of the diary, he understood everything at once. That diary paper was real, but it wasn't his. Rather, it was his younger brother Lin Haoyu's. After knowing that it was his younger brother who had messed up again, Lin Zhe had planned this matter. Obviously, after what had just happened, Gu Wanner already felt guilty towards him. With that guilt there, it wasn't far from heartache for him. At the end of the day, she would definitely fall hopelessly in love with him. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe smiled. This action, however, pulled the wound on his head. Hiss, wife, this hand is really strong.
Chapter 23. Mom, you've misunderstood Lin Zhe.
Early the next morning, Lin Zhe, who was wearing a bow bandage on his head, quickly caught Gu Tinghui's attention. Ah Zhe, what's with this head injury? Gu Tinghui was the first to inquire. Gu Wanner, who was on the side, lowered her head, ready to be scolded. She was just about to open her mouth to admit it when Lin Zhe took over first. I slipped while walking and accidentally bumped into the vase. Hearing Lin Zhe's answer, Gu Wanner looked at him incredulously. Why was he helping her? Lin Zhe cast a reassuring look at Gu Wanner. How could he let his wife get scolded? Good. I told you how one of the vases was broken. So the culprit was you. At this time, Lu Wanqin happened to come down from upstairs and heard their conversation. Do you know how expensive that vase was? That was the one I had shipped back from abroad. Lu Wanqin's questioning voice was loud and clear. In 3 words, the value of the vase was brought up. Madam, I'm really sorry. Facing Lu Wanqin's accountability, Lin Zhe didn't explain and directly began to apologize. Lu Wanqin sneered. What's the use of being sorry? Can you make the vase recover? Wanqin, don't be too harsh on the child. Gu Tinghui felt that his wife was making a bit of a fuss and spoke up. Timothy, since you adopted this child, as your wife, I should have the right to educate him, right? He broke the vase and didn't even say a word. Is this the behavior of a decent person? Later on, word will get out that we Gu family members are uneducated. Lu Wanqin's words left Gu Tinghui with no way to retort. Mrs. Gu is right. This matter is indeed something I did wrong. You have to be punished for doing something wrong. Please punish me, madam. Lin Zhe very sincerely bowed his head and pleaded. Since Lu Wanqin had taken the vase, she wouldn't let him off easily. It would be better for him to open his mouth and bring it up himself. Mom, why don't we just forget about it this time? Lin Zhe was after all taking the blame for himself. Gu Wanner opened her mouth to persuade Lu Wanqin. Lu Wanqin saw that her daughter, who had originally made common cause with herself, had started to turn the ship around overnight to help this outsider speak, and her heart panicked. Can't it be that her daughter was deceived by this outsider so quickly? This made Lu Wanqin feel the danger even more. Her tone became more resolute. No, to do something wrong is to pay the price. Besides, this is what he himself asked for. Yes, Mrs. Gu.
Lin Zhe responded.
Seeing Lin Zhe's pretense of being well-behaved, Lu Wanqin became even more enraged. She turned her thoughts around and immediately thought of the content of the punishment. Don't you want to pretend to be well-behaved? Let's just let you have a good time and suffer. On account of the fact that you have a good attitude in recognizing your mistake. Then it's like this, you'll be punished for cleaning up the house. Lu Wanqin uttered the punishment. Clean the house? This villa is so big. Auntie Zhang is shouting for 10 or so people to do the sanitation? Or forget it. Gu Wan'er was still pleading for Lindsay.
Wan
Do you have to go against Mom today? Lu Wanqin said sternly as she feigned anger. This time Gu Wan'er stopped talking. Lindsay also agreed in a hurry when he saw this. Yes, I accept. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me a chance to correct myself. Seeing this, Gu Tinghui didn't say anything, patted Lindsay's shoulder and left. Gu Wan'er opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something, but was forced back by the eyes of Lu Wanqin next to her. She could only leave the place resentfully as well, seeing that only herself and Lindsay were left here. Lu Wanqin also opened the door and spoke. Lindsay, I actually don't want to treat you like this, but you have to know that there are some things that you shouldn't delude yourself about. So I advise you, it's better to give up before it's too late, so you can still suffer less. Lindsay naturally understood what Lu Wanqin meant, but right now he could only play dumb. You're right, ma'am. If there's nothing else, then I'll go clean up first. Seeing that Lindsay didn't take his words to heart, Lu Wanqin, who had anger in her heart, called out to Zhang Ying. Sister Zhang, keep an eye on him for me. The hygiene of the house must be cleaned by him alone personally. No one is allowed to interfere. Yes, ma'am. Zhang Ying answered with some difficulty. On the contrary, Lindsay was just like a person who was fine, skillfully picking up the tools and starting to clean up. He didn't let the punishment affect his mood. Because the worse Lu Wanqin treated himself, the guiltier Gu Wan'er would feel about herself. After all, he would be punished because of her. So why wasn't this punishment a good thing? Thinking of this, Lindsay worked even more vigorously. Gu Wan'er had been distracted in her classes at school. When she thought about Lindsay being blown up by herself and being punished because of her heart was in turmoil. In the end, she really had a bad conscience and slipped back after half a day of school. Returning to the villa to take a look, Lindsay was surprisingly still doing hygiene. Auntie Zhang, go get someone to help him. How can he finish cleaning all by himself? Gu Wan'er was very regretful at the moment. If only she had directly admitted it in the morning, there wouldn't have been this mess. Zhang Ying had a helpless look on his face. Miss, it's what Madam ordered. We're not allowed to intervene, and we have to keep an eye on the fact that he has to get it clean. Gu Wan'er's heart was even harder after hearing this. After all, this was all caused by her. She put down her things, rolled up her sleeves, and came to Lindsay's side. I'll help you do it. When Lindsay saw Gu Wan'er come to help himself, the joy in his eyes was almost too much to pocket. Was this his wife feeling sorry for him? This kind of rough work. How can I let you do it, Ms. Wan'er? This was also what Lindsay had in his heart. It was true that he didn't want to let her do the work, but Gu Wan'er was partial to insisting on helping. If Madam sees this, she'll probably punish me again. Hearing Lindsay say this, Gu Wan'er then gave up helping. Then I'll stay here with you. Good. Lindsay thus dried up even more vigorously, and his speed was sped up quite a bit. Gu Wan'er looked at Lindsay's familiar use of various cleaning tools. The work was done fast, and well, she couldn't help but inquire. You're a boy. How do you do housework so skillfully? I'm used to doing it at home. Listening to Lindsay's words, Gu Wan'er frowned. Didn't Lin how you say that he did all the housework at home? But if Lindsay didn't do these chores regularly, how could he do them so skillfully? How is your relationship with your brother? Gu Wan'er paused for a while before asking. Lindsay could think with his toes that his younger brother Lin how you had said something bad about himself to Gu Wan'er, but he wasn't going to explain. It's just like what you saw. Lindsay replied calmly. What she saw. Gu Wan'er could not understand these two brothers more and more at this moment. Wan'er? Why are you back at this time? At this moment, a familiar voice came, and Gu Wan'er's body trembled. Lu Wanqin looked angrily at her daughter who should have been at school by now. How dare you skip school? Mom, You followed me here. Lu Wanqin glared at Lindsay, then brought Gu Wan'er into the room to lecture her. Wan'er, are you crazy? Skipping class for that outsider. And in the morning going so far as to plead for him. Why are your elbows turning outward now? You asked me to find a way to kick him out of the house. You've forgotten all about it now, haven't you? Looking at how angry Lu Wanqin was, Gu Wan'er agonized in her mind for a while before finally deciding to open her mouth and tell her the truth. Mom, actually, you've misunderstood Lindsay. Chapter 24 Lu Wanqin's Secret? Gu Wan'er told Lu Wanqin exactly what happened yesterday, when she smashed Lin Zhe's head with a vase. Lu Wanqin froze in place for a long time. After waiting for her sanity to return, she pushed down the guilt in her heart one by one. She heaved a sigh, then looked at her daughter.
Waren Listen.
Even if it's because I misunderstood him, then I have to pretend that I don't know anything. Gu Wanner frowned after hearing this. Mom, but... No buts. Lu Wanqin spoke in a serious tone as she looked at her. Wanner, Mom knows that you're kind-hearted, but this point is easily exploited by bad people. Maybe the other party is using this point of yours to gain your sympathy, gain your trust, and then hurt you.
Liu Wankin tightly grabbed Gu Wanner's hand.
Mom will never allow this to happen. So for your sake, Mommy is willing to be this unforgivable villain. Lin Zhe absolutely cannot stay in the Gu family. Looking at her mom's serious look, Gu Wan'er nodded. Mom had always loved her and made all the plans for her. At the same time, she didn't understand why Dad had to adopt a son. Just because she was a girl? Did the successor have to be a man? Thinking of this, Gu Wan'er secretly made up her mind in her heart. She must become even better and prove it to her dad. Lin Zhe wanted to inquire after seeing Gu Wan'er come out of her room, but she didn't even look at herself and hurriedly left the place. It was only after Auntie Zhang inquired about it that he realized she was returning to school again. Lin Zhe understood what was going on right away, and after revealing a bitter smile, he continued with his hygiene. It seemed like the plan to raid the Gu family was harder than he had imagined, although the events of some time ago had allowed him to gain some goodwill from Gu Tinghui. But it was only some goodwill. Gu Tinghui externally said that he was training himself as a successor, but these days he just let himself read some books, read the autobiographies of the characters, and learn a car, to do some insignificant things. Lin Zhe did not want to really be the successor, but he had to take advantage of this period of time, leaning on Gu Tinghui to learn the real thing. After learning all the skills, it is also easy for him to go out in the society afterward. As Lin Zhe thought about it, it suddenly occurred to him that in his past life, something would happen shortly afterward that would have a significant impact on the Gu clan. If he could help Gu Tinghui get through that event safely, he might be able to accomplish his goal. After making up his mind, Lin Zhe continued to do the work at hand. Young Master Zhe, just do whatever you want. Madam won't care so much. Zhang Ying on the side revealed a heartbroken gaze towards Lin Zhe. Auntie Zhang, I'm fine, right? You quickly go and see if the medicinal porridge is ready. Hearing Lin Zhe say this, Zhang Ying then remembered this file and hurriedly went to the kitchen. This side, Lin Zhe also sped up and soon cleaned the third floor. Coming to the third floor, he looked at one of the rooms and frowned. He had been in the Gu family for a while now, and it seemed like he had never seen anyone enter or leave this room. Lin Zhe opened this room, and as soon as he entered, he smelled a faint musty odor. There also seemed to be a layer of ash floating in the air. This made him even more puzzled. Wasn't the villa cleaned every day? How could this room be so dirty? Lin Zhe didn't think much about it and came in with his tools to prepare for cleaning. He looked around the week and was thinking about where to start first. Suddenly he saw a spot not far away that was a bit out of place. He walked closer to take a look. He found that an inconspicuous place here was significantly cleaner compared to the surrounding area. He stretched out his hand, towards the touch, do not know where to press, suddenly heard a sound. Something like a drawer popped out from underneath. Surprisingly, it's a secret compartment. Lin Zhe exclaimed in his mind, then fixed his eyes on it. It held a bunch of bills. He hurriedly checked around. After realizing that there was no surveillance in this room, curiosity drove him to check out the pile of bills. These bills, without exception, were all remittances from Lu Wanqin to a certain account. Lin Zhe did some math and realized that the amount reached a staggering hundreds of millions. Moreover, these remittances were very regular. Every once in a while, Lu Wanqin would send a sum of money towards this account. Lin Zhe's heartbeat sped up a lot at the moment. He knew that he must have accidentally spied on one of Lu Wanqin's secrets. Thinking of this, he hurriedly put the thing back and restored it to its original state. Taking the things, he lightly walked out of the room, and as if nothing was wrong, he engaged in hygiene outside the room. Not long after, Lu Wanqin hurried over. She first glanced at the room over there, then stared at Lin Zhe for a while before speaking. You didn't go in here, did you? I'm sorry, Mrs. Gu. I haven't had time to clean it yet. Do you want me to go in and clean it now? Lin Zhe noticed that Lu Wanqin was visibly relieved. No, you don't need to clean here, go somewhere else. Okay, Mrs. Gu. Lin Zhe picked up his things and left the place. Before leaving, he looked back and saw Lu Wanqin enter that room. Lu Wanqin's behavior reinforced the idea in Lin Zhe's mind. Coming down from the third floor, Lin Zhe happened to meet Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying spoke hurriedly. Right, young Master Zhe, I forgot to tell you. That room on the third floor that's furthest to the side, you can't enter. Okay, I'll remember. Lin Zhe nodded in response. It seemed that Lu Wanqin had specifically ordered this matter. Those bills, I guess Gu Tinghui didn't know about them, or else she wouldn't have gone to the trouble of hiding something in a secret compartment. Who exactly was the person who belonged to that account? Why was Lu Wanqin giving him money? It seemed like he would have to do some investigating. Lin Zhe was pondering when the cell phone on his body suddenly rang. Brother, please help send a video to put in a good word for Mom. She's about to get depressed from the netizens. It was another message from his younger brother Lin Haoyu. He also sent a picture of Su Chuanxiu looking very depressed. Chapter 25 was all orchestrated and directed by Lin Zhe. Looking at the message sent by his younger brother Lin Haoyu, Lin Zhe didn't have any ripples inside. Now you know you're afraid? At first, when the net violence him is not quite energetic. Everything was their own fault and they deserved it. Lin Zhe did not want to help Su Chuanxiu say anything good. But he still has to do a look. Now is not the time to tear their faces off. He immediately used his cell phone to record a video of himself doing hygiene and send it over. He also purposely lingered on his bandaged head for a few seconds, immediately followed by the accompanying text. Brother is also having a hard time protecting himself. In the Gu family is like walking on thin ice. Slightly doing something wrong will be punished. You see, I have to clean such a big villa all by myself. When Lin Haoyu on the other end of the phone saw this, he first gloated and bared his teeth. He then noticed the bandage on Lin Zhe's head with his sharp eyes. He hurriedly tapped out a line on the screen and sent it over. Brother, what happened to your head? Injured. Seeing Lin Haoyu's reply, Lin Zhe could imagine him snickering on the other end of the screen. Let's just let him have some fun first. After that it's going to be fun and sad. Beaten by Ms. Gu. Hey brother, you don't know, brother's life is not easy. Seeing this reply from Lin Zhe, Lin Haoyu was flabbergasted. Gu Wan'er had really believed him, and had developed an aversion to Lin Zhe. Seeing that his brother was having a bad time in the Gu family, he felt a few more tinges of triumph in his heart. Brother, this is just the beginning. In the future you'll have a much harder life in this family. He didn't say this casually. Counting the days, that person would return home next month. At that time, Lin Zhe would experience what it meant to be in true hell. Just thinking about the wonderful things that would happen afterward, Lin Haoyu couldn't wait. Immediately afterward, he considered that Lin Zhe was living under the same roof as Gu Wan'er, and was afraid that the two of them would get along with any sparks. Lin Haoyu edited another message and sent it to him. Brother, I've heard that this Miss Gu's temper is notoriously strange, and you'll have to share her family fortune in the future, so she must be very displeased with you, so for your own good, you'd better stay away from her in the future. Lin Haoyu's deliberate message immediately put Lin Zhe on alert. How could he forget about this? Lin Haoyu had relived his life in order to exchange lives with his older brother. So in this life, he was following his previous life's course of development down the line, which meant that he wanted to do the same to Gu Wan'er. With his understanding of this brother, maybe he thought that if he married Gu Wan'er, he would get everything. Coupled with Lin Haoyu's sudden transfer to Yutsai school some time ago, Lin Zhe was even more certain of his thoughts. Thinking that Gu Wan'er was now 18 years old, it was the time when she was pure and kind, the time when she was most likely to be fooled. Lin Zhe secretly worried in his heart. The two of them were in the same school, and they definitely had more opportunities to meet and get along. He had to think of a way to make Lin Haoyu not have time to think about Gu Wan'er for the time being. Soon Lin Zhe had a method. He edited a few messages on his cell phone and sent them to Lin Haoyu. Thank you, brother. I'll remember. Right, counting the time, it's almost time for your midterm exams, right? 2 days ago my adoptive father even asked about your studies. I said that you would repay his financial support with a very good grade. He was very happy to hear that. Brother, you'll definitely get a good grade on the exam to show him, right? Lin Zhe waited a full 3 minutes on this side before waiting for Lin Haoyu's reply. Of course, I definitely won't let Mr. Gu down. Waiting for those words, Lin Zhe followed his words and set him up. That's great. My adoptive father even said that when you get good grades on your exams, he's going to have you come over to the Gu family for dinner to celebrate. Then I'll be waiting for you to come to the Gu family with good grades. Lin Zhe could imagine Lin Haoyu's ugly face when he sent these messages. This was a hard time for him to ride, and he was going to have to put a lot of effort into his studies in order to have a good grade. Lin Haoyu on the other end of the cell phone saw these two messages sent behind Lin Zhe and his fists clenched. Damn Lin Zhe.
Dem Linse.
Lin Haoyu cursed in his heart. Originally, he had transferred to a new school and was struggling a bit because of the different learning pace, and these words from Lin Zhe were undoubtedly roasting him on the fire. Lin Haoyu was angry and annoyed in his heart, but the words had already been said, so he couldn't renege on them, and could only grit his teeth and agree. He looked at the cell phone screen, his eyes revealing unwillingness and resentment. Humph, Lin Zhe, you want me to make a fool of myself in front of Mr. Gu? It doesn't exist. Isn't it just about getting a good grade on the exam? What's so hard about it? He had to do well on this midterm exam. This would not only gain Gu Tinghue's favor, but also maintain the image of a school bully in front of Gu Wanner, so that he could gain more benefits for himself in the future. Well, what did this bastard Lin Zhe say? Help me or not with the clarification video. Su Chuanxiu, who had been waiting by the side, couldn't wait to open her mouth and inquire. This time she had been living in too much frustration. A trip out the door have to cover themselves tightly, for fear of being recognized. The surrounding neighbors also pointed at her. She is simply social death. Lin Haoyu, who was being questioned, still had a belly full of anger towards Lin Zhe in his heart at the moment. With a roll of his eyes, he hit his cell phone screen and said to Su Chuanxiu with a helpless face, Mom, brother said that he didn't want to clarify things for you, and also said that you had this fate entirely because you asked for it. Hearing Lin Haoyu's words, Su Chuanxiu rubbed her head and jumped up. Damn bastard. He won't let my mother live. My mother will find him and fight, Su Chuanxiu said and was about to rush out. Lin Haoyu pulled her back in time. An idea quickly brewed in his mind. Mom, while you still have a lot of heat on the internet, why don't you listen to my solution? Su Chuanxiu calmed down when she heard this. Lin Haoyu then told her about his idea. After hearing this, Su Chuanxiu looked hesitant. Will it work this time? It won't be the same as last time, right? This time's experience with Netstorm had really scared Su Chuanxiu. Lin Haoyu hurriedly convinced her. Mom, anyway, you're being chased by the netizens one after the other now, so it won't be as bad as if you're broken again. And I'm confident that I can definitely clear your name this time. Seeing his beloved son's assurance with conviction, Su Chuanxiu nodded and chose to trust him. After receiving Su Chuanxiu's promise, Lin Haoyu immediately began to operate. He first logged on to his own trumpet and changed its screen name and avatar to be exactly the same as Lin Zhe's. He then picked up Su Chuanxiu's phone and changed it to his own name and avatar. Immediately after that, he picked up Su Chuanxiu's cell phone and used the two cell phones to start a conversation. After doing this, Lin Haoyu began to Su Chuanxiu training. 2 hours later, recorded a satisfactory video. Lin Haoyu opened the video platform of Su Chuanxiu. Since the last thing was scolded by the netizens, this number deliberately set up only those who pay attention to her can comment. Unexpectedly, crazy netizens had followed this number in order to scold Su Chuanxiu. As a result, this number now had hundreds of thousands of followers. This is just as Lin Haoyu intended. Now it was easy to have heat without having to charge money for the video. He immediately posted the video he had just carefully shot. It was a video of Su Chuanxiu apologizing. Soon the video had heat. The netizens didn't buy Su Chuanxiu's apology at all and continued to abuse her under the comments. This was all expected by Lin Haoyu, because he had only posted this apology video to create heat and draw the netizens over. His real purpose was this next live broadcast. Under Lin Haoyu's guidance, Su Chuanxiu opened the live broadcast at the right time. As soon as the live stream was opened, countless netizens scrambled in. As we all know, black and red is also a kind of red, and humans just like to get together. In just a few minutes, the number of people online in the live broadcast room reached more than 100,000 people. After seeing that it was almost time, Lin Haoyu signaled to Su Chuanxiu with his eyes. Su Chuanxiu let out a deep breath and spoke to the screen. Fellow netizens, I'm going to announce a truth to everyone. All of my previous actions were planned and directed by my eldest son, Lin Zhe. Chapter 26, Waiting for Lin Zhe to be ruined. As soon as Su Chuanxiu's words left her mouth, the live broadcast instantly exploded. This big mom is messing up again. She's trying to screw her son over again. What are you talking about this time? You're talking nonsense without proof. You old woman. Su Chuanxiu looked at these curses. Her heart panicked, and she almost wanted to retreat. But Lin Haoyu gave her a look that gave her a boost. She took a deep breath and continued. Everyone, don't rush to scold me first. I know it's hard for you to believe what I'm saying, but it's all true. I have the chat records with Lin Zhe as proof, Su Chuanxiu said, picking up her cell phone and displaying those seamlessly forged chat records in front of the camera. Every single chat record here could convict Lin Zhe. As Su Chuanxiu displayed them, she cried and cried.
I'm Lin Zhe's mom.
I brought him up with a handful of, how could I harm him? During this period of time, I was scolded by netizens to the point where I didn't dare to leave the house. But he, from beginning to end, didn't care about my life, and even refused to stand up and say a word for me. I kind of figured it out. I was just being used by him. If it wasn't for the fact that I really had no choice, what mom would come out and expose her own son? As soon as Su Chuanxiu finished saying this, Lin Haoyu immediately began to use his trumpet to bring up the tempo. He started posting questions about Lin Zhe's words in the live broadcast room. Su Chuanxiu also immediately played along to hurriedly continue. At first, in order to stand firm in the Gu family and win everyone's sympathy, he bitterly begged me to help him, and I felt sorry for my son, so I agreed. And the result? I was scolded and all the dirty water was thrown on me. He did well, using this matter to gain the favor of the Gu family, while gaining the sympathy of netizens, and even rose 1 million fans as a result. Think carefully who is the biggest beneficiary of this. What's more, this chat record of mine is hard evidence. In the face of Su Chuanxiu's seemingly heartfelt cries, coupled with those seemingly conclusive evidence, as well as the rhythm driven by the live broadcast room, netizens' attitudes began to waver. I think this thing is a bit wrong before, which has a mother like a stepmother as vicious. Look at this evidence, it doesn't feel like a fake Lin Zhe is such a person. It's too much. Lin Zhe must come out and give a statement. Su Chuanxiu cried in the live broadcast, acting realistically, and many netizens' attitudes were clearly moderated, and their tone of voice was not so impulsive. More and more netizens were Su Chuanxiu's set of beneficiary theory to take the side. More and more feel that what she said became credible. If you think about it, there is something fishy about this. Maybe we've wronged this mom. I don't believe my own mother could be so cruel to her son. If it's true, then this Lin Zhe is really ruthless. Lin Haoyu was secretly delighted as he watched more and more voices questioning Lin Zhe appear on the pop-up screen. He knew that the first step of the plan had succeeded. As long as he stepped up his efforts to guide public opinion, he would be able to completely discredit Lin Zhe. Over here, Su Chuanxiu was still crying and selling her misery. This son of mine is too ruthless. For himself, he completely disregards me as his mom. Su Chuanxiu spoke with one mouthful of mom, speaking in grief. Meanwhile, the number of people in the live broadcast room was still climbing. Looking at the number of people rubbing up, Lin Haoyu's sense of accomplishment was overwhelming, as if he had already seen Lin Zhe's tragic situation of being drowned out by public opinion. It was time for another wave of intensity. Lin Haoyu immediately signaled Su Chuanxiu again. Receiving Lin Haoyu's instructions, Su Chuanxiu immediately showed another wave of her hard evidence to the netizens. Everyone listened to this again. This is the voice Lin Zhe sent me earlier, clearly instructing me what to do. Su Chuanxiu played an edited voice clip. Inside, Lin Zhe's voice was cold and decisive. Many netizens who were originally skeptical were now convinced. Over here, Su Chuanxiu was still pulling on the netizens' emotions. I chose to expose this because I want my son to turn back from the brink. I as a mom can forgive him over and over again, but he can't go further and further down the wrong path. Su Chuanxiu wiped her tears, her face filled with grief and helplessness. I only hope that my son can walk the right path and be a good person. The netizens in the live broadcast room were deeply touched, and the pop-up screen rolled up once again. As she narrated, more and more netizens turned against her and began to launch an onslaught against Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe is simply not a human being. How dare he use his own mother? This kind of person deserves retribution. He even sympathized with him before. I didn't expect him to be a heartless villain. It's too chilling. At the same time, Lin Haoyu is still using several trumpets to incite netizens in the live broadcast, adding fuel to the fire in the pop-up screen. Look at this hypocritical face. Lin Zhe, you're hiding it really well. Alas, I pity the world's parents. It's sad that Mom Su has such a son. The truth is never too late. Lin Zhe, your time has come. Each pop-up caused the netizens' anger and dissatisfaction to escalate further. Lin How You saw that the fire has arrived. Quietly in the background contacted a few well-known network, Big V. He sent the clip of the live broadcast to them. After doing this, Lin How You revealed a smile of grim satisfaction. He knew that all he had to do next was waiting for Lin Zhe to be destroyed. Chapter 27. Treating others the way they treat themselves. Gu Family Villa. Lin Zhe stayed in his room and was watching Su Chuanxiu's live broadcast with his trumpet. From the time she started broadcasting until now, he had been following the movements of the live broadcast. Lin Zhe had predicted that they would make a move after he hadn't agreed to record a video clarification for Su Chuanxiu, so he used his trumpet and set both Su Chuanxiu and Lin How You as special concerns. As long as they had a movement, he would be able to know about it first. As he watched Su Chuanxiu put on this good show in the live broadcast room, a trace of an intriguing smile surfaced on the corner of Lin Zhe's mouth. It had to be said that Lin How Yu's move was really high. The netizens had been led astray by him, and Su Chuanxiu had instantly transformed from a victimizer to a victim. If it was someone else, this time, he might have really let him drag him into the mud and not be able to turn over. Unfortunately, he had already been prepared. Lin Zhe stared at the live broadcast until it ended, then flipped out a call from his cell phone's address book and dialed it. "Hey, Auntie Cousin, this is Lin Zhe." The person on the other end of Lin Zhe's phone was a relative on his biological mom's side. Ever since he was reborn over here, he had been secretly inquiring about his real mom. At first, he was looking for a needle in a haystack and found nothing. The latter because Su Chuanxiu net violence himself, his things in the internet made a lot of noise. Lin Zhe just borrowed the heat of the matter. In the dark has been looking for their own mother's clues. Unexpectedly, the real mom did not find, but actually found the real mom's cousin. It was also considered an unexpected pleasure. He knew too much about Su Chuanxiu and her mother and son's temperament. He knew that as long as the truth is not revealed, Su Chuanxiu will still use the identity of the real mom to play the devil. So he found the cousin-aunt thing has not been publicized. Just waiting for Su Chuanxiu to throw himself into the net. But he did not expect this day to come so quickly. Lin Zhe and his cousin's aunt made an appointment to meet at the time and place, and then hung up the phone. The network spreads very quickly. The content of Su Chuanxiu's live broadcast was quickly edited out and spread by people who had the intention to do so. Lin Zhe didn't take any action. Instead, he decided to let the bullets fly for a while. In the past few days, Gu Tinghui was busy with the company's new project and had gone on a business trip to the provinces, so it was estimated that things hadn't reached his ears that quickly. But Lu Wanqin's place was expected to be a bit tricky. Lin Zhe walked out of the room, and after finding Zhang Ying in the villa, he immediately inquired with her about Lu Wanqin's whereabouts. Today, Madame went to attend a public service activity early in the morning, and it is estimated that she will not be back until the day after tomorrow. Hearing Zhang Ying's words, Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. It seemed that the heavens were on his side. By the time Gu Tinghui and Lu Wanqin learned about this matter and came back to the house, he guessed that it was almost resolved. Then Miss Wan Er. Miss Wanner will be home from school today, and tomorrow is Saturday, so Miss Wanner doesn't have to go to school, Zhang Ying said as he moved closer towards Lin Zhe and lowered his voice. Young Master Zhe, would you like to make a date with Miss Wanner to go somewhere to have some fun and improve our mutual feelings? Hearing Zhang Ying's proposal, Lin Zhe smiled slightly before shaking his head. Thank you, Auntie Zhang, for your kind words, but I think Miss Wan Er might not be too willing to go out with me. Besides, he still had important things to do. Zhang Ying sighed, then comforted Lin Zhe. In time, when they get to know you, they will definitely like you. Zhang Ying's words warmed Lin Zhe's heart. With her around, he wasn't really isolated in the Gu family. The next day, Lin Zhe wore an inconspicuous set of clothes and left the Gu family villa wearing a mask. He arrived at a suburban cafe. After waiting inside for about half an hour, a fashionably dressed woman approached him.
Xiaoshe.
It's you, isn't it? The woman's face was painted with exquisite makeup, and in her eyes was a joy that she couldn't hide. Auntie Tong, Lin Zhe shouted out with some uncertainty. The woman in front of him looked very young, not like someone in her 30s or 40s. At that time, when he recognized his family online, he only confirmed it by looking at her account book. He didn't expect her to be so young in person. Gu, my poor nephew. Let Auntie Cousin hug him. Lin Zhe was very unnaturally held in the woman's arms. It was a good thing that there weren't many people in this cafe. This cousin aunt of Lin Zay's was called Jiang Yi. She broke with her family when she was 18 and left home to venture out. She didn't have any contact with her family for more than 10 years until last year when she went back to her hometown. Things are different. The old house had long been demolished, not to mention relatives, not even the shadow of a neighbor. My parents are very serious about son preference, and I haven't heard from them for so many years. They probably think that their daughter, has died out there. Jiang Yi talked about these past events. The bottom of her eyes were unable to hide her sadness. Lin Zay was very moved and reached out his hand to pat her. Auntie Tong, I'm your relative. Jiang Yi was finally showing a hint of a smile. Yeah. I didn't expect to find you online either. Back then when I met you, you were only a little bit older. I didn't expect to see you again later, but you've grown into a big young man. You look a lot like your mom. That's why I recognized you right away. The two of them chatted for a while, came out of the cafe, got into a cab, and arrived at a hospital. In the hospital, Lin Zay told Jiang Yi about the reason he was looking for her among other things. No wonder you asked me to send a strand of hair a few days ago. So it was for this paternity test. Jiang Yi held the report in her hand and suddenly realized. I didn't expect you to be fully prepared. Lin Zay on the side was still embarrassed by the appraisal fee. Auntie Tong, I'm sorry. I don't have any money right now. I'll return the appraisal money to you afterward when I earn some money. Silly nephew, what are you being polite with me for this amount of money? Jiang Yi gently patted Lin Zay and said with a sigh. Your grandma and grandpa died early, among the relatives. I have the best relationship with your mom. After I came out from home, I tried to contact your mom, but there was no whereabouts of her. Jiang Yi's eyes showed a loss, followed by a glimmer of light. But God has eyes. Let me find you. I just didn't realize that you had suffered so much. Jiang Yi's eyes were filled with heartache as she looked at Lin Zay. It's not bitter. I've been adopted by the richest man now. I'm a rich young master now. Lin Zay relieved her. Jiang Yi heard these words but didn't show a happy expression. Silly child. All of these rich people are not simple characters. If he's doing this, he probably has his own agenda. In Jiang Yi's opinion, her nephew being adopted by the richest man was not a good thing. Why don't you leave that home and live with your cousin aunt? Lin Zay's heart surged with warmth when he heard his cousin aunt's words. It turned out that in this world, there were still relatives who truly cared about him. Lin Zay was grateful to his cousin aunt, but he still shook his head. Thank you, Auntie cousin. I've grown up and have my own plans, and there are some roads I have to walk alone.
Viank yinoddet apreciativeli.
Worthy of being your mother's child, Auntie Tsong supports all the decisions you make. If anyone comes to bully you, just tell Auntie Tsong. Although Auntie Tsong doesn't have much money, she won't stand by and watch you suffer. Especially that Su Chuanxiu. She's a vicious stepmother, bullying you under the guise of your own mother. She really thinks that there's no one in your mother's family. I'm going to go and settle the score with her right now. Lin Zay hurriedly pulled her back. Auntie Tong, don't worry. I already have a way to deal with her. Jiang Yi asked. What are you going to do now? Lin Zay looked at the paternity test in his hand. A hint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Treat her the way she treats herself. Chapter 28 Su Chuanxiu is not my real mom. Hello everyone. I'm Lin Zay. Lin Zay had just turned on the live broadcast when he saw the number of people online jumping wildly. In just a few dozen seconds, tens of thousands of people had crowded into the live broadcast room. Along with that came a flood of questions and bad words. After pretending to be dead for 2 days, you finally came out? Quickly explain the matter of you using your own mother to cheat for sympathy. Your own mother has produced evidence. What else do you have to say now? Looking at these bad comments, Lin Zay was not annoyed, but thoughtfully waited in front of the screen. Everyone became even more furious at seeing him like this, and the pop-ups were sent out even more vigorously. The crazy pop-up interactions pushed the heat of the live broadcast up. The live broadcast room was filled with people exponentially. At the same time, Lin Haoyu, who had been paying close attention to Lin Zay, also learned of the news that he had started broadcasting. Brother, finally waiting for you to show up. This time I'll see how you're going to deal with it. Lin Haoyu immediately sent out a red packet in the group and greeted the professional hackers as they entered Lin Zay's live room. As soon as these people entered, they immediately brought up the tempo. Lin Zay, you scum. Why don't you continue to be your grandson? Using your own mom to raise millions of fans, do you sleep at night? How come your dad didn't paste you on the wall in the first place? Why don't you get down on your knees and ask your own mom for forgiveness? You've caused a lot of anger, so be careful you won't see the sun tomorrow. The abusive words, one by one, were unbearable. Lin Zhe, however, had a terrifyingly strong mental quality and acted as if nothing had happened. Hardly did he wait until the live broadcast had reached over 200,000 people before he slowly opened his mouth. Today, I'm opening this live broadcast, not trying to explain for some unwarranted things. Unjustifiable things? People have come up with evidence to nail you to death, and you're still talking tough? It's not that I don't want to explain, it's that I don't have the means to explain, right? Then what are you doing with this live broadcast? To ask for forgiveness? People like him, who play the netizens for fools, don't deserve to be forgiven. Eat. The corner of Lin Zhe's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. He knew that amongst these people who were cursing him the most fiercely, one of them was his own brother, Lin Haoyu. Brother, watch what happens next. Lin Zhe ignored the pop-ups and went on to speak. I opened this live stream to want to tell you all something. Before the pop-ups could react, Lin Zhe sat upright and announced word for word. Su Chuanxiu, this woman who claims to be my real mom, is not my real mom. She's actually my stepmother. Lin Zhe's words came out. The pop-ups on the screen unexpectedly paused for a few rare seconds. The netizens couldn't believe their ears. Lin Haoyu, who was guarding the live broadcast room, also froze for a moment when he heard Lin Zhe's words. He then quickly reacted. This was just a PR tactic that his brother had come up with to not get net-stormed. Saying that our mom is a stepmother? How dare he say that? Thinking of this, Lin Haoyu bared his teeth and laughed. Brother, you're so stupid that you're starting to get sick? He immediately continued to bring up the tempo in the live broadcast room, proclaiming that Lin Zhe was only saying this to avoid netstorms and refusing to admit his mistake. Once he said this, the netizens immediately believed it again. Referring to his own mother as a stepmother? What a thought too. The netizens' verbal abuse of Lin Zhe escalated again. It was so serious that the platform's management started coming to the live broadcast room to ban him. Lin Zhe knew that the netizens wouldn't believe him with just his own mouth. He took out a document from off-screen. This is a copy of my paternity test with Ms. Su Chuanxiu, Lin Zhe said as he unfolded the document. The test results on top of the paternity test show that she and I are not mother and son. The last time Su Chuanxiu came to the Gu family villa to cause trouble, he took the opportunity to get her hair tissue and kept it until it came into play. The results of the paternity test were in front of everyone, but the netizens did not react strongly, especially since Lin Haoyu was still leading the blacks in a constant rhythm. This kind of thing can be faked casually, who would believe it? Lin Zhe is a heartless person who doesn't recognize his own family. Then I'll just take a few pieces of paper and say I'm Lin Zhe's father. Do you believe me? This test result was done in the most famous city center hospital. The hospital stamp on it has legal benefits, feel free to check. Lin Zhe said while clearly showing the hospital stamp on the screen. There happened to be people who worked at the downtown hospital in the live broadcast room. They said that this stamp was real, and the paternity record could be found in the hospital database. Just as the netizens were shouting at the Shakers to find out whether this paternity test was real or not, Lin Zhe made another move. Actually, there are 2 copies of the paternity test, Lin Zhe said, taking out another document from off-screen. This maneuver made the netizens curious. 2 paternity tests? One was between him and Su Chuanxiu, then whose was the other? The netizens held their breath as they scrutinized the document that Lin Zhe had displayed. The final result of the paternity test showed a few big words: Punjabi blood relationship. Just as everyone was in a state of reverie, Lin Zhe walked to the side and gave up a spot to his left. Soon, a woman appeared on camera. Zhang Yi held up her ID card in one hand and her account book in the other and spoke. Hello everyone. I am the main character of the second paternity test, Zhang Yi. To introduce myself to everyone, I'm Lin Zhe's cousin aunt, his biological mother's cousin sister. Zhang Yi's appearance immediately caused the live broadcast room to explode. Zhang Yi didn't give the netizens time to digest, but continued on. My very existence can prove that what Lin Zhe said is true. Lin Zhe's real mom is someone else. This woman called Su Chuanxiu is just his stepmother. I'm willing to take legal responsibility for what I just said, and I welcome everyone to check it out. I believe that the real is real. Fake can never become real. Chapter 29. My brother definitely remembers your love. Xiao Zhe, why did you get off the air so quickly? Let me explain a few more things for you. Lin Zhe let Zhang Yi come out and say a few words for himself before closing the live broadcast. Zhang Yi was still worried at the moment that the netizens wouldn't believe what they were saying. Lin Zhe, however, shook his head and said, just let them judge for themselves. There's no point in saying more, although the netizens were easily led on. But the evidence he had taken out could all be solid. He believed that intelligent people were still in the majority, so he wasn't worried. The truth was just as Lin Zhe thought. The netizens quickly calmed down and began to seriously scrutinize the matter. After someone constantly confirmed that the evidence provided by Lin Zhe and Zhang Yi were all true, it was only then that the netizens realized that they were being used as a gun. Su Chuanxiu wasn't Lin Zhe's real mom at all. What does that mean? It means that all the things she accused Lin Zhe of doing don't exist. The netizens who realized this were completely enraged. They had been tricked twice by that woman, Su Chuanxiu. How could the netizens possibly stand it? Everyone ran to Xiao Chun Su's account to vent. But this was obviously not enough. The netizens have been slicing her up and picking out all sorts of information about her. Cell phone numbers, home addresses, etc. were all released. Su Chuanxiu's life was instantly thrown into unprecedented chaos. A variety of abusive, threatening text messages and phone calls one after another. Every day there are people who do not know the door to throw garbage, smashing windows, and even send wreaths. This scared her so much that she took Lin Haoyu overnight to hide in the countryside cousin's home. Fortunately, in the poor countryside, the internet is not so developed she can breathe a little. But she was also devastated by this and fell ill. Meanwhile, Lin Haoyu was not doing well either. He hadn't realized that Lin Zhe wasn't really his brother. Although he could see the difference in the way Su Chuanxiu treated the two brothers, he really hadn't thought about it on that level. But that didn't stop his resentment towards Lin Zhe from getting deeper. He was now hiding in this hole of a place, and every day he had to get up early and get on a motorcycle to cross 20 to 30 kilometers to go to school in the city. Not only that, his situation at school was so difficult that he could only minimize his presence. After a few days, the whole man was emaciated as far as the eye could see. What made him feel even more powerless was that the time for the midterm exams was getting closer and closer. And on his most recent bottoming exam, he was at the bottom of the class. All of these things added up to drive Lin Haoyu crazy. He also went along with it and put the blame on Lin Zhe's head. He couldn't wait to get this person killed right away. But right now, time was running out, and even if he used all of his time to study, it wouldn't be enough, let alone to find Lin Zhe to settle the score. Lin Haoyu was full of unwillingness. Watching Lin Zhe having a quick day was unbearable for him. Agu. This life is really unbearable. It's all because of that heartless father of yours, leaving us both behind so early. In the past, when your dad was around, these relatives lined up one by one to borrow money. Now that we've come to rely on him, not to mention all the face painting, he even arranged such a Thai room for us mother and son. Su Chuanxiu, who was in the same room as Lin Haoyu, began to complain again. Su Chuanxiu, who felt sorry for her son, although she was sick, she still gave the bed to Lin Haoyu, while she herself was bunking on the floor. Listening to Su Chuanxiu's words, Lin Haoyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Person came to his mind. His expression then all turned grim. On the days when he wasn't available, he could totally let this person deal with Lin Zhe. Thinking of this, Lin Haoyu excitedly jumped up from his bed. Immediately, he put on his clothes and was about to go out. Seeing this, Su Chuanxiu at the side hurriedly asked, Haoyu, where are you going so late at night? Lin Haoyu was still holding a grudge against Su Chuanxiu because of Lin Zhe's matter. He thought that if she hadn't kept Lin Zhe's matter from him, he wouldn't have lost so badly in the last incident. Stay out of my business. Lin Haoyu left the door after putting down such a sentence. Walking on the village road, Lin Haoyu played with the calculations in his mind. The place they were in now was called a village called Mao Jiachong. This place could be completely described by the words, poor countryside. Because of the inconvenience of everything here, the young people all went out early, leaving some old and sick people in the village. Those who stayed in the village with some labor force were all working at sunrise and resting at sunset, busy for the family's farm work every day. The way we gossip is by word of mouth, so the village doesn't know anything about them. The person Lin Haoyu was looking for was in this village. Lin Haoyu sped up and jogged. After more than 10 minutes, he arrived in front of a tiled house. He immediately went up and knocked hard on the door. After waiting for a while, a rustling sound came from the house, followed by a woman's inquiring voice. Who is it? Lin Haoyu didn't answer, but waited at the door. Soon, the door was opened a crack, and a pair of shrewd eyes revealed themselves through the crack. Auntie, it's me, Haoyu. Seeing the woman behind the door, Lin Haoyu immediately greeted. Haoyu, what are you doing here at my place so late? The woman revealed panicked eyes when she saw him instead, and was about to close the door in a panic. Lin Haoyu immediately stretched out a foot and pressed it against the middle of the doorway, preventing the woman from closing the door. Seeing this, the woman raised her voice and shouted, Didn't I tell your mom? I don't have any money. I don't have money even if you come to the door to ask for it. Auntie, you've misunderstood. I didn't come here to ask for money. Hearing Lin Haoyu's words, the woman's expression eased a bit. The woman who was called by Lin Haoyu as an aunt was called Lin Jie, his father's own sister. But this aunt of his, who had been a little sister since she was a child, had gotten pregnant at the age of 16 and married a man who was 10 years older than her. This man is a complete gambler. After marriage, not only gambled away all the family's savings, even the townhouse was lost to others, and also owed a large amount of foreign debt. At first, Lin Jie also took the child to follow the man around to hide. But the man could not quit gambling, but also moved to beat her. She could not stand crying to find Lin Haoyu's father. His father felt sorry for his nephew, spent a sum of money to find Su Chuanxiu's cousins, settled her in this village, but also lent her an extra sum of money. After the family accident, Su Chuanxiu came to find her to ask for a number of times to ask for money, not only to no avail, but also did not ask for good fruit to eat. Lin Haoyu has seen, this woman can be more than his mother to be shrewd and difficult to deal with, but also because her husband owed too much foreign debt. She did not dare to go out of the village, basically hiding in this broken tiled house. So, she still didn't know anything about Lin Zhe. Then what are you here for? Lin Jie looked at Lin Haoyu in front of her suspiciously, with a hint of caution still in her eyes. Auntie, I'm here to tell you some good news. Lin Haoyu revealed a calculating smile. Good news, what good news? When Lin Jie heard this, she opened the door a bit, her eyes filled with longing. My brother, that's Lin Zhe. He became the son of the richest man. Now he's a rich young master. Lin Haoyu's words immediately sent Lin Jie rushing out of the door in excitement. She dragged Lin Haoyu into the house with one hand. Haoyu, quickly tell me carefully what's going on here. Lin Haoyu informed Lin Jie about Gu Tinghui's adoption of Lin Zhe one by one. He also emphasized Gu Tinghui's fondness for Lin Zhe, and even revealed the point that Lin Zhe would be groomed as a successor in the future, whether intentionally or not. At the same time, it also seemingly inadvertently revealed Lin Zhe's residential address. Auntie, you don't know that the villa where my brother lives is very grand. The surrounding environment is also first class. Every single decoration inside is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Lin Haoyu kept bragging about Lin Zhe's favorable living conditions. Noticing the excitement gradually appearing on Lin Jie's face, he hurriedly continued. When we were little, you were so kind to our brother and sister, and my brother definitely remembers this love in his heart. As soon as these words came out, Lin Haoyu noticed a hint of calculating light flashing in Lin Jie's eyes. Lin Haoyu snickered in his heart. Lin Zhe, my mom isn't your real mom, so my aunt is always your real aunt, right? Chapter 30. You must honor your aunt properly. Lin Haoyu's words made Lin Jie listen incompletely. If her own nephew had this heavenly fortune, wouldn't she, her own aunt, be able to follow in the light? Maybe not only could they pay off their external debts, but it would also allow her to live without worry in her next life. Thinking of this, Lin Jie was so excited that she didn't sleep all night. The next day before dawn, she took a ride to the city. Remembering what Lin Haoyu said yesterday, she asked all the way to the Gu family villa. Lin Jie stood in front of the magnificent gates of the Gu family villa, her eyes glaring and flashing with greedy light. Good nephew, Auntie is counting on you for a good life for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was working with Zhang Ying in the kitchen. Young Master Zhe, you said that you taught me the medicinal kanji. How good it would be for me to make it. You get up before 5 o'clock every day to make this. Can your body handle it? Auntie Zhang, I'm not in the way. I'm young and hearty. Besides, you're tired enough day after day, you need to sleep more. Zhang Ying looked at Lin Zhe by his side with a heartbroken face after hearing this. What a good boy. Your stepmother is really bad. If you were my son, I would have to go burn incense. The matter on the internet was so heated that not only did Zhang Ying know about it, but all the Gu family knew about it as well. Luckily, Lin Zhe had handled things well in time so that no one could pick fault. Not only did Gu Tinghui not say anything about him, he even complimented him on his growing maturity. Although Gu Wanner still didn't care much for him, there was clearly a hint of sympathy in his eyes over the past 2 days. On the contrary, it was Lu Wanqin who had a remorseful look on her face, looking like she regretted missing an opportunity to catch him in the wrong. As a result, she had been picking on him more and more frequently in the past 2 days. Fortunately, Lin Zhe was able to deal with them all. At this time, a servant hurriedly ran over. "Sister Zhang, there's a woman outside who says she's looking for young Master Zhe." The two of them temporarily put down the kitchen and came to the front door. As soon as Lin Zhe appeared, a sharp voice could be heard ringing out. "My good nephew, Auntie has come to see you." Lin Zhe frowned as he looked at the woman at the gate, and immediately had some answers in his mind. "Young Master Zhe, is she your aunt?" Before Lin Zhe could answer, Lin Jie shouted again at the top of her voice. "That's of course. I'm your young master's own aunt. Why don't you all let me in?" Seeing this, Zhang Ying nodded his head and agreed to have the door opened. After the door was opened by the servant, Lin Jie violently pushed aside the servant next to her and walked in with large strides. Coming in front of Lin Zhe, Lin Jie acted as if she was very close to him. "Egu, my good boy, you miss your aunt, don't you? Auntie came to see you on purpose this time. You are also really... Auntie misses you so much. You found a good family and didn't tell Auntie. Quick, show Auntie around your new home." Lin Zhe didn't move and took a step back, dodging Lin Jie's hand that was trying to pull him, and said politely but detachedly, "Auntie, why are you suddenly here? This is the Gu family. It's not very convenient to visit." When Lin Jie heard this, her face immediately pulled down, crossed her arms and said loudly, "You child, how do you talk to your aunt? What do you mean it's not convenient? I'm your own aunt. What's wrong with coming to see your home? Do you dislike your aunt now that you are rich?" Seeing this, Zhang Ying on the side hurriedly rounded up the situation. "This lady, don't be angry. Young Master Zhe is probably worried about disturbing the Gu family. If you have something to say, we can talk outside." Lin Jie glared fiercely at Zhang Ying and said pointedly, "You servant, what business do you have here? I'm talking to my nephew. Is it your turn to interrupt?" Zhang Ying was scolded. His face was displeased, but he couldn't kick up a fuss, so he could only look helplessly at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe was bored in his heart, but he still forced himself to say, "Auntie, just tell me what you have to do. I have things to do later." Lin Jie grunted unhappily. "You child, how did you become like this? Auntie came all the way to see you. You won't even let you have a drink of water, so you want to drive Auntie away." Zhang Ying saw that this aunt of Lin Zhe's was not a good person. In order to get rid of her early, she introduced the person into the villa. Lin Jie strutted into the villa, looking as if she was the master of the place. Lin Jie's eyes went straight when she saw the lavish decorations inside the house, and her mouth kept muttering, "Oh my God, how much money must this be worth?" She reached out to touch the exquisite decorations, her face showing undisguised greed. This look made the servants around her roll their eyes at her. After Lin Jie got tired of looking at them, she sat on her butt on the sofa, crossed her legs, turned her feet upside down, and darted her eyes around. "Go, pour me a cup of tea. What other fruits, delicious ones? Serve me some over." Lin Jie turned her head and ordered up Zhang Ying, who was next to her. Lin Zhe was about to open his mouth after hearing this, but he was stopped by Zhang Ying. Lin Jie looked at Zhang Ying's departing back and a smug smile spread across the corner of her mouth. She turned her head to Lin Zhe, a false smile piling up on her face again, and said, "Little Zhe, look at this place you're living in now. How grand it is. Auntie, I suffered in that poor village. You must be filial to your aunt." Lin Zhe's heart grew more and more fed up, but he still forced down his emotions and coldly responded, "Auntie, I'm also a parasite now. There's nothing I can give you." As soon as Lin Jie heard Lin Zhe's words, her face instantly became gloomy. Her eyes widened and she almost screamed, "You're living here in a big villa and eating mountainous delicacies, and you're still talking to me about being a parasite? Do you take your aunt as a little cutie?" Saying that, she stood up violently and poked her finger hard at Lin Zhe's chest. "Don't forget that you have our Lin family's blood flowing in your body, and now that you've gotten rich, you want to leave your aunt out of the picture? No way. Chapter 31. It's only a matter of time before Lin Zhe leaves the Gu family. Listening to Lin Jie's rogue words, Lin Zhe's brows furrowed and disgust flashed in his eyes. He forcefully pushed away Lin Jie's hand and said with a hint of warning in his voice, "Auntie, I respect you as an elder, but don't go too far. My life is not as glamorous as you think." Lin Zhe's words didn't make Lin Jie collect herself. Instead, she yelled even more arrogantly, "I don't care. Anyway, you can't forget your roots. I'm your own aunt. You should help me now that you're capable." At this time, Zhang Ying walked over with tea and fruits and placed them in front of Lin Jie. Lin Jie didn't even look at Zhang Ying, so she picked up the fruits and ate them on her own. While eating and drinking, she hit on these exquisite teacups again. A tea drinking thing is surprisingly made so beautifully. It's probably worth a lot of money. It just so happens that we don't have a decent cup at home. Taking it back to make it just right, Lin Jie said, then picked up the teacup and stuffed it into her bag. When Lin Zhe saw this, his face completely sank. He stepped forward and reached out to stop Lin Jie. "Auntie, this is something from the Gu family. You can't just take it away." Lin Jie's eyes glared, full of righteousness. "What Gu family's things? You're in the Gu family. This is your stuff. I'm your aunt. What's wrong with taking a broken cup from you? When did the Gu family's stuff become his? When there's no one in the Gu family." Gu Wan-er's cool voice came from the stairs. At this moment, Lin Zhe's brows were furrowed and he cursed Lin Jie in his heart. She herself was deadbeat and didn't say anything, opening her mouth to talk nonsense here. Luckily dead or alive, she let these words Gu Wan-er hear. This was great. Her impression of herself must have gotten even worse. Gu Wan-er's appearance caused Lin Jie's eyes to light up, and she didn't feel the slightest bit of shame and anger at what she had just said. Instead, she greeted Gu Wan-er towards her, her face full of smiles. "Yo, this is the Gu family's eldest miss. Isn't it? TSK. TSK. Looks just like a heavenly fairy." With that, Lin Jie circled around Gu Wan-er, her eyes like a hungry wolf looking at meat, sizing Gu Wan-er up and down, left and right. After measuring, Lin Jie's eyes darted around. Her face revealed a calculating look, and she opened her mouth to say, "I heard people say that you are almost 20, this big girl family should also find in-laws. I tell you, you might as well marry my son. You see, this is a good thing. We this kiss on the marriage? I can be your mother-in-law in the future. Although you look as skinny as a hemp pole, but that ass is quite good breeding, and will definitely give me a big fat grandson." Gu Wan-er was so angry that her face turned red and white for a while, and said coldly, "Keep your mouth clean. The Gu family is not a place you can just climb into." Lin Jie, however, was unimpressed and continued to say to herself, "Yo, Ms. Gu family, don't be angry. My son is a handsome young man in the village, and many girls are looking at him. If you marry him, you'll be lucky." Lin Zhe, who had been holding back all this time, couldn't hold back any longer when he saw Lin Jie hitting on Gu Wan-er. As soon as he took Lin Jie's hand, he was about to drag her outside. "Auntie, I think you're just here to cause trouble today. You're not welcome in the Gu family, so hurry up and leave." Lin Jie used her bullish strength to break away from Lin Zhe's hand, pointing at his nose and cursing. "You heartless little brat. I'm doing this for your own good. If this marriage comes to fruition, won't you have more status in the Gu family in the future?" Lin Jie's voice was so loud and shrill that it almost penetrated the entire villa. Lu Wanqin, who already had sharp ears, heard the commotion and came out of her room to check it out. Looking at the shrew downstairs who called herself Lin Zhe's aunt, Lu Wanqin frowned with a displeased expression. What a poor countryside produces unruly people. Suddenly, she realized something and raised her eyes. Just in time, letting Tinghui meet how much the son he adopted can invite trouble. After thinking that she could rely on this matter to make Gu Tinghui's impression of Lin Zhe worse, Lu Wanqin revealed a hint of a smile and entered the room. Yesterday, Gu Tinghui had been busy with his work and came back late, and had only slept for 3 hours until now, and was still sleeping peacefully in his bed at the moment. Lu Wanqin came to the bedside and gently woke him up. "Timothy, don't sleep. Go downstairs and see who's here." Gu Tinghui sleepily opened his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed with a hint of displeasure at being woken up, and asked, "Who's here?" "It's a relative of that good son of yours, here to matchmake for our Wanner. He wants to marry our precious daughter to the village wild mangler." Lu Wanqin's tone was full of mockery, showing his dissatisfaction with Lin Zhe between the lines. Gu Tinghui's face instantly darkened, quickly got up, put on his clothes and walked out. Lu Wanqin's face showed a look of good show before she hurriedly followed. At this moment, Lin Jie was still accusing Lin Zhe at the top of her voice. Gu Tinghui walked down the stairs in big strides, his gaze like a torch, scanning over everyone in the living room and finally settling on Lin Jie. Lin Zhe, who is this? Gu Tinghui's voice was low and powerful, carrying an irresistible majesty. Lin Jie was shocked by this visitor's aura and did not make a move for a while. Seeing Gu Tinghui ask a question, Lin Zhe hurriedly took a step forward and returned with a slightly embarrassed expression. Dad, this is my aunt. It's a real aunt. Lin Jie hurriedly snatched the words. You're the owner of the Gu family, right? Lin Jie looked at Gu Tinghui, her face overflowing with flattery. Gu Tinghui just glanced at her lightly and asked in an indifferent tone, is there something wrong? It's not a big deal. Just came to ask my nephew to help me with something. Lin Jie's eyes rolled and she said with a compensatory smile, oh, what is it? Gu Tinghui asked without moving. Lin Jie saw that Gu Tinghui was willing to listen and felt that there was a chance. She immediately got in the spirit and raised her volume, saying, I'm Lin Zhe's real aunt. Now that Lin Zhe is eating and drinking in your family, it's not too much to ask that I follow in the light, right? The moment Lin Jie's words came out, everyone fell silent. Gu Tinghui and Lu Wanqin's faces were especially ugly. But Lin Jie was as invisible as she was, and turned her head to Lin Zhe in an educated tone and said, Auntie told you, the most important thing to be a human being is to be grateful. When you were a child, how well Auntie treated you. So now that you have money, you have to help your aunt. Your aunt owes a bunch of gambling debts. People come to our door every day to collect the debts. We can't even live anymore. If you don't help us, then you're an ungrateful thing. Enough. Gu Tinghui's face was gloomy to the extreme at the moment. Our Gu family is not some charity hall. Nor is it a place where anyone can come and reach for money. Lin Jie was initially stunned by Gu Tinghui's majesty, and when she came back to her senses, she began to splutter and cry. Your Gu family is so rich. What's wrong with helping me pay off some debts? Besides, Lin Zhe is my own nephew. He can't just stand by and watch me being forced to die. Gu Tinghui frowned and said to the servants around him, drag her out, and don't allow her to set foot in the Gu family again. Several servants immediately stepped forward, grabbing Lin Jie's arms and dragging her out. Lin Jie struggled and cursed at the same time. Lin Zhe, you heartless, you wait and see. The Gu family isn't any good either, you all shall not die. After Lin Jie left the place, Gu Tinghui rested his gaze on Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe felt the displeasure in his eyes and his mood sank. This mess Lin Jie had made was only bad for him. And the fact that his aunt, who he hadn't interacted with for many years, would suddenly come to his door, it didn't need to be thought of that Lin Hao Yu was the one causing trouble. This younger brother of his, he really couldn't stop for a bit. Lin Zhe, come with me to the study. Although Gu Tinghui's words couldn't be heard with too much emotion, they still made Lin Zhe's heart sink. On the side, Lu Wanqin was secretly rejoicing. Having been husband and wife for many years, she understood her husband. Gu Tinghui was already tired of all this crap Lin Zhe was doing, and even Lin Zhe's impression in his mind was a few points worse. The way this trend was going, it was only a matter of time before Lin Zhe left the Gu family. Chapter 32. Brother, you're going to have no peace. Lin Zhe silently followed Gu Tinghui into the study, his brain racing along the way. Just now the thing must let his own and Gu Tinghui heart image discount. He has to think of some method to salvage a little. Entering the study, Gu Tinghui sat down on a chair, and that gaze full of majesty looked at Lin Zhe and spoke. Lin Zhe, how long have you been in the Gu family? Hearing Gu Tinghui address himself by name, Lin Zhe's heart sank. It seemed that the negative impact Lin Jie had brought to him was a bit more serious than he had imagined. Back to Dad. I've been in the Gu family for almost half a month. Half a month? Gu Tinghui murmured and continued. It's only been less than half a month since you arrived at the Gu family, but there's quite a lot of things that have happened during that time, one by one. Lin Zhe understood Gu Tinghui's words and bowed his head to admit his mistake. Dad, I'm really sorry, For a moment, Lin Zhe didn't know how to help defend himself. I know you can't be blamed for all of this, but you're also an adult and should have your own set of ways of doing things. Gu Tinghui crossed his arms over his chest, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. In the Gu family, we focus on rules and order. Your relatives can't just come and make a scene whenever they want to. This will have a huge impact on the reputation of the Gu family. Lin Zhe bit his lips tightly, listening carefully to Gu Tinghui's teachings. Dad, I understand. This time, it was indeed my poor consideration. I didn't take precautions in advance before letting her make a scene in the house. I promise you that in the future, I will be more careful with my affairs, and will not allow similar troubles to arise again. Gu Tinghui nodded slightly, his gaze still sharp. It's good that you can recognize your own problems. I don't see that your aunt looks like she's going to let it go either. You have to handle the subsequent matters well. Don't let me down. Lin Zhe raised his head and looked at Gu Tinghui with a firm gaze. Will do, please believe me. As Lin Zhe walked out of Gu Tinghui's study, he saw Lu Wanqin not far away. It was as if she was waiting for him on purpose. Last time it was my stepmother. This time it's my aunt. Who will it be next time? Lin Zhe frowned slightly. He could hear the mockery and ill will in Lu Wanqin's words. But still, he tried his best to remain polite in response. Mrs. Gu, what happened this time was an accident. I'll take care of it. There won't be a next time. Lu Wanqin slowly approached Lin Zhe and lowered his voice to say at his side. Lin Zhe, you don't really think that, like your aunt said, if you're in the Gu family now, everything in the Gu family in the future will be yours, right? Lin Zhe looked straight into Lu Wanqin's eyes and responded without humility. Mrs. Gu, I've never had such an idea. Lu Wanqin gave him a cold look. It's best if you haven't. Even if there is, I will find a way to stifle such thoughts of yours in the cradle. Looking at Lu Wanqin's back as he turned to leave, Lin Zhe had mixed feelings. Right now, it was still necessary to settle his aunt's matter first. Although he didn't interact much with this aunt, he did understand her character. It was the same as what Gu Tinghui had said, not the kind of person who would stop at nothing. Moreover, his good brother, who couldn't wait to die, would definitely blow the whistle on Lin Jie. He had to do something to get rid of this scourge of his aunt. He had to do something to get rid of his aunt so that she wouldn't come back to influence him. Lin Jie returned to the village with a grim face and found Lin Haoyu with a belly full of anger. Hearing that Lin Jie had gone to Lin Zhe today, Lin Haoyu excitedly inquired. Auntie, how was it? What kind of goodies did my brother give you? Lin Jie sat down on a chair with her butt and threw the bag in her hand on the table, her face full of anger. Humph. Didn't get anything good. That Lin Zhe. He's so powerful now. He doesn't even put me as his aunt in his eyes. And the Gu family drove me out like a shrieking beggar. What a thing! Lin Haoyu frowned, somewhat disappointed. It didn't take long for the expression on his face to gradually be replaced by a grim smile. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he patted Lin Jie's shoulder and comforted him. Auntie, don't be angry. Just because they are complacent now doesn't mean they can be so honorable in the future. I have an idea that will allow you to lose your anger, and also make it impossible for Lin Zhe to stay in the Gu family. Lin Jie's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she hurriedly pursued the question. What idea? Quickly tell me. The corner of Lin Haoyu's mouth hooked up into a cold smile as he approached Lin Jie's ear and whispered, Auntie, you will go to the Gu family villa to look for him every day in the future. You don't need to care about anything else, you just pester him, so that he won't have any peace. The most important thing for a rich family like the Gu family is face and rules. If you make such a mess, Lin Zhe's life in the Gu family will not be easy. Lin Jie's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation after hearing this. Can this work? The Gu family is so rich. If they make a move on me. Lin Haoyu comforted with a contemptuous smile. Auntie, what are you afraid of? You're Lin Zhe's elder. How dare they? Besides, you're just going to ask for an explanation. You haven't done anything illegal. What can they do to you? At most, they'll just give you some money to get rid of you. Lin Jie's eyes lit up when she heard money. She instantly clapped her hands and said, Okay, let's do it. I'd like to see if this little bastard, Lin Zhe, is going to kneel down and beg me at that time. Seeing Lin Jie's appearance, a trace of ruthlessness and triumph flashed in the eyes of Lin Haoyu on the side. My good brother, you're going to have no peace. Chapter 33 Auntie will never bother you again. Big brother, you still really believe that brat's words? This is a high-class villa. All the people who live here are rich and powerful. Can that come here? A man with a full head of yellow hair looked skeptically at the man with the patterned arm beside him. The man with the flower arm finished the last mouthful of cigarette in his hand, threw the cigarette hard on the ground, crushed it out with his toes, and said fiercely,
Gras Motor er.
After so many years of not finding anyone, Even if there is only a 1 in a million chance, I have to try. The next few juniors nodded in agreement. Worthy of being a big brother. With this kind of perseverance, what can't be done? As he was talking, the little brother in front of the lookout hurriedly ran back over. Big brother, there is a person to this side. The morning fog cannot see too clear. When the man with the flower arm heard this, he immediately led the people to welcome him. From afar, he saw a person hovering furtively outside that imposing villa. When he looked closer, it was actually a woman. The flower-armed man and the yellow-haired man looked at each other. A hint of excitement flashed in their eyes, and they immediately brought their men to quickly surround them. Lin Jie was looking into the villa when she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Before she had time to turn around and check, 2 hands slammed onto her shoulders, holding her down. What are you doing? Did my old lady break the law? I just came to visit my nephew. Hurry up and let go of me. Lin Jie subconsciously thought that the Gu family had sent someone to whisk her away and yelled at the top of her voice. Stinking. Haven't seen you for so long. Your voice is still so loud. The flower-armed man grabbed Lin Jie's hair and forced her to turn her head to look at herself. After Lin Jie saw the person in front of her, her eyes glazed over and her legs went straight to the ground. Tiger brother, why are you here? You still have the face to ask me? Do you know how hard I looked for you all these years? The flower-armed man that Lin Jie called Brother Tiger raised his hand and slapped him twice. Lin Jie was hit with tinnitus, but she only dared to be angry and had to force out a smile. Brother Tiger, there's a debt for every wrong. The money was borrowed by my family's mouth. You should go to him to ask for it. How can I have money? Tiger said with a cold smile. Humph. That's easy for you to say. Your man ran away a long time ago. Who do I look for if not you? Saying that, he added a few more points of strength to his grip on Lin Jie's hand. Lin Jie's eyes were tearing up from the pain. Brother Tiger, I really don't know where he is. He never came back home all these years. I am also a victim. At this time, Yellow Hair interjected by fanning the flames. Big brother, don't listen to her sophistry. This must have money. Otherwise, how would she come to this villa? Lin Jie hurriedly waved her hand to explain after hearing this. I only came to this villa to find my nephew. Your nephew can live in such a big villa. How dare he say he doesn't have money? The more Lin Jie explained, the more Yellow Hair felt that she was covering up. No, my nephew, he. Lin Jie didn't realize that the more she described, the darker she got. She still wanted to open her mouth to explain, but Tiger got impatient. Since you don't want to pay the money, then you will follow us back and work as an ox for the brothers to pay off the debt. As soon as Lin Jie heard this, she immediately panicked. She knew in her heart that if she was really taken away by these people, her end would be absolutely miserable. Thinking of this, Lin Jie begged bitterly. Big brothers, let me go. I'll definitely find a way to raise money. Brother Tiger waved his hand impatiently. Cut the crap, you can't leave today. Brothers, take her away. Several minions immediately surrounded and dragged Lin Jie towards the van parked on the side of the road. Lin Jie desperately struggled but to no avail. At this moment she was disheartened. Just when half of her body was about to enter the vehicle, a figure ran out of the villa. I've already called the police, and I've also captured the video of your assault just now. Lin Zhe held up his cell phone and walked over, also filming the van's license plate number in front of them. Seeing this, Tiger was about to go forward and grab his cell phone, only to see the villa's door open and dozens of servants walking out with things. This battle made Brother Tiger stop in his tracks. His eyes sank. Then he threatened Lin Jie behind him. Count yourself lucky this time. Next time let me find you, humph. After putting down his harsh words, Tiger led a group of people into the van and hurriedly left the place. Lin Jie was paralyzed on the side of the road. Her body was still shaking with fear at the moment. Lin Zhe walked to her side and helped her up. Auntie, are you all right? Lin Jie's face was pale at the moment, shivering. It's a good thing you showed up in time, or else Auntie would have been in deep trouble. Auntie, I think in the future you'd better stay honestly in the village. If you come out and wander around again, you might still encounter these people, and then I can't guarantee that I'll be able to save you in time every time. When Lin Jie heard Lin Zhe say this, one of her hands grabbed his clothes in a death grip. You're my own nephew, you have to help me. Lin Zhe didn't panic at all when he saw her like this and continued. Auntie, you at least have a place to live now, it's already pretty good. If those people know that they couldn't find you all these years because you're hiding in a village where birds don't. Lin Jie shook her head in fear when she heard Lin Zhe say that. Auntie is wrong. Auntie will never come to disturb your life again. Don't ever tell them. Auntie, you're saying this. I'm your own nephew. How could I put you in danger? As long as you are well. Auntie, my nephew will definitely not talk too much.
Lin Ye nodded repeatedly.
All right. I'll leave now. I definitely won't cause you any trouble in the future. Lin Jie was frightened and left the place with 3 steps and 3 turns back. Looking at Lin Jie's back as she left, Lin Zhe turned back and thanked everyone, especially Zhang Ying, who had gathered these people together. Auntie Zhang, thank you for just now. Young Master Zhe, there's nothing to thank you for, but this is a really good move on your part. It seems that in the future, your aunt won't dare to come here to look for you. Lin Zhe smiled and nodded. After this aunt of his probably wouldn't dare to go out for most of the month. Meanwhile, Yellow Hair, who had been driving the car, always felt something was wrong in his heart. Suddenly he realized something and slammed the steering wheel. Big brother, the kid who just took the cell phone. It seems like it's the same person who revealed the news to us. Yellow Hair said this and immediately reminded Brother Tiger as well. Once they put their heads together, they realized that it was really the same person. Big brother, we've been tricked. Should we kill back? Yellow Hair angrily suggested, but Tiger instead composed himself and shook his head. For today, we can only eat a dumb loss, and we'll settle the score with that woman later. Why is this Big brother, this is not your character Yellow Hair was puzzled. Tiger slapped Yellow Hair on the head. Damn, do you think I want to suffer? Just now I had the people above me check. The person living in this villa is the richest man in the world. Damn. Can you afford to offend the richest man? Chapter 34. Absolutely no price reduction. Since resolving Lin Jie's matter, Lin Zhe finally had a few peaceful days. Even Lu Wanqin was busy with a recent charity event, and her attention wasn't much on him. But Lin Zhe still didn't slack off, because at this time in his previous life, Gu Tinghui was busy working on the new business launched by the Gu Group, and ended up running into big trouble. Lin Zhe stood in front of the window with his hands in his pockets, memories of his last life constantly surfacing in his mind. Gu Tinghui had resisted the pressure to launch Gu's automobile business, Wheat Auto, when the automobile industry was very saturated. At the beginning, he was targeting high-end cars to design and produce, and the technology used to build the car was not only the highest end, but the materials used were also first-rate and solid. Throughout the process, he spent countless efforts and financial resources. However, just as the wheat car was about to be released, an accident occurred. The competitors made a dirty trick in advance, exposing the price of the wheat car in advance. They also spent a lot of money to buy a large number of sailors, accusing the wheat car of being overpriced and having a very low cost-performance ratio. Not only that, the competitors joined together and quickly lowered the prices of their own products in an attempt to suppress the market expectations of Wheat Auto and snatch potential consumers. Gu Tinghui ended up making the wrong decision in such a dire situation following the price cut. Originally the car they ordered a bottom price, in order to save wheat car price cut after the loss into the countless money. Finally, the hole is getting bigger and bigger. Gu Tinghui finally had to completely give up this business. This matter to the Gu Group has brought no small impact. Gu Tinghui, who had always been the richest man on the list, also gave up his position as the richest man because of this. As the recollection ended, Lin Zhe's eyes also sank, and his heart secretly made up his mind. In this life, he would make Gu Tinghui make the right choice. In this way, he would strengthen his position in the other party's mind. Gu Tinghui's office was filled with suffocating low air pressure at the moment. He clenched his fists and paced back and forth in front of his desk, his eyes bloodshot. It was looking like tomorrow would be the launch of Wheat Automobile. But today, the launch price of their Wheat Automobile was unexpectedly blown out of proportion. Chairman, it's not good. At this moment, Assistant Richard Lee hurriedly pushed the door in. The pricing of the Wheat Automobile has suddenly exploded on the internet, and now there are water armies all over the place bringing up the tempo, saying that our pricing is too high, and that consumers are being led astray. Gu Tinghui jolted to a halt, his eyes instantly becoming stern. Did you find out? Where did the news leak from? Richard Lee lowered his head and mumbled. It's still unclear, we're already checking, but at the moment public opinion is intensifying, and competitors are taking the opportunity to lower prices. Our dealer side is already on edge. Gu Tinghui took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He then walked to his desk and sat down, rubbing his temples with both hands, and said after a moment of silence, "Notify all department heads to come to the conference room for a meeting immediately." Inside the conference room, everyone's faces were grave, and the atmosphere did not dare to come out. The sales director was the first to break the silence and spoke with a face full of anxiety. "Chairman, the current market situation is extremely unfavorable for us. Consumers have all been attracted away by the competitors' low prices, and our pre-orders are pitifully low. I think we need to hurry up and lower the price, or else this new car won't sell at all." When the finance director heard this, he immediately jumped up in anxiety. "Reduce the price? Do you know what our costs are? This price is already the limit. If we lower it further, we'll lose money on every car we sell. How can this work?" The crowd argued as you spoke and I spoke. Gu Tinghui sat at the head of the conference table, his face terribly gloomy. He crossed his arms over his chest and quietly listened to everyone's bickering, but his heart was like a mess. "Everyone stop arguing," Gu Tinghui suddenly bellowed, and the conference room instantly fell silent. All eyes focused on him. He slowly stood up, his eyes firm and determined. "I've decided to fight a price war with them." At these words, the conference room instantly exploded. "Chairman, this can't be done." The technical director also couldn't help but open his mouth to dissuade him. "Our cars have advantages in both technology and quality. We can't rely on price alone to compete. This will drag us down." Gu Tinghui slammed his fist on the table, shaking the documents on the table and scattering them all over the place. "Then what do you guys say? Should we just sit back and wait for death?" In this suffocating atmosphere, an abrupt cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, breaking the stalemate in front of him. Gu Tinghui picked up his cell phone and realized that it was a call from Lin Zhe. A hint of boredom flashed in his eyes and he just hung up. He didn't expect the ringtone to ring again. Gu Tinghui suppressed his emotions and picked up the phone. "Hey, Dad, can I delay you for a minute?" Gu Tinghui swept his gaze over everyone present, then took the phone and got up to the window. Lin Zhe's grave voice came from the other end of the phone. "Dad, my son knows that you're facing a very important choice right now. What my son wants to say is that this choice must be made carefully. If you are not careful, you may step into the abyss. There is no way to regret it." After hearing Lin Zhe's words, Gu Tinghui's eyes sank as he asked in a low voice, "How do you know?" Gu Tinghui's tone was filled with doubt and displeasure. This Lin Zhe was still secretly prying into his affairs? But the person on the other end of the phone didn't reply to his question, but instead said something that made Gu Tinghui think deeply. "Dad, think about it. There are times when the choices you're forced to make are often the most wrong decisions." Originally, when Gu Tinghui received Lin Zhe's call, his heart was very unhappy. He, Gu Tinghui, was at least a character who had fought his way through them all. How could it not be the turn of a brat less than 20 years old to teach things? But Lin Zhe's words just now had changed his mind. These words made him think calmly for a moment, and it was only then that he was alerted to the fact that this matter really wasn't that simple. At this time, if he made the wrong choice, Little Wheat Motors would never see the light of day. "Dad, if it's convenient for you, take some time out to meet your son. I'm at the Gu Group headquarters right now." Lin Zhe on the other end of the phone continued to speak. At this moment, Gu Tinghui didn't know how and ghostly agreed. Perhaps it was because the words that Lin Zhe said were really unlike what he could say at his age. Gu Tinghui hung up the phone and then announced to everyone, "The meeting is temporarily suspended. Everything will wait until I return." Soon, Gu Tinghui met Lin Zhe. The first time Lin Zhe saw Gu Tinghui, he opened the door and said, "Dad, the price of the wheat automobile absolutely cannot be lowered." Chapter 35, I Can Save the Future of Wheat Motors. Lin Zhe's words caused Gu Tinghui to frown. How did he know about the decision he was about to make? "How do you know so much about the company?" Lin Zhe saw that Gu Tinghui's eyes were filled with caution and even more than a hint of suspicion when he looked at himself. He hurriedly explained, "These days my son has seen that you have been worried about work matters, and your person has also become much more haggard. I am also a part of the Gu family now, so I wanted to do something to help you." So it got on the company's business, and at the same time, I saw those remarks on the internet. So presumed that you might be pressured to fight a price war with them. Lin Zhe's words made the vigilance in Gu Tinghui's eyes much less, but it still didn't remove his suspicions. Lin Zhe didn't care so much and spoke on his own. Dad, think about it. Just so coincidentally bursting out the price the day before the launch. Those car dealers joining together to lower the price. Isn't that forcing you to go down this road of lowering the price? Lin Zhe's words made sense. Gu Tinghui admitted. As shrewd as he was, how could he not have thought of it? Right now, this was also a way out of the situation. He could only use this trick for the time being to keep his still infant work of art, the wheat car, alive. Gu Tinghui sighed and said, alas, if we don't lower the price, I'm afraid that the fate that awaits wheat automobile is also certain death. No! Lin Zhe shook his head firmly at Gu Tinghui. Other automobiles lower their prices because they have big profits and have a lot of room to lower their prices. But the wheat automobile is worth this price. Hearing Lin Zhe agree with the wheat car he had spent countless hours of his life making, Gu Tinghui was elated. But, he still said with an alas. But consumers won't care about that. They only value the immediate value for money. Son, there's a way to make consumers see how good the wheat automobile is. Gu Tinghui cast a skeptical look towards Lin Zhe. He didn't even have a solution. What good solution did he, a brat, have? Dad, please believe me once. Lin Zhe firmly looked at Gu Tinghui in front of him. I can save the future of wheat motors. Lin Zhe really wasn't bragging about this. In his last life, Gu Tinghui had buried the future of wheat motors after making the wrong choice of lowering the price. But shortly afterward, something appeared that created the myth of wheat auto. A wheat car user, due to a driving error, drove the wheat car down a 30-meter cliff. The car was scrapped on the spot, and everyone thought the owner would die. Everyone thought the car owner would be dead. But they didn't expect the car owner to be unharmed. This incident put the wheat mobile on the map. But it was too late. Wheat cars were a thing of the past after all. Lin Zhe's solution was to recreate what had happened in his last life. Dad, didn't you promise me before that you would give me a car? I want the wheat car. Gu Tinghui pondered for a long time, looked at Lin Zhe's determined eyes, and finally ghostly nodded. Gu Tinghui reappeared in the conference room. Under everyone's gaze, he announced something that made everyone incredulous. Our wheat automobile, we cannot lower the price. When everyone heard this, they were in an uproar, and the conference room was abuzz with discussion. But Gu Tinghui's mind was made up, and he didn't pay any more attention to the crowd's skepticism. In the end, the launch of wheat auto came as scheduled. Many industry bigwigs were predicting that in order to keep up with the trend of price reductions by major car manufacturers, wheat auto would also make concessions and lower their prices together. But when the price of wheat auto was announced, everyone was shocked. Wheat cars hadn't even dropped a penny. It was exactly the same as the price rumored on the internet. The price was blown out before, and then car dealers reduced their prices. Unsurprisingly, the sales of wheat cars were very low. Everyone doubted whether Gu Tinghui had made the right choice. Many people within the company also began to complain that it was a wrong decision. Gu Tinghui was also secretly regretting at this time. Why had he listened to the words of a brat? Meanwhile, Lin Zhe's side had also made progress. Relying on his familiarity with driving from his previous life, Lin Zhe got his driver's license as fast as he could. Looking at the steaming hot driver's license in his hand, Lin Zhe revealed a smile. He had worked for this moment right now. Lin Zhe immediately called Gu Tinghui over. Dad, I'll drive the wheat car and take the entire city in a circle, so everyone can meet the strength of the wheat car. At this moment, when Gu Tinghui heard Lin Zhe's idea, he still didn't believe in his heart that he could save wheat auto. But at this moment, the wood has been turned into a boat, and having made such a choice, he could only let him let go of it. Well, you go ahead and do it. I'll have someone behind the scenes. Lin Zhe, who hung up the phone, instantly opened the live broadcast.
Hello everyone, I'm Lin Zhe.
I just got my driver's license, and it just so happens that my dad gave me a wheat car 2 days ago. So I decided to do a fun challenge. Drive the wheat automobile, choose the hardest road, and drive around our city. Lin Zhe had accumulated more than 2 million followers because of what had happened before, and as soon as he started broadcasting this, the live broadcast room was flooded with many people. Together with the recent heat of wheat car on the internet, it quickly allowed hundreds of thousands of people to rush into the live broadcast room. At the same time, Gu Tinghui had ordered people to constantly heat up Lin Zhe's live room. This resulted in Lin Zhe's live broadcast room leaping into the existence of the highest degree of heat during this time period. Isn't this the Gu Group's newly launched wheat car? This Lin Zhe is advertising the wheat car, right? I've heard that Gu Tinghui has invested tens of billions of dollars in the wheat car, but the sales of wheat cars are very poor. If you ask me, this Wheat Auto is just a new car company with no background and no foundation, so it's only natural that they would set the price so high without looking at their own weight, so it's not going to sell. The live broadcast room is basically not optimistic about the wheat car comments. Lin Zhe, who was in the live broadcast room, didn't rush to open this challenge. Instead, he first showed the netizens the appearance of the wheat car. Look everyone, the appearance of the wheat car is really good looking. It's very windy like a sports car. Isn't this a copy of some high-end sports car's appearance? How dare you bring this out? Just by looking at the shape, I know it's a plagiarism, there's no innovation at all, and yet they still have the nerve to brag about it here. A new brand with no core technology of its own, it's all fancy stuff, and the price is so high, who's going to buy it? Maybe it's the Gu Group that has money to burn, making a gimmick out of cheating consumers, really think everyone is a little cute. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Seeing these pop-ups, Lin Zhe smiled slightly. It's true that Wheat Auto did borrow from certain good-looking sports cars, but Wheat Auto's original intention was also to build cars that everyone loved, and there's nothing wrong with that. And if you think about it, you only need 1/5 of the price of that sports car to own a wheat car. Isn't that a good deal? Gu Tinghui, who was guarding Lin Zhe's live broadcast room, originally looked at the overwhelming negative comments in the pop-up screen. His brows locked and his face became more and more gloomy and ugly. But when he saw that Lin Zhe was in such an unfavorable public opinion environment, he was still able to remain calm and composed, relying on his excellent eloquence to expound to the audience the various advantages of the wheat automobile. Gu Tinghui was instantly impressed with his adopted son. Lin Zhe's words drew the approval of some people. However, the majority of the people in the live broadcast room were still nitpicking. There was no shortage of water armies hired by other car dealers in there. Lin Zhe knew that relying on words alone wouldn't do much, so he decided to prove it with his actions. Let's not jump to conclusions. Whether a car is good or not, you can't just look at its appearance. What's more important is its performance. So, next, let's open this interesting challenge. Chapter 36 is Lin Zhe crazy? Lin Zhe started the wheat car under the gaze of the netizens. He purposely chose a road with potholes and covered in gravel. Seriously? This road is so bad. I guess it'll break down in a while. I bet 50 cents that this car will break down in less than 5 minutes. This is a flashy car. It's just for show. If you hit the battery and it explodes, you'll get yourself killed. The netizens are not optimistic about the wheat car. At this moment, Lin Zhe also made a move that surprised everyone. He took out a cup filled with water and placed it on the car. Immediately afterward, he began to accelerate through the road. This maneuver left the netizens dumbfounded. What made them even more surprised was that the wheat car's performance was beyond their expectations. Lin Zhe drove several kilometers on the pothole road, and not only did the body of the car not shake drastically, even the cup of water placed inside the car didn't spill a single drop. Everyone, the suspension system of the wheat car is excellent. Even under such harsh road conditions, it still maintains good stability, and the feeling of sitting inside the car is still very comfortable. Lin Zhe introduced as he drove, but still many netizens didn't buy it. Just this? Maybe it just so happens that this section of the road isn't that difficult to travel. I think that water is fake. It's a prop. Even an off-road vehicle driving this kind of road wouldn't be this stable. When Lin Zhe saw these pop-ups, he didn't open his mouth to explain, but instead picked up the cup. Immediately afterward, he drank the water inside in one go, proving everything with his actions. Lin Zhe wiped the water stains at the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "It seems that everyone has a high demand for wheat automobiles. Then well, I'll take you to a more challenging section next." Lin Zhe drove the car towards the mountains. The mountain road was winding. Not only was the slope large, the road surface was also very narrow, and on one side was a steep cliff. He's going to drive this car up a mountain road? He's taking his life for the eyeballs. If you're not careful, you'll be crippled if you don't fall off, right? This is a tram. It'll explode if it's touched. And if it falls, it'll burn to ashes. There's no chance of survival. Lindsay's really crazy. Looking at the content on the pop-up screen, Lin Zhe revealed a small smile. How far has this come? Later on, he was going to do something even crazier. As the car gradually went deeper into the mountains, the roads became more and more complicated. Lin Zhe drove through every curve and incline with ease. It was as simple as if he was walking on the ground. At the same time, Lindsay didn't forget to introduce the advantages of the wheat car to the netizens in the live broadcast room. As you can see, the wheat automobile is very powerful, effortless when climbing a slope, and the steering is precise and maneuvers very well. At the very same time, Gu Tinghui, who was guarding the screen and staring intently at Lindsay's live broadcast screen. A heart was already in his throat, and the whole person was fidgeting. This Lindsay was also too risky. He had only just gotten his driver's license and dared to challenge such a complicated and dangerous road alone. On this journey, there were unknown risks everywhere, and the slightest carelessness could result in a car crash. What if something really happens? Gu Tinghui simply didn't dare to continue thinking about it. It was as if he had already seen the public opinion of the outside world coming at him like a raging tide. People were accusing him, saying that he had completely disregarded his adopted son's life in order to publicize Wheat Motors. When he thought of this, Gu Tinghui could no longer maintain his composure. He tried to contact Lindsay and tell him to stop. At the same time, he turned his head to his assistant, Li Kingland, and ordered, "Quickly, hurry up and send the most professional rescue team and experienced paramedics to the mountainous section where Lindsay is at the fastest speed possible." Lindsay received a message from Gu Tinghui. The text was brief but characterized by unquestionable urgency. "Stop! Stop!"
Impossible.
At this moment, Lindsay was only one step away from his true purpose. Looking ahead to reach his destination soon, Lindsay's eyes flashed with determination, and his feet slammed on the gas without hesitation. The engine instantly erupted into a roar, and the little wheat automobile rushed forward like a wild horse out of control. The main movie is about to start. Lindsay's move caused the live broadcast room to instantly explode.
Is Lindsay crazy?
Driving so fast on a road like this. Oh my God. You guys look. In front of us is a broken cliff. Doesn't he want to die? He's gonna drive over a cliff? He thinks it's QQ racing? I know. The cliff is more than 30 meters. If he falls off, he'll destroy his car. Everyone was shocked by Lindsay's heartless behavior. At this moment, Lindsay's heart was not distracted, and he was gripping the steering wheel tightly. His eyes were locked onto the cliff in front of him. As the car approached the cliff at speed, time seemed to slow down at this moment. At the moment when the car was about to rush off the cliff, Lindsay took a deep breath, gripped the steering wheel fiercely with both hands, and once again gave a kick of gas. The car was like a discharged cannonball, rushing towards the cliff with an unrelenting momentum. In an instant, the car left the ground and drew an arc in the air. Immediately afterward, there was the fall that made countless netizens palpitate. The car tumbled downward, and the huge impact caused the body to violently collide with the cliff wall, rubbing out a series of sparks. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the car fell heavily on the hillside. First, it violently rolled several times, and the powerful impact was like a mountain of force, breaking several large trees along the way. The thick tree trunks were like fragile toothpicks in front of this force, and were easily snapped. The flying dust, the splashing wood chips, and the twisted and deformed body constitute a tragic picture to the extreme. At the same time, the signal of Lindsay's live broadcast room was instantly interrupted, leaving only a dead black screen on the screen. Chapter 37 really let Lindsay do it. The netizens in the live broadcast room were confused. They had seen all sorts of live streaming rooms. The ones that brought goods, the ones that rubbed the wrong way, the ones that staged tawdry maneuvers, but never had they seen a live broadcast of sending someone to their death. Gu Tinghui's heart was also ashen at this moment. He couldn't even dream of the way Lindsay had said it would be. This was joking with his life. He wasn't saving the future of Wheat Auto. He was destroying Gu Tinghui's life. Successful as he was, he wanted to build a machine to travel back in time at this moment. Back in the past, he definitely wouldn't have adopted the scourge that was Lindsay. Meanwhile, ambulances, rescue teams, and police cars had rushed to the scene. But everyone didn't dare to get close to the wheat car, because the car was in a very tragic situation. More importantly, it was a trolley car. There was a risk of explosion at any time. Even if it didn't explode, the car was in such a state, the people inside must have been. Just when the rescue team is ready to salvage the corpse, wheat car came inside the movement. The people who thought the car was going to explode subconsciously ran back a few steps. Squeak! The sound of the car door being opened rang out. The crowd squinted their eyes and looked. A scene that made everyone incredulous appeared. Lindsay had actually escaped from the wheat automobile. No, the word escape wasn't even appropriate, because he looked as if he wasn't injured. Everyone was shocked in place. It wasn't until Lindsay waved his hand towards them and said, "Hi." Only then did everyone come back to their senses. Quick stretcher. There's a chance he's suffered serious internal injuries. Seeing that the paramedics were coming to stretcher themselves, Lindsay hurriedly picked up his cell phone, which was still broadcasting live from the car. Wow! The cell phone screen isn't even broken. Hey, as Lindsay picked his phone up, the live broadcast was no longer pitch black. Lindsay's face reappeared in front of the camera. This scene made tens of thousands of netizens act as if they had seen a ghost. Lindsay, this guy actually didn't die. Fake it. Is this not a joke? This is a 30-meter high cliff. This must be a special effect. It's definitely a special effect. The netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't believe it and began to question the authenticity. Seeing this, Lindsay directly flipped the camera and showed everyone the scene. The wheat car was at a level where it could be scrapped straight away. Surrounded by a few large trees that were broken across the perimeter, the breaks were very shocking. Lindsay showed each of these scenes to the netizens in the live broadcast room. As for whether or not it was a special effect, the people at the scene can all testify to that as well. This time, the netizens had nothing to say, and were all in a state of shock for a while. I'm fine because the materials used in Wheat's car are very solid, as well as the safety performance is extreme. At the first moment the car was hit by the collision, the wraparound airbags popped out to wrap my whole body, so I was safe and sound. This is the safety performance of the Wheat car, which can maximize the protection of the drivers' and passengers' lives in extremely dangerous situations. Lindsay also didn't forget to give Wheat car a wave of advertisements. The paramedics were anxious on the side. "Sir, you must now immediately go to the hospital for a full checkup. Internal injuries are very dangerous and cannot be taken lightly." The paramedics' words instantly caused another discussion among the netizens. That's right. Lindsay looks fine now, but he might have suffered serious internal injuries a long time ago. That's right. Internal injuries can't be seen, but this is life-threatening. I don't believe the Wheat Mobile can be so godlike, unless Lindsay is really safe and sound. The people in the live broadcast room expressed their doubts. Seeing this, Lindsay cooperated with the paramedics. He said to the netizens in the live broadcast room, "I'm going to the hospital right now to do a checkup, and when the results come out, I'll prove to you all once again that the safety of Wheat's automobile can stand up to the test." The moment these words came out, various pop-ups came like a tidal wave. Everyone was speculating about Lindsay's examination results. There was a heated discussion on whether or not Wheat vehicles were really so bullish. Soon, Lindsay was sent to the hospital. The doctors immediately conducted a thorough and detailed examination on him. While waiting for the results, the major media had already learned of the news and rushed to the hospital to interview Lindsay. The hospital was crowded with reporters all of a sudden, and flashbulbs kept flashing. "Mr. Lin, what was your idea to do such a dangerous challenge? Did the Wheat car really leave you unharmed by virtue of its own safety features? Mr. Lin, was it your adoptive father's idea for you to take your own life to promote the Wheat car?" The reporters sent a barrage of unfriendly replies to Lindsay. Lindsay, on the other hand, was lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed, pretending to be dizzy. Just then, the doctor walked over with the examination report. The gazes of the crowd immediately focused on the doctor and surrounded him. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also nervously waiting for the results. "Mr. Lindsay." Hearing the doctor's voice, Lindsay then opened his eyes. Lindsay, who was clear that nothing was wrong with him, directly let the doctor read out the results of his examination. "Mr. Lindsay, the results of all your examinations show that there is nothing physically wrong with you except for some minor bruises and skin injuries." This news instantly exploded on the scene and in the broadcast room. "Geez, it's really all right. This little Wheat car is too awesome."
Ah, fasurt.
"I've been slapped in the face. I'll never say that Wheat cars are expensive again. They can save your life in a pinch." "Lindsay, this challenge is much more useful than those fancy advertisements. We must support Wheat Auto." The wind direction in the live broadcast room changed immediately. They began to praise Wheat Auto, and many netizens even said they wanted to place an order for it right away. Lindsay looked at the enthusiastic reactions in the live broadcast room, and suddenly a plan came to him. He sat up, smiled slightly at the camera and said, In order to thank everyone for their attention and support, I've decided, from the consumers who place deposits today, 10 lucky ones will be randomly selected to directly give away a wheat automobile. The netizens immediately boiled over when they heard this. One after another expressed their intention to place an order immediately. Assistant Li Kai hurriedly barged into Gu Tinghui's office. Chairman, good news. The sales of our wheat automobiles are growing at a staggering rate. Li Kingland was so excited that his voice trembled a little. The number of orders on the online platform has already surpassed our inventory. There are still many consumers who insisted on making reservations, even though they knew they were out of stock. At this moment, Gu Tinghui, after hearing these words, the excitement in his heart was beyond words. He really let Lin Zhe kid do it. He really did save the future of wheat vehicles. Chapter 38 is simply a divine assist. Lin Zhe was brought to Gu Tinghui's office by Li Kai. As soon as he came in, he was the first to open his mouth and apologize for his mistake. Dad, I'm sorry. This time I decided to send out 10 wheat cars without consulting you. Before Lin Zhe could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gu Tinghui. Zhe, you did a great job. Gu Tinghui stepped forward and wrapped Lin Zhe into his arms. Lin Zhe was slightly stunned. Then he spread his face and smiled. I'm happy to be able to solve your problems and help you out. Gu Tinghui let go of Lin Zhe and put his hands on his shoulders. His gaze full of appreciation. Say it, what kind of reward do you want? Dad can satisfy you in every way. Lin Zhe slightly revealed an expression of serious contemplation. A moment later, he said solemnly with a firm gaze, Dad, I don't want anything else. I just want to be able to always help you in a practical way in the future, and help the Gu group to contribute more. Good, good, good. Gu Tinghui said 3 good words in a row. Worthy of being my Gu Tinghui's son. Gu Tinghui turned around and walked to his desk, picking up a fountain pen and gently tapping the desktop. Since you have this heart, then afterward I will arrange for the most senior and professional people in the company to train you in all aspects. By then, Gu Tinghui gave a slight lurch and looked at Lin Zhe with a burning gaze. When you've learned a name in every aspect and have the ability to stand alone, I'll give you one of the group's projects for you to experience. Hearing Gu Tinghui's words, Lin Zhe's eyes widened in excitement. He had originally just wanted to utilize this matter to increase his weight in his mind so that he could actually train himself a bit. Unexpectedly, Gu Tinghui would make such a weighty promise. Dad, you trust me so much. I will not let you down. Gu Tinghui nodded his head in satisfaction, and his gaze toward Lin Zhe was filled with admiration. If only he was just like you. Perhaps the thoughts in his heart were too strong. Gu Tinghui actually said these words out loud in front of Lin Zhe. Dad, what did you say? Realizing that he had lost his temper, Gu Tinghui hastily righted himself. Nothing. I haven't been home for a few days either. Come on, let's go home together. Gu Tinghui brought Lin Zhe back to the Gu family villa. Lu Wanqin, who had learned that Gu Tinghui was going home, had her subordinates arrange a large and sumptuous meal. Gu Tinghui was really happy and had someone open a bottle of good wine. Come on, Zhe. Let's drink a toast between the two of us. Dad, I toast to you. On the side, Lu Wanqin watched the two of them talking happily to each other. Her brows furrowed. She was heartily delighted for Gu Tinghui's smooth career. But even more so, she was worried about Lin Zhe's presence. Although most of her focus was usually on charity, she still understood things about the company. When Gu Tinghui decided to enter the automobile industry, she was against it. Afterward, there were many twists and turns, and she was even less hopeful about the prospects. However, she never expected that Lin Zhe would use his own strength to save Wheat Auto. He was only 18 years old. At such a young age, he's shown such calculations. Gu Tinghui was going to continue to nurture him. Then how could they be a match for him in the future? Thinking of this, Lu Wanqin couldn't sit still any longer. She took out her cell phone and flipped out the picture she had prepared long ago. Deliberately pretending to be surprised, she exclaimed loudly, successfully attracting Gu Tinghui's attention. What's wrong? Gu Tinghui asked suspiciously. Lu Wanqin put on a difficult look and gently shook her head. Just say what's wrong. Only when she heard Gu Tinghui speak again did Lu Wanqin slowly open her mouth. There are so many unfavorable opinions about you on the internet right now, they say. Said what? Gu Tinghui's expression instantly became grave. Lu Wanqin frowned slightly and said with a worried expression. They said that you completely disregarded your adopted son's life in order to publicize the wheat vehicle. They also said that your adoption of him was premeditated. After saying that, she made a point of showing Gu Tinghui the image on her cell phone. Gu Tinghui's face immediately clouded over, his eyes revealing a hint of displeasure. If you ask me, Lin Zhe did help Wheat Auto this time, but also, Lu Wanqin deliberately paused when she reached a crucial point. Then she said in a tone that pretended to be for Lin Zhe's benefit. Lin Zhe, in the future, you still shouldn't be too extreme in what you do, although you were lucky this time and reached your goal. But in case something happens, the consequences are not something you can afford. And this public opinion outside is now in an uproar. How much will it affect your father's reputation? Lu Wanqin knew that Gu Tinghui cared most about his reputation, so she purposely used this matter as a pretext. Dad. Lin Zhe looked calm, his gaze openly looking at Gu Tinghui. There's no need to pay attention to this kind of rumor, but just in case, to avoid a greater impact on the company and your reputation, you might want to take me in and out of public occasions more often these days. Gu Tinghui immediately looked up at him, waiting for his next words. Lin Zhe continued, show more of our deep father-son bond in front of the media, and those unfounded rumors will naturally go away. After all, facts speak louder than words, and as long as people see how we truly get along, they will no longer believe these malicious rumors. Gu Tinghui nodded repeatedly after hearing Lin Zhe's words, his eyes revealing approval. You're right, this is indeed a good idea. Seeing that her purpose hadn't been achieved and instead, she had even let this brat Lin Zhe get the better of her, Lu Wanqin wanted to open her mouth to retort something. Seeing this, Lin Zhe immediately jumped ahead of him and struck the iron while it was hot. Dad, I have another idea. Gu Tinghui once again cast a glance towards him. Tell me. Having received Gu Tinghui's permission, Lin Zhe immediately spoke on. I have millions of fans on the video platform now, and they've been paying close attention to my movements. I can appropriately release some daily videos of you nurturing me, so that they can see your attentive teaching of me and the close relationship between us. In this way, I can use the influence of my fans to clarify the rumors, and also establish your image as a loving father from the side, so it's two birds with one stone. Gu Tinghui clapped his hands together after hearing Lin Zhe's words. Good. Ah Zhe ah. Just how many other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Dad, you're joking. I learned all this from following you. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Gu Tinghui smiled even more happily. He even drank 2 more glasses of wine along with it. Lin Zhe was equally happy. In this way, with all the attention, Gu Tinghui would inevitably cultivate him more attentively. This was an endless amount of benefits for him. Lin Zhe cast a grateful look towards Lu Wanqin. His mother-in-law was really powerful. She was simply his divine helper. When Lu Wanqin saw this look from Lin Zhe, she immediately felt that this was a blatant provocation from Lin Zhe. She was so furious that her face turned blue, and without even taking 2 bites of her meal, she went upstairs. Lin Zhe, you wait for me. Chapter 39, Can I Still Find You? Lin Zhe, you're not allowed to do such dangerous things in the future. Okay? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yi's voice was so serious that it seemed to penetrate the receiver. The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth involuntarily rose as he listened to the concerned yet reproachful words. I promise I won't be like this in the future. Auntie Tong, don't worry about it. Zhang Yi had called in a frenzy after learning about Lin Zhe's driving off the cliff, splitting her head and giving her a scolding. But Lin Zhe knew that it was all because she cared about herself. Luckily you're fine. The Gu family is so horrible. I should have known I should have taken you away that time. A warm current surged in Lin Zhe's heart. Auntie Tong, don't worry. I'll definitely leave the Gu family when I'm able to. After hanging up the phone with Zhang Yi, Lin Zhe didn't have time to catch his breath when his cell phone rang sharply again. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Lin Haoyu calling. He had just picked up the phone when Lin Haoyu's impatient voice rang out. Brother, you've been on fire on the internet lately. How did you come up with such an awesome solution? Lin Zhe heard it. Lin Haoyu's words carried a test. He seemed to have some doubts about himself. Lin Zhe thought for a moment and said, Brother, all of this was arranged by me, my adoptive father. Otherwise, would I really be stupid enough to joke around with the safety of my own life? When Lin Haoyu on the other end of the phone heard this, he relaxed in a meaty way. He had said so. How could Lin Zhe do something so risky? It turned out that it was all arranged by Gu Tinghui. It seemed that no matter if it was in his last life or in this life, being Gu Tinghui's adopted son was destined to get rid of his miserable fate. Brother, the midterm exam is next week, right? Are you sure about it? Lin Zhe didn't move to change the topic. Of course, brother. I'll see you at Gu's house then. Lin Hao said confidently and hung up the phone. He wasn't talking big this time. It was because he already had a good way to make sure he could do well on his midterm exams. Lin Hao put down his cell phone and with a glance, he saw Fang Jejia from the school committee not far away. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a smile of determination appeared on his face. He then walked towards Fang Jejia with a brisk pace. School committee member, you look really good today. Lin Hao walked to Fang Jejia's side, slightly lowered his head, and came close to her and whispered. Fang Jejia's face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple, and she shyly lowered her head. Lin Hao was secretly happy in his heart, this kind of girl who only knew how to bury her head in her books on weekdays. Her mind was simple as hell. As long as he spent a little bit of effort to hook up a few times, he could make her spring into action. Thank you, thank you. Fang Jejia's voice was as thin as a mosquito fly, permeated with a sense of shyness. Can you be my girlfriend? Lin Hao struck while the iron was hot, his eyes burning as he looked at Fang Jejia. We were still studying. It's too early to say this. Fang Jejia's head was buried even lower, her hands nervously gripping the corners of her coat, her face red. It doesn't matter if you don't promise me now. I'll always like you. The corner of Lin Hao's mouth hooked into a confident smile. At this moment, his heart was ticking with his wishful thinking. As long as he took Fang Jejia, then his midterm exams would be guaranteed. In the middle of the night, Lin Zhe walked out of his room to get some air and saw that the light was still on in Gu Wan-er's room. In these days, Gu Wan-er picked the light to read at night almost every day. Although Gu Tinghui was usually busy with work, he was exceptionally attentive to Gu Wan-er's academic performance. He often instructed her to study hard and get good grades. So it caused Gu Wan-er to be constantly anxious when it was almost time for exams, fearing that she wouldn't get a good grade. Lin Zhe knew that she had always wanted her father's affirmation. Unfortunately, Lin Zhe shook his head, then went into the kitchen and made a bowl of fragrant scallion oil noodles. Then, just like before, he had Zhang Ying send it to Gu Wan-er's room. After a while, Zhang Ying returned. Seeing that the bowl she brought back was already empty, Lin Zhe revealed a soothing smile. It's really amazing, young Master Zhe. Every time you make a delicacy, Miss Wan-er can eat it all. Zhang Ying sighed at Lin Zhe's good handiwork. Lin Zhe waved his hand. After all, they had been together for so long in their last life. Her preferences were clearly understood by herself. Auntie Zhang, Miss Wan-er still doesn't know, right? Zhang Ying shook her head. I don't know. She even complimented me on my handiwork. Lin Zhe nodded after hearing this. Trouble, Auntie Zhang. You've continued to hide it from me, and keep waking you up in the middle of the night. I'm really sorry. Zhang Ying waved her hand repeatedly. What's wrong with that? You've done a lot of work for me since you came. I'm much more relaxed. The two of them chatted briefly before returning to their respective rooms. Lin Zhe returned to his room and carefully took something out of his bag. It was a crystal headband. The design of the headband looked a little old, but the color was still good, and it was obvious that the owner loved it very much. Lin Zhe looked at the headband. A bitter smile passed through his eyes and he murmured softly, Silly girl, I don't know when you'll recognize me. The owner of this headband was no other than Gu Wan-er. In fact, he and Gu Wan-er had had a connection since childhood. The vast majority of the reason they would be together in their last life was because of this. However, his stupid brother Lin Hao had no knowledge of it. Perhaps he was still foolishly thinking that Gu Wan-er would like him because of his status as a scholar from Qingbei. Just thinking about it made Lin Zhe want to laugh. Meanwhile, Gu Wan-er, who had learned to be drowsy in her room, suddenly sneezed. She really didn't have the spirit to continue learning, so she looked out the window and launched herself into a daze. Seemingly thinking of something, Gu Wan-er got up and pulled open the drawer on her right-hand side. From inside, she took out one thing, an old diary with a lock. Gu Wan-er gently opened the diary, and inside were some tender drawings. On the drawings were a girl and a boy. Her thoughts were instantly pulled back to 13 years ago. She was only 5 years old at the time, and had sneaked out of the house because she was playful. The outside world was full of novelty to her, and she unknowingly walked to a strange place. Suddenly, a ferocious stray dog came out of nowhere, barking furiously at her and approaching step by step. She was so frightened that she didn't know what to do. Tears were rolling in her eyes. She wanted to run, but she found her legs were weak and she couldn't move her steps at all. In the nick of time, a boy about her age appeared. The boy saved her and chased the evil dog away, but he was also injured as a result. Gu Wan-er blamed herself and kept shedding tears. The boy comforted her, and his voice was like magic, stopping her tears right away. At that moment, Gu Wan-er looked at this brave boy in front of her, just like seeing her imaginary prince. In order to thank the boy, Gu Wan-er took off her favorite headband and gave it to him, adding that she would definitely find him. The boy smiled very nicely and said he would wait for her too. Recalling this, Gu Wan-er sighed slightly and revealed a bitter smile. She reached out her hand and gently touched the back of the painting before slowly putting the diary away, muttering to herself, "It's been 13 years. Can I still find you?" Chapter 40. These two brothers don't deal with each other. How you? Look at your report card. Fang Jejia ran all the way, clutching Lin Haoyu's report card tightly in her hand. It was hard to find him at the corner of the campus where they often went. As the school committee member in charge of tallying grades, she found Lin Haoyu's report card in the first place. Lin Haoyu was originally flipping through the magazine in his hands in boredom, and when he heard Fang Jejia's voice, he immediately raised his head. He took the report card and quickly swept his eyes over it. Instantly, an incomparable look of surprise blossomed on his face. Fantastic! Lin Haoyu was so excited that he couldn't help himself, and as soon as he wrapped Fang Jejia into his arms, he gave her a resounding kiss on the cheek. Fang Jejia's face turned red with a swish. Shocked and ashamed, she hurriedly lowered her head, her hands nervously gripping the corner of her coat. "Jejia, this time it's really thanks to you." Lin Haoyu's eyes were filled with excitement and joy, and his hands were tightly gripping the report card. "If it wasn't for you, how could I have gotten such a good grade? I actually ranked third in my class." Lin Haoyu immediately took a picture of his report card and sent it to Gu Tinghui. "Uncle Gu, my midterm exam results are out. My test was average. I only got third place." Soon, Gu Tinghui's side replied, "I heard that you transferred to a new school. It's great to get such a good result in a new school." Seeing Gu Tinghui's reply, the corners of Lin Haoyu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. He quickly typed a reply, "Thank you, Uncle Gu, for your encouragement. I will achieve better grades in the future to repay you." After sending the message, Lin Haoyu slipped his cell phone into his pocket. Turning his head to look at Fang Jejia, his eyes were filled with cunning. "Jejia, you've helped me a lot this time. What kind of reward do you want?" Fang Jejia had a red face, slightly shook her head and whispered, "I don't want any reward, as long as you can study well in the future." Lin Haoyu looked at the simple Fang Jejia in front of him and thought in his heart that as long as he had her, he wouldn't have to worry about his grades in the future. He gently held Fang Jejia's hand and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely study hard in the future. However, I have to thank you properly this time. Let's go. I'll treat you to ice cream." Fang Jejia gently nodded with a red face. The two of them didn't walk out far. Lin Haoyu suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Gu Wan-er. Lin Haoyu immediately let go of Fang Jejia's hand. This action caused Fang Jejia on the side to look bewildered, confusion written in her eyes. Lin Haoyu immediately made an excuse and said, "Jejia, I seem to have just seen the teacher. Don't let him see us. You go back to the class from that side first. I'll go around from this side." When Fang Jejia heard Lin Haoyu say this, she didn't suspect anything and nodded her head obediently and left. Lin Haoyu looked at her back as she left, then turned around and immediately chased after her in the direction where Lin Wan-er was. "Wan-er." Gu Wan-er slowly turned her head and asked calmly with doubt, "Lin Haoyu, is there something wrong with you?" Lin Haoyu squeezed out a slightly awkward smile on his face. "Nothing. Just wanted to say hello to you." Gu Wan-er raised her eyebrows slightly, her gaze subconsciously glancing towards Fang Jejia's departing direction as she casually asked, "Where's your girlfriend?" Lin Haoyu's heart thumped and he hurriedly waved his hand to explain, "I don't have a girlfriend. You're mistaken. That's the school committee member of our class. She's always had a bit of a crush on me, always finding excuses to approach me. I'm also quite helpless. I'm all about studying hard right now. I really don't have the heart to think about this." After saying that, Lin Haoyu was afraid that Gu Wan-er would continue to ask and hurriedly changed the topic. "Right, Wan-er, how did you do on the exam this time?" When Gu Wanner heard his inquiry, a faint hint of despondency appeared on her face. Just like that. Lin Haoyu immediately understood, and he opened his mouth to comfort him. You're gifted. You'll definitely be able to get a better grade next time. What about you? How did you do on the exam? Hearing Gu Wanner inquire about herself, Lin Haoyu immediately pulled out his report card. I didn't do well this time either. I came in third place. Gu Wanner raised her eyebrows when she saw Lin Haoyu's report card. This Lin Haoyu was really a school bully? By the way, Uncle Gu invited me to your house for dinner. Can I go back with you after school today? Gu Wanner nodded indifferently. Lin Haoyu, who had gotten permission, couldn't help but feel smug in his heart when he thought of his brother Lin Zhe's eyes that were looking at him with jealousy when the time came. Gu family villa. During dinner time, Lin Haoyu purposely sat next to Gu Tinghui. He made a flowery speech to Gu Tinghui, pleasing him very much. Uncle Gu, I'll toast to you. Lin Haoyu's face was full of smiles as he respectfully raised his glass. Thank you for the financial support you've been giving me all along. This favor is something I'll keep in mind. Gu Tinghui nodded slightly. A trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes as he lifted his wine glass and gently took a sip. This child of yours is quite understanding. It's a pity that he just has a mother like that. Lin Haoyu's face immediately surfaced a touch of just the right amount of guilt, slightly lowering his head, saying in a sincere tone, "AI, it's all my fault for not being able to find out in time those wrong things my mom did. If I had known earlier, I would have done everything in my power to stop her." Saying that, he turned his head to look at Lin Zhe. "Brother, I'll toast you as well, as a way of making amends to you on behalf of my mom." Lin Zhe looked at this hypocritical appearance of Lin Haoyu, and his heart had no ripples. With a gentle smile still on his face, he lifted his wine glass and responded, "Brother, no matter what, we are all family. Let's not mention the past." Gu Tinghui nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the two. "Well, both of you brothers are good children. Let bygones be bygones." The corners of Lin Haoyu's mouth rose slightly, a hint of imperceptible cunning flashing through his eyes as he said along with the topic, "By the way, I heard my brother say that he has done you a great favor recently, right?" A pleased smile appeared on Gu Tinghui's face as he nodded and said, "Yes. Aze is very capable and has helped me a lot." "So it's true. Then brother, is it also true that you told me that soon you will be the master of the Gu family?" "Ah, sorry brother. I didn't mean to say it." After Lin Haoyu finished speaking, he immediately covered his mouth and pretended to be blaming himself, but in actuality, he was snickering in his heart, waiting for a good show. Gu Tinghui's face instantly became gloomy, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Lin Zhe understood Lin Haoyu's calculations in his heart, but he remained calm and unhurriedly explained, "Brother, you heard wrong. What I said was that I am now a part of the Gu family. The owner of the Gu family can only be dad, of course. After all, I'm not even surnamed Gu." Lin Zhe's tone was calm, yet carried an unquestionable firmness. This reply caused Gu Tinghui's face to ease up a lot. Before Lin Haoyu had a chance to interject again, Lin Zhe continued, "Brother, you must never say the wrong thing again in such a presumptuous manner. We have a deep bond between father and son. Don't create unnecessary misunderstandings because of these unintentional words. If it's because of your negligence that the bond between dad and I is spoiled, I, as an older brother, will blame you." Lu Wanqin, who had been silently observing all this from the side, keenly captured the subtle atmosphere between the two brothers. These two brothers were clearly not dealing with each other. Chapter 41, letting Lin Haoyu deal with Lin Zhe. Lin Haoyu's good grades were in front of him, and Gu Tinghui's face became gloomy when he saw Gu Wan'er's report card. "Look at your grades on this test. This is what you've worked so hard for all this time? Did you study with all your heart or not?" Gu Tinghui's voice carried obvious anger, which was particularly harsh in the quiet space. Gu Wan'er lowered her head, biting her lower lip tightly in the face of her father's harsh lecture, not saying a word. Just then, Lin Haoyu stood out. "Uncle Gu, how about this? I'll come help Wan'er with her homework after school in the future." Gu Tinghui frowned slightly and refused without hesitation. "No need. I'll hire a professional private tutor for Wan'er." Lin Haoyu, however, did not give up on this and continued to open his mouth to fight for himself. "Uncle Gu, consider this as my repayment for you sponsoring me." Just then, Lu Wanqin spoke up. "I do think this proposal is good. Gu Tinghui looked at Lu Wanqin with some surprise. Lu Wanqin smiled and unhurriedly explained. After all, there is an age gap between the private teacher and Wan Er, so there is inevitably a generation gap in communication. This child, how you and Wan Er are of similar age and are in the same school, they definitely communicate more smoothly, so I think this is a good solution. Under Lu Wanqin's persuasion, Gu Tinghui pondered for a moment and finally nodded his head and agreed. Lu Wanqin raised an eyebrow after seeing Gu Tinghui agree. Since the two brothers didn't deal with each other, why didn't she borrow this Lin Haoyu's hand to deal with Lin Zhe? At this moment, Lin Haoyu was happy in his heart, his face overflowing with a smug look that was hard to hide. In the future, he would not only be able to frequent the Gu family and brush up his presence in front of the Gu family, he could also legitimately spend more time alone with Gu Wan Er. Two things in one fell swoop. Lin Zhe, who was at the side, took in the complacent look on Lin Haoyu's face. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel vaguely worried. In his heart, he understood that Lu Wanqin had spoken for Lin Haoyu, and that he definitely had nothing to do with himself behind the scenes. He is not afraid of Lin Haoyu to play any tricks in front of his eyes. He was just afraid that the simple Gu Wan Er would be deceived by him. Lin Zhe subconsciously turned his gaze to Gu Waner, who was sitting on the side. Her head was hanging low, her long black hair hanging down like a waterfall, covering most of her face. Lin Zhe could imagine the loss and frustration that filled her face at the moment. His heart was filled with heartache, but he could only be a helpless bystander. During these few days of vacation after the exams, Gu Waner locked herself in her room as if she was cut off from the outside world, and didn't leave her house for the whole day. Even her 3 meals a day were sent to her room. Lu Wanqin looked at her daughter's depressed appearance, and her heart ached as if it were twisted by a knife. She understands her daughter too well, and knows that more comfort at this moment may be futile. Let her heal herself, perhaps the best choice at the moment. All of this was also seen by Lin Zhe. We have to think of a way to cheer up my wife. Suddenly, he thought of something and immediately ran to find Zhang Ying. Auntie Zhang, I want to ask you for a favor. Lin Zhe's face was eager, and his tone carried a plea. Young Master Zhe, what is it? As long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely help. Lin Zhe approached Zhang Ying's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing this, Zhang Ying nodded his head. No problem, young Master Zhe. I'll take care of it. As night fell, the entire Gu family villa was shrouded in silence. Gu Waner was still lying on her bed with a disheveled face, immersed in her spiritual world. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the window, breaking the silence. Gu Wan Er was slightly startled and sat up from her bed. She dragged herself over to the window and gently pushed it open. The sight in front of her froze her. Only on the front lawn of the villa, Zhang Ying was busy with a few maids. Shoo! Suddenly, a sharp whistling broke the tranquility of the night sky. One bouquet of fireworks after another whistled and rushed into the night sky, blossoming with colorful light in the darkness. The brilliant and colorful fireworks were like a warm and bright light that instantly penetrated the haze in Gu Wan Er's heart. For a while, Gu Waner was a little mesmerized by what she was watching. Miss Waner, come down and play together. Zhang Ying waved enthusiastically towards Gu Waner from below, her face beaming. Gu Waner came back to her senses, and the depression in her heart seemed to be dispelled by the light of the fireworks all of a sudden. Her eyes reflected the sparkling light of the fireworks, as if a force had been rekindled in her heart. She responded loudly towards Zhang Ying below. Coming! Gu Waner excitedly ran downstairs and joined the fireworks party. She happily waved the fireworks sticks as if she had thrown all the previous unpleasantness out of the sky. Lin Zhe, who was standing in the corner secretly observing all this, saw Gu Wan Er reappear with a smile, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Coaxing my wife, I'm still quite good at it. Gu Group's headquarters. Li Kai took a deep breath, then pushed open the office door in front of him. Chairman. Li Kai's tone carried a hint of heaviness. Gu Tinghui, who was originally reading a document, immediately raised his head. What is it? Li Qingland carefully glanced in Gu Tinghui's direction. Wheat Automobile Sales Department came with a message saying, Go on. Gu Tinghui's tone carried a hint of urgency. It says that due to the long manufacturing cycle of wheat cars, many of the customers who pre-ordered have asked for refunds. But the factory side is already working extremely hard to produce it, and the costs have already been thrown in. Li Qingland finished his sentence in one breath, nervously waiting for Gu Tinghui's reaction. Gu Tinghui frowned as he listened. Isn't there a deposit deduction for back orders? Those customers would rather give up their deposits and return their orders. Li Qingland replied helplessly. Gu Tinghui pondered for a moment and said decisively, let the marketing department think of some countermeasures as soon as possible, formulate a set of favorable policies, and make sure to regain the hearts of these consumers. As soon as the words fell, Gu Tinghui's mind suddenly recalled what Lin Zhe had told him a few days ago. At that time, Lin Zhe had reminded him that wheat automobiles were at a popular stage right now. Many people were just blindly placing orders to catch up with the trend. He was told to be wary of a possible wave of refunds. He also said that even if there was a wave of refunds, he didn't need to worry too much, and that he had other ways to deal with it. But at that time, looking at the soaring sales of wheat cars, Gu Tinghui didn't take Lin Zhe's words seriously at all. He even felt that Lin Zhe had done something useful by mistake, and was a bit flustered. He even tried to teach himself how to do things. Unexpectedly, the situation nowadays had really been hit by Lin Zhe's words. Wait! Gu Tinghui suddenly called out to stop Li Kai, who was about to leave. Li Qingland stopped in his tracks and looked at Gu Tinghui in confusion. Chairman, what else do you command? Don't do those favorable activities first. Just maintain the original price. Gu Tinghui's eyes were deep, seemingly pondering something. Li Qingland showed a difficult face and couldn't help but ask, what should these lost consumers do then? Gu Tinghui did not immediately answer Li Qingland's question, but picked up his cell phone and dialed Lin Zhe's number. Chapter 42, Letting the Richest Man Drive a Car Door for Someone? Lin Zhe wasn't surprised to see Gu Tinghui calling. In his previous life, because of the explosion of the wheat car, there was another car dealer who imitated this path and built a car similar to the wheat car. At first, the sales were also explosive, but later on, a large number of orders were also returned. Unexpectedly, the founder of that car dealer did an amazing move. That was to personally drive the doors for the car owners at the handover ceremony of the first batch of car owners. Buying a car that was around $200,000, it was surprising that a billionaire with $1 billion fortune would open the door for himself. Such a gimmick immediately sent that car's sales to the top again. That's why Lin Zhe guessed that wheat auto would also have such a trend. He even purposely took the opportunity to tell Gu Tinghui in advance, reminding him to prepare early. But Gu Tinghui, at that time, was so overwhelmed by wheat auto's hot sales in the early days that he didn't even take Lin Zhe's words to heart. Lin Zhe gently shook his head, revealing a hint of a meaningful smile, then calmly picked up the phone. Ah, Zhe, it's this. On the other end of the phone, Gu Tinghui's voice carried obvious exhaustion. He told Lin Zhe in detail about the matter of wheat cars being backordered in large numbers. You told me last time that there was a countermeasure even in the face of this situation. What exactly is it? Gu Tinghui's tone carried a hint of urgency. Hearing Gu Tinghui's inquiry, Lin Zhe frowned slightly, pondering how to express it in the most appropriate way. After a moment, he spoke calmly. Dad, you can organize a handover ceremony for the first owners of the wheat automobile. A handover ceremony? Gu Tinghui's voice was filled with doubt. He really couldn't figure out what an ordinary handover ceremony could do for the current severe sales problem. At that time, I hope that you will make a personal appearance. Lin Zhe added. It's naturally fine for me to make an appearance, but it's that simple to save sales? Gu Tinghui was obviously a little less trusting of this proposal from Lin Zhe. Of course not. The handover ceremony is just a formality. The key centerpiece is you. Lin Zhe aggravated his tone, trying to make Gu Tinghui realize the point of the matter. Me? Gu Tinghui became even more puzzled, but he still couldn't figure it out. What exactly is the method you're talking about? Gu Tinghui couldn't wait for the answer, a hint of impatience in his tone. At that time, I hope that you can personally open the door for those car owners. Lin Zhe said word for word, his tone firm and confident. Lin Zhe, do you know what you're saying? As soon as Gu Tinghui heard this, he instantly became furious. His voice unconsciously raised a few points. And I, Gu Tinghui, am at least a dignified figure who has been in the mall for many years. You actually asked me to open the door for those car owners? What do you take me for? A waiter at the entrance of a hotel. Lin Zhe had expected Gu Tinghui to react like this. He didn't panic and his tone remained calm. Dad, don't be in a hurry to get angry. Lin Zhe tried to explain. Now that wheat auto is facing a large number of back orders, the market's confidence in us is declining. and we desperately need an opportunity to win back the hearts of consumers. You personally opened the door for the car owner. This is not a simple gesture. Gu Tinghui snorted coldly. Isn't it just opening the door for someone? What could be so special about it? Lin Zhe continued. In the eyes of ordinary people, you are the towering chairman of the Gu Group, the man of the hour who controls the business empire. But now you're willing to put down your stature and personally open the door for the owner of a 200,000 or so automobile. What does this show? It shows that we, the Gu Group, value each and every consumer immensely. No matter how affordable a product they buy, they are the most important customers in our hearts. This not only highlights our respect for our consumers, but also expresses our gratitude for their support of Wheat Auto. Gu Tinghui was silent for a moment, seemingly pondering Lin Zhe's words. Lin Zhe struck while the iron was hot and continued on. In addition to all of this move is also extremely topical. Once it gets out, it's bound to attract widespread attention from the media and the public. Everyone will feel that our Gu Group is pro-people, grounded, and willing to pay for consumers. Not only will it enhance the brand image of Wheat Auto, but it will also allow potential consumers to see our sincerity, thus increasing their favorability and trust in our brand. Gu Tinghui's tone eased slightly, but still carried misgivings. That's true, but after all, I'm still holding the title of richest man, so doing so will inevitably lose face in the business world and be laughed at. Lin Zhe knew that Gu Tinghui valued his reputation highly, and patiently continued to persuade. Dad, what people value in the mall are results. If this method can make the sales of Wheat automobiles rebound and turn the situation around, who would still laugh at you? Instead, you will be admired for your determination and vision. There was another silence on the other end of the phone, and after a long time, Gu Tinghui sighed heavily, as if he had made up his mind about something. All right, Aze, let's do as you say. I'd like to see if this move can really be as effective as you say. Seeing that Gu Tinghui had loosely agreed, Lin Zhe's heart rejoiced, and he smoothly put forward his request. Let me follow you to this handover ceremony when the time comes. Gu Tinghui not only agreed painfully, but also waved his hand, directly allowing Lin Zhe to participate in the preparations for this handover ceremony. In the next few days, Lin Zhe was like Gu Tinghui's personal assistant, following him in and out. This made Lu Wanqin as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, especially when she sent someone to the company to inquire. She learned that Gu Tinghui had allowed Lin Zhe to meddle in the company's affairs. She immediately felt like an enemy, a strong sense of crisis gripping her. Absolutely not. I can't just stand by and watch Lin Zhe grow unchecked and threaten my position and want heirs. Thinking of this, Lu Wanqin made up her mind and made a call. Right on the eve of the handover ceremony for the first batch of Wheat automobile owners, an uninvited guest came to the Gu family villa. Where's Gu Tinghui? Tell him to come out. A noblewoman carrying an expensive bag commanded the Gu family's servants aggressively. Chapter 43 Bet. At your disposal. Gu Tinghui, who had gotten the news, came to the hall and saw the noblewoman in front of him with a hint of doubt on his face. Eldest sister, why have you suddenly come? The person called Big Sister by Gu Tinghui was none other than Gu Tinghui's eldest sister, Gu Hong. Humph, what, when this big sister of mine is dead? Can't come anymore? Big sister, that's not what I meant. Aren't you usually traveling around? How come you didn't know to let me know when you suddenly came back, so I could organize a reception banquet for you? Gu Hong didn't pay attention to Gu Tinghui's words, but directly questioned him after sitting on the sofa. I heard that you adopted a son? Hearing this, Gu Tinghui understood everything. It was Wanqin who called you to come, right? The matter of adopting a son is already a done deal, big sister. You don't need to say anymore. Gu Tinghui's face showed a hint of determination and displeasure. Fine. I don't care about the matter of you adopting your son. But what do you mean by letting this outsider meddle in the company's affairs? Do you really want to give your company to an outsider? Isn't one heir your flesh and blood? Anyway, I, as a big sister, am the first to be unwilling. Gu Hong came in for a good lecture. Big sister, I naturally have my own arrangements when I do things. Gu Tinghui's face grew more and more unpleasant. At this time, Lu Wanqin appeared at the right time. Big sister. Gu Tinghui transferred the anger born in his heart to Lu Wanqin. When it comes to family matters, do you have to let big sister know everything? Seeing Gu Tinghui accusing Lu Wanqin, Gu Hong immediately stood out. It wasn't her who told me to come back. Your matter is so big on the internet. It's hard for me to not know. Let's not talk about so much first. Bring that kid in front of me to take a look. Gu Tinghui made a look towards the servant next to him. The servant understood and immediately went to call for someone. Soon, Lin Zhe was brought here. Lin Zhe, call auntie. Although Lin Zhe was a bit puzzled by the situation in front of him, he still obeyed Gu Tinghui's words and greeted Gu Hong in front of him with a humble and courteous appearance. Good day, auntie. Who is your aunt? Gu Hong glared at Lin Zhe unmercifully. At a young age, you have quite a lot of thoughts. You give me an honest explanation. What unseemly means did you use to enter the Gu family? Gu Hong gave Lin Zhe a solid downward spiral as soon as she came up. Big sister, is this necessary? This kid, Zhe, is smart and understanding, and he's helped me a lot lately. Gu Tinghui still opened his mouth to defend Lin Zhe. He's a milquetoast brat who can help a business tycoon like you? Do you know what you're saying? Gu Hong's gaze toward Lin Zhe was full of disdain, not believing Gu Tinghui's words at all. I heard that you're still going to bring him to some kind of owner's handover ceremony? I'm telling you clearly, I forbid it. Big sister, don't mess around here. Gu Tinghui's tone became hardened with a hint of warning. But Gu Hong wasn't one to be messed with either, and she responded without showing any weakness. I don't care. I also hold the company's shares in my hand. I'm also a shareholder. As long as I don't agree, this can't be done. This time, this matter concerns the company's major interests. Gu Tinghui aggravated his tone, trying to make Gu Hong realize the seriousness of the matter. Really? Gu Hong was a little flustered when she heard that, and weighed it in her heart. Seeing Gu Hong's attitude waver, Lu Wanqin immediately stepped forward smartly. Intimately hooking Gu Hong's arm, she delicately said, Big sister, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I have some personal words I want to say to you. After Lu Wanqin pulled Gu Hong to the side, she immediately told her about the new things she had inquired about in the company. What? This brat even letting Timothy drive the door for someone else at the handover ceremony tomorrow? This is inappropriate. Gu Hong walked back with a furious look on her face after hearing what Lu Wanqin said. Gu Tinghui, you give me an honest explanation. Was that whatever car owner handover ceremony tomorrow this kid's idea? When Gu Tinghui heard this, he gave a heavy look towards Lu Wanqin with some reproach in his eyes. Lu Wanqin somewhat sheepishly averted her face. Gu Hong immediately spoke. You shouldn't blame her. She told me all these things for your own good, for the good of the entire Gu family. Are you clear about your own identity? You're the richest man in the world, and you're actually going to run and open the door for the owner of a car? This lowly demeanor is going to bring the entire Gu family into disrepute. Gu Hong was very angry. If her gaze could kill, then her gaze at the moment would have already decapitated Lin Zhe 800 times over. I see you. You're just busy and confused. How dare you accompany this brat to fool around? You're trying to bury the entire Gu group. Gu Tinghui frowned in the face of Gu Hong's accusations. These days, he had been hesitating. He was also afraid of a situation like the one Gu Hong had described. The heart was even beginning to waver. Lin Zhe, who was at the side, saw Gu Tinghui's demeanor and guessed his mental activities. He took the first step and stood out. Auntie, this matter was indeed my idea. Good. You bad child with quite a lot of heart. The Gu family adopted you with great mercy, and instead you're beneficent and hateful. You misunderstand. I did all of this for the good of the Gu family. You're treating us all like little cuties. Are you? Thinking that our Gu family doesn't have a single person with a clean brain. Lin Zhe knew he couldn't break it off with her for a while. He sighed and made a resolution. Why don't we make a bet? The moment Lin Zhe's words came out, it instantly made Gu Hong and Lu Wanqin frown. What kind of mind games are you playing again? Let me tell you, as long as I'm around, you won't be able to make waves. Lin Zhe didn't explain for himself, but instead went along with what he had just said. If this time around, it affects Dad's reputation, I'll be at your disposal. The moment these words came out, everyone in the room went quiet. Lin Zhe continued on. I'm willing to take responsibility for this matter. Gu Hong glanced towards Lu Wanqin after hearing Lin Zhe's words. At the moment, Lu Wanqin had a hint of excitement. She hadn't expected Lin Zhe to cut himself off. In her scenario, the matter of having the richest man drive the door for an ordinary person was a travesty. It would definitely be laughed at. So this bet, they would definitely win. Lin Zhe was pushing herself to the brink of extinction. At that time, she would be able to rightfully kick Lin Zhe out of the Gu family. She hurriedly nodded towards Gu Hong. Although Lu Wanqin had agreed, Gu Hong was still hesitant in her heart. This was about the face of their Gu family. Dad, I know that this matter will cause you to make a great sacrifice, but my son is willing to risk his life to assure you that I am definitely not harming the Gu family. Hearing Lin Zhe say such heavy words, the balance of hesitation in Gu Tinghui's heart eventually favored Lin Zhe's side. Eldest sister, then let's each take a step back and just do what Lin Zhe said. Gu Hong pondered for a long time before finally nodding her head in agreement. However, she also added subsidiary conditions. I have to attend this owner handover ceremony together as well. She would keep a close eye on this Lin Zhe, never letting him play a trick on her. Chapter 4400 Billion President to drive the door for me? At the scene of the handover ceremony for the first batch of owners of wheat cars, various media personnel were already guarding the place. Gu Tinghui had arrived here early, dressed in a straight customized suit, the exquisitely tailored lines perfectly outlining his stature, and his entire person appeared imposing. He looked calm, but a hint of imperceptible tension was hidden under his deep eyes. Beside him, a brand new wheat automobile was neatly arranged. Lin Zhe stood not far away, wearing the same type of headphones as Gu Tinghui in his ears, his eyes filled with concentration. Dad, you put on the headphones and do as I say later. Lin Zhe's voice was clearly transmitted into Gu Tinghui's ears through the headphones. Aha! Gu Tinghui's answering voice was slightly heavy, and at this moment, he had mixed feelings inside. He really had gone crazy. Surprisingly, he actually followed the orders of a 20-something-year-old brat to do something. But things have come to this. There was also no room for retreat. One could only hope that the outcome would be good. Not far away, Gu Hong's gaze was locked onto Lin Zhe like a falcon, her eyes full of vigilance, always on guard against any unexpected situations. On the other hand, Lu Wanqin beside her was filled with anticipation. In her opinion, after today, Lin Zhe would be completely expelled from the Gu family. As if she had already seen that scene, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. At this time, the first owners arrived at the scene one after another. It's really strange. It's just a handover ceremony, making it so grand. A car owner wearing glasses muttered in a low voice. Yeah, so many reporters, it feels like a world superstar appearance. I thought I was in the wrong place. The car owner next to him chimed in. Look over there are so many security guards. This is too much. Whatever. I've heard that those who attend the handover ceremony this time, not only will their hotel fare be fully reimbursed, but they'll also be able to dine at a 5-star hotel. The car owners were talking to each other, not the least bit aware of what was going to happen next. As the host's infectious voice rang out, the handover ceremony officially kicked off. The host first said some official words of thanks, sincere words, expressing his sincere gratitude to the owners. The staff then led the first owner to Gu Tinghui's side. The first car owner was a brown-haired man in his 30s. He was originally very confused, not knowing what to do. When he saw the brand new wheat car in front of him, excitement instantly blossomed in his eyes, and his gaze was completely attracted to that new car. So much so that he completely ignored the person next to the car. At this moment, Gu Tinghui took a deep breath. Then, with a calm and steady pace, he walked over towards the brown-haired man. Hello. Gu Tinghui's voice was low and magnetic. When the brown-haired man heard the voice, he subconsciously turned his head back and swept a glance. Why was this staff member so temperamental? Something's not right. This person looks a bit familiar. The brown-haired man took another look. Wait, he immediately turned around. When he saw the person in front of him, his eyes instantly widened and his face was filled with disbelief. Where was this any kind of staff member? This was clearly Gu Tinghui, the president of the Gu Group, a character that he usually only saw online and in the newspapers. Today, he had actually seen it with his own eyes from such a close distance. The brown-haired man froze in place, his mind going blank. At this moment, Gu Tinghui put on a smile and cordially extended his hand towards him. Hello, owner of the wheat automobile. I'm Gu Tinghui. Looking at the outstretched hand in front of him, the brown-haired man's eyes grew even wider, as if his eyeballs were about to come out of their sockets. It took him a full minute to react. Hello, Gu, Mr. Gu. His voice trembled with excitement, and he busily reached out his hands to grip Gu Tinghui's hands tightly. Those hands were slightly whitened from too much force. Ah, he had actually shaken the richest man's hand. The brown-haired man felt like this moment was the high point of his life, but what he didn't expect was that this was just an appetizer. What made him even more surprised was yet to come. "Thank you for choosing our Gu's Wheat automobile. Can I give you a hug?" Gu Tinghui inquired with a smile, his eyes full of sincerity. The brown-haired man was completely dumbfounded. What? Gu Tinghui was not only going to shake his hand, but also hug him? This happiness came so suddenly that he was somewhat at a loss for words. The brown-haired man's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, so excited that he was incoherent. Good. Good ah. He was so nervous that his body was a little stiff, and his movements were slightly numb as he embraced Gu Tinghui. At this moment, he felt that his heartbeat had soared to 200, as if it was about to burst through his chest. Who could believe it if he said it out loud? Not only had he shaken hands with the richest man, he had also embraced. He had already thought about how much of a stir he would cause when he showed this to his circle of friends, right? To send a friend circle, he had to have a picture to do so. The brown-haired man immediately spoke. "Gu, Mr. Gu, can I?" Before the brown-haired man could finish, Gu Tinghui knew what he meant. "A group photo, yes? Of course you can." Gu Tinghui was very cooperative and took a picture with him. Seeing the photo in his cell phone, the brown-haired man's hands began to shake with excitement. A photo of him with the richest man in the world. How big of a pussy does this have to be in the circle of friends? The brown-haired man originally thought that this moment was already the peak he could reach in his life. But what happened next almost made him turn his back in excitement. "Thank you very much. I hope the wheat automobile will give you a perfect experience. Please drive it away." Gu Tinghui bent down slightly and opened the car door for the brown-haired man with elegant and natural movements. At this moment, the brown-haired man felt like he was going to be unsteady on his feet, as if he was going to faint in the next second. Hallucination. It must be an illusion. $100 billion president bending down to open the door for me? Novels don't even dare to write like this. He just bought a car with more than $200,000. The brown-haired man felt that he had taken advantage of a great bargain. With everything that had just happened, even if he wasn't given a car, the $200,000 was worth dying for. Gu Tinghui was still waiting for the brown-haired man with a smile on his face. The brown-haired man viciously pounded his thigh a few times at this point. "Gu, General Manager Gu. This is too flattering to me. I didn't even dream of being treated like this. As it should be. Thank you very much for supporting Wheat Auto." There had never been a moment when the brown-haired man felt as much respect as he did today. He couldn't wait to max out his credit card and buy 2 more wheat cars. It was only then that the people around him reacted. The scene instantly boiled over. Chapter 45. This bet. I win. I'm dropping a heavenly milka, spending more than $200,000. Not only letting the 100 billion old boss drive the door for me, but also giving me a car. Who knows? Buy a $79 eyebrow pencil, someone scolded me for not working hard. Buy a $100,000 car to be scolded by the sales call what is called. But buy a $200,000 plus wheat car can make the 100 billion old boss personally thank me. That's our people's entrepreneur. Unlike some people who suck our blood and still judge us condescendingly. The car owners at the scene became frantic in the face of Gu Tinghui's actions. The media people were also frantically capturing every scene at the scene. They knew that this news was absolutely explosive. At first, Gu Tinghui was still a bit put out. But seeing that everyone at the scene reacted so violently, and also reaped thunderous applause and cheers, the haze within him was instantly swept away. He completely put down the baggage in his heart, with a more enthusiastic and sincere attitude into the interaction with the owners. The atmosphere at the scene became more and more elevated, and the car owners spontaneously began to chant, "Wheat cars! Wheat auto! Mr. Gu! Mr. Gu!" The voices were neat and loud, filling Gu Tinghui's heart with excitement and pride. At the same time, the media was also very busy, using their cameras to shoot around Gu Tinghui and the car owners, fearing that they would miss something. Some reporters who couldn't get in could only settle for interviewing the owners of wheat cars. "What do you think this delivery ceremony means to you?" A reporter passed the microphone to a female car owner. The female car owner didn't seem to have gotten out of the excitement she had just felt. "This is an unforgettable experience in my life. It made me feel respected. It also let me see the sincerity of the Gu Group. I'll be Gu Group's most loyal fan from now on." On the other side, Lu Wanqin's face was gloomy, her eyes intertwined with unwillingness. and her mood was as complicated as a messy hemp. How could she not expect that the situation she had carefully anticipated did not occur? But instead, she had miscalculated once again. This Lindsay was far more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Gu Hong, who was by Lu Wanqin's side, also watched the entire handover ceremony. As she watched the scene's reaction being so unexpected, her original unkind gaze towards Lindsay changed. In its place was a hint of contemplation. This kid, he really does have a bit of the demeanor of Gu Tinghui when he was young. Owners on the scene also took to social media to share their experiences. As time passes, the video and photos of the wheat car delivery ceremony are rapidly fermenting on the internet. On major short video platforms, the number of plays of related topics exceeded 10 million in just a few hours. The number of likes, comments, and retweets also amounted to millions. Netizens have left messages in the comments section, and many consumers who returned their cars have pounded their legs in regret. If I had known that buying a wheat car had this treatment, I would not have said anything to return the order. It feels like a loss of 100 million. Sincerity is the surefire way. If Gu Tinghui treats consumers with his heart, we won't let his wheat car lose. Fascinated by Mr. Gu, I hope that other companies can learn. Don't always treat consumers as leaks. Some self-publishers in the automobile industry have also produced videos. Many potential consumers, after seeing these videos, have begun to take the initiative to learn about wheat auto. In major automobile forums, the heat of discussion about wheat cars remains high. Many car owners shared their stories of purchasing cars, and their experiences of being personally received by Gu Tinghui made everyone envious, leading more people to be attracted to wheat cars. The sales of wheat cars skyrocketed again. At the same time, a famous blogger with millions of followers released an automobile evaluation video. He compared a high-end sports car with a wheat car. During the evaluation, the blogger conducted professional tests on the performance of the two cars. Surprisingly, the results show that the wheat car is not inferior to the high-end sports car in terms of performance. Besides, the appearance of the wheat car is very similar to that of the high-end sports car, but it has its own design in certain places. Together with the more modernized logo, it is not inferior to the high-end sports car in any way. Even in a random survey by passers-by, the wheat car even got a few more votes. Most importantly, the two cars are nearly 10 times the difference in price. When this video came out, it immediately exploded. Wheat car orders skyrocketed again. The demand even exceeded the supply. On top of that, Gu Tinghui's act of opening the door for the owners during the handover ceremony was also met with unanimous praise from the netizens. Friends had spilled their vinegar and stomped their feet when they saw the success of wheat auto. But also have to admit that this wave of marketing done by wheat auto is advanced. Not only did Timothy's operation not make him lose face, but it also won the hearts and minds of consumers. It earned him more gold. All the business tycoons had gone to great lengths to find out who the man behind Gu Tinghui was. At the same time, Gu's group stock is also all the way up, surprisingly up again. Gu Tinghui watched all of this and was in an incredibly happy mood. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Entering the automobile industry was undoubtedly a risky move on his part. Every aspect of this was like walking on thin ice, and there was no room for error. Originally, he was ready to lose tens of billions of dollars. Did not expect dangerous is dangerous, but he got a high return. This period of time rely on the wheat car to earn money, then the usual Gu group 1 or 2 years to earn more. And for all of this, there was one person who did get the credit. Gu Tinghui was never a stingy person. He found Lin Zhe with a bank card. Zhe, this is the reward you deserve. Lin Zhe's eyes widened as he looked at the bank card Gu Tinghui handed over. Gu Tinghui had always been generous, and there was at least a couple $100,000 in this card. As it turned out, Lin Zhe was still thinking conservatively. There's $3 million in here, you can take it and buy something you like. Gu Tinghui's tone was so relaxed that it was as if he had given Lin Zhe $10 of pocket money. But it wasn't surprising when you thought about it. After all, the value Lin Zhe had created for him could be worth many $3 million. What? $3 million? Just then, as if she had gotten the news, Gu Hong hurried over. She snatched the card from Gu Tinghui's hand. That's not how you lose money even if you're rich. Big sister. Gu Tinghui looked at this big sister of his with a helpless face. You still know I'm your big sister? Isn't it good for you to give this $3 million to your big sister? That. At this time, Lin Zhe increased the volume of his voice and opened his mouth to catch Gu Hong's attention. You should still remember the bet between us, right? Hearing Lin Zay's words, Gu Hong's face instantly looked unsightly, but Lin Zay acted as if he didn't see it and continued on. This bet I won. Chapter 46. This lets Lin Zay turn the tables? Gu Hong raised her head slightly at this moment, a hint of barely maintained condescension in her eyes. A win is a win. It's not like I said I wouldn't honor this bet, she said in a pretense of composure, but her tone hid a trace of hardness that was not easily detectable. Say it, what do you want? Gu Hong spoke with panache, but her heart was a bit flustered. How come she hadn't set out clearly what this bet was about in the first place? What if this kid opened his mouth wide? But she also didn't expect that he would win this bet. Gu Hong had been calculating in her heart for a long time, but Lin Zay never opened his mouth. This kid was probably thinking about how to make a big offer and get some more benefits. If he really made any excessive demands, then she would find an excuse and say that the content of the bet was ambiguous at the time. Directly come to a denial. Thinking of this, she somewhat impatiently urged up Lin Zay. Less dawdling. Hurry up and say it. If you don't, there won't be a store after this village. Only after Gu Hong's urging did Lin Zay open his mouth. I want. Gu Hong's eyes were dead set on Lin Zay, and she was a little nervous at this moment. I want to call you auntie. Is that okay? Hearing Lin Zay's request, Gu Hong was dumbfounded. Call her aunt? He had won the bet and wanted a vain thing? Not only Gu Hong, Gu Tinghui on the side was also surprised. He had thought that Lin Zay would take this opportunity to ask Gu Hong for something. But he didn't expect Lin Zay to open his mouth and say something he couldn't understand. What was going on in this child's head? Are you? Sure. At this moment, Gu Hong tentatively opened her mouth to ask. At this moment, she was somewhat back to her senses. In her heart, she was thinking, this kid couldn't be setting her up for something, right? When she was traveling outside, there were more than enough of those kinds of scams such as killing plates, bringing ropes and so on. Maybe this kid was calculating how to trap her. I'm sure. Lin Zay nodded heavily, his eyes full of sincerity and seriousness. You don't want anything else? Gu Hong still didn't believe her, and confirmed more carefully. Seeing this, Lin Zay opened his mouth and explained for himself. Originally, when I made the bet with you, it wasn't because I wanted anything. Then what did you want?
Guon pursuait.
I wanted you to know that I wanted to make Dad well from the bottom of my heart, and that I wanted to make the entire Gu family well. I want to prove that I'm not the kind of person you say is a benefactor. The Gu family adopted me. I'm very grateful, and I want to be recognized by everyone in the Gu family. Lin Zay spoke very sincerely, his eyes full of sincerity. He didn't say he was panicking either. He really did want to be recognized by everyone in the Gu family, and was still working with that philosophy in mind. Lin Zay's words had touched Gu Hong a little. It even reminded her of her own lost son. If he was still around, he would have been as old as Lin Zay, right? So, can I call you auntie? Lin Zay's voice pulled Gu Hong back to the real world. She lifted her head up and looked at Lin Zay with her nose and said, I'm your father's eldest sister. If you don't call me auntie, what do you call me? Although Gu Hong acted condescendingly and said things with great disdain, she still answered Lin Zay's request. Gu Tinghui at the side was a bit surprised. This eldest sister of his was arrogant and forceful, and she used to be a bully in the family. He didn't expect that she would let go of Lin Zay today. Thank you, auntie. Lin Zay hurriedly thanked her, a smile appearing on his face. Looking at Lin Zay, who was really happy from the bottom of his heart, Gu Hong's condescension was gone for the most part. She looked down at the bank card in her hand. Then this card. Lin Zay shook his head at Gu Hong. I think you're right, auntie. This money might as well be given to you. I won't be able to use much of it anyway. Are you seriously going to give it to me? Gu Hong somewhat didn't believe Lin Zay's words. Lin Zay nodded, although he turned his head to Gu Tinghui as if he had remembered something. Dad, is it okay if I handle it like this? It could be seen that Gu Tinghui was indeed in a good mood, and his entire aura was much softer. He nodded and spoke. This money was originally meant to be a reward for you, so do whatever you want with it. Thanks, Dad. Lin Zay thanked Gu Tinghui and then looked at Gu Hong. Did you hear that, auntie? My dad also agreed, so just take it. Although Lin Zay's face showed that he didn't care about the $3 million, in actuality it was very heartbreaking. It wasn't like he was some sage. This was $3 million. How could he not be heartbroken? But he couldn't ask for this money at this time. Otherwise, the good image he had built up in front of Gu Tinghui's two siblings would be out of place. And he also knew that if he asked for this $3 million, he really wouldn't be able to spend it. After all, there were so many pairs of eyes staring at him. Lin Zhe's actions completely changed the impression he had in Gu Hong's mind at the beginning. She was instantly filled with good feelings towards Lin Zhe. As the eldest sister of the richest man, she usually ate and drank extravagantly, spending money like water. But she couldn't do it in a way that could easily give away $3 million. At first, she also felt that Lin Zhe was pretending. But how old was he? If he was trying to get money, he would have already achieved his goal. There was no need to do this, not only wasting a bet, but also pushing $3 million out. Thinking about it, Gu Hong instantly felt a sense of guilt towards Lin Zhe. It seemed that this kid didn't have a bad heart, and it was her who had misunderstood him. With this sense of guilt, Gu Hong's attitude towards Lin Zhe instantly made a train wreck. This contrast made Lu Wanqin's heart anxious when she saw it. Unexpectedly, before she could go to Gu Hong's to blow off steam, Gu Hong found her first to talk. Gu Hong was not one to beat around the bush, and went straight to the point with Lu Wanqin. Wanqin, I came to find you today just to talk about Lin Zhe. Lu Wanqin nodded her head, but her expression became a little gloomy. A bad premonition appeared in her heart. Wanqin, I understand you. Being a woman again, there are some things you can't help. Being a mother again, it's hard to avoid thinking too much. But with my observations of this child Lin Zhe over the past few days, I realized that he really isn't the kind of person you thought he was. You can put your heart in your stomach and live your life in peace. Gu Hong spoke the words to Lu Wanqin in a serious manner, looking very earnest. This made Lu Wanqin want to say something about Lin Zhe's faults, but there was no way to open her mouth, so she could only respond to Gu Hong's words on the surface. But in her heart, she was anxious. It had only been a few days. Gu Hong had turned Lin Zhe against him. Just when Lu Wanqin was anxious, Gu Wan'er came back from school and brought back someone. Originally filled with anxiety, Lu Wanqin's eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 47. Brother, you are really powerful. Gu Wan'er first froze when she saw Gu Hong beside Lu Wanqin, then immediately revealed an expression of surprise. Big Aunt? Why have you come back? She quickly stepped forward and pulled Gu Hong's hand affectionately. Oh, my good niece. Big Aunt can finally look forward to seeing you. I haven't seen you for such a long time, and my Wan'er has gotten more and more beautiful. Gu Hong's face was full of smiles, her eyes full of love for this niece. At that moment, Gu Hong's gaze fell on the person behind Gu Wan'er. This is. Good day to this ma'am. My name is Lin Hao Yu. I'm Wan'er's classmate from the same school. With a decent smile on his face, Lin Hao Yu hurriedly stepped forward and courteously introduced himself. A hint of flirtation flashed through Gu Hong's eyes as she looked at Gu Wan'er with a smile on her face. Wan'er, what are you? Gu Wan'er immediately knew that her great-aunt was making a joke of herself and quickly spoke. What are you thinking nonsense about, great-aunt? He's here to tutor me. Speaking the word tutoring, Wan'er revealed a helpless look. In fact, in her heart, she didn't want this Lin Hao Yu to tutor her. But it was like he was squatting on the road she had to pass through, and there was really no other way, so she brought the person back. Hello, Auntie Lu. Lin Hao Yu turned around and greeted Lu Wanqin with an attentive face. Lu Wanqin nodded slightly with a faint smile on her face. Hao Yu, I'm counting on you for our Wan'er studies. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Lin Hao Yu patted his chest in assurance. By the way, did you come here to say hello to your brother? Lu Wanqin said seemingly offhandedly. His brother. Gu Hong looked puzzled and turned her head to Lu Wanqin. Big sister, you don't know yet. This Lin Hao Yu is Lin Zhe's brother. Lu Wanqin paused and continued. Actually, originally, the one that Timothy Hui wanted to adopt was him. She deliberately dragged out her voice and had something in her words, successfully causing Gu Hong to ponder. But I don't know how it became Lin Zhe. This boy Hao Yu's grades are especially good. That's why Tinghui asked him to tutor Wan'er. Hearing Lu Wanqin's praise, Lin Hao Yu on the side couldn't stop smiling on that face. After seeing this, Lu Wanqin pondered in his mind before speaking towards him again. Hao Yu, your brother has recently become a big hit in front of your Uncle Gu. Remember to congratulate him later. After saying this, Lu Wanqin keenly captured the strange emotions that flickered in Lin Hao Yu's eyes. She hurriedly added another fire. Actually, you can't blame your Uncle Gu for not adopting you in the first place. Lindsay is just too capable. Your Uncle Gu likes him to bits. Lu Wanqin's purpose was clear, to instigate these two brothers. Lin Haoyu was trying his best to hold back his emotions at the moment. After forcing himself to calm down, he spoke in feigned surprise. Is brother really that powerful? This is so different from the brother I usually know. As soon as these words came out, Lin Haoyu immediately put on an appearance of saying something wrong. Reaching out to cover his mouth in a hurry, he shook his head. Don't take my words to heart. I'll go and make some preparations for the tutoring later. Lin Haoyu left the place, but his words skillfully molded Lin Zhe into a person who was inconsistent inside and out. Lu Wanqin peeked at Gu Hong with her afterglow, only to see her frowning slightly, as if she was pondering over Lin Haoyu's words. At dinner time, except for Gu Tinghui who hadn't been able to come back due to work, several people were sitting at the dinner table. Brother, I heard Auntie Gu say that you did Uncle Gu a big favor again? Brother, you're really great. If only I was half as great as my brother. I wouldn't have to live such a miserable life with my mom. At the dinner table, Lin Haoyu gave Lin Zhe a yin and yang. Lin Zhe smiled slightly and spoke. Brother, you're also very good. You're progressing so fast in your studies at this rate. I'm afraid you're spending all your time studying, right? That's for sure. Lin Zhe subconsciously replied. But I heard that you and mom live in the countryside. It takes quite a bit of time to get to and from school every day. How can you still have that much time to study? Lin Zhe followed up with a seemingly curious question. These words immediately made Lin Haoyu choke, and he was a little flustered in his heart. That's because I sacrificed my sleeping time to study. Lin Zhe laughed softly as he listened to Lin Haoyu's obviously flawed lie. Brother, studying is important, but you should also pay attention to your body. Don't mess around. Brother, don't worry about it. The online fiasco has already passed, and Mom and I will be moving back recently, so we'll be able to tutor Wan Er every day from now on. At this time, Lu Wanqin spoke up. If it's inconvenient for you to go back and forth, Haoyu, why don't you temporarily stay at our place for these 2 days? The moment Lu Wanqin's words came out, everyone at the table looked at her in surprise. Lin Haoyu was the first to react. Excitedly, he opened his mouth to say thank you. Thank you, Auntie Gu. Gu Wan Er, on the other hand, frowned. What was Mom doing? She had never taken in any outsiders to spend the night at home. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, silently ate his meal. There was already some foreboding in his heart. Although Gu Hong was a bit surprised, she didn't mind her own business either. After the meal, Lin Haoyu took Gu Wan Er to his room to start tutoring. Lu Wanqin, on the other hand, pulled Gu Hong to chat in the living room. When she saw Lin Zhe, who was passing by the living room, as if she had found an opportunity, she immediately opened her mouth. Lin Zhe, are you free right now? I'm free. What are your orders, ma'am?
Lindsay responded politely.
My room is a bit messy. Go help me tidy up. Lu Wanqin instructed Lin Zhe. Isn't there a maid at home? Why do you want him to do this? Gu Hong had a puzzled look on her face and couldn't help but speak up for Lin Zhe. Lu Wanqin explained without haste. Big sister, I have a lot of valuable jewelry in my room, and those maids are hairy, so I'm worried that they'll break it for me or lose it. Lin Zhe helped me with my hygiene once last time. I see that he's quite meticulous in this regard. Lin Zhe, you should be willing, right? Lin Zhe nodded with a smile. At the same time, vigilance rose in his heart. There must be a demon when things went wrong. Lu Wanqin was holding back something bad again. He pondered in his heart, but did not show anything on his face, and spoke normally. The fact that Madam is willing to let me clean the room is a sign of trust in me, so I am naturally willing to do so. After Lin Zhe finished speaking, he walked towards Lu Wanqin's room. Looking at Lin Zhe's departing back, Lu Wanqin raised an eyebrow. Lu Wanqin raised an eyebrow, then deliberately chatted with Gu Hong about Gu Waner. They've been studying for a while now. I'll go to the kitchen and get some fruit for them to eat.
Gu Hong nodded.
Go. Soon, Lu Wanqin arrived in Gu Waner's room with a fruit plate. Tired of studying, aren't you? Take a quick break and eat some fruit. Lu Wanqin greeted the two of them as they ate the fruit. Right after she put down the fruit plate, she came behind Lin Haoyu and placed something on his chair. You guys study hard. I'll leave you alone. Shortly after Lu Wanqin left, Lin Haoyu, who felt something strange on his chair, inclined his head to check it out. It was a diamond necklace. Seeing the large diamonds, his eyes instantly lit up. This was definitely worth a lot of money. Subconsciously, He slipped the diamond necklace into his pocket. He then realized something and immediately looked up to his side. After seeing that Gu Wan-er's mind had been on her books, he was relieved. This diamond necklace looked somewhat familiar, and it seemed to be one that Lu Wanqin had worn. Since it was Lu Wanqin's jewelry, it must be very valuable. Thinking of this, Lin Haoyu's heart snickered. Wait! Why would Lu Wanqin's necklace appear here? Lin Haoyu immediately came back to his senses. Let's not talk about why this diamond necklace appeared here. Such a valuable thing, when Lu Wanqin realized that he had lost it, he would definitely check it thoroughly. At that time, it would soon be investigated on his own head. Lin Haoyu's face showed a trace of unwillingness. But this treasure that had come to him, could he just give it up? Lin Haoyu was torn inside. Suddenly, he thought of an excellent way to dispose of the necklace. Wan-er, I'm going out to use the restroom. There's a toilet in this room. Gu Wan-er subconsciously replied. I'm a brown man. I'm afraid of dirtying your toilet. I'd better go outside. Lin Haoyu made a random excuse. After leaving the door of his room, Lin Haoyu didn't go in the direction of the toilet, but carefully looked around. After making sure no one was there, he walked quickly towards Lin Zhe's room. After confirming that there was no movement inside, he carefully opened the door to Lin Zhe's room. After entering the room, he quickly scanned around. Then he gently came to the desk, slowly pulled open the drawer, and placed the diamond necklace in his pocket. After doing all this, Lin Haoyu had a sinister smile on his face. Brother, lately you've been in the limelight. It's time for you to taste the pain. Chapter 48. Lin Zhe, did you take it? The sky had only just turned fish belly white when Lu Wanqin couldn't wait to come out of her room. She first cleared her throat and then shouted, Where is my diamond necklace? It was there yesterday. Why is it gone? Soon, Gu Hong, who had heard the commotion, walked out of the room. So early, what happened? Big sister, I lost that Desert Star diamond necklace. Gu Hong frowned upon hearing this. Lost it? You look for it more carefully. Lu Wanqin pretended to be anxious and certain and said, I've searched everywhere. It's definitely lost. This is the one that he spent $50 million to photograph for me on my 10th wedding anniversary with Ting Hui. No, I have to ask the others. Lu Wanqin deliberately came close to Lin Zhe's room and called all the servants in the house over. Have any of you seen that diamond necklace of mine? The servants shook their heads. At this time, Zhang Ying thought of something and spoke. Ma'am, I remember that you seemed to have worn it yesterday. Did you put it somewhere and forget about it? Lu Wanqin shook her head. I remember I took it off and put it in my room after dinner yesterday, and then I haven't moved it since. Listening to Lu Wanqin's words, Gu Hong thought of last night's events. Didn't you have Lin Zhe clean your room yesterday? Why don't you wait for him to get up and ask? Yes, I remembered. There is such a thing. Maybe he received it from me somewhere. As the two were talking, the door to Lin Zhe's room rang. Lin Zhe walked out from his room. Auntie, Mrs. Gu, did something happen? Immediately afterward, Lin Haoyu also walked out from his room not far away. He pretended to look sleepy and asked knowingly, What's going on here? At this time, Gu Hong came directly in front of Lin Zhe. Xiao Zhe, your mom Gu said she lost a diamond necklace. Did you see it yesterday when you cleaned her room? Diamond necklace? Lin Zhe shook his head. I just cleaned up the room yesterday. I didn't touch the jewelry. Lu Wanqin also walked over. She looked at Lin Zhe with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes and asked, Are you sure you didn't see it? Lin Zhe firmly shook his head. Ma'am, I really didn't see it. Lu Wanqin turned his gaze to Lin Haoyu again. How about you? Haoyu, did you see my necklace yesterday? Lin Haoyu spread his hands. No, Auntie Gu. I was concentrating on tutoring Wan-er yesterday. I didn't see any necklace. Gu Hong observed the two men's expressions from the side and didn't say anything. Lu Wanqin, on the other hand, became a bit annoyed. This is strange. This necklace couldn't have grown wings and flown by itself, could it? Don't be anxious. Isn't Wan-er not up yet? You wait for her to get up and ask. Maybe she put it away for you. Gu Hong's words had only just fallen when Gu Wan-er walked out of the room. She rubbed her eyes and asked suspiciously, What's wrong? So noisy early in the morning? Lu Wanqin told Gu Wan-er what happened. Gu Wan-er also said that she didn't see the necklace. At this time Lin Haoyu spoke up. Aunt Gu, you were only looking in your room, right? Lu Wanqin nodded. I clearly remember putting it in my own room. There are many reasons why this thing was lost, although it's possible that you forgot where you put it for a moment. But Auntie Gu, you remember it so clearly. It's obviously not for this reason, there might be other reasons. Although Lin, how you said this politely, everyone understood. Wasn't this just plainly saying that someone had stolen the necklace? Seeing that everyone was silent, Lin, how you spoke again. Why don't we call out to everyone to help look around the house? At this moment, Gu Hong's expression also became serious. She instructed Zhang Ying next to her. You lead the people to look around the house carefully. A group of people started rummaging through the villa. However, the necklace was still not found. At this time, Lin, how you jumped out again and said, please come and look in my room as well. After all, let's not leave anything to chance. Several people went to his room and searched again. Still no results. At this point, Lin, how you placed his gaze on Lin Zhe. Brother, do you want to go search in your room as well? Seeing that the time was ripe, Lu Wanqin came to Lin Zhe and raised her volume. Lin Zhe, tell me the truth. Did you take this necklace? You were the only one who entered my room yesterday. Seeing that Lu Wanqin had actually directly pressed Lin Zhe, Gu Hong immediately spoke up. Wanqin, this matter hasn't been cleared up yet. Besides, Xiao Zhe, he's not such a person. Big sister, I don't want to think that he's such a person either. But things can't be found anywhere right now. Plus, he was the only one who entered my room yesterday. Hearing Lu Wanqin say that, Gu Hong sighed. He then came to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe knew what she wanted to ask and spoke in advance. Auntie, I really didn't take it. Seeing that Lin Zhe was acting calm and collected, there really wasn't the slightest hint of a guilty conscience. Gu Hong was just about to open her mouth to express her apologies when Lin Haoyu, who was on the side, spoke up again. I believe that brother isn't such a person. It's just that in this situation now, in order to prove brother's innocence more clearly to everyone. Brother, why don't you let everyone search your room? Chapter 49. Evidence is overwhelming and you're still sophomoric? What do you say, brother? Lin Haoyu was still pressing Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe swept a glance at Lin Haoyu. His eyes were calm with a hint of knowing that he had read the other party's mind. He then nodded. Since Mrs. Gu doesn't believe it, then feel free to search my room. Lu Wanqin looked like he was waiting for these words and immediately picked up the conversation. All right, since you say so, then I'll go to your room to take a look. With that, she walked towards Lin Zhe's room, and the crowd followed behind. When she arrived at Lin Zhe's room, Lu Wanqin ordered the servants to rummage around. Everyone should look carefully. This necklace of mine is worth a lot. Gu Hong, who was watching from the side, sighed repeatedly. It seemed that she hadn't listened to what she had said to Lu Wanqin yesterday. Gu Hong thought in her heart that Lin Zhe was not such a person. He had not been moved by the $3 million he had received before, so how could he have come to steal this diamond necklace that he had never seen in the light of day? She would never believe that Lin Zhe would be so stupid. Seeing that everyone had almost finished searching, Gu Hong walked over to Lin Zhe's side and opened her mouth with a hint of guilt to comfort him. Xiao Zhe, don't blame your mom Gu. She just found it. Gu Hong's words hadn't finished when a shout suddenly came from over there. Found it. Gu Hong frowned and peeled away from the crowd to look there, only to see that diamond necklace, which appeared in the drawer of the desk in a blatant manner. At that moment, Lu Wanqin turned around and looked at Lin Zhe with an angry face. Lin Zhe, what else do you have to say? This was found in your room. Gu Wan Air on the side looked at Lin Zhe in surprise, her eyes filled with doubt and disappointment. Was he really such a person? In the face of this so-called ironclad evidence, Lin Zhe remained calm and composed, not looking flustered in the slightest. Madam, I didn't take it. Lu Wanqin sneered. Didn't take it? Then explain to me why this diamond necklace appeared in your room and also happened to be put away in your drawer. It's all evidence, and you're still sophomoric? At this moment, Gu Hong frowned and also came to Lin Zhe's side. Even if she didn't believe in her heart that Lin Zhe was this kind of person, she had to accept the fact that it was right in front of her. Lin Zhe, tell me, why did you do this? Lu Wanqin saw that Gu Hong's gaze towards Lin Zhe was filled with disappointment, with a hint of anger. In her heart, she couldn't help but steal a sigh of joy. It seemed that Gu Hong already believed in the matter of Lin Zhe stealing the necklace. Ouch, brother. Why are you so confused? Lin Haoyu rushed out at this time in a fake sympathetic manner, putting on a pained look. You've always told me before that the situation in the Gu family is difficult, But I didn't expect you to do such a stupid thing. Are you still afraid of running out of money in the Gu family? Why can't you just endure it? Lin Haoyu's words seemed to solidify Lin Zai's charge of being a thief. With Lin Haoyu's assist, the blame and anger in Gu Hong's gaze towards Lin Zai was even greater. Fine, Lin Zai. Feelings that you've been acting in front of me all these days? Acting so well-behaved and understanding in front of me. But behind my back, you're actually doing such nasty things. Can you stand up to your father? Can you stand up to the entire Gu family? Gu Hong seemed to have reverted back to the way she was when she first met Lin Zai. Big sister, calm down. It's just a diamond necklace. Anyway, now that it's been found, let's forget about it. Lu Wanqin saw Gu Hong's reaction become bigger and instead became a peacemaker herself. I'll just keep a closer eye on my own things in the future. This Lin Zai was adopted from a poor family after all. The bad habits and whatnot in his body might not change for a while. But speaking of which, Haoyu, as his younger brother, doesn't have these faults of his, so it seems it doesn't have much to do with being rich or not. With these words, Lu Wanqin was implying that Lin Zai was a person born with bad character. Yes, Mrs. Gu. My mom and dad taught me from a young age to be an honest person, and that such behavior as thievery is absolutely undesirable. But I believe that my brother, he was just confused for a moment. I beg the two ladies to forgive him. Lin Haoyu said pleading words on his mouth, but a trace of imperceptible smugness flashed in his eyes. Looking at Lin Haoyu even begging for mercy for himself, a cold smile spread in Lin Zai's heart. Lin Zai, what else do you have to say now? Gu Hong was disappointed to the extreme at the moment. Lin Zai was no longer indifferent. He walked over to the desk in large strides. His eyes fell on the servant who had found the diamond necklace and asked, "You didn't just use your hand to take this necklace directly, did you?" The servant hastily shook his head. Lin Zai nodded slightly, then turned to face everyone and said in a firm tone, "I didn't take this necklace." Lin Zai, are you treating us like cuties? Lu Wanqin stood out and shouted angrily. Lin Zai remained unperturbed. I haven't touched this necklace. You guys can take it to check the fingerprints on the necklace. The moment Lin Zai's words came out, Lin Haoyu's heart thumped, and he immediately panicked. If he were in another place, it would be impractical to check fingerprints for the same thing. But this was the Gu family, and they had plenty of money. Not to mention fingerprint testing, even DNA testing wasn't that difficult. He quickly jumped out and stammered, "Fingerprints or something? Should not be allowed. I saw on the news on TV, those criminals who committed the crime in order not to leave fingerprints. They all wore gloves to commit the crime." After saying that, he immediately widened his eyes and pretended to be in a state of panic. "Brother, don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about you. You know I'm a person who has always been dumb. Haoyu is right. Who knows if you purposely wore gloves to take the necklace?" Lu Wanqin followed and agreed. Lin Zai revealed a helpless look and let out a light sigh. "All right then. You're admitting it?" A glint of triumph flashed in Lu Wanqin's eyes. Lin Zai, however, ignored Lu Wanqin, but instead looked at Gu Hong nonchalantly and asked, "Auntie, do you still remember the day I accompanied you to the company and happened to coincide with the R&D department launching a new product?" Lin Zai's words made Gu Hong feel a bit puzzled, but she still nodded her head doubtfully. "Remember, what's wrong? One of the products they weren't sure if they wanted to come out." Lin Zai paused, "So I took it home to try it out." Gu Hong frowned slightly, as if she had thought of something. "You're talking about that miniature surveillance?" "That's right, that surveillance I took back and put it in my room to use," Lin Zai said, walking over to the bookshelf next to him and picking up an inconspicuous object. This thing looked like a decoration at first glance, but upon closer inspection, there was a tiny camera on this. "This monitor is facing my desk," Lin Zai said, skillfully removing the memory card from the monitor. Then he walked straight to the computer, ready to insert the card and view it. "I didn't take this necklace. Just check the surveillance." Chapter 50 Apology from the Mistress of the Gu Family. Seeing that Lin Zai was about to turn on his computer, Lin Haoyu's heart tightened and he immediately rushed up with an arrow step. "Brother!" Lin Haoyu's voice carried an undisguised panic. Lin Zai's face was calm, but he deliberately pretended to look at Lin Haoyu in a puzzled manner. "Brother, what's wrong? I don't think that there's really a need for this, is there?" At this moment, Lin Haoyu's heart was flustered and his intestines were green with remorse. When he secretly put the necklace yesterday, He completely missed this damning surveillance. If this surveillance video was seen by everyone, then he would be completely finished. How could it be unnecessary? Lin Zhe frowned slightly and looked at Lin Haoyu with a frank gaze. Could it be that you don't want your brother to let me prove my own innocence? Of course not. Lin Haoyu was busy waving his hands, squeezing out a smile worse than tears on his face. I do believe from the bottom of my heart that you're not this kind of person, brother. And Auntie Gu just said that the necklace has been found and she doesn't want to pursue it any further. So let's stop tossing this around. This series of unusual reactions from Lin Haoyu made Gu Hong mutter in her heart. She suspiciously sized up Lin Haoyu and said, "Isn't it just a surveillance video? Why can't you watch it?" "I don't mean that. It's just..." Lin Haoyu stammered for half a day, searching his intestines and not being able to come up with an excuse that could make sense. Unable to do anything else, he could only get out of the way with great reluctance. Watching Lin Zhe begin to skillfully operate the computer, Lin Haoyu only felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight up to his heart, and his heart was half cold. The thought that later on everyone would see the image of himself secretly planting Lin Zhe in the surveillance. He felt as if his body had been electrocuted, numb and wooden, and he was almost unsteady on his feet. "Wait!" Right at this moment, Lu Wanqin suddenly spoke out. Everyone's gazes turned to her in unison. "Leave the surveillance to me." Lu Wanqin's face was serious, and her eyes were filled with a few moments of unquestioning. "What's wrong?" Gu Hong's face was full of puzzlement, and she looked at Lu Wanqin suspiciously. "Big sister, this isn't a trivial matter after all. Something like a family thief spreading out. It won't have a good impact on our Gu family's reputation." Lu Wanqin frowned slightly and spoke in a grave tone. Since Lin Zhe dares to say that he didn't take it, and is also willing to take out the surveillance video to prove it, it means that this necklace really has nothing to do with him. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the faces of everyone one by one. If there really is someone else who did this thing, we still have to give this person some face. I'll just deal with it privately. Gu Hong listened and felt that Lu Wanqin did have a point, and after a little thought, slowly nodded. If this matter spreads out, it really doesn't sound too good, so don't affect the reputation of Tinghui and the company when the time comes. After saying that, Gu Hong looked at Lin Zhe. "Xiao Zhe, give the surveillance video to your mom, Gu. Are you really not going to look at it? Just in case everyone suspects me again later?" Lin Zhe asked with a sincere face. Lu Wanqin's chin rose slightly, her eyes averted to the side, as if she was trying her best to restrain something. A moment later, she extremely unnaturally lowered her head slightly and spoke in a raw manner. "Lin Zhe, what happened just now was my fault. I shouldn't have suspected you so easily." She paused, and then added a sentence with great reluctance. "I now believe that you didn't take the necklace." Everyone was stunned by this scene. The usually high and mighty mistress of the Gu family would actually apologize to Lin Zhe. "Little Zhe, we really didn't do the right thing in wronging you just now. Auntie also apologizes to you, so just forgive me and your mother Gu." Gu Hong also stepped forward to express her apologies with Lin Zhe. "Auntie, Mrs. Gu, you guys are overstating it. How could I blame you?" Lin Zhe had a gentle smile on his face, acting very generous. After saying that, he took out the memory card and handed it to Lu Wanqin with both hands. Looking at Lin Zhe in this magnanimous manner, Gu Hong's heart tingled. He had just said so many heavy words to him, but he hadn't taken it into account in the slightest. This open-mindedness and tolerance made Gu Hong feel ashamed. As an elder herself, she should have been more composed and discerning of right and wrong, but she couldn't even compare herself to a child. At this time, Lin Haoyu also came back to his senses. Watching Lu Wanqin take away the surveillance video, the hanging heart slightly fell to the ground, but the nerves are still taut. He knew in his heart, if Lu Wanqin saw the truth in the surveillance and said it, he is still finished. Saw Lu Wanqin leave, Lin Haoyu with lost soul like, "Brother, brother." Lin Zhe called Lin Haoyu several times in a row before he snapped back to his senses as if he had been awakened. What's wrong?" Lin Haoyu's voice carried obvious panic and weakness. Lin Zhe spoke with a hint of concern. "Don't you still have to go to school? Why don't you hurry up and get ready?" "Okay, I'll go now." Lin Haoyu hurriedly replied, turning around and walking away, his footsteps a little staggered. "Hey, your room is over there." Lin Zhe couldn't help but remind him. Gu Hong looked at Lin Haoyu's back as he left in a state of disorientation, and couldn't help but frown, turning his head to Lin Zhe. This brother of yours. There's really something strange today. Lin Zhe just smiled faintly and didn't answer, his gaze inadvertently sweeping towards the right front, only to see Gu Wanner standing there quietly, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as if she was thinking about something. Mom's behavior today was just too abnormal, and it was a coincidence that this chain of events had happened. Coupled with the fact that she had been trying to kick Lin Zhe out, these thoughts crossed Gu Wanner's mind like lightning. After connecting all the clues, a bold guess suddenly surged up in her mind, and she seemed to understand something all of a sudden. Miss Wanner, you should also go get ready quickly, don't delay school. Lin Zhe gently reminded. Aha! Gu Wanner raised her head and gave Lin Zhe a deep look, then silently turned around and left. Lin Zhe saw it. He saw the hint of apology that Gu Wanner carried in her eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and in his heart, he secretly pondered. His Wanner was really smart. She had figured it out so quickly. Not long after, Lu Wanqin walked out after checking the surveillance video. Watching her appear, Gu Hong couldn't help but inquire. How was it? The one who took the necklace is indeed someone else. Lu Wanqin replied. Was it a maid? Gu Hong inquired in a low voice. Lu Wanqin nodded. Then why was it placed in Xiao Zhe's room? It's probably because I'm afraid that I'll find out about it. So I put it at his place first to get out of the wind. Faced with Lu Wanqin's explanation, Gu Hong nodded. Then you have to handle it well. Lin Zhe on the side quietly listened to the conversation, his face remaining calm. It was just as he had expected. But Lu Wanqin definitely didn't expect that miniature surveillance and the function of uploading the video to the cloud. He, on the other hand, had long since saved a copy of the key video in his cell phone without moving. Chapter 51. Subconsciously think of Lin Zhe. Wheat car sales continue to be high. Gu Tinghui people happy spirit, sweeping the past low profile, participated in several times in the past at all unwilling to receive the press interviews. At this moment, he stood in the interview hall, glowing, completely unable to see that he was busy in the company for a week without going home. Mr. Gu, can you talk about the reasons for the success of Wheat Auto? Gu Tinghui smiled and replied calmly. Actually, Wheat Auto's success today is largely thanks to its friends. Here, I would like to pay my respects to all my peers. I hope that we can work hand in hand, and together we can push the automobile industry to flourish and grow together. Gu Tinghui's reply was as humble and atmospheric as possible, and the people around him nodded their heads, secretly marveling at Gu Tinghui's high emotional intelligence and big pattern. At this time, a reporter followed up with a question. Mr. Gu, with Wheat Auto being so successful, has your focus completely shifted from cell phones to cars? After all, the profits generated by a car can be more lucrative than many cell phones combined. As soon as the question came out, the eyes of the crowd swept towards the questioner. After all, Gu's group had started out in the cell phone business, and after years of development, it was now the head company in the cell phone industry. That's why when Gu Tinghui wanted to enter the automobile industry, everyone was unimpressed. A seller of cell phones, but also one across the industry to build a good car? Now the success of Wheat Auto has severely slapped them in the face. But the success of Wheat Car also let many people think that the Gu Group's cell phone industry out of favor. The interviewer asked a very difficult question at this time. Cell phone or car? No matter which one Gu Tinghui answered, he might inadvertently make some consumers worry and lose their support. But Gu Tinghui has been in the shopping mall for a long time and is not a vegetarian. He did a little thinking and then opened his mouth calmly. Doing a good job with cell phones has always been my unwavering initial goal, and it has never changed. But nowadays, I hope to do the best in every product area I get involved in and bring consumers a better experience. The essence of my original intention remains unchanged. Only with the development of the company, it has become more macro and comprehensive. As the words fell, a round of applause instantly rang out on the scene. After the interview, Gu Tinghui went straight back to his office, and as soon as he took his seat, he instructed Li Kai without thinking. Bring over the recent sales data of cell phones. Li Qingland did not dare to have the slightest delay, and quickly presented the document to Gu Tinghui. Gu Tinghui took the file, and as soon as his eyes touched it, his face instantly became grave. The cell phone's recent sales showed a drastic decline. What's going on? How did the sales of cell phones drop so severely? Gu Tinghui's tone also became serious. Although wheat cars were very hot at the moment, Cell phones were still the pillar industry of the Gu Group. Gu Tinghui was very clear that in today's society, not everyone needed cars, but cell phones were an existence that everyone needed. Chairman, you've been devoting yourself to the affairs of weak cars for a while now, and those two cell phone industries in the head have seen fit to take up most of the market share, which is why our cell phone sales have slipped.
Li Qinglang carefully explained.
Could it be that those people in the cell phone department are all freeloaders? Gu Tinghui already had some anger. Seeing that the situation was not right, Li Qingland hurriedly explained. They also did take some countermeasures, just, the effect is really minimal. I heard that those two cell phone companies have hired very powerful marketing experts in the industry and also added popular celebrity endorsements, so I don't care what means they used. Gu Tinghui interrupted Li Qingland's words, his eyes showing determination. Immediately let those people think of a way. The sales of cell phones must be brought up. The cell phone market is something I've spent countless hours of my life to get to the head of the industry. How can I easily take a back seat? Yes, Chairman. Li Kai hurriedly nodded his head and replied, not daring to utter a single breath. Put off all my arrangements for tonight. I haven't been home for a long time. Gu Tinghui rubbed his temples, his exhaustion showing. Subconsciously, Lin Zhe's figure surfaced in his mind. Would Lin Zhe have any good ideas? However, as soon as this thought appeared, he frowned and subconsciously shook his head. What was going on here? Once a problem arose in the company, the first thing he thought of was actually Lin Zhe. He was the richest man in the world. He was the man at the helm of the huge Gu Group. How could he rely on a fledgling brat at this time? Gu Tinghui felt that he was really crazy. Gu family villa. A woman dressed as a maid, dragging a suitcase, hurriedly walked towards the front door of the villa. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ying rushed out from the side, took a few steps forward, and pulled the woman's arm. She looked serious, her gaze fixed on the woman in front of her. I've worked with you for 2 or 3 years now, and I know in my heart that you've never been the kind of person who thieves. If there's any misunderstanding in between, you tell me. I'll go and beg the madam. Maybe there'll be a turnaround. When Ping heard this, she shook her head repeatedly, her eyes filled with helplessness and guilt. Sister Zhang, I'm already grateful that madam won't pursue my responsibility, and even instructed everyone to keep it quiet. But you suddenly left your job. A discerning person would know at a glance that something must be wrong. Everyone would have guessed it in their hearts. Zhang Ying said anxiously, her eyes full of worry. Xiao Ping still shook her head firmly. It's fine. Madam has already assured me that she won't let other people go around talking about it. Sister Zhang, I really thank you for taking care of me during the weekdays. This time the matter was really my fault. At that time I was momentarily obsessed, and only then did I make such a mistake. Hearing Xiao Ping's words, Zhang Ying couldn't help but sigh deeply, a trace of regret flashing through her eyes. In her heart, she was still unwilling to believe that Ping would do such a thing, and always felt that the whole thing was indescribably fishy. But Xiao Ping had admitted it herself, so she could only accept it helplessly. Maybe it's because she has some bitter feelings. Just as she turned around, she saw Gu Wanner and Lin Haoyu returning from school. Miss Wanner, you guys came back this early. Zhang Ying barely managed to squeeze out a smile and greeted the two. Lin Haoyu had originally been in a trance all day like he had lost his soul. He even almost beat a retreat at the end of school, not daring to follow Gu Wanner back to the Gu family villa. Every step closer to the villa, his heart clenched. But the scene he had just seen made it seem like he had suddenly been pardoned, and he exhaled heavily. Auntie Zhang, so the one who took Mrs. Gu's necklace was that servant? Lin Haoyu asked, pretending to be careless, but it was hard to hide a hint of nervousness and anticipation in his eyes. Zhang Ying nodded slightly, a hint of caution on his face. Madam is handling this matter secretly. She specially instructed us not to tell anyone, and also asked you to keep it a secret as well. Don't ever proclaim it. That's natural. I'll definitely act as if I don't know anything about it. Lin Haoyu busily responded, his tone revealing an undisguised elation. Although he couldn't figure out why Lu Wanqin would still decide that the one who stole the diamond necklace was someone else after watching the surveillance. But at this moment, for him, this matter had been resolved. He himself had not been exposed. Gu Wan'er on the side couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw this somewhat abnormal reaction of Lin Haoyu. Just along the way, he was still looking worried. How come he was like a different person all of a sudden now? The speed of this face change was simply faster than their girls. The house is really lively today. A calm and steady voice rang out leisurely from behind the trio. "Mister, you're back." Zhang Ying immediately greeted them, sharply taking the briefcase in Gu Tinghui's hand with skillful and natural movements. "I don't know that you're home today, sir, but Madam ordered a simple meal, so I didn't prepare any dishes. Should I have someone go out and pick some up now?" "There's no need to prepare anything on purpose." Gu Tinghui waved his hand, his expression carrying a bit of fatigue. At this moment, Lin Haoyu's face was full of smiles as he busily came forward. Extremely attentive, he greeted Gu Tinghui. "Uncle Gu." Gu Tinghui only nodded slightly as a response to Lin Haoyu. At the moment, his heart was loaded with the annoyance of the cell phone business, and his mind was filled with various coping strategies. So he unconsciously asked towards Zhang Ying, "Where's Lin Zhe?" Lin Haoyu on the side was originally expecting Gu Tinghui to say a few more words to him. He didn't expect to wait until it was such a casual response. Lin Haoyu's face instantly became a bit ugly. A trace of imperceptible resentment flashed through his eyes, and anger surged in his heart.
Linse.
It was Lin Zhe again. Why should he steal all the attention and limelight? Chapter 52. Then I'll test you. Gu Tinghui stepped into the living room, and at a glance, he saw Gu Hong talking to Lin Zhe. "What are you chatting about?" Gu Tinghui's voice broke the conversation between the two. "Dad, you're back." Lin Zhe greeted with a smile. Seeing Gu Wanner behind Gu Tinghui, he nodded slightly and politely called out,
Miss Venner.
For Lin Haoyu, who was on the side, he just skipped over it. Lin Haoyu was already full of resentment towards Lin Zhe, and at this moment, when he was ignored like this, the anger in his heart increased, and his face was instantly so gloomy that it could drip water. "Auntie said she's leaving today." Lin Zhe turned his head back to Gu Tinghui's words. "Big sister, why don't you stay a few more days?" Gu Tinghui frowned slightly with a hint of retention. "What? So you're allowed to be busy all day long, but I can't have some business of my own?" Gu Hong looked at her own brother's serious face and couldn't help but tease him. "No way. Is big sister blaming me for not being able to find time to spend with you during this period of time?" Gu Hong was amused and waved his hand, saying, all right. I see that you're doing well now, and you're surrounded by children, so I'm relieved, and I'm sorry to continue to bother you." Hearing this, Lin Haoyu and Gu Wan'er coincidentally raised their eyes to Gu Hong. Their eyes filled with surprise and complexity. A son and daughter? This was clearly an acknowledgement of Lin Zhe's position in the Gu family. A wave of resentment flooded Lin Haoyu's heart. Thinking back to his last life when he was an adopted son in the Gu family, no matter how hard he tried, his status in the family was always vague and never really recognized. What did he, Lin Zhe, deserve? On the side, Gu Wanner's eyes flashed with a deep sense of loss. Her great-aunt, who had always loved her the most, seemed to be more inclined to accept Lin Zhe as her son. Was gender really so important? Gu Hong exchanged a few more pleasantries with Gu Tinghui and left the Gu family without even eating dinner. After dinner, Gu Tinghui called Lin Zhe to his study alone. "Lin Zhe, I heard from the teacher who taught you that you've pretty much finished your homework on marketing?" Gu Tinghui sat behind his wide desk and looked at Lin Zhe with a scrutinizing gaze. "Yes, Dad." Lin Zhe stood straight, his tone calm and confident. "In that case, let me test you?" Gu Tinghui narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of testing. "Fine, Dad, you come up with the questions." Lin Zhe's face was open, his eyes were eager to try. Gu Tinghui feigned contemplation for a moment and slowly spoke. "Take our company's cell phone market as an example. Recently, cell phone sales have not been too optimistic and have been in a lukewarm state. Tell me, if you were to handle it, what would you come up with to boost the sales of cell phones?" Lin Zhe's mind quickly spun with thoughts after listening to Gu Tinghui's words. He understood in his heart that Gu Tinghui was encountering another thorny problem. It was only because of his status and face that he was too embarrassed to ask himself directly for a solution, so he excused himself to ask in the form of a test. Lin Zhe was reminded of his previous life. In his previous life, Gu Tinghui's cell phone business had encountered the same predicament. At that time, Gu Tinghui was burnt out over this and sought good advice from all over the place. When he heard that he could hire a marketing guru to help him, he spent a lot of money to hire a so-called marketing guru from abroad. The guru gave him only one suggestion to change the logo of his cell phone. Gu Tinghui did as he was told and immediately started looking for a famous designer. However, the master said that he didn't need to find another person. He could undertake the design work himself. And this time the marketing program does not take any money, only charge the design fee. Gu Tinghui did not think too much, decisively paid over $3 million of design fees. But when the newly designed logo was unveiled, he froze. The new logo was almost no different from the previous one. It was simply a change of soup but not a change of medicine. At first, he thought he was being scammed. At this time, the news of the logo change also spread on the internet. Unexpectedly, it instantly triggered an uproar. Everyone was talking about Gu Tinghui's wrongdoer incident, and the discussion continued to be high. The heat of the cell phone is like a powder keg that has been ignited, rapidly soaring. Unexpectedly, the sales of cell phones were also driven up, achieving a counter-trend growth. Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind quickly conceptualizing a plan, and after a little contemplation, he already had an idea in his mind. He decided that in this life, he would take over as the marketing master. Looking at Lin Zhe silent into a long period of contemplation, Gu Tinghui couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. He thought to himself this time Lin Zhe might really be out of ideas. After all, once or twice might have been luck, but if he could come up with brilliant countermeasures to save the company's business every time, then I'm afraid this richest man's seat would have to be his. There's no need to rush. This topic is indeed a bit difficult. You can take your time to figure it out. Letting you come up with a solution all at once is indeed a bit difficult for you. Gu Tinghui's tone carried a hint of comfort, trying to ease Lin Zhe's pressure. Lin Zhe came back to his senses at this moment. He looked at Gu Tinghui with a firm gaze and said, "Dad, I've already thought of a way." Chapter 53 Lin Zhe wants to cheat $3 million in design fees? So soon. When Gu Tinghui heard Lin Zhe's words, a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. His eyes were filled with surprise and skepticism as he stared at Lin Zhe closely. Lin Zhe nodded confidently and said sincerely, "Dad, do you want to hear it?" Although Gu Tinghui had doubts in his heart, he still nodded. He wanted to see what this kid had come up with so quickly, what a good idea it was. Why is the sound getting lower and lower? Lin Haoyu, who had been lying on the door outside the room and eavesdropping, was in a hurry. He pressed his ears hard against the door, itching to get his whole body inside. He could still hear the sound of conversation in front of him, but he heard it intermittently behind him. He could only hear a whisper in the room, followed by laughter. Hearing this laughter, Lin Haoyu was so angry that he clenched his fists so tightly that his joints turned white. No, never let Lin Zhe continue to be appreciated by Gu Tinghui. Lin Haoyu clenched his teeth and plopped down in the doorway again, listening with full attention. Can changing a logo really save cell phone sales? Gu Tinghui's tone carried obvious skepticism, his eyes full of scrutiny. Of course. After all, it's the logo of the Gu Group, the grade can't be low. The design fee will probably be around $3 million. Lin Zhe's voice was calm and confident. The design fee is not a problem. Gu Tinghui mused slightly. Dad, I have full confidence. Just leave this matter entirely to me. Lin Zhe's face was resolute and imperative. All right, since it's a test for you, let it go. Gu Tinghui finally agreed. Lin Haoyu's brows furrowed tightly when he heard this. Did the Gu Group change its logo in his last life? He tried to remember, but he felt like he had some impression, but he couldn't think clearly. Alas, in his last life, he spent all day drinking. How could he be bothered to pay attention to these news and information? Forget it. I'll find Lin Zhe and find out. Lin Haoyu secretly calculated. Hearing the people inside make a move to come out, Lin Haoyu immediately sped up and left the place. Lin Haoyu hid in his room and saw Gu Tinghui leave through the doorway. Just as Lin Zhe passed by, he immediately opened the door and walked out as if nothing had happened. Brother. Lin Haoyu greeted with a seemingly natural smile piled on his face. What's Uncle Gu looking for you about again? He said while pretending to come closer without realizing it. Is it another company matter, ah? After all, he said that he wants to train you as a successor. Brother, you're doing a good job, ah. Making Uncle Gu so fond of you. Lin Zhe looked at Lin Haoyu, a trace of imperceptible thought flashing through his eyes. Then a gentle smile blossomed on his face and he replied, That's not true, Dad. He left some more things in the company to me. Wow, brother is awesome. What is it about? Looking at Lin Haoyu's urgent eyes, Lin Zhe smiled as if he had insight into everything. He deliberately lowered his voice and said mysteriously, redesigning the Gu Group's cell phone logo. Wow, such a big thing is actually given to you, brother. Lin Haoyu's eyes widened and he pretended to look surprised. Lin Zhe nodded, then looked around vigilantly, seeing that there was indeed no one around, before stretching out his finger to his mouth and comparing a silencing gesture, saying even more quietly, "Whispering to you, the cost of designing the logo this time is a full $3 million. So much." Lin Haoyu hurriedly covered his mouth. His eyes opened even wider, his face filled with an exaggerated expression. "Moreover, I plan to design the logo myself this time," Lin Zhe said with a serious face. "Brother, you're designing it yourself?" Lin Haoyu's face was filled with disbelief, as if he didn't believe his ears. Lin Zhe nodded solemnly and once again made a gesture of silence. "Brother, you must help me keep this a secret." "That's natural, you're my brother. I'll definitely keep my mouth shut." At this moment, Lin Haoyu swore on his lips, but in fact, his heart was already happy. Lin Zhe, this idiot, even told him everything, simply throwing himself into the net. How dare he try to embezzle $3 million in design fees? Now he's dead. Looking at Lin Haoyu's back that couldn't wait to leave, Lin Zhe revealed a meaningful smile. This younger brother of his still as stupid as ever. Lin Haoyu, who had been carrying things on his mind, didn't have the heart to tutor with Gu Wan-er at all. He casually found an excuse, saying that he was not feeling well, and hurried back to his room. Gu Wan-er was more than happy to do so, and she didn't want Lin Haoyu to tutor her in the first place. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but through the past 2 days, she felt that Lin Haoyu's learning level was just that. When it came to slightly more difficult topics, he found all sorts of excuses to secretly check the answers before he could teach her the solutions. But his good grades were there again. Maybe he's just not good at teaching others how to study, Gu Wan-er thought to herself. On the other side, although Lin Haoyu was staying in the room, he was always guarding the doorway and listening for movement. As long as he heard the slightest movement outside, he would open the door of the room to check. After squatting like this for more than an hour, he finally waited until Gu Tinghui came out of the study. His eyes lit up and he immediately rushed out like an arrow off the string. Pretending to be a chance encounter, Lin Haoyu arrived in front of Gu Tinghui. "Uncle Gu, you haven't rested yet." Lin Haoyu's face was piled with a pleasing smile. "Well, still have to deal with some work matters." Gu Tinghui nodded slightly, looking a little tired. "Are you busy with the logo modification?" Lin Haoyu asked in a seemingly casual manner. As soon as his words fell, Gu Tinghui's brows furrowed. He looked at Lin Haoyu suspiciously, a hint of scrutiny in his gaze. "How do you know?" "I heard it from my brother and..." Lin Haoyu deliberately paused for a moment, then continued. "He also told me that it was you who put him in charge of designing the cell phone logo." "He also told you about this matter?" Gu Tinghui's eyes revealed a bit of displeasure, and his eyes towards Lin Haoyu also became a bit cold. Lin Haoyu nodded a little unnaturally at this look in Gu Tinghui's eyes. "Because our two brothers have a very good relationship, well, Uncle Gu, you don't worry, my mouth is very tight. I won't say it everywhere. It's just that I'm curious. Did brother learn to design things so quickly in the Gu family?" Lin Haoyu asked with feigned curiosity. "Design?" Gu Tinghui frowned and shook his head. "He didn't learn to design anything." But brother told me that he's going to personally design the logo of the cell phone." Lin Haoyu purposely raised his volume, his face filled with surprise. Hearing this, Gu Tinghui's expression instantly became serious, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. "Are you sure that's what he said?" Hearing this, Gu Tinghui's expression turned serious. "Are you sure that's what he said?" "1,000 times over. That's why I came to ask you when he learned to design. But you said that he didn't learn to design." Lin Haoyu frowned slightly, a look of both confusion and concern on his face. "Brother obviously doesn't know how to design. So why did he offer to help you design the logo?" He paused, his eyes flickered a few times and continued. "I also heard my brother say that design fees are quite easy to earn, but never heard him mention that he wanted to learn design. Lin Haoyu's words were like throwing a boulder into a calm lake, instantly stirring up layers of ripples of doubt in Gu Tinghui's heart. He couldn't help but speculate in a bad direction. Can it be that Lin Zhe was trying to cheat him out of the $3 million in design fees, wasn't he? But before he wanted to give him $3 million, he didn't want it, so why bother coming to cheat this money? Gu Tinghui's eyes grew deeper and deeper. If he was openly greedy for money, it would be fine. I'm afraid that he is the kind of person who is extremely deep in the city, and everything comes in the dark. If this is really the case. Chapter 54 Brother. You're finished. Gu Tinghui was silent for a long time, his sharp gaze sizing up Lin Haoyu's face. He then slowly spoke. I have my own opinion on this matter. You don't publicize it everywhere first. Lin Haoyu was busy nodding his head. His face still had that sincere look, his eyes full of obedience. In the bottom of his heart, he was secretly rejoicing. Brother, you're about to be finished. Not far from the wall, Lu Wanqin, who had heard all the conversations in her ears, also revealed a smile. It seemed she was right to leave Lin Haoyu at home. According to this situation, Lin Zhe would soon fall in the Gu family. In the next few days, Gu Tinghui continued to look as normal on the surface, no different from usual. But secretly, he paid close attention to Lin Zhe's every move. And Lin Zhe really wasn't idle either. He first downloaded the design software and spent some time familiarizing himself with its use. Immediately after that, he spent a lot of time modifying the logo of the original cell phone a little bit. The original square icon was turned into an oval. Nothing else was changed. Okay, done. Lin Zhe looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. After Gu Tinghui got the news, he returned to the villa that night. As soon as he arrived home, he ordered his subordinates to call Lin Zhe to his study. When Lin Haoyu saw this scene, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he immediately followed him gently. There would be a good show soon. Lin Haoyu had just pressed his ear against the door when he heard Gu Tinghui's voice, which was tinged with authority, ring out. How busy are you with the logo? The logo has been changed. Lin Zhe's voice was clear and calm. Hearing Lin Zhe's reply, Gu Tinghui immediately said, It's changed. Bring it to me. Didn't you say before that you'd leave the logo matter entirely to me? Lin Zhe's tone was not condescending. So I've already had someone replace the new logo with the old one. What? Gu Tinghui's eyes were instantly filled with shock and anger. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. How dare you not let me go over such a big thing? Just make a decision without authorization. Lin Zhe's next words were so infuriating that Gu Tinghui almost turned his back. I also had the publicity department spread the word about the logo change, and there should already be a lot of people discussing it online now. Lin Zhe still had that calm and collected look, as if everything was under his control. After Gu Tinghui heard this, his face instantly became very ugly, and he quickly pulled out his cell phone to check. Sure enough, the internet was full of news about their Gu Group's cell phone modified logo. Soon, he saw the new logo that Lin Zhe was talking about from the #1 hot video. When looking at what the new logo looked like, Gu Tinghui only felt his eyes darken and he was almost unsteady on his feet. The new logo was almost identical to the old one. The difference was only that the icon had become slightly more oval. The comments on the internet were all over the place, all of them saying that Gu Tinghui was a big grudge. He spent $3 million to get a logo that was almost unchanged.
Linse.
How dare you? Gu Tinghui was so enraged that he slammed the table so hard that the teacups on the table jumped. Dad, what's wrong? Wasn't it you who said to leave this matter entirely to me? Gu Tinghui saw that Lin Zhe still had something to say by now, and he was so angry that he was shaking and couldn't catch his breath. He tried to take a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Thinking about what Lin Haoyu had said earlier, a dangerous chill flashed through his gaze at Lin Zhe. Tell me the truth. This logo, who actually designed it? The new logo, I personally designed it. Lin Zhe replied without hesitation, his tone firm. Gu Tinghui froze. How could he not expect Lin Zhe to admit it so directly? Good. Lin Zhe, you're so good. You've simply completely disregarded me. How dare you fool me openly and honestly and cheat me out of $3 million in design fees? Lin Haoyu, who was outside the door, almost couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. Brother, ah brother, your good days. This is considered to have come to a complete end. At this moment, Lin Haoyu only felt that his entire being was refreshed. It was as if he had already seen Lin Zhe's wretched appearance when he was kicked out of the Gu family. He had already been able to anticipate the outcome, and he didn't continue to listen to the corners here. Instead, he carefully turned around and quietly left the place. Not far away, Lu Wanqin watched Lin Haoyu's every move in her eyes. Seeing him so happy, she immediately understood the general picture of what was going on in her heart. This Lin Haoyu really had some skills, surprisingly bringing down Lin Zhe so quickly. However, Lu Wanqin was also clear in her heart. With Lin Zhe resolved, someone like Lin Haoyu, who had a deep mind and heart, couldn't continue to stay by Wan Er's side. She secretly thought that when Lin Zhe was successfully driven out of the Gu family, she would also have to find a suitable excuse to send Lin Haoyu away with her. Meanwhile, the conversation in the study continued. Lin Zhe was still looking at Gu Tinghui with an innocent look on his face. Dad, have you misunderstood something? Now that you've admitted it yourself, what else do you have to argue about? Gu Tinghui angrily pointed at Lin Zhe, the anger in his eyes almost spewing out. How dare you come to design the logo yourself? Seeing this, Lin Zhe opened his mouth to explain. You said that you would give me full authority over this matter, so of course I had to do this matter of designing the logo myself. Gu Tinghui's anger at the moment seemed like it could set the entire study on fire. Even if you fool me, do you still want to fool everyone? The netizens aren't little cuties. Can't they see that the logo hasn't changed much at all? How dare you ask for $3 million? Lin Zhe, however, remained calm and collected, without the slightest bit of panic. Dad, have you forgotten the topic you gave me? Lin Zhe's words caused Gu Tinghui to instantly freeze. What kind of medicine was this kid selling in his gourd? Gu Tinghui, who couldn't think straight, frowned and asked, What do you mean by that? Chapter 55. Lin Zhe is not only fine, but the money is gone. You said that I was trying to cheat $3 million, but I didn't take a single cent of this money. Lin Zhe looked frank and explained without being condescending. The $3 million I'm talking about is exactly the reward you gave me 2 days ago. Although I later gave the money to my aunt, the money was indeed placed at my disposal. Gu Tinghui's emotions gradually calmed down as he listened to Lin Zhe's explanation. Indeed, even though he had mentioned the $3 million design fee, he hadn't given Lin Zhe this money at all. Gu Tinghui frowned slightly, still with a trace of doubt in his eyes. He opened his mouth again and asked, But what about this logo? Why should we dwell on just a logo itself? Lin Zhe's gaze burned, firmly looking Gu Tinghui straight in the eye. Isn't what you're testing me on marketing? Our ultimate goal is to increase the sales of the phone. Lin Zhe's words were like a heavy hammer that struck Gu Tinghui's heart, causing him to fall into deep thought. Could all these things you're doing be enough to increase the sales of cell phones? Gu Tinghui asked half-heartedly. Can. Lin Zhe replied decisively, his eyes full of confidence. My purpose isn't to change the phone with a logo that's so stunning and good-looking. Rather, it's to let everyone know that you spent $3 million and got a logo that's barely changed. That's my way of marketing. Gu Tinghui still didn't quite understand, and there was still confusion on his face. Seeing this, Lin Zhe decided to open up the sky. Isn't everyone talking about you being the great grudge seed right now? Lin Zhe pointed to the comments on his cell phone screen and said, They're all discussing it enthusiastically, so that gives it heat. And when the phone has heat, what's the point of worrying about sales then? Lin Zhe's words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly waking Gu Tinghui up. He stood in place and fell into a long period of thought, still holding his cell phone in his hand the whole time, constantly brushing through the online comments. He had spent $3 million in exchange for an almost unchanged logo, and this matter had already hit the hot search. The online comments were varied, and many people were flirting. It turns out that the richest man can also be cheated. This is it? I can do it for $20. Give me $3 million. I can make 1,000 shapes. I can make 1,000 shapes. This new logo is not just a square turning into a circle. Is it the legend the highest-end ingredients often only need the most simple way of cooking? People have felt that the $3 million spent is not worth it, and even spontaneously designed a logo for him. And the heat of this topic has continued to rise. Will this really work? Gu Tinghui looked at such a high level of heat and began to feel some relief in his heart. But he was still a bit unsure, and his eyes revealed a hint of hesitation. Can it work after a while, Dad, you'll know? Lin Zhe said confidently. Gu Tinghui nodded, calmed down and completely calm. Thinking back on how he had just reacted, he had indeed gone a little too far. After all, he was the one who had given Lin Zhe carte blanche to handle this matter. Moreover, Lin Zhe hadn't even asked for the $3 million in rewards he had given himself before, so why would he be so desperate as to dishonor the $3 million in design fees? Just now. My reaction was a bit bigger, don't you care? Gu Tinghui thought about it again and again, but finally opened his mouth and said to Lin Zhe. His usual pride made it difficult for him to say the 3 words, I'm sorry. Lin Zhe hurriedly shook his head, a humble smile on his face. Dad, this time, My son did indeed do something wrong by not discussing with you beforehand. This is my negligence. Anyone else who heard such a thing would have reacted like you did. If I had run into someone with a quicker temper, I guess my son would have gotten a beating. Lin Zay's humorous and witty words instantly blew away the originally tense atmosphere in the room. Learned from your aunt. And even dared to poke fun at me. The corners of Gu Tinghui's mouth rose slightly, revealing a rare smile. Which is true, my son wouldn't dare. Lin Zay responded with a smile. Then his words changed. Dad, you've been busy all day, you haven't eaten yet, right? Today, Sister Zhang specially told me that she made several of your favorite dishes. Is that so? Go eat. Gu Tinghui reached out and patted Lin Zay's shoulder. The two walked out of the study side by side. Lin Haoyu, who was originally waiting in the living room to watch Lin Zay's hilarity, immediately raised his head to look when he heard the commotion. When he saw Gu Tinghui coming over with Lin Zay talking and laughing, the man was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Lu Wanqin, who was sitting not far away, also saw this scene, and the same look of shock appeared in her eyes. According to the development she expected, shouldn't it be Gu Tinghui who was furious and kicked Lin Zay out of the Gu family in front of all of them? But now, at the dinner table, the atmosphere seemed a bit subtle. Gu Tinghui was obviously in a good mood, and even talked to Lin Zay a few times from time to time. The others were unusually quiet. Lin Haoyu couldn't even think of what heavenly trick Lin Zay had pulled. Not only was he able to retreat from Gu Tinghui's thunderous anger, at this moment, he was still able to sit here with a good head on his shoulders, talking and laughing with Gu Tinghui. After the meal, the impatient Lin Haoyu saw an empty space where no one was, and quickly came up to Lin Zay. Brother. Lin Haoyu piled up a seemingly concerned smile on his face, but his eyes hid an undisguised eagerness. I saw Uncle Gu aggressively go looking for you today. Did something happen? Lin Zay raised his eyes to look at him and sighed softly. It's not even the logo thing. I don't know where he knew that I designed it. After Lin Zay finished speaking, his gaze steeply became sharp, looking straight at Lin Haoyu. Haoyu, you wouldn't have taken advantage of my absence to say something you shouldn't have said to my adoptive father, right? Lin Haoyu's heart jumped suddenly, but his face remained calm. He stretched out his hand and waved it repeatedly, saying eagerly, Where are the words? How could I possibly do something like betraying you? I swear to God, I really didn't say anything. Brother, you're the closest person to me in this world. Of course I'm wishing for you with all my heart. Lin Zay stared tightly at Lin Haoyu with scrutiny in his eyes. It was only after a long while that he suddenly spread a smile. Teasing you, of course I know you definitely won't. We are good brothers. Lin Haoyu was made somewhat unnatural by these words, and subconsciously wanted to find a topic to shift over. You're fine. I see that Uncle Gu was so angry at that time. I thought he was going to pack you hard. Lin Zay sighed, a look of regret surfacing on his face. He was pissed off at first, but it's a good thing that the change logo thing mistakenly hit the hot search. He saw that the attention was so high, he didn't pursue it anymore. Only it's a pity that the 3 million is gone. I had planned that if I could get the money successfully, I would give you $1 million to improve your life. We are brothers. I have always remembered you in my heart. Hearing this, Lin Haoyu's heart tightened and his intestines turned green with remorse. Inwardly, he cursed himself for being so indolent. He should have waited for Lin Zay to get the money and give it to himself before bringing this matter to light. Now, not only was Lin Zay fine, but the money was gone as well. Chapter 56 The Son Adopted Right. Gu's group. Gu Tinghui sat on the leather sofa, his fingers tapping rhythmlessly on the polished table, a hint of anxiety faintly rising within him. Chairman. Accompanied by a rush of footsteps, Li Kai rushed in with an excited look, holding a pile of reports. He even forgot to knock on the door because he was too elated. Gu Tinghui didn't care about this. He quickly got up, took a few steps to walk in front of Li Kai, and grabbed the report in his hand. As his eyes swept over the data on the report, his tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. The sales of cell phones have unexpectedly risen by so much. Yes, Chairman. Li Cland couldn't hide his excitement and said in a rapid speech, Just because we changed the logo this matter and the internet continues to ferment, the heat remains high, the popularity of our cell phone brought up hard, sales immediately rubbing up. According to this momentum, it's estimated that it won't be long before our quarterly goal is accomplished ahead of schedule. Gu Tinghui heard this and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. And chairman, this heat of ours has suppressed the heat of the big stars hired by those two cell phone manufacturers. They're probably stomping their feet in anger right now, Li Kai added with a fluttering brow. Gu Tinghui couldn't help but let out a loud laugh after hearing this. Good, good, good. If we can really reach the quarterly target ahead of schedule, I'll give the entire company a bonus. Thank you, Chairman. Li Clan's face was full of smiles as he lamented. We've really made a turnaround this time. Thanks to you, Chairman, for hiring a great marketing master. Marketing master? Gu Tinghui raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze going to Li Kingland.
Li Kinglan nudda.
Yes. Peers are spreading the word that there must be a marketing master behind our logo change event this time. But you can protect this master's information well. Many peers are offering high prices, wanting to poach this master behind you. Hearing Li Kinglan's words, Gu Tinghui had mixed feelings for a moment. Where was there a marketing guru? The one who came up with this idea was his adopted son, Lin Zhe. It seemed that this son of his had really adopted the right person. Don't worry. They can't poach this person for any amount of money, Gu Tinghui said meaningfully with certainty in his eyes.
Ashe.
Gu Tinghui's face was full of joy as he walked towards Lin Zhe with a brisk pace. When Lin Zhe saw his appearance, he didn't even need to think about it. He knew that Gu Group's cell phones must have sold out. Dad. Lin Zhe responded with a smile, his expression calm and collected. Zhe, you really didn't let Dad down. Gu Tinghui looked at Lin Zhe with an appreciative expression. You accomplished this test very well. After saying that, he even reached out his hand and gently patted Lin Zhe's shoulder. Dad knows that if I give you money you won't want it. Let's put it this way, you say what kind of gift you want, as long as it's something I can buy, and the price isn't too exaggerated, Dad will satisfy you. Thanks, Dad. But I haven't thought of anything in particular that I want for now. Can I wait until I think of it before I tell you? Lin Zhe said politely. That's natural. Take your time to think about it. There's no rush. Lin Zhe looked at this happy appearance of Gu Tinghui and revealed a meaningful smile. There was a saying that happiness begets sorrow. It was a pity that Gu Tinghui's happy days wouldn't last more than a few days, when he would be in the middle of trouble again. He was curious as to what excuse Gu Tinghui would use to find himself at that time. At the same time, not far away, Lin, how you will be this father and son filial piety picture in the eyes, teeth clenched cackling. But he really couldn't help Gu Tinghui with the company matters. At this moment, he really regretted that in his last life, he only cared about having fun and didn't know anything about Gu Tinghui's company. Suddenly, Lin Hao Yu realized something and frowned. This Lin Zhe was able to solve problems one after another, and each time he managed to avoid the pit he dug. It's hard to believe that. Lin Hao Yu's eyes snapped open. Could it be that he had also been reborn? This thought grew heavier and heavier in Lin Hao Yu's mind. If that was really the case, then it would be too tricky. But Lin Hao Yu thought of something and his excitement calmed down again. He firmly believed that the person who had the last laugh would be the one who could marry Gu Tinghui's daughter, Gu Waner. Now that Lin Zhe had become Gu Waner's brother, he wouldn't have that chance in this lifetime. So what if he's crossed over too? Thinking like this, Lin Hao Yu's heart relaxed again. Let Lin Zhe be complacent for a few days first. He decided to focus his entire mind on Gu Waner. As long as he could win Gu Waner's heart, then the richest man's position would be his own sooner or later. Thinking of this, the resentment in Lin Hao Yu's heart slightly dissipated. Dinner had just ended, and without even a moment's rest, he slipped to Gu Waner's room in a hurry.
Waner, I'm here.
Lin Hao Yu's face was piled with smiles, but Gu Waner's face was lacking in interest. Waner, do you not want to study today? Lin Hao Yu observed his words and said, why don't we not study today? Saying this, he reached out and removed the books in front of Gu Waner with one hand, looking at her with a deep gaze. Actually, in my eyes, you're already very good. Gu Waner frowned, uncomfortable with Lin Hao Yu's sudden words. But Lin Hao Yu continued to tease Gu Waner as if he didn't see her reaction. Actually, I've had a different feeling about you since the first time I saw you. You seem to have a very charming aura about you. Knock, knock, knock. Just at this moment, a knock came from the door. Gu Waner looked like she had seen a savior and immediately got up. I'll go open the door. Lin Hao Yu's words choked in his throat. He was filled with resentment as he looked at Lin Zhe, who walked in with a fruit plate. This damned Lin Zhe, how dare he ruin his good deed? The atmosphere was clearly on the verge of being baked by him just now. Don't just focus on studying. It's also important for you guys to rest properly, Lin Zhe said with a smile. Aha! Lin Hao Yu nodded perfunctorily in response. Let's put the fruit plate here, brother, you go first. I still have to tutor Wan Er. Okay. Lin Zhe just turned around and Lin Hao Yu couldn't wait to close the door. Lin Zhe suddenly turned around again. Right. Miss Wan Er, just now Dad said that you've been working hard on your studies these past few days as well. So let me take you to a movie to relax. Will you go? When Lin Hao Yu heard this, he was just about to open his mouth to refuse. Gu Wan Er had already walked quickly to Lin Zhe, her eyes full of anticipation. Really? Dad, he really said that? Of course. I've bought all the tickets. He was now Gu Tinghui's big contributor. Taking her to a movie was just a matter of saying something. I'll go, Gu Wan Er said excitedly. Hey, Wan Er. But this tutorial. Lin Hao Yu still wanted to struggle a bit. Brother. It's okay to miss this one day. Lin Zhe grabbed Gu Wan Er before she opened her mouth. Her tone was relaxed and casual, but she couldn't be refused. Seeing this, Lin Hao Yu had no choice but to nod with a bitter smile. Watching Lin Hao Yu follow them out of the room step by step, Lin Zhe revealed an imperceptible smile. He then feigned an apologetic face and said, Brother, sorry. I didn't buy your ticket. What? Lin Hao Yu frowned. It's fine. I'll buy it for you now. Lin Zhe immediately pulled out his cell phone, and after sliding a few times on the screen, he looked at Lin Hao Yu with a pitying face again and said, Oops, it's time. Can't buy it. Brother, you can see it next time. The movie will start soon. We have to rush over. Without waiting for Lin Hao Yu to say anything, Lin Zhe pulled Gu Wan Er out of the place. Looking at their departing backs, Lin Hao Yu's eyes were practically on fire. Damned Lin Zhe, you wait for me. Chapter 57 Brother. You deserve to be hated by everyone.
Miss Wan Er.
Lin Zhe had an obvious apology on his face, and his gaze was sincere as he looked at Gu Wan Er. Gu Wan Er was originally filled with anticipation, and was somewhat baffled by Lin Zhe's call. What's wrong? Lin Zhe hesitated and slowly spoke. I lied. I actually haven't bought a movie ticket yet. Gu Wan Er's brows furrowed, confusion showing in her eyes. Lin Zhe hurriedly said, But I didn't lie earlier. Dad did let us watch a movie to relax. Hearing this, Gu Wan Er's heart fluttered and she quickly understood. It seemed that Lin Zhe did this because he didn't want Lin Hao Yu to follow them. She gave a soft as a response. Gu Wan Er's bland response made Lin Zhe a little surprised. Did this mean that she actually didn't want to stay with Lin Hao Yu either? At this time, Gu Wan Er spoke again. I want to watch that newly released movie. I think it's called Resident Evil? Lin Zhe blurted out. Gu Wan Er looked at Lin Zhe incredulously. As if she didn't expect him to be able to guess the movie, she wanted to watch it once. That's right. It's this one. The corner of Lin Zhe's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. I'll buy the tickets right now. He knew in his heart that Gu Wan Er must be curious at this moment as to how he could guess the movie she wanted to see. In his previous life, he was also surprised when he learned that the seemingly quiet Gu Wan Er actually liked to watch heavy movies. After the movie ended, Gu Wan Er's face was still overflowing with rare happiness. It was as if all the repression that had been pent up in her heart over the past few days had been cathartically released during the movie. She couldn't help but discuss the plot of the movie with Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe was happy to see this. Usually Gu Wan Er deliberately do not contact with himself. The two of them rarely have such an opportunity. Lin Zhe, who had already seen the movie, knew the plot like the back of his hand, and used it to express his own opinions. Gu Wan Er gave her sideways glances, as if she had discovered a different side of Lin Zhe. Returning to the villa, Gu Wan Er's footsteps lurched as if she suddenly remembered something. Then she turned her head to look at Lin Zhe and said softly, Thank you. Lin Zhe didn't react for a moment and had a blank expression on his face. Gu Wan Er's eyes revealed a hint of complexity. Although my father is too busy to care about me, he is very strict about my studies. He never thinks I work hard, and he doesn't reward me for going to the movies or anything like that. I know, you're the one who requested it with Dad today, so thanks. Hearing Gu Wan Er actually say thank you to herself, Lin Zhe was very happy in his heart and just wanted to open his mouth to say something. Gu Wan Er, however, grabbed in front of him and continued, But my mom and I are still on the same page. Even if you did help my dad's company on the favor, even if you are a male. Her eyes became more and more determined. I will definitely prove to my dad one day that he has enough with one child and doesn't need to adopt another son of any kind. With that, she was ready to turn and leave. Wait! Lin Zhe hurriedly called out to her. Gu Wan-er stopped in her tracks and turned back in confusion. Lin Zhe pulled out a notebook from his wide pocket and handed it to Gu Wan-er. This is a notebook I inadvertently obtained when I was in school earlier. Now that I can't use it anymore, I hope it can be of some help to you. I don't need it. Gu Wan-er didn't even think about it and directly refused. Lin Zhe frowned slightly and looked at Gu Wan-er, saying seriously, "Wouldn't making yourself better as soon as possible be more powerful in attracting your father's attention? This notebook might be able to help you." Lin Zhe knew that Gu Wan-er was an extremely strong girl at heart. She longed for her father's approval. She should take it if he said so. As expected, Gu Wan-er hesitated for a moment, but eventually reached out and took the notebook. Her gaze towards Lin Zhe also became more and more complicated. "Miss Wan-er, I'm going to go rest, good night." Seeing Lin Zhe's back as he left, Gu Wan-er also turned around and returned to her room. As soon as she entered her room, she casually threw her notes on the table. After a while, her gaze was still involuntarily drawn to the notes. After hesitating for a while, she still walked over, picked up the notes and opened them to read them. At this look, she couldn't help but stare in disbelief. This was clearly a schoolmaster's notebook. The knowledge points inside were summarized in a detailed and comprehensive manner, and the various problem-solving ideas were clear, as well as many unique problem-solving techniques. The more she flipped through this notebook, the more obvious the excitement on Gu Wan-er's face became. With this notebook, her grades would definitely be able to improve quite a bit. Lin Zhe, where on earth did he get something so useful from? Gu Wan-er couldn't help but mutter. For several days in a row, Lin Zhe would always find various excuses to interrupt Lin Haoyu's tutoring of Gu Wan-er. This caused the resentment in Lin Haoyu's heart to grow like wild grass. Lin Haoyu secretly decided that he must make Gu Wan-er loathe Lin Zhe to the core. In this way, Lin Zhe would no longer be able to interrupt his good deed. Only, how to make Gu Wan-er hate Lin Zhe. Lin Haoyu thought about it and really came up with a good idea. On this day, Gu Wan-er went to school as usual. Along the way, she always felt that there were quite a few strange gazes falling on her. Especially when she walked into her class, her classmates' gazes were all on her, and they were whispering to each other. The doubts in Gu Wan-er's heart rolled up like a snowball. She really couldn't help herself and reached out to gently tap the shoulder of the classmate at the front table. "Classmate!" The classmate at the front table turned around with an excited expression on her face. "The richest daughter, what are your orders?" Gu Wan-er, who heard this, froze, her hand frozen in mid-air. "What did you say?" Just then, a large group of reporters poured into the school like a tidal wave. "Quick! That's the daughter of the richest man, shoot!" "Hello! Gu Qianjin, may I interview you?" When Gu Wan-er saw this formation, she instantly panicked, her mind going blank. Right at this moment of confusion, a hand suddenly pulled her down. "Wan-er, come with me." Lin Haoyu tightly grabbed Gu Wan-er's arm and led her to hurriedly escape from the back of the classroom. The two of them ran furiously all the way to the unoccupied equipment room. At this moment, both of them were panting and gasping for air. "You!" Gu Wan-er just wanted to open her mouth to ask what was going on, but Lin Haoyu hurriedly made a silencing gesture towards her. "Keep your voice down. Don't get caught."
Gu Wan-er frowned tightly.
She couldn't figure out how her identity, which had been disguised for so long, was exposed. "Wan-er, although I don't really want to say anything bad about my brother, I'm going out on a limb for your sake." Lin Haoyu looked at Gu Wan-er with a sincere face. "What do you mean by that?" Gu Wan-er was full of doubts and looked at him in disbelief. "This matter of your identity, it was my brother who publicized it." Lin Haoyu lowered his voice, his expression serious. "What?" Gu Wan-er's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. "He told me this matter himself, and his purpose was to use this matter to distract you so that you would have no time to care about him." Lin Haoyu put on a pained look and continued. "At first, I tried my best to persuade him, and he promised me that he wouldn't do that, but I didn't expect that he would actually go back on his word. Wan-er, I'll say sorry to you on behalf of my brother. Now that your identity as the richest daughter of the richest man has been exposed, it seems that there's no way for you to keep a low profile in the future." Lin Haoyu sighed slightly, his face filled with helplessness. At this moment, Gu Wan-er's expression was very grave. Could it be that it was because of the words he said to Lin Zhe that night that made him do this? But why did she vaguely feel in her heart that Lin Zhe didn't seem like such a person? At this time, Lin Haoyu's eyes darted around and he opened his mouth to add, "Now that it's all happened, Wan-er, don't go and confront my brother. He definitely won't admit it. At that time, if he realizes that I was the one who told you what happened, I'll definitely have a hard time." Lin Haoyu put on a pitiful look at her. Although Gu Wan-er still expressed some skepticism about the matter, she still nodded. "Don't worry, it won't involve you." Hearing this, Lin Haoyu was relieved. He also pretended to sigh inadvertently. "I see that he's always interrupting our tutoring lately, and has been finding excuses to get close to you, and I thought that your relationship had changed for the better. I didn't expect him to still treat you like this." Lin Haoyu looked at Gu Wan-er's increasingly grave expression, and his heart snickered. "Brother, you deserve to be loathed by everyone." Chapter 58, Are You Trying to Kick Me Out? After her identity was exposed, Gu Wan-er's campus life changed forever. The attitudes of her classmates were polarized. One part was extremely fawning, circling around her in between classes, grabbing to help her out, and speaking with words full of currying favor. The other part of the cynicism, behind her back, said she relies on family background, deliberately isolate her. The original classmates and friends, because of the difference in status and rumors, also alienated. The teacher's attitude towards her became even more subtle, and they took extra care of her. But this special treatment made her more and more like an alien in the eyes of her classmates. Outside the school, the media also followed her around. The entrance to the school was often blocked by reporters. Gu Wan-er was so annoyed that at the moment she really believed Lin Haoyu's words. She herself was so overwhelmed by these things. How could she have the energy to care about anything else? After the family learned about this, Gu Tinghui felt that it was a good thing. He felt that he could let his daughter exercise in advance. After all, sooner or later she would have to become a public figure. Gu Wan-er asked her mom, Lu Wanqin, for help, but she got pretty much the same answer. Lu Wanqin also felt that Gu Wan-er would have to show her face more in front of the public. It would let everyone know that the richest man, Gu Tinghui, had a real daughter. It would also solidify her position in the family. Unable to do anything about it, Gu Wan-er could only bear it all alone. In her heart, she unknowingly blamed Lin Zhe for all these unhappy emotions. After Lin Zhe had learned about Gu Wan-er's identity being exposed, he had been trying to find an opportunity to ask Gu Wan-er about it. But in the past 2 days, when Gu Wan-er came back late and he had to keep studying for business classes, he didn't get to touch it. So when he finally encountered Gu Wan-er in the corridor of the villa, Lin Zhe immediately greeted her with quick steps. "Ms. Wan-er, I heard that." Lin Zhe just opened his mouth. Gu Wan-er didn't even give him a look and walked straight into the room. With a bang, she closed the door. Lin Haoyu, who was on the side, watched this scene with joy in his heart. He also pretended to have a puzzled look on his face and came to Lin Zhe's front. Falsely opening his mouth, he asked, "Brother, what are you doing? Wan-er seems to particularly hate you." Lin Zhe raised his eyes towards Lin Haoyu and sneered in his heart. It seemed that his younger brother, who couldn't be bothered, had done some good things behind his back again. Originally, he was still wondering how Gu Wan-er's identity was exposed. Now he could tell with his toes that it was done. Just now, Gu Wan-er's attitude towards himself, it seemed to be his own good brother who had welded another pot to force on himself. There might be some misunderstanding. When the truth comes out, the person who is hated then won't be me. Lin Zhe looked at Lin Haoyu with a smirk, his words carrying a deep meaning. The smile on Lin Haoyu's face instantly disappeared. His eyes dodged a little, pretending that he couldn't understand. "Brother, what are you saying? Why can't I understand?" Lin Zhe also did not poke at it and continued, "It's right, you've been living in the Gu family for quite a long time, right?" Lin Haoyu was a bit puzzled to hear this question and frowned in confusion. Lin Zhe continued, "In the past few days, Miss Wan-er's identity has been exposed, and a good number of multimedia people are squatting in the neighborhood. You follow Wan-er in and out all day long. If you are photographed by the media, it will inevitably cause some bad speculations and misunderstandings. I talked to my foster father about this, and he thinks it's better for you to go back to your own home to avoid the wind first. I've already arranged a car for you, and I've also had someone pack your luggage." "What?" Hearing this, Lin Haoyu's eyes widened, almost losing his expression management. "Brother, are you kicking me out?" Lin Zhe shook his head repeatedly. Brother, words can't be said like that. This is the Gu family, not the Lin family. How can you call it kicking you out? Besides, this is my adoptive father's intention, and brother is only doing what he's told. Lin Haoyu was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he could do nothing about it. Looking at Lin Haoyu's helplessly departing back, Lin Zhe picked the corner of his mouth. Brother, a brother. There's always a price to pay for doing anything. Although you made one heir temporarily ignore me, but I also managed to drive you out of the Gu family. Lin Zhe felt that it was still worth it. At least Lin Haoyu had lost the chance to be alone with Gu Wan heir. Lin Haoyu was naturally unwilling to leave the Gu family just like that. He thought about it and found Lu Wanqin, hoping that she could help speak for him and turn things around. But Lu Wanqin was also worried about her daughter's reputation and didn't want to spread bad gossip while she was still in high school, so it didn't agree to Lin Haoyu's request. But Lin Haoyu was still begging Lu Wanqin one after another. Lu Wanqin could only speak helplessly. Don't worry, Haoyu, when the wind of the matter passes, you can still come over to tutor Wan heir. Hearing Lu Wanqin say this, Lin Haoyu knew that there was no room for things to be salvaged and could only answer. Lin Zhe stood in his room and watched through the window as Lin Haoyu dustily dragged his luggage out of the villa, secretly pondering in his heart. Although this younger brother of his wasn't very bright, he couldn't help but be bad. He couldn't wait to create 800 troubles for him a day. So, Lin Zhe took stock of the situation. He decided that in order to save himself some heartache in the future, he would find an appropriate time to reveal Lin Haoyu's true colors. Chapter 59. Letting him go to Lin Zhe again? Since the logo incident, Gu Group's cell phone had been unstoppable all the way to the top of the sales charts due to its heat and unique marketing techniques. And it had also won many outstanding awards with high gold content, becoming the center of attention in the industry for a while. At the award ceremony for the best-selling cell phone, Gu Tinghui appeared on stage in a straight suit with confidence. Reporters gathered under the stage. Flashing lights flashed non-stop. After receiving the award, Gu Tinghui smiled and faced the questions of the reporters, and responded to the product-related issues freely. At this time, a man wearing a duck-tongued hat got up. The brim of his hat was pressed low, making it impossible to see his eyes. The man cleared his throat and opened his mouth to ask. Recently, the world's richest man, Jox's company, announced that Pingo cell phones would not come with charging heads in the future, claiming that the move was for the sake of the environment. May I ask Mr. Gu what you think about this? Hearing this question, Gu Tinghui nodded his head slightly and replied after a moment of contemplation. This move of Jox's, from the perspective of environmental protection, I think it is somewhat justified. After all, environmental protection is a big deal. The duck-tongued man followed up with a question. Then, in order to be environmentally friendly, will Gu Group's cell phones also follow the example of Pingua's cell phones and no longer be equipped with charging heads? Gu Tinghui didn't answer immediately. All sorts of thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. For the world's richest company to make such a decision, it was bound to be well thought out. And judging from the current data, this move not only didn't affect their cell phone sales, but also attracted a lot of attention and earned a lot of heat. Thinking about the huge success of the previous logo incident, perhaps this time was also an opportunity. After some weighing, Gu Tinghui nodded affirmatively, a confident smile on his face as he said, "Of course, since it's to promote environmental protection, we're more than willing to do so. Moreover, Jox, as a leader in the industry, has a lot to learn from us, and we should also look up to these outstanding peers." After hearing that reply from Gu Tinghui, the corner of the questioning reporter's mouth imperceptibly rose under his duck-tongue cap, revealing a hint of a triumphant smile. Soon, this interview of Gu Tinghui's was carefully edited and released on the major network platforms. As netizens continued to retweet it, and the number of comments soared like a rocket, this matter instantly triggered a great public opinion frenzy. What? Why buy a cell phone without a charger? Isn't this screwing us consumers? Isn't this just to save costs? And under the guise of being environmentally friendly. If you don't learn from the good ones, you learn from the bad ones, and you'll never buy Gu's cell phone again. All kinds of negative comments came in like a tidal wave, and for a while, Gu's Group was caught in the center of the storm of public opinion. Along with that, the sales of the originally best-selling cell phones also plummeted. Customers protested and switched to other brands equipped with complete accessories. Gu Group stock price also fluctuated, with a clear downward trend. Gu Tinghui's face grew more and more somber as he looked at these public opinions that were unfavorable to himself and his company.
Li Qinglan.
Gu Tinghui suddenly shouted, "Chairman, at your command." Almost instantly, the office door was violently pushed open, and Assistant Li Kai rushed in with a nervous expression. He bowed slightly, his tone urgent and respectful. "Chairman, your orders. Go check out that reporter who asked questions at the awards ceremony that day. I want to know his details." Gu Tinghui's eyes were sharp and his tone carried an unquestionable majesty. "Yes, Chairman. I'll get on with it." Li Qinglan immediately turned around and quickly walked out of the office. It didn't take long for Li Qinglan to find out the results. He jogged all the way and rushed into Gu Tinghui's office with hurried steps, and before the person could stand still, he shouted, "Chairman, it's been found out." Gu Tinghui raised his head, his eyes locked onto Li Qinglan, nodding slightly, signaling him to continue on. Li Qinglan said with anger and shock in his tone, "That man who wore a duck-tongued hat and asked you questions that day was not a media reporter at all. His real identity is actually an executive of our fellow cell phone company." Hearing this, Gu Tinghui's eyes instantly glared round as he violently swung out his arm. Bang! With a sound, a fist slammed onto the table. The huge impact caused the documents on the table to splash around like snowflakes. "Good, how dare you count on me? These despicable guys." Gu Tinghui was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. His gaze filled with rage. "Chairman, the countermeasure discussed over in the PR department is for you to publicly retract those words about not being worthy of a charger. Wouldn't that prove that I, Gu Tinghui, am a person who goes back on his word?" Gu Tinghui's brows knitted together, the anger in his eyes unresolved, his tone full of indignation. "This will not only make the outside world feel that I have no mastery, but it will also make consumers lose confidence in our company." Li Qinglan slightly lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Gu Tinghui's eyes. His tone was eager but with a few cautious openings. "Chairman, I understand your concern. But now the pressure of public opinion is like a mountain of momentum, has caused a serious impact on the sales of cell phones. The company's share price also followed a sharp decline. And that's just the losses that can be seen in front of us." He paused briefly, swallowed, and continued. "What's more crucial is that our newly released cell phone model is just a week away. If we can't quell this wave of public opinion as soon as possible, consumers' trust in our brand will continue to go down, and I'm afraid the new release will meet its Waterloo. At that time, the huge investment in R&D and promotion will not only go down the drain, but the market share will also be eaten up by our rivals. This is extremely unfavorable to the company's future development. The loss afterward is also incalculable." Li Qinglan's words made Gu Tinghui's face more and more gloomy, as if the dark clouds before a storm, weighing heavily. "In fact, in addition to retracting those words, there is another way." Li Kai carefully opened his mouth, a hint of tentativeness in his tone. Gu Tinghui's originally locked brows moved slightly, looking up at Li Code with a hint of urgency in his tone. "What method? You go find that master from last time again, maybe he can give a good response." Li Kai finished quickly, watching Gu Tinghui's reaction with a hint of anticipation and apprehension. Li Kai's words caused Gu Tinghui to be torn up inside. Letting him go to Lin Zhe again? Gu Tinghui was internally torn between heaven and earth. On the one hand, his strong pride was like a high wall between him and Lin Zhe. He himself had always been an existence that everyone looked up to and made decisive decisions. Now he had to ask for advice from an adopted son over and over again. Where was his honor? Where was his authority? But now that the company was facing a great crisis, he couldn't just think about himself. Gu Tinghui clenched his fists, facing a huge choice in his heart. Chapter 60, Is This Charger Worthy or Not? Lin Zhe calculated that at this time Gu Tinghui should be back soon, and purposely waited in the hall on the first floor. It wasn't long before he saw Gu Tinghui walking in with a tired look and hurried steps. Lin Zhe hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted, "Dad!" Gu Tinghui heard the sound and subconsciously turned around. After seeing that it was Lin Zhe, he paused slightly before immediately changing direction and walking towards him.
Ashe.
Gu Tinghui's lips moved slightly, wanting to speak, his face full of tangles. Lin Zhe already had a number in his heart. He smiled and spoke. "Dad, I saw on the internet those remarks you posted in your previous interview. I think what you said is right." "What?" Gu Tinghui looked surprised, some disbelief in his eyes. You think what I said was right? Lin Zhe nodded with certainty. That's right, you have this heart for environmental protection. This is certainly right. But right now, public opinion is in an uproar, and it's all over the place criticizing me for this move, saying that I'm doing it under the guise of environmental protection, but in reality, it's all about saving costs. Gu Tinghui's brow was furrowed with worry. So Dad, is that what you think? Lin Zhe looked at Gu Tinghui with a burning gaze. Of course not. Gu Tinghui shook his head, his tone resolute. I simply thought that environmental protection was a general trend and wanted to follow suit and make some innovative moves, not realizing that it would cause such a big controversy. That's right then. My son supports you to continue with this initiative. Hearing that Lin Zhe actually agreed with his approach, Gu Tinghui's heart was joyful, but when he thought of the current situation, he was worried again. But the pressure of public opinion is so strong, if I insist on not dispensing chargers, I'm afraid that no one will ask for them after the new product is released, and the company's losses will be even greater. Before Gu Tinghui could finish his words, Lin Zhe spoke up and interrupted him. Dad, there's an old saying, the customer is God. Since they're all God now, my son boldly proposes that why don't we just leave it up to them to decide whether or not they want to be environmentally friendly. Listening to Lin Zhe's words, Gu Tinghui looked uncertain. What do you mean by that? Lin Zhe revealed a meaningful smile, then approached Gu Tinghui and whispered something in his ear. After hearing Lin Zhe's words, Gu Tinghui was first stunned. Then a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, and the gloom on his face instantly dissipated. He praised Lin Zhe repeatedly. Good, 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 worthy of being my good son. Let's do it. In the days that followed, Gu Tinghui swung straight for the fences against those overwhelming public opinions. Even when the PR department submitted solutions multiple times, he ignored them. The outside world thought that Gu Group had completely giving up on itself under the pressure of public opinion. Even within the company, there were rumors, all thinking that Gu Group's cell phone business was only going to come to an end. Soon, it was the day of the Gu Group's new cell phone conference. Just when everyone thought that Gu Tinghui wouldn't hold this meaningless conference anymore, Gu Tinghui released a preview of the new product launch on his social media platform a night earlier. This immediately caused another heated discussion among netizens. This Gu Tinghui is really headstrong. Surprisingly, he still wants to open this new product conference. Guess, will Gu Tinghui retract his previous words and give the new phone a charger? I bet 50 cents he will. Otherwise, this launch is just asking for trouble. Pingo did that because they have the backing. They're the world's #1 cell phone brand. What does his Gu Group's cell phone count for? We'll know the answer when the launch is over tomorrow. The next day, the Gu Group's new cell phone launch was packed to the rafters. At the same time, the online live broadcast was also synchronized. Countless netizens stood guard in front of the screen, waiting for this much-anticipated conference. Gu Tinghui, dressed in a straight suit and in high spirits, held the new cell phone and began to introduce the display in detail. The audience under the stage, however, seemed a bit distracted. They exchanged words and whispered, their eyes revealing eagerness and curiosity. After a while, the audience under the stage seemed a bit impatient, and someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "We don't want to listen to these introductions anymore. We just want to know whether the new phone comes with a charger or not." The same pop-up screen was frantically swiped in the live broadcast room. Does it come with a charger or not? Don't be so secretive. Gu Tinghui continued to introduce the product's features and highlights unhurriedly. Finally, after completing all the processes, Gu Tinghui, with a smile on his face and calm confidence in his eyes, opened his mouth to the audience and the camera under the stage. As I said before, environmental protection is a vital event, so this new cell phone. Gu Tinghui deliberately paused for a moment, whetting everyone's appetite. The audience under the stage each stretched their necks and stared. The netizens in the live streaming room also held their breath, waiting with rapt attention for his next words. Seeing that everyone's curiosity was thoroughly mobilized, Gu Tinghui then slowly opened his mouth and continued. For this new cell phone, we chose not to have a charger. As soon as Gu Tinghui's words fell, the stage instantly exploded with various curses. Simply stupid. Who would buy this kind of cell phone that doesn't come with a charger? Isn't this clearly against consumers? It's too self-righteous and doesn't consider users' needs at all. Being so stubborn, Gu Group is going to fall on its ass this time. The synchronized live broadcast was also clear of mocking Gu Tinghui. Imitate Pingos in everything. He's the richest man in the world. Do you have the strength? Gu's group is afraid to be cold. This decision is too stupid. I think this launch is a joke. Who's going to buy it if it doesn't deserve a charger? As he watched the waves of shouting and cursing on the stage and in the live broadcast room, Gu Tinghui remained calm and unperturbed. The employees of Gu's group were all nervous and pinched in sweat. What the hell was their old boss doing? Was he really going to bury Gu Group's hard-won cell phone business with his own hands? Several cell phone department executives even began to calculate whether to jump ship. When the shouting and cursing under the stage had slightly diminished, Gu Tinghui raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Immediately afterward, he continued to speak. Please also calm down a little bit. Please listen to me finish my sentence. Out of curiosity, everyone's murmurings quieted down a bit, and they listened with pointed ears to what else Gu Tinghui had to say. I always believe that environmental protection is a far-reaching and important thing, but I definitely don't want to deprive consumers of their right to make their own choices in the name of environmental protection. Although this new phone does not come with a charger, I think the choice of whether or not to choose to be environmentally friendly should really be put into the hands of every consumer. After Gu Tinghui's words ended, the audience on stage and the netizens in the live broadcast room were confused. What exactly does this mean? Is this charger worthy or unworthy? Chapter 61. Make you disappear from this world. Seeing everyone's reaction, it was as if Gu Tinghui was expecting it. He then pointed his finger at the large screen behind him. Details of the two cell phone plans appeared on the large screen. Gu Tinghui immediately spoke. In order to give consumers the right to choose an environmentally friendly option, so for now, we're offering you two options. Option 1. The cell phone comes standard and does not come with a charger. Option 2. The phone is equipped with a charger, but the price is a bit more expensive. As soon as everyone heard that the charger was equipped with additional money, they immediately became excited again and were about to passionately open the microphone again. But they were blocked by Gu Tinghui's next words. It's only $1 more expensive than the program without a charger. Watching those who were about to open their mouths to curse themselves instantly mute, Gu Tinghui continued with a smile. I want to explain to everyone why I wanted to come up with the no charger option in the first place. At this time, the stage was no longer noisy, and everyone began to listen carefully. Very often, cell phones are updated, but the charger still works fine. Therefore, everyone can completely choose the environmentally friendly option 1 according to their actual situation. If you want an extra charger, it's no problem. Just spend an extra dollar and choose option 2. Moreover, in order to encourage everyone to actively participate in environmental protection actions, anyone who chooses option 1, after 100 days, our Gu Group will issue $100 of consumer gold to their account. The launch site was first momentarily silent. Immediately afterward, deafening applause erupted like a volcanic eruption. Gu Tinghui's move was undoubtedly recognized by everyone. These two programs came out wonderfully. Not only did they support environmental protection, but they didn't treat consumers as ingrates. I originally thought it was a setup, but I didn't expect it to be sincere. I apologize for my previous ignorance. This is the real respect for us consumers. It's up to you whether you bring a charger or not, and the difference of $1 is completely acceptable. Mr. Gu, why this? In an instant, the winds of public opinion about Gu Tinghui and the Gu Group completely reversed. Not only was the scene all cheering Gu Tinghui's wise decision, the live broadcast room was also exploding. They all said that Gu Tinghui was a genius for coming up with this move. When the employees of the Gu Group saw this scene, they were all impressed by the resourcefulness of their own boss. No wonder people were the richest. This mind and vigor can't help but be convinced. Originally thought that the cell phone business had come to an end, but I didn't expect a shocking reversal. It seems they were right to stay with the Gu Group. After the launch, Gu's Group's cell phone bookings grew in spurts. Option 1 attracted many young groups pursuing cost-effectiveness and environmental protection due to the dual attraction of the environmental protection concept and consumer gold, and the bookings accounted for as much as 70% of the total. Now Gu Tinghui has added the title of Environmental Protection Ambassador. He has even been nominated and praised by the national official media. This series of achievements made Gu Tinghui's heart full of excitement. In his current position, the amount of money he earned was no longer what he valued most. To him, the reputation and influence that came with it was what was incomparably precious. This feeling of being recognized and praised caused a strong sense of pride to well up in his heart, and his entire body was permeated with relief. Lin Zhe purposely played the media's complimentary reports of Gu Tinghui on the television. And in the picture, the reporters were overflowing with praise. Lin Zhe's face was full of adoration as he sidled up to Gu Tinghui beside him and said, "Dad, son, let's just say you made a brilliant decision. Everyone is singing praises of your feat. You've made another good start for the corporations." Lin Zhe's rainbow farts made Gu Tinghui smile. "Ha ha ha. Good son. I have you to thank for me being honored with this title of Environmental Protection Ambassador today." Lin Zhe hurriedly waved his hands, his face sincere. "My son wouldn't dare to grab this credit. This idea was clearly your own idea. I just said some encouraging words to support you to let go of it. Speaking of which, I also have to thank you for trusting me." Lin Zhe knew in his heart that Gu Tinghui had come to him many times to discuss the matter, and had in fact long since pulled his punches. That's why he took the initiative and pushed the boat into the water to give him the idea. Also deliberately put all the credit to the head of Gu Tinghui. This can win Gu Tinghui's goodwill, but also let himself keep a low profile. At the same time, he secretly decided that for a long time to come, if not necessary, he would never easily interfere in Gu Tinghui's company's affairs again. Although he had indeed helped Gu Tinghui a lot in the company's affairs. But in the long run, he was worried that not only would Gu Tinghui no longer be grateful, he would instead see him as a threat. After all, he had never forgotten that he was just an adopted son, as well as the purpose of his adoption by Gu Tinghui. Hearing Lin Zhe give all the credit to himself, Gu Tinghui, who had defended his face, was in an even more comfortable mood. Good, good, good. This is what is called a father and son working together to break the gold. Gu Tinghui patted Lin Zhe's shoulder, his cheerful laughter echoing in the empty hall. The way the two of them talked and laughed deeply pierced Lu Wanqin on the side. Her face was gloomy. Her hands clutched the silk scarf tightly, her knuckles whitening from the exertion. As soon as Gu Tinghui left, Lu Wanqin's long-suppressed anger completely erupted. She rushed to Lin Zhe in a few steps, at this moment completely losing the manners of a rich family's wife. "Lin Zhe, you've really made a name for yourself these days." The gaze that Lu Wanqin looked at Lin Zhe was filled with undisguised hostility. "You'd better not forget your status. You're just an outsider. But you frequently meddle in the company's affairs. How ambitious are you? Are you trying to take over the entire Gu family for yourself?" Lu Wanqin said as she pressed on, each step wrapped in a complete sense of oppression. "If you're still stubborn and continue to rely on the Gu family not to leave." Her expression grew colder and colder, and her tone carried a morose threat. "I will stop at nothing and use all means to drive you out of the Gu family. Even make you disappear completely in this world." Lu Wanqin's tone was filled with chilling determination, and there was not a trace of warmth in her eyes, making people not dare to question the truthfulness of her words in the slightest. After all, as a mother's determination, it was definitely not to be underestimated. Looking at Lu Wanqin's appearance, which was like an enemy and full of defenses, Lin Zhe understood in his heart that his recent actions had already made her feel a real threat. He secretly pondered over it. He had never coveted Gu Tinghui's industry from the beginning to the end, and the reason why he was adopted in the first place had determined that he had a very different pursuit. And in a way, he and Lu Wanqin are actually on the same side. After some deep thought, Lin Zhe felt that perhaps it was time to have a frank talk with Lu Wanqin. "Ma'am, actually." Lin Zhe had just opened his mouth, and before he had said a few words, Lu Wanqin's cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Wanqin impatiently picked up the phone. Only a voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ma'am, someone made a scene at the orphanage where you are doing charity work, saying that they want to find you. It's just a troublemaker. Just drive them away." Lu Wanqin's tone was cold, and she was about to hang up the phone. "But that person said he is your brother." Hearing this, Lu Wanqin's movements jerked. Afterward, her expression was serious and her tone was cold and desperate. "I don't have a brother. Drive him away. This person won't leave no matter how he's driven away, and asked me to bring you a word." "What words?" Lu Wanqin frowned, a sense of foreboding surging through her heart. "He said that if you don't go to see him, what happened 18 years ago, he will make it public." Lu Wanqin instantly clenched his fists, his nails deeply embedded in his palms. "You stabilize him first, Just tell him that I'll go over right away. Seeing Lu Wanqin's panicked appearance, Lin Zhe's mind suddenly recalled the stack of money typing bills he had found earlier. Could it be? He couldn't think about it in detail, pulled his leg and chased after Lu Wanqin in the direction he had left. Chapter 62 Lu Wanqin's Unseen Secret. After arriving at her destination by car, Lu Wanqin had someone check around. Only after determining that no one was around did she come down from the car wearing sunglasses and with a slightly stiff posture. Leave a few people here to guard the area. Don't let anyone in. Lu Wanqin lowered her voice and ordered to the people following beside her. Her tone of voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. Yes, ma'am. After doing so, Lu Wanqin let out a deep breath and stepped into the orphanage. Lin Zhe, who was watching all this from a corner not far away, frowned. This careful behavior of Lu Wanqin undoubtedly reinforced the conjecture in his heart. She had come here, perhaps hiding an ulterior secret, and the person that Lu Wanqin wanted to see might be the owner of the account that she had been calling money from. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe decided that he had to find a way to enter this orphanage to find out more. It was just that there were people guarding the place, so how was he going to get in? Lin Zhe surveyed this orphanage for a while. Then his eyes fell on an old acacia tree not far away. This old acacia tree was next to the orphanage, and its thick branches slanted out horizontally. One of them happened to extend above the orphanage's fence. Having an idea in his mind, Lin Zhe immediately bowed his body, using the cover of the flower bed on the other side, and silently approached the old acacia tree. Arriving under the tree, he confirmed that the people over there couldn't see this place and then immediately climbed up the tree. Now that he was 18 years old, climbing the tree was a piece of cake for him. Lin Zhe climbed up the tree to the fence in a flash and then jumped down from the fence when no one was looking. As soon as he came in, he saw many small children playing games together in the distance. He hurriedly found a corner where he could hide and surveyed the surroundings. Not far ahead was the main building. Lu Wanqin is so cautious. If he really meets with some unseen person, he shouldn't have chosen the conspicuous main building, right? Lin Zhe was pondering in his mind. Suddenly, a faint sound of arguing entered his ears. Lin Zhe was instantly alert and fixed his eyes on it. The sound was coming from a house that looked like a small warehouse up ahead. He immediately catapulted himself and tiptoed towards the source of the sound. When he got close to his destination and heard Lu Wanqin's familiar voice, Lin Zhe immediately came into the spirit. Didn't you say never come looking for me again? Why did you find me again? What if someone finds out? Lu Wanqin's voice was filled with anxiety and irritation. When Lin Zhe heard this, he realized that he might be about to hear a shocking secret, and he immediately pricked up his ears, not daring to utter a single breath. Immediately afterward, he heard a male voice ring out. "Sister, are you really not caring about my death?" The male voice carried a crying tone, yet it was a bit roguish. "Sister?" Lin Zhe's heart shook. This man was actually Lu Wanqin's younger brother? But he had been in the Gu family for so long. How come he had never heard that she had any younger brother? Can it be that this brother has a special identity, or is not allowed to see the light of day? At this time, Lu Wanqin's reprimanding voice of hatred came again. "Is the money I gave you still small? It's enough for you to live a peaceful life anywhere. But what about you? You want to dabble in those devious ways. If I let you do whatever you want, not only will I be implicated, even the Gu group will be affected, and what will happen to Wan Er and I at that time?" Lu Wanqin became more and more agitated, her voice full of helplessness and pain. The man's voice also became impatient and irritable. The man's tone instantly became impatient and cranky as he roared. "But don't you forget, if it wasn't for the things I did 18 years ago, would you be able to be this Mrs. Gu peacefully?" Hearing this, Lin Zhe's heart began to beat faster. What exactly had Lu Wanqin's brother done? Lin Zhe held his breath as he continued to listen. "I've already given you enough." Lu Wanqin tried to suppress his voice as much as he could, his voice filled with helplessness. "Much? Not much at all. Look at how much you have now. My brother-in-law is now the richest man in the hall." The man yelled greedily. "If I hadn't settled the child in that woman's belly, would you and Wan Er still have such a good life?" Lin Zhe was caught off guard when he heard this and sucked in a breath of cool air, his heart shocked. Lu Wanqin's brother, with a human life in his hands? The conversation inside continued at the moment. "What the hell do you want?" Lu Wanqin asked, almost gritting his teeth. "What do I want? Sister, You're the one who broke the contract first. The money that was supposed to be paid to me on time was suddenly cut off, and I haven't received it for months. The man complained justifiably. You're a bottomless pit. If your brother-in-law finds out, none of us will be happy. Lu Wanqin's voice trembled slightly, permeated with a hint of fear. That's your business, it has nothing to do with me, anyway. I'm short of money now, you have to give it to me. Besides, you've wasted so much money doing charity all these years. Can't you save that money in the first place and give it to me, your own brother? What do you know? Lu Wanqin retorted angrily. How do I not understand? You think that by doing charity, you can alleviate your guilt for harming people's lives. The man sneered and pressed on. It was you. You were the one who instructed me to take care of that woman and child in the first place. I only asked you to think of a way to get that woman to abort the child in her belly. Lu Wanqin hurriedly defended. Then I don't care. I did what you told me to do anyway. At that time, the child in that woman's stomach was already molded, and it was still a son. Do you think that if brother-in-law knew that he originally had a son but lost it because of you? Shut up, Lu Wanqin hissed in a near collapse. The man, however, did not restrain himself in the slightest and continued to say unforgivingly, 2 lives. All because of your back. You must be responsible to the end. Chapter 63. Hurry up and finish him off. 2 human lives. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer, smashing hard into Lin Zhe's heart, shocking him for a long time. Lu Wanqin had actually allowed her brother to kill 2 people. Lin Zhe only felt his heart beating wildly, as if it was going to break through his chest and pop out of his throat. Now everything made sense. No wonder Lu Wanqin had been giving her brother money every other day. It turned out that it was all hush money, in order to plug this scandal and preserve the decency of himself and the Gu family. Wait! Lin Zhe took a few deep breaths and tried to calm himself down, forcing reason to return. He closed his eyes and replayed the conversation he had just overheard in his mind in detail, not daring to miss a single word. Suddenly, he realized something. 18 years ago, the child in the woman's stomach, the child is still a male child. Thoughts flew through Lin Zhe's mind, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning crossed his mind, and he instantly understood everything. Sister, have you thought this through? Spending money to gag me, this deal, you're making a solid profit. The greedy voice of Lu Wanqin's younger brother came again. You make a price. Lu Wanqin's tone was filled with exhaustion and helplessness. I will give you a one-time settlement, and in the future, you do not come to pester me again. One time? No way, no way. The other party refused repeatedly. Sister, life is still long. Who knows how much money I have to spend in the future? Buying out my silence all at once would be too much of a loss for me. Lu Wei, don't you give an inch. Lu Wanqin chided angrily. Sister, don't get me wrong. I call this excessive? This younger brother of mine. For your sake, a great life is riding on it. Lu Wei yelled at the top of his voice. Now I don't even dare to live brightly. Paying such a big sacrifice. What's wrong with spending some of your money? Lin Zhe hid in the shadows, listening to this conversation. In his heart, it was clear that Lu Wanqin's brother was planning to use this matter to treat Lu Wanqin as an ATM for the rest of his life. This calculator played that called a fine. But things are not like what Lu Wanqin's brother said. Gu Tinghui is not a womanizer, and the only women involved in his life are Lu Wanqin and the mother of his illegitimate son. The woman and child that Lu Wei mentioned 18 years ago. If Lin Zhe's speculation was correct, it was Gu Tinghui's illegitimate child and his birth mother who were abroad today. From the timing to the gender of the child, all the clues fit together tightly, and none of them indicated that things were exactly as he thought they were. Although Lin Zhe wasn't sure what exactly happened 18 years ago, he could now conclude that Lu Wanqin's brother was lying. He hadn't even harmed that woman and the child in her belly back then. After all, in his previous life, Lin Zhe had also met Gu Tinghui's illegitimate son and that woman. They were both alive and well. Lu Wanqin was downright deceived by her brother at this point. Suddenly, Lin Zhe had a bold idea in his mind. If he stepped in to help Lu Wanqin solve her brother's big problem at this time, then wouldn't their relationship be eased a lot? At the moment, Lu Wanqin's brother was still urging Lu Wanqin to take money to him. Lin Zhe, who had made up his mind, took a deep breath and came directly to the door. He then stretched out his hand and vigorously slapped the door. This action of his immediately caused the people inside to panic. After a while, Lu Wanqin's forcefully composed voice came out. Who? Mrs. Gu, it's me. When Lu Wanqin heard this familiar voice, her heart sank and she instantly tensed up.
Linse.
Surprisingly, it was him. How could he be here? It couldn't be that he had been following him here since he came out of the Gu family? Then wouldn't the conversation they just had? Lu Wanqin only felt a chill go straight from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. The pores of her entire body stood up and she broke out in a cold sweat. Lindsay, what are you doing here? Lu Wanqin tried to calm herself down as much as she could, and questioned loudly towards Lindsay outside the door, a trace of imperceptible trembling in her voice. Lindsay only wanted to hurry in at the moment, so he directly opened the door and spoke up. Mrs. Gu, I've heard all of your conversation. Lu Wanqin originally still had a hint of luck, secretly hoping that Lindsay had just made a mistake and hadn't heard those key contents. But she didn't expect Lindsay to be so dry and directly pick it out. Now, her last line of psychological defense completely collapsed, and she could no longer remain calm. She stepped forward quickly with panicked steps and pulled open the door. After the door opened, Lindsay immediately stepped inside. The moment he entered, he looked around keenly from side to side, and after confirming that no one was paying attention to the side, he gently closed the door again. What do you want to do? Lu Wanqin stared at Lindsay with a face full of vigilance. Then without a trace, he gave a wink towards Lu Wei next to him. Lu Wei understood and reacted instantly. He violently rushed forward, opened his arms and pounced towards Lindsay. Lindsay's eyes and hands were quick. His body dodged and dodged out of the way. Lu Wei pounced and staggered a few steps before stabilizing himself. In anger, he picked up the iron bar next to him, gripped it tightly with both hands, and looked at Lindsay with ferocity in his eyes. At the same time, next to Lu Wanqin, her face was very unsightly. Lindsay's appearance had completely flustered her. All she could think about was that her unseen secret was known by Lindsay. If he told Gu Tinghui what he did, then she and Wan Er would be finished. Lu Wanqin thought about Lindsay's behavior in the Gu family during this period of time, and then thought about the possibility that he might take everything away from her and Wan Er. Her eyes instantly became frantic, her sanity completely collapsing at this moment. Lu Wei, as long as you help me get rid of him, I will continue to pay you regularly in the future. Lu Wanqin's voice trembled, but it was permeated with a sense of determination. Hearing Lu Wanqin's words, Lu Wei's eyes became bloodthirsty as he looked at Lindsay. Sister, if you order me to do something, my brother will definitely do it. Lu Wei gripped the iron rod and approached Lindsay step by step, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile. Seeing this, Lindsay quickly opened his mouth and shouted, Mrs. Gu, you've misunderstood me. But Lu Wei didn't listen to him at all, lifting the iron rod and swinging it towards Lindsay. With a whistling sound of wind, the iron rod slammed down hard towards Lindsay. Lindsay dodged sideways in a very thrilling manner, and the iron rod grazed the corner of his coat and smashed on the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. Mrs. Gu, listen to me finish my sentence first. Lindsay spoke again in a panic. Lu Wanqin was already completely blinded by fear and obsession at this moment, unable to listen to anything. Lindsay was like a time bomb that would explode at any moment in her eyes at this moment. She hurriedly urged Lu Wei, be sharp, don't ever lure anyone here, hurry up and finish him off. Seeing that Lu Wanqin didn't give himself a chance to speak at all, while Lu Wei over there raised his iron rod and attacked towards himself, Lindsay shouted in desperation, the woman and child from 18 years ago are not dead. Chapter 64 Confessing to Lu Wanqin. As Lindsay's voice landed, the iron rod in Lu Wei's hand stopped in mid-air. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at Lindsay. After a few seconds, Lu Wei came back to his senses, a trace of weakness flashing across his face as he yelled at the top of his voice. You brat! What nonsense are you saying? Perhaps fearing that Lindsay would burst out with some more shocking words, he fiercely clenched his teeth and once again swung the iron rod high, fiercely pumping it down towards Lindsay. However, the iron rod in his hand was still only halfway down when a hand blocked his arm, and the iron rod could not fall any further as a result. Seeing this, Lindsay immediately ran away some distance. Lu Wei turned his head in shock, only to see that the person blocking him was actually Lu Wanqin. At this moment, Lu Wanqin was frowning tightly, her face complex and indistinguishable. Her gaze did not fall on Lu Wei, but instead stared straight at Lindsay. What did you just say? Sister, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. I personally did the things back then. Can I still lie to you? Lu Wei hurriedly opened his mouth, but the panic that he couldn't hide still leaked out from his slightly trembling voice. Mrs. Gu, please believe me, everything I said is true. I can still produce evidence. Lin Zhe was undaunted, his gaze firmly meeting Lu Wanqin's line of sight. You shut the hell up. Lu Wei was infuriated and was about to rush over to give Lin Zhe some color. But Lu Wanqin beside him reached out his hand and pushed him away. Lu Wei, you'd better give me an honest account of what happened back then. Lu Wanqin's voice was low but carried a sense of anger. Lu Wei saw that Lu Wanqin had already believed Lin Zhe's words, and his panic showed. Sister, why don't you believe me and go believe an outsider? Mrs. Gu, that child has now grown up and is doing well abroad. At this moment, Lin Zhe seized the opportunity to throw out heavy news once again. Lu Wanqin's gaze instantly turned to him, his eyes filled with suspicion. You, and how do you know all this? Lin Zhe knew that if he said some ordinary explanations, odds were that there was no way he could make her completely believe him. He decided that he would just open his mouth and break a big story. In fact, Dad, the biggest reason he adopted me was for this illegitimate child. The heir in his heart has always been that bastard, and I'm nothing more than a pawn that he used to force the bastard to return. The moment Lin Zhe's words came out, both of them froze. The one who was most shocked was still Lu Wanqin. Ever since Lin Zhe had entered the Gu family, she had always regarded him as a thorn in her side, and had gone to great lengths to eradicate him. It didn't occur to her that she had been the wrong target all along. What's the basis for what you said? Lu Wanqin forced down the waves within her heart, trying to keep herself calm. Lin Zhe sighed and said helplessly, I've been in the Gu family for so long. I've always been surnamed Lin. I haven't changed my surname to Gu. Isn't that enough of an explanation? After hearing this, Lu Wanqin's eyes steeply darkened. After a moment of silence, she slowly turned her head and stared at Lu Wei with a cold and piercing gaze. You, right now, give me a clear account of what's going on. Seeing that things could no longer be covered up, Lu Wei no longer resisted and struggled. Gritting his teeth, he began to confess. That day, I was indeed prepared to take the life of that woman and child. But that day, she desperately begged for mercy with me, swearing that she would definitely dispose of the child and would always live abroad in the future. Plus, I was also afraid of taking a human life on my back, so I agreed. Lu Wei said here, carefully raising his head to look at Lu Wanqin's reaction. Realizing that her face was gloomy and scary, he immediately excused himself again. I personally sent her to the hospital to have an abortion at that time, and saw the puddle of molded flesh and blood with my own eyes. I really don't know what tricks she played later. Sis, I really didn't mean to lie to you. Don't call me sis. You've lied to me for so many whole years, and you've been blackmailing me with this matter. Do you know how I've come through these 18 years? I haven't had a few peaceful sleeps. Lu Wanqin's eyes were red, her voice trembling slightly from anger. Sis, it's all because of that woman. It was her idea, saying that this way I can have money to take for the rest of my life. Pa! Lu Wanqin couldn't bear it anymore and violently raised her hand. Using all her strength, she fiercely slapped Lu Wei. Lu Wei's face quickly became red and swollen. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he didn't dare to say anything and silently bowed his head. Lin Zhe on the side also didn't dare to breathe. It was the first time he had seen Lu Wanqin get so angry. It was as if the air around him was lit up with anger, so hot that it was suffocating. Lu Wanqin calmed herself. After she calmed down, she came to Lin Zhe's face. Since you know that Gu Tinghui adopted you just to use you, why do you still have no choice but to do so? Even these days when I've tried everything to kick you out, you insist on staying in the Gu family? Lu Wanqin was still deeply wary of Lin Zhe. She couldn't figure out why Lin Zhe knew that he was a pawn to be used, yet he still tended to do so.
Lin Zhe smiled bitterly.
Mrs. Gu, there are times when I don't have a choice. If I wasn't taken in by the Gu family, in the home I was in before, do you think I would have had a good ending? I'm merely trying to make a way for myself to live. Lu Wanqin stared at Lin Zhe for a while, as if she wanted to see through him. Gradually, the wariness in her eyes softened a few points. But you've been desperately trying to perform in front of Gu Tinghui these days. Mrs. Gu. Lin Zhe interrupted Lu Wanqin and looked at her with a serious face. I can tell you frankly, the Gu family, I will definitely leave in the future. But not now. Looking at Lu Wanqin's furrowed brows, Lin Zhe continued. I need a verbal reason to leave. That would be to get into college. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Lu Wanqin immediately thought of the request he had made when Lin Zhe first arrived at the Gu family. He was willing to use his monthly allowance in exchange for a chance to take the college entrance exam. At the time, she had misunderstood that he was using it to ask for more pocket money. Now that she thought about it, everything had a reasonable explanation. Mrs. Gu, I'm saying all of this to prove to you that I'm not a threat to you. Lin Zhe paused and spoke firmly again. Although this sounds a bit false, I can swear to you that apart from you, I'm the person in this world who wants Miss Wanner to have a good life the most. Lin Zhe's expression was very sincere, and there was sincerity in his eyes. Lu Wanqin was inexplicably touched by his words. Could it be that he had fallen in love with Wanner? Just as Lu Wanqin was pondering, Lin Zhe opened his mouth with a look on his face. Actually, there's no point in saying all this. That bastard will definitely return to the Gu family in the future. And at that time, you and Wanner's situation will be the most dangerous. He said these words to let Lu Wanqin know. He himself was someone who was on the same side as her. Chapter 65 with Lu Wanqin relationship easing. After Lu Wanqin heard the results of the investigation reported by her subordinates, it was as if her spine had been removed, her entire body lost its strength, and she leaned back on the chair numbly. She sensed that the person in front of her wanted to speak, and after a great effort, she was able to squeeze out a word from her dry throat. Speak. I also found out that Mr. would regularly send money to an overseas account. As soon as these words were uttered, the corner of Lu Wanqin's mouth pulled out a bitter smile, and as he laughed, the tears were uncontrollable and rolled down the corners of his eyes. So, her voice trembled. He knows everything. Since the beginning, the only one who was kept in the dark was her. Mrs. The henchman looked at Lu Wanqin like this, couldn't help but want to comfort a few words, but before the words could be exported, they were interrupted by Lu Wanqin raising her hand. You go out. Yes. After her subordinates exited, Lu Wanqin's thoughts were like a wild horse out of control. Thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind like a walking light. Suddenly, she let out a self-deprecating sneer and whispered through clenched teeth. Gu Tinghui, you're really something. Lu Wanqin raised her hand and wiped away the tears on her face from bottom to top. In the next second, she resumed her usual Mrs. Gu's dignified appearance. She knew in her heart that she had to be decent, and couldn't run off and make a scene with her husband like an ordinary wife. The more she made a scene, the worse the situation would be for her. As long as she was still in the Gu family for one day, as long as she was still Mrs. Gu, she would never let that illegitimate child easily set foot in the door of the Gu family. She never regretted that she had given birth to a daughter who was well-behaved and understanding, and was the most precious gift God had given her. For the sake of her child, she would fight to the end with all her might. Lu Wanqin's gaze flinched, her eyes filled with determination. At this exact moment, knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door. Mrs. Gu, it's me, Lin Zhe. Lu Wanqin once again tidied up her instrument, cleared her throat, and answered loudly. Enter. Lin Zhe pushed the door in, and with a glance, he caught Lu Wanqin's slightly reddened eyes and said with concern, Madam, you? Lu Wanqin nodded slightly, her expression calm. I'm all clear. The gaze that Lu Wanqin looked at Lin Zhe was complicated and indistinguishable. Now that it was confirmed that everything Lin Zhe had said before was true, and then remembering the things she had done to him before, guilt spread quietly in the bottom of her heart. Before, those things I did to you. Ma'am, I don't care at all. Lin Zhe looked at her as if he knew what she was going to say, looking at her with a sincere face and said seriously, I understand you. There's no need for you to feel sorry, you're a good mother. Lin Zhe's words made Lu Wanqin's heart warm, but she still couldn't help but ask after her. Why didn't you make it clear to me from the start? Facing the questioning, Lin Zhe scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. I haven't been able to find a suitable opportunity, and I was also afraid that you wouldn't believe what I said. Lu Wanqin nodded. Then a trace of doubt surfaced in his heart. You said that you would leave the Gu family when you get into university, but Gu Tinghui won't let you go to school at all? What are you going to do? Lin Zhe took a step forward, his eyes full of pleading. I want to ask you to help me. Me help you? I don't even have myself. Lu Wanqin's face carried a hint of self-deprecation. Lin Zhe hurriedly said, I don't need to go to school. I just want to be able to take the college entrance exam normally by then. Lu Wanqin couldn't help but ask after hearing this. After not going to school for so long, are you sure you can do well in the college entrance exam? Please believe me. Lin Zhe's gaze was firm. Lu Wanqin gazed at Lin Zhe and finally nodded. I'll try my best to help you, but I don't dare to make a promise as to what the result will be. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe was overjoyed and thanked him. This is already enough, thank you. Coming out of Lu Wanqin's room, Lin Zhe let out a small sigh of relief. No matter what, his relationship with Lu Wanqin was eased. In the Gu family in the future, he didn't have to worry that she would try to kick him out by all means. Only, this didn't mean that his days would be better. Lin Zhe's eyes became deep. It wouldn't be long before that person came back. Inside a certain luxurious manor in a foreign country, a colorfully dressed woman, stepping on her high heels, looked around the manor for something. Soon, she found the teenager who was concentrating on playing the guitar in the instrument room. How much longer are you going to play with things? The woman shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice so shrill it seemed to cut through the air. Haven't you seen the national news? Your father adopted a son. The teenager looked up, a disinterested look on his face as he rambled back. What does it have to do with me if he adopted a son? Are you stupid? The woman shouted in anger. All those properties and positions that were originally going to belong to you are now going to be snatched away by someone else. Heh! The teenager let out a cold snort. For so many years he hasn't even come to us mother and son. I'm only afraid that he didn't have me as his son in his heart long ago. How could that be? If he really doesn't have you as his son in his heart, did the money we spent all these years come from the wind? Isn't it just a little bit of stinking money? The teenager's eyes were filled with disdain. The woman was completely annoyed by this attitude of the teenager. Don't forget, you can live a comfortable life in this foreign country by relying on this stinking money. The woman's voice grew sharper with a strong accusation. Since he adopted that son, the money that regularly hits us has been cut off. Don't you have a sense of crisis yet? Anyway, I'm telling you now, whether you like it or not, you have to come back to the country with me next month. The woman ordered decisively, her tone so forceful that there wasn't an ounce of room for negotiation. The teenager, however, stalked his neck, his face stubborn. I'm not going back. Gui Chen, don't forget that your last name is Gu. The woman's eyes widened in anger, her emotions completely out of control. I've paid so much for you. All these years living in this foreign country, enduring loneliness and isolation. I'm warning you, if you don't go back and get back what belongs to us as a mother, I'll die for you. After the woman gave her harsh words, she turned around and slammed the door. The room instantly fell silent, leaving Gui Chen alone. He was silent for a moment, slowly pulling open the drawer and taking out his cell phone. His slender fingers tapped on the screen a few times, and a video was then played. On the screen, the figures of Lin Zhe and Gu Tinghui clearly emerged, the very scene where Gu Tinghui held a press conference after adopting Lin Zhe. I will train him as my successor. Gu Tinghui's low, powerful voice came out of the cell phone, which was particularly shrill in the quiet room. Gui Chen stared intently at the screen, the expression on his face gradually becoming cold and resentful. Gu Tinghui, an adopted son that you can train as a successor. Then what exactly does this biological son of mine count as in your heart? Chapter 66. Call me Mom Lu. After Lu Wanqin properly placed her younger brother Lu Wei, she stayed in the villa, not leaving the front door for several rare days in a row. At the same time, Gu Tinghui frequently took Lin Zhe to various public occasions, and also had Lin Zhe shoot and upload videos on his social media accounts to try to build up his reputation. Lin Zhe was so busy that he was almost inseparable from Gu Tinghui, leaving early and returning late every day. At around 9 o'clock that night, Lu Wanqin, wearing a silk robe, slowly walked out of her room, looking exhausted. She rubbed her distended temples and found Zhang Ying. Sister Zhang, why haven't you cooked me medicinal kanji in the past few days? Since knowing the truth about those things, Lu Wanqin's sleep quality had fallen by 1,000%. Even swallowing sleeping pills had little effect, and she spent every night tossing and turning. Facing Lu Wanqin's inquiry, Zhang Ying showed a difficult face and hurriedly explained, "Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Recently there are too many things at home, so..." Lu Wanqin waved her hand, interrupting her words. Then you cook it for me now. Okay, ma'am. I'll finish the things at hand and cook it for you later and bring it to you. Cook it now, I'll drink it so I can sleep well. Lu Wanqin brought a trace of urgency. She was in dire need of rest to stop her mind from wandering. Hearing Lu Wanqin's command, Zhang Ying, however, looked a little hesitant to speak. Lu Wanqin keenly sensed that something was wrong and pursued. What's wrong? Didn't you cook it for me every day some time ago? That's right. But now young Master Zhe hasn't returned. The more Zhang Ying spoke, the lower her voice became. Lu Wanqin listened in confusion, her face full of doubts. What does this have to do with Lin Zhe? Zhang Ying clenched his teeth, and with a look of determination, he opened his mouth towards Lu Wanqin. Ma'am, to tell you the truth, I don't know how to cook any medicinal kanji at all. Lu Wanqin looked puzzled and surprised, as if she could not believe her ears. What? Then that medicinal kanji that I drank every day before, that was cooked by young Master Zhe. Zhang Ying raised his voice and replied. Young Master Zhe gets up at the crack of dawn every day to cook this medicinal kanji for you. I've seen it once. The process is complicated and troublesome. People have to stay in the kitchen all the time, and the time that each herb is put in during the process has to be precisely controlled. No sloppiness at all, it's very troublesome. Hearing these words, Lu Wanqin was like being struck by lightning. The whole person was dumbfounded in place. Surprisingly, he cooked it? Yes. Zhang Ying acted a bit embarrassed as she stammered willingly. Ma'am, aren't you not too fond of young Master Zhe? That's why he specially explained me not to tell you, just so you can drink this medicinal kanji in peace. After listening to Zhang Ying's words, Lu Wanqin's heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings, and many past events came to her mind. She recalled the 3,000 pocket money she gave Lin Zhe at the beginning, when Lin Zhe was smeared by the entire network, but never thought of exposing her to clarify for herself. And when she was wronged, Lin Zhe also just silently swallowed his bitterness into his stomach. Piles and pieces, all let Lu Wanqin's heart of guilt more and more intense. At that exact moment, there was a sound coming from the front door. Lin Zhe is back. Zhang Ying immediately greeted him. Young Master Zhe, did you come back alone today? Well, Dad had something important to do and couldn't come back today, so he let me come back first. Then you came back just in time. Madam said she wanted to drink the medicinal kanji you cooked. Lin Zhe first froze and saw Lu Wanqin over there. He then looked at Zhang Ying, his eyes filled with helplessness. Auntie Zhang, why did you bring this up? Doing a good deed isn't afraid to talk about it. Zhang Ying responded with a smile. Lin Zhe hurriedly came to Lu Wanqin and hurriedly explained, Ma'am, I drank this medicinal kanji myself. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Looking at Lin Zhe still seriously explaining for the medicinal kanji, the guilt in Lu Wanqin's heart became heavier and heavier. Thinking back to all the difficulties she had made for him in the past, she was filled with self-blame. She had really treated him too poorly. The various emotions in his heart came together, and in the end only squeezed out one sentence. You child are really stupid. Madam, Lin Zhe was at a loss, not knowing how to respond. Don't call me ma'am in the future, Lu Wanqin suddenly said. Lin Zhe immediately had a puzzled look on his face, nervously pondering whether he had done something wrong, and was in the middle of his apprehension when he only heard Lu Wanqin continue. Just call me Mommy Lu. Hearing this, Lin Zhe was first stunned, then overjoyed. The effort he had put in over this period of time had finally paid off, and he had successfully cheated Lu Wanqin. Zhang Ying on the side was even happier. Young Master Zhe, open your mouth. Only then did Lin Zhe come back to his senses and immediately shouted crisply. Mother Lu, good boy, the things of the past are all in the past, don't talk about it, in the Gu family in the future, let's live well. Lu Wanqin said lovingly. Good. Lin Zhe smiled and answered. Zhang Ying smiled at the side with arched eyebrows, full of relief. I told you that young Master Zhe is so good. Madam will surely like you when she gets to know you, see? Let me be right. The sound of several people talking and laughing added a touch of warmth to this large and cold villa. After that, the relationship between Lu Wanqin and Lin Zhe not only succeeded in breaking the ice, but also grew closer. Lu Wanqin, as Lin Zhe's mother-in-law in his previous life, Lin Zhe knew her preferences like the back of his hand, and it was easy to please her. And Lu Wanqin in the bias aside, but also more and more like Lin Zhe, think this child is smart and understanding, character is not to say. The two also agreed that in the presence of Gu Wan-er and Gu Tinghui, they should still behave in the same nonchalant manner as before, so as not to arouse their suspicion. The good thing is that Gu Wan-er has been wrapped up in her studies for some time now, busy preparing for her exams, and hasn't noticed anything different. Gu Tinghui is even more busy with company matters. Home is rare to return once. In the evening, the sky rarely appeared a large part of the sunset. Lu Wanqin, whose heart has been depressed, sat in the courtyard outside the villa, drinking coffee with a preoccupied face. At this time, there was a commotion coming from outside the iron gate, and Lu Wanqin stretched her head to take a look. Seeing that it was her own daughter returning from school, she immediately put down her coffee cup and quickly greeted her.
Wan-er.
Before Gu Wan-er could open her mouth, the person behind her snatched a step ahead of her and greeted her with a pleasing smile. "Good day, ma'am." Lu Wanqin looked at Lin Haoyu and unconsciously frowned. "What brings you here?" "I'm here to tutor Wan-er. It's been a long time since I've tutored Wan-er. The school is about to take the monthly exams, so I don't think I can afford to delay it any longer." Lin Haoyu hurriedly explained. "No need. I will hire a famous tutor for Wan-er." Lu Wanqin's expression was cold and her tone detached, very different from her previous attitude towards Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu froze at once, caught off guard by Lu Wanqin's reaction. Why was this Lu Wanqin like a completely different person? She had agreed to tutor Gu Wan-er in the beginning, so why had she suddenly turned her back on him? Chapter 67. Her daughter, grown up. Just as Lin Haoyu was so embarrassed that he couldn't get off the stage, Lin Zhe came over this way with hurried footsteps and jogging. As he ran, he spoke loudly. "Mom Lu, Auntie Zhang asked what to get for dinner. I want to eat fish. Can you have the kitchen add a fish?" As soon as the words fell, Lin Zhe then realized Lin Haoyu and Gu Wan-er standing on the side. He instantly froze in place as if he had been cast a stasis spell. A trace of panic flashed across his face, and he subconsciously looked at Lu Wanqin. Lu Wanqin looked calm, as if this was how it was supposed to be, and responded gently. "Then don't order the kitchen to cook. I'll take you to a restaurant to eat. The fish there is deliciously cooked." At this moment, Lin Haoyu was completely confused. If he had just heard correctly, Lin Zhe had just called out to Lu Wanqin, "Lu's mom?" And it seemed like Lu Wanqin had acquiesced to him calling himself this way. When did the relationship between the two of them become so good? Shouldn't Lin Zhe be in a lowly position in the Gu family? He even dared to make demands of Lu Wanqin. On the contrary, Lu Wanqin, not only did she not care, she actually offered to take him to a restaurant for dinner. At this moment, Lin Haoyu couldn't even believe his own ears and eyes. Lin Haoyu had a shocked expression on his face, and Gu Wan-er on the side wasn't much better. Her wrinkled eyebrows and puzzled eyes were all expressing her doubts. Hadn't Mom always been unfriendly to Lin Zhe? Why was she so abnormal today? At this moment, Lin Zhe slowed down and looked at Lin Haoyu. He spoke in a detached tone. "Brother, you're here, ah? But today it's unfortunate that the family isn't cooking dinner." "No, it's fine." Lin Haoyu squeezed out these two words from his teeth, but the expression on his face was ugly. On the side, Lu Wanqin had long noticed Gu Wan-er's reaction. However, she remained motionless and just smiled as she pulled up her hand and said intimately, "Wan-er also loves eating at that restaurant. Quick, go home and pack up. We'll leave right now." Lu Wanqin took Lin Zhe and Gu Wan-er and walked towards the villa without looking back. Lin Haoyu was left alone in the same place. At this moment, Lin Haoyu could no longer control the anger in his heart. His teeth clenched loudly. Like a madman, he violently rushed towards the flower pot next to him and kicked it. The flower pot instantly shattered into a floor of porcelain tiles, splashing dirt everywhere. By what right? In my last life, no matter how much I tried to please Lu Wanqin, she never gave me a good face. Lin Zhe, what right does he have? Now, Lin Haoyu was completely unable to accept this. He had suffered so much in his last life, and when he was given the same life, Lin Zhe had a smooth life. This made Lin Haoyu's heart extremely unbalanced. He couldn't wait to rush in with a knife and stab Lin Zhe to death. Just then, the crunching sound that the flower pot had made when it was kicked to pieces just now attracted the gaze of a servant in the distance. The servant stopped what he was doing and looked this way with a puzzled expression. Lin Haoyu tried his best to calm himself down, making himself look like nothing had happened. The maid looked for a few moments, saw nothing unusual, and then turned around to continue her own business. When the servant's back was far away, while Lin Haoyu relaxed, a cold smile instantly surfaced on his face again. Heh, Lin Zhe. Do you think that just because you've gained the favor of the Gu family, you'll be able to be your own young master in peace? When Gu Tinghui's son returns to the Gu family, hell will greet you. Thinking about this, Lin Haoyu's heart felt much better. He decided that he wouldn't rush out to deal with Lin Zhe. Let him be complacent for a few days first. By then, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Right now, he had to pour his entire heart into Gu Waner. But Lin Haoyu's eyes darkened. Gu Waner's attitude towards himself had been nonchalant, and his progress was really slow. It seemed that he would have to use some means. As if Lin Haoyu had thought of something good, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a sinister smile. His eyes were calculating. He glanced meaningfully at the place, then turned around and left in quick steps. At this moment, Lin Zhe's heart was very happy. He had actually seen Lin Haoyu a long time ago. He was deliberately showing his intimate relationship with Lu Wanqin in front of Lin Haoyu. He knew that Lin Haoyu would definitely feel uncomfortable in his heart when he saw it. At that time, he absolutely couldn't help himself and would do something. As long as he did, then there was a chance that he would be able to grab some of his handles. When these handles were enough, he would be able to completely reveal Lin Haoyu's true colors in front of everyone. Gu Waner pulled Lu Wanqin into her room, her face full of eagerness, and asked offhandedly, "Mom, what do you want to do in the end?" A smile floated on Lu Wanqin's face as she softly said, "To take you guys to dinner. Mom hasn't taken you to that restaurant for a long time." "Mom!" Gu Waner's tone rose and she stomped her foot. "You know what I'm talking about." Seeing that playing dumb couldn't fool her, Lu Wanqin gazed lovingly at Gu Waner and said in a serious tone, "Everything Mom does is for your own good. Don't think too much." Seeing that she didn't want to say anything, Gu Waner didn't pursue the matter further. She turned around and sat at her desk. "I don't want to go, I want to study. I'll definitely come up with grades that satisfy Dad on this monthly exam." Seeing this, Lu Wanqin's heart was flooded with a pang of sourness. Her silly daughter. Thinking that if she just worked a little harder, she would be favored by her father. Unbeknownst to her, no matter what she did, she couldn't hold a candle to that bastard's position in Gu Tinghui's heart. Thinking of this, the sourness in her eyes was about to be suppressed. How could she bear to tell her the truth? Lu Wanqin desperately tried to hold her emotions back, stepped forward, and hugged Gu Waner from behind in a gentle circular embrace. "My good daughter, you will always be the best in your mother's heart." Gu Waner keenly sensed that something was wrong with her mom's mood. She thought to herself, probably because of herself again. If Mom had given birth to a son, but this thought only appeared in her mind for a second. So what if she wasn't a son? Even if everyone didn't think highly of her, she still had to believe in herself firmly. And, even for the sake of her mom, she had to become even better. Let Dad recognize himself from the bottom of his heart. "Mom, take me to more banquets in the future." Gu Waner suddenly opened her mouth, her tone full of unquestionable determination. Lu Wanqin froze. "Haven't you always hated attending these things?" Gu Waner looked at Lu Wanqin and said seriously, "Before, I felt comfortable with ordinary people, but now I've figured it out. As Mom and Dad's daughter, I wasn't destined to be an ordinary person from the start. Anyway, my identity has already been exposed to the public, so instead of hiding, it's better to be greatly active in front of people and make more connections." Speaking here, Gu Waner seemed to have made a heavenly determination. She clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly, and spoke. "In the future, no one will lament the fact that the richest man, Gu Tinghui, doesn't have a son. Unfortunately, they will only marvel at the fact that he has a daughter with exceptional abilities." Lu Wanqin, who heard these words, also nodded her head excitedly and repeatedly. The daughter she had always held in her hands and protected had grown up. Chapter 68. Gu Waner, once at ease, no longer exists. In the dimly lit room, Lin Haoyu sat in front of his desk, his eyes glued to the computer in front of him. The price curve on the computer screen was like a crazy twisting python, soaring wildly all the way. This was expected by Lin Haoyu. After all, he was at least a person who had relived his life. Ever since his family really didn't have any money to spend, he had racked his brain to get money. Due to the fact that he only remembered to eat, drink, and have fun in his previous life, and having squatted in the police station for so long, it caused him to be very limited in this aspect of getting money. He racked his brain to come up with such a way to make money. But without the principal, he was also struggling to make a move. So after he turned 18, he borrowed money from various online lending platforms in the first place. Immediately after that, he bought all this money into a virtual currency. In just 1 month, this virtual currency had risen several times. But this is not the limit of this virtual currency. As long as he kept holding on to it, this virtual currency could still rise by more than 10 times. But now, he had something important to do and had to sell some of it. Lin Haoyu revealed a heartbroken expression, and with a click of the mouse, he sold a small portion of the virtual currency. After exchanging the funds, Lin Haoyu walked out of the room and found Su Chuanxiu, who was busy in the kitchen. His tone rose and his eyes were filled with triumph as he shouted towards her. "I've transferred $3,000 to you. Improve the conditions at home. I want to eat ribs today." When Su Chuanxiu heard this, she immediately stopped her hand movements and took out her cell phone to check it. Seeing the extra balance in her cell phone, she was immediately overjoyed. "Worthy of being my precious son. You are truly mom's pride." The same $3,000, Su Chuanxiu's attitude towards Lin Zhe and Lin Haoyu was diametrically opposed. After the previous public opinion storm subsided, Su Chuanxiu went to Gu Tinghui's private hospital to treat her back problem. During this time, Lin Haoyu also abetted her to pester the doctor, stalking her to get many expensive medicines. However, these medicines Su Chuanxiu did not eat a piece of it, all by Lin Haoyu secretly took to sell the money. Because of this, her back problem was not completely cured, and from time to time she would have hidden pain, tormenting her to the point of suffering. "Son, can mom get a few $100s to buy some medicine? This waist still hurts a lot from time to time." Su Chuanxiu's face was full of smiles as she carefully asked Lin Haoyu, "Did I give you money for you to spend recklessly? Don't you know how to go to Gu Tinghui's private hospital to order some more medicine?" Lin Haoyu instantly pulled down his face and chided in an unkind manner. "Ugh. I've been to that hospital too many times, and their doctors don't even care about me anymore." Su Chuanxiu sighed helplessly, her voice full of frustration. "Then you think of your own solution. The medicine is so expensive. How much money is enough for you to toss so much? Just endure the pain, you'll naturally get used to it over time." Lin Haoyu frowned. His tone was so cold that it did not carry a trace of temperature. "All right, what my son said. Then mom will go buy you ribs now." Su Chuanxiu compensated with a smile, turned around and grabbed her wallet. Her feet hurried out the door. Not long after Su Chuanxiu went out, Lin Haoyu also wore a hat and mask out of the door. Lin Haoyu stopped at a dilapidated pool store. The door of the store was half closed, and noisy shouts and the sound of pool balls colliding came from inside. As soon as he pushed open the door, the pungent smell of cigarette smoke wrapped in the stench of sweat hit his face. Inside the store, the lights were dim, and a few thugs were yelling and shouting as they played pool. Lin Haoyu took a deep breath and boldly shouted, "Who's the big brother here? I have something to find him." Instantly, the store fell silent, and all eyes converged on him. A few gangsters were full of bad face, put down their clubs, and gathered around with fists and palms. The leader, a bald man with a skull tattooed on his arm, sneered, "Kid, what do you want? Looking for a fight?" Lin Haoyu was panicked in his heart, but he forced himself to stay calm. He immediately pulled out a wad of cash from his bag and held it up in his hands and said loudly, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. I'm here to make a deal with you guys. It's absolutely lucrative." The punks froze for a moment and looked at each other for a few moments. The bald guy raised an eyebrow and reached out to grab the money, weighing it in his hand. "You who? Looks like there's really something going on. All right, kid, come with me," the bald man said, bringing Lin Haoyu into the inner room. Yutsai Middle School. Gu Wanner walked on the school's green path, already accustomed to the gazes that were thrown around her from time to time. The school has already beefed up security for her, and she has to bring 2 bodyguards with her in school. What a big deal. That's right, is it because she is afraid that we students will hurt her? If she is so afraid, then she should go to a noble school. Why do you have to be here? Some of the surrounding voices drilled into Gu Wanner's ears. She stopped and turned around, saying to the 2 bodyguards behind her, "You guys can get off work now." The 2 bodyguards first looked at each other, and one of them spoke. "Miss Wanner, we have to protect your safety. I'm already off from school. Someone will come to pick me up later, and you guys following me will also make it inconvenient for the other students." Hearing this, the bodyguard hesitated or answered, turning around and leaving the area. Gu Wanner looked as normal as she continued walking. Ever since her identity was exposed last time, the school had tightened security, strictly forbidding unrelated people from entering the school. It also added school rules that required teachers and students to be treated equally and not to talk about their identities. As time passed, everyone grew accustomed to it and wasn't that surprised. But with Gu Wan'er holding the title of the richest man's daughter, no one still dared to befriend her. Of course, except for Lin Haoyu. Gu Wanner had also figured this out. The reason why she didn't go to an aristocratic school and insisted on staying at this school to finish her studies was also because she wanted to draw a conclusion to her previous life. From then on, the once comfortable Gu Wan'er no longer existed. Lin Haoyu brought Fang Jiajia and kept guarding the entrance of the school, watching the passing vehicles. When Lin Haoyu finally saw the car that normally transported Gu Wan'er, he immediately pushed Fang Jiajia out. Fang Jiajia trotted to that car, knocking on the driver's side window. The driver rolled the window down with a puzzled look on his face. "You're here to pick up Wan'er, right? She has a very important event at school today, and she asked me to pass on the message for you to pick her up 2 hours later." After hearing these words, the driver nodded in understanding. "Okay. Thank you, classmate." After watching the car drive away, Lin Haoyu immediately came up excitedly. "Jiajia, well done." At this moment, Fang Jiajia was still a little confused. How come I didn't know there was an important event at school?" Lin Haoyu's eyes flashed with an uncomfortable look. He then changed into a gentle look and looked at Fang Jiajia with a deep expression and said, "Would I lie to you? Be good. Don't ask too many questions." Hearing Lin Haoyu say this, Fang Jiajia nodded her head obediently. At the same time, the car that hadn't driven far stopped. Lin Zhe no longer hid his figure and sat up from the back seat. His expression was bland, but his eyes seemed to be hiding a deep ethereal light that penetrated all things. The driver turned around and asked, "Young Master Zhe, aren't we leaving? That female student just said that Ms. Wanner will finish in another 2 hours." Lin Zhe didn't answer the driver's question, but instead spoke nonchalantly. "Call all those bodyguards that were arranged." Chapter 69. Is it hard to believe that your dad is the richest man in the world? Yutsai Middle School. Half an hour had passed since the end of the school day. In the classroom, other than the students who were on duty, everyone else had long since left. It was only at this time that Gu Wanner unhurriedly packed up her things. Ever since her identity was exposed, she had gotten used to waiting for people to leave before she left. Walking alone in the empty campus, Gu Wan'er's thoughts drifted away. When she arrived at the school entrance, Gu Wan'er did not see the car that usually came to pick her up. She frowned lightly and turned her feet toward the parking lot outside the school. But when she got there was still no sign of the car. What's going on? Gu Wanner was filled with doubt, reaching out to pull out her cell phone from her bag, ready to call and ask. Just then, a dark shadow swept past her like a gust of wind, bringing up a gust of wind. When Gu Wan'er reacted, the cell phone in her hand was already gone. She instantly realized that the person had just snatched her phone. She immediately lifted her leg and darted after the man in the direction he ran away. "Stop! Give me back my cell phone." At the same time, at the mouth of an alley 500 or 600 meters away, a bald man with a hideous skull tattooed on his arm was waiting impatiently there with a bunch of little brothers with different hair colors and fancy dress. "Brother Blade, just how much longer do we have to wait?" A junior brother couldn't help but mutter. Brother Blade spat the cigarette he was holding in his mouth onto the ground fiercely, lifted his foot and crushed it a few times with force, and said viciously, "What's the hurry? Give me a good wait." The little brother was too scared to say anything, and hurriedly took out his cell phone and played the game. Not long after, the knife brother's cell phone buzz rang. He looked down, immediately came to the spirit, rushed under the minion's yell, "Give me a boost. The target will soon arrive." When the minions heard this, they put away their cell phones, shook their fists, and assumed a stance of being ready to strike at any time. Gu Wan'er chased after the cell phone snatcher all the way, not noticing that the danger was approaching step by step. When she reached the entrance of the alley, the cell phone snatcher dashed and disappeared into the alley. Gu Wan'er's footsteps paused for a moment, a trace of unease welling up in her heart. But thinking that there was something else in the cell phone that was important to her, she gritted her teeth and still chased after him. Just as she stepped into the alley, a pungent smell of cigarette smoke greeted Gu Wan'er. Choking, her eyes narrowed and she coughed repeatedly. At this time, Brother Knife had already brought a group of minions and appeared in front of Gu Wan Air. Little beauty. Running in such a hurry? Where are you going? Gu Wan Air's heart tightened at the sight, and she hurriedly turned around to get out of here. But to her horror, she realized that the exit had been blocked by two punks at some point. At this moment, the corners of Brother Knife's mouth hooked into an evil smile as he approached Gu Wan Air step by step. His black shoes rubbed against the ground, emitting a rustling sound that was particularly ear-piercing in the silent alley. Don't be in a hurry to leave when you're here. Brother Knife grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowish teeth, and the younger brothers behind him followed suit with laughter that was full of ill will. Gu Wanner's heart was beating wildly, and she took a step back, her back against the cold wall, forcing herself to calm down and coldly said, "What do you want?" Brother Knife walked slowly around Gu Wan Air. He deliberately stuck very close, his exhaled hot breath spraying on Gu Wan Air's face, causing her to be nauseated. "Not doing anything. I see you're alone. You should be quite lonely. Why don't you let us play with you and help you get rid of your loneliness?" Listening to the disgusting words, Gu Wan Air clenched her fists and tried her best to calm herself down. Her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to find a chance to escape. But with the gang of gangsters all around her, and her way out having long been blocked, Gu Wan Air's heart sank. Brother Knife saw her looking around and thought she was scared, getting more and more carried away, reaching out to grab Gu Wan Air's arm. "See how white and tender your hands are. Let brother touch them." Gu Wanner dodged sideways in terror, shouting, "Don't touch me. Yo-ho, your temper is not small." Seeing that Gu Wan Air was not angry like this. Instead, she still looked interested and stared at her even more recklessly. "Looking so watery, sooner or later you'll want a man. Why don't you let brother teach you first?" "Ha ha ha. Brother Knife is right. Brother Knife is an expert in this area. Let him teach you well." The surrounding minions followed suit, laughter echoing in the alley. No matter how hard Gu Wan Air tried to calm herself down, she still couldn't hold back her stomach fluttering. "Disgusting." Brother Blade was reluctant to hear this and stormed out. "Damn. It really gives you face. Dare to say that old me is disgusting." After he finished speaking, he fiercely reached out and tightly grabbed Gu Wan Air's hand, and kept rubbing his rough fingers on her hand. "Yo. This hand feels really smooth and tender. You let go of me."
No touching me. Gu Wan Air struggled desperately.
But how could she compare her strength to a big, thick man? Not only did she not break free, her arms became red from the struggle. "I'm warning you. Let go of me immediately, or you'll regret it." Hearing Gu Wanner's words, Blade threw back his head and laughed. "So, you're still a big shot?" When Gu Wanner heard him say that, thinking that she might be able to use her identity to make the other party afraid, she immediately opened her mouth. "Do you know who my father is? I advise you to hurry up and let me go, or else the consequences will be serious." "Really?" A look of horror appeared on Blade's face. "Can it be that your dad is the richest man?" Brother Knife made a very exaggerated expression of fear.
Lies confused Gu Wan Air.
Immediately afterward, Brother Knife laughed again, his eyes full of teasing. "Ha ha ha, you don't really want to recognize it, do you? The daughter of the richest man doesn't go to an aristocratic school. Would she be here crowding around with the commoners? Have you not watched the recent news?"
Gu Wan Air frowned.
The matter of her identity being exposed was obviously making a lot of noise on the internet, so a little bit of attention would be enough to know about it. But these punks didn't look like they usually read the news either. Without reading the news, old me knows that the richest man's daughter can't be here. That kind of rich lady mustn't be surrounded by a group of bodyguards? Can you let us easily block you here? If you want to cheat me, there's no way. Gu Wan Air was speechless. She had never thought that she would one day want her identity to be known by everyone so badly. Seeing that Gu Wanner stopped talking, Blade thought that she was weak because her lies had been exposed. The richest man's daughter. What an international joke. Unless that kid who paid them was crazy. Thinking of this, Brother Knife became even more reckless. He. Little pretty girl, don't waste your effort. It's your bad luck that you fell into my hands today. No one can save you. Brother Knife smiled lewdly as he slowly approached Gu Wan Air. Gu Wan Air glared at him, her teeth clenched, her face as pale as paper. It was like an overly frightened white rabbit. "Stop!" Just in the nick of time, a furious roar resounded in the alley. Blade, however, was not surprised, thinking in his heart that it was finally here, and it was time to start the show with his minions. But when he turned his head and saw the face of the person who came, his entire body instantly froze. Chapter 70 is that he instructed us to do this. Blade looked at the visitor and was first stunned. How come it's different from the kid who came the other day? A new person? Just as Brother Knife hesitated to continue the act, the next scene made him shudder. Only 20 or so bodyguards in suit uniforms appeared here like ghosts, instantly squeezing the originally small space. Brother Blade completely froze, and a few tiny beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Had he misheard that day? Didn't that kid say that he would show up at the critical moment to save the beauty? But he didn't say that he would bring so many people with him. Gu Wanner, who was originally close to collapsing and despairing inside, when she saw the person coming, it was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw and immediately excitedly and loudly begged for help. Lin Zhe, save me. Lin Zhe coldly scanned the group of punks, and his gaze finally settled on the bald man's hand that was holding Gu Wanner tightly. His eyes instantly became as cold as frost, as if they could freeze people. He then shouted angrily at the bodyguards behind him. Quickly go and free the young lady. If she suffers the slightest injury, the richest man will not let you go. Yes, the bodyguards answered in unison, pulling out their electric batons with an aggressive air. When Brother Blade, who was still a bit confused, saw this scene, his legs instantly softened, his body lurched, and he almost collapsed to the ground. What did he just say? The richest man? So, this person he was holding in his hand was really the daughter of the richest man? The Knife brother's face was white at this time, and his lips trembled as he stammered. Big brother, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, ah. We really don't know that this is the 1,000 gold Mississippi. Lin Zhe's eyes widened angrily as he fiercely scolded, Cut the crap! The bodyguards quickly rushed forward. The gangsters were afraid of the electric batons in their hands. They didn't dare to struggle at all, and one by one, they squatted on the ground holding their heads. Although Blade let go of Gu Wanner's hand in the first instant these people rushed up, it was still hard to escape the fate of being beaten. Ouch, don't fight, I was wrong. My dog's eyes didn't recognize empty tie. Please spare my life, gentlemen. Brother Knife begged for mercy while holding his head and rolling on the ground. Lin Zhe coldly looked at the bald man begging for mercy. His eyes moved to Gu Wanner's red and swollen wrists. His eyes steeply grew a few more points colder, and he sternly commanded, Break his hand. When Brother Knife heard this, he was so frightened that he hissed and shouted, Spare my life. It's all because someone instructed me to do all this. Brother Knife's voice hissed. Stop first. Lin Zhe instructed the bodyguards to stop their movements, then walked over to Knife, squatted down and inquired, You said that someone instructed you? Brother Blade nodded repeatedly. At this time, Gu Wanner, who had slightly calmed down, immediately turned her head as well when she heard Brother Blade's words. Someone wanted to harm her? Who is it? Before Lin Zhe could open his mouth to ask, Gu Wanner opened her mouth to question. At this moment, Brother Knife was completely devoid of his previous arrogance, and he obediently replied, It's a student. Although I don't know the name, I remember the looks. Before Brother Knife could finish his words, at this moment, there was another commotion coming from the entrance of the alley. Young Master Zhe, we caught a sneaky person in the neighborhood. 2 bodyguards escorted a person over. Gu Wanner turned her head to look over along with Lin Zhe. When she got a good look at the person, she immediately let out a surprised voice. Lin Hao Yu? How come it's you? Lin Hao Yu looked at the scene in front of him with an incredulous expression. His mouth slightly open and his eyes wide. He had been hiding nearby, waiting for the right moment to rush out and rescue the beauty heroically, wanting to use this to capture Gu Wanner's heart. But unexpectedly, 2 bodyguards appeared in front of him silently and took him away from there with his mouth covered. It wasn't long before he was brought here. The scene in front of him clearly made it a little difficult for him to digest and understand for a while. What was happening here? How did things turn out like this? Before Lin Hao Yu could say anything, Blade, who had been pinned to the ground, immediately shouted in excitement. It's him. He's the one who instructed us to do this. As soon as Brother Knife's words came out, Lin Zhe and Gu Wanner looked at Lin Hao Yu. Lin Hao Yu's eyes were wide and full of panic at the moment, and he opened his mouth to defend himself repeatedly. Wanner brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Lin Zhe's brows furrowed at this moment as he looked at Lin Hao Yu and questioned. Then why are you sneaking around here? Before Lin Hao Yu could answer, Brother Blade spoke again. I'm not talking nonsense. 2 days ago, it was this person who found us and asked us to. Seeing that Brother Knife was about to shake out everything, Lin Hao Yu was so scared that he hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt him. That's because Lin Hao Yu's brain was racing at the moment. His face flushed red. Because these punks learned that the richest man's daughter was in this school and wanted to kidnap Miss Wan Er to extort money. Today I happened to see them wandering around the neighborhood and sensed something was wrong. So I followed them. You stepped on a horse and let go of your dog's ass. It was clearly you who found me and asked me to help you. Blade roared angrily. Lin Zhe was frowning at Lin Hao Yu at the moment, and his tone of voice increased a bit. Hao Yu, what the hell is going on? Miss Wanner has suffered such a big thing. I'll definitely have to go back and inform my adoptive parents at that time. If they know about this and investigate thoroughly, the people behind it will have no good fruit to eat. Lin Zhe's words immediately scared Lin Hao Yu to the point where his face turned pale and his body involuntarily trembled. Brother, I really didn't. I don't even know these people. I'm a third-rate student. How could I know these punks? Since you all don't know each other, why would he flatly say that you instructed him? That's because... Lin Hao Yu's brain was about to turn up in smoke at the moment, and his hands kept rubbing the corners of his coat. That's because they asked me about Wan Er and I didn't tell them, so they hold a grudge against me. Is that so? Lin Zhe's gaze was stern as he looked at Brother Blade. He's lying. These little brothers of mine can prove it. Brother Blade tried his best to defend himself. Brother! Lin Hao Yu hurriedly spoke in panic again, his voice carrying a trace of imperceptible trembling. Brother, I'm your younger brother. Could it be that you don't believe me and want to believe these punks? Hearing Lin Hao Yu's words, Lin Zhe smiled meaningfully, then reached out his hand towards his back and patted it. You're my younger brother. I naturally believe your words. He then put away the smile on his face and turned around. Fine, you stinking punks. Not only did you dare to bully the richest woman's daughter, but you also wronged my brother. Men, beat these punks up, and that bald guy who grabbed Miss Wanner, break his hands. Yes, a miserable scream rang out at once. Lin Hao Yu, who was on the side, couldn't bear to look at the tragic situation on this side, and slightly turned his head away, but he was also secretly relieved that he had escaped. Lin Zhe looked at all this in his eyes and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This stupid younger brother of his hadn't realized that he was in a tough situation next. Lin Hao Yu's actions had completely offended these gangsters. After that, there would be something for him to suffer. Chapter 71 misunderstood him again. On the way back, Gu Wanner sat in the car and several times secretly used her afterglow to survey Lin Zhe beside her. Lin Zhe keenly sensed that she seemed to have something to say, so he took the initiative to open his mouth and asked, Miss Wan Er, is there something you want to say? Hearing Lin Zhe's inquiry, Gu Wanner no longer hid her face and spoke bluntly. Can you not tell my parents about what happened today? Especially my mom. I don't want her to worry. When Lin Zhe heard this, he didn't respond immediately. He nodded after a little thought. Yes, but I have a condition. When Gu Wanner heard this, she twisted her head in her heart to look at him with some irritation. Just this matter and still want to open up to her to make conditions? But thinking that after all, she was the one who wanted him to help with something, this displeasure still didn't show. She opened her mouth and asked, What conditions? In the future, I'll pick you up and drop you off at school. Lin Zhe looked at Gu Wanner with a serious face and then said, Don't think too much. I just want to make sure you're safe and don't want to see something like today happen again. As Gu Wanner looked at Lin Zhe's serious appearance, Gu Wanner couldn't help but recall the scene where he instructed his men to teach that bald punk a lesson. The Lin Zhe of that time, the aura emanating from his body was unusually harsh and cold to the point of sending shivers down one's spine. Gu Wanner, who realized that her thoughts had drifted away, hurriedly returned to her senses. Originally, she had thought that Lin Zhe was trying to take the opportunity to ask for something from her, but not realizing that it was because he wanted to ensure her safety. Gu Wanner nodded with a faint hint of apology. I promise. When Lin Zhe saw her promise, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Then he extended his hand and hooked his little thumb. It's a deal. Gu Wanner froze for a moment when she saw his action. Then she also stretched out her hand. After just lightly hooking Lin Zhe's little thumb, she quickly retracted her hand. However, a trace of the other party's temperature still remained on her little thumb. For no reason at all, A rush of heat surged up in her heart, and her face followed suit with a slight blush. She hurriedly opened the car window, trying to let the wind blow away the heat on her face. But in her mind, the image of herself falling into the hands of the gangsters and Lin Zhe appearing in time to rescue her kept surfacing. I don't know why. She always felt that this scene was déjà vu. Lin Zhe saw that Gu Wan-er had been facing the car window, hesitated several times. In the end, he still opened his mouth towards her and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I still want to explain myself." Gu Wan-er was confused by Lin Zhe's sudden words, and twisted her head to look at him in puzzlement. "I didn't do the thing where your identity was leaked." Lin Zhe looked at Gu Wan-er, his eyes full of sincerity. Gu Wan-er locked eyes with him for a few seconds before she averted her gaze somewhat uncomfortably. Turned out that he was talking about this matter. Because of this matter, she hadn't spoken to Lin Zhe for several days. When she ran into him, she also chose to directly ignore him, and this was the first time he had explained for this matter. At this time, Lin Zhe continued to speak. "I know it's a bit late to explain now, and it might be hard for people to believe, but I never had the chance to speak before." In the face of Lin Zhe's words, Gu Wan-er nodded her head and spoke back in a light tone. "I know." It had been some days since the incident, and she had gradually accepted the fact. Whether or not Lin Zhe had done it, she would have to be honest about her identity in the future. Sooner or later there would be such a day anyway, and whether or not he did it didn't seem so important. But, inexplicably, with just these few words, she actually believed him somewhat. "Also, I have to apologize to you for what happened today." At this time, Lin Zhe's voice sounded again. His sudden apology made Gu Wan-er puzzled once again. "Why are you apologizing? Could it be that today's incident had something to do with him?" Thinking of this, Gu Wan-er's eyes turned a little stern as she looked at Lin Zhe, only to hear Lin Zhe open his mouth and explain. "Originally, we were waiting for you outside the school very early, but it turned out that a female classmate came over and said that you were going to participate in a very important event at the school, and asked us to pick you up 2 hours later. At the time, I took her word for it and let the driver leave first. But halfway there, the more I thought about it, the more wrong it became, and I called the school to confirm, and found out that it wasn't true at all, which is why I hurriedly turned back. I'm sorry, Ms. Wan-er. It's all my fault for being too gullible. Otherwise today's incident wouldn't have happened." Lin Zhe's words made Gu Wan-er pause there. It turned out that he was blaming himself for today's incident. She had misunderstood him again. A few more apologies rose in Gu Wan-er's heart. But at the moment, she couldn't care less about guilt. Because she had caught the key information from Lin Zhe's words. It was a female classmate who had lied to them about the news. So it seemed that this female classmate was probably in league with those punks. "What does that female classmate look like? Can you describe her?"
Gu Wan-er hurriedly asked Lin Zhe.
Lin Zhe shook his head. Seeing Gu Wan-er's meaty disappointment, he hurriedly said, "But I took a picture of her side face when she left." When Gu Wan-er heard this, she immediately became energized. "Quickly show me." Lin Zhe quickly pulled out his cell phone and flipped out the secretly taken photo and handed it to Gu Wan-er. Gu Wan-er took the phone, and the moment she saw the photo, her eyes widened. She looked at it several times over before she was sure of the person in the photo. Although it was only the side face, she was sure that she recognized this female classmate. To be precise, it was someone she had seen before. It was Lin Haoyu's classmate, the suitor that Lin Haoyu was talking about. She thought back to Lin Haoyu, who had been arrested by the bodyguards earlier for being sneaky. She and this female classmate were merely friends who had met, and there was no reason for the other party to join forces with the punks to harm her. Could it be that the words that the bald punk had said at the time resounded again in Gu Wan-er's mind at the moment? Can't it be that what the bald gangster said was true? That all of this was planned by Lin Haoyu? Gu Wan-er had a look of disbelief on her face. If that was true, why would he do this? At this moment, Gu Wan-er's mind was like a jumble of thoughts that flashed by rapidly. Lin Zhe, who was on the side, saw Gu Wan-er's reaction and revealed an imperceptible smile. In fact, what he had just said was false. Ever since he had shown himself and Lu Wanqin being intimate in front of Lin Haoyu, he had expected Lin Haoyu to make a move. That was why he had prepared for it and had specially instructed the bodyguard beside Gu Wan-er. After Gu Wan-er drove the bodyguards away, he got the news the first time and then rushed with his driver to pick her up from school. When he arrived outside the school, he saw Lin Haoyu and that female classmate standing together from afar, and at that time his heart was on the defensive. So when that female classmate came to pass the message, he hid his figure and secretly took out his cell phone to take a picture to keep his evidence. He had just said that, just wanting to reveal the evidence to Gu Wan Air without a trace. Let her suspect Lin Haoyu. Even if Lin Haoyu wasn't hammered, as long as Gu Wan Air had doubts in her heart, she would naturally take the initiative to keep a distance from Lin Haoyu in the future. If he had guessed correctly, Lin Haoyu had directed this scene today in order to have a heroic rescue, trying to make Gu Waner feel good about him as a result. Lin Zhe sneered in his heart. Humph. Wanting to chase after my wife? Toad wants to eat swan meat. Chapter 72. Injustice has a head and a debt has a head. The night was thick. A group of gangsters with different hair colors surrounded a bald man, hurrying towards the side of the bungalow. Looking closely, these people's faces were more or less bruised, and the bald man in the center had the most serious injuries. Not to mention the bruised nose and swollen face. His right hand was also in a thick plaster. His appearance was very lousy. Brother Blade, this is it. A yellow-haired gangster stretched out his finger and pointed to a cottage in front of his right and said, Brother Blade, who had his right hand in plaster, was filled with rage as he walked forward in large strides. He came to the door of the room, violently raised his foot and kicked it twice hard against the door, roaring loudly, Open the door! A group of people waited outside the door for a long time, but first they heard the sound of a light being turned on from inside the house, followed by the rustling sound of slippers rubbing on the ground. Finally, a woman's voice came leisurely from inside the house. Who is it? We're looking for Lin Haoyu. Hurry up and open the door for me. When Su Chuanxiu heard this raging voice, her heart was filled with doubt, and she subconsciously looked towards the window next to her. This look startled her. She saw a lot of people holding sticks and other things, blocking the doorway. She immediately ran to Lin Haoyu's room. Son, wake up! Lin Haoyu, who had long since entered dreamland, was shaken awake by Su Chuanxiu with a displeased look on his face. What for? Can't you see I'm sleeping? Don't fall asleep first, son. There's a lot of people coming outside, saying they're here to find you. Are you sick? Why are they looking for me at night? I don't need to sleep. Just then, another shout came from outside the gate. Lin Haoyu, open the door for me. Lin Haoyu, who was still sleepy, instantly woke up when he heard this voice, and his face suddenly changed. It's Brother Blade. Son, do you recognize these people outside the door? What are they looking for in the middle of the night? Lin Haoyu was so scared and sleepy that he hurriedly got up. He pushed Su Chuanxiu while saying eagerly, You quickly go and tell them that I'm not here. No, just tell them that they're looking for the wrong person. Don't tell them I'm here. Although Su Chuanxiu was full of doubts, she also realized that her son might have messed with someone who was not to be messed with. She didn't dare to delay and immediately ran to the door, shouting at the door, You guys stop arguing. There's no whatever Lin Haoyu you're looking for here. You guys hurry up and leave. Only to hear someone outside the door respond, Brother Blade, Lin Haoyu lives here. This old mom swindled you. Grass mud horse. Don't give old man nonsense. Quickly let Lin Haoyu out know, or old man smashed your door. The words landed. The door was smashed hard, clanging. Seeing this, Su Chuanxiu trembled in fear and hurriedly ran back to Lin Haoyu. Haoyu, what can we do? They're going to break into the house. What on earth did you do to provoke these punks? At this moment, the gate was slammed heavily a few more times. Go stop them. I'll call the police now. Lin Haoyu's words had just fallen when the gate was smashed open with a bang. The people outside swarmed in like a tidal wave. Seeing the situation, Lin Haoyu immediately pushed Su Chuanxiu out. Mom, quickly help me stop them. Afterward, he quickly closed the door to his room. But just as he was about to lock the door, a wooden stick was inserted through the doorway. Immediately afterward, the entire door was viciously kicked open. Damn. Let's see where you can still hide. A group of punks rushed in, and with quick eyes and hands, they pressed Lin Haoyu, who was trying to flee towards the window, to the ground. Lin Haoyu had a shocked look on his face as he looked at Brother Knife, who was walking towards him. I heard that you want to call the police? Brother Knife said as he took off his own shoes and took the soles of his shoes and slapped them fiercely towards Lin Haoyu's face. Brother Knife, you heard wrong, how dare I? Lin Haoyu was so scared that he begged for mercy. But Brother Knife showed no mercy, and his hands became more and more vicious. In a short while, Lin Haoyu's face was slapped red and swollen. Seeing this, Su Chuanxiu on the side was instantly agitated. You little people, how dare you hit my son? She recklessly tried to rush over, but she was kicked by a punk next to her who jumped up and kicked her, and her entire body fell to the ground. The sharp pain coming from her entire body made her grunt and scream. "Stinky old woman. If you keep nagging, watch out for me to whip you." With just this kick, Su Chuanxiu was in so much pain that even getting up became difficult. "Brother Blade, stop hitting. I really know I'm wrong." "Wrong? You were arrogant at the time." Brother Blade stared viciously at Lin Haoyu. "Brother Knife, at that time, I had no choice. You have a great deal of generosity." "Bah!" Brother Knife spat a mouthful of saliva on Lin Haoyu's face. The fishy odor made Lin Haoyu couldn't help but frown. Brother Knife lifted his plastered hand and gritted his teeth. "Not only did I take a beating because of you, I also broke a hand." The other gangsters also glared viciously at Lin Haoyu. They had all been beaten up because of Lin Haoyu, and at the moment, they were all holding a fire in their hearts, itching to eat Lin Haoyu alive. "Brother Blade, I really didn't cause this. It was that guy called Lin Zhe. He was the one who instructed those people to beat you up. There's a debt for the wrongdoer. You should go find him." At this moment, Lin Haoyu was still trying to transfer his hatred onto Lin Zhe. When Brother Blade heard his words, a wry smile pulled out from the corner of his mouth. "Yeah, you're right. There's a right to be wronged." Seeing this, Lin Haoyu thought that Brother Knife believed his words and laughed along with him. "That's right. It's all because of that guy Lin Zhe." However, before Lin Haoyu could finish his words, Brother Knife violently kicked him. "You, brothers, those who have a grudge should take revenge, and those who have a grudge should take revenge. Give it to me." With Brother Knife's order, the gangsters immediately surrounded him and gave Lin Haoyu a mass beating. Lin Haoyu was beaten to the point of screaming. On the side, Su Chuanxiu watched her son being beaten and was heartbroken. She wanted to rush over and pull them apart, but she was dragged down by the gangsters and received several punches. A tooth was also knocked out. Lin Haoyu couldn't take the beating anymore and hissed loudly, "Stop hitting. It hurts me to death. Please don't fight. It'll kill someone." But the gangsters simply ignored him and still had no intention of stopping. Lin Haoyu's pain was too much to bear, and he shouted again in a hurry, "I have money. I have money. I can give you guys money." Chapter 73 must make Lin Zhe pay. "I have money. I can give you money." Lin Haoyu shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice filled with panic and pleading. When Brother Blade heard this, he raised his hand to signal his minions to stop first. The bruised and swollen Lin Haoyu was racked up by the two punks like they were carrying a chicken. "You said you have money?" Brother Blade narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Haoyu with suspicion. At the moment, Lin Haoyu's face was swollen like a pig's head, and his eyes were squinting into slits. Lin Haoyu busily nodded his head. His movements were slightly too big, pulling the wounds on his face, causing him to grin in pain. "Where's the money?" Brother Blade impatiently pressed. Lin Haoyu lifted his hand with difficulty, shivering, pointing over to the desk. A gangster immediately stepped forward quickly and rummaged through the desk. "Big brother, nothing." The gangster turned his head to report to Brother Knife with both hands empty. Brother Knife instantly showed his ferocious face and viciously cursed. "Damn, you dare to fool me." Saying this, he raised his fist to greet Lin Haoyu's face. Seeing that he was going to be beaten again, Lin Haoyu was so scared that his voice changed tone. "My money is all in the computer. I'll cash out right away and give you the money." When Brother Blade heard this, his fist hung in mid-air, hesitated for a moment, and finally put it down. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the punks to drag Lin Haoyu to the computer. "Get me the money now. If you dare to lie to me, I'll cut off your hands immediately." Brother Knife threatened through gritted teeth. Lin Haoyu was so scared that his throat rolled and he swallowed hard. Under the gawking eyes of the gangsters, he shivered and opened his computer and began to operate it. There was really no other way. Lin Haoyu's heart crossed, and he sold all his virtual currency in one go. "Big brother, there's actually more than 100,000. The little brother on the side had his eyes glazed over, looking at the balance on the screen, and excitedly shouted out. Brother Blade glared fiercely at the little brother and scolded, "You unseen thing." Lin Haoyu's heart was like a knife, gritted his teeth, and transferred 80,000 to Brother Knife. Knife Brother took a look at the cell phone to the account information, face instantly gloomy down, raised his leg as a foot will Lin Haoyu to kneel down. "Your mom, didn't you say more than 100,000? Brother Knife angrily yelled. "Brother Knife, the rest of the money is the capital, I was loaned to borrow, I have to return. Lin Hao Yu hadn't finished speaking. Brother Knife slapped another loud slap towards him. Lousy cares so much about you. Turn it all around. Lin Hao Yu was filled with despair, and could only with tears in his eyes transfer the rest of the money to Brother Knife as well. Brother Knife looked at the balance in his cell phone and grinned in satisfaction, revealing a mouthful of large yellow teeth. Count on your kid to be sensible. Then let's just forget about this time. Lin Hao Yu cautiously tried. Who knows? Brother Blade's face that was just satisfied instantly became greedy again. His eyes stared straight at the computer screen, and he had a crooked idea in his heart. Consider this money as your compensation for our medical expenses, Brother Blade said coldly. But you don't want to renege on the mental damages, lost wages and whatnot. Brother Blade, I really don't have any money. Lin Hao Yu flopped and knelt on the ground, hugging Brother Knife's legs, begging bitterly, tears and snot smeared all over his face. I don't care. Brother Knife kicked Lin Hao Yu away. I'll give you another half a month. I want to see $100,000, otherwise. He copied the stick with his left hand and gently knocked on Lin Hao Yu's hands a few times, making a muffled thump sound. You don't want these hands anymore. Lin Hao Yu sat paralyzed on the ground. Brothers, go. Brother Knife waved his hand and led a group of gangsters away. When they all left the place, Su Chuanxiu struggled to get up and limped to Lin Hao Yu. Ouch, hey, my precious son, these goddamned people even beat you like this. And all that money, more than 100,000 Su Chuanxiu is again distressed son and distressed money, only to feel a strangling pain in the heart. Son, let's call the police. Just as Su Chuanxiu pulled out her cell phone, Lin Hao Yu reached out his hand to stop her. No way. We can't call the police. At that time, they'll still come out and retaliate against us. This beating had completely terrified Lin Hao Yu. Then what can be done about this? Those still need $100,000. Where are we going to get so much money here? Su Chuanxiu cried out. I can still earn again if the money is gone. Lin Hao Yu gritted his teeth and suddenly raised his head. A trace of resentment and determination flashed in his eyes. Everything that happened today was all caused by Lin Zhe. One must make Lin Zhe pay the price in blood. Lin Hao Yu clenched his fists tightly. Instead of receiving this severe beating, it made him think things through. In the past, it was him who was in too much of a hurry. He had to be quiet to accumulate wealth. Wait until he had earned a certain amount of money and had a certain amount of ability. It would simply be easy to deal with Lin Zhe again at that time. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent appeared in Lin Hao Yu's eyes. It would be best to make this nasty guy completely disappear in this world. The originally despairing Su Chuanxiu heard Lin Hao Yu's words and rekindled her hope. Really, son? You still have a way to make money? Isn't it just making money? It's easy. Lin Hao Yu snorted coldly. After all, he was a reborn person. Lin Hao Yu hurriedly took out his cell phone. He planned to take out some more loans. Whether it was investing in virtual currencies or speculating on stocks, he could make money. As long as he increased his capital, he would make more money. But when Lin Hao Yu opened the borrowing platform, the sight in front of him made him fall into an ice cellar because he hadn't repaid his previous debt. He was now unable to borrow any more money at all. Lin Hao Yu was a bit flustered and immediately took Su Chuanxiu's cell phone over. Previously, he had also borrowed from the lending platform on Su Chuanxiu's phone. He checked and found that it was the same situation. This time Lin Hao Yu was truly flustered. He did have quite a few ways to make money, but those all needed capital. A clever woman could not cook without rice. He didn't have any money now, so how was he going to make money? If he can't make any money, then those punks will come back to his door. Lin Hao Yu did not dare to think further. Is it too late for himself to hold out to marry a rich white woman and walk on the pinnacle of life, to end up in a miserable end? No way. Cannot. There must still be a way. There must be a way. Lin Hao Yu shouted out. Son, what's wrong with you? Don't scare mom. When Su Chuanxiu saw Lin Hao Yu's appearance, her heart was scared and anxious, and her voice was tinged with tears. Su Chuanxiu's voice was like a bolt of lightning that instantly struck Lin Hao Yu, causing a crazy thought to suddenly flash through his mind. He slowly raised his head and stared straight at Su Chuanxiu, his eyes filled with madness and determination. Mom, you go sell. You go make money. Lin Hao Yu's voice was cold and merciless, as if it came from hell. Su Chuanxiu felt like she was struck by a bolt from the blue. Her entire body froze in place as she looked at Lin Haoyu in disbelief. Her lips trembled as tears gushed out uncontrollably. "I'm your mom." Su Chuanxiu could never have imagined that her son, whom she had raised with great pain and suffering, would say such heartless words. And at this moment, Lin Haoyu couldn't hear anything. His eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. "If you don't help me, I'll die in front of you." Saying this, he violently rushed towards the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife and put it against his neck. "Haoyu, don't be impulsive." Su Chuanxiu screamed in terror as she crawled towards Lin Haoyu on her hands and knees. "Okay, I promise you, you put down the knife first." Only then did Lin Haoyu slowly put down the kitchen knife, a hint of triumphant pleasure flashing in his eyes. "Mom, don't worry. When I get through this, I will definitely make it up to you." Su Chuanxiu's eyes were hollow and tears kept flowing as she nodded mechanically. Chapter 74 is him. "Wanner, come see the dress I prepared for you." Gu Wanner had just stepped through the door after school when she was pulled by Lu Wanqin and dragged straight to the check room. In the check room, a small high-luxury gown hung quietly, dazzling. The fine crystals inlaid on it were intertwined with gold threads, reflecting sparkling golden light under the light, as if a whole starry sky was organized in it. "Mom, this is..." Gu Wanner was full of doubts and raised her eyes to Lu Wanqin. "There's a charity gala tonight at 9 o'clock. A lot of big names will be there," Lu Wanqin said while signaling the maid beside her to remove the gown and give it to Gu Wanner to try on, and kept explaining under her breath. "This is the first time you've followed me to an evening party. I have to dress you up so beautifully that everyone will fall for my Lu Wanqin's daughter." Gu Wan'er listened and nodded lightly, but a shy blush colored her face. "Mom, you're exaggerating. My daughter was born with natural beauty. You are my 1,000 gold princess." Lu Wanqin's face was full of pride, and her eyes were full of doting. Warmth surged in Gu Wan'er's heart. Since she was a child, her mother's love had never changed. Luckily, the matter of that day was concealed. Otherwise, I really don't know how worried she would have to be when she found out. In a group of maids wait attentively, Gu Wanner changed into a good dress and made a good modeling. When she stood in front of Lu Wanqin, her eyes instantly reddened and tears flashed. "Mom, what's wrong? Is it not a good look?" Seeing this, Gu Wan'er couldn't help but feel a little worried. Lu Wanqin was busy shaking her head, her voice carrying a slight choke. "Super beautiful. Mom is just lamenting that my daughter has grown up and has come out so beautifully." After lamenting, Lu Wanqin pulled Gu Wanner again, picking out jewelry with great interest. "Mom, this isn't a charity gala. These jewels are too expensive. Isn't it not appropriate to wear them on this kind of occasion?" Gu Wan'er softly inquired. "I don't care. My daughter has to appear in front of everyone in an expensive manner." Lu Wanqin was resolute, her eyes revealing unquestionable love. Gu Wan'er smiled helplessly and let her be. "So pretty, worthy of being my little princess." Lu Wanqin was full of praise. "Mommy Lu." At this moment, Lin Zhe's voice came from outside the door. Lu Wanqin immediately signaled the servant beside her to open the door. The door slowly opened. Lin Zhe raised his eyes and was instantly stunned in place by the Gu Wan'er in front of him. The gown outlined Gu Wan'er's slender figure. Her long hair was carefully coiled up, and a few strands of broken hair fell on the side of her fair neck, adding a few points of warmth and animation. Gu Wan'er was also slightly stunned when she saw Lin Zhe at the door. The man in front of her eyes was very different from his usual self. The straight suit fit his body perfectly, emphasizing elegance and refinement. His hair was also purposely styled, fresh and sharp, and his entire person looked heroic. "Lin Zhe, how much longer are you going to watch?" Lu Wanqin's voice came leisurely, waking Lin Zhe from his daze. It was only then that he came back to his senses, a hint of blush spreading across his face as he lowered his head in some embarrassment. "Miss Wan'er looks really good today. Could it be that it only looks good today?" The corners of Lu Wanqin's mouth contained a smile, and she looked at Lin Zhe with a snarky undertone. No, 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 it's always been good-looking. Today it's extraordinarily good-looking." Lin Zhe was busy explaining, his eyes full of sincerity. Gu Wanner's cheeks slightly reddened, slightly pouting as she looked at Lu Wanqin. "Mom, my daughter is thin-skinned. Don't tease her," Lu Wanqin said with a smile. At this time, Gu Wanner turned her head towards Lu Wanqin as if she suddenly remembered something and asked, "For today's dinner he's also going?" Lu Wanqin nodded. Dad let him go? Lu Wanqin shook her head. I asked him to go. Gu Wan-er heard this and frowned in confusion, but didn't ask any more questions. After all, he had even saved himself that day. It wasn't just a dinner party together, no big deal. Soon, the group got into the limousine and drove towards the venue of the dinner party. Arriving at the dinner, Lu Wanqin held Gu Waner's hand and gracefully stepped into the venue. As soon as they entered the venue, they attracted the attention of the entire banquet. Gu Waner subconsciously tensed up when she felt the many gazes resting on her. At this moment, Lu Wanqin patted her hand. No need to be nervous. There's Mom. With Lu Wanqin's comfort, Gu Waner instantly relaxed a lot. Lu Wanqin had wanted to also comfort Lin Zhe, who was next to her, but she realized that he was calm and composed, as if he had often participated in such occasions. As a matter of fact, Lin Zhe really had no pressure at all. Not to mention that in his last life, he had often participated in such occasions. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had long since developed a calm and steady mind, and was able to remain calm in the face of any scene. Lu Wanqin cast a glance of appreciation towards Lin Zhe. At this time, a group of people greeted them. Mrs. Gu is here. This is your $1,000 lady, right? Lu Wanqin nodded and gave Waner a gentle push. Wan-er, this is Mrs. Wang. Good day, Mrs. Wang. Gu Waner smiled and greeted people politely, her demeanor generous and decent. Lu Wanqin took this opportunity to introduce Gu Waner to everyone, letting her get acquainted with celebrities from all walks of life. Lin Zhe, who was following her around, would also occasionally strike up a conversation, grasping the situation just right. However, these people all wanted to get to know the richest man's wife and the richest man's daughter. To him, his adopted son, their attitude was clearly characterized by a perfunctory and dispensable attitude. Lin Zhe was keenly aware of this, but did not care. His expression remained calm and relaxed. After all, these people only had interests in their eyes. His own identity was of no interest to them at all. Thus, he slowly and unobtrusively moved towards the periphery of the crowd, not wanting to draw too much attention to himself. At this time, his gaze was suddenly attracted by a familiar figure not far away. It was him. Almost subconsciously, Lin Zhe raised his leg and followed him over. Chapter 75. You're sick. Go to the hospital. Lin Zhe quickly stepped forward, and the moment he saw the other person's face, his heart violently tightened. That's right, it really was him. That person was none other than the famous action movie superstar Song Long. At the moment, Song Long was surrounded by a group of people like a star, showing his superstar demeanor in every move. Lin Zhe subconsciously stopped in his tracks, his gaze locked on Song Long. The reason he had such a big reaction was because, in his previous life, Song Long was mercilessly diagnosed with pancreatic cancer when he was 43 years old. The condition had already progressed to an advanced stage by the time it was discovered. Even though Song Long received all the treatment he could, he was unable to overcome the disease and unfortunately passed away. Song Long was one of the pioneers of action movies in the movie industry, with an esteemed status and a huge fan base. When the news broke, all the entertainment apps turned gray and mourned for him for 3 whole days. The fans were grief-stricken, and in the years that followed, they still thought of this movie superstar from time to time, lamenting and sighing. Lin Zhe looked at Song Long, who was not far away. His heart was filled with emotions. Where did Song Long look like a sick person at this moment? He was fit, full of energy, radiant, and looked as if he was still a young lad. Perhaps it was also this that made him not realize that the disease would approach so silently. Lin Zhe regretfully looked at Song Long over there. Although he was not a stargazer, he was filled with heartfelt admiration for Song Long's outstanding contributions to the country's movie industry. Not only that, he had also used his life to make everyone pay attention to the disease of pancreatic cancer. This disease is extremely insidious, with almost no symptoms in the early stages, making it difficult for patients to be aware of it. In the middle stage, symptoms such as loss of appetite and weight loss will appear, but these manifestations are easily mistaken for ordinary gastrointestinal discomfort, thus delaying the best time for treatment. By the time the symptoms worsened in the later stages, there was often no way back. Not only that, at the end of his life, Song Long also resolutely donated his body. In Lin Zhe's mind, such a person was the star that everyone should really chase after. If Song Long hadn't passed away, his country's action movies would have been able to make great strides on the road to development. However, since his departure, The action movie business had stagnated and even taken a backward trend. Thinking about this, Lin Zhe couldn't help but sigh repeatedly, lamenting that it was truly heaven's jealousy. Wait!
Linse was suddenly startled.
Today's Song Long still had 2 to 3 years before he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and died of the disease, so it was likely that he was still in the early to mid stages of pancreatic cancer, and there was hope that he could be cured. He might be able to prevent this tragedy from happening and save Song Long's life. Thinking about this, Lin Zhe was getting a little excited. However, how was he going to approach him, and how was he going to warn him? Mrs. Gu, you are the grand finale guest of this banquet. Joking aside, I have heard that there is a superstar here. How can I have that superstar for the finale? Hearing a voice not far away, Lin Zhe turned his head to look over. Lu Wanqin and Gu Waner were similarly surrounded by a group of people who were saying nice things to try and please them. Lin Zhe immediately thought of a way. He could use Lu Wanqin's identity to get to know Song Long. Having made up his mind, he immediately walked over. Lin Zhe deliberately raised his volume and said, "Speaking of this big star, I heard it's that movie superstar Song Long? I love him. I've seen every movie he's in." Lu Wanqin heard Lin Zhe's voice and looked over. With a gentle tone, she asked, "Oh, is that so?" Seeing Lu Wanqin's interest, the person next to her immediately picked up. "Yes, hasn't Mr. and Mrs. Gu invested a lot in movies? Last time, she even sponsored big star Song Long's work, and he still wants to find a chance to thank you. Then it's just right to help us with an introduction." The crowd immediately flanked Lu Wanqin as they arrived at Song Long's side. "Big star. This is the richest man's wife, Mrs. Gu." Several people exchanged pleasantries and the scene was lively. Lu Wanqin and Song Long talked politely, while Gu Waner smiled and listened from the side. Lin Zhe stood on the side, but his eyes kept falling on Song Long, his mind calculating how to open his mouth. Lu Wanqin noticed Lin Zhe's gaze, and she smiled as she reached out and pointed at him. "By the way, big star, there's an avid fan of yours here. Is that so?" Song Long looked over in Lin Zhe's direction. Lin Zhe immediately stepped forward and extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Song Long. I'm your fan. My name is Lin Zhe."
Hello, Linse.
Song Long revealed a friendly smile and shook his hand. Seeing that Song Long didn't have the slightest stance, the heavier the thought in Lin Zhe's heart that he wanted to help him became. However, what was he going to say to make it easier for the other party to accept?
Linse.
Song Long's voice rang out, and only then did Lin Zhe come back to his senses. Only then did Lin Zhe realize that he had been holding Song Long's hand without letting go. "Sorry. I'm too excited to see my idol so close for the first time," Lin Zhe explained evenly after releasing the other's hand. "It's fine." Song Long had probably seen this kind of scene many times and didn't care. Lin Zhe wanted to cultivate some goodwill with the other party first, so he chatted about Song Long's works. But after only a few sentences of chatting, Song Long answered a phone call. "Sorry, I have work. I have to go." After Song Long hung up the phone, he politely said goodbye to everyone and turned around to leave the place. Seeing that Song Long was about to leave, Lin Zhe became a little anxious in his heart. If he missed this opportunity, he probably wouldn't have much of a chance to see him next time. Thinking of this, he immediately jogged forward to catch up with Song Long. "Mr. Song Long, I'll delay you for another minute. I have something I want to say to you." Hearing the voice behind him, Song Long stopped in his tracks. Turning back to him, he looked at him suspiciously and, "What do you want to say?" Lin Zhe almost blurted out, "You're sick. Hurry up and go to the hospital." Chapter 76. Is she protecting her shortcomings? The moment Lin Zhe's words came out, the entire room instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were wide and full of disbelief, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Lu Wanqin was also puzzled at the moment, filled with disbelief. Was this some new type of star chasing? Gu Waner on the side was looking at this scene with an incredulous face. Lin Zhe had gone crazy. Could it be that he was the legendary private fan? Even the kind-hearted Song Long frowned after hearing Lin Zhe's very offensive words. "What did you say?" Lin Zhe realized that what he had just said was extremely inappropriate, and quickly spoke. "I know that my words were a bit offensive and may have made you feel overwhelmed, but I'm serious. Please believe me, you're really sick." After hearing this explanation from Lin Zhe, Song Long's frowning brows tightened. "Are you saying that I've gotten sick?"
Linse nodded excitedly.
Song Long looked at Lin Zhe with a scrutinizing look. He then slowly spoke. Looking at your age, you should still be a student, right? Although Song Long's words were a question, they were actually an affirmation. If the person in front of him was a doctor saying these words, he might still believe them. But the person in front of him looked no more than about 20 years old. How could he possibly be able to see a doctor? Lin Zhe knew that Song Long was not believing himself. He thought for a moment and spoke again. Have you often felt that your appetite isn't too good lately? And you've even lost some weight? Song Long pondered a little after hearing this, then nodded. This is a sign that you are sick, Lin Zhe said with certainty. Song Long smiled faintly after hearing this, however. I'm an actor, and I subconsciously control my appetite on weekdays. And recently I have a new job that requires me to lose weight. These two you mentioned are very normal for me. Seeing that he still didn't believe his words, Lin Zhe bit his lip and spoke again. You shouldn't disregard it. I have a relative who is just like you. And when the symptoms get serious in the back, it's already too late to realize. In order to make his words more credible, Lin Zhe also fabricated a relative out of it. Ha ha ha. In the face of some serious words from Lin Zhe, Song Long, however, burst out laughing. I know you're saying this to me out of the goodness of your heart, but I'm really not sick, so relax. Song Long patted his solid muscles. I usually exercise. Not only do I have a nutritionist preparing my 3 meals a day, but I also have a family doctor at home checking up on me regularly. I'm healthy as can be. Lin Zhe saw that Song Long didn't believe his words at all, and became somewhat helpless. Other voices gradually resounded around him as well, especially some people who desperately wanted to befriend Lu Wanqin but didn't have the chance. Too impolite, right? Cursing someone for being sick in front of so many people. Relying on the fact that he is now the adopted son of the richest man, he is simply mouthy. I don't think it's not being mouthy, it's being uneducated. He's a disgrace to Mrs. Gu and the others. I guess he's the one who insisted on coming to this party. He's just a country bumpkin who got a chance to become a phoenix, but inside he's still a chicken. These people were very shrewd, although they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. They had long heard that Lu Wanqin was not treating this adopted son well, especially since Gu Tinghui even said in public that he would train this adopted son as a successor. One must know that Lu Wanqin had a biological daughter. If the adopted son becomes the successor, what about the real daughter? No matter who else is here, they won't treat this adopted son well. So these people quickly seized the opportunity to belittle Lin Zhe, expecting to gain Lu Wanqin's favor. But reality disappointed them. Shut up, Lu Wanqin bellowed, and the few people who were originally chewing the cud immediately shut their mouths. Lin Zhe is a member of my Gu family. No matter what he did wrong, the Gu family will naturally educate him. There's no need for you outsiders to tell him what to do. Lu Wanqin's reaction stunned everyone. Was she protecting her shortcomings? Wasn't it rumored that she didn't treat this adopted son well at all? Now, the few people who had just been there chewing on their tongues turned white with fear. Not only did they fail to please someone, they actually offended someone. After seeing that no one had spoken, Lu Wanqin walked over towards Song Long. Mr. Song, the canine son is still young and has a bad mouth. Please don't take it to heart.
Canine son?
He's Mrs. Gu's son. Song Long's eyes widened in astonishment. He knew quite a lot about the richest couple and knew that they had a daughter, but never knew they had a son this old. It was adopted some time ago, so there are some rules he doesn't understand yet. But this child's heart isn't bad, and I believe that what he said just now was truly caring about you and didn't mean anything else. After hearing Lu Wanqin's words, Song Long then connected the dots between what those people had said. I know. Mrs. Gu doesn't need to take it to heart. Mrs. Gu is so devoted to her adopted children. She deserves to be known as a charity ambassador with a bodhisattva's heart. Words are too strong. My husband and I have a lot of affairs on weekdays. We have neglected this child's education. I heard that you have a new movie that is pulling an investment. It just so happens that my husband and I have ideas in this regard. We can find an opportunity to talk about it afterwards. Lu Wanqin not only apologized to the other party, but also offered compensation in disguise. Song Long immediately became somewhat surprised. That's great. Mr. Song thanks Mrs. Gu first. Lu Wanqin smiled and nodded, then glanced at Lin Zhe over there. Since you have work to attend to, go ahead and get busy. I'll have a special person contact you later. Watching Song Long leave, Lin Zhe sighed with some regret. It seemed that some things were destined to be unchangeable. After the dinner was over, Lin Zhe found Lu Wanqin at the first opportunity to apologize. But the first words Lu Wanqin said froze Lin Zhe. Is that Song Long really sick? Lin Zhe froze hard for several seconds before he reacted. According to the previous development, shouldn't she have blamed herself a bit? Why was she concerned about this instead? He nodded dully. Seeing Lin Zhe nod, Lu Wanqin continued with a thoughtful look. Actually, I also feel that there's something wrong with him. Even though he looks spirited and has a toned, muscular body, his face is so thin that it's sunken in, she said and compared her face. Do you believe what I said? At this moment, Lin Zhe was still in a trance, his face filled with disbelief. After all, even Song Long himself didn't believe his words. Lu Wanqin didn't answer him, but asked back, could it be that the words you said were false? Lin Zhe shook his head repeatedly. Everything I said is true. Then don't you? What kind of person would be so stupid to curse someone in front of others? Lu Wanqin patted Lin Zhe's hand. You're a smart guy. I don't think you'd do something so stupid. Hearing Lu Wanqin say this, Lin Zhe smiled and a warm current surged into his heart. Thank you for your trust. I'm not trusting you for nothing either. I've seen many doctors for this sleep disorder problem. There's nothing I can do about it, and that medicinal kanji of yours cured me, showing that you're really a bit capable. But I made our family lose tens of millions of sponsorship fees. You don't blame me? Lose what? Consider it an investment. The work Song Long has acted in are not bad. It just so happens that during this period of time, I also want to do some investment-type work.
Linse nodded.
It was normal that Lu Wanqin would have such thoughts. After all, Gu Tinghui's illegitimate son would be returning soon, and if she didn't hold something in her hands, she would be too passive. Then you'll have to cheer up. Lu Wanqin's sudden words made Lin Zhe somewhat unresponsive. What? I've invested in his movie now. He can't afford to get sick, so you have to find a way to make him well. But I don't have the chance to see him anymore either. I just praised you for being smart. Why are you being stupid now? What you mean is, Lin Zhe's brain was indeed a bit unturned right now. I'm investing in his movie, and with the work deal, you're still afraid that you won't be able to see him? Thank you, Mommy Lu. Lin Zhe jumped up in excitement. Originally, he was all set to give up. Since this was the case, he had to branch out. Chapter 77. This older brother is 100 times better than his younger brother. Lin Zhe had been carefully planning to approach Song Long since that day. With the help of Lu Wanqin's working relationship of investing in movies, he managed to inquire about part of Song Long's schedule. As long as it was an event that Song Long would go to, Lin Zhe would be there. At first, when Song Long saw Lin Zhe, he spoke politely due to the other party's status. After more times, he started to get impatient. Why are you such a ghoulish brat? Lin Zhe didn't care at all about Song Long's attitude, as he continued to sincerely persuade him over and over again. Mr. Song, just go for a checkup. It really won't delay you too much. It doesn't make sense to you at all. Seeing that he was as if he had gone off the deep end, Song Long shook his head, turned around and left. Lin Zhe did not give up, appearing in front of Song Long again and again, repeating words of persuasion. Song Long was also afraid of him and simply avoided him from afar. Seeing this, Lin Zhe simply went ahead and guarded the path he must take according to his schedule. On this day, Song Long was filming on the set, and when he wrapped up and was ready to go back, his assistant told him that the kid was here again. Isn't it raining heavily outside? Song Long was incredulous. The set they were on was a large shed set up, and outside were large open fields. There was no place to hide from the rain. Yeah, our side doesn't allow outside cars to come in. So he's been waiting outside in the torrential rain for 2 hours. What? Song Long was incredulous after hearing this. Thinking that the other party was now a member of the Gu family after all, he immediately asked his assistant to bring the person in. When Song Long saw the drenched Lin Zhe, he frowned. He was very puzzled and asked towards Lin Zhe, "What are you doing?" Lin Zhe wiped the rainwater from his face and blew his nose with a determined face. "Mr. Song, please believe me. I'm really doing this for your good."
Aki.
Lin Zhe didn't even finish his words before he sneezed heavily. Seeing this, Song Long was silent for a moment, a hint of movement flashing in his eyes. However, he did not answer Lin Zhe's words, but turned his head to his assistant and said, "Take him to change his clothes, make a cold remedy, and arrange for the crew car to send him back." Lin Zhe didn't stalk him and obediently followed his assistant. He caught the movement in Song Long's eyes. He believed that as long as he held out a little longer, he was going to reach his goal. What? Lin Zhe, he called the big star sick in front of everyone at the banquet. Lin Haoyu excitedly stood up from the bed when he heard the words on the other end of the phone, completely ignoring the pain from the wounds on his body. Fang Jiajia's voice continued to come from the other end of the phone. Yeah. My aunt was working as a banquet manager at that hotel and saw it with her own eyes. Hearing this, Lin Haoyu's heartbeat sped up quite a bit. He realized that this might be a good opportunity to deal with Lin Zhe. Jiajia, can you ask your aunt to get the surveillance video from the banquet that day? After hanging up with Fang Jiajia, Lin Haoyu rushed out of the room in excitement. As soon as he left the house, he came across Su Chuanxiu returning home. At the moment, Su Chuanxiu had gaudy makeup painted on her face and was wearing revealing and tacky clothes. Lin Haoyu subconsciously frowned upon seeing this, revealing a hint of dislike. Back so early today? Lin Haoyu raised his eyes and questioned her. I was afraid that you would be hungry and thought to come back first to cook for you. A trace of imperceptible sadness flowed through Su Chuanxiu's eyes, but she pulled out a smile in the face of Lin Haoyu. Where's the money you earned today? Transfer it to me. Facing Lin Haoyu's demand, Su Chuanxiu paused. Haoyu, Mom. Don't say it. Lin Haoyu seemed to know what Su Chuanxiu was going to say with a face of impatience. I've said that I'll wait until I've made enough money. I naturally won't let you do this. After that I won't treat you poorly either. When I've made a lot of money off of this, you'll be the wife of a rich family. Hearing Lin Haoyu's words, light immediately lit up in Su Chuanxiu's originally dead eyes. Good. I believe in my son. I'll wait for you to make me a rich wife. Su Chuanxiu immediately transferred the money to him and turned back to the kitchen to cook for him. Thinking of all the old men she was circling around, Lin Haoyu frowned and loudly instructed. Mom, remember to wear gloves when you cook. You have to take care of your hands as a rich wife. Okay, Mom knows. After Lin Haoyu asked for the surveillance video from Fang Jiajia, he immediately edited the video carefully. He then found various posting bars and spaces where Song Long's fans gathered and released the video. In the video, Lin Zhe's face was very clear. It didn't take long for this video to be sent out, and it immediately received a lot of attention from Song Long's fans. The comment section was immediately occupied by angry fans. Who is this kid? How can he say such things to Brother Long? It's too much. He must be crazy for wanting to be popular and is purposely trying to get attention. Flesh him out. Must make him pay for his words and actions. Seeing that he had achieved the effect he wanted, Lin Haoyu used his trumpet to reveal Lin Zhe's information in the comment section in a very careless manner. This person looks like the adopted son of the richest man in the world recently, seems to be called
Linse.
With Lin Haoyu's reminder, netizens immediately picked out Lin Zhe. That's right. It's that kid. I found out the video was of a charity banquet, and the richest man's wife and the richest man's daughter were both present that day. This guy, because he's in the Gu family, he's really out of control. What's wrong with the richest man's adopted son? The richest man can't say that about our brother. We must give our brother justice. As the level of conversation increased, others sent out videos of Lin Zhe squatting on Song Long all this time. Oh my god. I've seen this guy in all the videos posted by the Dragon Brotherhood's backing club over the past few days. He couldn't be Dragon's private fan? Could he? Private fans stay away, Don't come to ooh and ah our brother. The discussion of this matter intensified. Movie superstars bring their own heat, coupled with a large fan base. Lin Haoyu almost did not operate. This topic is like a rocket on the hot search. Just when he was full of joy, he realized that the hot search was quickly taken down. Even those videos he had posted were taken down. He still wanted to continue posting, but realized that his numbers were all blocked. At the same time, Gu family villa. A man dressed in a suit bent over and reported to Lu Wanqin next to him. Ma'am, it's done. Should I tell young Master Zhe about this? Lu Wanqin put down the coffee in her hand and then shook her head. This little matter. There's no need to let him worry about it. Let him go and focus on his own things. In the future, if there is such a thing again, you have to squash it in the first place. The videos that should be taken down should be taken down. The accounts that should be blocked, and it should never have an impact on the Gu family. Yes. By the way, ma'am, the IPs of those accounts you asked me to check, the owner of the cell phone number is indeed surnamed Lin. Lu Wanqin paused for a moment, then nodded and let the people retreat. It seemed that the previous matter of Lin Zhe being hacked all over the internet was also his doing. At the same time, she thought of the words she had heard at the orphanage when Lin Zhe had just arrived at the Gu family. Lu Wanqin instantly became clearer. Her eyes steeply turned a few points colder. At such a young age, this Lin Haoyu's methods were quite sinister. Compared to that, Lin Zhe, who was an older brother, was 100 times better than this younger brother of his. Chapter 78. My brother is a private fan. Lin Zhe got a bad cold after he got caught in that rain. But he still had no intention of giving up. After learning that Song Long would be shooting a new movie at a film base in the suburbs in the next few days, Lin Zhe immediately decided to go. With his identity as the Gu family's adopted son, he passed through security without any problems and arrived at the set. Song Long seemed to have gotten the letter and simply stayed at the movie base, not even coming out. Lin Zhe didn't care either, appearing here without fail for 2 or 3 days in a row. Song Long's assistant couldn't stand it anymore and found Song Long to advise him. Brother Long, this kid is too persistent. Why don't we just go check it out and let him die? Song Long sighed as if he had compromised. He then asked his assistant to bring the person in. The first time he saw Lin Zhe, Song Long opened his mouth and questioned him. Why are you so insistent? Lin Zhe stood still and pondered for a few seconds. He then spoke. Mr. Song Long, I've actually experienced someone close to me passing away due to cancer, and that kind of pain is etched in my bones. To put it without exaggeration, you are not just a superstar in my heart, but also a role model in my life. I don't want to see the movie industry lose a talent like you, and I don't want the people who love you to be sad. Although these words were half true, Lin Zhe's feelings were true. He really didn't want a quality idol like Song Long to die young. After hearing these words from Lin Zhe, Song Long was silent for a long time. His heart was truly touched. In the end, he nodded. Okay, I promise you to go for a thorough examination. Lin Zhe was first stunned, then reacted. Thank you for trusting me. After holding out for so long, hearing Song Long relent, it would be a lie for Lin Zhe to say he wasn't excited. Song Long first went to speak to the director-producer and then followed Lin Zhe away. Lin Zhe knew that pancreatic cancer was a disease that was difficult to be checked out, so he purposely chose the best hospital in the city, the Central Hospital. Song Long had already disguised himself and covered himself up, but he was still recognized by a few people when he appeared in the busiest hospital. They had opened their cell phones to take videos. In order to gain traffic, they posted the video of Song Long in the hospital online. Soon, the video had heat. On the other side, Lin Haoyu was still trying his best to create trumpets. But every time he just sent out a video, the number was immediately blocked. This gave him a headache. Just as he was about to try using Su Chuanxio's phone, he saw the video of Song Long appearing at the Central Hospital. At the same time, he recognized a familiar figure in the video.
Lin Zhe.
Lin Haoyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he instantly recognized the person next to Song Long as none other than Lin Zhe. Brother, being reborn in a new life. Instead of worrying about your own future, you're worrying about saving others. Lin Haoyu stared at Lin Zhe in the screen, revealing a sinister smile. Originally, he hadn't been able to confirm that Lin Zhe had also been reborn. But Song Long's matter had completely confirmed it for him. He hadn't paid much attention to these actors and such in his last life. But Song Long was famous, and the matter of his illness and death was a big deal. Even he knew that Song Long passed away from a fatal pancreatic cancer. Calculating, there were still 2 to 3 years before Song Long's death. Then why did Lin Zhe know that he had gotten sick? There was only one reason. He had also been reborn. When he thought about how Lin Zhe had been hiding himself all this time, the heavier the gloom on Lin Haoyu's face became. Before, all he wanted was to exchange lives with Lin Zhe. Let Lin Zhe have a taste of his own miserable experience. But now, Lin Haoyu's expression grew more and more gloomy. Brother, even if you've been reborn as well, so what? This time, I'll definitely win. Lin Haoyu, who said this, revealed a grim smile. In this world, having him as a reborn person was enough. Lin Zhe must disappear from this world. He no longer tried to create a number to post a video, but instead started posting about Song Long's current situation in the Central Hospital in Song Long's fan group. This time, he no longer hid his identity. Coming up, he made it clear that he was Lin Zhe's younger brother. I'm Lin Zhe's younger brother, and I can clearly tell everyone that my brother is indeed Song Long's private fan. I don't know what methods he's used, but he's already coaxed Song Long to go to the hospital. My brother has become so crazy and obsessed that I overheard him say he wanted to cut off a part of Song Long's body for his collection. He has completely lost his mind. I chose to come forward because I don't want my brother to make the same mistake again and again, and I don't want Song Long to be hurt because of it. Once these messages from Lin Hao Yu were released, the group immediately exploded. Everyone immediately started a heated discussion. Dragon Shadow Guardian. What? This collection of bodies? It's also too perverted. Dragon Shining Star. Simply scum. How can this kind of person have such disgusting thoughts about Dragon? Dragon Guardian Little Angel. No wonder he said that Brother Lung is sick. Can it be that he is trying to trick Brother Lung into going to the hospital and then cut off a part of his body? It's so horrible. This dead pervert. Dragon's Iron Guard Captain. Let's not just curse here. Some fans who are close to the hospital. Let's just go directly to the hospital to look for him. We can't let him continue to stay by Dragon's side. It's too dangerous. Dragon's die-hard fan. I agree. I'm near the hospital. I'll go there right away. Dragon's heart will always follow. Count me in. More and more fans responded. Seeing this, Lin Hao Yu kept inciting with his words, stimulating the fans. Soon, a group of radical fans quickly organized themselves in the group. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Hao Yu immediately packed up. He also had to make a trip to the central hospital. Just as he was about to leave the house, he doubled back. Returning to the kitchen, he searched out all the several fruit knives with scissors in the house. Afterward, he smiled sinisterly as if he had foreseen some scene. Brother, you have to be careful. The fans can be scary when they go crazy. After receiving all of these things in his bag and putting on his mask and hat, Lin Hao Yu hurriedly left the door. Chapter 79 Surprisingly Fooled. When Lin Hao Yu rushed to the central hospital, the group of radically engaged fans had already blocked the entrance to the hospital. All of the hospital's security manpower was deployed to the main entrance, blocking these people from rushing into the hospital. But as the fans gathered more and more, the manpower was no longer enough, and the scene became more and more chaotic. Lin Hao Yu catapulted himself and immediately blended into the crowd. He then lowered his head and shouted, "Everyone, don't be stopped by the security guards. You must rush in and stop that bastardized fan of Lin Zhe. Who knows if he's already laid his hands on Brother Long by now?" As soon as Lin Hao Yu's words came out, the fans' emotions went completely out of control, and they began to desperately push their way to the front. The security guards couldn't resist any longer, and the fans directly broke through the obstruction and squeezed into the hospital. At the same time, Song Long, who had already finished his examination in the central hospital, was waiting patiently for the results with Lin Zhe in the waiting room. They heard a noise coming from outside. They also faintly heard the words, "Where's Brother Dragon?" Lin Zhe turned his head and joked with Song Long. "Brother Long, your fame is too big. Your family's fans are looking for you after such a short time." Song Long shook his head helplessly. "Sometimes it can't be helped if you want to keep a low profile." After saying that, he turned his head and ordered the assistant beside him to close the door. At this time, Lin Zhe's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Lin Hao Yu's call. What's he calling for? Lin Zhe frowned, an ominous feeling suddenly rising in his heart. He didn't answer the phone and instead hung it up. Unexpectedly, the phone rang again in the next second. Meanwhile, Lin Hao Yu was looking for people one place at a time with Song Long's fans. He knew that Lin Zhe must be with Song Long at this moment. He dialed Lin Zhe's number while listening with pointed ears. Although it was noisy outside, Lin Hao Yu still heard a hint of movement. He immediately locked onto the direction, then shouted at the fans at the top of his voice, "Over there!" The fans heard this and immediately rushed over towards that side. Lin Hao Yu followed the crowd and rushed over. Coming over to take a look, he realized that there were many waiting rooms over here. In order to determine exactly which room it was, he started dialing Lin Zhe's number again. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is busy." Hearing this tone, Lin Hao Yu immediately realized that Lin Zhe had blacked out his phone number. "Thinking that there's no way for me to find you like this?" Under the mask, Lin Hao Yu revealed a sinister smile. He shouted towards his fans again, "Let's look for them one by one. We can always find them. Right now, Brother Long is in great danger. We have to hurry." After hearing this, the crowd immediately began to search room by room. For a while, the entire floor echoed with violent knocking sounds and shouts of curses from the fans. It was also accompanied by the terrified screams of the patients and family members inside the room. Soon, the fans found a room that was unlocked from the inside. This room is unlocked. This must be the place. Lin Haoyu immediately squeezed over after hearing this. He immediately incited the fans to directly ram the door. The fans who were worried about their idols at the moment completely lost their minds and followed Lin Haoyu's command to bang on the door. Soon the door was smashed open. The people inside shouted in panic. "What are you doing?" Someone in the fans immediately recognized him. "It's Dragon's manager." The agent immediately blocked the doorway at the sight. "Brother Long isn't here. You guys hurry up and leave." "Is Brother Long really not here? Why aren't you following Brother Long? Brother is in danger. That Lin Zhe is a private fan. Go get Brother back. We won't forgive you if he gets hurt." The fans were talking to each other, blindsiding the agent. Lin Haoyu squeezed his way to the door at this time, and he immediately scanned the room. He spotted the blue curtain pulled up over there. They're definitely behind that curtain. Maybe Brother Long is being persecuted right now. Lin Haoyu's words immediately caused the fans to stir. At this moment, the manager shouted again. "Brother Long really isn't in there." Lin Haoyu saw the panic on his assistant's face, and he didn't believe any of this. The agent must have been tricked by Lin Zhe as well. At this moment, Brother Long might already be being persecuted by Lin Zhe. "Damn it! Touching my Brother Long, I want him dead." Lin Haoyu's words immediately irritated a few emotional fans. He immediately added fuel to the fire. Dangerous private fans like Lin Zhe should die. As he said this, he opened his bag and shoved the contents inside to a few prickly fans. "For Brother Long, charge." With his command, those few fans directly pushed aside the manager who was blocking the doorway and rushed over with the stuff. Lin Haoyu, on the other hand, stood still and didn't move. The moment he thought that he would be able to witness Lin Zhe being stabbed to the point of blood by these crazy fans later on. His body couldn't suppress a slight tremor, and his eyes showed madness and excitement, and the muscles on his face were even slightly twitching due to his excitement. His mouth muttered and whispered, "Brother, right away. We'll be separated forever. You'll never be able to go against me again. You'll never be able to stand in my way again." Lin Haoyu was immersed in the ecstasy of being about to accomplish his goal, and the image of Lin Zhe collapsing in a pool of blood kept surfacing in his mind. That image made him more and more excited the more he thought about it, and the corners of his mouth grinned uncontrollably, revealing an eerie and terrifying smile. "Where are the people? There's no one here." At this moment, Lin Haoyu heard the sound which brought him back to his senses. He rushed over with an arrow step, lifting that curtain to take a look. It was discovered that the back was indeed empty. How is that possible? The smile on Lin Haoyu's face was instantly replaced by astonishment. His eyes rolled round and he was still searching around in this not-so-large space. "Impossible, it's definitely here. They must be hiding." Having found nothing, Lin Haoyu suddenly thought of something. He rushed towards one of the fans and snatched the cell phone from his hand. "Lend me your cell phone." Lin Haoyu immediately entered Lin Zhe's cell phone number and dialed it. Soon, the ringtone rang. Hearing the sound, Lin Haoyu immediately came back into the spirit. He took 2 steps out. He then realized that the cell phone ringing was actually coming from the broker. Lin Haoyu found the cell phone that was ringing from the agent's body. Seeing the cell phone, Lin Haoyu's face went black. He had actually let Lin Zhe fool him. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was on his way to the dean's office with Song Long. Song Long looked around and was relieved to see that there were no other people besides the medical staff. He then looked at Lin Zhe with a puzzled expression and asked, "How did you do that?" Lin Zhe smiled and didn't answer. He realized something was wrong when Lin Haoyu called him for the second time. Throwing his cell phone quickly to Song Long's manager, he instructed him to black out that number when it rang again. Immediately afterward, he pulled Song Long to hide in the next room. As expected, it wasn't long before a group of crazy fans appeared. Taking advantage of the fact that their attention was on the manager, Lin Zhe pulled Song Long quietly to the elevator and fled there. Seeing that Lin Zhe didn't say anything, Song Long once again asked with suspicion, "And how did they get your number? And were able to find us with your phone?" Lin Zhe shrugged and played dumb. "Maybe your fans are too savvy." Song Long naturally did not believe this explanation from Lin Zhe. He stared at Lin Zhe with a tight frown, but he still couldn't figure it all out. At this moment, Lin Zhe opened his mouth to change the topic. "I've already spoken to my foster mom on the phone when I came to the hospital, and she greeted the dean. We can just go directly now. The test results should have already been sent to him." With that, the two of them arrived at the door of the dean's office. Lindsay was just about to knock on the door when it was opened. Pretty nurse sis appeared at the door. "Both of you, please come in. The dean is waiting for you inside." Lindsay immediately walked in with Song Long. As soon as they entered, they saw a middle-aged man with gray hair walking towards them. "Mrs. Gu has already explained the situation to me. Here is Mr. Song Long's examination report." The dean handed the inspection report he held in his hand to the two of them. "Mr. Song Long, congratulations. You are very healthy." Chapter 80. Lindsay, it's you who's sick. The moment the dean's words came out, both Lindsay and Song Long froze in place. Lindsay was the first to react. "Dean, this disease of his might not quite agree with being checked out. Do you want to not take a closer look at his examination report?" "I've already looked at it. It's very good for Mr. Song Long to have such physical fitness at his age. Other than having a little bit of normal gastrointestinal problems, there's no other problems with his body." Lindsay had all had some self-doubt originally, and after hearing the dean say that Song Long had gastrointestinal problems, he had only then solidified the idea in his mind. That pancreatic cancer was just easily mistaken for a small gastrointestinal problem. He hastily spoke. "No, Dean, is it possible that this gastrointestinal problem—" "Lindsay, that's enough." At this moment, Song Long opened his mouth and interrupted Lindsay. At this moment, he had a serious face. "Now that the test results are out, are you still not dead?" Although Song Long didn't show it on his face, he was actually a little angry in his heart. He saw how persistent Lindsay had been these days, and with the words he had said, he had almost believed himself to be sick. Unexpectedly, Song Long laughed bitterly and then reacted. "He shouldn't be happy that he wasn't sick and healthy. Disappointed my ass. Brother Long, please believe me, you really are sick." "I said enough." Hearing that Lindsay was still saying he was sick, Song Long couldn't help himself somewhat. "The dean has already said that I'm healthy. Do you think I'll still believe what you're saying?" "Lindsay, I've already wasted a day with you. Don't come back to play tricks on me. I'm not fooling you, but this disease of yours is probably still in its early stages, so it's not easy to be discovered." Song Long gave Lindsay a hopeless look. Then, regardless of what he said, he resolutely walked out of the office. Seeing this, Lindsay wanted to go after him, but he only took 2 steps before he turned back. "Dean, I'm not questioning your authority, but pancreatic cancer is a disease that just isn't easy to detect in the early to mid stages. So take a good look at Song Long's gastrointestinal problems again, and maybe you'll make a new discovery." Lindsay quickly said these words to the dean before quickly chasing after him in the direction Song Long had left. Brother Long." Lindsay reached out his hand to stop the elevator at the last second it was closing, then gauntly drilled in. "Brother Long, I'm really not fooling you." "Lindsay, don't think that just because you have the Gu family at your back, you can be unscrupulous. I won't be polite to you if you keep pestering me." At this moment, Song Long was truly fed up with Lindsay. Just ask any normal person about someone who annoyed him all day long and said you're sick. He had put up with it long enough. I know my words right now are pale and powerless, but at this time, Lindsay didn't know what words to say. He also didn't expect that Song Long's illness couldn't be checked until now. At the same time, he was chagrined and began to regret not instructing the hospital people to focus on checking his intestines and stomach. "Lindsay, I think the one who's sick is you. I urge you to go see a psychiatrist." After Song Long said this to Lindsay, he pressed the elevator. He then stopped, ignoring Lindsay no matter what he said. Lindsay was brainstorming at the moment. There was no doubt that now was the closest time for him to save Song Long. If he really let Song Long leave here, he would never listen to half of his words again in the future. "Brother Long, I know." Lindsay suddenly remembered something. "The doctor who examined you today mentioned that some tests require a certain amount of time for the results to be more accurate. But you were in a hurry and did a quick checkup, so the results aren't too reliable. I suggest you go and do it again and leave enough time so the results will be more believable." After saying those words, Lindsay looked at Song Long expectantly. But Song Long just let out a cold snort. "You're simply incorrigible." Ding! At that moment, the sound of the elevator arriving rang out. Watching Song Long walk out of the elevator, Lindsay also immediately followed. Suddenly, Song Long stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, Lindsay, who was following behind him, thought that he had changed his mind, and a burst of hope rose in his heart. He soon realized that Song Long didn't mean it at all, because he followed Song Long's gaze and saw a scene not far away. only to see that in front, security guards were holding weapons and were easing those fans out of the hospital. Lin Haoyu was also one of them. At this moment, he was being pushed and shoved by the security guards towards the main entrance. Just then, his eyes inadvertently swept over the elevator entrance on the right. Immediately, his eyes widened and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. It was Lin Zhe. He immediately shouted at the top of his voice, "Brother Long is there." The fans, who had all been preparing to leave, immediately stirred when they saw Song Long over there. "Lin Zhe is there too. Brother Long is in danger. We can't leave." Hearing this, the fans rebelled against the security guards, even at the expense of being beaten with electric batons, all of them rushing forward as if they were crazy. Lin Haoyu's quick eyes pushed one of the people in front of him to the security guards, taking the opportunity to find a gap and rushed out of the obstruction with several fans. Lin Haoyu stared at Lin Zhe in front of him, his eyes filled with madness. He waved his arms and loudly commanded the fans rushing out behind him. "Quickly, grab that private fan Lin Zhe. Don't let Brother Long get hurt." Chapter 81. So naive, what to fight him with? Seeing this situation, Lin Zhe immediately hid behind Song Long. Although Song Long didn't want to take care of Lin Zhe at the moment, thinking that he was at least a member of the Gu family, he protected him behind him. He then shouted towards the few fans who rushed over, "Calm yourselves." Seeing Song Long protect Lin Zhe behind him, the fans shouted anxiously, "Brother Long, don't let Lin Zhe fool you. He's your private fan. It's dangerous to keep him by your side." Private fan. Song Long frowned when he heard this. Why was he a bit confused? "Yes, Brother Long. This Lin Zhe is a perverted private fan who wants to hurt you." The fans were still bitterly persuading Song Long. Song Long glanced back at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe shook his head. His gaze then fell on a person in front of him on the right. Even though the man was wearing a hat and mask, Lin Zhe still recognized him at once. It was his younger brother, Lin Haoyu. This time, was Lin Haoyu actually portraying him as a perverted private fan? Song Long, who had heard those words, frowned. A perverted private fan? Although Lin Zhe had made some actions that were not easy to understand, it didn't seem to have reached this level. There should be some kind of misunderstanding. This was his brother who came forward to expose it. 1,000 times true. Seeing that Song Long still didn't believe it, the fans were anxious and immediately moved Lin Haoyu out. His brother. Yes, Brother Long. This person's younger brother has come forward to identify him, and he's been going to where you are every day to squat on you for the past few days. What's this if not a private fan? You're so healthy, Brother Long. For him to insist on lying to you that you're sick and trying to trick you into coming to the hospital is an ulterior motive. Now, Song Long, who heard these words, was a little shaken up. He gradually felt some chills behind him. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Lin Zhe's abnormal behavior these days had really made him a little worried. Song Long didn't dare to continue leaving his back to Lin Zhe. He pulled Lin Zhe over as soon as he could. "You say, is what they're saying true? No wonder the dean has said that I'm not sick, but you still insist that I'm sick. What exactly is your purpose?" Facing Song Long's questioning, Lin Zhe did not have the heart to meet his eyes. "I, Lin Zhe, if I have the slightest harmful intention towards you, I will be struck down by the heavens and not be allowed to die." Lin Zhe directly extended his hand and swore a poisonous oath. Seeing this, Song Long's eyes widened. Seeing this, Lin Haoyu on the side, fearing that Song Long would believe Lin Zhe, immediately stood out. "Mr. Song Long, you mustn't believe him. Some people's oaths are as untrustworthy as farts." At that moment, Song Long's attention moved to Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu obediently removed his hat and mask. "I'm Lin Zhe's younger brother, Lin Haoyu." Lin Zhe's younger brother? Song Long's frown grew tighter and tighter as he felt that things were becoming more and more complicated. "That's right, before my brother Lin Zhe was adopted by the Gu family. I lived with him for more than 10 years. I know this brother of mine very well." "Brother, you admit this, right?" Saying this, Lin Haoyu threw a look towards Lin Zhe. "Brother, what do you want to do?" Lin Zhe revealed a puzzled look. Lin Haoyu, however, didn't continue to ignore him, but instead looked at Song Long and spoke. "Mr. Song Long, he also personally admitted that I'm his younger brother. Please believe me, my brother Lin Zhe is very dangerous." Hearing Lin Haoyu's words, Song Long gave a wary glance at Lin Zhe next to him. Lin Zhe shouted towards Lin Haoyu, "Lin Haoyu, what exactly do you mean?" Is it because I, as a brother, have offended you in some way? Are you going to do this to me? Hearing Lin Zay's words, Lin Haoyu's fists clenched. Because of him, all the injuries he had suffered from the severe beating hadn't even healed yet. Yet he still said such shameless words. Suppressing his inner resentment, Lin Haoyu put on a helpless look. I don't want to betray your brother either, but I can't just watch you hurt Mr. Song Long. Mr. Song Long, just now you also said that the dean had said that you weren't sick, but my brother still had to insist that you were sick. He just wanted to hoodwink you, take you for another checkup, and take advantage of the fact that you're the most defenseless to do something to you. Lin Haoyu said here, revealing a heart-wrenching expression, as if he had thought of some very cruel picture, and refrained from saying any more. Mr. Song Long, you've been in the industry for so many years, you should have heard of some of the crazy actions of private fans, right? You must never trust my brother again, or you'll regret it. Lin Haoyu's words caused a wave of anger to sprout in Song Long's heart. He grabbed Lin Zay's collar. Lin Zay, I trusted you so much, and you have ulterior motives for me. Say, what exactly are you trying to do to me? Brother Long, all I can say is that I have a clear conscience. Don't trust him. I know my brother best. He loves to lie in disguise. Lin Haoyu shouted. Lin Haoyu, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for saying these lies? Do you dare to swear? In the face of Lin Zay's words, Lin Haoyu revealed a hint of a smile, then raised his hand. I, Lin Haoyu, hereby swear that everything I say is the truth, or else the heavens will be struck by lightning. Wasn't it just an oath? There were so many people in the world who broke their oaths and were struck by lightning? So naive, what to fight him with? Once Lin Haoyu's oath came out, Lin Zay knew that nothing he could say would be of any use. Song Long even clenched his fists, holding himself back from punching him. Seeing this, Lin Haoyu hurriedly spoke. Mr. Song Long, I know that I must be furious right now, but you're a public figure. Don't do something stupid. Just leave him to us. I'll do my best to persuade my brother to behave properly in the future. Other fans also persuaded. Yeah, Brother Long, you leave the person to us. We'll teach him a lesson. We can't dirty Brother Long's hands. Leave it to me. I promise to make sure that he can't come and harass you again in the future, Brother Long. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Haoyu's mouth. As long as Lin Zay was in their hands, he had a way to cripple Lin Zay without dying. These brainless radical fans were the easiest to instigate. All he had to do was add a few words of fuel to the fire, and it wasn't impossible to cause a death. With so many people involved, when the time came to find an underage fan in there to take the blame, there was no way to even close the case. And as long as he didn't do anything the entire time, he couldn't even be implicated. Thinking of this, Lin Haoyu was about to tremble with excitement. He tried his best to hold back the emotions in his heart, and that pair of shadowy eyes stared at Lin Zay dead in the face. Seeing Lin Haoyu's eyes, Lin Zay knew very well in his heart. If he was really handed over by Song Long, he would not have a good ending. In the past, Lin Haoyu had always badgered him in the dark, but today he was even targeting him in the open. This showed that Lin Zay's eyes also went cold. This younger brother of his really couldn't wait for this older brother of his to die. Mr. Song Long, if you don't let my brother get some lessons, he'll still find a way to pester you and even cause you harm afterwards. Seeing that Song Long had yet to give a response, Lin Haoyu continued to speak to irritate him. Watching Song Long reveal a worried expression, Lin Haoyu saw through his concerns and spoke. Don't worry. Lin Zay is my brother after all. I won't let too much happen to him. Are you sure? Song Long looked at Lin Haoyu and confirmed once more. I guarantee it. I can even swear. Seeing that Lin Haoyu swore, Song Long also loosened up. He was indeed angry at what Lin Zay had done, and he didn't want to be pestered by Lin Zay in the future. Plus, he didn't want to get into trouble with the Gu family, so it was best if he could use his fans' hands to educate Lin Zay and make him give up the idea of pestering him. And this Lin Haoyu was Lin Zay's younger brother after all. With him around, nothing would happen. Thinking of this, Song Long let go of Lin Zay and took a few steps back himself, acquiescing to Lin Haoyu's request. Lin Haoyu immediately glared towards those few fans. Those people immediately ran forward and grabbed Lin Zay. Lin Zay didn't resist either. There were so many of Song Long's fans here, and he had nowhere to run. But that didn't mean that he was resigned to his fate. He was waiting. At this time, Lin Haoyu came forward and looked at the controlled Lin Zay, unable to hold back a smile on his face. He leaned close to Lin Zay's ear and whispered, Brother, after disguising yourself for so long, you're exhausted, aren't you? In this life, this is God's mercy on me, giving me a chance. In this life, the person who goes to the peak of life will only be me. Looking at the undisguised excitement and joy in Lin Haoyu's eyes, Lin Zhe looked at him indifferently. Brother, although I can't understand what you're saying, it's hard enough to walk up to the peak of life just like you. Hearing these words, Lin Haoyu instantly changed his face. He gritted his teeth and said to those fans, I see that my brother hasn't given up on the idea of being a private fan. Let's change places and persuade him properly. Just as Lin Zhe was about to leave from here by being dragged. Ding! The sound of an elevator rang out. Two people hurriedly ran out from inside. Immediately afterward, a loud voice rang out in the corridor. Wait a moment, Mr. Songlong. There's a problem with your inspection report. Hearing these words, Lin Zhe's tightly furrowed brows slightly relaxed. He had waited. Chapter 82. It's hard not to be really sick. The person who shouted out these words was none other than the dean. At this moment, he brought the nurse lady beside him and hurriedly ran this way. When Lin Haoyu heard this, a trace of panic appeared on his face. But he pretended as if he hadn't heard it, still urging his fans to drag Lin Zhe out. Lin Zhe wasn't a fool either. He immediately spoke up. That's the dean. The dean said that something went wrong with Brother Long's examination report. Don't you guys want to know what's wrong with your idol's body? The moment Lin Zhe's words came out, the fans were immobilized. Can it be that Brother Long is really sick? Lin Haoyu quickly retorted. Absolutely impossible. Brother Long is so healthy. Don't worry about it. It might be a mistake. We'd better go first. Later those security guards will come to kick us out after they've finished clearing out the people. After saying that, he even freed his hand and prepared to pull Lin Zhe away. Just because Lin Zhe didn't resist just now didn't mean that he wouldn't resist all the time. He stretched out his hand and pushed Lin Haoyu hard. Lin Haoyu hadn't recuperated from his injuries, and when he was pushed so hard by Lin Zhe, his old injuries pulled at him and he bared his teeth in pain. Lin Zhe took advantage of this gap and immediately opened his mouth and said to the fans, I said that Brother Long is sick because I want him to be cured soon. Since some people say that I'm a private fan, after you guys hear what the dean said, you'll know who's really lying. Lin Zhe's words caused the fans to stop talking and instead turned their gazes towards the dean and Song Long. Song Long's face was filled with incredulity after hearing the dean's words. Dean, didn't you say I was healthy? At this moment, the dean looked a little out of breath. That's true. But the young man who just came with you reminded me, he said, taking the examination report from the nurse lady next to him. Because you're an actor, a lot of actors can't eat properly because of their work, so they basically have intestinal problems. You also have some minor problems with your intestines, which I thought were normal at first. The dean flipped out Song Long's gastrointestinal examination report. Look here. This small shadow was originally where you had some inflammation in your intestines. But this shadow harbors abnormal cell proliferation, and I looked at the examination report provided by your family doctor and found that you have abnormal weight loss and abdominal pain that changes location from time to time. All of these symptoms are pointing to. The dean pushed his glasses up on his nose. Everyone in the room held their breath. Song Long also couldn't wait to inquire. Dean, what's going on? You have a high chance of having pancreatic cancer. The moment the dean's words came out, Song Long froze in place. His face was filled with disbelief. The fans also became agitated when they heard this. What? Brother Long is really sick? And it's still cancer? Don't. Why would you let my brother get so seriously ill? This dean isn't mistaken. Lin Haoyu on the side was completely flustered. Suddenly he thought of something and immediately retorted loudly. Everyone don't believe it. Maybe this dean has been bribed by Lin Zhe. He's being an alarmist here. The fans who originally didn't want to accept this cruel fact leaned towards what Lin Haoyu said. That's right. Lin Zhe is the adopted son of the richest man, not bad for money surely. He bribed the dean to lie to Brother Long. I also don't believe that Brother Long could have cancer when he looks so healthy. There might be something fishy here. At this moment, Song Long was also unwilling to believe what the dean said. Dean, are you? You guys, take me for what I am. The dean's face turned red, his eyes filled with anger, and his chest heaved up and down. The nurse lady on the side also fought for the dean. Our dean is not such a person. This pancreatic cancer can't be detected at all in the early stages. You're estimated to be in the middle stage now. If you don't believe our dean, then hurry up and go home. By the time it's in the late stage, you'll just have to wait for death. I don't mean that. I just can't believe that such a healthy person can get cancer. I've seen a lot of cases like yours. There are young guys in their 20s who die of cancer. It's not like you can tell if you're sick just by looking at it. The nurse lady finished Song Long in a serious tone, then patted the dean's back and smoothed his air. Dean, don't be angry. Doesn't he not believe it? Just let him do a fine examination of his intestines and stomach. Extract the cells from that part of the shadow to do a test to see if it's pancreatic cancer or not. After hearing the nurse lady's words, Song Long nodded heavily and accepted the offer. At this point, the dean's remaining anger had not subsided, and he added, have his agent accompany and watch the whole time. Don't say we're screwing up again later. Lin, how you saw that Song Long was going to follow them for another inspection, and he rushed over with big strides. His mouth was also shouting, Mr. Song Long, don't believe them. If you don't trust them, do you trust you? At this moment, a majestic female voice resounded from the inner passage. Chapter 83. Lin Zhe is his savior. The crowd who heard the voice turned their heads to look over, only to see Lu Wanqin descending as if she were a queen, striding with a calm and powerful stride, coming on strong with a powerful aura. Her posture was upright, her eyes were sharp, and every step was very powerful. On the left and right sides, more than 20 bodyguards dressed in black suits. Their steps were neatly organized, and their bodies exuded a cold aura. Such a powerful aura, as if the impact of materialization, will Lin how you shocked heart trembling, throat as if by an invisible hand strangled. Froze did not dare to issue a little sound. Lu Wanqin's expression was ice cold, her eyes full of contempt, like a sharp blade sweeping towards Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu immediately lowered his head in vain. Lu Wanqin didn't bother with him either. Instead, she passed a look towards the bodyguards. Instantly, several bodyguards rushed over as swiftly as cheetahs, their movements crisp and clear as they drove away the few fans who were grabbing Lin Zhe. Are you all right? Lu Wanqin looked towards Lin Zhe, a hint of gentleness in her concerned words. Lin Zhe hurriedly shook his head. At this moment, his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. In a moment just now, he truly felt that it was so cool to have someone backing him up. Lu Wanqin's domineering appearance was just too cool. After confirming that Lin Zhe was unharmed, Lu Wanqin nodded slightly, and then immediately turned his stance around and arrived in front of Song Long. Song de Mingxing, I've already contacted the notary public and will be here immediately. Lu Wanqin's voice was firm and strong, and also carried an unquestionable majesty. If there is even the slightest hint of falsification in your inspection report, I am willing to take full legal responsibility. Not only that, she paused slightly, her eyes growing sharper. I have also contacted 2 other hospitals, and with a few more hospitals to conduct the examination, the results will naturally be more accurate. Hearing these words, Song Long was like a deflated leather ball, his entire body instantly losing its essence. With Lu Wanqin saying this, the dean's words seemed to be no more false. I'm afraid the results will remain the same if I do another checkup. Thinking that he might actually be suffering from cancer, Song Long nodded in a trance. At this time, Song Long's manager rushed over in a hurry. After he realized the situation, he immediately contacted the company to send a few people to assist. In order to maintain order at the scene, the hospital also quickly requested support from the nearby police station, and the officers quickly arrived. After some effort, the order of the hospital was finally barely maintained. Lin Zhe searched around in the crowd, but realized that Lin Haoyu had long since disappeared. At this moment, Lin Haoyu was already halfway home. Damn it, why is it so close every time? The more Lin Haoyu thought about it, the more angry he became. The anger in his heart was like a blazing fire that could no longer be suppressed. He fiercely stretched out his hand and slammed it hard on the wall by the roadside. The sharp pain that came from his hand only made him calm down a little. Lin Zhe, I'll see how long your good fortune can protect you. Song Long had waited 2 full days for the results of his examination. During those 2 days, he had bounced around 3 hospitals. Each hospital had dealt with the test results in a strict and fair manner, solemnly promising to be willing to take legal responsibility if they were half false. In order to wait for this result, Song Long almost stayed up all night these 2 days. In just 2 days, it was as if he had gone through a long ordeal. His entire body seemed to have been drained of its vitality, aging several years at once, his face haggard, his eyes full of fatigue and anxiety. Mr. Songlong, here are the results of your examination. You can check the seal. If you confirm it's correct, you can open it. The notary handed the document to Songlong. Songlong's agent carefully took the document, carefully checked it, and after confirming that the seal was intact, he nodded towards Songlong. At this moment, Songlong's heart was beating violently, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. He trembled and reached out his hand to take the document. But in the end, he hesitated and let it go. You open it. Seemingly anticipating the cruelty of the outcome, Songlong painfully turned his head away, not daring to look directly at this fate-deciding document. Seeing this, the broker took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as he slowly opened the examination results. When he finished reading the 3 inspection reports from different hospitals, the expression on his face instantly became incomparably grave, as if it was covered by a layer of gloom. Brother Long. The agent's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a hint of cup heaviness that was hard to hide. Hearing this suppressed voice of the agent, Songlong closed his eyes in some despair. Is it really cancer? Songlong's voice trembled with a trace of last hope. Mid-stage pancreatic cancer. The agent read out the unified test results from the 3 hospitals with difficulty. Although he had long envisioned this worst possible outcome in his mind, Songlong still couldn't withstand this heavy blow and his figure swayed. Seeing this, the agent hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Brother Long, don't be like this. If you're sick, let's treat it. There was encouragement in the agent's tone, trying to cheer Songlong up. Cure? You think it's a minor illness? This is cancer. Songlong shouted excitedly, with a tremor in his voice. In the past 2 days, he had already accessed a large amount of information, knowing the horror of pancreatic cancer, and most people who suffer from this disease. The doctor accompanying him on the side couldn't stand it anymore. He stood out and said in a serious tone, Mr. Songlong, don't worry too much. As long as it hasn't progressed to an advanced stage, there is still a great hope for a cure. Hearing the doctor's words, it was like a fire of hope was lit in Songlong's eyes. He raised his head fiercely and stared at the doctor tightly, confirming once again. Doctor, are you telling the truth? The doctor nodded affirmatively, looking serious. And your physical quality is very good. As long as you actively cooperate with the treatment, you can definitely be cured very quickly. Songlong's eyes reddened with excitement and nodded vigorously. I will definitely actively cooperate with the treatment. Speaking of which, you're still lucky. Once pancreatic cancer is discovered, it's basically late stage. There's basically nothing that can be cured in the late stage of this disease. The middle stage is a watershed with the late stage. The doctor added. Hearing this, Songlong's expression became serious and he fell into deep thought. In his mind, Lin Zhe's figure couldn't help but appear. If Lin Zhe hadn't been insisting that he come for a physical examination, he would never have thought that he was suffering from such a terrible disease. If he hadn't been trusting Lin Zhe and allowed this disease to develop into an advanced stage, the more Songlong thought about it, the more he was afraid, and a chill rose up his spine. At the same time, a tremendous amount of guilt welled up in his heart. He had also misunderstood Lin Zhe because of this. Now, it seemed that Lin Zhe was simply his savior. Chapter 84. He can still see patients? The news of Songlong's cancer spread rapidly across the internet like a raging tide. When fans learned about it, they found it hard to accept this cruel fact and left messages on social media to express their worry and heartache. The entertainment industry has always been lively, and when fans of other celebrities saw that the internet was full of Songlong's discussions and that their idol's heat was being suppressed, they were not happy and began to suspect that Songlong's illness was a hype. After all, Songlong has always been full of vigor and looks healthy, so he really doesn't look like a person suffering from cancer. Songlong's fans, who love their brother, were instantly enraged when they saw the unwarranted questions and started a war of words with the skeptics. The network rhetoric is fierce. The scale of the scolding war is getting bigger and bigger. The topic of the heat remains high, evolved into a sensational network, century-big scolding war. Seeing that things are getting bigger and bigger, and have reached the edge of losing control, Songlong's official account finally released a video of his daily treatment. In the video, Songlong is wearing a loose hospital gown, and his figure has obviously lost a lot of weight. But fortunately, he was still in good spirits, with determination and optimism in his eyes. He looks at the camera and responds seriously to the fact that he has the disease. Hello everyone, I'm Songlong. Just like the internet rumors, I do have cancer. His voice was still calm and strong, although it carried a bit of fatigue. But don't worry too much, everyone. My disease is able to be cured. The doctors have all said that I'm healing very well now, and it won't take long for me to make a comeback to filming. Thank you very much to all my fans who care about me, but I don't want to take up too many public resources because of this matter. I hope my fans can understand me. His tone was full of sincerity. Finally, I also want to thank my savior, Lin Zhe. At the end of the video, Song Long deliberately mentioned a name. Once this video was released, immediately the internet exploded. The originally heated scolding battle was instantly pressed on the pause button, and netizens were heartbroken for Song Long. At the same time, their attention was drawn to the name Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, the adopted son of the Gu family? He's the savior of big star Song Long? What happened? I know about this. I had this melon 2 days ago. At that time, when Lin Zhe said that Song Long was sick and told him to hurry up and get checked out, the fans heard him and thought he was cursing Song Long, and at the time they scolded Lin Zhe half to death. Coupled with the fact that Lin Zhe's brother had come forward to identify him as Song Long's personal fan, the fans almost wanted to eat Lin Zhe alive. Unexpectedly, they were slapped hard in the face. Lin Zhe became Song Long's savior. I'll be damned. So exciting? I didn't get it. I guess the platform noticed the false rumors and took down the video. Those fans who cursed Lin Zhe must have woken up in the middle of the night and smacked themselves in the ear with regret. If it wasn't for him, their idol would be. Discussions came pouring in, and everyone shifted their focus from Song Long's illness to Lin Zhe. Many of Song Long's fans had sought out Lin Zhe's social media platforms to express their gratitude to him after realizing what had happened. Some of the fans even found Gu Tinghui and expressed their recognition and gratitude for his gesture of adopting Lin Zhe. Not only that, the crazed fans had gone so far as to purchase a large number of Gu Group's products. They wrote pretty much the same order placement messages as they had discussed. Thank you, Lin Zhe. This matter quickly reached Gu Tinghui's ears. What? As if he didn't dare to imagine his ears, Gu Tinghui looked incredulously at Li Qingland. Are you saying that in just 2 days, Lin Zhe brought tens of millions of dollars in orders to the Gu Group?
Li Qinglan nudda excitadly.
All of these orders were annotated with words like thanking Lin Zhe. Gu Tinghui frowned, very confused. Li Qingland immediately explained. I went and ascertained that the owners of these orders are all fans of a movie superstar. A fan of a star. Thanking Lin Zhe for what? Gu Tinghui became even more puzzled. The story on the internet is that Lin Zhe could tell that this star had a disease and had him checked, which led to the detection of cancer, and the doctor said that if it developed into an advanced stage any later, there would be no cure. After listening to Li Kai's words, Gu Tinghui's frown tightened. Why didn't he know that Lin Zhe could also see a doctor? Evening. Chairman, do you want to put off the evening and go back? Li Qingland asked ahead of him. Gu Tinghui nodded. At the same time, he fell into deep thought. Although things on the internet were often exaggerated, there was no wind without waves. Many professional doctors had no way of confirming that a person was sick just by observation. Not to mention a student who hadn't studied medicine at all. How many surprises does this adopted son have that he doesn't know about? Although he had brought in a lot of revenue for his company, Gu Tinghui wasn't too happy in his heart. He likes smart people. But Lin Zhe seemed to be smarter than he thought. People who were too smart were hard to control. Gu family villa. 10 o'clock at night. Lin Zhe, who had received the news in advance, came to the downstairs hall and waited for Gu Tinghui. At the moment, his heart was a little apprehensive. His decision to save Song Long at that time was a bit hasty. Didn't take that much into consideration. Now that he thought about it, he felt that what he had done was just too high profile. Being high profile would cause many problems. Gu Tinghui had come back late at night and had specifically asked him not to go to bed early and wait for him to return. Lin Zhe estimated that it should be about Song Long. Gu Tinghui had already investigated his family background before adopting himself. He was aware that he would never be able to see a doctor. With such a big break, how was he going to explain it later? Lin Zhe was thinking hard when there was a commotion coming from the front door. Soon, Gu Tinghui returned. Dad. Lin Zhe immediately went forward and took Gu Tinghui's jacket. Where are they? Gu Tinghui inquired as he scanned the circle and realized that there was no one else. All went to rest. Gu Tinghui nodded, then sat down on the sofa. Come, sit down and talk to me. Looking at Gu Tinghui beckoning towards him, Lin Zhe didn't dare to refuse and sat over. Recently, there have been too many things going on in the company, and it's been a while since I've been back. Gu Tinghui rubbed his temples and spoke in a flat tone. Yes. Dad, you should also pay attention to your health. Don't get tired. Gu Tinghui nodded, then asked in an offhand tone. During this period of time, have you been studying about medicine? Hearing this, Lin Zhe's heart sank. Sure enough, this old fox. He had come back for this very thing. Lin Zhe pretended to look puzzled, then asked rhetorically, Dad, why do you ask? Gu Tinghui smiled casually. You don't know. Just because of you, the company has gotten tens of millions of extra orders in the past 2 days. What? There's such a thing. Lin Zhe continued to play dumb. In his heart, however, his mind was spinning rapidly for the next conversation. Chapter 85. An adopted son is at least better than a bastard son. Don't you know? That star that you saw got sick. So many of his fans went crazy and ordered many of Gu Group's goods in order to thank you. After Gu Tinghui said this, he immediately observed Lin Zhe's reaction.
Lin Zhe nodded slightly.
So that's what this is about. These fans are really a bit crazy as well. It's practically impulse spending. Seeing that Lin Zhe wasn't acting anything wrong, Gu Tinghui directly went straight to the point. I'm quite curious as to how you could tell that star had a disease. Is it hard to believe that you've been hiding a lot of medical knowledge from me lately? Gu Tinghui appeared to be asking a casual question, but his eyes were full of inquiry when he looked at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe waved his hands repeatedly. No, Dad, you're looking down on me too much. Where is the knowledge in medicine so good to learn? After hearing Lin Zhe's words, Gu Tinghui's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh? Since that's the case, then can you tell me exactly how you found out that star had the disease? Gu Tinghui's questioning tone carried a majesty that could not be refused. This?
Lin Zhe was momentarily dumbfounded.
His behavior at the moment caused Gu Tinghui's brows to furrow. Seeing that he was slow to reply, Gu Tinghui continued to press. What's wrong? Is there something you can't say to me? Hearing this, Lin Zhe's heart sank. He spoke calmly. You're my father now, so logically, there should be nothing that I, as a son, can't say to you. Gu Tinghui nodded. We should be close and have nothing to say between father and son. So don't worry and speak to me boldly. Hearing this, Lin Zhe frowned slightly. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of reasons to fool Gu Tinghui, but Gu Tinghui was simply too shrewd, and he was worried that ordinary reasons wouldn't fool him. Lin Zhe, I'm treating you like my own son. Don't let me down. Dad, Right at this moment, a voice rang out abruptly. It's me. Gu Tinghui and Lin Zhe both turned their heads to look. They only saw Lu Wanqin, dressed in a robe, slowly walking down the stairs. She walked over to Gu Tinghui and sat down. Wanqin, what did you mean by that just now? Gu Tinghui looked at Lu Wanqin suspiciously. Timothy, I see that you've really been busy these days. Lin Zhe, he's a kid. What kind of doctor would he see? Gu Tinghui listened to Lu Wanqin's words, and it seemed like she was the one who was in the know about this matter. Before he could open his mouth to inquire, Lu Wanqin continued. That star is called Song Long. I bumped into him at a charity gala some time ago. At that time, I could tell that there was something wrong with him, like he had gotten sick, so I sent Lin Zhe to say something. After listening to Lu Wanqin's words, Gu Tinghui's brows furrowed tightly. You mean that the one who saw that star was sick wasn't Lin Zhe? It was you? Lu Wanqin nodded, with little expression on her face. Gu Tinghui, however, smiled. Wanqin, I haven't seen you in a few days. When did you learn to tell jokes? When did you learn to see patience? Lu Wanqin made a face like she had expected it and said, You see, let you always not go home right, so many things do not know. I also do not know how to see the doctor. Just an old Chinese doctor taught me. Old Chinese doctor? Gu Tinghui felt himself getting more and more confused the more he heard. My old problem of not being able to sleep well, someone introduced me to an old Chinese doctor. He gave me a medicinal formula. I ate it and then I slept well. Some days ago when I went there again, I happened to meet him in a patient. When this old Chinese doctor saw at a glance that the family members accompanying the patient had this pancreatic cancer. At that time, everyone didn't believe it, and later on he named some symptoms that could be seen over here. Later on, I saw that Song Long also had such symptoms, so the later things happened. After listening to Lu Wanqin's description, Gu Tinghui's wrinkled brow still didn't slacken. He was aware of the fact that her old illness was improved by the medicinal porridge, But how did this matter sound a bit mysterious? It was too much of a coincidence. At this time, Lu Wanqin spoke up again. At that time, I also held the idea that I'd rather believe in nothing, but because of my own identity, I was afraid that I'd said something wrong, so I let Lin Zhe go and do this. After saying that, Lu Wanqin looked at Lin Zhe again and said with a reproachful tone, what is it that you can't say straight to your father? It's still necessary for me to personally explain." Lin Zhe lowered his head as if admitting his mistake. In his heart, he was incomparably grateful to Lu Wanqin. How bad Lu Wanqin treated himself in the previous period. How good he was treated now. Surprisingly, she was able to rush out to help him at such a critical juncture. All the pain he had suffered at her place before was worth it. Gu Tinghui was still agile enough to notice a hint of something wrong. "You brought him to the charity dinner?" Lu Wanqin nodded. "Yeah, Wan Er was there too. When did your attitude towards Lin Zhe change?" Gu Tinghui didn't even avoid Lin Zhe and asked this directly to Lu Wanqin. Lu Wanqin looked at Gu Tinghui and said seriously, "Because I figured it out." "Oh? How?" Gu Tinghui was very surprised, and he glanced towards Lin Zhe again. In such a short period of time, what had Lin Zhe done to make Lu Wanqin change her attitude towards him? "That's not because—" Lu Wanqin paused for a moment, then continued, "Wanting to fulfill your wish of having a son, an adopted son is an adopted son. At least it's better than the illegitimate son outside, right?" Lu Wanqin had a smile on her face. This smile was reflected in Gu Tinghui's eyes, only making him feel very eerie. It was hard to believe that she knew something. Just as Gu Tinghui had a grave face and was pondering in his mind, he heard Lu Wanqin laugh out loud. "What's wrong?" "I'm joking with you." Gu Tinghui came back to his senses and pulled a smile from his face as well. The more childish you get, you're even teasing me as well." "What? Is it hard to believe that you think I'm old? Want to find a younger one outside? Let's not talk about the fact that my wife is as beautiful as a flower and unrivaled. I'm usually so busy with work. How can I have time to do such things?" Gu Tinghui looked at Lu Wanqin with doting eyes. An imperceptible emotion flashed in Lu Wanqin's eyes before revealing a touch of petulance. "All right, the child is still here." Gu Tinghui then looked at Lin Zhe. "Ah Zhe, where's your eyesight?" Lin Zhe immediately yawned. "So sleepy, you two chat, I'm going to bed." Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief when he returned to his room. Lu Wanqin had really sacrificed quite a lot for him. Obviously knowing that the man in front of him was unfaithful, he still had to act as if he didn't know anything. Relying on Lu Wanqin, he had managed to escape this time. "I must be careful in the future," Lin Zhe secretly decided in his heart. Right now, he had one more important thing to do. Lin Haoyu had directly torn with him head-on, so it was time for him to strike back. Chapter 86. What medicine is Lin Zhe's gourd selling? Lin Haoyu looked over the remarks on the internet. After Song Long was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, those fans who had originally supported him had turned against him, saying that he was unsettled and was hoping for Song Long's death. Not only did they physically attack him, they also started to flesh him out. He was so scared that he ran out and stayed in a hotel. Good thing that during this period of time, relying on the money earned by Su Chuanxiu, he made a fortune in virtual coins and stocks, and now he is not worried about money. Just one day he didn't get rid of Lin Zhe, one day he wouldn't be willing. If it wasn't for Lin Zhe, his path to rebirth would have been incredibly smooth. Maybe he had even taken care of Gu Waner by now, just waiting for Gu Tinghui to hand over all the industries to himself afterward. Thinking of this, Lin Haoyu clenched his fists tightly. Ding dong. At the same time, his cell phone rang, showing that he had received a text message. When he opened it a little, Lin Haoyu was stunned. The person who sent the message was actually Lin Zhe. "Haoyu, it's me, Lin Zhe. Can you come out for a chat?" Before Lin Haoyu could react, he sent his location. Lin Zhe had asked him to meet him. Did he want to see him laugh? Thinking about this, Lin Haoyu's heart burned with anger. Lin Haoyu originally wanted to ignore these messages from Lin Zhe, but on second thought, he could go and poke around to find out what Lin Zhe was up to see what this guy was really playing at. At that time, he would also be able to carry out his next plan. Thinking of this, he quickly returned a good word. Putting on a hooded sweatshirt and a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he walked out of the hotel and stopped a car. The car stopped at the entrance of the secluded park. Lin Haoyu walked into this almost deserted park and arrived at the small pavilion he had agreed with Lin Zhe. At a glance, he saw Lin Zhe sitting on a stone chair. Lin Haoyu let out a cold snort and walked over in large strides. He didn't speak in a good humor. Say what you have to say. Don't beat around the bush. Lin Zay's face carried a hint of a hidden smile. Letting this younger brother of his be arrogant for a while first, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the chance to do so in the future. Because this time, he was going to use his own methods to settle him once and for all. Thinking of this, he hid the killing intent under his eyes and prepared to falsely defect with Lin Haoyu. This was a trick that Lin Haoyu often used with him, and today he was going to return the favor in his own way. Haoyu, we are family no matter what. I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Lin Haoyu stared wide-eyed, like he had heard a joke. Misunderstanding. Lin Zay, it's come to this, what are you still pretending for? Both of us are people who have lived a new life. Why do you have to be so pretentious again? Facing Lin Haoyu's words, Lin Zay immediately put on a very puzzled look on his face. Living a new life? Haoyu, what are you talking about? The last time you saw me, you were also talking about living a new life or something like that. Haoyu, lately, have you been under too much pressure from studying, so? Enough. Lin Zay, Lin Haoyu, look like a cutie. Is that so? Don't you dare try to hoodwink me again.
Lin Haoyu yelled towards Linze.
Lin Zay sighed and said in a serious tone, Haoyu, I know that now that I've become a member of the Gu family, you're a bit alienated from me because of that, but no matter what, I've always treated you as the closest person in my heart. No matter what, both of us brothers have the Lin family's blood flowing in our veins. We are the closest people in this world. After Lin Zay finished saying these words, a trace of imperceptible dissimilarity flashed in his eyes as he looked towards Lin Haoyu. As expected, after hearing Lin Zay's words, Lin Haoyu frowned tightly. He naturally didn't believe this nonsense from Lin Zay. He glanced around. Around this small pavilion, there wasn't a single silhouette. It was just the two of them here. Lin Haoyu couldn't figure it out now. What was this Lin Zay's gourd selling? Seeing that Lin Haoyu didn't say anything, Lin Zay continued to speak. Haoyu, all this time brother has been trying to find a chance to say a few words to you from the bottom of my heart, but I haven't had the chance. Have you been holding a grudge against me as a brother because I took away the adoption opportunity that would have belonged to you? Brother can understand all that, and I don't blame you for the things you did before. Lin Zay's words caused Lin Haoyu's brows to tighten more and more. Lin Zay, no matter what crooked thoughts you have, I'm telling you, in this life, it will definitely be me who wins. Lin Haoyu said as he glared viciously at Lin Zay. Lin Zay sighed. Since you say so, then brother is frank with you. When Lin Haoyu heard Lin Zay say that, he immediately cast a probing gaze towards him. Actually, I haven't forgotten about you since I arrived at the Gu family. I've been thinking about whether there's any way that I can make us become as rich as the Gu family. As soon as Lin Zay's words fell, Lin Haoyu subconsciously reacted that this was a trap. With a cold snort, he was ready to turn around and leave. What I said was sincere. Brother is looking for you this time because he wants to get the word out, and we'll work together as brothers. Lin Haoyu stopped in his tracks. He turned his head in confusion. Cooperate? Cooperate on what? Lin Zay stood up, walked over to Lin Haoyu, and extended his hand to pat him. Of course it's to make us two brothers rich together. Looking at this serious look in Lin Zay's eyes, Lin Haoyu's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you want me to do? Lin Zay shook his head. Silly brother. Brother doesn't want you to do anything. He paused for a moment and continued immediately afterward. This time, I'll do whatever you ask brother to do. I hope that I can use this to ease the relationship between our brothers. Lin Zay finished speaking and extended his hand towards Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu stared at Lin Zay for a long time, trying to see through Lin Zay. It was impossible for him to believe that Lin Zay had such good intentions. But since he had said so, why didn't he do the same? Thinking of this, Lin Haoyu immediately loosened his gaze. Brother, do you really think so? Looking at Lin Zay and nodding heavily, Lin Zay revealed a meaningful smile. Great. I always thought that you forgot about me after you entered the Gu family, but it turns out that you still treat me as a brother. Brother, let's make up. He stretched out his hand and tightly gripped Lin Zay's hand back. The two of them smiled at each other, but each had their own thoughts in their hearts. Chapter 87 Brother, help me chase Gu Wan Air. Brother, since you've said these words to me from your heart, I won't hide them from you.
I like Gu Wan Air.
So, can you help me chase after her? Lin Haoyu, who had said this, looked straight at Lin Zhe, waiting for his next words. Didn't he treat him as his own brother? Didn't he just tell him to do whatever he wanted? He didn't believe that Lin Zhe would agree. At this moment, Lin Zhe revealed an expression of hindsight. Brother, so you like her? Lin Haoyu sneered. This behavior of Lin Zhe's was playing dumb in his eyes. After all, whoever got Gu Wan Air owned the Gu industry. Little cutie. Only then would he agree. Don't want to even if. Of course. Lin Zhe interrupted Lin Haoyu and looked at him seriously and said, as long as it's something you want to do, brother, I'll definitely do my best to fulfill you. A surprised look appeared in Lin Haoyu's eyes. He had actually agreed. The firm thoughts in Lin Haoyu's mind were all a little shaken at the moment. Could it be that Lin Zhe really hadn't been reborn? But how could the things he had done before be explained? Really? Are you really willing to help me chase Gu Wan Air? Lin Haoyu still didn't believe Lin Zhe somewhat and confirmed once again. Lin Zhe nodded heavily. Of course I'm willing. Lin Haoyu was a little confused at the moment. Was this Lin Zhe pretending or not? Surprisingly, he couldn't even see through it a little. I can help you go after Gu Wan Air. But Lin Haoyu's eyes clouded over. He really wasn't really saying yes. But what should I do to help you chase Gu Wan Air? Lin Zhe's words caused Lin Haoyu to freeze as he stared at Lin Zhe for a long time. He really couldn't see the cracks and opened his mouth to test the waters. Then find a way to help me ask her out. And create opportunities for the two of us to be alone. Lin Zhe frowned. Brother, this method doesn't seem to work. Lin Haoyu snorted coldly. You still say that you'll do whatever I tell you to do, and now you can't even do this little thing. Sure enough, you're just playing me. Brother, don't misunderstand me. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that Gu Wan Air doesn't treat me as her adopted son. And she usually doesn't treat me very well, so if I ask her out, she definitely won't come. Lin Zhe first anxiously explained to Lin Haoyu. Immediately afterward, he slammed his thigh. I thought of it. Lin Haoyu frowned, revealing a puzzled expression. What? Lin Zhe looked at him and said seriously, isn't your school's monthly exam this week? As long as you get another good grade, you can come to the Gu family, and then I can find a way for you to be alone with Gu Wan'er. You're telling the truth? Lin Haoyu was a bit moved. Last time, the heroic rescue he had devised didn't work out. Gu Wan'er even had a hint of suspicion towards him because of those punk's words. It caused him to be afraid to appear in front of Gu Wan'er for a while. Although he was still wary of Lin Zhe, the solution he said was indeed feasible. After all, as long as he had Fang Judge's help, good grades would be easy for him. Of course it's true. I can come and take care of the Gu family's side. I just don't know if you'll be able to pass the monthly exam. Saying this, Lin Zhe looked at Lin Haoyu. That look was like asking if he could handle it. Don't worry. I'll definitely get a better grade on the monthly exam. Receiving Lin Zhe's affirmative answer, Lin Zhe revealed a bright smile. Then it's a deal. I'll arrange something clear for you when the time comes. Lin Haoyu didn't say anything and considered it a promise. Lin Zhe patted Lin Haoyu's shoulder. Brother, as long as you don't hold a grudge against your brother anymore, I'll do anything. Lin Haoyu imperceptibly raised his eyebrows. In order to take the monthly exam as scheduled, Lin Haoyu ended his leave of absence early and returned to school. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped into the classroom, he was dragged to the restroom by a few male classmates. What do you want? Lin Haoyu looked at the circle of male classmates in front of him, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. What are we doing? The male classmate in the lead was filled with rage. You almost killed our idol, you know? Lin Haoyu frowned, instantly understanding. As an action movie superstar, Song Long was extremely popular amongst the teenage male students, and most of their fanbase was also them. But he didn't expect that Song Long's matter was known even to him as a classmate. No, it's a misunderstanding. Lin Haoyu hurriedly explained. Misunderstanding your mom. Today we're going to teach you a good lesson for our idol, that male classmate said, as he copied the mop in the toilet and violently swung it towards Lin Haoyu's face, giving him a hard wash. A sickening stench hit his face, and Lin Haoyu couldn't help but vomit violently. You guys! Lin Haoyu was angry and annoyed, but he was surrounded by a few people and couldn't move. Humph! Lin Haoyu, as long as you're in our class for a day, you won't be able to live a good day, the male student threatened viciously. The teacher is coming. Right at this moment, I don't know who shouted outside the restroom. The male students instantly dispersed and rushed out from the toilet. Soon, a figure hurriedly rushed into the toilet. Hao Yu, are you all right? Fang Jia looked at Lin Hao Yu with a tense, worried face. Seeing the dirt on his face, she hurriedly took out a tissue and carefully was wiping him off. At this moment, Lin Hao Yu was ashamed and annoyed, and when Fang Jia saw him in such a sorry state, the anger in his heart suddenly found an outlet. He reached out his hand and pushed Fang Jia away, yelling towards her, "Get lost!" Fang Jia was pushed by him and almost fell. Her eyes instantly reddened. At this time, Lin Hao Yu's cell phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a message from Lin Zhe. "Brother, you have to cheer for the monthly exam. When the time comes, I can still use this to get my adoptive father to transfer you to the same class as Gu Wan Air." Seeing this message, Lin Zhe's face eased slightly. Right? Why didn't he think of that? Gu Wan Air's class was full of top students, who didn't pay attention to the outside world at all. If he himself had been in the top class, he wouldn't have had so much to deal with, and there would be more opportunities to spend time with Gu Wan Air. Thinking of this, Lin Hao Yu's gaze swept over to Fang Jia over there. He first took 2 deep breaths to calm himself down. Then he immediately came over to Fang Jia. "I'm sorry, Jia. I was too impulsive just now. Are you all right?" Fang Jia shook her head, but the tears in her eyes showed the grievance in her heart. Lin Hao Yu coaxed at her gently for a few more moments. After seeing that she was really fine, he immediately opened his mouth to request again. "Jia, this time for the monthly exam, you have to help me. I must get a better grade than last time." Hearing Lin Hao Yu's words, Fang Jia was in a difficult situation. "But I heard that new cameras have been installed in the classroom. By then will we?" "It won't. Nothing happened last time." Lin Hao Yu patted Fang Jia with a confident look. "Let's just be a little more careful. I promise it'll be fine." Seeing that Fang Jia was still hesitant, Lin Hao Yu pretended to be pitiful again. "If I do well on the exam this time, I'll be able to transfer to the honors class, and then I won't be subjected to all this bullying. Can't you bear to see me living in dire straits?" Faced with Lin Hao Yu's soft words, Fang Jia finally softened her heart and agreed. Outside the school, a mysterious man wearing a hat and glasses was handing out money to several male students. Upon closer inspection, these male classmates were the same people who had bullied Lin Hao Yu in the restroom earlier. At the moment, their faces were filled with smiles and they were lamenting. "You can get money for bullying a classmate. There's such a good thing." Chapter 88, making Lin Zhe a dog under the hand. Every second after the end of the monthly exams made Lin Hao Yu feel like it was as torturous as a year. He had waited for the moon and the stars, and finally waited for the day when the results of the monthly exams came out. When he saw the report card, he almost laughed out loud. This time he had scored first in the class. Jia, you've done me a huge favor." Lin Hao Yu excitedly hugged Fang Jia. "All right, put me down. It's not good to be seen later." Fang Jia had a red face and looked around in fear. Lin Hao Yu hurriedly put her down. Looking at Lin Hao Yu completely immersed in the happiness of the good results, Fang Jia hesitated for a moment or chose to speak. "Hao Yu, this time I always feel." "Jia, I won't be attending the class in the afternoon. You can ask for a vacation for me." Lin Hao Yu was completely not in the mood to listen to what Fang Jia had to say. He had more important things to do right now. After leaving the school, Lin Hao Yu immediately called Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, who had learned that Lin Hao Yu had taken first place in the exam, sounded surprised. "Brother, you're surprisingly so good." Lin Hao Yu's tone was full of complacency. "It's okay, just normal play. You really give the Lin family face." Then, today, Lin Hao Yu couldn't wait to ask. "I've already told my foster parents. My foster father will also be back today. Just come to the Gu family villa then." Lin Zhe replied. Lin Hao Yu's face was filled with undisguised excitement. "Okay. See you tonight then." Hanging up the phone, Lin Hao Yu immediately rushed to the mall. Not only did he get himself a handsome outfit, he also found a high-grade barber store to do a handsome hairstyle. This down, Lin Hao Yu is like a new person. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Hao Yu couldn't stop nodding. "This is how I look, like a rich young master, which is like my poor brother." Lin Hao Yu snorted coldly, his words full of disdain for Lin Zhe. After arriving at the Gu family for so long, Lin Zhe had hardly changed much. It was simply a mountain pig that couldn't eat fine chaff. Rotten mud can't help the wall. He didn't even know how to spend the money that was sent to him. It's not like him, just clean up a bit. This different temperament came out. After all, the rich life, not everyone is equipped with. Suddenly, Lin Hao Yu thought of something. He knew why Lin Zhe had suddenly shown him favor. It must be because Lin Zhe realized that going against him, Lin Hao Yu would not end well in the end. He was scared, wimped out. That's why he tried to do something to show goodwill to himself. Thinking of this, the smile on Lin Hao Yu's face grew even wider. If that's the case, then this brother of mine isn't so hopelessly stupid. At that time, when I get my hands on Gu Wan'er and go to the peak of my life, it's not impossible to make him, Lin Zhe, a dog under my hand. The thought that Lin Zhe would have to beg for a living under his hand like a pug in the future. Lin Hao Yu's heart burst with dark pleasure. Lin Zhe was no better than him, he was just a bit lucky. He couldn't have good luck all the time. Lin Hao Yu repeatedly looked at his handsome self in the mirror. He was about to fall in love with himself. I might be able to take Gu Wan'er down today, Lin Hao Yu thought prettily. A handsome school bully, which little girl could resist? Even if Gu Wan'er never gets the hang of it, as long as he gets Gu Tinghui's satisfaction and approval, he can become his son-in-law to be in the future. Lin Hao Yu's eyes revealed an imperative gaze. He would be the center of attention in the Gu family at night. Gu family villa. Lin Hao Yu arrived on time with his carefully packaged report card. He was prepared to give Gu Tinghui his first-place grades as a gift. Gu Tinghui valued his grades that much and would definitely be very happy. Zhang Ying saw Lin Hao Yu and immediately opened the door for him. Mr. and Madam are already waiting for you inside. Hearing this, the smile on Lin Hao Yu's face increased. It seemed like Lin Zhe had already told them about his first-place exam. To have the richest couple waiting for him there. How much face must he have? Lin Hao Yu walked in majestically. When he arrived at the hall, he really saw Gu Tinghui and Lu Wanqin sitting there waiting for him. Gu Wan'er and Lin Zhe were also at their side. Lin Hao Yu immediately walked over quickly. Uncle Gu, Auntie Lu. After greeting Gu Tinghui and Lu Wanqin, Lin Hao Yu turned his head to look at Gu Wan'er again, revealing a smile that he thought was the most handsome.
Wan'er.
Gu Wan'er frowned without moving. At this moment, Gu Tinghui's voice rang out. Lin Hao Yu, I heard that you took first place in the exam? Hearing that Gu Tinghui had indeed known about his excellent results, Lin Hao Yu lowered his head in feigned embarrassment. How did you know, Uncle Gu? I had wanted to tell you as a surprise. A surprise indeed, Gu Tinghui said heavily, and his expression became serious. Lin Hao Yu, however, didn't even notice this and was still being falsely modest. Uncle Gu, don't praise me, it's only right that I get first place, only then can I live up to your expectations of me. Hao Yu. Lin Zhe stepped forward and tugged on the corner of his coat. Look there. After Lin Zhe's reminder, Lin Hao Yu then saw that there was another person sitting on the sofa not far away. This person was no other than his homeroom teacher. Lin Hao Yu furrowed his brows, his heart puzzled. Why was his homeroom teacher here? Chapter 89 was all directed by my brother. Mr. Xiao, why are you here? Lin Hao Yu inquired with a surprised tone. Suddenly, he thought of something and revealed a look of sudden realization. With an uncontrollable smile, he continued, Can it be that it was you who purposely ran over and told them about my first place in the exam? Mr. Xiao nodded with a seriousness in his expression. After all, Mr. Gu has been sponsoring your studies, and I felt it was necessary to let him know about your first place this time. Lin Hao Yu, however, got her wrong, waving his hands back and forth, and in his words was an uncontrollable smugness. Miss Xiao, you're also making too much of a fuss. Wasn't it just that I got first place on the exam? There's actually no need to make such a big announcement. Before Lin Hao Yu could finish his words, Gu Tinghui's face had already sunk. He slowly stood up and stared sharply at Lin Hao Yu, speaking in an icy tone. Proclaim? Lin Hao Yu, do you think that everything will be fine just because you took first place in the exam? Lin Hao Yu froze, and the smile on his face instantly froze. He looked at Gu Tinghui at a bit of a loss for words, feeling vaguely uneasy in his heart, but still managed to hold on to his smile and said, Uncle Gu, what do you mean by this? I took first place, isn't that a good thing? Good thing. Gu Tinghui sneered, his gaze stabbing at Lin Hao Yu like a knife. Are you sure it's a good thing? Lin Hao Yu's heart sank so hard that his palms began to sweat. He subconsciously looked at Lin Zhe, only to find Lin Zhe frowning and shaking his head slightly towards him. Gu Wanner, on the other hand, stood on the side with a complex expression on her face, making him somewhat unintelligible. What the hell was going on here? How was it completely different from what he had imagined? Uncle Gu, I don't quite understand what you mean. Lin Haoyu's voice trembled a little, the uneasy feeling in his heart growing stronger and stronger. Gu Tinghui didn't answer him directly, but instead turned his head to look at Teacher Xiao. His tone calm but with an unquestionable majesty. Teacher Xiao, please make things clear. Teacher Xiao nodded and took out a document from his bag, handing it to Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu, this is your test paper and report card for this monthly exam. Take a look for yourself. Lin Haoyu received the document. His heart flustered. He looked down and his face instantly turned pale. The word cheating was clearly written on the paper, and next to it was the signature of the supervising teacher and a detailed record of cheating. This is impossible. Lin Haoyu raised his head violently, his voice trembling. I didn't cheat. This must be a misunderstanding. As if he had expected Lin Haoyu to be sophomoric, Teacher Xiao took out his cell phone. I still have the surveillance of you cheating with that female student in class here. Teacher Xiao played up the video. The video was exactly the evidence of Lin Haoyu cheating with Fang Jejia. Gu Tinghui stared coldly at Lin Haoyu, his voice as cold as ice. The evidence is overwhelming, and you still dare to say it's a misunderstanding? Lin Haoyu's mind went blank. He opened his mouth but realized that he couldn't defend himself at all. He had indeed cheated, but he thought that this matter wouldn't be discovered, not to mention that it would come before Gu Tinghui. Lin Haoyu, you've disappointed me too much. Gu Tinghui's voice carried deep disappointment and anger. I subsidized your schooling in the hope that you would get good grades by your own efforts, not by such despicable means. Lin Haoyu's face turned from white to red, so ashamed that he couldn't stand it. He lowered his head, not daring to look Gu Tinghui in the eyes again. Uncle Gu, I know I'm wrong. Lin Haoyu's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, and suddenly he thought of something and jerked his head up. With a face of dawning realization, he looked at Lin Zhe over there. I know. Lin Haoyu stared at Lin Zhe dead in the face. He finally knew why Lin Zhe had come to make peace with himself in a perverse way. This was all a trap for him. Uncle Gu, my cheating was all at my brother's behest. Lin Haoyu pointed at Lin Zhe and shouted. It's all his fault. Hearing Lin Haoyu's words, Gu Tinghui frowned, not even wanting to look at him with a straight face. Ridiculous. How dare you plant the blame on someone else for something you did wrong yourself? When Lin Haoyu saw that Gu Tinghui didn't believe his words, he excitedly stepped forward and shouted, Uncle Gu, you must believe me. This Lin Zhe doesn't have good intentions at all. He purposely found me before and wanted to cooperate with me to take the Gu family estate for himself. At first, I was reluctant, and he threatened me in all sorts of ways, so I could only pretend to agree. So he made me get first place in the exams in an attempt to gain your approval and trust before proceeding with his next plan. He's very ambitious and his methods are very despicable, Uncle Gu. Don't be fooled by him. Lin Haoyu's measured words managed to make Gu Tinghui have a hint of suspicion towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, what exactly is this talk your brother said? In the face of Gu Tinghui's questioning, Lin Zhe appeared very calm. He sighed, then said in an extremely difficult tone, Originally, I didn't want to tell this matter out, but things have developed like this. Before Lin Zhe could finish his words, Lin Haoyu shouted excitedly. You guys listen. He's admitted it himself. Gu Tinghui's gaze toward Lin Zhe went a few points colder. Dad, this matter of Haoyu cheating really can't be blamed on him. Lin Zhe's words immediately surprised everyone present. At this moment, Gu Tinghui's tone was tinged with a hint of surprise. You're admitting it? Lin Zhe immediately shook his head. Of course not. What I want to say is... Lin Zhe paused for a moment, then looked at Lin Haoyu with a look of sympathy. My younger brother is sick. The moment Lin Zhe's words came out, once again, everyone was left puzzled. Even Lin Haoyu himself was confused for a moment before reacting immediately afterward. What are you talking nonsense about? Where am I sick? Lin Haoyu desperately defended himself. You're addicted to being a doctor, aren't you? Saying sick to everyone you see. Lin Zhe, what's going on here? Hurry up and say it clearly. Gu Tinghui had gotten a little impatient by now. Yes. Lin Zhe, just hurry up and explain it clearly. Lu Wanqin followed suit and urged. Lin Zay's maneuvers just now had all caused her to secretly sweat for him in her heart. What more is there to explain? I've already exposed him in front of everyone. Any explanation, he says, is a pale defense. Lin Haoyu spoke loudly, trying to nail Lin Zay firmly. In the face of Lin Haoyu's jumping, Lin Zay chose to ignore it and instead took out his cell phone from his pocket. After everyone listens to this recording in my phone, everything will be clear. Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the cell phone and pointed up their ears to listen carefully. Chapter 90. Brother, you're sick. Only the sound of Lin Zay talking to Lin Haoyu could be heard resounding from the recorded phone call. Both of us are people who have lived a new life. Why do you have to be so hypocritical anymore? Living a new life? What the hell are you talking about? The last time you saw me, you were also talking about living a new life or something like that. Lately have you been under too much pressure from studying so? Lin Zay, no matter what kind of crooked thoughts you're playing with, I'm telling you, in this life, it's going to be me who wins. After the recording ended, Lin Zay revealed a look of regret and said, in the past, I always heard people say that someone's child went crazy from too much study pressure. I never thought that this thing would happen to my brother. Haoyu should have too much pressure from studying. That's why, Dad, let's not blame him for cheating, he's sick after all. As soon as Lin Zay's words fell, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Haoyu with shock and doubt. It was only then that Lin Haoyu reacted. Lin Zay had actually recorded the last time they saw him, and this recording was obviously edited. Lin Haoyu's face instantly turned pale as he stared at Lin Zay with wide eyes. What are you babbling about? I'm not crazy at all. Lin Haoyu wanted to defend himself, but he realized that everyone's eyes seemed to have decided that he was already sick. You guys don't believe him. He also said something later about cooperating with me and annexing the Gu family's industry. This recording has been edited. Lin Haoyu shouted excitedly. Lin Zay sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness and heartache. Haoyu, I know you don't want to admit it, but the facts are in front of us. You've always been saying strange things lately, what with living a new life, and this life will definitely be won by me. These are not things a normal person would say. You're under too much pressure. You might have some mental problems. You fart. Lin Haoyu shouted excitedly, his voice almost breaking. I'm not crazy at all. It's you. It's you who deliberately set me up. In the face of Lin Haoyu's vociferousness, Lin Zay appeared relatively calm. I know that this matter is hard for you to accept, and I originally didn't want to say it, but I can't just stand by and watch your illness get worse and worse. I can let my brother end up being a psychopath. You shut the hell up. Lin Haoyu couldn't stand it anymore and charged towards Lin Zay. Lin Zay nimbly dodged to the side. Seeing this, Lu Wanqin immediately called out for the bodyguards. The bodyguards quickly took control of Lin Haoyu. Let go of me. Lao Zi is not sick. Lin Zay, you shall not die. Enough! Gu Tinghui shouted to stop Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu temporarily closed his mouth and looked viciously at Lin Zay, itching to eat him alive. Gu Tinghui first glanced at Lin Zay, then at Lin Haoyu. He then frowned tightly. Lin Haoyu had been a pretty normal person before, and to suddenly go crazy was something he didn't believe. But in this recording, Lin Haoyu was saying something about being reborn. It was just too ridiculous. Lin Haoyu saw that Gu Tinghui was hesitant to speak, and panicked in his heart. If he was really considered mentally ill and was deported to a mental hospital, he would be finished. Thinking of this, Lin Haoyu spoke regardless. Uncle Gu, I know it's hard to convince you of what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is true. I really am the one who relived in a new life. In my last life, I was the son you adopted. These words from Lin Haoyu caused Gu Tinghui's brows to knit together. Originally, he was still somewhat unconvinced that this Lin Haoyu was crazy, but didn't this speech confirm that he was indeed a bit mentally abnormal? Then why haven't you been adopted in this life? At this time, Lin Zay coldly came up with this sentence. Lin Haoyu stared viciously at Lin Zay. He naturally wouldn't say the reason. Lin Zay, this person, was setting himself up again. He wasn't going to fall for it again. He had to say something that no one else knew, only Gu Tinghui knew, so that he could prove that what he said was right. But what was that something? Lin Haoyu was thinking rapidly in his head. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. Thought, Uncle Gu, I can prove that what I said is true. Lin Haoyu's words immediately attracted Gu Tinghui's attention. Oh, how can I prove it? I know that you have an illegitimate child. Just as Lin Haoyu's words left his mouth, Gu Tinghui's face began to change. At this time, Lu Wanqin stepped forward and spoke up, interrupting him. I think Lin Zhe is right. There's no such thing as being reborn or crossing over in this world. And just now he had to hit Lin Zhe. This all has a tendency to hurt people. It's already a bit seriously ill. Lin Haoyu's words didn't manage to come out, and Gu Tinghui sighed in relief without a trace. No, what I want to say is, seeing that his words were interrupted, Lin Haoyu became a little anxious and wanted to speak again. At this time, Lu Wanqin spoke again and interrupted him. I remembered. Her words managed to attract everyone's attention. Last time, didn't that diamond necklace of mine disappear? At that time, I even misunderstood Lin Zhe, thinking that he had taken it. It's a good thing that Lin Zhe had installed surveillance in his room and proved himself innocent. At that time, I got the surveillance and saw the person who stole my necklace in the surveillance video. The whole room went quiet after this paragraph from Lu Wanqin, especially Lin Haoyu, whose heart was beating faster and faster. What was going on with this Lu Wanqin? Hadn't she helped herself hide this matter before? How come she started to bring out this matter again now? At this moment, Sister Zhang on the side immediately spoke up. Ma'am, do you mean that the necklace wasn't taken by Little Ping at all? Lu Wanqin nodded. Little Ping is just a cover for the necklace. Then who exactly was the person who stole the necklace? Zhang Ying continued to inquire. Lu Wanqin didn't say anything, but instead looked at Ellen Haoyu over there. Although she didn't open her mouth to say who it was only then that everyone knew who took that diamond necklace. At that time, I thought that he might have been momentarily haunted and thought to leave him a trace of decency. Now that I think about it, he wasn't trying to steal that diamond necklace at all, but was trying to frame his brother Lin Zhe. The moment Lu Wanqin's words came out, Sister Zhang and Gu Weiner both revealed a look of understanding. So I believe what Lin Zhe said. Lin Haoyu might really be sick. Otherwise, how could he have any reason to frame his own brother? Originally, everyone maintained a skeptical attitude towards the matter of Lin Haoyu being sick, but now with Lu Wanqin coming down to prove it, it made Lin Haoyu's various explanations pale in comparison. It's not like that. I did it because I was reborn. Gu Tinghui thought of how Lin Haoyu had just almost revealed his secret. He didn't even give Lin Haoyu a chance to speak and immediately opened his mouth. Since you're sick, then hurry up and get cured. Don't delay the best treatment time. As soon as Gu Tinghui's words fell, the two bodyguards who were holding Lin Haoyu immediately understood. Covering Lin Haoyu's mouth, they dragged him outside. Chapter 91. It's hard to believe that it was Lin Zhe who said it. Lin Haoyu wanted to break free from his bonds, but the bodyguards were really strong, so he could only watch as he was dragged out of the villa. After Lin Haoyu left the place, the surroundings suddenly went quiet. At this time, Mr. Xiao saw that the atmosphere was not right and said a few pretty words to Gu Tinghui before hastily saying goodbye. After Teacher Xiao also left, the villa fell into a moment of silence. The few people who remained in the villa turned their gazes to Gu Tinghui. At this moment, Lu Wanqin spoke up. Timothy, did Lin Haoyu have something to say just now? Only half of it. It seems like he said you had something to say? Hearing Lu Wanqin's inquiry, Gu Tinghui frowned imperceptibly. He then smiled in a pretense of relief. Wanqin, he's a crazy person. Where can he take what he says seriously? Hearing Gu Tinghui's words, Lu Wanqin also didn't move as a trace of sarcasm crossed her eyes. That's also true. Look at my brain, we're husband and wife. If there's anything you're up to, can there be anything I don't know? Gu Tinghui smiled and nodded. He was cloudy on the surface, but inside he was in turmoil. If he hadn't heard correctly at that time, Lin Haoyu was trying to say that he had an illegitimate child at that time. Fortunately, he had interrupted in time, otherwise the scene would have been a little difficult to control. However, at the moment, Gu Tinghui was very confused in his heart. How did Lin Haoyu know about this? Gu Tinghui didn't move and looked at Lin Zhe on the side. It was hard to believe that. Was it Lin Zhe who told him? Only he had followed him to the company for the longest time and was most likely to know about this matter. Gu Tinghui thought left and right and felt that this was the only possibility. After determining this idea, he secretly decided in his mind that he would try to test Lin Zhe's mouth afterward. Never let him tell Lu Wanqin about this matter in advance. Although he was going to announce the existence of this illegitimate son of his later on, after many years as a couple, he knew Lu Wanqin's nature very well. If she didn't find a suitable time and a proper excuse, she would never accept this illegitimate child. He was Gu Tinghui's own son, and must return to the Gu family in name only. Dad, my brother he. At this moment, Lin Zhe approached towards Gu Tinghui and opened his mouth coyly. Hearing Lin Zhe's voice, Gu Tinghui's thoughts were pulled back. Seeing Gu Tinghui look towards him, Lin Zhe directly knelt in front of him. This action of his surprised everyone present. Lin Zhe, what are you doing? Gu Tinghui looked at Lin Zhe in confusion. Lin Haoyu is my brother after all. He's the only man in the Lin family now. I want to beg Dad to cure my brother. Hearing Lin Zhe say this, Gu Tinghui reached out to pull him up. Your brother has done this to you, his older brother. Why are you still thinking about him so much? Even though he doesn't like me as a brother much, it doesn't change the fact that he and I are brothers. And besides, he's only acting this way because he's sick, so I don't blame him. Gu Tinghui nodded, very appreciative of Lin Zhe's sentimental character. You don't have to worry or care about your brother's matter. I'll arrange it. Lin Zhe was silent for a moment and spoke again. But Dad, you are usually busy with your official duties. My brother's matter will only delay your time. As Lin Zhe spoke, he looked towards Lu Wanqin over there. After Lu Wanqin received Lin Zhe's look, she didn't move and walked over. It's not. Your father's business is $10 million a minute. How can you hold him back for your brother? Then, Lin Zhe pretended to be embarrassed. At this time, Lu Wanqin continued to speak. Or how about this? Leave this matter to me. I'll find the best psychiatric hospital for Lin Haoyu and I'll definitely help you cure him. What do you think, Tinghui? Gu Tinghui frowned. Leave Lin Haoyu's matter to Lu Wanqin? No way. What if Lin Haoyu said something to her again? You're the wife of the Gu family. How can you deal with a mental illness? Gu Tinghui directly rejected Lu Wanqin's request. Dad, why don't you leave this matter to me? I just need your support. At this moment, Lin Zhe spoke up at the right time. You're Lin Haoyu's brother. It's most appropriate to leave this matter to you. Hearing Gu Tinghui answer down, Lin Zhe was completely relieved. At that time, he was also surprised when Lin Haoyu opened his mouth to reveal that Gu Tinghui had an illegitimate child. It was a good thing he hadn't managed to say it. This younger brother of his was also really stupid. Gu Tinghui was such a face-saving person, and he had the audacity to break such violent news in public. The matter of the illegitimate child was so dishonorable. It would be strange if Gu Tinghui didn't come out in flames. He originally just wanted to tear his brother's mask apart and let everyone see his vicious face. Unexpectedly, after his own efforts, he had completely made a fool of himself. Now everyone thinks he's a psychopath. Since things were already like this, he had to completely nail the matter of Lin Haoyu getting sick. He also had to keep Lin Haoyu from seeing Gu Tinghui as much as possible. Otherwise, there was no telling what else he might say in the future and stir up. When the time comes, don't get yourself involved. Now that Gu Tinghui had agreed to deal with Lin Haoyu himself, it was a good thing. Lin Zhe felt more and more that his decision to hide his reborn identity was the right one. Keeping a low profile was the only way to do great things. It was a pity that Lin Haoyu didn't understand this, no matter if it was in his previous life or this life. After Lin Zhe finished his inner activities, he suddenly felt a gaze that had been resting on him. He turned his head to look. It was discovered that Gu Waner had actually been looking at him. Seeing Lin Zhe looking towards him, Gu Waner immediately returned to her senses and shifted her gaze to the side. But her heart still couldn't calm down for a long time. Lin Haoyu's matter was a little hard for her to accept for a moment. No wonder Lin Haoyu had been intentionally or unintentionally saying some bad things about Lin Zhe in front of her. It turned out that he, Lin Haoyu, had always treated Lin Zhe as an imaginary enemy and had always targeted him. So all those things Lin Haoyu had said about Lin Zhe had been made up out of nothing? When she thought about the period of time that Lin Zhe had been in the Gu family, although she hadn't had much contact with him, she could tell that Lin Zhe really didn't seem like the kind of person Lin Haoyu had said he was. Thinking of this, Gu Waner's opinion of Lin Zhe silently changed. Right, Miss Waner, what about your exam results? How was it? Lin Zhe's words immediately drew Gu Tinghui and Lu Wanqin's gazes over. Only then did Gu Tinghui remember this. The expression on his face also became serious. Waner, how did you do on the exam this time? Did you listen to what I urged you to do last time? Gu Waner didn't say anything, but instead took out her report card. Gu Tinghui took the report card and looked at it, and there were 3 words written on it. First place. Gu Tinghui stared at Gu Wanner's report card for a long time. In the face of Gu Wanner's good results, he didn't show a happy expression. Instead, he frowned. Chapter 92 Lin Zhe, thank you. Gu Tinghui stared at the 3 words first place on the report card, his brows frowning tighter and tighter. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the desktop, making a slight, tapping sound, and the atmosphere in the entire living room became heavy. Lu Wanqin sensed the difference in Gu Tinghui and couldn't help but come forward to check. Seeing that Gu Wanner had actually scored first place on the exam, she excitedly took Gu Wanner's hand, her voice filled with joy. My good daughter, you're fantastic. Surprisingly, you've improved so much. In the face of Lu Wanqin's joy, Gu Wanner looked a little despondent. After her surprise, Lu Wanqin immediately realized that Gu Wanner was different, and her heart couldn't help but tighten. She remembered Gu Wanner's hard work and efforts during this period of time, and her heart was both distressed and helpless. Gu Wanner had studied hard for no other reason than to get a good grade on the exam and gain Gu Tinghui's recognition. But now, Lu Wanqin walked over to Gu Tinghui's side and opened her mouth to ask, Tinghui, Wanner took first place on the exam. Why don't you look too happy? Gu Tinghui didn't answer immediately, but instead placed the report card on the table and looked at Gu Wanner with a deep gaze. Wanner, your grades improved a little too quickly this time, didn't they? Gu Wanner froze, then understood what her father meant. Her face turned slightly white, and her voice trembled a little. Dad, are you suspecting me of cheating? Gu Tinghui didn't answer directly, but sighed. Wanner, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that Lin How Yu's matter just happened. You've seen it too. He even went out of his way to achieve his goal. I don't want you to go down the wrong path too. Gu Wanner bit her lip, a trace of aggression flashing in her eyes. Dad, I didn't cheat. This is the grade I got on my own effort. Lu Wanqin couldn't stand it anymore and stood out to speak for Gu Wanner. We all witnessed Wanner's efforts during this period of time. How can you think of your own daughter like this? There was a hint of exasperation in her tone, clearly displeased with Gu Tinghui's skepticism. Gu Tinghui still didn't let up, but instead picked up his cell phone and dialed the number of Gu Wanner's homeroom teacher. He pressed the speaker button, and the class teacher's voice soon came from the other end of the line. Hello, who is this? I'm Gu Wanner's father, Gu Tinghui. Gu Tinghui's voice was calm and majestic. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then an excited and trembling voice rang out. Gu, Mr. Gu. Surprisingly, it's you. Do you have any instructions for calling? Gu Tinghui asked bluntly. Mr. Li, I would like to confirm that Gu Wanner's exam results this time. Are they true and valid? The person on the other end of the phone seemed to freeze for a moment, pausing for a long time before a voice came out. Mr. Gu, don't worry. Wanner's results were strictly proctored and are absolutely true. She's worked very hard this time and has made great progress. We're all very proud of her. Gu Tinghui's brows slightly relaxed, but he still didn't completely let go of his heart. He continued to open his mouth and asked, Teacher Li, are you sure there aren't any problems? For example, is it possible that someone else helped her cheat, or that the test paper leaked or something like that? On the phone, Mr. Li's tone became serious. Mr. Gu, I understand your concern, but please believe in our school's examination system. Every exam has strict invigilation and anti-cheating measures, and Wanner's grades are the result of her own hard work. There's no problem whatsoever. Having had your instructions before, it's even more unlikely that we'll give her a free pass because of her status. Gu Tinghui was silent for a moment and finally nodded. All right, thank you, Ms. Li. After hanging up the phone, Gu Tinghui looked over at Gu Wanner, with more than a hint of apology in his eyes. Wanner, it's Dad who was overly concerned. It's Dad who was too busy and neglected your efforts during this period of time. Gu Wanner lowered her head, her voice slightly choked. Dad, I don't need to do those dishonorable things. I just want to rely on my own strength to prove myself. Gu Tinghui sighed, his tone easing up a lot. Then didn't Lin How You tutor you for a while? I'm also afraid that you'll learn from him, and Dad is also concerned about you. Gu Wanner raised her head, tears in her eyes, but her voice was firm. As your daughter, can't you give me a shred more trust? Seeing this, Lu Wanqin hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. All right. It's a good thing that Wanner got first place on the exam. We should be happy. Gu Tinghui nodded, a trace of a smile finally appearing on his face. Wanner, it's Dad's fault, Dad is proud of you. What reward do you want? Just say it. Hearing Gu Tinghue's words, Gu Wanner raised her head. Dad had just said, feeling proud of her? Gu Wanner instantly felt that all the hard work she had put in during this period of time was worth it. Even the aggrieved feelings of being misunderstood and doubted just now had dissipated. She had done it. Gu Wanner wiped away the tears remaining in the corners of her eyes and said excitedly, Dad, I don't want anything. I just hope you can trust me more. Hearing Gu Wanner say this, Gu Tinghue's heart softened, and at the same time, a trace of guilt towards her rose. He reached out and touched Gu Wanner's head. Good. Dad will definitely trust you more in the future. Lu Wanqin watched the father and daughter reconcile, her heart bursting with relief. But then her fists clenched tightly, her nails almost embedded in her palms. A thought flashed through her mind how good it would have been if there hadn't been that bastard son. This thought was like a thorn, deeply rooted in her heart, lingering. After Gu Wanner received Gu Tinghue's approval, her entire person was obviously much more cheerful, and there were more smiles on her face. Lin Zhe stood by the side, looking at her happy appearance. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise as well. He had known that Gu Wanner's grades wouldn't be bad this time around, but he hadn't expected that she would actually take first place straight away. One must know that the class she was in was a class of top students, and the competition was exceptionally fierce. From this, it could be seen that she had really put a lot of effort into her studies recently. Lin Zhe secretly sighed in his heart. His wife is smart and hardworking. Who could not love such a girl? As he was thinking, he suddenly heard Gu Wan'er's voice coming from behind him.
Linse.
Lin Zhe turned back and looked at her with some confusion and anticipation. Miss Wan'er, what are your orders? Gu Wan'er pursed her lips, seeming to hesitate a little, but finally opened her mouth. In the future, don't call me Mississippi. Lin Zhe was first stunned. Then a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. He tentatively asked, Then can I call you Wan'er? Gu Wan'er gently nodded, her voice so low that it was almost inaudible. A hint of redness flushed across her face, as if that sentence just now was something she had said after an internal struggle. She then raised her head and looked at Lin Zhe with a sincere gaze. Thank you. Thank me. Lin Zhe was a little surprised, not understanding why she suddenly thanked her. Chapter 93. Finally getting revenge. Thank you for that notebook you gave me last time. Gu Wan'er's voice was soft but firm. Without that notebook, I wouldn't have gotten such good grades. She paused, a hint of gratitude in her voice, and continued. There's also no way for me to get Dad's approval. So, I'm truly grateful to you. After hearing Gu Wan'er's words, Lin Zhe smiled, waved his hand and said, What's wrong with that? It's just a small thing, no need to be thankful. Although Lin Zhe was acting rather plainly on the surface, he was in ecstasy inside. My wife thanked me. Just as Lin Zhe was secretly rejoicing in his heart, Gu Wan'er suddenly called out to him. Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe jerked his head up and saw Gu Wan'er's expression turn serious. She snapped in a tone that carried a hint of questioning. Tell me the truth. Where exactly did you get that scholar's notebook? Lin Zhe froze, and the smile on his face instantly froze. He didn't expect Gu Wan'er to suddenly ask this question, and for a moment he was somewhat caught off guard, stuttering as he replied, Didn't I say that I acquired it inadvertently? Gu Wan'er stared into his eyes with a probing and skeptical gaze. Obtained unintentionally? How could such a precious note be obtained casually? Lin Zhe, where exactly did you get them? Lin Zhe was a little weak at her question, and a layer of fine sweat broke out on his forehead. He tried to calm himself down and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Wan'er, don't think too much. It's really something I got by chance. Gu Wan'er clearly didn't believe his explanation, and her brows furrowed slightly. Are you sure? Lin Zhe's heart tightened, knowing that Gu Wan'er wasn't that easy to fool. But he couldn't admit that he had spent many days rushing this notebook out. That would reveal his identity as a schoolteacher. By the time Gu Tinghui knew about it, he would definitely prevent himself from going to the college entrance exams in 100 ways. Especially since the day of his bastard's return was imminent, this pawn of his own. At that time, her plan would not be able to continue. To be on the safe side, she could only hide it from Gu Wan'er for now. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe nodded. I'm sure. All right. Gu Wan'er no longer delved into the matter. She had inadvertently seen Lin Zhe's signature before. The font was very similar to that notebook. But Lin Haoyu had always said that Lin Zhe's grades weren't good, so she hadn't thought about it in that regard. But after what happened with Lin Haoyu today, she had reason to suspect that none of the things Lin Haoyu had said about Lin Zhe before were believable. So she suspected that the notes were made by Lin Zhe. But he had denied it vigorously. That, I have to go see how my brother's situation is going. Lin Zhe hurriedly found an excuse to leave the place. Let go of me. You guys have no right to arrest me. Old me isn't sick. Are you guys deaf? Hurry up and release me. In the car being escorted to the mental hospital, Lin Haoyu shouted at the top of his voice. You guys let go of me. I'm not sick. You're illegally imprisoning me. He flailed desperately with his hands and feet, veins rippling on his forehead. However, the bodyguards in the car were like two cold statues. Their eyes were ice cold, and they turned a deaf ear to his struggles and yells. Young Master Zhe ordered to take him to that mental hospital on the outermost outskirts. The driver looked through the rearview mirror and explained in a low voice to the bodyguard beside him. These words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Lin Haoyu to instantly widen his eyes. The most suburban mental hospital. That place was so remote that no one would take care of him when he called out to heaven and earth. If he went in, I'm afraid that he would be forced to become mentally ill even if he didn't have a mental illness. Thinking about this, Lin Haoyu got scared. No, he absolutely can't be sent there. Once he stepped in, his life would really be ruined. Lin Haoyu's heart was burning with anxiety, once again struggling frantically. He used all his strength to break the bodyguard's hand. His nails were white, but still couldn't move a single bit. He yelled at the top of his voice. You guys listen to me. I'm really not sick. It's Lin Zhe who set me up. As long as you let me go, I'll give you money, lots and lots of money. But the only thing that responded to him was the dull roar of a car traveling on the highway. When Lin Zhe received the call, he received the news that Lin Haoyu had already been locked up in a mental hospital. Having personally sent his own brother to the mental hospital, Lin Zhe only felt relieved. He had held back for so long during this period of time, and he had finally avenged the death of Lin Haoyu in his last life. Unsurprisingly, it shouldn't be easy for Lin Haoyu to get out of the mental hospital. But Lin Zhe still didn't dare to relax. Counting the days, Gu Tinghui's illegitimate son would soon be returning to China. In his previous life, although he wasn't quite sure what kind of person this bastard was. But the two of them were destined to be at odds with each other by their very identities. Gu Tinghui was sure to stand by his own son. It was a good thing that Lu Wanqin was now one of his own. Otherwise Lin Zhe couldn't even imagine what kind of life he was living after the return of the bastard. He had to think of a way to keep himself in the Gu family until the entrance exams. On top of that, there was another important thing. In her previous life, Gu Wanner was heartbroken when she learned that Gu Tinghui had a bastard child. After being scolded by Gu Tinghui for defending his illegitimate son, she impulsively made the move to slit her wrists. Although she was found in time and sent to the hospital, she suffered serious after effects. The tendons in her wrists were irreversibly damaged, and she could no longer do fine things in the future. Even the piano, which she usually loved to play, was very difficult. This matter had always been Gu Wan'er's heartache. Lin Zhe was also heartbroken when he learned about it at the time. In this life, he had to stop this matter from happening. His woman, to be guarded by him. Guichen looked at the pile of packed luggage and frowned. Mom, do we have to go back? Rian Lu was directing the servants to pack, and when she heard Guichen's words, she turned her head and chided. Guichen, I'm telling you, this matter is not negotiable. If you don't follow me to the airport the day after tomorrow, then you'll be waiting for my funeral. Hearing those words, Guichen closed his mouth. His gaze unconsciously looked over to the bookshelf over there. In the bookshelf was a biography of a famous person. It was full of Gu Tinghui's deeds and photos. For someone who had never met his own father since he was born, this was one of the few ways he could learn about his real dad. Rian Lu had always told him how much his dad loved and valued him, but in all these years he had never seen any real concern from him. There were always only cold numbers in the account. For the matter of returning to China, he was actually not that resistant. On the contrary, there was a hint of anticipation in his heart. He was curious about what that person's reaction would be when he saw himself. Chapter 94. I'm not as good as that adopted son. Guichen stood in front of the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out at the lush woods, but his heart was cold. Although this villa was luxurious, it was located in the middle of nowhere, with hardly any people to be seen around. As soon as he returned to China, he was placed here. There were also a bunch of people in the villa who said they were servants but were actually spying on him. Obviously, Gu Tinghui didn't intend to let him appear in the public eye. Mom, is this what you call going home? Gu Yichen turned around, repressed anger in his tone. He doesn't even want to see me once, and he just dumps us in a place like this? Lu Ruyan sat on the sofa, looking a little tired, but still forcing a smile. Yichen, don't be anxious, your father he's very busy lately. When he's done he'll come to see you. Busy? Gu Yichen sneered. He's so busy that he doesn't even have time to see his own son? Or is it that he doesn't want to recognize me at all? Lu Ruyan's face changed slightly, and her tone became harsh. Yichen, how can you say that? Your father he has his hardships. Bitterness? Gu Yichen's voice raised an octave. His bitterness is hiding me here like a bastard who can't see the light of day? Mom, tell me, does he intend to disclose my identity or not? Ruyan Lu fell silent, her fingers clenching the edge of the sofa tightly, her knuckles turning white. Only after a long time did she whisper, Yichen, you have to understand your father's situation. He is now the richest man. Every move is in the spotlight. Publicizing your identity takes time. Time. A hint of disappointment flashed through Gu Yichen's eyes. I've already waited 18 years. How much longer do I have to wait? Wait until he retires? Or wait until he dies? Gu Yichen. Ruyan Lu stood up violently, anger in her voice. How can you talk like that? He's your father. He's my father? Gu Yichen's voice was as cold as ice. Then why has he never done his duty as a father? Why is it that since I was a kid, I could only see his picture in books? Why is it that he's not even willing to make a single phone call to me? Lu Ruyan's face turned pale as she opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Gu Yichen's every word was like a knife, piercing her heart viciously. Mom, stop lying to yourself. Gu Yichen's voice lowered, carrying a hint of exhaustion. He doesn't care about me at all. To him, I'm just a bastard child who can't see the light of day, a dispensable liability. I'm even worse than that adopted son of his. Lu Ruyan's tears finally couldn't hold back. She walked forward and tried to hug Gu Yichen, but he gently pushed her away. Yichen, don't be like this. Ruyan Lu's voice choked. Your father he actually cares about you. He just doesn't know how to face you. Care about me? Gu Yichen gave a bitter laugh. If he really cared about me, he wouldn't have left us in a place like this without even showing his face. Lu Ruyan was speechless and could only weep silently. Gu Yichen looked at Ruyan Lu's appearance, and a pang of sourness ran through his heart. He knew that Ruyan Lu had paid a lot for him over the years, even going so far as to give up her dignity. However, he couldn't continue to deceive himself anymore. Mom, I want to go out for a walk, Gu Yichen said in a low voice, turning toward the door. Yichen, where are you going? Ruyan Lu asked hurriedly. I don't know, Gu Yichen said without looking back. I just want to be alone. Lu Ruyan looked at her son's departing back, her heart filled with a sense of powerlessness. She knew that Gu Yichen's heart had accumulated too much aggression and anger. However, what could she do? Meanwhile, Gu Group, in the chairman's office, Gu Tinghui was sitting in front of his desk, his brows locked. Chairman, young Master Yichen has already settled in. Li Kai stood to the side and reported in a low voice. Gu Tinghui nodded, but did not speak. Chairman, are you really not going to meet young Master Yichen? Li Qingland asked cautiously. Gu Tinghui was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Now is not the time. Li Qingland was about to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything else. He knew that no one had ever been able to change Gu Tinghui's decision. Gu Tinghui stood up and walked to the window, looking at the distant sky, but his heart was heavy. He knew that he owed the son too much. He also wanted to immediately let his son return to his side. But now was not the time, and hastily announcing his appearance would cause many serious consequences. He didn't dare to gamble. He had to eliminate all hidden dangers. Give me a little more time, Gu Tinghui murmured in a low voice, a trace of guilt flashing in his eyes. Gu Yichen walked out of the villa and walked aimlessly on the path outside the villa. Looking at the leering servants not far away, Gu Yichen sneered. This father of his was really thoughtful. He was probably afraid that he would go out and reveal his identity and affect him. That's why he sent so many people to keep an eye on him. Gu Weichen's leather shoes crushed over the gravel road, making a small sound in the silent night. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his afterglow caught a glimpse of a dark shadow flashing through the bushes. Those servants were indeed staring at him like hyenas. He sneered and was about to turn around when he was suddenly dragged into the bushes from behind with his mouth and nose covered. Shoo! A hoarse gasp came from behind him, and the smell of rust mixed with antiseptic water hit his face. The moment Gu Weichen backhanded his elbow, the moonlight illuminated the man's pale face. Underneath the messy black hair were bloodshot eyes, and the hospital gown was stained with dirt and dark red blood. Gu Weichen. The man let go of his hand to reveal a wry smile, broken electronic shackles still on his pinched-out finger-marks wrists. You're really here, just like in your last life when you were left as trash in the suburbs. Hearing that this person could not only call out his name, but also accurately state his situation, Gu Weichen furrowed his brows tightly. Who are you? Gu Weichen once again sized the man up. He confirmed that he indeed did not recognize this person. After all, this was his first time back in the country, and there was simply no one he recognized in the country. Just then, with the help of the moonlight, he could see the words on the other person's chest plate. Ward 07, Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital. So it's a mental illness. Gu Weichen frowned, pushing the person in front of him away with a look of disgust. Just as he was about to call for someone to pull the mentally ill person in front of him away, the other person spoke out of turn. Do you know why your father didn't recognize you back? It was all the work of his adopted son Lin Zhe. Chapter 95. He wants to monopolize everything in the Gu family. Gu Weichen's hand froze violently in midair, and in the next second, his eyes were as sharp as razor blades, shooting straight at the person in front of him. What did you say? The man grinned, revealing a smile that seemed like a laugh and was bizarre to the extreme. He let out a hoarse and urgent voice from his throat. Lin Zhe. He has known about your existence for a long time. He was afraid that you'd come back to steal everything from the Gu family, so he's been secretly preventing your father from recognizing you. Gu Weichen's pupils shrunk violently. His heart felt like it was being clutched hard by a large, invisible hand, and waves of shock rose within him. He stared at the person in front of him with a deadly stare, trying to find a break in every expression, every subtle change on the other person's face. Why should I trust you? Gu Weichen gritted his teeth and squeezed these words out from between his teeth. The man gasped, his chest rising and falling violently, and a monstrous resentment instantly surged in his eyes, as if the hatred he had suppressed for so long had finally found a vent. Because I am Lin Zhe's younger brother. As soon as those words left his mouth, Gu Weichen's eyes widened. Lin Zhe's brother? He muttered, his voice unconsciously rising a few points. Lin Haoyu nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with pain and anger as he recalled the torture he had suffered in the mental hospital over the past few days. He opened his mouth. You may not know that the two of us are blood brothers. When your father came to our family to adopt his son, Lin Zhe used every trick in the book and went to great lengths to make himself successful in being adopted. Now, he's up to the same old tricks, the same way he wants to use every means possible so that you can never return to the Gu family. At that time, all of the Gu family's properties will have to be rewritten in his Lin Zhe's name. Hearing this, Gu Weichen's brows twisted into a dead knot. Then why are you here, and wearing psychiatric hospital clothes? Lin Haoyu's eyes instantly turned grim, like deep pools filled with hatred. I was framed by Lin Zhe and sent by him to the most remote Castle Peak mental hospital. He was afraid that I would tell the truth, so he wanted me to shut up forever. Luckily for Gu Weichen, this villa he was in wasn't too far from Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, and after he got out of the psychiatric hospital, he stumbled and escaped all the way here by relying on his memories from his previous life. Gu Weichen's heart alarm bells were ringing. If what Lin Haoyu said was true, then Lin Zhe, this person, the depth of his mind, the ruthlessness of his methods, was beyond imagination. Gu Weichen raised his head, his gaze as cold as an ice blade as he looked at Lin Haoyu. But after all, you're also surnamed Lin, or at least the younger brother of that Lin Zhe. Why are you telling me this? Gu Weichen was still skeptical, not daring to easily believe the words of the man in front of him. Lin Haoyu's eyes flashed with a trace of resentment, almost gritting his teeth as he said, He's not my brother. I hate Lin Zhe to death. He ruined everything for me. I'm going to make him pay. But what did you mean before when you said something about a previous life? Gu Yichen asked after him, remembering those inexplicable words of his at the beginning. Hearing this, Lin Haoyu instantly fell silent, a trace of panic flashing across his face. After experiencing his previous encounter in the mental hospital, he knew that such a thing as being reborn was so bizarre that not only would no one believe him when he said it, he would also be treated as a lunatic. He definitely didn't want to go back to that horrible place. That was just a means for me to attract you to listen to me. Lin Haoyu's explanation was a bit far-fetched, and even he himself felt that the bottom line was lacking. Gu Yichen stared at him with burning eyes, his face full of skepticism. In order to make Gu Yichen believe in himself even more, Lin Haoyu hurriedly spoke. Otherwise, how do you think I knew of your existence and that you would be here? I learned all of this from Lin Zhe, just because I crashed through these secrets of his. He twisted me into a mental hospital. I came to you because you're the only one who can shelter me now. Lin Zhe is an unscrupulous person. In order to achieve his goal, he even went so far as to send me, his own brother, to the mental hospital himself. If he knew I escaped, he wouldn't let me go. I could only come to you. Gu Yichen was silent for a long time, as if he was trying to digest the shocking string of secrets Lin Haoyu had said. Only after a while did he slowly raise his head and look at Lin Haoyu, his voice low but permeated with unquestionable majesty. Fine, I'll believe you once. You better not be lying to me. I, Gu Yichen, am not a good person. If I find out that you're playing tricks, you can't afford the consequences. Lin Haoyu grinned, revealing a grim and slightly triumphant smile. Don't worry, our goals are the same. Seeing that Gu Yichen finally believed his words, Lin Haoyu secretly swore in his heart. Lin Zhe, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Under Lin Haoyu's stirring up the fire, the anger in Gu Yichen's heart blazed and grew hotter and hotter.
Linse.
An adopted son only. How dare he engage in so many unseemly little maneuvers behind the scenes? He, Gu Yichen, was not a soft persimmon to be pinched. He will never be a sitting duck. Meanwhile, at the Gu family villa, Lin Zhe was sitting in his room, leisurely flipping through a book, when he suddenly felt an unexplained palpitation. He frowned, always feeling that something bad was about to happen, an inexplicable uneasiness spreading in the bottom of his heart. Just then, his cell phone rang. Lin Zhe immediately picked up the phone. After hanging up, his brows knitted tightly. Lin Haoyu had actually escaped from the mental hospital. When he first heard it, Lin Zhe's subconscious reaction was impossible. Not to mention how difficult it was to escape from a mental hospital, he had made a point to hit the ground running, unless… Just then, there was a knock on the room door. Zhang Ying's voice rang out from outside the door. Young Master Zhe, Mr. is back, calling for you to come to his study. Why was Gu Tinghui suddenly back? Lin Zhe immediately picked up his cell phone and checked the date. Then he had a look of sudden realization. Today, it was the day that Gu Tinghui's own son had returned to China. Then Lin Zhe's mind was filled with doubts. His own son returned to the country. He didn't go to see him. What's he doing here looking for me, his adopted son? Young Master Zhe, do you hear me? Zhang Ying, who had not waited for a response for a long time outside the door, opened his mouth to inquire again. Lin Zhe came back from his thoughts as he shouted towards the door. I hear you. I'll be right there. Only after hearing the reply did Zhang Ying leave through the doorway. Lin Zhe walked out of the room, still pondering the possibilities in his mind. After walking to Gu Tinghui's study, he stopped and let out a deep breath. It was time to put on a good and humble face again. Lin Zhe straightened his instruments before he reached out his hand and knocked on the door of the room. There was no telling what would be waiting for him. Dividing line. P.S. Lin Haoyu was able to escape because someone put it there on purpose. Chapter 96. Creating a brother out of nothing. Komein. Gu Tinghui's voice came from within the study, low and steady, wrapped in unquestionable majesty. Lin Zhe took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner apprehension, and raised his hand to push open the study door. In the study, Gu Tinghui stood in front of the window with his back to him, a cigar in his hand that had not yet been lit, his posture upright but with a bit of unspeakable gravity. Lin Zhe looked at this scene, and the string in his heart tightened a few more points. However, he still had a respectful, almost humble smile on his face. Dad, you're looking for me? Gu Tinghui slowly turned around, his gaze like two sharp, cold awns, pinned straight onto Lin Zhe's face. Those eyes were straight, causing Lin Zhe to be inexplicably flustered, unconsciously avoiding that gaze. Sit down. Gu Tinghui raised his finger and pointed to the chair opposite him, and settled himself behind the desk. After Lin Zhe sat down, he secretly clenched his fists to calm himself down and opened his mouth to ask, "Dad, looking for me in such a hurry? Is there something going on?" Gu Tinghui didn't rush to answer, first gently setting aside his cigar and folding his arms across the table. And then he stared tightly at Lin Zhe, staring so hard that Lin Zhe's scalp went numb and his heart went straight to the ground. "Ah Zhe, following me these days, you've learned a lot about the company, right?" Gu Tinghui finally spoke, his voice rippling. Lin Zhe was busy nodding his head, a grateful smile piling up on his face. "Thanks to Dad's careful teaching, otherwise how could I understand this?" The corner of Gu Tinghui's mouth rose slightly, pulling out a faint smile. "You're a smart person, you learn things quickly." When he got here, he suddenly paused, as if he was weighing his words, and only after a moment did he continue. "In addition to the company's matter, you in other aspects, have you heard some wind?" After Gu Tinghui finished speaking, his gaze was like a torch, staring at Lin Zhe, not sparing any slight change of expression on his face. "Other aspects?" Lin Zhe's heart thumped and his mind raced. What exactly did Gu Tinghui mean by that? Before he could think of a clue, Gu Tinghui spoke again. "These days I see that you and Wan Qin are getting along better and better. This is a good thing, but..." Gu Tinghui's words turned, and his tone sank a few points with them. "You can't rely on the fact that you're on good terms with her to speak out of turn. There are some things that you have to keep to the bottom line. Once you speak out, the consequences will be unimaginable." Hearing this, Lin Zhe instantly came to a realization, and in his heart, he couldn't help but curse the old fox. It must be because Lin Haoyu had almost blown the whistle on his illegitimate child earlier, causing Gu Tinghui to become suspicious. He suspected that during the time he had followed him around the company, he had accidentally overheard the secret of the illegitimate child. That's why he was imploring himself not to reveal it to Lu Wanqin. In these words, it was clear that there was also a warning hidden in them. Lin Zhe's face, however, did not move, and he hurriedly answered, "Dad, don't worry. I know what's in my heart. It's already a great favor for Mama Lu to accept me to stay in the Gu family. I've always been careful when I get along with her. I won't spill a word of what I shouldn't say." Lin Zhe had a sincere smile on his face. His tone was certain, but in his heart, he was secretly slandering, but he didn't dare to show half of it on his face. Gu Tinghui nodded slightly, but the scrutinizing meaning in his eyes did not diminish at all. "Ah Zhe, it's good that you understand. Our Gu family has a big tree that attracts the wind, so if we're not careful, we'll be caught by someone." Gu Tinghui paused, picking up the cigar on the table and gently turning it in his fingertips, as if he was reminiscing about the past. "All these years, I've come through thick and thin, bent on making the company bigger and stronger, also wanting to maintain this family. It's really not easy." Lin Zhe busily nodded his head and agreed. "Dad, I understand it all. I can see it in my eyes that you've worked your ass off for this family. I've been in the Gu family for a while now. The good you've done for me, I've remembered it all. I've always been grateful for the cultivation you've done for me, and I only look forward to being able to contribute more to the Gu family and live up to your trust." Lin Zhe knew in his heart that Gu Tinghui was facetious and suspicious, so he could only say these words of loyalty up front. As expected, hearing Lin Zhe's words, Gu Tinghui's originally tightly locked brows gradually stretched out. "Not bad. I knew that the decision to adopt you in the first place was the right one." Before Lin Zhe could continue, Gu Tinghui spoke again. "Since you've taken such a stance, there's one thing I'd like to hear your opinion on." As soon as these words left his mouth, Lin Zhe instantly tensed his nerves and muttered in his heart. Gu Tinghui wouldn't really want to ask him about his illegitimate son, right? As an adopted son himself, what could he say? If he said something he didn't like to hear, he'd have to offend him, and this was completely unpalatable. Lin Zhe instantly tensed up and quickly opened his mouth to refuse. "After all, my son is young and shallow. His views are definitely immature. Dad, why don't you ask those experienced seniors in the company?" Gu Tinghui, however, waved his hand and looked indifferent. "It's just a casual conversation about opinions. It's okay." And without waiting for Lin Zhe to respond, he spoke to himself. "This matter is also something I only recently learned about, and as it turns out, I have a younger brother. Gu Tinghui narrowed his eyes slightly, a complex look flashing across his face. His identity, not too honorable, to put it bluntly, is an illegitimate child. Speaking here, Gu Tinghui's gaze was like electricity, staring at Lin Zhe, as if he wanted to see through his soul, wanting to see how he would react. Lin Zhe was shocked in his heart, but his face immediately revealed just the right look of surprise. In conjunction with Gu Tinghui's words, he aptly opened his mouth wide and stared, as if he had heard some shocking secret. Gu Tinghui continued, "This younger brother of mine, he had an accident some time ago and passed away." After a slight pause, Gu Tinghui's tone unconsciously sank a few points. "But he left behind a son." Lin Zhe still maintained a face of feigned surprise, but his heart set off waves of shock. Gu Tinghui was planning to fabricate a son of his illegitimate brother, so that he could rightfully take his illegitimate son back into the family. Sure enough, he was old and resourceful. Gu Tinghui took a deep breath and continued, "This son of his has been living abroad, but for some reason, he's going to return home in the near future, and with no one to turn to at home, he contacted me." After saying that, Gu Tinghui leaned forward slightly, his gaze locked onto Lin Zhe. "What do you think? How should I handle this matter?" At this moment, Lin Zhe was still sighing in his heart at Gu Tinghui's good plan of creating a brother out of nothing. Not only was he able to cover up the scandal of him having an illegitimate son, he was also able to find a reason to bring his own son back to him. Lin Zhe's mood grew heavier and heavier. Since Gu Tinghui had blatantly asked himself this, he had probably already figured out what he was going to do. Asking him for his opinion now was probably also to see his attitude towards this illegitimate son. "Zhe, why don't you say anything?" Gu Tinghui's prodding voice rang out. Chapter 97. It would be strange not to be hated by a bastard. Lin Zhe was violently pulled back to reality by this urging, his brain racing. He quickly piled up just the right amount of humility and sincerity on his face and opened his mouth. "Dad, for you to discuss this matter with me is to look up to me. I'm both touched and terrified in my heart. If there's anything I've said that's wrong, please bear with me." Gu Tinghui nodded. Lin Zhe took a deep breath at this, then methodically continued to speak. "I think that, since it's the Gu family bloodline, naturally I can't ignore it. He was Gu Tinghui's own son. If he blocked his own son from returning to the Gu family, wouldn't he be just as stupid as Lin Haoyu in his last life?" Gu Tinghui nodded with a hint of satisfaction after hearing Lin Zhe's answer. "You're right, but..." Gu Tinghui frowned slightly, his fingers gently tapping the desktop, revealing a look of concern. "It's just that by rashly taking over the family, the Gu family will inevitably be discussed by the outside world, and it might have an impact on the Gu family's reputation and the company." Hearing Gu Tinghui's words, Lin Zhe slandered in his mind. Can taking an illegitimate child home not have an impact? "Lin Zhe, since you think I can't just ignore it, do you have any good ideas?" Here we go again. Lin Zhe's heart screamed in agony. However, he didn't dare to show the slightest bit on his face. The brain began to race again. "That's right. Let's just go by taking care of Timothy Huey's last life." Lin Zhe fixed his mind and spoke. "I think that we can first arrange a quiet and comfortable residence for him, and secretly send someone to take care of his life and living, so that he can first adapt to the rhythm of life and environment in the country. During this time, we can also slowly get to know his personality and character, and see if he can integrate into the Gu family." Gu Tinghui nodded slightly, signaling Lin Zhe to continue. Lin Zhe thought for a moment, and with just the right amount of doubt in his gaze, he looked at Gu Tinghui. "Dad, does Mom Lu know about this matter?" Gu Tinghui shook his head. "This is something that I've only told you alone. So, you have to help me keep it a secret first."
Linze nodded solemnly.
"Dad, you think so highly of me. Without your permission, I won't talk nonsense." Speaking of Lu Wanqin, the look of difficulty on Gu Tinghui's face grew more and more intense. "I reckon that it's hard for your mother Lu to accept this matter," Gu Tinghui said, looking towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe immediately understood in seconds, and he opened his mouth to speak his thoughts. Mother Lu has a delicate mind. It's true that she might not be able to accept it for a while, but it's not without a turnaround. Lin Zhe's words immediately aroused Gu Tinghui's interest. "Oh? Tell me about it." Lin Zhe smiled, his tone becoming lighter. "Dad, have you forgotten the time when I first came to the Gu family? Wasn't Mom Gu also very resistant to my presence? But now we get along quite well. That's why I think it's a good idea to wait for a suitable opportunity to bring your brother's son for everyone to meet. After that, arrange for them to come into contact with each other more often, and as the days go by, Mother Lu and the others will naturally accept it slowly. But during this period of time, you have to put more effort into pleasing Mama Lu, so that she can accept it faster later. Gu Tinghui leaned back in his chair and spoke after a moment of silence. Ah Zhe, you've thought this through quite well. However, this child is after all my brother's only bloodline, and I don't want him to feel left out. Lin Zhe hurriedly compensated with a smile. Dad, you value love and justice. This is something we all know. In terms of life, we definitely need to give him the best treatment, and our daily care and attention can't be less. Since that's the case, then you help me to visit him, help him familiarize himself with the situation in the country, and if there are any needs, you can also give me timely feedback. Hearing Gu Tinghui's words, Lin Zhe was first slightly stunned. Then he reacted, a warm smile piling up on his face. Of course, to be able to help you share things with Dad. I couldn't ask for more. Old fox. Old fox. Lin Zhe cursed Gu Tinghui twice more in his heart. It seemed like he had to relate himself, his adopted son, to his illegitimate son. Gu Tinghui looked at Lin Zhe, a few more points of deep meaning in his gaze. I'm glad that you have this heart. Gu Tinghui stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the garden outside, and said thoughtfully, this child grew up abroad, and the living habits and family rules are different from those at home, so we have to find someone to guide him properly. So, I think you are the most suitable person for this. Thank you, Dad, for your trust. I will live up to it. Lin Zhe said pretty words on his lips, but his heart was like a clear mirror. I see that you're just trying to use me, your adopted son, to stimulate your own son so that he'll have a sense of crisis, so that he can put away his other thoughts and study hard, so that he can become the successor of your Gu family in the future. Although Lin Zhe saw Gu Tinghui's calculations clearly in his heart, his face remained the same submissive look. After coming out of the study, he went straight to his room, closed the door, and sat on his butt on the bed, his mind racing with thoughts. Now, it seems that he and this bastard must meet. And according to the idea of taking care of Tinghui, he would still have to jump in front of this bastard from time to time. The other party would definitely think in his heart that he, an adopted son, was doing better than his own biological son, and his heart was definitely unbalanced. It would be strange for him not to be held in hatred by the bastard son. I have to think of a way to make myself less inviting to hatred. Lin Zhe muttered, his mind quickly thinking of various feasible ways. The next day, Lin Zhe woke up early and after carefully organizing his attire, he headed to Gu Yichen's residence according to the address given by Care Tinghui. The villa on the outskirts of the city was quiet and elegant. Lin Zhe stood at the gate and pressed the doorbell. The maid opened the gate and welcomed Lin Zhe inside. He then brought him to the door of the room where Gu Yichen was. Lin Zhe let out a deep breath, then reached out his hand and knocked on the door of the room. Soon, there was movement coming from inside. Before long, this door in front of Lin Zhe was opened. A face that resembled Gu Tinghui by 7 or 8 points appeared in front of Lin Zhe. Chapter 98 Young Master, hello. The moment Gu Yichen saw Lin Zhe, he was first violently stunned, followed by his brows tightly knitting into a ball. Thick hostility spewed out of his eyes without concealment. This adopted son was truly rampant. He didn't even look for him himself. He actually came to the door. What are you doing here? Gu Yichen's tone was as cold as the wind on the 9th day of the 9th month, capable of freezing people. Lin Zhe met that razor-sharp gaze with a gentle smile on his face. He opened his mouth without panic. His voice was filled with just the right amount of humility and gentleness. Young master. This Gu Yichen obviously knew himself, and it seemed that he had already gotten to know him. As soon as Lin Zhe's young master was uttered, Gu Yichen instantly felt as if he had been cast under a spell, and his entire body froze. What was he calling himself? Just as Gu Yichen was filled with doubt, not quite sure, Lin Zhe called out again. Young master, I heard that you've returned to China, so I've come to pay you a special visit. Gu Yichen's eyes were still filled with caution as he looked at Lin Zhe. He didn't believe that this adopted son could have any good intentions. Maybe he had come here to give himself a hard time. Humph. Coming to visit with empty hands? Gu Yichen snorted coldly, his words full of mockery. Young master is mistaken. Lin Zhe looked calm and responded nonchalantly. Meeting for the first time, I really don't know what kind of gift young master likes. I'll be sure to prepare it properly next time. Gui Chen listened to Lin Zai's dripping reply. His eyes narrowed slightly as he began to ponder in his heart. This Lin Zai was really smooth-talking. He might have said a lot of bad things about himself in front of Gu Tinghui and blown a lot of crooked wind. Don't talk such nonsense. What exactly are you here for? Gui Chen didn't have the patience to beat around the bush with him anymore and directly questioned. Lin Zai pursed his lips, as if he had made some kind of determination, and spoke. Young master, then I won't hide it from you. In fact, the real purpose of my coming is… Gui Chen's eyes stared tightly at him, as if they were trying to see through him. It's that Papa Gu is very concerned about you, so he asked me to come and see you. Lin Zai said with a sincere face. In order to pull less hate on himself, he had to make Gui Chen feel that Gu Tinghui valued him as his own son, and that he, his adopted son, couldn't compare to him at all. When Gui Chen heard Lin Zai's words, the layer of cold frost in his eyes seemed to melt a little. Don't say such nonsense. If he really cares about me, he should come and see me himself. Gui Chen's mouth was still unforgiving. He also wanted to come and see you, but he's just too busy with his affairs. Lin Zai patiently explained. It's all just an excuse. Gui Chen instantly flared up when he heard this, anger and dissatisfaction written all over his face. Lin Zai's heart rejoiced when he saw this scene. The more angry this Gui Chen got, the more it showed that he cared about this real father. Don't look at his mouth. But in his heart, he might be looking forward to Gu Tinghui coming to see him. Lin Zai was more and more certain in his heart that he was on the right path. Dad Gu is actually very anxious to bring you back to his family. Lin Zai struck while the iron was hot and threw out the sentence. Really? Gui Chen's eyes instantly lit up, staring intently at Lin Zai, his eyes filled with anticipation and skepticism.
Lin Zai nodded heavily.
Then why did he arrange for me to be in this hellhole? Gui Chen's emotions flared up again, his tone filled with aggression and anger. Young master, don't blame Father Gu. This was actually my idea. As soon as Lin Zai said this, Gui Chen's eyes instantly turned fierce and murderous as he looked at him. It really was the same as what Lin Hao Yu had said. It was all because of Lin Zai, his adopted son, that he could only stay here, unable to return to the Gu family. Seeing this, Lin Zai hurriedly explained. Young master, don't misunderstand. Rashly allowing you to return to the Gu family will definitely cause a bunch of gossip, and at that time, not only will it have an impact on the Gu family and the Gu industry, but it will also have a not-so-small negative impact on you. That's why I can only come up with this next step to condescend to you. When I think of a good solution and find a suitable time, Father Gu will definitely welcome young master you back to the family in name only. Hearing Lin Zai say this, although Gui Chen still doubted the truthfulness of his words in his heart, his face always looked better. Lin Zai took advantage of this time to hastily open his mouth to change the topic. By the way, Father Gu asked me to bring some school information, wanting you to see which school to choose, and arrange for you to enter the school to continue your studies at that time. Lin Zai finished speaking and pointed to the briefcase he brought with him. Come in. Gui Chen's tone was still not very friendly, but at least he loosened up. Lin Zai walked into the house and glanced at a pair of men's slippers not far away. He subconsciously scanned Gui Chen's feet again, only to see that he was wearing a pair of slippers on his feet, and the shoe size of these slippers looked obviously several sizes larger than the slippers over there. Young master, are there guests at home? Lin Zai asked with a puzzled expression. Gui Chen followed his gaze to the pair of slippers, and his expression tightened slightly. Those slippers are mine. Seemingly afraid that Lin Zai wouldn't believe him, he hastily added. Those servants bought them small at first, and only got the right ones later. Lin Zai nodded, but his eyes still couldn't help but linger on that pair of men's slippers for a while longer. He clearly remembered that the shoe size worn by his younger brother Lin Hao Yu was precisely this number. Lin Zai's heart tightened slightly, but his face remained calm. He withdrew his gaze without moving, smiled and said to Gui Chen, "So that's how it is. It seems that the servants still aren't careful enough in their work. I'll mention it to Father Gu later and ask them to pay more attention." Gui Chen nodded, his expression a little unnatural, obviously a little wary of Lin Zai's follow-up question. Seeing this, Lin Zai stopped asking more questions and turned to take out a few copies of the school's information from his briefcase, handing them to Gui Chen. Young master, this is the information of a few schools that Papa Gu asked me to bring, all of which are top institutions in the country. You can take a look at them first, and if any of them interest you, we can arrange for you to visit them. Gui Chen took the information and casually flipped through a few pages, his brows wrinkling slightly. These schools were all chosen by Gu Tinghui. Lin Zhe nodded. Yes, Father Gu specially selected a few schools that are suitable for you. He wants you to receive the best education in the country. And in the future, you will also be able to better integrate into the Gu family. Gui Chen laughed coldly, his tone carrying a few hints of mockery. He's thoughtful. Lin Zhe heard the dissatisfaction in his words and pondered in his heart. It seemed that Gui Chen wasn't exactly buying Gu Tinghui's arrangement. He had to be careful how he dealt with this and not let Gui Chen develop more animosity towards himself. Young master, Father Gu is also looking out for you. Lin Zhe spoke in a gentle tone, trying to ease the atmosphere. If you're not satisfied with these schools, we can discuss it again and see if there are other options that are more suitable for you. Gui Chen directly closed the information and stared at Lin Zhe as he asked, that daughter of Gu Tinghui's, which school is she in? Hearing Gui Chen ask about Gu Wan'er, Lin Zhe was slightly stunned. What was he trying to do here? Deaf. Gui Chen's tone rang out with dissatisfaction and urgency.
Lin Zhe hurriedly replied.
Miss Wan'er is attending an ordinary high school. Why would she go to an ordinary high school? Gui Chen continued to ask with a frown. Lin Zhe shook his head. It's Miss Wan'er's wish. Then I'm going to that school as well. Gui Chen's words caused Lin Zhe to be a little surprised. Young master, are you sure? Well, you go back and tell Gu Tinghui that I'll go to that school or I won't go to school. Chapter 99. Why didn't he think of it? Seeing that Lin Zhe didn't respond immediately, Gui Chen leaned lazily towards the sofa, his eyebrows slightly raised, and his tone carried a few hints of sarcasm. What? Didn't you say that Gu Tinghui values me? Can't even do this little thing? Lin Zhe's complexion stagnated, quickly adjusting his expression. Of course not. Gui Chen sneered and waved his hand, his tone unquestionable. Then it's settled, you can leave. Seeing Gui Chen's resolute attitude, Lin Zhe stopped arguing and nodded slightly. All right, I'll try my best to do this. After saying that, he stood up. His gaze inadvertently swept over the bathroom doorway, lingered for a moment, then withdrew his sight and turned to leave. Lin Zhe's front foot had just left when the bathroom door was gently opened. Lin Haoyu walked out wearing a bathrobe and bare feet, his wet hair still dripping. When Gui Chen saw him come out, he narrowed his eyes and whispered, Lin Zhe is really cunning. Even a pair of slippers can tell the difference. Lin Haoyu's eyes were grim, and his tone was tinged with hatred. He's a person who's best at disguises, pretending to be harmless on the surface, but behind his back, he doesn't know what he's playing at. He's the most hypocritical person I've ever seen. You mustn't be fooled by him. Gui Chen snorted coldly, his gaze sharp. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Lin Haoyu, a few hints of temptation in his tone. You plan to keep hiding here and not show up? Lin Haoyu was silent for a moment, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. When I help you return to the Gu family, I will naturally show up and settle this score with Lin Zhe. On the other side, Lin Zhe sat in the car, his brows locked, his mind constantly recalling the scene just now. It wasn't difficult to get Gui Chen into Gu Wan'er's school. What he was worried about was that after Gu Wan'er knew about Gui Chen's existence, thinking about that bad thing, Lin Zhe frowned. Gui Chen's sudden offer to go to the same school as Gu Wan'er, was it just a temporary idea? Or was it premeditated? Right now, in order not to intensify the conflict, he could only agree to it for the time being. Luckily, Gui Chen's identity would not be exposed for the time being, and Gu Wan'er's safety should still be guaranteed. Lin Zhe took a deep breath and decided in his heart. During this period of time, he must be diligent in personally transporting Gu Wan'er and try to avoid her contact with Gui Chen. As for Gu Tinghui's side, he had already thought of something to say. In Gu Tinghui's office, Lin Zhe stood in front of his desk, calmly reporting Gui Chen's request. Are you saying that he wants to be in the same school as Wan'er because he wants to experience the life of an ordinary student and doesn't want special treatment? Gu Tinghui raised his eyes to look at Lin Zhe, a few moments of skepticism in his tone. Lin Zhe didn't change his face and nodded. Yes, Dad. Although Yutsai School is an ordinary school, the teachers are strong and the quality of teaching is guaranteed. He thinks that such an environment is more suitable for him to integrate into ordinary life. Gu Tinghui pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Since he has this idea, let's do what he wants. Lin Zhe bowed slightly, his tone respectful. Okay, Dad. I'll make the arrangements as soon as possible. Walking out of the office, Lin Zhe breathed a long sigh of relief, but a trace of complexity flashed in his eyes. Lin Zhe returned to his room and at the first opportunity, he called the head of the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital. After learning that Lin Haoyu's whereabouts were still unknown, he then called the bodyguard he had arranged. After learning from the bodyguard that Lin Haoyu hadn't returned home even in the past few days, much less gone to school, Lin Zhe's brows knitted even tighter. At this time, inexplicably, the pair of slippers at Guichen's place came to his mind. There was also the fact that when he was leaving, he vaguely heard movement in the bathroom, which seemed to be occupied. That villa where Guichen is, it seems like it's not far from Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital.
Linse muttert.
Knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded outside the door. Immediately afterward, Zhang Ying's voice rang out. Young Master Zhe, someone is looking for you. When Lin Zhe heard the knock, he quickly collected his thoughts and said in a deep voice, Come in. The door was pushed open, and Zhang Ying stood in the doorway. Young Master Zhe, there's a gentleman surnamed Song downstairs looking for you. Mr. Song? Did he know any Mr. Song? Couldn't be Song Long, could it? Wasn't he healing people? Lin Zhe pondered for a moment, then nodded. I see, you go down and entertain him first. I'll be right there. Zhang Ying answered and retreated. Lin Zhe straightened his collar and stepped out of the room. Downstairs in the living room, Song Long was sitting on the sofa, a cup of tea in his hand, his expression subdued. Seeing Lin Zhe coming downstairs, he immediately stood up, his eyes filled with excitement.
Linse.
Song Long's voice carried a joy that was hard to hide. Brother Long, why are you here? Lin Zhe was also a little surprised to see Song Long. Although the Song Long in front of him had lost a lot of weight, his face was rosy and refreshed, so he had obviously recovered well. I'm discharged from the hospital. Song Long smiled and patted his chest, his tone carrying a bit of pride. The doctor said that there won't be any major problems with any of my illnesses from now on. The first thing I did when I was discharged from the hospital was to come and thank you. Lin Zhe, you're my Song Long's lifesaver. Lin Zhe hurriedly waved his hands, his tone humble. Brother Long, you're overstating it. I just did what I had to do. I can't talk about any favors. No, you don't understand. Song Long looked serious and his tone was firm. If it wasn't for you, I don't even know how many years I would still be alive. Moreover, because of this illness, my popularity has skyrocketed instead. Hollywood has already contacted me, intending to collaborate on a production. Lin Zhe's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he heard this. Song Long being able to work with Hollywood meant that he would officially step into the international arena and become a true international superstar. Not only would this be a huge leap for his career, it would also greatly increase his influence and power of speech. Brother Long, congratulations, Lin Zhe said heartily. This is an achievement you deserve. Song Long waved his hand, his tone sincere. Lin Zhe, I, Song Long, am not an ungrateful person. You saved my life. From now on, you are my own brother. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just ask. I'll do my best. Song Long's words were like a heavy hammer, instantly awakening Lin Zhe. He suddenly realized that he had overlooked something all along. Yup, why hadn't he thought of that? After Guichen returned home, he had been feeling somewhat isolated. Although Lu Wanqin was on his side, Gu Tinghui was in control of the entire Gu group after all, and the situation wasn't favorable to him. And now, Song Long's appearance reminded him. He could completely utilize his memories of his previous life to lay out his plans in advance, accumulating more backers and resources for himself. Chapter 100. You'll regret it if you don't believe me. Lin Zhe, who thought of this, was first excited and then began to contemplate. After determining the idea, then he would have to start searching for someone. It would be best if they could be like Song Long, where they could become the other party's savior by doing something on their own. In that case, in the future, finding them to do something to help out would simply be a matter of words. Lin Zhe frowned tightly and began to try to recall his memories from his last life. Who else could be his target? Where's Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu? I stopped by to pay them a visit. Song Long's voice pulled Lin Zhe out of his thoughts and back to reality. Song Long had always been a person who understood etiquette, although this time he had come specifically to thank Lin Zhe for saving his life. But Gu Tinghui was after all the man of the house. It was always inappropriate to come to someone's house but not pay a visit to the master. This is not coincidental, Mr. and Mrs. went out successively not long ago. Zhang Ying next to him hurriedly said, "Then I'll trouble you to help me forward these things," Song Long said as he handed over the carefully prepared gifts he had brought to Zhang Ying. Afterward, he pulled Lin Zhe to sit on the sofa. "Lin Zhe, don't blame me if I didn't believe you like that before." Song Long looked guilty, his tone full of self-reproach. Lin Zhe hastily shook his head and said sincerely, "It won't happen, Brother Long. Just relax. That's good. I feel guilty in my heart when I think that I actually treated my savior like this. In order to alleviate the apology in my heart, it's also considered that I want to return your kindness. You quickly tell me, do you have anything that I can help you with?" Song Long's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin Zhe waved his hand repeatedly. "There's really no need. I don't have anything I need your help with." "There really isn't? I see that your image and temperament are very good. Do you have any ideas to enter the acting industry or something? I have some contacts in the circle. I can bring you into the industry," Song Long enthusiastically proposed. In the face of Song Long's enthusiasm, Lin Zhe just politely refused. All he was thinking about now was to hurry up and let Song Long leave so that he could recall the events of his last life in peace and quiet. He could look for his next target person. Jamie had a perfect victory today. He has 2 more crucial races tomorrow, so let's see what happens. The TV in the living room was broadcasting a sports event, and the commentator's passionate voice instantly attracted Lin's attention. "Jamie? Jamie!" Lin Zhe's eyes instantly widened. Jamie, the soccer star who had passed away unexpectedly due to a plane crash. In his last life, when the news of Jamie's plane crash came out, fans who knew about him all over the country and even in other countries were grief-stricken. After all, Jamie was a rare soccer talent that had been around for so many years, and he had shown extraordinary talent and strength with every performance on the field. Lin Zhe watched the broadcast on the television carefully, his expression growing more and more grave. There were 2 matches in tomorrow's Jamie. One held right here in the city and the other in another city. The 2 cities were so far apart that they could only be flown to by special airplane. Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed instantly, his heart startled. Surprisingly, it was tomorrow. It was on the airplane rushing to the second match that Jamie had his accident. In that case, Jamie was undoubtedly the best person he was looking for right now. But how was he going to reach Jamie? Lin Zhe's brows were tightly locked, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest of the sofa as his brain raced, thinking of all the possible ways. Song Long smiled when he saw Lin Zhe staring at the TV, delaying his response. "Do you like watching soccer too? I happen to have 2 tickets to a soccer game here that a friend gave me." Lin Zhe immediately looked at Song Long with wide eyes and asked eagerly, "Is it for the Jamie game?" Song Long was clearly surprised by Lin Zhe's exaggerated reaction. He froze for a moment and then nodded. Lin Zhe immediately took the ticket over and said excitedly, "Thank you, Brother Long." Song Long said with a smile, "So you're a fan of Jamie's? Jamie's skills are really good. Maybe he can even lead our country forward in the world rankings this year." What Song Long said after that Lin Zhe could no longer hear. He only had the tickets in his hand in his eyes. Lin Zhe realized that the tickets given by Song Long were still in the top row. This was even better for him to meet Jamie. Maybe he'd even talk to Jamie himself when he went up and around the court to greet the fans. Just thinking about what he was going to do tomorrow, Lin Zhe couldn't stop being a little excited. But he still had to be thoughtful just in case. As Lin Zhe thought about it, he suddenly looked up at Song Long. Afterward, he snapped out a question towards Song Long that made Song Long incredibly puzzled. "People who like to watch soccer should also like you as an action movie superstar, right?" This was asked in such a way that Song Long didn't even know how to answer. That's hard to say. The circles of soccer fans and movie fans overlap somewhat, but they're not exactly the same. Song Long looked at Lin Zhe suspiciously. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Lin Zhe didn't answer his words, but thought for a moment and looked at him expectantly again. "Brother Long, can you do me a favor?" Although Song Long didn't know exactly what Lin Zhe wanted to do, he still nodded. "Of course, if you have anything, just order." The next day, Lin Zhe and Song Long arrived at the soccer match venue as promised. The game hadn't even started yet, and the audience was already buzzing with people. Lin Zhe was holding the admission ticket tightly in his hand, and was inevitably a little nervous in his heart. Song Long wore sunglasses and a hat, trying to keep a low profile so as not to cause unnecessary commotion. Finally, the match started. As soon as Jamie came out, the whole stadium cheered and thundered, Lindsay also stood up excitedly, his eyes staring at Jamie, looking for the right moment. The first half of the game ended with Jamie performing well and his team dominating. Taking advantage of the halftime break, Jamie began to go around the field to greet the fans. Lindsay's heart was in his throat as he shouted out Jamie's name. Perhaps it was luck that Jamie actually heard Lindsay's shouts and walked towards them. Lindsay seized the moment and shouted out Jamie's name. Perhaps it was because he was acting too enthusiastically that he finally attracted Jamie's attention. He looked over towards Lindsay's side. Lindsay immediately shouted again, "Jamie, I have something very important to tell you." Jamie nodded cooperatively, then walked over towards Lindsay. Watching Jamie come over, Lindsay took a deep breath and quickly said, "Jamie, later on, are you going to take a plane to another city for your next match?" Hearing Lindsay's words, Jamie nodded. "You can't go by airplane." Jamie, who originally thought that the other party was trying to express his fervent admiration and love for him, frowned after hearing Lindsay's words. "How am I going to go to the competition if I don't take a plane? It's just a match. It's no big deal to you. But if you don't believe me..." Jamie shrugged helplessly, feeling that the man in front of him seemed to have a bit of a brain problem, and was ready to leave without even listening to his words. Seeing that Jamie was about to leave, Lindsay immediately shouted again, "If you don't believe my words, you'll regret it." Chapter 101, I have a terminal illness. The moment Lindsay's words came out, he managed to make Jamie turn his head back once again. But there was some displeasure on his face. "Child, don't say such big words that make people laugh." Jamie dropped these words towards Lindsay and turned away. The surrounding fans also began to whisper, and some even revealed sneering smiles. Did this kid watch too many movies? Ignore him, probably trying to get Jamie's attention, daring to say anything. This kind of person should have security throw him out. Lindsay looked at Jamie's back as he left, his heart anxious. The fans around him were still pointing at him, and some even took out their cell phones to take pictures of him, ready to send them online to mock him. "Lindsay, are you all right?" Song Long patted his shoulder with a hint of worry in his tone. Although he didn't understand why Lindsay suddenly said those words to Jamie, he could sense Lindsay's nervousness and anxiety. "Brother Long, do you trust me?" Lindsay grabbed Song Long's arm, his eyes full of sincerity. Song Long frowned. What Lindsay had just said was indeed somewhat inexplicable, but when he thought of Lindsay accurately saying that he was sick earlier, he couldn't help but feel a little shaken in his heart. He pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "I believe you." At that moment, Song Long thought of the favor Lindsay asked him to do yesterday. "So, you thought about doing this yesterday?" Song Long's eyes were filled with incredulity. Lindsay nodded heavily. "Later on, I'll be troubling you." Song Long's expression also became serious. He nodded solemnly. Lindsay's gaze suddenly landed on the stadium's big screen. The screen was playing highlights of Jamie's wonderful goals, while the time in the lower right corner showed that there were still 10 minutes left until the end of the match. When the game ended, the time for Jamie to get off the field was especially crucial. He had to take advantage of that time to once again fight to make Jamie believe in himself. The whistle for the end of the game blew, and the entire stadium erupted in deafening cheers. Jamie walked towards the players' channel surrounded by his teammates, a triumphant smile on his face. "Brother Long, it's your turn." Lindsay cast a glance towards Song Long. Song Long nodded and took a deep breath, then removed his mask and hat. "Oh my God. Big star Song Long has also come to watch the soccer game." Lindsay deliberately shouted out in feigned surprise. His shout immediately attracted the attention of many people. When they saw Song Long's real face, the surrounding fans instantly boiled over. "It's Song Long. Oh my God. It's really Song Long. Why is Song Long here? Isn't he healing? Quickly take a picture. Take pictures." The crowd instantly surged towards Song Long, and the security guards were caught off guard by the sudden chaos, rushing over to maintain order. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lindsay quickly pushed his way out of the crowd and ran in the direction of the players' channel. He ran all the way and finally saw Jamie's back near the entrance of the passageway. Jamie was talking to several staff members and seemed to be preparing to head directly to the airport. "Jamie!" Lindsay shouted, panting as he ran up to him. Jamie frowned, clearly recognizing the teenager who had just caught him at the side of the court. His face still held displeasure. "Why are you here again?" Lindsay gritted his teeth and suddenly changed his words. "I'm sorry, Jamie. I was indeed playing a prank just now. Actually, I'm seriously ill, so I probably don't have much time left. I just wanted to use this way to make you remember me, even if it's just once." Jamie froze for a moment, the displeasure on his face gradually dissipating, replaced by a hint of complexity. He looked at Lin Zay's pale face and rapid breathing, and his heart couldn't help but soften. "What kind of illness did you have?" Jamie's tone eased. Lin Zay lowered his head, his voice a little choked. "The doctor said it's a terminal disease that can't be cured. I just want to see you with my own eyes and take a picture with you while I can still walk. It's my last wish." Jamie was silent for a moment and finally sighed. "All right, I promise you." Lin Zay nodded and was about to pull out his cell phone when he suddenly frowned and stopped moving. "What's wrong?" Jamie asked in confusion. "I want you to make a video encouraging me to heal, but it's too noisy here." Jamie heard and immediately understood. "Then why don't you come with me to my restroom?"
Linse hurriedly nodded.
Jamie led Lin Zay into the players' lounge, and after closing the door, the clamor outside suddenly became much smaller. There were only the two of them in the lounge, and Jamie pointed to the sofa. "Have a seat. What kind of video do you want to shoot?" Lin Zay took a deep breath and tried to make his expression look more sincere. "Jamie, can you help me record a video to encourage all children who are sick like me not to give up hope? I want to post this video online to give them some strength." Jamie nodded, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. "Of course, it's a very meaningful thing." Lin Zay took out his cell phone, turned on the video function, and handed it to Jamie. "Then let's start now." Jamie took the phone, adjusted the angle, and gave a warm smile to the camera. "Hello everyone, I'm Jamie. Today I want to fulfill a sick child's wish." Just as Jamie was concentrating on recording the video, Lin Zay quietly fished out a small bottle from his pocket. It contained the anesthetic spray he had prepared beforehand. He knew that it was too difficult to convince Jamie that he wasn't going to go on that plane in a short period of time. It was still necessary to use some extraordinary means. As long as he waited for things to pass, Jamie would naturally believe himself by then. He slowly approached Jamie. "Jamie, thank you," Lin Zay whispered, a hint of guilt in his voice. Jamie turned his head and was about to respond when Linza suddenly aimed the spray at his face. Before Jamie could react, he felt a wave of dizziness and his body fell uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, Jamie. That's all I could do." Linza quickly supported Jamie and gently placed him on the couch. At this moment, the staff members who had been guarding the outside of the lounge seemed to feel that Jamie had stayed inside for too long. They began to open their mouths to urge them on. "Jamie, is it okay? Got to catch the plane." "Jamie, did you hear that?" Lin Zay, who heard the voice, looked at the scene in front of him and tensed up a little. What was he going to do with the unconscious Jamie now? "What's happening inside? Quickly open the door." Just at this time, the staff outside realized that something seemed to have happened inside and began to frantically knock on the door. Chapter 102 Aircraft Personnel, No Lifetime. "Jamie, are you okay?" The voice outside became more and more anxious, and the knocking on the door became more urgent. Lin Zay took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He quickly walked to the door and responded in as smooth a voice as possible. "Jamie is a bit uncomfortable and may need to take a rest." "Uncomfortable? We need to get in there and take a look." The staff member was clearly uneasy. "Wait," Lin Zay said hurriedly. "Jamie is resting. You guys will disturb him like this. He just said that he only needs a few minutes." The staff outside seemed to hesitate for a moment, but quickly added, "No, we have to make sure he's okay." Seeing that the people outside were about to be unable to stop him, Lin Zay hurriedly hid the anesthetic spray on his body in a part of the room. He then took a deep breath and opened the door to the room. The staff immediately flooded in. They quickly saw Jamie, who was passed out on the couch. "What's going on here?" The staff questioned Linza while another staff member tried to wake Jamie up. Linza's heart was still tense at the moment, but his face was composed and he opened his mouth to explain. "I'm not sure. Jamie suddenly just said he had a headache and then laid down. I had thought that it would be fine to let him rest quietly for a while." The staff didn't believe the set of words from him at all. A few people quickly divided the work. 2 strong security personnel, one on the left and one on the right, directly clamped down on Lin Zay's arm and pressed him against the wall, preventing him from making any further small movements. Lin Zay did not resist. He knew that his behavior could no longer be explained. He could only wait for things to unfold. "Jamie, Jamie, wake up." The staff anxiously slapped Jamie's face, trying to wake him up. Jamie's eyelids moved slightly, but he still wasn't fully awake. His breathing was steady, but he was clearly in a deep coma. Linza was taken aside, and several security guards kept a close eye on him to prevent him from making any further moves. A few minutes later, the sirens of an ambulance came from far away and paramedics quickly arrived on the scene. They checked Jamie's condition and confirmed that he was only in a temporary coma and that his life was not in danger, and then lifted him onto a stretcher and sent him to the hospital. At the same time, the team's coach and management also arrived at the scene. The coach's face was grim, obviously angry and anxious about the unexpected situation. "What the hell is going on here?" the coach asked sternly, his eyes sweeping over everyone present. The staff looked at each other in disbelief, and finally turned their gazes to Lindsay. "It's him." A staff member pointed at Lindsay and said, "He was the only one in the room when we found Jamie unconscious, and he tried to stop us from going in." The coach's gaze instantly locked onto Lindsay, his eyes filled with anger and disbelief. "What did you do?" The coach walked up to Lindsay, his voice low and cold. Lindsay raised his head, his gaze firm. "I didn't hurt Jamie. I just wanted to save him." "Save him?" the coach sneered. "You put him in a coma. This is called saving him? Do you know that his next match is very important?" Lindsay opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He knew that it was useless to say anything now, and that the truth could only be understood after the news of the plane crash had spread. No more important match was more important than continuing to live. "Hand him over to the police." The coach waved his hand, signaling the security guards to take Lindsay away. Lindsay was taken away from the scene and sent to a nearby police station. Meanwhile, the team's management quickly held an emergency meeting. Jamie was the team's core player, and his absence would have a huge impact on the game. The coach and management decided to immediately arrange for a replacement player to take Jamie's place and adjust the tactics. On Lindsay's way to be handed over to the police, Song Long arrived in time to stop them. "I can use my fame and personality to guarantee that Lindsay didn't do anything to hurt Jamie." Taking a step back, if Jamie really did do something, it wouldn't be too late to hand him over to the police at that time. The coaches and security guards' attitudes eased slightly when they saw Song Long step in. "Mr. Song Long, this isn't a small matter. We can't just let him off easily based on your guarantee alone," the coach said. Song Long responded with a serious face. "I understand your concerns, but the priority now is to wait for Jamie's situation and further news." The coach pondered for a moment and finally nodded. "All right, then we'll wait a little longer. But he can't leave our sight until things are clear." Lindsay looked gratefully at Song Long, who patted his shoulder, signaling that he was at ease. Not long after, news came from the hospital that Jamie had awakened. Upon learning this news, Coach rushed to the hospital immediately with the crowd. After Jamie woke up and learned that he couldn't participate in the next important match because he was in a coma, he was furious. Especially when he saw that Lindsay still dared to appear in front of him. He ignored the crowd and rushed to him. "Bastard!" Jamie roared, grabbing Lindsay by the collar. "Do you realize what you've done? You caused me to miss the match. Do you know how important that game was to me, to the team?" Lindsay was a little out of breath from Jamie's aura, but he didn't retreat, he just whispered, "Jamie, I just want to save you." "Save me?" Jamie sneered, his fists already clenched tightly. "You put me in a coma, and you call this saving me? Do you realize that this move of yours will most likely cause me to lose my qualification for this year's World Tournament?" Seeing this, Song Long hurried forward to stop Jamie. "Jamie, calm down first." "Lindsay, he off." Jamie pushed Song Long away as he stared deathly at Lindsay. "I have to teach you a lesson today." At this moment, Jamie couldn't listen to anyone's words. He clenched his fists and with his own anger, he raised them high in the air. Lindsay closed his eyes, not intending to resist. It was fine to beat him up. Afterward, sooner or later, he would be too guilty to sleep in the middle of the night. Just as Jamie's fist was about to fall, the coach suddenly rushed in, cell phone in hand, his face pale. "Jamie, stop it now." The coach's voice was a little shaky. Jamie's fist stopped in the air. He looked at the coach in disbelief. The coach swallowed and with a face of fear, he stammered. "I just received news that the airplane that you were supposed to ride on had an accident." Hearing this, Jamie's entire body froze as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What? The coach took a deep breath and continued. The plane crashed halfway. Through the flight with no one on board. Surviving. Chapter 103. I owe you a life. After the coach's voice fell, the room instantly fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to have frozen, so oppressive that people could not breathe. Jamie stood frozen in place, his raised fists slowly dropping, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. The whole person seemed to have been cast a spell of immobilization. His brain was blank, completely unable to accept everything that happened in front of him. The coach quickly walked over and handed the photo on his cell phone to Jamie's eyes. In the photo, it was the wreckage of the airplane crash. A few pieces of blackened steel frame twisted and scattered, surrounded by a dead silence. The tragic scene is shocking to the eye, and even a complete body cannot be found. Seeing this miserable scene, Jamie's legs went limp and he almost collapsed to the ground as he finally accepted this cruel reality. His body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably, and the burning rage in his eyes was completely replaced by fear at this moment. I actually... Jamie's voice carried a hint of trembling, and even his teeth were fighting. The great aftermath of fear was like a raging tide, completely drowning his entire being, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Afterward, with complex emotions, he slowly looked towards Lindsay. Song Long was also standing at the side at this moment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although he had always been on Lindsay's side, in his heart, he still felt that something so outrageous was really hard to believe. But now that the facts were right in front of him, there was no way for him to disbelieve them. Once again, Lindsay had hit the nail on the head. How on earth did you know? Jamie's face grew paler and paler. The shock of this matter was too great for him, causing him to be completely disoriented. Immediately afterward, as if he had lost his mind, he violently rushed to Lindsay, grabbed Lindsay's collar with both hands and roared hysterically. You said those words to me before. That's because you knew from the beginning that something would happen to that airplane, right? Was it you who tampered with the airplane? How else would you have known that something was going to happen to that plane? You must have some ulterior motive. Why would I do that? Lindsay's expression was calm, his gaze openly looking straight into Jamie's eyes. These words caused Jamie to freeze. Besides, if I did it, why would I tell you again? Expose myself to the crime. Lindsay gently broke Jamie's hand and took a step back. Besides, do you think I had access to that airplane? Lindsay's words were like a pot of cold water, causing Jamie to instantly regain a sliver of sanity as he let go of Lindsay, the anger on his face gradually being replaced by doubt. Then how the hell did you know? Is it hard to believe that you can tell fortunes? Jamie's face was full of doubts, staring at Lindsay closely, eagerly wanting an answer. Lindsay shook his head and sighed. His expression also became grave. At the moment, his brain was racing. He had to think of a reason that could convince the other party. It was just that, in this current situation, it seemed like saying anything wasn't quite. Lindsay couldn't think of anything that didn't feel quite right. But Jamie's gaze was getting hotter and hotter. Grass, just pull one. Anyway, we're in this situation now. Just act a little more truthful. After making up his mind, Lindsay associated it with the plot of a certain movie and opened his mouth. I heard it in some public restroom. Someone called and said that they had to find a way to keep Jamie from participating in that game. Everyone frowned when Lindsay's words came out. Lindsay didn't care and continued. At first, my reaction was the same as yours right now, and I didn't take it seriously, just thought I was hearing a joke. But the tone of that person's speech was very serious, permeated with a ruthlessness, and I muttered in my heart, so I purposely stayed there for a while longer. Lindsay paused, as if recalling the scene at that time, his brows slightly furrowed. Then I realized that that person had covered himself up tightly, with a spooky energy all over his body, and after making the call, he even took out the phone card he had just used and threw it away. Now I completely felt something was wrong. Lindsay once again looked up to gauge their expressions, finding that they seemed to really believe what he was saying. He went on immediately afterward. I carefully thought about it. The water that Jamie drank and the food he ate were all taken care of by specialized people, with layers of controls, so it was hard to do anything about it. After thinking about it, I can only start with the transportation. Lindsay looked at Jamie with a sincere gaze. So I guess that someone might be tampering with your airplane. However, at first, I couldn't be sure if something would really happen to that plane, but just in case, I still wanted to stop you from going to that race. After all, the race wasn't as important as your life, so that's why I came up with this plan. Lindsay said this with an apologetic face, bending down to Jamie. It's me who didn't think it through. Please forgive me for my recklessness. Although what he said was a bit of a rip off, but paired with his sincere performance, it shouldn't be a problem, right? At this moment, Jamie, after hearing Lindsay's remorse, he violently stretched out his hand and fiercely slapped himself. No, I'm the one who has to say I'm sorry. You saved me. When he thought of Lindsay risking being beaten up and even sent to the police station for his own safety to stop any hint of a possibility of him suffering a crisis, Jamie's heart was overwhelmed with emotion. Along with that came an unstoppable guilt. Seeing Jamie's reaction, Lindsay's heart was relieved. It's good to believe that, a month after Jamie's plane crash in his previous life, it was investigated that it was Jamie's opposing player who had arranged for someone to tamper with the plane. He had merely told that answer ahead of time and saved Jamie's life in the process. So afterward, if they went to check out anything in their hearts to doubt his words, he was not afraid at all. The guilt in Jamie's heart reached its peak, and he violently grabbed Lindsay's shoulders, his voice trembling slightly with uncontrollable excitement and gratitude. Lindsay, I really don't know how to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have already, by now. His throat felt like it was blocked, and halfway through his words, he paused for a while, forcing himself not to let his emotions break through. This usually tough and strong athlete, at this moment, it was also difficult to hide the waves within his heart. Lindsay gently patted Jamie's shoulder, his tone gentle. You don't need to thank me. I just did what I thought was right. It's more important than anything that you're safe. Jamie raised his head, his gaze filled with guilt and gratitude, his voice slightly hoarse. But I just almost made a move on you. I'm so not human. Lindsay shook his head, revealing a bitter smile. If it were me, it would probably be the same. After all, that match was too important to you. I can understand your feelings. Jamie shook his head vigorously, his tone firm. No, you shouldn't understand me. I still suspect it was you. I'm such an asshole. As he said that, he fiercely raised his hand again to give himself a slap. The sound was crisp and loud, frightening the next Song Long to rush forward and grab his hand. Seeing this, the coach hurriedly walked over and patted Jamie's shoulder, his tone heavy. Jamie, this kid is right. It's more important than anything that you're safe. The game can be played again, but there's only one life. You should thank him instead of continuing to blame yourself. Jamie took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. He stabilized his mind and solemnly looked at Lindsay with a firm tone. Lindsay, from today onwards, you are my Jamie's benefactor. I owe you my life. In the future, no matter what you need, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best. Chapter 104 I can give you a 500% return rate. In order to prevent any more trouble from arising from his saving Jamie's life, Lindsay specifically instructed Jamie and the others to never mention too much about him. The reason for this was to prevent retaliation by the people who had done something on the airplane. Hearing this, Jamie and the others all nodded their heads and replied. After accomplishing his purpose, Lindsay followed Song Long and left. Lindsay, did you really overhear those people's conversation before concluding that there was something wrong with the airplane? On the way, Song Long couldn't help but ask.
Lindsay smiled.
Actually, I traveled from the future. Song Long's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Ha 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 ha. Lindsay suddenly burst out laughing. Brother Long, you're almost 40 years old and you still believe in this. Fine, you actually tricked me. I really almost believed it. After all, it's too much of a coincidence that you did all these things. Lindsay laughed again. The world is so big. What strange things are not there? This coincidence thing, who can say? Song Long nodded. You're right. Lindsay felt that Song Long had helped a lot in making this happen today, so he thought of inviting him to his home for dinner. He called Lu Wanqin to ask for permission, and after receiving consent, he brought Song Long back home. Gu Tinghui was still busy with business and had no plans to go home, and Gu Wanner wasn't out of school, so the three of them had lunch together. During the meal, Lu Wanqin mentioned that she had plans to invest recently, and when Song Long heard that, he immediately became interested. Recently, a few movies in our circle finished shooting. The pre-production used up all the funds. Now we don't have the money to do post-production, and we're going around pulling investments. There are a few projects I'm quite optimistic about. I wonder if you're interested in learning about them? Lindsay's eyes lit up when he heard this. Immediately afterward, he was instantly excited inside. Right? Song Long's words completely reminded him. He was a person who had relived his life. He knew which movies would explode in his last life. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe's inner excitement was beyond words. He tried to calm himself down. Lu Wanqin was originally still having a headache about finding a reliable investor. Now it was fine. There was no need to look for one. He was the most suitable candidate. He could make Lu Wanqin's investment a steady profit. Brother Long, do you have a list of these movie and television projects? Show it to us. Looking at Lu Wanqin's delay in giving a response, Lin Zhe couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. Of course. Song Long agreed with alacrity. Regarding this movie investment matter, Lin Zhe and Song Long both chatted for a while longer. After dinner, Song Long didn't stay long before leaving. Just as Song Long left, Lu Wanqin hurriedly pulled Lin Zhe aside. Lin Zhe, I was thinking of investing with the money I have on hand, but movie and television investment is too risky. Even if the bet is right, the returns are mostly not high. Why did you hastily say this to Song Long without asking me as well?
Linse smiled confidently.
Mother Lu, don't worry. Leave the film and television investment to me. I promise to give you a 200%, no, 500% rate of return. Lu Wanqin's eyebrows twisted into a pimple when she heard Lin Zhe's words. Lin Zhe, I admit that you're smart, but your words are too exaggerated. The world's top investors wouldn't dare to say that. I know that sounds arrogant, but I'm really sure. Mother Lu, just give me a portion of the capital and let me try. I promise I won't let you down. Lin Zhe began to soften his words with Lu Wanqin. Lu Wanqin looked bad to talk to, but in fact, her heart was soft, rubbing her ears more. Maybe things will come true. Lin Zhe's method was really effective. Lu Wanqin finally let go. You, this child, really can't take you, then give you $10 million. Lin Zhe's complexion suddenly became serious. Mother Lu, that bastard has returned home. If we don't hurry to clutch some assets. 100 million. This is all the liquidity I currently have on hand. It's all yours. Sure enough, once this matter was mentioned, Lu Wanqin agreed without even thinking about it. She hurried upstairs and took down a card and handed it to Lin Zhe. You can say yes. 500% return rate. Lin Zhe took the card and nodded excitedly. Lu Wanqin felt that she must be crazy to actually hand over her entire cash flow to a child less than 20 years old to take care of her investments. But then she inexplicably felt that Lin Zhe might actually be able to do it. This thought was too crazy, but as long as she got more cash flow, she would be able to think of ways to purchase more Gu shares. And then she'd have even more backbone to stop that bastard from returning to the Gu family. Inside a secluded villa, Lin Haoyu was sitting in the room that Guichen had arranged for him, and was holding his cell phone in his hand. What's going on? How come it's different from the last life? Lin Haoyu looked at the news pushed on his phone and frowned tightly. The news said that the helicopter that the original soccer star Jamie was going to ride in had an accident and crashed. In his previous life, Jamie had clearly gotten on that plane and died in the accident. But the news didn't mention this at all. Lin Haoyu's heart thumped. His fingers slid rapidly on the screen, frantically searching for more related news. Soon, a video of Jamie being interviewed came into view. In the video, Jamie shared his feelings about the disaster. A group of reporters surrounded him and asked him why he did not board the plane that killed him. It's because I suddenly felt a little sick and went to the hospital to get checked out, and that's how I dodged a bullet, Jamie said, his eyes unconsciously drifting to the upper right. Lin Haoyu saw the break at a glance. This was obviously lying. It's hard not to. A bold speculation grew quietly in the back of his mind. Lin Haoyu could not think too much, and immediately looked up the video of Jamie's matches in the past 2 days. Sure enough, in a shot that swept through the live audience, he caught a figure that was too familiar to be seen. Lin Zhe, I'd recognize you even if you turned into ashes. Lin Haoyu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Seeing Lin Zhe appear at Jamie's match, Lin Haoyu instantly understood everything. It seemed that Lin Zhe had once again acted as the savior, managing to prevent Jamie from boarding that plane, allowing him to successfully avoid the fate of a plane crash. Lin Haoyu's eyes became deeper. Lin Zhe this before also coaxed him, pretending not to know the matter of rebirth. Now ironclad evidence. He was a reborn person just like himself. Lin Haoyu's eyes instantly became gloomy and deep. The same are all reborn people. Lin Zhe can rely on the memories of the previous life to do something. Lin Haoyu also can. However, Lin Haoyu frowned. In his last life, he had been so preoccupied with eating, drinking, and having fun that he hadn't paid any attention to the big and small things in the outside world. Now that he really wanted to use the advantage of being reborn to do something, his mind went blank and he couldn't think of anything for a while. Gui Chen. Suddenly, a clear female voice rang out from outside the house. Lin Haoyu, who was originally in deep thought, came back to his senses when he heard this voice, and then his eyes widened as if he had thought of something. There! Chapter 105. I can't wish I could kill him. Rian Lu looked around, searching for Gui Chen. Where the hell did he run off to? Just as she was about to turn around and look elsewhere, the door to a guest room not far away slowly opened. A figure walked out from inside, and Lu Ruyan subconsciously opened her mouth and shouted, Gui Chen, I'm warning you. But just as the words left her mouth, she braked violently. Fixing her eyes, the person in front of her was not Gui Chen at all, but a strange young man. This pretty sister. What are you looking for Gui Chen for? Pretty sister. Lu Ruyan was originally full of defenses against this person who had suddenly appeared, but when she heard these words, the vigilance in her heart suddenly decreased by a few points. Lin Haoyu nodded seriously, with just the right amount of doubt on his face. But it's strange. I haven't heard that Gui Chen has a sister, you wouldn't be his sister, right? As soon as these words came out, Ruyan Lu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Do I look that small? I'm sorry. I saw that you were dressed more maturely, so I took you for a sister. If you had worn a school uniform, I definitely wouldn't have called you wrong. Lin Haoyu scratched his head, a naive smile on his face. Lu Ruyan was so amused that the corners of her mouth were grinning to her temples as she scolded with a laugh. You brat. Net nonsense. I'm Gui Chen's mom. Lin Haoyu instantly revealed an extremely surprised expression, his eyes widening exaggeratedly. How can that be? How can Yi Chen's mom be so young? I'd believe you if you said you were still studying. Lu Ruyan smiled more and more cheerfully. Her mood was so good that she asked, What's your name? My name is Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly when she heard this name. She always felt that this name was somewhat familiar. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she glared at Lin Haoyu in front of her and spoke.
Lin Ze is.
Lin Ze is my brother. Lin Haoyu took over the words. As soon as Lu Ruyan heard this, the guard that had just been relaxed was instantly raised again, and there were a few more points of wariness in her eyes. But he's not my brother now. I can't wait to kill him. A trace of viciousness flashed across Lin Haoyu's face. He then immediately told Lu Ruyan how Lin Ze had snatched away the opportunity that would have belonged to him to be adopted by the Gu family, and had also ruthlessly twisted himself to the mental hospital, telling Lu Ruyan all over again in his head. Lu Ruyan listened quietly, the look on her face gradually changing from wariness to sympathy. She frowned and said, I didn't expect this Lin Ze to be so ruthless to even his own brother. It was Gui Chen who saved me from the mental hospital, so I swore that I would help him take back everything in the family. Lin Haoyu clenched his fists tightly, determination written all over his face. Lu Ruyan looked at him. The doubts in her heart completely dissipated, completely dropping her defenses against him. She nodded and said, You're right in this idea. Achan is Gu Tinghue's own son, that Lin Ze, even if he's even more skillful, he's still just an adopted son, and he won't even be worthy of lifting our Achen's shoes when the time comes. Lin Haoyu nodded his head and agreed with Rian Lu. At this time, Rian Lu suddenly thought of something. She turned her head to look at Lin Haoyu and asked, You should have seen Lu Wanqin, right? How is she now? Lin Haoyu nodded. Then a hint of disdain appeared on his face. Still that high and mighty look, the mannerisms of a rich wife, very annoying to look at. Unlike you, young and beautiful, you look at least 20 years younger than her. Lu Ruyan was coaxed very happily by these words, covering her mouth and laughing. This little mouth of yours is really sweet. Looking at Lu Ruyan being coaxed into a smile by himself, Lin Haoyu was secretly pleased in his heart and began to calculate his plans. In his last life, as Gu Tinghue's adopted son, he hadn't dealt with Rian Lu's mother and son much. Rian Lu was a distant relative of Wanqin Lu, who was poor and desperate back then and found Wanqin Lu for help. The two said relatives, in fact, separated by several generations, have not had contact. To put it bluntly, the closest thing to a relative in the whole body is probably the family name. However, Lu Wanqin still took her in for 2 nights, and was prepared to let someone arrange a job for her. As a result, in just 2 nights, Lu Ruyan tried her best to climb into Gu Tinghue's bed. Rian Lu was just jealous of Lu Wanqin's privileged life and wanted to take away everything she had. Perhaps it was luck that her stomach was really competitive and she got pregnant. But she did all this just for money and had no feelings for Gu Tinghui at all. But a mature woman always has emotional needs. When Lin Haoyu was having fun in a nightclub, he had run into Lu Ruyan hanging out with a male model. Although Rian Lu was already in her 30s, she hadn't experienced a normal relationship when she was young, and she still had a longing in her heart. This led to her having an almost obsessive pursuit of young men. Lin Haoyu decided to take advantage of this and firmly hold Lu Ruyan. Holding Lu Ruyan was equivalent to holding Gui Chen. You know, Gui Chen is Gu Tinghue's precious son. At that time, Lin Haoyu clenched his fists tightly, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing. That old woman, hogging the position of the Gu family's mistress, even so, but also to make trouble from it, so that Chun cannot return to the Gu family, can only temporarily snail living in this small villa. Lu Ruyan's words pulled Lin Haoyu's thoughts back. You don't know. Besides that Lu Wanqin, Lin Zhe is also the culprit. Rian Lu frowned. You're saying that that adopted son is also block King Chun from returning to the Gu family. Lin Haoyu nodded fiercely. I don't know what kind of deal he made with Lu Wanqin. The two of them have joined forces. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's frown tightened. If it was a single adopted son, Lin Zhe, she didn't even think there would be much of a threat. After all, blood was thicker than water, and she didn't believe that Gu Tinghui was so stupid as to not want his own son and choose a wild seed from outside. But if this Lin Zhe really teamed up with Lu Wanqin, a scornful look rose on Lu Ruyan's face. This Lu Wanqin means quite a lot. Think of when he and the child almost died in her hands. It's unlikely that she will do anything else in order to solidify her position in the Gu family. In order to raise the child to adulthood, she has been in foreign countries for so many years to endure. See, the bitter sweetness is about to come to an end. Must not let people ruin. Lin Haoyu on the side recorded Lu Ruyan's expression in his eyes. He spoke at the right time. In my opinion, the priority now is to get Gui Chen to return to the Gu family soon. Lu Ruyan nodded after hearing this as well. As long as Gui Chen returned to the Gu family, it would be very difficult for Lu Wanqin to do anything to harm him under Gu Tinghue's nose. But what should we do now? Rian Lu looked up at Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu laughed a little, then attached himself to Rian Lu's ear and murmured a few words.
Chapter 106. I'm sick.
Su Chuanxiu stood woodenly where she was, watching the group of punks rummage through her house with abandon, things being thrown one by one all over the place. Damn! Where the hell did you hide it? Blade cursed as he rummaged around. I told you, there's no money in the house. The money is all with my son. Su Chuanxiu braced herself for composure, but her voice trembled slightly. These words instantly ignited Brother Knife's anger. He violently raised his hand. Pop, sound. Ruthlessly gave Su Chuanxiu a slap. Then tell us where the hell your son has gone. Su Chuanxiu's ears buzzed from the beating, and her head followed with a dizzy spell. I don't know. He hasn't come home for many days. I'm getting anxious too. Big brother. This is definitely lying to us. She treasures her son so much. How could she not know where he is? The yellow hair next to him hurriedly added fuel to the fire. Brother Blade heard this and threw another slap over. If you don't explain your son's whereabouts clearly today, there's something in store for you. Brother Knife, look what I turned up. A little brother rushed out from the room, holding up a pile of exposed underwear, pieces of which were indescribably ambiguous. TSK. Can't see it, this old is still quite Thai. At this age, she's still going out to sell them? Does anyone want it? Those unpleasant words were like a sharp blade, trampling Su Chuanxiu's dignity underfoot. Her eyes were red. She gritted her teeth and recklessly pounced towards Brother Knife, biting his earlobe hard. Ah, dead old, are you a ing dog? Quickly let go of old me. Brother Knife wailed in pain and punched and kicked at Su Chuanxiu. But Su Chuanxiu was like crazy, biting down and not letting go, and tore off a piece of meat from Brother Knife's earlobe. She pulled a weird smile from the corner of her mouth. Blood flowed down the corner of her mouth, staining the gap between her teeth. Her appearance was as eerie as it could be. Ah, Lousy's ear, old. Lousy has to get you killed today. Su Chuanxiu, however, did not care. Bah! Spit the bitten-off earlobe to the ground, and spat out 3 words in a light-hearted manner. I'm sick. Originally raging to rush up to beat her knife brother, heard this, instantly frozen in place, eyes glaring round. The other junior brothers were also scared pale and retreated several steps back. Brother Blade, this old has a dirty disease. Hurry to the hospital. Brother Knife was so scared that his face was bloodless, and he fled the place with a bunch of juniors who were pissing their pants. Not far away, Lin Zhe with 2 bodyguards quietly watched all this. He had wanted to see if Lin Haoyu had returned home after escaping from the mental hospital, but he hadn't expected to run into this gang of punks coming to his door to collect a debt. Looking at Su Chuanxiu's wretched appearance, Lin Zhe frowned. Recalling the day he saw Lin Haoyu wearing a brand new name brand appeared in the Gu family, he also wondered where he got the money, and now it seems that Lin Zhe had a sigh in his heart, but he did not have the slightest sympathy for Su Chuanxiu. She fell into this situation, completely self-inflicted. In his last life, he took Su Chuanxiu as his own mother as filial piety, hard work to earn money, most of the money to call home to her with, to her words is even more obedient. But the result, he did not fall in her half-good, but also said he was unfilial. In this life, let her keep her precious biological son, and live on her own. Lin Zhe did not stay much, turned around and silently left. When Gu Yichen returned to the villa, his eyebrows instantly knitted together when he saw Lin Haoyu sitting with his own mother, Lu Ruyan, laughing and drinking red wine. Lin Haoyu had sharp eyes and was the first to spot him, greeting him warmly. "Chen, you're back. Who told you to call me so affectionately?" When Gu Yichen heard this address, a wave of boredom ran through his heart, and his tone went cold. "I'm sorry. Then I'll call you young Master Chen from now on." Lin Haoyu immediately lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. His appearance was very well behaved. "Gu Yichen, what are you doing? Haoyu is also considered your friend now. What's wrong with calling you more affectionately?" Lu Ruyan immediately spoke out to accuse Gu Yichen. "Mom, when did you become so familiar with him?" Gu Yichen's brows wrinkled tighter, looking at Ruyan Lu with a puzzled face. "What's wrong, can't we? We're all on a united front now. Aren't we just family?" Lu Ruyan said with a careless face. Hearing Ruyan Lu speak for Lin Haoyu, Gu Yichen's heart couldn't be more upset. "By the way, I've been looking for you for a long time. Where the hell have you been?" Ruyan Lu turned to question Gu Yichen. "I went to the perimeter to take a break. I'm confined to this villa and can't get out. Where else can I go?" Gu Yichen was full of grievances, and his words were thick with complaints. "It's not like you can go wherever you want. That's not because I won't go out and talk or do anything nonsense." Lu Ruyan retorted nonchalantly. "Then can't you tell Gu Tinghui that I won't either?" Ruyan Lu didn't continue arguing with him, but instead glanced at Lin Haoyu next to her, then said to Gu Yichen, "Then do you want to quickly regain your freedom?" When Gu Yichen heard this, he instantly came to life and asked eagerly, "Mom, what do you mean by that?" The corner of Lu Ruyan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. "As long as you listen to Mom and do what I say, you'll soon be free to go wherever you want." "What do you want me to do?" Gu Yichen looked at Lu Ruyan in confusion. Lu Ruyan picked up her wine glass and gently shook it, the red wine swirling around in the glass as she spoke unhurriedly. "Tomorrow you call out that Lin Zhe." Seeing that Lu Ruyan refused to say more no matter what, Gu Yichen could only follow her words. Lin Zhe had just picked up Gu Wanner from school and brought her home when he received a call from Gu Yichen. "Tomorrow, come to my place. I have something to find you." Gu Yichen didn't give Lin Zhe a chance to ask before hanging up.
Lin Zhe frowned.
There was a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. Gu Yichen wouldn't ask himself to make a trip for no reason. He definitely had a purpose. It was normal to have a purpose, but he was afraid that the purpose was directed at him. In his previous life, he wasn't too clear about what happened between Lin Haoyu and this Gu Yichen. But what he did know was that this Gu Yichen wasn't a good person either, and had done wrong things. Although he wasn't sure exactly what Gu Yichen had done, it was definitely something that Gu Tinghui couldn't forgive. Otherwise, in his previous life, Gu Tinghui wouldn't have handed over the industry to his son-in-law. Lin Zhe's eyes grew more and more gloomy. It seemed that he would have to deal with it carefully tomorrow. Chapter 107. Hurry up and pack up and leave the Gu family home. On the second day, Lin Zhe arrived at the villa where he lived as requested by Carrie Chen. The maid brought him to the living room and then left, and took the door with her in the process. On the sofa in the living room there were 2 people sitting. One was Gu Yichen and the other Lu Ruyan. In his past life, Lin Zhe had never seen Lu Ruyan as a woman, and today was the first time he saw her true face. Her looks were a bit on the sultry side. With Lu Wanqin's dignified and atmospheric style is very different. Lu Ruyan's whole body is permeated with a flavor of vulgarity. Probably this was the result of not having the connotation to support it. Madam, young master. Lin Zhe respectfully greeted the two. Listening to the old-fashioned title of Madam, Ruyan Lu frowned without moving. Sit over here. Gui Chen patted the seat beside him and greeted Lin Zhe as he sat over. Lin Zhe obeyed his words and sat beside Gui Chen. Young master, did you call me here today for something? Hearing Lin Zhe ask this, Gui Chen's face changed imperceptibly before he spoke. What's the rush? You've just arrived. Take a rest and eat some fruit first. As Gui Chen said that, he picked up an apple from the coffee table. He also shoved it into Lin Zhe's hand regardless of whether he wanted to or not. Thank you, young master. I won't eat it. Lin Zhe was about to put the apple back when Lu Ruyan spoke up from the side. Ah Chun, when you say that this Lin Zhe respects you, that's how you respect him? You let him eat the fruit, a piece of goodwill, and he doesn't appreciate it. Obviously, he doesn't look down on us. Maybe he still dislikes our status in his heart. Hearing Ruyan Lu say this, Lin Zhe frowned. As expected, Gui Chen's face immediately became ugly. He stared at Lin Zhe and questioned, Is that what you mean? Lin Zhe could only shake his head and took the apple back. Then thank you, young master. Just as Lin Zhe was about to open his mouth to bite the apple, Gui Chen spoke up to stop him. Wait! Lin Zhe looked at him in confusion. Gui Chen immediately took out a fruit knife from the fruit plate. Peel the skin before you eat it. Gui Chen placed the fruit knife in front of Lin Zhe, signaling him to take it. Lin Zhe imperceptibly raised his eyebrows. It's fine. I'm used to eating with the skin on. Lin Zhe refused Gui Chen's request. I said. Gui Chen's voice steeply rose. I'll let you peel the skin before you eat it. Gui Chen stared straight at Lin Zhe, his words full of non-refusal. Lin Zhe let out a deep breath and took the fruit knife over. Then, under Gui Chen's gaze, he peeled the apple. Only after peeling it twice, Gui Chen made another move. What are you peeling here? Gui Chen stretched out his hand and was just about to come up to the fruit knife in Lin Zhe's hand. Lin Zhe took a step ahead and put the knife away extremely quickly, avoiding the fruit knife from hurting him. Lin Zhe was slightly relieved. It was a good thing that he had been paying attention to Gui Chen with his afterglow, or else he wouldn't have been able to react so quickly. Fortunately, it didn't hurt him, but Gui Chen seemed very unhappy. He once again tried to touch the knife in Lin Zhe's hand, and Lin Zhe immediately raised the knife to the other side. What are you doing? Now Gui Chen couldn't help but shout. Young master, I should be the one to ask you this. Why do you keep trying to move towards the knife? It'll hurt you. Seeing Lin Zhe say that, Gui Chen glared at him before spitting out 2 words from his mouth. Give it to me. Lin Zhe glanced at him, but still gave the knife to Gui Chen. Immediately afterward, an incredible scene appeared. Gui Chen took the fruit knife and unexpectedly slashed towards his arm. Striking blood immediately gushed out from the wound. Young master, what are you doing? Lin Zhe frowned tightly as he looked at the scene in front of him. Gui Chen smiled wryly at Lin Zhe. He threw the fruit knife at Lin Zhe's feet, and the expression on his face instantly turned to fear and horror. Ah! Mom! Lin Zhe, he's trying to kill me. Lu Ruyan sniffed and immediately rushed over. She didn't even look at Gui Chen's wounds, but quickly pulled out her cell phone and pressed the video button. Taking Gui Chen's bleeding arm, the half-peeled apple in Lin Zhe's hand, and the bloody fruit knife at his feet into the camera one by one. Lin Zhe, you bastard! How dare you hurt Chun? Ruyan Lu cursed loudly while still maintaining the shot. This video was enough to prove that Lin Zhe had hurt Gui Chen with the knife. I didn't hurt him, he cut himself with the knife. Lin Zhe's unperturbed voice rang out, his face still very calm at the moment. Lin Zhe, you hurt me and still dare to backtrack. Why are you so thick-skinned? Gui Chen spoke again, and he flatly stated that it was Lin Zhe who had done it. Ruyan Lu also added fuel to the fire. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. Achan kindly let you eat the fruit, and I don't know which sentence upset you, but you even stabbed him with a knife. If it wasn't for Achan dodging quickly, he might have lost his life. In the face of the two's excellent acting skills, Lin Zhe wanted to extend his hand to applaud them. Seeing that the video recording was almost done, Lu Ruyan put her cell phone away. Afterwards, she looked at Gui Chen's arm in pain, took out the long-prepared medicine box from under the coffee table, and began to treat Gui Chen's wound. Lin Zhe was able to see that this was all premeditated. At this moment, Gui Chen had reached his goal and stopped acting. Lin Zhe, if I were you, I would have rushed back to pack up and leave the Gu family. Otherwise, when Gu Tinghui sees that video later, you won't have a good time. Gui Chen looked at Lin Zhe smugly. But Lin Zhe didn't show a look of panic. Instead, he was extremely calm. Calm to the point of abnormality. This made Gui Chen very upset in his heart. Are you scared out of your wits? If you kneel down and beg for forgiveness with me now, maybe I'll be merciful enough to keep you by my side and serve me tea and water. Otherwise, after you leave the Gu family, you'll have to be like those street hustlers, picking up garbage for a living. In the face of Gui Chen's verbal humiliation, Lin Zhe still didn't have any reaction. Just when Gui Chen couldn't stand it and was about to get up and rush to him, Lin Zhe finally spoke. Dad, did you see everything that just happened? Hearing Lin Zhe coldly utter such words, Gui Chen and Lu Ruiyan's faces suddenly changed. They looked around with panicked eyes, confirming that no one was around before they let out a slight sigh of relief. Lin Zhe, don't scare people here, Gui Chen roared in color. But as soon as his words fell, a majestic voice suddenly rang out. Asshole! Gui Chen and Lu Ruiyan's bodies trembled when they heard this voice. It was Gu Tinghui's voice, but there was clearly no one from him in sight here. How dare you use such underhanded tactics? Gu Tinghui's voice sounded again. They finally found the source of the voice this time. It was on Lin Zhe's body. It was only then that they realized that the first button of Lin Zhe's clothes was different from the others. Gui Chen immediately rushed forward and ripped Lin Zhe's clothes apart. This tearing away revealed that there was a cell phone wedged inside his clothes. The cell phone was picked up, and the image on the screen was none other than Gu Tinghui's angry face. Lin Zhe had actually hidden his cell phone in his clothes, put the camera through the buttonhole, and kept up a video call with Gu Tinghui. In other words, everything they had just done had been seen by Gu Tinghui. Chapter 108. It's your bad idea, right? After receiving Gu Yichen's phone call, Lin Zhe's heart had been feeling a dark sense of unease. With this uneasiness in mind, he thought left and right and came up with a solution. It could largely prevent Gu Yichen from using underhanded tricks on him. That was to have Gu Tinghui travel with him. But, due to various reasons, Gu Tinghui couldn't personally come to visit Gu Yichen for the time being. But after all, he was his own son. Having not seen him for 18 whole years, how could Gu Tinghui not want to see him? Lin Zhe then utilized this to make a suggestion with Gu Tinghui. That is, he first made a video call with Gu Tinghui, quietly letting Gu Tinghui take a look at Gu Yichen. Being able to see his own son, Gu Tinghui naturally agreed without saying a word. Unexpectedly, the accident allowed him to see such a good show. At the moment, both Gu Yichen and Lu Ruiyan's brains went blank. Gu Tinghui's furious voice once again came out from the other end of the cell phone. You guys really let me down. Lu Ruiyan was the first to come back to her senses as she took the phone and tried to explain to Gu Tinghui on the other end of the phone. That's not how things are. Shut up. Gu Tinghui interrupted her. The facts are right in front of you, and you still want to argue? Gu Tinghui's one sentence left Lu Ruiyan dumbfounded. Lin Zhe said calmly at this time, Dad, I originally thought that young master was just joking with me. I didn't expect it to come to this. After Gu Tinghui heard this, he once again chided loudly. Look at Lin Zhe's generosity. Then look at what you guys did. It's just shameless. Gu Yichen, who had been rebuked by Gu Tinghui once again, became infuriated. He pointed at Lin Zhe and roared, It's all you deliberately designed to frame us. Facing Gu Yichen's words, Lin Zhe acted innocent. Young master, where did you start with that? I didn't know beforehand that this would happen. Gu Yichen was about to say something else, but was interrupted by Gu Tinghui. Enough! Originally, I wanted to have you return to the Gu family as soon as possible. But now it seems that I was expecting too much from you. Hearing this, Ruiyan Lu anxiously opened her mouth to plead for mercy. Ah-chan, he knows he's wrong, so please spare him this time. Gu Tinghui was unmoved. And you, as an elder, not only do you not teach your child to learn, but you also follow along and fool around. This month you will accompany your child and stay in the villa to reflect. Not allowed to go anywhere. Hearing this, Lu Ruiyan's face turned ashen, and she sat paralyzed on the sofa. Dad, in fact, young master might just be impulsive. Why don't we just forget about it this time? Lin Zhe saw this and opened his mouth to plead for them. Gu Yichen heard this but stared viciously at Lin Zhe. Don't you dare pretend to sympathize here. I won't let you off. Lin Zhe shook his head helplessly. Young master, I just don't want to see the family get upset. Lin Zhe sneered in his heart. One didn't really want to plead for them. Lin Zhe understood Gu Tinghui's nature. The more he pleaded for them, the angrier Gu Tinghui would get, and the more he would take it out on them. As expected, Lin Zhe's plea for leniency made Gu Tinghui's anger grow a few more points. I think he's quite capable of planting evidence. Let it go now. He might cause more trouble in the future. Guichen, go back to your room and reflect. Tell the servants that if they don't see his 10,000-word review, they won't be allowed to feed him. Gu Tinghui left such a sentence and hung up. Guichen's mind kept echoing those words of Gu Tinghui's, and his fists pinched and clicked. Lin Zhe hurriedly picked up his phone when he saw this, then backed up in the direction of the door, intending to evacuate the place. Young master, ma'am, I'll leave first. Before Guichen could react, Lin Zhe had already walked out of the living room. Guichen, who had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent it, smashed all the things on the coffee table as if it wasn't enough, and also pulled out Lin Haoyu, who was hiding in a side room. Isn't it you? Guichen grabbed Lin Haoyu's collar, almost lifting him up. You're the one who gave my mom the bad idea, right? Well now, are you satisfied with this result? Lin Haoyu shook his head vigorously, but he didn't know what to say. In his previous life, Gu Tinghui had only known that he had thoughts of hurting Guichen, so he'd been furious and sent him to jail without mercy. He had wanted to let Lin Zhe follow this path as well, but he had never expected. I didn't expect Lin Zhe to come up with such a trick. Instead, it made them steal a chicken and lose the rice. Young Master Chan, you calm down first. Lin Zhe has always been so cunning and insidious. Guichen, let go of him. Lu Ruyan came forward and loosened Guichen's grip on Lin Haoyu. Things have already happened. It's useless for you to relent on him now. Lin Haoyu cast a grateful gaze towards Ruyan Lu. Damn it! Guichen roared in anger, his pupils filled with rage. I've said long ago that this Lin Zhe person is very good at disguises and sinister tactics. Just now, he pretended to be magnanimous in pleading for mercy for young Master Chan, but in reality, he wanted young Master Chan to be punished. Although the plan failed, Lin Haoyu didn't give up on the opportunity to blow the wind in the ears of Lu Ruyan and Guichen, making them deepen their resentment towards Lin Zhe. If I had known this, I should have stabbed him with a knife. Save yourself from doing all this drama, Guichen said viciously through clenched teeth. Young Master Chan, don't be in a hurry. Even if Lin Zhe has more tricks up his sleeve, he'll never be able to compare to you as his own son. As long as a few days pass, when Mr. Gu's anger towards you subsides, we can still proceed to the next step of our plan. Hearing this, Guichen turned his head to look at Lin Haoyu. With a threatening tone, he said, You'd better come up with something useful, or else you'll be waiting to be re-admitted to the mental hospital. Lin Haoyu's face was shocked, then he nodded with a forced smile. Young Master Chan, don't worry. On the way back to the family villa, Lin Zhe only felt relieved. Once this happened, Guichen's return to the Gu family would have to be delayed again. At least it would allow Gu Wan-er to face this very cruel truth for her a little later. Just as Lin Zhe's thoughts were drifting away, his cell phone rang. Lin Zhe picked up the phone. Upon hearing the contents of the call, Lin Zhe revealed a hint of excitement. He hurriedly said to the other end of the phone, Okay, I'll be right over. Chapter 109, $100 million down the drain? Lin Zhe rushed to the place where he had agreed with Song Long, and at a glance, he saw the familiar black sedan on the side of the road. He pulled open the door and sat his butt in. Here, what you asked for. Song Long picked up a document from the passenger seat and handed it to Lin Zhe in passing. Lin Zhe couldn't wait to take it and quickly flipped through it. Inside the document was a list of movie and television productions that Song Long had carefully organized. Just after flipping through 2 pages, a name instantly grabbed Lin Zhe's eyeballs.
War Tigers 2.
In an instant, Lin Zhe's eyes lit up and his heartbeat speeded up. He was too aware of the weight of this movie. This movie had created a box office myth, raking in more than $5 billion at the box office. However, the box office performance of its predecessor, War Tiger 1, was somewhat poor. It is for this reason that everyone is not optimistic about the sequel, War Tigers 2. This movie has been filmed for a long time, but because of the post-production and publicity really cannot get the money, this is the delay in scheduling. But the final result was beyond everyone's expectation. War Tigers 2 was like a dark horse that came out of nowhere, bucking the trend all the way to the box office. It directly broke box office records in the movie industry. It stayed at the top of the box office for quite some time, unrivaled. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe tightened his fists. He couldn't miss out on this great opportunity in front of him. Brother Long, this War Tigers 2 team, can you contact them for me? Lin Zhe looked towards Song Long and opened his mouth to inquire with an eager tone. After Song Long heard clearly the name of the movie that Lin Zhe had named, his brows instantly wrinkled, worry written all over his face. Lin Zhe, brother advises you, but don't vote for this movie. Why? Lin Zhe's face revealed doubt. This movie's first installment, War Tiger 1, only grossed 500 million, but the production costs were frighteningly high. Several $100 million smashed into it, and in the end, it barely made back its capital. It's a blessing that it didn't lose money, Song Long said while gesturing excitedly. That director also Thief Head Iron must shoot the second part. This second part of the funding than the first part is even more outrageous. In the end, even to the actors pay money cannot come up. I know that director. See him around the lowly begging for pity, only free pay to participate in this movie. Song Long paused, took a sip of water, eased his emotions, and continued to persuade in a serious manner. Although I and the director of the friendship is not shallow, but I really treat you as a family member, only to tell you from the heart, this movie really cannot be cast. With the previous experience of the first movie there, everyone has no hope for it, so let's not take the risk of throwing money at it. After Lin Zhe heard Song Long's words, he just smiled faintly, his tone certain. It doesn't matter. I'm set on this movie. Seeing Lin Zhe being so insistent, Song Long's brows furrowed even tighter, and the worry on his face intensified. Are you sure? Really not going to look at another movie? Maybe there's one that's more reliable and has more potential. Facing Song Long's persuasion, Lin Zhe shook his head without hesitation. He knew in his heart that the box office of War Tiger 2 alone could leave the other movies on the list far behind, so there was no need to waste any more time picking. Seeing that Lin Zhe's mind was made up, Song Long knew that further persuasion would be futile, so he sighed helplessly, drank a mouthful of water to suppress his shock, and once again opened his mouth to ask, "Then how much do you plan to invest?" 100 million. Lin Zhe's tone was calm, as if what he uttered was not a huge sum of money, but an insignificant small amount. Cough, cough, cough. Song Long choked on a mouthful of water directly in his throat and coughed violently. His eyes were round and full of unbelief. How much? 100 million. You're crazy. Lin Zhe looked frank, gently shaking his head. The cash I can use on hand right now is only 100 million. As soon as these words left his mouth, Song Long's eyes widened. How could he not expect that Lin Zhe was actually planning to smash all of his existing cash into this unpopular movie? And from what he heard, if the funds were plentiful, Lin Zhe was prepared to increase his investment. Brother Long, please help me make some arrangements. I want to meet the director of this movie. Lin Zhe spoke again, a hint of request in his tone. You don't discuss this with your adoptive mother? Such a large sum of money is not a small amount. Song Long still held on to his last glimmer of hope, trying to persuade Lin Zhe to reconsider. In his opinion, this $100 million invested in it would most likely return nothing. Lin Zhe was resolute and shook his head once again. I'll just decide this matter myself. Song Long let out a long sigh, his face full of helplessness. All right, it just so happens that I'm free today. I'll help you contact the director. After Song Long hung up the phone, he turned to Lin Zhe and said, the director is now at the movie and television base in the east of the city. He's talking to a few investors about cooperation. Shall we go over there now? Lin Zhe nodded. A hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Let's go. The car drove towards the east of the city. On the way, Song Long was still frowning, glancing at Lin Zhe from time to time, wanting to say something. Lin Zhe, however, was calm and had a firm gaze. After arriving at the movie base, Song Long led Lin Zhe through several corridors to the door of a conference room. The door was hidden, and a fierce argument came from inside. What kind of blockbuster do you think you're making? That box office of War Tiger 1 wasn't enough to stuff your teeth with. If I hadn't been blind in the first place, I wouldn't have accompanied you here to waste your time. Now you still want me to invest more. Dream on. Chapter 110. Investing so much money in this lousy movie? Increase the investment. You're dreaming. Hearing this sharp, mocking voice, Lin Zhe and Song Long unconsciously stopped in their tracks. Immediately afterward, a low and tired voice rang out. Mr. Wong, reconsider. This film really has potential. As long as the funds are in place and the post-production is completed, the box office will definitely not be bad. Potential? Ha ha ha. The sharp male voice sounded again, his tone full of sarcasm. A crappy movie like yours. Even dogs won't want to watch it. And potential? I think you're poor and crazy. Lin Zhe and Song Long exchanged glances and pushed the door open. In the conference room, a thin middle-aged man was standing by the table, his face pale, with fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. He was none other than the director of War Tiger 2 Wu Bei. And opposite him, a middle-aged man in a suit was crossing his legs and leaning on the back of his chair with a face full of disdain. Apparently it was the man who had spoken out just now. Seeing someone come in, Mr. Wong frowned, his tone unkind. Who are you guys? Can't you see we're talking about things? Wu Bei twisted his head to see Song Long, and a hint of surprise appeared in his expression. He immediately greeted him. Brother Long, what brings you here? Song Long directly ignored that Mr. Wong, stepped forward and introduced the people around him to Wu Bei. Director Wu, this is Lin Zhe. He is very interested in your movie and wants to talk to you. Wu Bei froze for a moment. Then a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes and he hastily nodded his head. Good, good. Please sit down. Please sit down. The neglected general manager Wong was displeased, and when he saw Lin Zhe's age, which was only in his 20s, he snorted through his nostrils. He then stood up and patted the folds on his suit. Wu Bei, you're really sick and desperate. What kind of cats and dogs dare to pull in investments? All right, you guys take your time to chat. I don't have time to waste with you. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Zhe suddenly opened his mouth, his tone bland. Mr. Wong, since you're so unimpressed with this movie, why don't you let me have your share of the investment? How about it? Mr. Wong's footsteps lurched and he turned back. He looked Lin Zhe over again from top to bottom once more. In his opinion, this kid was still young and was at most a rich second generation. But a rich second generation ultimately relied on the small amount of pocket money given by their parents, so how much money could they come up with themselves? Thinking of this, Mr. Wong's eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at Lin Zhe. Kid, do you know how much money I invested in this movie? With just you. Lin Zhe smiled faintly and shook his head. Mr. Wong raised his head, looked at Lin Zhe with his chin, stretched out 2 fingers and said, a full $20 million. Lin Zhe nodded his head, his expression grave, as if he was thinking about something. When Mr. Wong saw him like this, he thought that he was frightened by this huge sum of money, and was just about to open his mouth to mock a few words when he heard Lin Zhe speak. $20 million? I'll refund you every single cent, and I'll personally give you an additional $1 million in compensation. Hearing this, Mr. Wong was first stunned. He then resumed that disdainful expression. Kid, I don't have time to accompany you here to joke around. Little cutie. Only then, as long as you sign the contract of ceding your share of the investment with me now, I can transfer $21 million to you right now. Seeing that Mr. Wong didn't believe him, Lin Zhe spoke again and threw out a heavy bomb. At this time, General Manager Wong frowned, his eyes staring at Lin Zhe. Seeing that he looked frank, without the slightest intention of joking, Mr. Wong's heart was somewhat shaken. Are you serious? Lin Zhe nodded. Of course. Mr. Wong was silent for a few seconds and suddenly sneered. All right, since you're willing to be this ingrate, then I'm most happy to do so. His purpose of coming here was to worry that his $20 million investment would go down the drain, so he came over to see if he could withdraw his investment. He didn't expect this Wu Bei to not only be unwilling to withdraw his investment, but instead asked him to increase his investment. Now someone is willing to be their own this receiver, they will not only not lose a penny, but also get $1 million for nothing. Why not? Mr. Wong immediately urged the staff here to print out the contract for him. Soon, both sides finished signing this contract. The contract is signed. Where's the money? Mr. Wong raised his eyebrows towards Lin Zhe. He was still a little unconvinced that this kid would really give money. Lin Zhe didn't say anything and transferred the money to him in front of him. General Manager Wong, who had really received the money, had a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then a smile rose on his face. Not only had he recovered his $20 million loss, he had also gotten $1 million for nothing. Kid, you are so ignorant. You wait for this $20 million of yours to go down the drain. Mr. Wang gloated. Lin Zhe, however, shook his head. You're wrong. I don't intend to invest $20 million. What I'm going to invest is $100 million. No, it should be $99 million. Lin Zhe opened his mouth to correct it again. After all, he had just given $1 million in compensation to Mr. Wang. What? Both General Manager Wang and Wu Bei let out a gasp at the same time. Lin Zhe looked at Wu Bei and asked, Director Wu, with this money invested in you, will the movie be able to be successfully released? Wu Bei managed to slow down from his surprise. He nodded his head hurriedly in excitement. Yes. At this time, Mr. Wang also reacted. You're crazy. You're throwing so much money at this lousy movie. General Manager Wang looked at Lin Zhe, and 3 words came to mind. Loser. Much? Not much. I really think highly of this movie. But unfortunately, I only have this much money on hand.
Linse shrugged.
Don't know the heights of heaven. When the time comes to lose all this money, I'll see where you go to cry. Lin Zhe just laughed. Won't happen. When the time comes, Mr. Wang, you don't get red-eyed when you see me making money. We have signed a contract. It's useless for you to back out at that time. I Wang realm, even if I am poor and die outside, jump from here, I will not regret today's decision. At a young age, you are very sick. Mr. Wang threw down these 2 sentences and left the place. Chapter 111, playing the affinity card must succeed. Wu Bei looked at Mr. Wang's back as he left and let out a long breath. He then turned his head to face Lin Zhe, his eyes still filled with disbelief. Mr. Lin, is what you just said true?
Linse nodded firmly.
Don't you want to learn more about the situation? Seeing Lin Zhe so sure, Wu Bei instead still hesitated a little. You invested so much money, it's possible. Lin Zhe shook his head. I'm very confident in the potential of War Tigers 2. This movie will definitely achieve very good box office results. Hearing Lin Zhe say this, Wu Bei looked at him with gratitude in his eyes. With your support, this movie will definitely shine. Song Long watched from the sidelines as Lin Zhe talked happily with Wu Bei, but his heart remained a little uneasy. But with Lin Zhe like this, he was afraid that no one would be able to change his mind. One could only hope that this time he would really bet right. Brother Long, Song Long was thinking, when Lin Zhe suddenly called out to him. What's wrong? Can you lend me $1 million? I still want to put together $100 million for Director Wu. Lin Zhe had saved Song Long's life after all, and he was very quick to lend out this $1 million. He was even ready to not want this money. Director Wu, the funds will be credited to your account as soon as possible, and the work for the movie's release you have to speed up as well. Lin Zhe said while collecting the contract he had just signed with Wu Bei. Wu Bei nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. I personally want this movie to be released as soon as possible more than anyone else. Good. Then we'll leave first. If perhaps there's anything else, you can just contact me. After finishing his business, Lin Zhe took Song Long and left the place. On the way, Song Long was still trying to think of ways to help Lin Zhe promote the movie. I see that your video account also has a fan base of over 2 million. You can publicize the movie on your video number. If there's a need, I can go out of the country to help you publicize it. Lin Zhe could see that Song Long was very afraid that he would lose this $100 million. He smiled and said, Brother Long, thank you, but about having invested in this movie, I want you to keep it a secret. You want to keep it a secret? Not even telling your foster mom. It's still important to say something on Mother Lu's side. After all, she's the one who put up the funds. Other than these few people, I want no one to know that I invested in this movie. Although Song Long wasn't quite sure what exactly Lin Zhe had in mind, he still nodded and responded. But letting go of the really good resources to not publicize, he inwardly became even more worried about the box office of this movie. In contrast, Lin Zhe looked incredibly relaxed. The movie was sure to blow up. His investment would definitely make money, but he couldn't let Gu Tinghui know about this. He had to keep a low profile and be careful. Lin Zhe returned to the Gu family villa and told Lu Wanqin about the investment. Lu Wanqin was so surprised that she almost dropped the cup in her hand on the floor. What? You invested all that $100 million?
Linse nodded.
You child. Why didn't you discuss this with me? You should at least divide this fund into several parts and invest them separately to properly avoid risks. What's the difference between you all in like this and gambling?
Liu Wanke chided Linse.
Lin Zhe, however, was still smiling. Mom Lu, I have a good eye. Just trust me this once. Lu Wanqin sighed. You'd better earn me money. Otherwise I won't forgive you lightly. All right? You can rest assured. Things had already happened, and Lu Wanqin no longer said anything more. Right? Lu Wanqin suddenly lowered his voice. You went to see that person today? Hearing Lu Wanqin ask this, Lin Zai's expression all became somewhat serious. He informed Lu Wanqin of what happened today one by one. Lu Wanqin heard that Lin Zai had not only avoided Guichen's framing, but also had him chastised. She almost clapped her hands in joy. Lin Zai, well done. With this, that person will have to postpone reviewing the family again. Lin Zai pursed her lips and said, but that day is always going to come, we still can't take it lightly. Lu Wanqin nodded, and his expression gradually became grave. Dad, I'm Guichen. What happened that day? I know it was wrong. I did it all because I wanted to return to the Gu family as soon as possible. Because I wanted to see you. For so many years, I could only see you in my dreams. And now that I'm finally back home, I've never been able to meet you. That's why I begged Mom to stay with me. That's why I begged my mom to accompany me to put on such a show. I really know I'm wrong. Don't be angry with me. Lin, how you finished editing these text messages and sent them to Gu Tinghui. Like this, can it really work? Lu Ruyan, who was watching from the side, still inquired with some concern. Lin Hao Yu, however, was full of confidence. Don't worry, it will definitely work. Lin Hao Yu was holding exactly Guichen's cell phone, because he knew that Guichen's nature, he would definitely not easily bow to Gu Tinghui. So he had Rian Lu secretly bring Guichen's cell phone. Lin Hao Yu's eyes clouded over. No one knew better than him how much Gu Tinghui cared about Guichen as his own son. After all, in his last life, he was sent to jail by Gu Tinghui for hurting Guichen. That's why he was so sure. As long as he played the affection card with Gu Tinghui, it would definitely work. Chapter 112, Where is an Adopted Son? Clearly a nanny. Gu Tinghui sat in his study, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, his eyes staring deeply at the screen of his cell phone. On the screen was the very text message sent by Guichen. Gu Tinghui's eyes flickered slightly, his finger gently sliding on the screen as he repeatedly read the text message. Dad, this is Guichen. Gu Tinghui's brows furrowed slightly, a wave of complex emotions flooding his heart. Although he hadn't lived together, he more or less knew Guichen's nature. The son followed him, growing up stubborn and never bowing down easily. But now, he had taken the initiative to admit his mistake and even expressed his thoughts about himself. Gu Tinghui's heart couldn't help but soften a few points. He put down his wine glass, slowly stood up, walked to the window, looked out the window at the night and fell into deep thought. Guichen was his biological son, and although he had been abroad all these years, and the relationship between father and son was not close, the bond of blood was unbreakable. Gu Tinghui took a deep breath. His mind already made up its mind. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Soon, the fully dressed Lin Zai arrived at the study door. Come. Gu Tinghui looked at Lin Zai with a hint of sleep still on his face and spoke. Did I disturb your sleep? Lin Zai knew that Gu Tinghui was just being polite and shook his head. Nothing of the sort, my son isn't asleep yet. Gu Tinghui nodded. I called you here because there's something very important I want you to do.
Linse frowned imperceptibly.
A very important matter? What was he referring to? I want Guichen to return to the Gu family as soon as possible. After Gu Tinghui's words fell, his deep gaze fell on Lin Zai as well. Lin Zai secretly pondered. Obviously, Gu Tinghui had only been furious because of Guichen's mistake. How could he change his attitude so quickly to let him return to the family? Then what had Guichen done? Before Lin Zai could figure it out, Gu Tinghui spoke again. I've thought about it over and over again. Guichen, this child's nature isn't bad. It's only because he lacked his father's teaching from a young age that he made a mistake. Even though his real father is gone, I, an uncle, can take on the responsibility of a father and let him come to the Gu family, so that I can properly discipline him. Hearing these words, Lin Zai sneered in his heart. Obviously, he was the one who couldn't wait to receive this bastard son back into the family, and he still said it in such a grandiose manner. Dad, you have a point? But Mom Lu and Miss Wan Air sighed. Lin Zai pretended to be in a difficult situation. It's not easy for me to open my mouth on this matter, so I want you to go talk to them and have them accept it. Hearing this, Lin Zai couldn't help but curse Gu Tinghui in his heart. How was he like an adopted son? He was clearly a nanny. Where was he an adopted son? He was clearly a nanny. He threw all the tricky jobs he didn't want to do or even dared to do on his own at his own expense. This abacus playing really fine. This matter is not a small matter. My son is afraid that he won't be able to do it well. Lin Zhe didn't want to agree to this. Gu Tinghui, however, walked up to him and patted his shoulder with his hand. Ah Zhe, but you've never let me down this matter. I believe you can do it well. As long as you can do it, I can give you full authority over the low-end cell phone business that the company has been developing in full force lately, and the profits at that time can all be credited to your account. Gu Tinghui also understood that this was not a good deal, so he threw out tantalizing conditions. Lin Zhe saw that he really couldn't shrug it off, so he had to nod and agree. Then son try. However, son hopes that dad can give me a few more days. Gu Tinghui nodded and ordered again. Isn't Gui Chen's enrollment paperwork done? You should take him to school first tomorrow, so he can familiarize himself with the learning environment over here. By the way, Gu Tinghui paused and then said, you'll find another opportunity to let Gui Chen get in touch with Wan Er, so that she can also accept this matter more smoothly in the future. Lin Zhe nodded with a somewhat grave expression and responded, good. Just as Lin Zhe turned to leave, Gu Tinghui suddenly called out to him. Wait! Lin Zhe stopped in his tracks and looked back at him in confusion. Tomorrow, I'll go with you. Gu Tinghui paused for a moment before continuing. Travel low profile tomorrow, don't draw attention to yourself, and I'll spare a few hours of my time. Yes. After leaving the study, Lin Zhe's mood then became heavy. This Gui Chen hadn't even returned to the Gu family yet, and Gu Tinghui valued him so much. Not only did he take time out of his busy schedule, but he also risked being discovered to see him. This Gui Chen, what on earth did he do to make this old fox's attitude change so much? Lin Zhe is full of doubts, to his own understanding of Gu Tinghui, can let him so quickly dissipate anger, but also cannot wait to pick up Gui Chen recall home. After thinking about it, he still didn't figure it out. After all, that Gui Chen's temperament does not look like the Lord will take the initiative to bow down and admit fault. Lin Zhe shook his head. No longer think about this matter. Tomorrow, he still had to be determined to deal with it. At the same time, Lu Ruyan was hugging the man on the bed, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, the cell phone by the bedside rang abruptly. She reached out and fumbled for her cell phone in her sleep in a daze, laboriously bringing it to her eyes. The moment she saw the caller's number, she instantly woke up, her sleepiness gone. She hurriedly turned to the man beside her, who had just been awakened, sleepy-eyed, and put her index finger in front of her lips, comparing a silent gesture. Only after the man nodded in understanding did she carefully pick up the phone, her voice deliberately lowered. Hello! As the phone hung up, Ruyan Lu could no longer contain her inner excitement. She shook the man beside her forcefully and said loudly, we did it. Gu Tinghui said that he will come here tomorrow to see us mother and son. Chapter 113. I thought it was the housekeeper. Early the next morning, Lu Ruyan woke up early to clean up and dress up, and even pulled Gui Chen out of bed. Mom, what are you doing? Waking me up so early? Gui Chen's tone was full of complaints. Lu Ruyan pulled Gui Chen, who wanted to rush back to bed, in an urgent tone. Chun, your father is coming to see you today. You still don't have time to get ready. Gui Chen had originally squinted his eyes, and when he heard this, his eyes instantly widened. What did you say? Gu Tinghui is coming over. Hearing Gui Chen call his biological father by his first name, Lu Ruyan boarded up her face. He's your father. I'm warning you, when he comes over later, behave yourself. Maybe if he's happy, he'll bring us back home today. Heh, I think you're overthinking it. Gui Chen sneered. He was still so angry with me last time, and today he came over, probably just to see if I've obediently written that 10,000-word review. Where are the words? Your father, he came over to see you on purpose. Lu Ruyan hurriedly explained. Really came to see me? Gui Chen raised his eyebrows, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. That's right. Ruyan Lu nodded, but then hesitated. Only what? Mom, you hurry up and say it. Gui Chen impatiently urged. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth and finally said, when your father comes, you have to call him uncle, you mustn't call him wrong. Hearing this, Gui Chen's eyes widened and his brows furrowed. Uncle? What does Gu Tinghui mean by this? He just doesn't want to recognize me as his son. Doesn't he? Lu Ruyan had expected Gui Chen to react like this, and hurriedly calmed him down. Listen to me first. This is also your father's expedient measure to get you into the Gu family as soon as possible. She explained the reason to Gui Chen, but Gui Chen didn't seem to listen much and remained unhappy. Seeing that good words didn't work, Lu Ruyan immediately changed to a serious expression. Anyway, I'm warning you, you have to behave better for me today. We already missed the mark last time. This time you have to put in more good words in front of your father, so that he'll let us return to the Gu family sooner. I don't want it. Gui Chen was still soft and hard. Lu Ruyan had a headache, and suddenly thought of what Lin Hao Yu had instructed her to say, and immediately changed her persuasion. Gu, my silly son, as long as you return to the Gu family, you'll be free. At that time, you can go wherever you want and play whatever you want. Don't you want to be a singer? Mom will fully support you then. Really? Gui Chen finally loosened up a bit when he heard that not only would he regain his freedom, but he would also be able to do what he loved. Of course, your father is the richest man in the world. When the time comes, whatever you want or do, it won't be easy. Lu Ruyan continued to coax him. Seeing Gui Chen finally nodding, Lu Ruyan then let go of her heart. And in her heart, she was also sighing in admiration that Lin Hao Yu's methods weren't bad. Meanwhile, the Gu family villa. Lin Zhe was waiting at the door early. Not long after, Gu Tinghui walked out of the villa with a steady pace, dressed in a low-key but textured attire. Have you arranged everything? Gu Tinghui asked while fastening the buttons on his cuffs. It's all arranged. The vehicles and routes have all been confirmed and won't attract attention.
Linse replied.
The two of them got into the car and drove all the way to Gui Chen and Lu Ruyan's residence. On the way, Gu Tinghui closed his eyes and rested, while Lin Zhe looked out the window, his thoughts drifting away. The car stopped steadily, and Gu Tinghui and Lin Zhe got out. Ruyan Lu had already been waiting at the door, a decent smile on her face, but she couldn't hide the excitement and anticipation in her eyes. Big brother Gu, you've finally come. Ruyan Lu quickly stepped forward to welcome her. Gu Tinghui had deliberately reminded her that she was now his younger sibling, telling her and Gui Chen not to reveal any cracks. At first, she hadn't wanted to agree, but after careful thought later, as long as she could get her son back into the Gu family, none of this mattered. She didn't like Gu Tinghui as an old man anyway. Gu Tinghui nodded slightly, his gaze crossing over Lu Ruyan to look inside the house. At this moment, Gui Chen walked out. He was wearing a simple casual outfit, and his eyes were a little less unruly than usual, with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Lu Ruyan hurriedly pulled him forward. Chun! Quick! Call uncle! Uncle! Gui Chen gently called out, a bit of rustiness in his voice. Gu Tinghui looked at the son in front of him that he hadn't seen in years. His heart was full of mixed feelings. He walked forward and patted Gui Chen's shoulder. Growing really tall and handsome in appearance, it does look like that younger brother of mine. Although Gu Tinghui didn't show it on his face, his heart was very joyful, especially seeing his own son with his own eyes, who resembled him by 7 or 8 points when he was young. He couldn't help but have a trace of compassion in his eyes. Hearing Gu Tinghui's praise, Gui Chen's originally expressionless face also revealed a trace of joy. Lin Zhe, who was standing at the side, resisted the urge to roll his eyes. These three were all putting on a show for him to see. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the people returned to the house. Gu Tinghui and Gui Chen sat on the sofa and started chatting about their lives over the years. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, stood at the side, silently observing the father and son. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, was busy at the side, preparing tea and snacks, interjecting a few words from time to time, seemingly easing the atmosphere, but in fact she was secretly steering the conversation. Both inside and outside of his words, he was hinting at Gu Tinghui, hoping that he would let Gui Chen return to the Gu family as soon as possible. I'll make arrangements to recall the family's affairs, Gu Tinghui said and turned his head to look at Gui Chen again. At Chen's age, it's the time when he's busy with his studies. His studies can't be delayed. Gu Tinghui said this and looked at Lin Zhe again. Lin Zhe hurriedly took over. The school matter has already been arranged. We can let him go to school today. Gu Tinghui nodded. He then looked at his watch. It's getting late. I have other things to be busy with, so I'll leave the school matters to you. Lin Zhe responded. Several people then got up together and sent Gu Tinghui out of the villa. Heh, those who know are adopted sons. Those who don't think they're housekeepers. Just as Gu Tinghui left, Gui Chen couldn't wait to speak sarcastically about Lin Zhe. Chapter 114 Strange Familiarity. When Lin Zhe heard Gui Chen's sarcasm, His face remained calm as if he hadn't heard it. He lightly glanced at Guichen and said in a calm tone, "Young master, the school has been arranged, and the car is waiting outside so we can leave now." Guichen snorted coldly, hands in his pockets, squinting at Lin Zhe. "You're quite good at pretending. What? You acted like a loyal dog in front of my dad, and now you want to put on airs in front of me?" Lin Zhe remained unmoved. Guichen's tongue lashing didn't make him angry. If he returned the favor instead, he would still be prone to falling into trouble. Besides, he didn't want to make an enemy of Guichen for the time being. After all, he was the old fox's own son, and there was no good fruit to be gained by going against him. His own adopted son's identity was here, and it was quite normal for Guichen to be hostile to himself now. Without the last resort, he will not openly fall out with Guichen. However, if he is too much of a bully, he can only secretly lay a little trick. As for now, this kind of tongue-in-cheek he can still endure. Thinking about this, Lin Zhe continued to speak. "Young master, if you are ready, we can leave now." Guichen still wanted to say something, but Lu Ruyan on the side saw this and hurriedly stopped him. "Okay, Chun, stop fooling around and hurry to school. Your father's brother, also known as your uncle, likes kids with good grades, so you have to study hard." Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Guichen showed some impatience. "Okay, I know. Aren't you going to school? Why are you still standing there? Be the door god." Guichen turned his head and gave Lin Zhe a blank look. Lin Zhe didn't say anything more, just silently followed behind Guichen, and the two of them walked out of the villa one after the other. In the car, the atmosphere was a bit dull. Guichen sat in the back seat, gazing out the window, obviously not wanting to say a word to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, sat in the passenger seat, occasionally observing Guichen's expression through the rearview mirror. After a while, Guichen suddenly opened his mouth, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Lin Zhe, what exactly do you want by tolerating being an adopted son?" Lin Zhe didn't turn around, and only replied indifferently, "I was also passive in being an adopted son. It wasn't my own idea." Guichen snorted. "Passive? What a nice thing to say. You think I don't know what you're playing at? You must still be thinking in your heart that you'll be the successor of the Gu family in the future. I'm telling you, don't dream of that." After hearing these words from Guichen, Lin Zhe remained calm. "I don't mind if you have a misunderstanding about me, but I have no interest in the Gu family estate." He really wasn't interested now. After all, it would be his sooner or later. Guichen obviously didn't believe him, and snorted coldly. "Whatever you say, I won't let you have your way anyway." Lin Zhe did not respond again, just silently closed his eyes, seemingly recuperating. When they arrived at the school, Lin Zhe brought Guichen to go through the enrollment procedures. After completing the formalities, Lin Zhe sent Guichen to the classroom door and said in a low voice, "The school has been arranged. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time." Guichen waved his hand impatiently. "All right, I know you can get lost." Lin Zhe raised his eyebrows. Endured. This Guichen had hidden his identity to come to the school and was still so impetuous. Sooner or later, someone would teach him a lesson for himself. Thinking of this, he turned around and left. Back in the car, Lin Zhe took out his cell phone and dialed Gu Tinghui's number. "Dad, young master has successfully enrolled in school. Everything is arranged," Lin Zhe reported in a low voice. On the other end of the phone, Gu Tinghui's voice came through. "Well, it's been hard on you. On Ah Chen's side, keep an eye on him. Don't let him cause any trouble." "Understood. I'll pay attention."
Lin Zhe replied.
"Right, is he being placed in the same class as Wan Er?" Gu Tinghui asked after him. "Yes. It was all arranged according to your request." Gu Tinghui on the other end of the phone answered and hung up. Lin Zhe held the phone as his thoughts began to drift away. I don't know what Wan Er will think when she sees Guichen for the first time. Meanwhile, after Guichen introduced himself in front of the class, he found an empty seat and sat down. After sitting down, his eyes kept locking on a position in front of him by the window. On that seat sat none other than Gu Waner. "Is this the sister I've never met before?" The corners of Guichen's mouth rose slightly, and there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Gu Waner clutched the pen in her hand and unconsciously made a few black dots on her book. After she came back to her senses, she immediately put the pen aside. However, he still couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and glanced behind him. Realizing that that new classmate even happened to be looking at her as well, Gu Won-air was a bit alarmed and immediately turned her head back. Was it her illusion? Why did she feel that this new classmate who had transferred to school was so familiar? Obviously, she didn't recognize him, but his looks were strangely familiar. And, even more coincidentally, he was also surnamed Gu. Recalling her new classmate's face, Gu Won-air felt more and more familiar. Suddenly, an even more familiar face suddenly appeared in her mind. It was her father, Gu Tinghui. This new classmate, surprisingly, bore a slight resemblance to her father. Gu Won-air's body suddenly tensed up, then relaxed. Immediately afterward, she shook her head with some self-deprecation. How could this be possible? How could she have such a ridiculous idea? It seems that she had really been too obsessed with her studies lately and hadn't rested well, causing herself to be all overly sensitive. Gu Won-air comforted herself so, but there was still a vague uneasiness in her heart. Chapter 115. Are you thinking of fart eating? During the break between classes, Gu Won-air was about to get up and go to the restroom to wash her face to clear her head when a voice came from behind her. Wait a minute. Gu Won-air subconsciously turned her head back, just in time to meet Gu Yichen's eyes that seemed to be smiling. Hello, classmate. Can we get acquainted? Gu Yichen's voice carried a hint of frivolity, but his eyes were unfathomable. Gu Won-air froze for a moment, then responded politely. Hello. My name is Gu Won-air.
Gu Won-air.
Gu Yichen repeated it in a low voice, as if chewing on the meaning of the name. He then slightly hooked the corners of his mouth, his voice low and with a hint of teasing. What a coincidence. We're both surnamed Gu. Gu Won-air unconsciously frowned, a trace of a strange feeling flooding her heart. Before she could respond, Gu Yichen took another step closer, his voice pressed even lower. Have you ever felt that the two of us are a bit alike? These words caused Gu Won-air's heart to tighten violently, and that morning's photo in Gu Yichen's face, which resembled her father's, instantly surfaced in her mind. She forced down the uneasiness in her heart and forced a smile. Yes, it's probably just a coincidence. Gu Yichen, however, didn't stop there. His eyes became more playful, and there was a hint of provocation in his tone. Do you think it's possible that we're actually separated siblings? Gu Won-air's heartbeat steeply accelerated, her fingers unconsciously clenching the corner of her coat. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Just then, a burst of laughter came from behind her. She's the richest daughter. You're thinking of farts to eat. An inch-haired boy with an open school uniform mocked unapologetically, his face filled with sneers. My second aunt's name is still Gu. Then can I also climb a relative with the richest man? Another boy followed suit, drawing laughter from the surroundings. Gu Yichen's face instantly clouded over, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He turned around violently, lifted his fist and swung it towards the inch-haired boy. Bang! With a muffled sound, the inch-haired boy received a solid punch, and his entire body staggered back a few steps, a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. You're looking for death. The inch-haired boy covered his face, enraged, and swung his fist to strike back. The classroom was in chaos as the surrounding students dodged away for fear of being affected. Gu Won-air was also startled by this sudden clash, and subconsciously took a few steps back. Soon, the commotion attracted the teacher. Lin Zhe had only returned to the Gu family villa. He received a phone call. It didn't occur to him that he had only left on the front foot, but Gu Yichen had caused trouble in class on the back foot. There was a fight and a brawl. Lin Zhe didn't intend to tell Gu Tinghui about this. Not only would it draw further resentment from Gu Yichen, he would also get the blame from Gu Tinghui. After all, he had only instructed himself to keep an eye on Gu Yichen and not let him get into trouble. But this Gu Yichen was born with a nature to cause trouble. Lin Zhe sighed, then immediately contacted Lu Ruyan. He asked her to deal with Gu Yichen's matter. Lin Zhe had only finished the matter at hand when he saw Lu Wanqin walking down from upstairs. Something for me? Lin Zhe had sent a message to Lu Wanqin in the car, saying that he had something to tell her. The matter he was referring to was none other than Gu Yichen's matter. Mom Lu, last night Dad found me. Lin Zhe told Lu Wanqin everything that happened last night and today. Lu Wanqin's complexion immediately tightened, his face very unsightly. He's completely disregarding me? Mother Lu, calm down first. Lin Zhe hurriedly pulled her to sit down. Actually, I think Lin Zhe understood in his heart that what he was going to say next might be difficult for Lu Wanqin to accept for a moment. But after hesitating for a moment, he still decided to say it. After all, Guichen has the blood of the Gu family flowing in his body, and in the end, the probability is that he will still have to return to the Gu family. So I think that instead of trying to find ways to stop him from returning, it would be better to take advantage of this matter to make Dad feel indebted to you, and take the opportunity to ask for some favors. Hearing this, Lu Wanqin looked at Lin Zhe incredulously. Lin Zhe, you're crazy. Letting this bastard son return to the Gu family. Then what will Wan Er do in the future? I will absolutely not agree to this. Lu Wanqin's tone was decisive. As a mother, Lu Wanqin knew better than anyone how much extra effort her daughter had put into this because she was a girl. She could never let this illegitimate child rob her daughter of everything she deserved. Lin Zhe was not surprised by Lu Wanqin's reaction. It seemed that he had to think of another way to make her accept this reality. Lin Zhe, you're not here to persuade me because of the low-end cell phone business Gu Tinghui promised you, are you? It was obvious that Lu Wanqin was a little angry in her heart because Lin Zhe had helped Guichen speak, and even suspected that he was doing it for the sake of profit. Mom Lu, I swear it's definitely not because of that. I can also assure you that in the future, even if I take the business of one of Gu's industries because of something else, all the proceeds from it, I can give it all to you and Miss Wan Er. I can go to the notary office to make a note right now. Hearing Lin Zhe speak with such certainty, a trace of guilt flashed in Lu Wanqin's eyes. I'm sorry, Lin Zhe. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sure you're not the type of person who will do anything for profit. It's just... Lin Zhe nodded and said softly, Mom Lu, you don't need to say anything. I understand it all, and I especially understand your feelings. But you also have to think about it if it comes to a blatant confrontation with Dad. It won't be good for you or Miss Wan Er. Actually, I think that in Pa's heart, whether it's a son or not might not be that important. He is now preoccupied with this son, but only because of the guilt he has felt towards him for so many years. When this guilt fades, he will realize that Miss Wan Er is 10,000 times better than this bastard. Lin Zhe's words caused Lu Wanqin's heart to waver slightly. She had been a couple with Gu Tinghui for 20 years and knew her husband's temperament all too well. Once he decided something, it was hard for an onlooker to change it. If she could really capitalize on his guilt, she might actually be able to fight for something she hadn't even dared to think about before. But, Mother Lu, I know that this is too difficult for you to accept at once. You don't have to rush to give me an answer. I'll give you a few days to think about it. Lin Zhe caught the faltering on Lu Wanqin's face. He quickly spoke. Lu Wanqin nodded after hearing this. Lin Zhe also let out a small sigh of relief in his heart. After all, he was someone who had lived his entire life, and he clearly knew that even if Guichen returned to the Gu family, he wouldn't end up threatening Gu Waner's position. After all, Guichen's temperament destined him to not make a big difference. But his wife, Gu Waner, was a different story, because she was truly outstanding, especially with an extraordinarily good eye for finding a husband. Any news about your brother? Lin Zhe was thinking beautifully in his mind when Lu Wanqin's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Chapter 116 Brother playing the role of a military counselor? Lin Zhe looked back at Lu Wanqin and replied, Not for now. That's really strange. Such a big person. Can he still evaporate in this world? Lu Wanqin frowned, a hint of doubt in her tone. Lin Zhe shook his head. He then noticed that Lu Wanqin was fully dressed and even had a bag on her back, clearly looking like she was going out. You're going out? Lin Zhe asked. Well, there's something. Lu Wanqin faintly answered, then stood up. Do you need me to give you a ride? Lin Zhe asked politely. No need, you go about your own business. Lu Wanqin waved her hand, refusing Lin Zhe's offer, then left the place straight under his gaze. Looking at Lu Wanqin's back as she left, Lin Zhe slightly frowned. He always felt that Lu Wanqin's attitude just now was somewhat strange. It seemed like she was deliberately hiding something. Could it be that she was acting behind her back? Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart. But soon, he shook his head again and tried to put these thoughts behind him. Ever since the gap between him and Lu Wanqin had been lifted, the two of them were already considered to be on the same side. During this period of time, Lu Wanqin had treated him quite well, so he shouldn't be deliberately hiding anything from him. Lin Zhe still chose to trust Lu Wanqin. After all, she was his mother-in-law in his previous life. I actually doubted my mother-in-law, damn it. Lin Zhe cursed himself in his heart. However, regarding Lin Haoyu's matter, Lin Zhe didn't tell Lu Wanqin everything. Although it was true that he didn't have any news about Lin Haoyu right now, he had 6 or 7% certainty that Lin Haoyu had most likely hooked up with Gui Chen and the others. The Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital wasn't far from the villa where Gui Chen and the others lived. Thinking from Lin Haoyu's point of view, the only way out for him at the moment was to defect to Gui Chen. Of course, these were just Lin Zhe's guesses. Moreover, he had once gone to the places where Lin Haoyu might have been to line up, but he hadn't found Lin Haoyu's figure in any of them. This made him even more sure of his conjecture.
Plus.
When he went to Gui Chen's place today, Lin Zhe purposely took advantage of the fact that Gui Chen and Lu Ruyan's attention was focused on Gu Tinghui to take a rough turn around the villa. He found some small, insignificant details that surprisingly matched Lin Haoyu's habits. There was also the pair of slippers he had seen in Gui Chen's room earlier that were the same shoe size as Lin Haoyu's. What was even stranger was that when he came this time, he didn't see any pair of slippers. Even the shoes at the entrance hall had been put away. This showed that someone had deliberately tidied up before they arrived. These details made Lin Zhe even more certain of his suspicions. There was also the sudden change in Gu Tinghui's attitude towards Gui Chen, who couldn't wait to pick him up and bring him back home. Lin Zhe also had reason to suspect that Lin Haoyu was behind this. Otherwise, with Gui Chen's nature, Lin Zhe really couldn't think of any methods he used to make Gu Tinghui change his attitude so quickly. It seems that this younger brother of mine is now playing the role of a military advisor. Lin Zhe muttered, his eyes becoming deep. Meanwhile, Lu Wanqin arrived at a mountain hotel. This hotel was a property under her name. She walked straight to a room and entered her fingerprints. The door opened with a click and she walked in. Inside the room, a figure quickly flashed out. "Sister, you're finally here." That person was no other than Lu Wei, who had appeared some time ago. In order to avoid him causing any more trouble, Lu Wanqin had been placing him in this mountain hotel. "Sis, I'm dying of boredom here. When are you going to let me out?" Lu Wei complained, then playfully came forward. "However, you have to give me a sum of money first. My younger brother doesn't have any financial resources right now. He'll starve to death if he goes out." Lu Wanqin coldly glanced at him and didn't answer. Only then did Lu Wei notice that her face was very ugly. "Sis, what's wrong with you? Unhappy? Did that Gu Tinghui guy upset you? I'll go and back you up," Lu Wei said, making a move to rush out. "Stop!" Lu Wanqin scolded sternly. "Don't you think you've caused enough trouble?" Lu Wei was startled by her tone, shrunk his neck, and said sardonically, "Sister, what did I do? I've been staying here all this time, so I couldn't even mess with things if I wanted to." Lu Wanqin snorted coldly, a hint of reproach in her tone. "If it wasn't for the fact that you've been hiding that matter from me for so many years, things wouldn't have gotten so tricky now." Lu Wei was confused and scratched his head. "Sis, what do you mean by that?" "That woman, with her illegitimate child, has returned to China," Lu Wanqin said through gritted teeth. "What? That woman even brought her child back?" Lu Wei's eyes widened, shock and remorse written all over his face. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been coaxed by that woman back then, this wouldn't have happened today." Lu Wanqin sighed, a hint of helplessness in her tone. "Things have already happened, and now we can only think of ways to see how to save it. It's best not to let that bastard child return to the Gu family." Hearing Lu Wanqin's words, a trace of viciousness flashed in Lu Wei's eyes. He said in a low voice, "Sister, should I go and get them?" As Lu Wei said this, he also reached out his hand and made a gesture on his neck. Chapter 117. That mother and son must pay the price. When Lu Wanqin heard Lu Wei's words, her brows immediately furrowed and she interrupted him in a resolute tone. "This matter doesn't need you to be in charge. I will deal with it myself. You behave and live well for me in the future." After the last incident, Lu Wanqin realized that being an evil person also requires a certain talent. At least there was no way for her to be so at peace with herself. Since learning that she didn't have a human life on her back, her sleep disorder had gotten better, so she wouldn't think twice about doing something hurtful until she was pushed to the brink of extinction. "Do you hear me?" Seeing that Lu Wei didn't answer, Lu Wanqin asked again in a stern voice. "Got it," Lu Wei answered in a low voice, with a hint of reluctance in his tone. Lu Wanqin then sighed, his tone becoming softer. "When Mom and Dad passed away, the one who remembered you the most was you, and now that the Lu family has fallen, you, the eldest son of the Lu family, is..." Again. She didn't continue, but looked at Lu Wei and said in a serious tone, Sister, in this life also do not expect you to make much achievement. Only hope that you can live a good life, have a happy and fulfilling family. I will be satisfied. Lu Wanqin's words made Lu Wei somewhat at a loss. He lowered his head, his voice muffled. I know, sis. Seeing that his attitude was still sincere, Lu Wanqin's heart softened and his tone eased. Right now I don't have much money on hand. I'll call a sum of money to you after a while. At that time you use this money to live well. Hearing that Lu Wanqin was going to give herself money, Lu Wei's eyes instantly lit up and she couldn't wait to ask, Sister, how much are you going to give me? Lu Wanqin's eyes instantly became sharp, and her tone went cold. I'm warning you, this is probably the last time I'll call you for money. You'd better not mess around with this money. In the future, even if you starve to death, I won't care. After all, right now, Wan Er and I are both struggling to protect ourselves. Seeing that Lu Wanqin had such a stern attitude, Lu Wei hurriedly nodded his head, with a few pleasing notes in his tone. I know, sis. I've memorized everything you said. Lu Wanqin instructed him a few more times before leaving the room. Before she left, she also instructed her men to release Lu Wei from guard, giving him a certain amount of freedom. After Lu Wanqin left, Lu Wei stood in place, recalling what she had just said. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. But soon, his thoughts were occupied by another matter. That woman dared to come back with a child. The more Lu Wei thought about it, the more angry he became. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails almost embedded into his palms. Damn it, how dare you lie to me? He gritted his teeth and cursed, a trace of viciousness flashing in his eyes. He very much regretted being soft-handed back then. If that woman had stayed abroad as promised, he would at least have been able to rely on this matter and keep asking for money. But now he had nothing left. The money was gone, and he had also put his sister and niece's position in jeopardy. The more Lu Wei thought about it, the more angry he became, and finally he decided to do something big. After a lot of effort, Lu Wei finally found out where the mother and son lived. He stood outside the villa and surveyed the luxurious building. A hint of sinister flashed in his eyes. He didn't choose to enter through the front door, but instead went around to the back of the villa. He knew the layout of this kind of high-class villa very well, and knew that this kind of place would usually leave a back door for the servants to enter and exit. Lu Wei quietly approached the back door and hid in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. It wasn't long before a middle-aged maid-like woman came out of the back door, carrying a garbage bag in her hand. Lu Wei saw the opportunity and quickly rushed forward, covered her mouth and dragged her to the corner. With his other hand, he pulled out the dagger on his body and pressed the tip against her waist. Don't make a sound, or don't blame me for not being polite. Lu Wei lowered his voice in a threatening manner, a viciousness in his tone. That servant was trembling in fear and nodded her head repeatedly, her eyes filled with fear. Lu Wei loosened the hand covering her, but the other hand holding the dagger was still tightly pressed against her, coldly saying, Take me in and I'll let you go. After Lu Wei finished speaking, he added, Avoid the camera. The servant didn't dare to resist, so she only trembled and nodded, leading Lu Wei into the villa through the back door. Lu Wei followed behind the servant, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. His heart was beating fast, but his face was forcibly calm. He knew that his action this time was extremely risky, but he couldn't care less. That mother and son must pay the price. Lu Wei secretly swore in his heart as a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Soon, the servants brought him inside the villa. Where is the electric gate of this villa? Lu Wei looked at the fact that there were cameras all over the place and pressed the servant on his hand again. In the storage room. Take me there. The servant led him to the storage room on the first floor. He threatened the servant to find the electric switch in the storage room. The electric switch was then pulled down. In an instant, the entire villa was plunged into darkness. A slight sound of chaos resounded outside. It was probably the other servants who found out that the power had gone out and were mumbling. Lu Wei found a very small hand electric motor here. He also picked up a piece of tape and stuck the maid's mouth shut. He then warned the maid in a low voice, You stay here honestly, unlock the door for me, and don't open the door until I'm back, or I'll kill you. In order to make the maid even more afraid of herself, Lu Wei purposely used a dagger to make a cut on her fingertip. The maid was so frightened that she nodded her head in panic. Satisfied with the maid's reaction, Lu Wei turned around and walked out of the storage room, closing the door of the storage room with his hand. Only after hearing the sound of it being unlocked inside did he feel relieved to leave the place. Relying on his flashlight, Lu Wei groped his way up to the second floor of the villa. Without taking a few steps, he heard a familiar female voice. Chapter 118, letting him die for her son? When Lu Wei heard that familiar female voice, the blood in his body instantly boiled. He gripped the flashlight tightly, the veins on the back of his hand rippled, and his knuckles turned white from exertion. That voice was like a sharp hook, straight to the long-suppressed anger and hatred in his heart. Ruyan Lu finally found you. Lu Wei murmured in a low voice, a gut-wrenching determination in his voice. He was catatonic, carefully approaching towards the source of the voice. Each step was taken extremely slowly, for fear of making the slightest sound to startle the other party. As the distance got closer, the female voice became clearer and clearer. Lu Wei heard Lu Ruyan seemingly talking to someone on the phone, her tone anxious and panicked. What the hell is wrong with you guys? In such a big villa, how could the electric gate suddenly go out? Hurry up and find someone to fix it. At this time, a male voice also sounded with a relaxed tone, even with a hint of flirting. Don't get excited. Getting angry will make your skin bad. Lu Wei narrowed his eyes. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. This male voice sounded very young, so it seemed that it was that bastard. It was good that they were all in one piece, and it saved him from having to look for them one by one. He switched the dagger to his usual right hand and gripped the flashlight tightly in his left hand, dimming the light to its dimmest. Borrowing the faint light, he continued to approach silently. Suddenly, Lu Wei violently kicked the door open, the flashlight and dagger in his hand cutting out a cold light in the darkness. He roared angrily towards the inside. You pair of dog mother and son. Today is the day you die. The voice echoed in the empty room, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. Ruyan Lu screamed in terror, and the cell phone in her hand fell to the ground with a pop. Lin Haoyu was also startled by this sudden scene. His eyes could not adapt to the sudden light for a moment. At this time, Lu Wei had already rushed over and pounced on Lin Haoyu to the ground. He raised the dagger in his hand and viciously stabbed down towards Lin Haoyu, cursing through gritted teeth under his breath. Little brat, 18 years ago I shouldn't have let you come into this world. Go to hell. Lin Haoyu panicked and put his hand against Lu Wei's wrist, desperately trying to keep the dagger from falling. The other party's angry roar left him confused, but he quickly realized that Lu Wei had mistaken him for someone else. Wait a minute. You're recognizing the wrong person. Lin Haoyu shouted in panic, a hint of trembling in his voice. Lu Wei sneered, and the force on his hands increased. Mistaken identity? You think I'll believe your bull? Today is the day you die. Lin Haoyu's forehead was already oozing a fine layer of sweat, and he felt the tip of the dagger getting closer and closer to his chest. He desperately resisted while shouting, Ruyan Lu, quickly tell him that I'm not your son Guichen. On the side, Lu Ruyan was so shocked that she sat on the ground, her face as pale as paper. She recognized Lu Wei, the very man who had almost taken the lives of her mother and son 18 years ago. Fear surged like a tidal wave and her body involuntarily trembled. However, right in the midst of this extreme fear, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Lu Ruyan's mind. She clenched her teeth and shouted with a trembling but firm voice, Don't you hurt my son. When Lin Haoyu heard Ruyan Lu's words, a surge of anger surged in his heart. This woman actually wanted him to die for her son. When Lu Wei heard Lu Ruyan's words, he was even more sure that the person in front of him was the bastard son. His hands became harder and harder. Don't struggle, obediently give me death. With this force, the dagger immediately sank and pierced Lin Haoyu's clothes. Lin Haoyu was panicking in his heart. He shouted in panic, Lu Wei, I'm not that bastard. I'm Lin Haoyu, Lin Zai's younger brother. Lu Wei's hand slightly lurched, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Lin Zai's younger brother? Seeing that his words had worked, Lin Haoyu hurriedly continued, I'm really Lin Haoyu. If you let me go, I can give you lots and lots of money. Lu Wei sneered, but the force on his hands didn't relax. You're nothing. How can you give me money? Do you think I'm stupid? At this moment, Ruyan Lu took advantage of Lu Wei's distraction and quietly crawled towards the door. Lin Haoyu glanced at her movements out of the corner of his eye, and a plan came to his mind. Lu Wei, that woman Lu Ruyan is going to run away. You quickly go and catch her. As long as you control her, it's equivalent to controlling that bastard. Gu Tinghui is precious to this son of his. So when the time comes, are you still afraid of running out of money? Lin Hao Yu flew out these words with a hint of compulsion in his tone. When Lu Wei heard this, the movements of his hands once again paused. He turned his head to look at Lu Ruyan, and sure enough, he realized that she was trying to open the door to escape. Lu Wei violently let go of Lin Hao Yu and turned around to pounce towards Ruyan Lu. When Lu Ruyan heard footsteps behind her, she trembled in fear, her feet weakened, and she almost fell. She desperately ran forward, but before she could run a few steps, she was grabbed by Lu Wei. Lu Wei's dagger was instantly pressed against her neck. The cold blade pressed against her skin, making her not dare to move. You don't mess around." Ruyan Lu's voice trembled so much that it was almost inaudible. Her body stiffened, and her hands clutched Lu Wei's arm, trying to push him away, but her strength was simply unable to fight against Lu Wei. "Bitch, still wanna run?" Lu Wei pressed the dagger towards Ruyan Lu's neck another point closer, his voice cold and piercing. Lu Ruyan was trembling in fear, her lips trembling. She couldn't even say a complete sentence. You don't listen to him, he is not." Lu Wei completely reacted. If that person just now was really Lu Ruyan's son, how could he say something like that and let himself deal with his mother? "Fine, Stinky. You even lied to me again." A trace of hideousness flashed through Lu Wei's eyes. The dagger in his hand slightly exerted force, and a bloodstain immediately appeared on Ruyan Lu's neck. Lu Ruyan was so frightened that tears flowed from her eyes, and her voice trembled so much that she could barely hear it. I didn't beg you to spare me." Lu Wei sneered, his tone full of mockery. "Spare you? You lied to me 18 years ago, and you still want to lie to me now? Ruyan Lu, do you think I'll still fall for your tricks?" Lin Hao Yu took the opportunity to climb up from the ground and quietly moved towards the door. He knew that now was the best chance to escape. However, his movements were discovered by Ruyan Lu. "Hao Yu, save me." Ruyan Lu's words immediately reminded Wei Lu. He turned his head violently, his gaze stabbing at Lin Hao Yu like a knife. "You better not think about running." Lin Hao Yu's heart sank violently, cursing the Lu Ruyan in his heart. And remembering that she had just asked herself to die for his son, Lin Hao Yu clenched his fists, and a vicious thought immediately surfaced in his heart. Chapter 119. Brother, we'll see each other soon. Kid, you'd better not think of running. I'll kill this and you'll be next. Lu Wei's eyes glared round as he viciously waved the dagger in his hand. His voice seemed to have been squeezed out from between his teeth, and with complete viciousness, he rushed straight at Lin Hao Yu and threatened. When Lin Hao Yu heard this, not only did he not show the slightest bit of fear, instead, he threw back his head and laughed. That laughter echoed in this confined space, appearing particularly bizarre. This behavior caused both Lu Wei and Lu Ruyan to be incredibly puzzled. After Lin Hao Yu laughed out loud, he withdrew his smile and a trace of sinister cruelty flashed across his face. He looked at Lu Wei and said word for word, "Of course I won't run. Not only am I not running, I'm going to help you." "What do you mean?" Lu Wei frowned, skepticism written all over his face. He gripped his dagger tightly and took a step forward, his eyes staring at Lin Hao Yu with a deadly stare. It was as if he would immediately strike at the slightest movement from the other party. "Do you want money? Want money you can't spend." Lin Hao Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. His words seemed to carry some sort of compelling magic. Lu Wei subconsciously gulped and followed suit, narrowing his eyes. "Want to? Who doesn't?" Although he said this on his lips, his heart was still filled with wariness. He wanted to hear just what tricks this kid could say. "Then this woman, Lu Ruyan, you can't kill her." Lin Hao Yu's voice rose steeply, and there was an unquestionable certainty in his eyes. Hearing Lin Hao Yu say this, Lu Wei's face sank. It was determined that he was trying to coax himself into letting go of Lu Ruyan. "You're just trying to trick me into letting her go. I'm telling you, no way." He brandished his dagger and made a gesture to stab towards Ruyan Lu. "Don't. He's right. I can give you endless money to spend." Ruyan Lu's face was white with fear and her voice trembled. She desperately twisted her trapped body, her eyes filled with fear. At this moment she only wanted to save her life. "If you kill her now, not only will you not get the money, you will also become a murderer." Seeing this, Lin Hao Yu hurriedly stepped forward and said loudly. These words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Lu Wei's heart, and his movements froze, a hint of hesitation appearing on his face. "Then what do you have in mind?" Lu Wei clenched his teeth and eventually put the dagger back. He looked towards Lin Haoyu with a hint of expectation in his eyes. After all, no one could resist the temptation of spending endless amounts of money. As long as this woman stays in your hands, you can rely on her to obtain endless amounts of money. Really? Lu Wei was really moved this time. Lin Haoyu nodded. Then the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Because he thought of a brilliant way that would allow him to turn over a new leaf without having to hide behind Guichen anymore. Brother, we should be able to meet again soon. 10 minutes later, the electricity came back on in the villa. Lin Haoyu straightened his clothes and walked out from the storage room with just the right amount of apology on his face, saying to the servants, "I'm sorry. I was looking for something inside and accidentally touched the electric switch. It just took me half a day to get it right. But we just tried to open this storage room. Why is it unlocked from the inside?" A slightly bolder servant asked cautiously, his eyes filled with doubt. "I probably did it accidentally. I couldn't hear the sounds outside from inside, and I've been studying that electric switch." Lin Haoyu's face did not change, and he explained calmly, with a hint of impatience in his tone, as if he was blaming them for making a fuss. The servants outside listened and hesitantly nodded, not daring to ask anything more. Working as servants in this villa, they all knew that they shouldn't meddle in other people's business. "By the way, the person who called for maintenance doesn't need to come. Young master will be back later. He doesn't like strange people appearing in the house," Lin Haoyu said while scanning the crowd, a hint of irresistible majesty in his eyes. "You guys should hurry up and get off work after you finish the matter at hand later. The ones on duty today, don't come out in your own rooms without my orders or madam's. Young master was criticized at school today, and his anger will affect you later." When the servants heard this, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle when they thought of that irascible temper of Guichen's, and they said yes again and again. In their hearts, Guichen was a master who couldn't be messed with, and no one wanted to be angered by him. Only when the servants left and returned to their rooms did Lin Haoyu unhurriedly pull the maid out of the storage room. He reached out and tore the tape off the maid's mouth with a hint of roughness in his movements. "As I recall, you have a son in elementary school, right?" Lin Haoyu slightly lowered his head and looked straight at the maid in front of him, his voice low and cold, as if it came from hell. The maid's eyes instantly panicked, fear surging like a tidal wave as her body began to tremble uncontrollably. I. She wanted to say something, but her throat was choked by fear. "What happened today? Keep your mouth firmly shut, or..." Lin Haoyu's eyes steeply became ferocious and abnormal. He slightly bent down and came closer to the maid. The sense of oppression made her almost suffocate. I know. Beat me to death, I won't even tell what happened today," the maid almost shouted with a sobbing voice. At this moment she only wanted to hurry up and get rid of this demon. "Well, you'll go to work as usual tomorrow. Be good under my watch." Lin Haoyu gently stroked the maid's face with his hand. That action seemed to carry venom, making her tremble and only want to flee immediately. Only after the maids in the villa had all left did Lin Haoyu then let Lu Wei out of his room. Lu Wei was also dragging a large suitcase in his hands, which contained none other than the knocked-out Lu Ruyan. "Remember, don't ever do what I tell you to do, or else neither of us will have a good time." Lin Haoyu instructed Lu Wei one last time, his eyes revealing a hint of warning. "Don't worry, I won't mess with money." Lu Wei grinned, that smile filled with greed. Looking at Lu Wei's departing back, Lin Haoyu pulled out something in a box from his pocket. He gently opened the box and looked at the contents, a shadowy smile appearing on his face. "Guichen, when you come back later, you'll be able to see the big gift I've prepared for you." Chapter 120. Take me back to the Gu family. When Guichen returned to the villa, he realized that something was wrong. Where are the people? Where did they all die? Because of Gu Tinghue's orders, even at night, there would be a few servants left in the villa to keep an eye on him. But tonight there was no one. It's quasi because he saw that Laozi wasn't there and went to be lazy. A wave of anger welled up in Guichen's heart, and as he thought about it, he took big strides towards the upper floors and started looking for Ruyan Lu. He called outside for half a day, his voice echoing in the empty villa, but no one answered. Today, after Ruyan Lu went to school to help him deal with the matter of the fight and brawl, she came back first. He himself was also left in school for a long time to educate himself because of this. Ruyan Lu even called herself at first, asking why he hadn't returned yet. Logically, She should have been waiting at home for his return. Mom! Guichen arrived at the door of Lu Ruyan's room and realized that the door to her room was actually hidden. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart, and he reached out and slowly pushed the door open. Guichen pushed open the door to the room, and what met his eyes was a messy scene. The things in the room had been turned over in disarray, the bedsheets had been ripped to the ground, and a faint odor of blood filled the air. His heartbeat increased steeply and his palms began to sweat. He quickly stepped into the room, his eyes searching around for Ruyan Lu. Mom? Are you there? His voice trembled a little, carrying a hint of uneasiness. Suddenly, his gaze settled on the bedside table. There was an exquisite box sitting there, with a red ribbon tied to it. Guichen's throat tightened as he slowly walked towards the nightstand and reached out to pick up the box. The weight of the box was light, but it had an indescribably eerie feel to it. Guichen frowned and took a deep breath, his fingers trembling slightly as he untied the ribbon and opened the box. Upon seeing what was inside the box, he threw it out in fear. The box fell to the ground in response, and the contents rolled out. A severed finger. Seeing something like that again, Guichen's pupils contracted violently, and his heart felt as if it was being clutched hard by an invisible hand. His breathing became rapid, his mind went blank, and all that was left in his ears was a buzzing roar. There was still a familiar ring on that broken finger. That was the one his mother, Ruyan Lu, had been wearing on her hand.
Non. Impossible.
He muttered, his voice so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. He forced himself to walk over, picking up the broken finger. The cold touch of that ring instantly sobered him up. This severed finger was, indeed, his mother's. Guichen's face turned pale, and a fine cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Mom! He stood up violently, echoing in the empty room. Guichen turned around and was about to rush out the door when he realized that there was a figure standing in the doorway at some point. Immediately afterward, the door slammed shut with a bang. Young Master Chun. So excited. It seems like you really like the big gift I prepared. Lin Haoyu wore a seemingly unnoticeable smile on his face, and a strange light flickered in his eyes as he stared intently at Guichen. Guichen instantly reacted when he heard this. Lin Haoyu. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying anger that had been suppressed to the extreme. What did you do to my mom? Before the words fell, he had already rushed towards Lin Haoyu like a fierce beast, his hands deadlocked around the other's neck, his eyes covered in blood, itching to eat this person in front of him alive. Lin Haoyu did not struggle, just slowly raised his cell phone to Guichen. On the screen, Ruyan Lu was tied to a chair in a sorry state, her hair disheveled, her face filled with panic and helplessness. Damn it! Who gave you the guts? Seeing this, Guichen completely lost his mind and swung a punch fiercely towards Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu received this punch solidly. Blood instantly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. But not only was he not angry, his face instead revealed a wry smile. In the next second, the cell phone screen suddenly changed. A black shadow flashed, followed by Lu Ruyan's agonizing screams. Seeing this, Guichen's anger rushed to his head once again, and he slapped another palm at Lin Haoyu. As expected, Lu Ruyan in the video had similarly received a slap. Release my mom! Guichen's heart was burning with anxiety, but he threw his weight around. Chun! Don't hit! Mom hurts! Lu Ruyan's breathless, pleading voice came from the cell phone. Guichen's hand raised high in the air froze, tightened, and finally put it down powerlessly. What the hell do you want? Guichen gritted his teeth and said word by word. At this moment he was filled with remorse, regretting that he had taken in Lin Haoyu as a demon. Seeing that Guichen was finally willing to calm down, Lin Haoyu broke away his hand and nonchalantly straightened his messy collar. Want money? How much do you want? Guichen glared at him viciously, his eyes filled with hatred. Lin Haoyu, however, let out a light laugh. How tacky to talk about money. Then what exactly do you want? Guichen's voice carried a hint of desperation. I want you to bring me back to the Gu family in a dignified manner. Lin Haoyu's eyes revealed a hint of madness. Are you crazy? Guichen looked at him incredulously. If you return to the Gu family, you'll still be sent to the mental hospital. At this moment, Guichen finally understood what Lin Zhe had done earlier. Lin Haoyu was simply a complete lunatic. Don't worry, I've got it all planned out. Lin Haoyu's tone carried a hint of unquestionable certainty. As long as you obediently listen to my arrangements, everything will go smoothly. After saying this, Lin Hao Yu picked up the cell phone again and shook it hard in front of Guichen, saying in a threatening tone, "Your mom, too, will be safe and sound." Chapter 121, $10 billion IOUs. Lin Zhe felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere lately. Guichen's side was too quiet, so quiet that it made people's hearts grow fuzzy. According to Guichen's character, it was impossible for him to be so peaceful. Lin Zhe frowned, his heart vaguely uneasy. Is this holding back some big move again? Lin Zhe whispered to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desktop. No, on Lu Wanqin's side, I have to think of a way to talk her through. Lin Zhe thought for a while and suddenly his eyes lit up. Lu Wanqin sat in her room, her brows locked and her heart heavy. Gu Tinghui's movements were becoming more and more obvious. Surprisingly, he had not only transferred his illegitimate son to Gu Wan-er's class. Lu Wanqin knew that Gu Tinghui was planning to bring the matter of the illegitimate child out into the open. Gu Wan-er had also mentioned that transfer student to her, and Lu Wanqin had only perfunctorily said a few words at the time, but her heart had turned over in huge waves. That bastard was incomparably arrogant. How dare he verbally provoke her daughter? This also showed that the bastard was very determined to return to the Gu family. Lin Zhe's words that day had also made her think a lot over the past few days. Although she just didn't want that bastard to return to the Gu family, Lin Zhe was right. This was something that, by and large, she still couldn't stop at the back. Just like when Gu Tinghui had adopted Lin Zhe. He didn't even consult with her and made the decision without authorization. Wait. Lu Wanqin remembered something. Lin Zhe had said before that Gu Tinghui had adopted him in order to bring this adopted son back to the Gu family. So, he had made such plans much earlier. Lu Wanqin let out a bitter smile, a feeling of powerlessness welling up in her heart. Gu Tinghui, Gu Tinghui, you're really good at this. Lu Wanqin murmured in a low voice, a trace of bitterness flashing in her eyes. Just then, a soft knock sounded outside the door. Mother Lu, can I come in? Lin Zhe's voice came from outside the door, gentle and respectful. Lu Wanqin quickly wiped the corners of her eyes, straightened her appearance, and tried to make her voice sound calm. Come in. Lin Zhe pushed the door in, holding a steaming bowl of soup in his hand. He walked over to Lu Wanqin and gently placed the bowl of soup on the table, his tone gentle. This is the soup I made, you taste it. Lu Wanqin took the soup bowl and absent-mindedly took a sip. The flavor was good, but she had no appetite at the moment. She put down the soup bowl and looked up at Lin Zhe with a hint of confusion and worry in her eyes. Lin Zhe, if I really let that bastard child return to the Gu family, will Wan-er hate me? Will she think that I'm useless as a mom and can't even stop this kind of thing? Lu Wanqin's voice trembled a little. It was obvious that this question had been bothering her for a long time. Lin Zhe sniffed and immediately said with a straight face, Mother Lu, why do you think so? You are the most powerful woman I have ever seen. Although you've focused on charity over the years, the fact that you can do charity so well is proof of your ability and vigor. Miss Wan-er is also a child who understands things. She would never resent you for something like this. Lu Wanqin gave a bitter smile and shook her head. However, if I can't even do anything to stop that bastard from entering the family, how can I defend my and Wan-er's rights in the future? Gu Tinghui is so biased in favor of that bastard now. When Wan-er grows up and gets involved in the family feud and gets hurt, what should I do? Lin Zhe was silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up, walked over to Lu Wanqin, and solemnly knelt down. Mother Lu, I, Lin Zhe, swear before you. His voice was low and firm, and an undeniable light shone in his eyes. As long as I am in the Gu family for a day, no, as long as I live in this world for one day, I will never allow such a thing to happen. I will do my best to defend your and Wan-er's rights. Lu Wanqin froze. She didn't expect Lin Zhe to act like this. A trace of emotion flashed through her eyes, but then a trace of doubt surfaced. Lin Zhe, why are you helping us so much? Lu Wanqin's voice trembled a little. Clearly this was a question she had wanted to ask for a long time. Lin Zhe raised his head, his gaze sincere and firm. Mother Lu, what I'm about to say may sound absurd, but please don't laugh at me. He paused, seemingly organizing his words, then slowly said, Before I came to the Gu family, I often had a dream. In the dream, I was your son-in-law Wan-er's husband. This dream recurred so much that I felt an inexplicable closeness to Wanner, as well as to you. I know that sounds absurd, but it is indeed the truest thought in my heart. Lu Wanqin froze. She didn't expect Lin Zhe to say such words. But Lin Zhe didn't give her too much time to think. He took out a document from his pocket and handed it to Lu Wanqin with both hands. I know that it's hard to make you see my sincerity with just a few words, so I prepared this document. Lin Zhe's voice was still calm, but there was a hint of determination in his eyes. Lu Wanqin took the document, opened it, and his eyes widened. Are you crazy? Her voice carried a hint of shock and disbelief. A $10 billion IOU was clearly written on the document. It not only had Lin Zhe's signature on it, but also the witness signatures of big star Song Long and soccer star Jamie. Lin Zhe shook his head, his tone calm and firm. No, this is my sincerity and a guarantee for you and Wan Er. I believe that the scene you're worried about may not happen, but if that situation does occur, this $10 billion note is my promise to you and Wan Er. 10 billion is a lot, but I am confident that I can earn it. Not only does this IOU have legal effect, it also has Song Long's and Jamie's witness signatures on it, which is yet another safeguard. Lu Wanqin's hands trembled slightly, and her eyes gradually became moist. She looked at Lin Zhe, and a wave of complex emotions welled up in her heart. Whether or not this 10 billion Lin Zhe could earn it later was not important. What mattered was that this $10 billion IOU was not just a promise. It was Lin Zhe's heartfelt sincerity towards them, mother and daughter. Lin Zhe, you. Lu Wanqin's voice was a little choked. She didn't know what to say. Lin Zhe smiled faintly, his tone gentle and firm. Mother Lu, don't worry. I will always stand by you and Wan Er. No matter what happens, I will do my best to protect you. Lu Wanqin's tears finally couldn't help but slide down. She looked at Lin Zhe, and the long-standing uneasiness and anxiety in her heart seemed to have been slightly relieved at this moment. Thank you, Lin Zhe. Lu Wanqin said softly, a hint of gratitude and relief in her voice. I agree. Just do as you said before. Lu Wanqin finally loosened up about the bastard's return to the Gu family. Good. Lin Zhe looked at Lu Wanqin and nodded with some excitement. At the same time, a pang of guilt flooded his heart. This $10 billion IOU, which looked like he was full of sincerity, was actually a sham. He had gotten this to force Lu Wanqin to make up her mind and let Gui Chen return to the Gu family. He had to let things go the same way they did in his last life. Only by letting Gui Chen return to the Gu family could Gu Tinghui realize that this Gui Chen was a bucket that couldn't be helped up. In short, the Gu family estate would not fall into Gui Chen's hands. Gu Wanner, who had completed her studies, would also shine at Gu's company, also thus allowing Gu Tinghui to break the sexism and truly discover how good his daughter is. Therefore, this $10 billion IOU will not come into effect. And, after today, Lu Wanqin would definitely treat him as the closest person besides his own daughter. From now on, Lu Wanqin was his most favorable aide in the Gu family. It would also help him to successfully escape from the Gu family by taking the college entrance exam later on. After all, he had to leave the Gu family in order to go and marry Gu Wan Er. In the end, he would be able to go to the peak of his life. Anyway, after all was said and done, this move would only benefit him, and he was, in fact, just taking out a bit of ceremony. But it so happened that there were times when a woman just needed some sense of ceremony to be moved to tears. Lin Zhe pursed his lips. He had to keep his mouth shut on this matter. Otherwise, if Lu Wanqin knew that he was fooling her like this, he would be killed. Chapter 122 will soon be living in the light. Really? After Gu Tinghui heard Lin Zhe say that he had persuaded Lu Wanqin to agree to Gui Chen's return to his family, he was so excited that he almost lost his usual steadiness, and a rare hint of elation appeared on his face. Ah Zhe, well done. He praised repeatedly, his eyes filled with relief. It's worthy of the high hopes I've always had for you. Lin Zhe smiled faintly, a hint of humility showing on his face at just the right time. It makes my son happy to be able to help Dad get things done. Gu Tinghui nodded in satisfaction and raised his hand to pat his shoulder, a hint of urgency in his tone. There's no time to lose, you go and get ready, and arrange for Gui Chen to return to the Gu family tomorrow night. Lin Zhe bowed his head in response, but a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. It's time to receive his own son to the Gu family. Can he not be anxious? Lu Wanqin laughed coldly after hearing Lin Zhe's description. His eyes filled with disdain. He's nothing but a coward. He didn't even dare to say this to me personally. He just knows to instruct you. Lin Zhe stood at the side, his expression calm, not answering. In the past few days, Gu Tinghui didn't even dare to return to the villa, and even the conversation was calling Lin Zhe to the company for fear of running into Lu Wanqin. As a result, Lu Wanqin didn't even have the chance to ask him in person. Did he agree to that thing? Lu Wanqin turned her head to look at Lin Zhe, a hint of expectation in her tone. Lin Zhe nodded, his tone calm. He has a guilty conscience towards you in his heart right now. Plus he can't wait to take Guichen home, so he agreed after just a little thought. When Lu Wanqin heard this, the coldness on his face eased slightly. Lu Wei was originally an employee on my mother's side of the family, and then Gu Tinghui wanted to build a car, and that's how I dragged him to Gu. She said slowly, a hint of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. Lu Wei has outstanding abilities, and although he was reused by Gu Tinghui, he was never given a high position. I know that he is jealous of Lu Wei being on my side. She paused, a hint of mockery in her tone. I originally thought that he would not agree to my request, but I did not expect him to love this bastard even more than I thought. Lin Zhe stood on the side, listening silently without interjecting. Lu Wanqin's eyes gradually became gloomy, and there was a hint of determination in his tone. Now that Lu Wei has succeeded in becoming the general manager of Wheat Automobile, he will also hold more of Gu's equity in his hands. Although I didn't get involved in the company's business, I have always held a portion of Gu's equity in my hands. Every time Wan Er's birthday comes around, I would also ask Gu Tinghui for some shares as a gift for her. Over the years, it has accumulated quite a bit. Her voice gradually chilled. In the future, when we secretly purchase some more shares of the Gu clan, these will add up to our say in the Gu family. Even if Gu Tinghui wants to prop up this bastard as his successor in the future, it will never be easy. After hearing these words from Lu Wanqin, Lin Zhe couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. I didn't realize that she had been planning for herself and Wan Er for a long time. Tomorrow, a formal dinner will be arranged to receive Guichen back to his home, and by then, Miss Wanner won't know about this matter. Lin Zhe didn't continue and looked at Lu Wanqin. On Wan Er's side, I'll go talk to her later. Just use Gu Tinghui's set of words and hide it from her for now. Lin Zhe nodded. This was also his idea. When Guichen officially returned to the Gu family, Lin Zhe planned to find a suitable time to hint at her in a sideways manner. After all, telling the matter directly might make it difficult for Gu Wanner to accept it. Allowing her to gradually discover the truth on her own might allow her to face it all better, and would also be less of a shock than if she was told directly. What? Mom, are you kidding me? Gu Wanner's brows furrowed, clearly unable to accept what Lu Wanqin had told her. Lu Wanqin sighed with a complicated expression. This matter, your father, and I only just learned about it. This Guichen is indeed your cousin. Tomorrow, he will come to the Gu family and live with us in the future. Hearing this, Gu Wanner became even more puzzled. Why? Why does he want to live with us? Because, Lu Wanqin said, turning her head, her eyes falling elsewhere. He's been living abroad all this time, and because his father died, that's why he's come back home to join your father. Your dad is his uncle after all. Thinking that he couldn't let the Gu bloodline stray, that's why he made this decision. Why did no one tell me about such a big thing? And this Guichen, he's even been my classmate for days. Gu Wanner's tone carried obvious dissatisfaction and aggression. Lu Wanqin looked at her daughter, her heart filled with guilt as she gently held Gu Wanner's hand and explained. Wanner, this matter is indeed a bit sudden, and we were also afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept it for a while. That's why we didn't tell you in time. As you know, this kind of thing is complicated to deal with, and your father also considered it for a long time before making his decision. Although Gu Wanner was still angry in her heart, after hearing these words, she also knew that this was a decision made by her own father, and she couldn't blame her mom. I see. Will he come tomorrow night? Lu Wanqin nodded, looking at her own daughter with an increasingly complex expression. There was heartache, guilt, and helplessness. Gu Wanner keenly captured the difference in Lu Wanqin's expression, and a trace of doubt couldn't help but rise in her heart. It always felt as if her mother was still hiding something from herself. But looking at her mother's tired appearance, she finally swallowed back the questions that had reached her mouth. Outside the countryside, the villa. Tomorrow, they will come to pick me up to review my home. Guichen glared at the man in front of him, as if he had squeezed the words out of his throat. Good. Good. Great. Lin Haoyu applauded excitedly. He put his crossed legs down, then stood up and walked over to Gui Chen. Young Master Chun, congratulations. Lin Haoyu came close to Gui Chen and finished, then took another hard breath. Congratulations to me as well. I'll be able to live under the light soon. Tomorrow, what exactly do you want me to do? Gui Chen stared viciously at Lin Haoyu. In the next second, as if he was as stimulated, Lin Haoyu pointed at Gui Chen and shouted, "Wrong! Wrong!" Lin Haoyu's puzzling appearance caused Gui Chen to frown even more. "What are you mad about?" Lin Haoyu walked over to Gui Chen's face and said as he approached him once again, "You're looking at me the wrong way. You can't look at me with these eyes that look at an enemy. I'm your... Now." Lin Haoyu paused for a few seconds, then revealed a wry smile. A few words slowly spat out from his mouth. Lifesaver. Chapter 123 Brother. Farewell. The Gu family villa was brightly lit. The servants were busily preparing for the dinner. Gu Tinghui stood in the hall early, his face showing a hint of anticipation despite the usual expression. Lu Wanqin, on the other hand, sat on the sofa with a cold expression, holding a cup of tea in her hands and casting glances towards Gu Tinghui from time to time. Seeing the other party's constant intentional gaze towards the door, she snorted out coldly in her heart. Gu Wan'er, dressed in a modest little dress, walked down from upstairs. Lin Zhe, who was standing next to Gu Tinghui, immediately noticed her. Gu Wan'er was born with white skin, and with just a little dressing up, she was very eye-catching. But he noticed the uncomfortable look on Gu Wan'er's face. Lin Zhe immediately knew that it must have been Lu Wanqin who instructed Gu Wan'er to clean up a bit, so that the bastard would see it and feel ashamed of my form. Just at this moment, Lin Zhe's cell phone rang. After answering the call, he immediately walked over to Gu Tinghui. "Dad." The driver called and said that the people are almost here. Gu Tinghui nodded, and his gaze toward the doorway became even more solicitous. Soon, movement came from the doorway. The one who appeared first was Zhang Ying, who walked in front to guide the people behind her. "Young master, Mr. and Madam, they are waiting for you inside, please." As Zhang Ying's words fell, Gui Chen walked into the hall under everyone's gaze. Seeing Gui Chen, Gu Tinghui's gaze instantly brightened, and he immediately took a few steps forward. Lu Wanqin was still sitting on the sofa. The teacup in her hand gave a slight lurch. A trace of coldness flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly concealed by her. "Chen, you're here." Gu Tinghui's voice carried a hint of excitement that was hard to hide, and he reached out his hand to pat Gui Chen's shoulder. Gui Chen looked up at him and opened his mouth. "Uncle." Good boy, your father is gone. From now on, Uncle here is your home, welcome home." Gui Chen nodded. Then his gaze went to Lu Wanqin sitting on the sofa. "That one is Auntie, right?" Lu Wanqin slowly put down her teacup and gracefully stood up. Taking Gu Wan'er's hand, she walked over to Gui Chen. With a seeming smile at the corner of her mouth, she opened her mouth and said, "Wan'er, this is your cousin. We'll all be family from now on. You mustn't be prejudiced because of his bad birth, and you mustn't be like those jealous illegitimate daughters. You must take out the temperament of the daughters of our lineage." "Yes." Gu Wan'er obediently answered and turned to Gui Chen, calling out in a friendly manner, "Cousin." As soon as Lu Wanqin's golden words came out, Lin Zhe saw the faces of both Gui Chen and Gu Tinghui darkened by 2 degrees. However, they didn't dare to say anything. This made Lin Zhe smack his lips. Worthy of being a woman who could be the wife of the richest man. This art of speaking was truly masterful. "All right, dinner is ready. Take your seats first." Gu Tinghui coughed a few times and spoke out to ease the awkwardness. "Wait." Just then, Gui Chen spoke again. "Uncle, I've brought one more person with me." Hearing Gui Chen say that, Gu Tinghui didn't look surprised. "Your mom is here too?" At the thought of that woman, Lu Wanqin's face couldn't hide the ice coldness. That woman, how dare she come? What face does she have?
No.
Not her. Gui Chen's reply, however, made everyone puzzled. "Then who is it?" Gu Tinghui asked after him. Gui Chen didn't answer, but shouted behind him, "Come out." As soon as Gui Chen's words fell, the sound of a leather shoe stomping on the ground rang out. Everyone's gazes coincidentally landed on the doorway. Soon, a silhouette appeared there. After getting a good look at the person's appearance, everyone except Gui Chen voiced out in confusion, "It's you." The figure that shocked everyone was no one else. It was none other than Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu was very satisfied as he looked at everyone's surprised expressions. He revealed a faint smile and greeted everyone calmly. Uncle Gu, Auntie Lu, Miss Wan Er, and Lin Haoyu shifted his gaze to Lin Zhe. His eyes steeply became sinister. Brother, don't you all come back safe and sound? Looking at Lin Haoyu who appeared here, Lin Zhe tightened his eyes. Sure enough, it was the same as what he had guessed before. Lin Haoyu had indeed hooked up with Gui Chen. But he really hadn't expected that Lin Haoyu would dare to appear in the Gu family today. At this time, Gu Tinghui also came back from his surprise. Lin Haoyu, shouldn't you be in a mental hospital? Yi Chen, and how do you know him? Gu Tinghui frowned. He even reached out his hand to pull Gu Chen away from Lin Haoyu some distance. He's mentally ill. Stay away from him. Just as Gu Tinghui was about to call for someone to bring Lin Haoyu under control, Gu Chen spoke up. Dad, he's not mentally ill. Gu Chen glanced at Lin Haoyu, and seeing the other party's eyebrow-raising gesture, there was more than a hint of obedience in his eyes. He's my savior. The moment Gu Chen's words left his mouth, everyone was instantly surprised. Lin Haoyu is your savior? Gu Tinghui grew more and more confused. Uncle, can you take the two of us to a quieter place? I can explain all of this. Although Gu Tinghui was very skeptical about this, he nodded when he saw that Gu Chen had spoken. With that, he brought Gu Chen and also Lin Haoyu to his study. Tell me, what's all this about? Just after closing the door, Gu Tinghui couldn't wait to inquire. Lin Haoyu glanced at Gu Chen, who imperceptibly gritted his teeth. Then he stepped forward and explained to Gu Tinghui. In fact, Lin Haoyu and I have known each other for a long time, and he even saved me unintentionally. And after I realized that he was misunderstood to be mentally ill and still locked up, I tried to find a way to save him. Gu Chen spoke colorfully, and also told the exact process of how the two of them met. Gu Tinghui was listening with furrowed brows. After Gu Chen finished speaking, Lin Haoyu immediately stepped forward to explain for himself again. Uncle Gu, the last time I said that you had an illegitimate child, it was because I had known Gu Chen long ago, and he was the one who told me all of this. At that time, I was also cornered and had no choice but to choose to tell this secret in desperation, just to make you believe me, but I didn't think. Lin Haoyu revealed a helpless and aggrieved expression. Really? Gu Tinghui's brows were wrinkled together, obviously still having some doubts about what they had said. Lin Haoyu didn't move and gave Gu Chen a look. Gu Chen immediately stepped forward. Dad, you don't believe anything your son says? After so many years, it was the first time Gu Tinghui had personally heard Gu Chen call himself Dad. The doubts in his heart immediately dissipated. But then, Gu Tinghui had new doubts. He looked at Lin Haoyu and asked, if that's the case, why did Lin Zhe slander you as mentally ill? Chapter 124. Seeing that I'm fine, is brother happy? Hearing Gu Tinghui ask this, Lin Haoyu's eyes instantly flashed with a hint of grimness. But in an instant, he replaced it with an innocent look, shaking his head repeatedly, and some tears of aggression rose in his eyes. I really can't think of anything. Where exactly did I threaten him that he would do this to me as his younger brother? Lin Haoyu's voice carried a hint of trembling, as if it was full of pain and incomprehension. Threat? Gu Tinghui's gaze swept back and forth between Lin Haoyu and Gu Chen, finally looking at Gu Chen thoughtfully, his eyes revealing a hint of inquiry. Lin Haoyu took Gu Tinghui's reaction in, secretly pleased in his heart. The corner of his mouth pulled out an imperceptible arc without trace. He was trying to plant the seeds of doubt in Gu Tinghui's mind, making him realize that Lin Zhe's existence might be a potential threat to Gu Chen. Uncle Gu, Yi Chen told me about your hardships, and I understand why you couldn't recognize him as your son in the first place. Lin Haoyu slightly lowered his head, making an understanding face. Don't worry. I'm tight-lipped and won't talk nonsense. It's just that this matter of me being misunderstood as mentally ill and locked up is really too wronged. I've been suffocating in my heart. Saying that, Lin Haoyu raised his head, his eyes looking pleadingly at Gu Tinghui, his eyes full of anticipation. Gu Tinghui frowned slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. You've saved Yi Chen's life. I'll remember this favor. I'll make it clear to them and return your innocence. Great! Lin Haoyu nodded repeatedly after hearing this, then glanced at Gu Chen by his side. Gui Chen immediately took a step forward and once again opened his mouth to Gu Tinghui and requested, "Dad, I've just returned to China. I'm still not too familiar with the people and things over here, and I don't have a friend by my side that I can talk to. Hao Yu and I are on good terms. Why don't you let him stay here? We can still go to school together in the future and take care of each other." When Gu Tinghui heard Gui Chen's request, his brows furrowed slightly, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Gui Chen and Lin Hao Yu. Chen, this matter. Gu Tinghui's tone carried a hint of hesitation. "Hey, obviously it's my own father, but I can only call uncle. I'm so bitter in my heart, if I don't even have a friend to talk to." Gui Chen's words made Gu Tinghui look stunned. His heart was a bit intolerant, and he immediately changed his words. "Okay, I promise you." When Gu Tinghui brought the two of them back to the hall again, Lin Hao Yu took his seat under the gaze of Lin Zai's several people. Seeing this, Lu Wanqin's face sank. "Timothy, what's going on here? Is a good dinner party going to be ruined by a mental illness?" Lu Wanqin's tone carried obvious dissatisfaction. Gu Tinghui cleared his throat, his tone firm. "I've already understood clearly, it was all a misunderstanding before. This boy Hao Yu is normal. He's normal." Lu Wanqin clearly did not agree with Gu Tinghui's statement. Her brows locked. "All right, Wanqin. Today is a welcome dinner for Chen. There's no need to talk about anything else." Gu Tinghui didn't want to dwell on this matter any longer, and his tone carried an unquestionable authority. Lu Wanqin wanted to say something else, but Lin Zai spoke up at the right time to interrupt her. "Mom Lu, since Dad has said so, there must be a misunderstanding. Hao Yu is my brother. I couldn't be happier if he's fine." Lin Zai's words made Lu Wanqin hold back. She reluctantly nodded her head and said no more. Although Lin Zai didn't know what method Lin Hao Yu had used to get rid of the suspicion of mental illness, he had also managed to stay in the Gu family. But looking at the current situation, this matter has become a foregone conclusion and cannot be changed for the time being. Lin Hao Yu returned this time will certainly use more vicious tricks to deal with themselves. Thinking of this, Lin Zai's eyes also turned icy cold. Since Lin Hao Yu wouldn't give up, he wouldn't show any more mercy. In his last life, he had gotten himself killed, but in this life, he had only sent him to a mental hospital and gave him a life. If he repented, he might still have a chance to come out and be a new man. At this point, he has already done his best. But Lin Hao Yu not only didn't appreciate it, he obviously wouldn't give up. Not only did he escape, but he also hooked up with Gui Chen and returned to the Gu family by all means. Lin Zai laughed coldly in his heart. Since Lin Hao Yu insisted on fighting to the death, he would no longer be merciful. "Oh, is that so? Seeing that I'm fine, is brother happy?" Lin Hao Yu suddenly opened his mouth, a hint of provocation in his tone. "Of course, we're brothers if you're fine. This brother of mine is definitely happy." Lin Zai responded lightly, his gaze calm. "But back then it was you, brother, who beat me into insanity with a stick. Have you forgotten, brother?" Lin Hao Yu's voice rose steeply. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Lin Zai still didn't change his face. His tone was calm. "Brother is also afraid that the pressure of studying is too much for you, causing you to have mental problems. This is also because I want you to receive treatment as soon as possible and recover early. After all, you are the hope of our Lin family." "All right," Gu Tinghui called out to stop the duo, his tone carrying an unquestionable majesty. "The theme of today's dinner is to welcome the child Chen, so you all must not clamor for attention." Lin Hao Yu saw this and said no more, but the hatred in his eyes had not diminished at all. Lin Zai, on the other hand, nodded slightly, his expression as usual. During the dinner, Lin Zai detected a hint of abnormality. He realized that there was something wrong between Gui Chen and Lin Hao Yu. The way Gui Chen looked at Lin Hao Yu wasn't exactly friendly, but the words he said were extraordinarily submissive to Lin Hao Yu. This was not Gui Chen's nature. Could it be that Lin Hao Yu had given Gui Chen another idea to deal with him? After the dinner, Lin Hao Yu couldn't wait to find Lin Zai. He brought Lin Zai to the back garden. "How about it? Lin Zai, surprised to see me?" Lin Hao Yu's voice echoed in the silent garden with a hint of triumph. "Yes, a little," Lin Zai replied indifferently. Hearing Lin Zai's answer, Lin Hao Yu was very satisfied and a hideous smile appeared on his face. "Scared, right? I'll tell you, Gui Chen will even have to obediently listen to me now. If you don't want to die an ugly death afterward, you kneel down in front of me right now, kowtow to me 3 times and say that you're wrong. Maybe I'll..." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Zhe. Guichen listens to you so much. Is it hard to believe that you and him are? Lin Zhe deliberately paused for a moment, a hint of teasing in his eyes. A relationship that sells out the ass? His tone was filled with mockery, like a sharp dagger stabbing straight at Lin Haoyu. You! Lin Zhe's words caused Lin Haoyu to instantly burst into a rage, his face reddening. Brother, brother. How can you be so unthinking? You don't want to be an honorable man, but you want to do this kind of thing. Lin Zhe's side of mocking his words continued. Chapter 125. Who said I'm going to sit in the back? Hearing this, Lin Haoyu was enraged, fiercely taking a step forward, his arm raised high, making a gesture to give Lin Zhe a punch. Lin Zhe was prepared for this, his body flashed and easily avoided it. What? Annoyed by what I said? The corner of Lin Zhe's mouth hooked up into a mocking smile, his eyes full of disdain. Don't you dare talk nonsense here. Lin Haoyu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists as he shouted. Guichen was only caught by me as a handle, so he had to obey. Don't think of things so nastily. Handle. Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow, a hint of thought flashing through his eyes. Guichen has only been back in the country for a short while. What kind of handle could you have? Lin Zhe said while not moving to observe Lin Haoyu's expression. Lin Haoyu had just opened his mouth when suddenly he realized something and let out a cold snort. Don't you dare try to get words out of me. Lin Zhe clasped his hands to his chest and nodded as he looked at Lin Haoyu. Well, it seems that the last time he was locked up in a mental hospital for a few days was still a bit useful. He's gotten smarter. You! Lin Zhe suddenly became sharp-tongued, making Lin Haoyu unable to adapt for a while. Young Master Zhe, Madam is looking for you. At this moment, Zhang Ying's voice came from over there. All right, I'll be right over. Lin Zhe responded before looking at Lin Haoyu. Brother, I won't accompany you here to play, but I still have to remind you. Guichen, isn't someone so easy to pin down? You be careful of falling into his hands someday. Oh. Lin Haoyu looked at the direction Lin Zhe left, his eyes filled with hatred, his mouth cursing in a low voice. Lin Zhe, don't be complacent. Our account isn't over yet. I won't let you have a good time. In Lu Wanqin's room, are you saying that Lin Haoyu stayed by holding Guichen's handles? Lin Zhe nodded at Lu Wanqin. That's what I just got out of him. He admitted it himself. Hearing this, Lu Wanqin frowned in thought. What kind of handle can this bastard have that Lin Haoyu is holding? Can it be that it's his identity? Listening to Lu Wanqin's conjecture, Lin Zhe shook his head. I don't think it's that simple, Mommy Lu. Send someone to secretly investigate. This Lin Haoyu will definitely not be at peace in the Gu family. Lu Wanqin nodded and agreed. At this time, a knock came from the door. Mom, are you asleep? It was Gu Wan'er's voice. Lin Zhe and Lu Wanqin exchanged a glance before going to open the door. Lin Zhe, why are you here? Mom found him to ask him about his brother Lin Haoyu. Lu Wanqin opened her mouth to explain. Gu Wan'er nodded, although she was still puzzled. Lu Wanqin stepped forward to hold Gu Wan'er's hand and inquired, What's wrong? Looking for Mom for something?
Gu Wan'er glänzt åt Lin sett.
Lin Zhe immediately spoke with a sense of humor. Mom Lu, then I'll leave first. Lin Zhe walked out of the room and closed the door. It's just us mother and daughter now, so if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Looking at Lu Wanqin's expectant eyes, Gu Wan'er opened her mouth. When the words originally reached her mouth, they were suddenly pressed down on her throat by an invisible hand, and she actually slowly swallowed them back. She wanted to ask about Guichen, but she felt that any more inquiries would probably yield the same answer.
Gu Wan'er shook her head.
Nothing. Just suddenly wanted to come and chat with you. Gu Wan'er casually said a couple sentences to gloss over the matter. More than 10 minutes passed. Only then did Gu Wan'er walk out of Lu Wanqin's room. She didn't go straight back to her room. Instead, she went in another direction. She came to Lin Zhe's room and stopped in her tracks. After hesitating for a few seconds, she still raised her hand and knocked on the door of the room. Soon, the door to the room was opened.
Wan'er.
Lin Zhe immediately welcomed Gu Wan'er into the room after seeing the person at the door. Are you trying to ask me about Guichen? Gu Wan'er had just sat down when Lin Zhe spoke. Hearing that Lin Zhe actually knew her mind so well, Gu Wan'er couldn't help but be stunned. She then organized her words and looked at Lin Zhe and said, I always feel that Mom and Dad are hiding something from me. Can you tell me? Lin Zhe sighed. then shook his head. Warner, there are some things that knowing them in advance won't do you any good. So, they do have something to hide from me, right?
Gu van es braustheitend.
Ever since Gui Chen came to the Gu family, she had realized that her father's attention was all on Gui Chen. His attitude towards Gui Chen was also soft in a way she had never seen before. Although the day before, her mom had approached her to confess the cause of the incident. But she always felt that something wasn't right. I'm sorry, I can't say. Lin Zhe pursed his lips. Although he didn't say anything, his action was a disguised reminder to Gu Wan Er. Fine. Gu Waner didn't ask what she wanted and got up to leave. Waner, don't think too much. Firmly go on your way and become the person you want to be. Gu Waner paused in place. She didn't turn around, and in a not-so-loud voice, she firmly returned. Good. She then left the place. Early the next morning, Lin Zhe was ready to send Gu Wan Er to school as he did on weekdays. Just as he brought Gu Waner to the front of the car, he saw that Lin Haoyu and Gui Chen were already sitting in the back of the car. Wan Er, come on up, you'll be late for school. Lin Haoyu immediately greeted Gu Wan Er and sat towards him. Lin Zhe pulled her back with a firm tone. Wan Er, you go sit in the front. Seeing this, Lin Haoyu immediately spoke. No way. Waner, you'd better come sit here with me. If my brother sits in the back, it's too crowded for the three of us big men. When Gu Waner heard this, she glanced at Lin Zhe and hesitated a little. Where exactly do I sit? Without saying a word, Lin Zhe pulled open the front door and let Gu Wan Er sit in it, and even fastened her seatbelt for her. Lin Haoyu didn't get his way, and was so angry that he immediately sat a little to the side, with his two legs spread far apart, and deliberately said, Then the back won't fit, brother. Don't follow along. After saying that, he also glanced at Lin Zhe, coldly grunting in his heart. Didn't you not allow Gu Wan Er to sit next to me? Then you don't want to follow along. Who said I'm going to sit in the back? Lin Zhe returned indifferently, then walked to the main driver's side, opened the door and said to the driver, Uncle Chun, you can rest today, I'll drive. Driver Xiao Chun, upon hearing that he could rest, immediately got out of the car happily and gave his seat to Lin Zhe. What are you doing? Lin Haoyu spoke furiously. Who allowed you to drive? If something happens on the road, can you afford the responsibility? Don't get excited, brother. I have a driver's license.
Lin Zhe responded in a calm, subdued tone.
You have a driver's license. Lin Haoyu still wanted to say something, but Lin Zhe started with a kick of the gas. The car jerked forward. Lin Haoyu did not sit still and choked the words behind him in his throat. Gu Waner sat in the passenger seat and couldn't help but laugh out loud, but quickly pursed her lips again and stole a glance at Lin Zhe. Lin Haoyu was so angry in the back seat that he clenched his teeth. Chapter 126 is a good knife. On the way to school, Lin Haoyu didn't stop. Brother, the few of us are of similar age. You're the only one who dropped out of school. Don't you feel sorry? Lin Haoyu seemed to want to take this opportunity to redeem his earlier loss of temper. He continued, You don't even have a high school education now. I'm afraid you'll be looked down upon in the future. Finding a girlfriend might even be a problem. Girls nowadays favor talented people with high education. Oh, looks like you plan to read a lot of books, brother. A hint of disdain flashed through Lin Zhe's eyes. That's for sure. I'm going to go to Qingbei in the future. Lin Haoyu was confident. Wan Er, you also plan to take this university, right? Lin Haoyu turned to Gu Wan Er. Gu Waner nodded. Qingbei is the dream of countless students. Then you have to work hard, brother, and make sure you get into Tsinghua University. Lin Zhe's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. That's natural at that time. My life and your life, brother, will be very different. A hint of smugness flashed in Lin Haoyu's eyes. Lin Zhe didn't argue with him, he just sped up the car. After dropping them off at the school, Lin Zhe didn't return directly to the villa, but drove to another place. He had been thinking about it for a long time in the past few days. How could a place like a mental hospital allow someone to escape so easily? And he had specifically instructed them to keep a close eye on Lin Haoyu. It was because he was afraid that he would find an opening to escape. But he didn't expect this to happen. But he always felt that things weren't that simple. So he thought that he should go to the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital himself. He wanted to see how Lin Haoyu actually escaped from there. Chairman, Li Kai walked into the office with hurried steps. What is it? Gu Tinghui didn't lift his head, flipping through the documents in his hands, and asked carelessly. Lin Zhe went to Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital. Gu Tinghui sniffed and raised his eyebrows. Li Kai then reported, but he didn't find out anything and left empty-handed. When Gu Tinghui heard this, he raised his eyes to Li Qingland and was about to open his mouth. Li Qingland immediately understood, grabbed and said, "You can rest assured, the paramedic who intentionally let Lin Haoyu go has already left his job as planned, and Lin Zhe can't find out any clues at all." Gu Tinghui nodded in satisfaction. That's right, Lin Haoyu was the one he deliberately let loose. Arranging Guichen in the villa not far from Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital was also his planning. A large portion of the servants in the villa were his eyes and ears, and when Lin Haoyu entered the villa on the front foot, he got the news on the back foot. When Lin Haoyu blurted out that he had an illegitimate child, he realized that Lin Haoyu should know about Guichen. So, he had planned to use Lin Haoyu's hand to help Guichen return to the Gu family as soon as possible. This Lin Haoyu did have a bit of a crooked mind. Not only did he boost the speed of Guichen's return to the Gu family, but he was even able to think of making himself up as Chen's savior, and he himself followed the return in an honorable manner. However, I'm a bit puzzled as to why you still keep Lin Haoyu in the Gu family. Li Qingland was filled with doubt and couldn't help but ask. Gu Tinghui leaned back in his chair nonchalantly and slowly said, "This child, Achan, has spent too much time abroad. His mind is simple. The people and things he has experienced are too simple. He hasn't gone through much. If Lin Haoyu stays here, it might be able to sharpen him and make him more mature and stable." Speaking here, Gu Tinghui paused, his fingers tapping lightly on the desktop as his words changed. Moreover, it can also hold Lin Zhe in check. This was the key purpose of him keeping Lin Haoyu in the Gu family. The uncommon abilities Lin Zhe had shown earlier had already planted the seeds of scorn in Gu Tinghui's heart. Now that Guichen had returned to the Gu family, he had to plan for his own son as early as possible. Once upon a time, he thought that Lin Zhe was unpopular in the Gu family, and must have acted with caution, walking on thin ice, and wouldn't be much of a threat to Guichen. He even thought that he could help Guichen in some places. But he didn't expect Lin Zhe to be more tactful than he thought. He even secretly got in touch with his wife, Lu Wanqin. What's worse, Lu Wanqin was able to propose that Lu Wei be the general manager of Wheat Auto, which could be a side note that she knew about Guichen. And this request came from Lin Zhe's mouth, which means Lin Zhe and Lu Wanqin were already on the same side. Such a situation could be unfavorable for him and Guichen. Then Lin Haoyu at this time became a good knife in his hands. Li Kai couldn't stop nodding his head as he listened to Gu Tinghui's words, his face filled with admiration, as if he was marveling at Gu Tinghui's resourcefulness. Then young master Chen's birth mother Lu Ruyan, Li Qingland asked cautiously. Gu Tinghui's eyes went cold. It's irrelevant. I only hope that my son will grow up as soon as possible," said. Gu Tinghui's eyes more and more cold. Like quenched frost, Li Qingland saw, heart, thump, cannot help but shiver. Yes.
Li Qinglan uriadlian suarat.
After Lin Zhe left the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, he went to a villa not far away. It was the same villa that Guichen had been living in. Lin Zhe kept an eye out and parked his car on the road some distance away from the villa. After getting out of the car, he walked towards the path leading to the villa. Guichen had returned to the Gu family, and the villa seemed to be immediately empty. Lin Zhe didn't even see any servants when he walked to the front door. After thinking for a while, he went around to the back door again. Just as he arrived at the back door, he heard two servants conversing. Lin Zhe immediately found a place to hide. "Don't we need to do some sanitation before we leave? What's the point of bothering with that? No one should be coming to live in this villa. Even if they're coming, they can just clean it up when the time comes." The two maids walked out from the back with these words. Seeing that one of the maids with the key was about to lock the door, the other maid suddenly slapped her thigh. "Wait a moment. I forgot something. This memory of yours. Go ahead. I'll wait here for a while." The maid with the key stopped moving, and after watching her companion run into the villa, she took a few steps forward, sat down on the steps and waited. Feeling too bored waiting, she took out her cell phone and swiped through the videos again. Seeing this, Lin Zhe took advantage of this maid's inattention and slipped into the villa from behind her. After entering the villa, he first found a place to hide. It wasn't long before the maid who had returned to get something walked out again. All right, let's go. There's no one inside, right? I'll lock the door then." No one's there, you lock it. There's still a security guard coming to patrol later anyway." After listening to the two's voices getting smaller and smaller until they were inaudible, Lin Zhe then walked out. Chapter 127. Brother, I seem to know it. There's no one in this villa? Lin Zhe was filled with doubt as he listened to the conversation between the two servants just now, and then looked at the pitch-black villa in front of him, where even the electricity had been cut off. He muttered straight in his heart. What about Ruyan Lu? Originally, he thought that any way to this neighborhood on the way to this villa to see may be able to dig up some useful clues. Unexpectedly, this villa was empty, but Lu Ruyan did not follow Gui Chen to review the home, and now is not here. Then where did she go? Lin Zhe, while secretly thinking, while lifting his leg into the villa, began to carefully check up. The electricity in the villa was cut off, and the surveillance became a mere decoration. So Lin Zhe had no more worries and let go of his hands and feet to rummage around. Climbing the stairs to the second floor, he pushed open the door of a room, and instantly, the scene in front of him made him subconsciously frown. The room was in a state of disarray, with chairs falling across the floor as if they had been pushed over hard. The carpet was also crumpled into a messy pile, and at first glance, it looked as if it had been burglarized. What's going on here? Lin Zhe couldn't help but mutter, his footsteps not stopping as he walked straight into the check room. He reached out and pulled open the cabinet door, only to see Ruyan Lu's clothes hanging all over it. It's Ruyan Lu's room? Lin Zhe was a little surprised. He then realized that there were barely a few pieces of clothes missing in here. Then, he came to the shoe cabinet and opened it up to see that it was filled with all kinds of women's shoes, yarded fairly neatly. The shoes didn't seem to be missing either. After looking at these, Lin Zhe turned towards the dresser, raised his hand to open the drawer, and found that the jewelry inside was basically all there. Only the arrangement was slightly messy. After a quick look, Lin Zhe seemed to confirm certain key information from these details. Just then, he heard the footsteps of security guards patrolling in the distance. He immediately took advantage of the open door and slipped out silently. Yutsai Middle School. It was recess time, and students were laughing and joking in the corridor in groups of 3 or 2. Gui Chen saw the opportunity and quickly walked over to Lin Haoyu. I've done everything you said. When will you take me to see my mom? Lin Haoyu stopped walking. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and said unhurriedly, What's the rush? I'll definitely let you see it, but it's not the right time yet. You! Gui Chen's eyes widened, his eyes reddened, biting his lips tightly, his cheeks bulging slightly from the exertion. The whole person was trying his best to hold back his inner anger. Lin Haoyu patted him on the shoulder, with an air of seriousness. Gui Chen, I'm doing this for your own good right now. Exercising your ability to endure. You'll definitely thank me in the future. As soon as the words fell, not far away, a few boys walked towards this side, talking and laughing. One of them was sharp-eyed and saw Lin Haoyu at a glance, and couldn't help but raise his volume. Hey, isn't that Lin Haoyu? He actually came to school again. These boys were the same ones who had bullied Lin Haoyu in the restroom earlier. Hearing this, Lin Haoyu's eyes instantly lit up with hatred, as if his gaze could eat people. In the next second, he turned his head towards Gui Chen and said viciously, Gui Chen, give them a beating, and I'll take you to see your mom tomorrow. Gui Chen sniffed and twisted his head to look over. With little hesitation, he turned around violently, clenched his fists like a raging bull, and charged towards those male classmates. Bang! Gui Chen threw a heavy punch that slammed straight into the cheek of the leading boy, causing the other to stagger and almost fall. The boy stabilized himself, covered his cheek, and roared with incredulity. Damn, are you sick? Come up here and just give me a punch. Several other boys saw this and instantly reacted, rolling up their sleeves and yelling, Brothers, him? For a time, the corridor was a mess. The students were so scared that they backed away, screaming and dodging in all directions. Gui Chen was surrounded by the crowd in the center without fear. He blocked the left and right attack, each punch with a vicious force, but the other side of the crowd, a few rounds down, he also received a lot of punches and kicks. In a short while, Gui Chen and the few male students were beaten, bruises and swollen, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. His hair was messy. His clothes were torn and tattered. His appearance was very lousy. In the midst of the chaos, the teacher's figure suddenly appeared, and Gui Chen and the boys involved in the fight were brought to the office. When Lin Zhe received the call, he suspected that he had heard wrong. How long had it been? And Gui Chen was actually fighting in school again. Just in time. There's a reason to call Ruyan Lu. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe immediately took out his cell phone and dialed out to Rian Lu. But strangely enough, Rian Lu's phone wasn't answered. After failing to get through to Rian Lu's phone, Lin Zhe edited a message and sent it over, then drove to Yutsai Middle School. Lin Zhe went through a lot of trouble and repeated his assurances to the teacher before picking Gui-chen up. Young Master Chan, the teacher said that you don't know those male students? Why did you fight with them? Just after sitting in the car, Lin Zhe opened his mouth to ask, "What do you care?" Gui-chen directly gave Lin Zhe a blank stare. However, because his expression was too large, he pulled the wound on his face, causing him to let out a hissing sound in pain. Lin Zhe listened to Gui-chen's words and revealed a meaningful expression. It was true that Gui-chen didn't know those male students, but he did. It was the same boys that he had paid to bully Lin Haoyu. So, Gui-chen was being used as a gun by Lin Haoyu again. It seemed that this handle that Lin Haoyu had on Gui-chen wasn't small. "Fine, I don't care. Then I'll tell Dad about this truthfully,"
Lin Zhe replied.
Hearing Lin Zhe say that, Gui-chen glared at him fiercely. "Traitor who just knows how to tattle. Do I need to sue? With you looking like this, it's hard for him not to want to know, right?" Gui-chen snorted coldly and stopped looking at him. Lin Zhe suddenly thought of something and raised his eyebrows. He then turned his head towards Gui-chen and spoke. "There's actually a way to hide this from Dad." Gui-chen frowned slightly and raised his eyes to look at him. "What way?" Lin Zhe said. "You avoid him for the next few days. Wait for the wound on your face to heal. And if he asks, just say that you went to see your mom. You'll call your mom right now and unify what you say first, so that you won't reveal yourself when the time comes." Lin Zhe kept staring at Gui-chen after saying this. Gui-chen's eyes immediately changed after hearing this. Then he looked out the window somewhat unnaturally. Immediately afterward, he coldly spoke. "There's no need for you to worry. Just tell him truthfully." "Are you sure? If you tell him this time, he'll also know about your last fight, and with the two fights combined, maybe he'll really get angry. You just arrived at the Gu family and got into trouble. Even if Dad he doesn't blame you, Mom Lu will say a few words about you." Lin Zhe was still persuading him. "You'll just have to give your mom a call, and this will be taken care of. A very manageable matter. And I don't have to go and tell Dad about what happened today." After hearing these words, Gui-chen suddenly furrowed his brows and snapped at Lin Zhe right afterward. "Can't you understand human language? I said I don't want you to worry about it. Does old me need you to teach me how to do things?" Lin Zhe stopped talking, but Gui-chen's reaction just proved a certain guess in his heart. Something that could obviously be resolved with a phone call to Rian Lu. He just refused to do so. What did this indicate? And then associating it with what had happened in the past few days. The corner of Lin Zhe's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. "Brother, it seems that I know the handle you threatened Gui-chen with. Chapter 128. It looks like a young couple in conflict. "How you? Let's get out of school together?" Fang Jejia walked next to Lin Haoyu and looked at him with an expectant face. "I've been worried about you for the past few days." "Jejia." Before Fang Jejia could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lin Haoyu. "I still have things to do today, so I won't be able to join you." A disappointed look appeared on Fang Jejia's face. "Are you still angry about the last exam?" "I've really been careful." "No, I really have something going on." Lin Haoyu emphasized again and again, and Fang Jejia finally believed it. Although he had lied to Fang Jejia, he did have something else in mind in his heart. Lin Haoyu came to Gu Wan-er's class. Seeing that Gu Wan-er really hadn't left, his eyes became excited. One of the main reasons why he had used Gui-chen to find a way to return to the Gu family was for Gu Wan-er. He had to continue his studies, wait until he got into Qingbei, and then marry Gu Wan-er. As long as everything went the way he envisioned. Hey, Lin Haoyu seemed to have seen himself on that day. With one hand wrapped around Gu Wan-er, one hand holding a red wine, and both feet stepping on Lin Zhe's and Gui-chen's faces, he laughed uncontrollably. "What a beautiful picture. Lin Haoyu, what are you laughing at there?" A familiar voice came, interrupting Lin Haoyu's thoughts. Lin Haoyu came back to his senses and realized that Gu Wan-er had walked in front of him at an unknown time. "No, it's nothing. I'm waiting for you to get out of school. Have you packed up yet? Let's go." Hearing that Lin Haoyu had purposely waited for her here, Gu Wan-er frowned for no reason. Where's Gui-chen? She hadn't seen him for most of the day, and had originally wanted to ask him something at school. Don't you know? Gui-chen got into a fight and went back early. So it's just the two of us going back together today. Lin Hao-yu finished speaking, the corner of his mouth unconsciously revealing an arc. It was a good fight for Gui-chen to get into. Not only did he teach those assholes who bullied him a lesson, he was also able to gain the opportunity to be alone with Gu Waner. He fought? Why is he fighting again? Hearing this, Gu Waner subconsciously frowned. This Gui-chen, why does he fight all the time? Lin Hao-yu shrugged. Who knows? Gu Waner didn't say anything and walked with him towards the outside of the school. Waner, aren't you curious? On the way, Lin Hao-yu saw that Gu Waner not only didn't talk to him, she didn't even look at him, so he opened his mouth somewhat anxiously. Curious? Curious about what? Gu Waner looked at him in puzzlement. Of course it's my brother who's trying to find ways to harm me. Lin Hao-yu looked at Gu Waner and spoke in a serious tone. Look at how normal I am. Where am I a psychopath? My brother can't even be described with the words deranged. You mean, all of this is Lin Zhe setting you up? Lin Hao-yu nodded heavily. If it wasn't like this, how could Mr. Gu let me stay in the Gu family? This would show that I'm simply innocent. Everything before was planned by my brother. After hearing these words from Lin Hao-yu, Gu Waner suddenly paused. So, what was Lin Zhe's purpose in doing this? Seeing that Gu Waner had finally asked about herself as she thought, Lin Hao-yu immediately opened his mouth and replied, Of course it's... Brother, what are you talking about? A loud and clear voice came, straight away interrupting Lin Hao-yu's words. Lin Hao-yu looked up and realized that Lin Zhe had stood not far in front of him at an unknown time. Lin Zhe didn't wait for Lin Hao-yu to reply as he walked straight towards Gu Waner. Miss Waner, the driver is already waiting at the door. Let's hurry home. Gu Waner glanced at Lin Hao-yu next to her, then nodded and followed Lin Zhe. Seeing this, Lin Hao-yu glared fiercely at Lin Zhe and immediately accelerated his pace to catch up. Lin Hao-yu. At this moment, another female voice came from behind him. Lin Hao-yu fiercely stood in place, but hesitated to turn back. Is this what you mean by something's wrong? Fang Jia walked up quickly and arrived in front of Lin Hao-yu. She stretched out her hand and pointed at Gu Waner's back. Why, are you with Gu Waner? Seeing this, Lin Hao-yu immediately wanted to open his mouth to explain to Fang Jia. Jia, listen to my explanation. Last time, you even asked me to give Gu Waner's driver a fake message, and last time, when you saw her, you purposely sidetracked me. Fang Jia suddenly associated it with the previous times. Also, you asked me to help you cheat in order to transfer to the class Gu Waner was in. Fang Jia suddenly looked like she had come to a realization. So, you've been lying to me all along. You actually like her, right? Seeing Gu Waner walking further and further away, Lin Hao-yu became a little anxious. Don't think nonsense. These are what I saw. If you like Gu Waner, then what am I? Fang Jia's face was aggrieved, and tears began to fall drop by drop. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe, who was walking with Gu Waner, glanced back. Is my brother in love? I even saw him kissing that girl last time. Looks like the young couple had a falling out, and that girl is still crying. Lin Zhe's words made Gu Waner curiously look back in the same way. She saw that the girl was none other than the one Lin Hao-yu had told her about last time, the suitor he had spoken of. So, Lin Hao-yu was agreeing to be with that girl?
Gu Waner raised her eyebrows.
These had nothing to do with her either. Seeing Gu Wan glance towards Ho Er and then turn back expressionlessly, Lin Zhe secretly rejoiced in his heart. Brother, brother. This time you can't wash yourself even if you jump into the Yellow River. Lin Hao-yu saw that Fang Jia was still pestering him in front of his eyes. He simply crossed his heart and opened his mouth. That's right, I just like Gu Waner. I was just using you before. Hearing these words, Fang Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. She dropped her tears and shook her head. No, it's not like that. It's just like this. Are you satisfied? Lin Hao-yu reached out his hand and pushed Fang Jia away from his face. Fang Jia stumbled and fell to the ground. Lin Hao-yu didn't even give her a second glance as he quickly chased after her towards Gu Waner. Lin Hao-yu ran out of breath and chased him to the entrance of the school, where he found Gu Waner getting into a car. He immediately chased after her again. Lin Zhe, who was sitting in the car, saw Lin Hao-yu running towards the side, and he immediately opened his mouth towards the driver, Xiao Chun, and ordered, Uncle Chun, drive. Okay. Uncle Chun kicked the gas and the car immediately drove away from here. Lin Zhe lowered the car window and shouted in Lin Haoyu's direction. Brother, come back early, don't miss dinner. Lin Haoyu didn't catch up to the car, but instead ate a large mouthful of exhaust. Angry, he kicked the air hard in place. Damn it! Lin Zhe, you wait for me. Chapter 129. She went abroad. When Lin Haoyu returned to the Gu family villa, it was already late in the day, only to see the servants methodically packing up the dishes. Lin Zhe saw him enter and deliberately raised his voice and shouted, "Hey Gu, look at my memory. How could I forget all about leaving dinner for my brother?" Lin Haoyu's teeth itched with hatred. His heart was burning with rage, but he could do nothing about Lin Zhe. He could only grit his teeth and squeeze a few words out of his teeth word by word. "I'm not hungry." Lin Zhe pretended that he didn't hear the anger in his tone and continued to say in a conspiratorial manner, "Brother is not hungry, Sister Zhang. You must put away all the food in the kitchen. Don't let those wild cats and dogs sneak away at night." "You!" Lin Haoyu's face turned red with anger at Lin Zhe's insinuating words. His nostrils were about to spit out fire. However, when he glanced at Lu Wanqin, who was sitting on the side, he had to forcefully endure the anger in his heart and harden the indignation that filled him. He quickly looked around and realized that Guichen's figure was missing, so he turned his head to Lin Zhe and asked, "Where did Yichen go?" Before Lin Zhe could open his mouth, Lu Wanqin had already stood up and slowly walked in front of Lin Haoyu, saying nonchalantly, He got into a fight at school and is now in his room reflecting on his thoughts." Lin Haoyu then asked, "Then does Uncle Gu know about this?" Lu Wanqin nodded slightly, a hint of sternness in her eyes. "He's Guichen's uncle. He's also considered half a father. Such a big matter, of course he has to know about it. He'll be back later after he's busy with the company. At that time, you all don't hide in your rooms. You all have to come and listen to the lesson." Although Lu Wanqin didn't directly name Lin Haoyu, his eyes kept a tight gaze on him, as if warning him not to cause any more trouble. "As long as you are still in the Gu family for one day, you have to abide by the rules of the Gu family." Lu Wanqin's voice was not high, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. "Yes." Lin Zhe on the side immediately responded respectfully. Although Lin Haoyu's heart was filled with reluctance, he could only follow and respond. It was past 10 in the evening, and the Gu family's several juniors were summoned to the spacious hall. Gu Tinghui and Lu Wanqin were seated on the sofa at the very front, looking serious. "Gu Yichen." Gu Tinghui's voice was low and powerful, echoing in the hall with an awe-inspiring majesty. "Say, why did you fight?" Gu Tinghui's gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, locked onto Gu Yichen. Gu Yichen stood at the front, his head deeply lowered, biting his lips tightly and not saying a word. "I heard that this happened more than once?" Gu Tinghui's tone grew harsher, his eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. Gu Yichen's body trembled slightly, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists, his knuckles whitening. He bit his lip and slowly raised his head, a hint of stubbornness flashing in his eyes. "Uncle, I know it's not right to fight. I've done wrong in this matter, you punish me." Hearing Gu Yichen's honest words, the sternness in Gu Tinghui's eyes suddenly faded for a few moments, and his brows slightly relaxed. But before Gu Tinghui could open his mouth, Lu Wanqin, who was on the side, quickly took over the conversation. "Gu Yichen, even though you've only been in the Gu family for a short while, if you've done something wrong, you have to be punished. That's the rule of the Gu family. No one can be an exception." "There are no rules. Our Gu family is not an ordinary family. In the future, your identity will also be announced to the outside world. If outsiders know that you acted in such a manner, they will definitely say that we, husband and wife, are not disciplining well and we can't even teach a child well." Lu Wanqin's voice was unhurried, but every word was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the crowd. Lu Wanqin's words put Gu Tinghui in a dilemma, and even if he wanted to let Gu Yichen off the hook, it was difficult for him to open his mouth at the moment. Although Gu Tinghui didn't want to really punish Gu Yichen in his heart, he couldn't show it on his face. He frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he had to follow Lu Wanqin's words and echoed, "Your aunt is right, since you have already recognized the error, and the attitude of admitting fault is also quite sincere. Then, let's punish you to help clean the courtyard and wipe down the bookshelves in the study every day after you come back from school and finish your homework in January." Gu Tinghui opened his mouth with deliberation. This punishment seemed harsh, but in reality, it was just a way to make Gu Yichen do some chores that he could do, and it was also considered a small form of discipline. When Gui Chen heard this punishment, he looked up at Gu Tinghui with some surprise. He realized that Gu Tinghui was doing his best to mitigate his punishment. He nodded. Yes, uncle, I'll finish it carefully. Seeing this, Lu Wanqin frowned slightly, clearly not satisfied with the punishment. She was about to open her mouth to say something else, but Gu Tinghui had already waved his hand and said in a firm tone, All right, this matter is settled. Ichen, you have to remember that the rules of the Gu family cannot be broken, and you have to think twice before doing anything in the future. Gu Chen, still feeling a hint of joy at Gu Tinghui's move to favor himself, responded, I know. Wait. Originally, he thought that the matter had come to an end, but Lu Wanqin's sudden outburst caused a trace of displeasure to flash through Gu Tinghui's heart. However, he didn't show it, and only inclined his head, looking at Lu Wanqin and asking, What's wrong? It's not a big deal, but it's not a small deal either. Lu Wanqin frowned slightly, a thoughtful look on his face as he slowly said, Although Gui Chen's father is gone, his mother is still around. I think it's necessary to let his mother know about this matter, or let her understand the child's situation over here, and we'll do our duty to inform her. As soon as Lu Wanqin's words left his mouth, Gui Chen's pupils instantly shrunk slightly, a hint of panic flashing through his eyes. Lin Haoyu on the side also involuntarily shrunk his neck, his eyes flickering. Gu Tinghui nodded without moving and turned his gaze to Gui Chen, saying in a calm tone, Call yourself and explain this situation to your mother, so that she also knows about your behavior at school and can pay attention to it in the future. Gui Chen's face immediately revealed a difficult expression, his lips slightly moving as if he wanted to say something, but was momentarily speechless. But at this time, Lin Zhe, who had been standing by the side, spoke up at the right time. I called Mrs. Rian before, only that no one has been answering and I couldn't get through. Oh, Ichen, how could your mom's phone not get through? Lu Wanqin's eyes revealed a hint of skepticism as she stared closely at Gui Chen and questioned. She. Gui Chen's heart tightened and he stammered a bit. Ichen, didn't you say that your mom she went abroad? At this time, Lin Haoyu, who was on the side, stood out and spoke. Seems like she said she went to take care of something? Lin Haoyu looked at Gui Chen. Gui Chen hurriedly followed his words. Yes, she went abroad. I think it's probably because the phone calls from abroad aren't quite working. That's why I can't get through. That's so. Lu Wanqin nodded slightly, then followed up by asking. Then when will she come back? Well, at least we are all family, also have to get together, have a meal between the family also much closer to close. In the face of Lu Wanqin's questioning, Gui Chen looked a little uncomfortable. His eyes flickered, not daring to look directly at her. I don't know yet. She said she wants to take care of all the things abroad and then come back. I'm not sure about the exact time. All right, it's getting late, you all go rest. At this time, Gu Tinghui spoke up. Right, we still have to go to school tomorrow. Gui Chen finished following Gu Tinghui's words and hurriedly went upstairs to his room. Lin Zhe and Lu Wanqin silently glanced at each other, the two of them confirming even more in their hearts. Chapter 130. This is the future director. I had someone check the IP of Lu Ruyan's cell phone, and although I couldn't locate the exact location, I can be sure that she's still in the country. Combined with Gui Chen and Lin Haoyu's reactions today, your guess should be correct. Hearing Lu Wanqin's words, Lin Zhe's expression was calm, not revealing too much surprise. Lin Zhe pursed his lips and spoke. Currently, all the clues point to the fact that Ruyan Lu is most likely controlled by Lin Haoyu. But Lin Haoyu is now living in the Gu family, which indicates that he most likely has an accomplice behind him. But I've carefully investigated the people around him, and I haven't found anything suspicious for now. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Lu Wanqin frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, It seems that we can only pay more attention to Lin Haoyu's every move, to see if he will reveal anything afterward. Lin Zhe gently nodded in agreement. By the way, how is the movie you invested in progressing? Is it about to be released? As if she had suddenly remembered something, Lu Wanqin opened her mouth and inquired. Lin Zhe nodded once again and replied in a calm tone. It's going to be released just in the next 2 days. Do you need me to find a way to help publicize the movie from my side? I'm still a little worried that this movie's box office isn't too good. Lu Wanqin said with concern with a worried look on her face. No need. Lin Zhe refused without hesitation. If we carry out publicity, Gu Tinghui's side will definitely hear the news, and it might cause unnecessary trouble at that time. Lu Wanqin nodded in understanding. Then this matter will be left entirely in your hands. I won't interfere anymore.
Linze responded.
He first remained silent for a moment, then looked at Lu Wanqin and opened his mouth to request. By the way, Mama Lu, I would like to ask you for a favor. What favor? Lu Wanqin looked at Linze with some doubt. Going to the orphanage to do legal awareness. Such a small thing, you can just leave it to the people under me? I'm still worried about the case at hand. A man in police uniform got down from the police car and looked at his companion beside him with a grumbling face. Zhang Hong, don't pretend in front of me. Today this is where the richest lady herself named you to come. The richest lady? She asked me to come by name. Hearing his companion's words, Zhang Hong looked incredulous, his eyes wide open. That's right. You kid. I didn't expect you to actually know the richest lady. No wonder you've been promoted so quickly recently. Feng Jun, watch what you say. I don't know any richest lady at all. Feng Jun's words caused a hint of displeasure to appear on Zhang Hong's face. Then how come she named you? Hearing Zhang Hong say that he didn't know the richest lady, and that serious look didn't seem like a lie, Feng Jun was also filled with doubt, his brows furrowed.
Zengong Fronet Titli.
Who knows? Never mind that much, go in first. Feng Jun urged Zhang Hong into the orphanage in front of him. Looking at Feng Jun over there excitedly giving a group of children a legal awareness campaign, Zhang Hong yawned twice in succession. For the sake of that case, it's been days since I've had a restful sleep, and to think that you dragged me to a place like this. Zhang Hong glanced at Feng Jun over there, his face full of complaints. There was simply no sign of any richest lady here. He even began to wonder if Feng Jun, this kid, had deliberately found such an excuse to pull him out of the bureau. Thinking of this, Zhang Hong did not even want to stay here any longer. After all, there was still a very important case on his hands waiting for him to handle. Taking advantage of Feng Jun not noticing his side, Zhang Hong quietly stood up and prepared to leave. He did not walk out far, but at this time his cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Hong had to pick up the phone first. What? Those people were able to prove that the kid wasn't there.
Impossible.
That kid is definitely the murderer. Did those people remember wrong? Listening to the voice coming from the other end of the cell phone, Zhang Hong could no longer remain calm and said with some agitation, "Don't let them go. Wait for me to go back to the bureau. I'll personally try again." Zhang Hong hung up the phone. His mouth was still chanting. "I just don't believe that everyone can perjure themselves for that guy. Those people didn't commit perjury." A male voice came from behind. Hearing the voice, Zhang Hong immediately turned around to look. He only saw a boy of 18 or 19 years old, who at some point had already stood behind him. This person was no other than Linze. Linze walked towards Zhang Hong step by step with an apologetic smile on his face and said, "I'm sorry. I just heard you on the phone and suddenly thought of a plot from a suspense movie." Suspense movie? Zhang Hong raised his eyebrows. Hearing Linze's words, a look of interest and curiosity appeared on his face. Linze nodded and said, "Yeah, in that movie, the murderer killed a boy, and there were witnesses who reported him, but after arresting him, they realized that many people were able to provide him with an alibi for that day." Why? What exactly did he use to get those people to help him perjure himself? Hearing this, Zhang Hong immediately pursued the question.
No.
Linze shook his head. They didn't commit perjury. They just remembered the wrong day. Remembered the wrong day? What does that mean? Zhang Hong knitted his brows together. He didn't understand Linze's words. That murderer was very clever. After he killed and disposed of the body, he strutted around the next day and did a lot of things and deliberately made a lot of people remember him. Here Linze paused for a moment before continuing to speak, but he skillfully mentioned the date to everyone on that day, causing everyone to confuse the previous day with the next. So those people didn't commit perjury, they were just confused about the date by the murderer. When Zhang Hong heard Linze's words, it was as if he was struck by an aura of light and instantly came to his senses. However, he still didn't quite understand some of the details. He immediately looked at Linze expectantly and asked, "What's the name of that movie? Can you tell me?"
Linze nodded.
"Of course I can. But that movie is foreign and relatively niche. I'll have to find the resources before I can send it to you." "Then let's add a contact method," Zhang Hong proposed. Linze was quick to agree. What's your name?" Zhang Hong looked at the boy in front of him who was about the age of a high school student. My name is Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe generously said his name. Lin Zhe, please send me that movie as soon as possible. Okay? Zhang Hong looked very anxious. Okay. I'll go look for it on my computer now. Thank you. I still have something important to do, so I'll leave first. Looking at Zhang Hong's back as he excitedly left, the corners of Lin Zhe's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. This is the future director still very young at this time. Lin Zhe's eyes became deep. In his last life, this Zhang Hong had solved major cases many times, made many great achievements, and was promoted step by step, eventually becoming the director. Lin Zhe hadn't heard much about this director's deeds in his previous life. At that time, he had even made it a point to learn about Zhang Hong's experience in solving cases. With his superb memory, he knew that this year was a crucial period of upward mobility for Zhang Hong. This year, Zhang Hong solved several extremely difficult cases. At this time, although Zhang Hong was having a headache over this case at hand, in the near future he would see a movie by chance. It was the movie that Lin Zhe had just mentioned. That movie had inspired him to quickly solve this case. So even if Lin Zhe didn't remind Zhang Hong just now, Zhang Hong would still know about that movie afterwards and rely on it to solve the case at hand. But in this life, Lin Zhe wanted to make some changes. He wanted to become a helpful person to Zhang Hong in this life. After all, this man in front of him would become a director later on. If he could grasp these opportunities and make this level of connections to Zhang Hong, it would be much easier to do many things in the future. More importantly, Lin Zhe's mind immediately floated to Lin Haoyu's figure. Maybe, in no time, this Zhang Hong would be able to help himself. Looking at Zhang Hong's contact information on his cell phone, Lin Zhe revealed a look of imperative. Must take it. Chapter 131. Are you playing me? With the previous experience of being left behind by Lin Zhe last time, Lin Haoyu purposely walked quickly in front of Gu Wan-er and Gui Chen this time. Gui Chen, you sit in front later. In order to prevent Lin Zhe from arranging for Gu Wan-er to sit in the front of the car again, Lin Haoyu pulled Gui Chen over as soon as he could, his tone carrying an unquestionable admonition. No. Out of Lin Haoyu's expectation, Gui Chen's reply caused his eyes to widen violently. What do you mean? Lin Haoyu's eyes instantly narrowed slightly at Gui Chen, filled with alarm and dissatisfaction. Have you forgotten something? You promised me yesterday, Gui Chen said without flinching, staring straight at Lin Haoyu. After Gui Chen said this, Lin Haoyu then suddenly remembered. Yesterday, when he instructed Gui Chen to teach those male students a lesson, he did promise to take him to see his mom, Lu Ruyan, today. Aren't you guys getting on the bus? Right in between the two conversations, Lin Zhe rolled down the car window and poked his head out to inquire about them. Gu Wan-er, who was sitting in the car, also stuck her head out in confusion and looked towards them. Before Lin Haoyu could say anything, Gui Chen grabbed the opportunity to reply. You guys go back first. The two of us still have some things to do. All right then, we'll leave first. Lin Zhe didn't give Lin Haoyu a chance to speak at all, and after throwing down these words, he signaled the driver to drive away. Watching the car drift away, Lin Haoyu looked at Gui Chen with a face full of displeasure. Gui Chen, you? Gui Chen, however, interrupted him nonchalantly. You're not trying to cheat, are you? Gui Chen's eyes revealed a fierce color. Looking at such a gaze, Lin Haoyu knew in his heart that if he didn't honor this promise, with Gui Chen's violent temper, he really didn't know what impulsive things he would do. All right, you follow me. Car. Lin Zhe answered a phone call and immediately asked the driver to stop the car. Wan-er, I'm suddenly in a bit of a hurry, so I won't accompany you back first. Gu Wan-er frowned, confusion written all over her face. What is it? A small matter, nothing serious. Lin Zhe didn't answer her question and got out of the car after saying this. Gu Wan-er in the car still had a puzzled look on her face. She felt that there seemed to be something odd about the behavior of the few of them today. After watching Gu Wan-er's car leave, it wasn't long before a car slowly stopped in front of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe quickly got into the car. Young Master Zhe. They went to the south side of the city. I've already had the others keep an eye on them. Lin Zhe nodded. He had been asking people to secretly keep an eye on Lin Haoyu. Looking at the way Gui Chen and Lin Haoyu looked just now, it was very likely that they were going to meet Lu Ruyan. Speed up and follow them quickly.
Lin se commanded.
Yes. Meanwhile, Lin Haoyu brought Gui Chen to a place. It was none other than his home, which he hadn't returned to all this time. After returning home, he realized that Su Chuanxiu wasn't there. The house was a mess. and it was obvious that Su Chuanxiu didn't seem to have returned for the past few days. But at this time, Lin Haoyu didn't care about this at all. Nor did he care about Su Chun's whereabouts. He called Gu Yichen in. As soon as Gu Yichen entered, he immediately rummaged through several rooms in excitement. However, he didn't find Lu Ruyan's figure. "Where's my mom?" Gu Yichen, who hadn't found anyone, rushed to Lin Haoyu, his eyes glaring extremely wide, his eyes covered in red blood. Although Gu Yichen wasn't usually an obedient child, it had always been Lu Ruyan who had accompanied him all these years abroad. Due to the lack of his father's companionship while growing up, he placed extra importance on Lu Ruyan as his mother. Although these years in foreign countries, but Lu Ruyan also has been living not lack of money life, can also be said to be pampered. She has never encountered this kind of thing. So now Gu Yichen was very worried about her. "What's your hurry?" Lin Haoyu blankly glanced at him, then unhurriedly took out his cell phone. After operating a few times on the phone, he connected a video call. Images immediately appeared on the cell phone screen. Ruyan Lu's haggard and wretched face appeared in the phone. "Here, your mom." Seeing such a haggard Ruyan Lu in the cell phone, Gu Yichen became emotional and grabbed Lin Haoyu's collar. "You tricked me?" Looking at Gu Yichen's face full of anger, looking like he might beat himself up at any moment, Lin Haoyu looked unusually calm. "I promised to let you see your mom yesterday. Now isn't this letting you see her? Old me doesn't want to see it on my cell phone. I want to see her with my own eyes." Gu Yichen gritted his teeth and said viciously, "I only promised to let you see your mom. I didn't say I'd let you see her in person. I've already honored my promise anyway." Lin Haoyu had an indifferent look on his face. "If you don't want to see it anymore, then I'll hang up." Seeing that Lin Haoyu was about to hang up the video call, Gu Yichen violently raised his fist. He was about to punch Lin Haoyu heavily, when he heard Lin Haoyu threaten, "Go ahead and fight. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, I guarantee that I'll send you another big gift, like the last one tomorrow." Chapter 132. $5 billion? You really dare to think? Gu Yichen's fist stopped in mid-air, having to hold back the anger in his heart because of Lin Haoyu's threat. His arms trembled slightly, the muscles on his face tightening as his eyes stared deathly at Lin Haoyu. "You bastard!" Gu Yichen gritted his teeth and cursed. "Don't think you can muddle through like this. If anything happens to my mom, I'll make you pay." Lin Haoyu, however, was not the least bit afraid. The corner of his mouth hooked into a mocking smile. "Gu Yichen, you'd better be sensible, or you'll never want to see your mom. She's in my hands now. She'll do whatever I want her to do." In Gu Yichen's angry eyes, the blaze was slightly dimmed by Lin Haoyu's words, and worry quickly spread like a haze. He slowly loosened his grip on Lin Haoyu's collar and took a step back, his body trembling slightly as he tried his best to calm himself down. "Lin Haoyu, what exactly is your purpose? As long as it's within my power, I can promise you, please let my mom go and stop torturing her." The smile on Lin Haoyu's face intensified when he saw Gu Yichen's attitude soften. He straightened the collar that Gu Yichen had wrinkled and said slowly, "Gu Yichen, have you finally learned to bow down? Wouldn't it have been better if you'd been like this earlier? Why make such a mess?" Gu Yichen's fists were still clenched. His knuckles whitened from the exertion, but he forced himself to hold back the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, "Lin Haoyu, what exactly do you want? As long as you don't hurt my mom, I'll promise you anything." Lin Haoyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Yichen in front of him and said, "Why don't you just believe me? I'm doing this all for your own good." Seeing Lin Haoyu say this kind of nonsense again, Gu Yichen stopped pursuing the matter, and he suddenly thought of something. Gu Yichen stared straight at him and said in a meaningful tone, "Kick Lin Zhe out of the Gu family?" Hearing Gu Yichen's words, the smile on Lin Haoyu's face instantly froze. Gu Yichen immediately continued excitedly when he saw this look on his face. "If it's this matter, I can help you do it, and I'll do it as fast as I can."
No.
Lin Haoyu immediately spoke out in negation. This caused Gu Yichen to have some doubts in his heart. A monstrous resentment steeply emerged from Lin Haoyu's eyes, as if he could devour a person. He said almost through clenched teeth, "Just kicking him out of the Gu family would be too cheap." This look on Lin Haoyu's face caused Gu Yichen to frown. He then heard Lin Haoyu say immediately afterward, "I'll make him lose his reputation and become the object of everyone's scorn. It's best to disappear completely from this world." As he said that, Lin Haoyu's eyes became gloomy and terrifying, as if he was an evil spirit from hell. "I can help you do that." As long as you promise to release my mom. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Lin Haoyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at him with scrutiny and calculation in his eyes.
Fine, I promise.
Seeing Lin Haoyu promise, Gu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still staring at Lin Haoyu closely as he said, "You better keep your promise this time, or else. Don't worry. As long as you can honor the promise you just made, I'll make sure to send your mother to you unharmed." After the two ended their conversation, they didn't stay here for long and hurriedly left the place. Not long after the two had left, Lin Zhe walked out from his hiding place with a few people. "Young Master Zhe, they've left. Aren't we going to continue following them?" Lin Zhe shook his head and said with a calm expression, "No need to follow. I didn't expect Lin Haoyu to be so guarded that he didn't bring Gu Chen to meet Rian Lu, merely letting them meet via video." Lin Zhe heard their conversation clearly, word for word. A hint of coldness flashed through his eyes, as sharp as an ice blade. It didn't matter if it was in his last life or this life. His younger brother. All of them hated to see this older brother of his die. Since one must die between the two. Didn't the heavens let him be reborn once more so that he could rewrite his own destiny? God let him be reborn once. Isn't it for him to rewrite his own destiny? In this life, he must live well and never repeat his mistakes. "Brother, let's fight to the death then." On the way, Lin Zhe received a message from Zheng Hong. "Lin Zhe, thank you. The movie you recommended helped me a lot." Just by reading the text, Lin Zhe could feel Zheng Hong's excitement. "You're welcome. I've watched a lot of suspense movies, so I might even be able to help you in the future." Lin Zhe sent the edited message. If he remembered correctly, Zheng Hong would soon encounter another tricky case. He sent this message in the hope that Zheng Hong would look for himself next time. "Good. I'll treat you to dinner someday to thank you." Just after reading Zheng Hong's message, another call came on Lin Zhe's cell phone. It was Song Long. "Hey, Brother Long." Lin Zhe had only just picked up the phone when Song Long's excited voice came that day. "Lin Zhe, $50 million. Brother Long, what are you talking about? What $50 million?
Linse was confused.
Why aren't you even on board? Wasn't War Tigers 2 released early today? As of this afternoon, the box office already has $50 million. Hearing Song Long say that, Lin Zhe then remembered. Only $50 million? Lin Zhe was a bit surprised. He remembered that in his previous life, on the first day of the release of War Tigers 2, it had captured almost $100 million at the box office. The next day, it directly broke $200 million. But in this life, how could the box office of War Tigers 2 be worse on the first day? Could it be that it was because of the early release? It's not because of this that the box office couldn't reach the records of the previous life, right? Lin Zhe was worried here when Song Long's incredulous voice came from the other end of the phone. "What? You're still not satisfied with $50 million? There's still a wave of peaks this evening, predicting that today's box office could be $70 to $80 million. Lin Zhe laughed and explained, "I just think this movie should deserve a higher box office." Song Long had a different opinion on this. Reaching the current heights is already pretty good. The first day's box office of this movie even had a few tens of millions of dollars. So if we rush the box office in the next few days, the final box office might be able to reach $500 million. The $100 million you invested in the movie, you can make $20 to $30 million. You're really lucky. The movie you chose didn't even flop. You can still make $20 to $30 million. Song Long was still here lamenting Lin Zhe's good luck. $500 million is also too little. I think it should be able to double 10 times. Lin Zhe shook his head, not agreeing with what Song Long said. "What? 10 times?" Song Long heard Lin Zhe's words and paused for several seconds before reacting. 10 times, that's $5 billion. You really dare to think about it. It's good to have $500 million at the end, but $5 billion. Although you're lucky, you can't dream like this. Song Long laughed bitterly at the end of the phone.
Linse was non-committal.
It's still important to have a dream. What if it comes true? Chapter 133. Do you have to ask for her permission to do anything? Gu family villa. Study room. Uncle. I don't even have any friends in that class. I even eat alone. Why don't you put Lin Haoyu in one of my classes? Gu Tinghui looked up at Gu Chen. A trace of doubt grew in his eyes. Isn't Wan Er in your class? The two of you are now siblings, so you have to communicate with each other more often. Hearing Gu Tinghui's words, An unnatural look appeared on Gui Chen's face. Sister Wanner is a girl after all. If you get too close to her in class, you'll inevitably be gossiped about by your classmates. Gu Tinghui nodded. You're also right. Then the thing I just mentioned. Gui Chen looked at Gu Tinghui tentatively. Just follow what you said. I'll make the arrangements. Thank you, uncle.
Ashen.
Gu Tinghui suddenly looked at Gui Chen with a kindly look. When it's just the two of us, you don't have to call me uncle. Just like last time. Gui Chen revealed a somewhat far-fetched smile. Getting used to calling. I know it's aggravating for you, wait for another period of time. When that time comes, I'll find a reason to recognize you as my son, and then you'll be able to call me with honor. Hearing Gu Tinghui's words, Gui Chen didn't look much happier. Recognize you as your son? Gui Chen revealed a bitter smile. It's obvious that I'm your own son, yet I still have to be recognized as your son. Chun, there's something you don't know. I also have bitter feelings. Gui Chen hung his head. He had heard words like this too many times. Aha! I know it's getting late. You should rest early. After saying this, Gui Chen didn't bother to look at Gu Tinghui's reaction before exiting the study. Looking at Gui Chen's departing back, Gu Tinghui sighed lightly. Chun, you'll understand my good intentions in the future. After saying this, Gu Tinghui picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Not long after, a knock sounded at the door. Enter. Lin Zhe opened the door and walked in. Dad, you're looking for me? You help me prepare. I'm going to have a launch party in a few days. A launch party? Lin Zhe looked a little puzzled. Aha! Gu Tinghui walked up to Lin Zhe. I want to announce Gui Chen's existence to everyone. After hearing this, Lin Zhe frowned. Have you discussed this matter with Mother Lu? Gu Tinghui's face immediately went cold. What? Now I have to go through her for everything I do. When Lin Zhe saw Gu Tinghui's face suddenly change, he immediately spoke. Dad, I don't mean that, I just think. All right, no need to say anything. Gu Tinghui immediately raised his hand and interrupted him. Just do as I tell you, and don't worry about anything else. Yes. Although Lin Zhe was filled with worry, he could only swallow his doubts and answered the tea. Ask of preparing for the launch, turning to leave the study. I'm afraid that once this launch party opens, it's going to set off another storm. Lin Zhe shook his head and muttered to himself.
Qinghai Villa Hotel.
As soon as Lu Wanqin got out of the car, she headed straight for a room. Arriving at the door, she raised her hand and knocked. Soon the door opened. Lu Wei's figure appeared behind the door. Sister? Why are you here? Lu Wanqin didn't answer his words, but instead walked into the room and surveyed the entire room. Only after seeing that there was nothing strange in the room did she turn around to look at Lu Wei. You've been staying here for the past few days? A puzzled look appeared on Lu Wei's face. Sister, why are you asking this? Answer my words. Lu Wanqin's tone became serious. Seeing Lu Wanqin like this, Lu Wei nodded. Finally, he shook his head again. What do you mean by that? Lu Wanqin frowned. I've been staying here for most of these days, but... Lu Wanqin's frown deepened. Hurry up and say it clearly. Didn't you want me to find something to do on my own? So I went out a few times to see if I could find a job or something. You looked for a job? Lu Wanqin looked at Lu Wei with some disbelief. It was as if she didn't believe that her brother would say such a thing. Lu Wei, however, was very serious. Really? After you finished that speech with me from the bottom of my heart last time, I decided to clean up my act and prepare to live a good life. Lu Wanqin's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, then regained their calmness. She carefully sized up Lu Wei, trying to see a trace of perfunctoriness or a joke in his demeanor. But the only thing that caught her eye was Lu Wei's serious eyes and determined look. Since you have this idea, it's a good thing. But... A hint of skepticism still appeared in Lu Wanqin's eyes. But what Hearing Lu Wanqin say that, Lu Wei's expression did not look good. Sister, you came in and checked my place over like you were catching a thief. Then you asked me some inexplicable questions. Tell me the truth. What exactly do you want to ask me? Seeing Lu Wei say this, Lu Wanqin took a step closer towards him. Tell me honestly, that day when you knew that Rian Lu had returned to China with her child, did you look for them? Hearing Lu Wanqin's words, Lu Wei frowned and shook his head repeatedly.
No.
Really no? Lu Wanqin questioned him again. There really isn't. Fearing that she wouldn't believe him, Lu Wei continued to open his mouth to explain. Last time when I found out about their return to China, I originally had the idea of going to look for them, but didn't you not let me go? And even spoke to me at length. I wouldn't have had that idea. Lu Wei looked at Lu Wanqin with a sincere face. Lu Wanqin gazed at Lu Wei, his gaze full of searching, trying to catch a hint of a lie from his expression and tone. However, Lu Wei's frank look and sincere words slightly alleviated the doubts in her heart. Aha! Lu Wanqin nodded. Seeing that she seemed to believe his words, Lu Wei was relieved. He came to Lu Wanqin's side and opened his mouth to ask, "Sister, why did you suddenly come to me and ask me this? Is it hard to believe that something happened with that woman and that bastard?" Lu Wanqin glanced at Lu Wei and opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Nothing. Lu Wei was obviously not convinced. "Sister, I'm your brother, a real younger brother. Do you have to be so defensive of me?" Lu Wanqin sighed. "You don't need to know this. Just live well in the future." Leaving these words behind, Lu Wanqin left. Not long after she left, Lu Wei also walked out of the Mountain Villa Hotel after disguising himself. Chapter 134. We are all the same. Lu Wei hurriedly rushed to a bed and breakfast not far from the Mountain Hotel. As soon as he stepped into the room, a pungent smell of urine hit his face, smothering him so much that he couldn't help but frown. "Slut! How can you piss so much in a day?" Lu Wei cursed viciously and walked to the center of the room with a face full of disgust. In the corner of the room, Lu Ruyan was tied up 5 ways on a broken chair. Her face was streaked with tears and her eyes were filled with fear and despair. As she was bound, she was even deprived of her basic right to go to the toilet, and the ground around her was filled with earthy yellow urine, emitting a sickening odor. "Please let me go. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'll do whatever you want me to do." With a sobbing voice, Ruyan Lu begged bitterly. "Shut your stinking mouth." Lu Wei frowned impatiently, casually opened the boxed lunch he just bought, scooped up a spoonful of rice with a spoon, and coldly handed it to Lu Ruyan. "Eat." Lu Ruyan, however, did not open her mouth. Her body was numb from holding a position for a long time, and her eyes were filled with pain. "I'm having a hard time right now. I want to take a bath. My limbs are numb. I need to move around. Please, just give me this little bit of freedom." Lu Wei looked at Lu Ruyan's pitiful and wretched appearance. There wasn't the slightest bit of pity in his heart. Instead, his eyes grew more and more ferocious. He smashed the spoon hard on the ground, making a crisp sound and spilling rice all over the place. "You think you can still make conditions? Don't dream of it," Lu Wei said viciously. "If it wasn't for the fact that you're still somewhat useful, I would have thrown you out onto the street and fed you to the dogs long ago." Ruyan Lu shuddered at Lu Wei's actions. "Brother Wei, I really can't take it anymore. Please, even let me move my arms and legs a little," Ruyan Lu said with a sobbing, trembling voice. "I have $5 million in my cell phone. I'll give it all to you, as long as you let me take a shower and stop tying me up like this." Hearing $5 million, Lu Wei's eyes brightened. This amount of money was not much for him. But with this amount of money, he now had money to spend, and he could still go to the casino to play a few games. Maybe he could win back all the money he lost there before. Thinking about this thought, the corner of Lu Wei's mouth involuntarily raised, revealing a greedy smile. He looked at Lu Ruyan, a few more points of calculation in his eyes. The balance in his heart gradually tilted towards that $5 million. "You'd better not pull any tricks. If you dare to lie to me, I have ways to make you regret it," Lu Wei said while pulling out the dagger again, slowly approaching Lu Ruyan, his eyes tightly staring at her every move, fearing that she would take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Lu Wei used the dagger to cut the ropes on Lu Ruyan's hands and feet while warning, "You can go take a bath, but don't think about escaping. You won't be able to run away. I'll be guarding outside. If you dare to make any moves, I guarantee you won't live through today." Ruyan Lu rubbed her wrists, which were strangled red, and forcefully held back her fear as she hurriedly nodded her head. "I know, Brother Wei, I won't run. I still have to give you the money." Saying that, she stood up with difficulty and moved towards the bathroom step by step. After entering the bathroom, Ruyan Lu gently closed the door and leaned against it, tears once again flowing uncontrollably. She knew that this was her only possible chance to escape, and she had to make the most of it. She first turned on the faucet, letting the sound of the water flow cover her movements, and then began to look around the bathroom for something she could use to call for help. However, after searching around, she found that apart from some toiletries, There was nothing in the bathroom that could be used as a weapon or a tool to call for help. Just when she was feeling desperate, she suddenly saw her face in the mirror, right? She was going to utilize everything she could. Well, no, don't come out yet. I'm coming in. Lu Wei shouted impatiently from outside the door. Coming right out. The cleanly washed Lu Ruyan revealed a most charming smile in the mirror. She then opened the door. You're still washing for so long. When Lu Wei saw the sight at the door, the words in his throat immediately blocked there. Lu Ruyan was not wearing an inch of clothing and intentionally put on a most seductive stance. Realizing that the desire in his heart was stirring, Lu Wei hurriedly shook his head, trying to bring back his sanity. Who the hell are you trying to seduce? Old me isn't Gu Tinghui, who can't control what's down there. Lu Ruyan immediately revealed a pitiful look. Brother Wei, those clothes are too dirty to wear. Seeing that Lu Wei had a fierce look on his face and was about to open his mouth to reprimand again, Ruyan Lu clenched her teeth and directly attached herself to Lu Wei's body. She tightly hugged Lu Wei, not allowing him to push himself away, and then softly said, Brother Wei, in fact, we are all the same person. When I tried everything to give birth to that child in the first place, it was because I wanted to have endless money to spend in this life. You're tying me up now. I can understand that you have the same goal as I did in the beginning, but you're helping that guy Lin Hao Yu with his business, and he'll still have to take half of the money when the time comes. But as long as I'm your woman, in the future, after my son inherits the Gu family's industry, he'll also have to call you dad. At that time, not only will I be yours, but all of the Gu family's money will also be yours. As Lu Wei listened to Lu Ruyan's words, a hint of faltering flashed through his originally fierce eyes. The greed in his heart grew like wild grass, imagining what kind of scenic life it would be if he could really control the wealth of the Gu family, as if he could see his own paper-drunk future. Don't give me a big NG pie. Although Lu Wei's mouth was tough, his tone was obviously softened, with a hint of hesitation in his voice. Just by you, can you let your son inherit the Gu family estate? Gu Tinghui doesn't have more than your son as a child. Ruyan Lu tightly hugged Wei Lu and said in a petulant voice, Brother Wei, think about it, if it were you, would you give your estate to your daughter to inherit, or to your son? That Gu Wan heir will only be a girl child even if she is powerful in the future, but I gave birth to a son. In the future, the Gu family's estate will only be his. Lu Wei was somewhat moved by Lu Ruyan's words, but he still had doubts. Even if that's the case, it'll take years. I don't have the patience for that. Ruyan Lu gently bit Lu Wei's ear and exhaled like an orchid. Brother Wei, don't you have $5 million in front of you? As long as you want me, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Even if it's not enough, I can rely on that son and ask Gu Tinghui for money in a steady stream. Lu Wei's breathing became rapid, his hand unconsciously rubbing against Lu Ruyan's back, his fingers trembling slightly. Inside, desire and reason were fighting fiercely. On the one hand, the $5 million within reach and the possible future glory and wealth. On the other hand, he was worried that Lu Ruyan would betray himself. But Lu Wei was a gambler. He was going to choose the side with the biggest odds. Damn, you vixen. Lu Wei picked up Ruyan Lu in a horizontal hug, the muscles on his arms bulging out, showing how excited he was at the moment. He threw Lu Ruyan onto the bed and then tugged at his own clothes. I'll taste Gu Tinghui's woman, and I'll grab his money from now on. Chapter 135. Do you want to invest in someone with me? Lin Zhe woke up with a start and immediately stared in disbelief when he saw his cell phone screen. 20 missed calls, all of which were from Song Long. His heart tightened and he hurriedly called back. The phone just dialed over, and the opposite side answered in seconds. It was as if the person on the other end of the phone had been standing in front of the screen waiting for him to call back. Hey, Lin Zhe, something big has happened. Song Long's voice carried an obvious urgency and excitement. Lin Zhe's heart sank violently. Could it be that the movie project had taken some insurmountable turn? He forced down the uneasiness within him and hurriedly asked, Brother Long, what exactly happened? Calm down first and speak slowly. What else could it be? It's that war tiger too. Something big has happened. Song Long's voice was slightly trembling from excitement, but Lin Zhe was confused by what he heard. Brother Long, don't be in a hurry. What exactly is the problem? Tell me in detail. Let's figure out a solution together. Lin Zhe tried to keep his tone as smooth as possible, trying to appease Song Long. The box office of War Tiger 2 actually soared to $200 million yesterday. Song Long practically shouted this out. When Lin Zhe heard this figure, he first froze and his mind briefly went blank for a moment before reacting to what Song Long was referring to as the big event. The big event you're talking about, is this it? Lin Zhe's tone carried a hint of doubt. After all, this result was already known in his previous life, so he didn't feel too surprised. Song Long's side was still in high spirits, not noticing Lin Zhe's calmness in the slightest. This isn't a big deal? I was already pleasantly surprised when the box office was $80 million on the first day. Who would have thought that it would directly double more than that on the second day, to 200 million? This momentum is simply too fierce. And according to the current trend, this movie's box office will definitely go up. The more Song Long spoke, the more excited he became, his voice unconsciously rising a few tones. Lin Zhe, that $100 million you put in, this time it's the right investment. It's a sure thing and it's a huge profit. Aha, pretty good. Lin Zhe's response was bland and short, in stark contrast to Song Long's excitement. Song Long finally noticed Lin Zhe's abnormality. A wave of doubt welled up in his heart and he couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you excited at all when you hear such good news? This is a heavenly good thing." Right now, War Tiger 2 is causing quite a stir in the movie circle. Many people are predicting that this movie is likely to break the existing box office record. Lin Zhe smiled gently as he listened to Song Long's question. "Brother Long, there's no particular reason. It's probably because I'm a relatively calm person." "You kid. You have such a poisonous vision. Is it possible that you're a hidden genius in the investment world? If you find any good investment projects in the future, you must think of me and bring me along to get rich," Song Long said half jokingly and half seriously. "Brother Long, stop joking about me. I'm just lucky." "All right, no more joking with you. I still have to go to a talent show to be a judge." Hearing Song Long's words, Lin Zhe gazed back. It seemed like there was only one talent show that Song Long participated in his last life. It was also initiated by a well-known director, and the name seemed to be called Ye Wolf Searching for Stars. Recalling this, Lin Zhe immediately thought of a person from this program, Zhao Ying, a top-stream young flower from the countryside, a future movie queen. It was from this program that she stepped into the acting world. This woman was no ordinary woman. She has gone through countless hardships and ups and downs along the way, yet she always harbors her dreams and never gives up. What's remarkable is that she is especially grateful. In her struggles along the way, who gave her help, she is mindful of it, and will definitely find ways to return the favor. Lin Zhe was immediately moved. Just as Song Long was about to hang up the phone, he immediately called out to him. "Brother Long, is that program you're going to participate in called Ye Wolf Searching for Stars?" "Yeah. How did you know?" There was a hint of surprise in Song Long's voice. After hearing Song Long's affirmative answer, Lin Zhe immediately became somewhat excited. "Didn't you just say that you want to follow me and invest? Do you want to invest in someone with me?" The casting scene of Ye Wolf Searching for Stars. The scene was bustling, the lights were bright, and many young men and women with dreams of stardom were well-dressed and confidently waiting to show themselves on stage. Song Long was sitting on the judges' table, and several judges beside him were discussing enthusiastically. One of the judges crossed his legs and said disdainfully, "I don't know if any of the contestants coming this time will be able to catch the eye. Don't be some vase and straw bag again." Another judge concurred. "Yes, nowadays, the quality of the talent show is getting worse every year. So many of them rely on background and hype." Just then, it was Zhao Ying's turn to go on stage. She was plainly dressed, and although there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes, she was more determined. As soon as her resume was displayed, a murmur of whispers rang out from the stage. "Secondary school education? And from the countryside? This can also come to the talent show. That's right, don't even look at what conditions you have, and you still want to be a star. It's simply whimsical. And a round face. It's dirt. Which actress doesn't have a melon face?" Zhao Ying's face turned slightly white when she heard these comments, but she still took a deep breath and started her performance. Her performance was youthful, but it was full of sincerity and effort. However, this did not change the judges' opinions. The first judge frowned and said, "With an average image, low education, and such a juvenile performance, I think it's better to let it go." The other judges nodded in agreement. Just when everyone thought Zhao Ying would be eliminated, Song Long suddenly spoke up. "I think she's good. I want to give her a chance." The entire room instantly quieted down. and everyone looked at Song Long with unbelievable eyes. Teacher Song, you're not kidding, right? Just like her. What point can she do? A judge asked in surprise. Song Long smiled and said, when I look at people, I never just look at the surface. Although she's not mature enough right now, I see a rare trait in her, which is persistence and hard work towards her dreams. I believe that with cultivation, she will have great potential. The other judges felt that Song Long was simply fooling around and shook their heads in incomprehension. However, Song Long stuck to his opinion, and in the end, Zhao Yingying passed the first round of auditions in a thrilling manner amidst all the skepticism. After stepping down from the stage, Zhao Yingying's eyes glittered with tears. She didn't expect that Song Long would choose to believe in her when everyone didn't think highly of her. She secretly vowed to try her best to prove herself and live up to this trust. And Song Long looked at Zhao Yingying's back and revealed a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Could Lin Zhe invest right this time? Chapter 136. Falling into a trap. Brother Wei, people's people and money are all given to you. Can't you still be at ease with me? Lu Ruyan pouted, her eyes full of sorrow, trying to impress Lu Wei with her soft stance. Little goblin, 18 years ago you tricked me so hard. This time, I can't be as stupid as before. Lu Wei snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of vigilance and viciousness as he stared straight at Lu Ruyan. When Lu Ruyan heard these words, her heart immediately panicked. She had already made it this far. If Lu Wei still didn't believe her, then wouldn't she lose both her money and herself? Don't worry, Brother Wei. I'll be good all the time. Ruyan Lu tried to squeeze out a smile and continued. Then when are you going to give me my freedom? When you are pregnant with my child. A hint of calculation flashed in Lu Wei's eyes. He thought very clearly, Lu Ruyan. This woman's mind was unpredictable. The probability that he himself would not be able to grasp it. So he thought of this method, using the child to restrain her. It is also regarded as treating others the way they treat you. When Ruyan Lu heard this, she froze, an incredulous look on her face. But, we can be considered relatives. Pregnant children cannot be Shut up you. Lu Wei impatiently interrupted her, his eyes revealing a hint of smugness. 18 years ago I inquired clearly, you said that you are a relative of our Lu family, but you are just a foreigner from a side branch, there is no blood relationship at all. You just got the surname Lu. Seeing that Lu Wei actually knew even this, Lu Ruyan's heart tightened and a trace of panic flashed across her face as she hurriedly explained. I'm also worried about what will happen to our child. In the place where Lu Wei couldn't see, Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed a trace of gloominess. After leaving the matter of dealing with Lin Zhe to Gui Chen, Lin Haoyu began to study furiously. After studying hard day and night these days and putting in a lot of effort, he did make a lot of progress in his studies, but there was still a gap between his goal of getting into Qingbei. At the same time, Gui Chen, in addition to finding fault with Lin Zhe every day, the lessons he taught Lin Zhe were always painless and without substantial effect. This made it more and more difficult for Lin Haoyu to endure, and the anxiety in his heart grew as wild as weeds. He had figured out during this time that one more day of procrastination on Lu Wei's side was a time bomb that could bring him trouble at any time. He had to quickly utilize Gui Chen to dispose of Lin Zhe in order to eliminate any future problems. Gui Chen, several days have passed. Why is Lin Zhe still at large in the Gu family? Lin Haoyu's face was full of impatience and his tone was accusatory. Aren't you also worried about how your mom is doing? As long as there's a day's delay, she'll have to suffer for one more day. Lin Zhe is more cunning than I thought. Every time I find fault with him, he manages to skillfully dodge through. Gui Chen frowned, a hint of helplessness on his face. I've also been trying to think of ways, but he's just too difficult to deal with. I don't care about that much. Don't forget what we said to each other. Lin Haoyu's eyes revealed a hint of threat as he said in a forceful tone. Gui Chen's face instantly became grave as he clenched his fists. Suddenly he thought of something. There. Tomorrow's banquet. Gui Chen said excitedly, a hint of excitement in his voice. What? Lin Haoyu looked puzzled, his brows furrowed, his eyes full of incomprehension. Originally, there was going to be a conference to announce my existence, but it was changed to a banquet later for some unknown reason. Gui Chen explained. Celebrities from all walks of life will come to the banquet at that time. The two of them glanced at each other, and the doubt in Lin Haoyu's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a hint of clarity. You mean do it at the banquet? There are many people there. It is indeed a good opportunity. Lin Haoyu nodded. The two began to discuss in whispers. Inside the top floor of the city's most luxurious 7-star hotel, clothes and celebrities gathered. The crystal lights were dazzling, reflecting the guests' exquisite makeup and expensive clothes. The melodious music flowed through the air, and there were low voices and light smiles between the drinks. Lindsay, dressed in a straight suit, looked focused as he traveled through the crowd, whispering to the staff from time to time to ensure that the banquet was safe and sound. Gui Chen and Lin Hao Yu were hidden in the corner, their eyes glittering with intrigue. All set, Gui Chen lowered his voice, his gaze translucent with nervousness and anticipation. Lin Hao Yu nodded his head, wearing the exact same outfit as Lindsay, and his hairstyle was also carefully groomed to be the same as Lindsay. Don't worry, there will be no mistakes. The other side of the banquet, Gu Wanner looked at Lu Wanqin beside her, a trace of worry adding to her eyes. From the beginning of the banquet until now, she could feel that Lu Wanqin's mood seemed to be a bit low. At that moment, Lu Wanqin realized Gu Wanner's gaze. She struggled to pull a smile from her face. What's wrong, Wanner? Mom, are you a bit uncomfortable? Do you want to go take a rest with me? Lu Wanqin wanted to refuse, but suddenly saw that the few people in front of her seemed to be heading their way. Thinking of having to barely cope with these hypocrites again, a wave of boredom ran through her heart, and she immediately nodded her head and agreed. Lindsay had just finished the matter at hand when suddenly a waiter found him in a hurry. Mr. Lindsay, Mr. Gui Chen is looking for you. Hearing the waiter's words, Lindsay frowned slightly, but still followed him. The waiter brought him to the door of a lounge-like room. This side was silent and deserted, in stark contrast to the bustle of the banquet hall. Just as he reached the doorway, Lindsay stopped in his tracks warily. Are you sure he's here? The waiter nodded when she saw his inquiry. Yes, he said he has something very important for you. Lindsay hesitated for a moment, but still walked in. Young Master Chun, you're looking for me? There was no response to his words. Lindsay fixed his eyes and realized that it was empty. He was about to turn his head to question the attendant a bit when he realized that the door had been slammed shut with a bang. He immediately ran over to try to open the door and slapped it hard, but it was unlocked and couldn't be opened at all. Open the door, Lindsay shouted, but there was a distance between here and the banquet hall, and there was music playing over there, so no one could hear his voice at all. Lindsay wanted to pull out his cell phone to make a call, but realized that he couldn't even find his cell phone.
Linse suddenly recalled.
When he was busy with the banquet, a person bumped into him. The cell phone seemed to have been stolen at that time. At this moment, Lindsay's heart was ringing with alarm bells. He knew that he was now falling into a trap. At that moment, he suddenly heard the music outside stop. Immediately afterward, a majestic voice rang out through the speakers. It was Gu Tinghui's voice. He had taken the stage. According to the process, he would announce Gui Chen's presence later. Lindsay forced himself to calm down as he took a deep breath and tried to calm his wildly beating heart. He knew that a conspiracy was waiting for him. He had to calm down and immediately find a way to break it. Chapter 137. He didn't push. Gu Tinghui stood at the center of the stage, all eyes focused on him. He cleared his throat, a decent smile on his face as he slowly opened his mouth. Dear guests, I'm very happy to be here with you all today. As soon as the words left his mouth, warm applause rang out in the banquet hall. At the same time, Gui Chen and Lin Hao Yu quietly came to the side of the escalator. The dim light was like a thin veil that enveloped them, and Lin Hao Yu lowered his head, his figure hidden in the shadows, making it almost impossible for the people below to see his face. Gui Chen stood at the mouth of the escalator, slightly tilted his head sideways, and said in a low voice to Lin Hao Yu behind him, Are you ready? Lin Hao Yu gently nodded, a hint of nervousness and anticipation revealed in his eyes. The two of them looked towards the center of the stage together, waiting for the moment to come. Just then, Gu Tinghui's loud voice came from the center of the banquet hall. Today, I'd like to announce an important matter to everyone. Our Gu family has welcomed a new member, my nephew, Gui Chen. As soon as the words fell, the lights in the banquet hall instantly dimmed, and a spotlight hit the mouth of the escalator with precision. Gui Chen stood under the light, a faint smile on his face as he walked down the escalator slowly and calmly. Everyone's eyes were tightly focused on him. Just as Gui Chen reached the middle of the escalator, a pair of hands reached out from behind him and gave him a fierce push. Gui Chen's feet slipped, and his body violently leaned back uncontrollably. Ah! Gui Chen's shocked cry echoed through the banquet hall. Immediately afterward, his body fell heavily down the escalator and rolled painfully on the ground. The banquet hall was instantly in an uproar as guests let out cries of alarm, their faces filled with horror. "Oh my God! He fell! Someone pushed him! Hurry up and call a doctor!" Gu Tinghue's face suddenly changed, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes as he hurriedly rushed off the stage and ran towards Gu Yichen.
Ashen.
"Are you all right?" Gu Yichen lay on the ground, his face pale, and the blood oozing from his forehead looked particularly blinding under the light. He weakly raised his hand, pointing his finger to point up the escalator, his voice trembling slightly. "It
Was Linse.
who pushed me?" Gu Tinghui jerked his head up and looked above the escalator, only to see that there was a man standing there, his head lowered, and the lights were dim so it was impossible to see his face. But the suit and hairstyle he was wearing were exactly the same as Lin Zhe's. "Lin Zhe!" Gu Tinghue's voice was filled with anger. "Why are you doing this?" The figure didn't respond, but quickly turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe, who was standing in front of the already shattered glass window, heard the noises coming from outside. He limped to the door, a sense of foreboding welling up in his heart. He tried pushing the door and found that it could actually be opened. Lin Zhe came over to this side of the banquet, and instantly, everyone's eyes turned to him. "Lin Zhe, why did you push Gu Yichen?" Gu Tinghue's furious voice rang out, and Lin Zhe looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Gu Yichen lying on the ground with a weak face, blood still seeping out of his forehead. "I didn't push him." Lin Zhe stood there, his eyes firmly denying. "You're the one who pushed me. Everyone saw it," Gu Yichen shouted as he stared at Lin Zhe dead in the face. At that moment, the guests at the banquet echoed. "I did see someone push Gu Yichen, wearing the exact same clothes as Lin Zhe. I saw it too. Not only were the clothes the same, even the hairstyle was the same. There's no one here wearing the same clothes and the same hairstyle as him either, right?" Hearing these people chime in, Lin Zhe revealed a cold smile. "You guys said you saw it, so did you see my face?" Lin Zhe questioned loudly, his voice echoing in the banquet hall. Now the guests fell silent and looked at each other. The lights of the banquet are dim. It's normal to not be able to see your face. Didn't they see the same clothes and hairstyle as you? A male voice broke the silence, and the crowd looked over, only to see Lin Haoyu walking towards this side. He was dressed in a dark gray sportswear, his loose style contrasting sharply with the straight and refined formal wear of the guests around him. His hairstyle also looked a little casual and messy. However, Lin Zhe still keenly saw the traces of deliberate mess in his hair. Lin Zhe's heart stirred as he remembered that he hadn't seen Lin Haoyu since the banquet started. And after Gu Yichen's accident, Lin Haoyu hadn't appeared at the first opportunity either. The truth was already clear. Lin Zhe sneered in his heart. "Then what do you think the purpose of me pushing him was?" Lin Zhe looked coldly at Lin Haoyu, his eyes revealing a hint of contempt. "That's of course because I don't want him to return to the Gu family for fear of threatening your position as the adopted son." Lin Haoyu met Lin Zhe's gaze without fear, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smug smile. "After all, he's his own nephew, while you're just a stranger with no blood ties when all is said and done." Once Lin Haoyu's words came out, the guests nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if I were me, I wouldn't even adopt another son. I'd just raise my nephew as my own son. If I were Lin Zhe, I wouldn't want Gu Yichen to return to the Gu family either. It seems that this is his motive for pushing people." Seeing that everyone was on his side, Lin Haoyu looked at Lin Zhe triumphantly. That look seemed to say, "You're dead this time. He didn't push." At that moment, a clear female voice came like heavenly music, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone turned their gazes to the source of the voice, only to see Gu Wan'er walking towards them with a firm stride. Lin Zhe's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he saw Gu Wan'er. In his heart, however, he couldn't stop being excited. "I didn't expect Gu Wan'er to come forward to testify for him at this time." On this side, Lin Zhe was trying to suppress his inner joy, while on the other side, Gu Wan'er had already begun to explain the causes and consequences. "I can testify for Lin Zhe that he didn't push Gu Yichen." Gu Wan'er's voice was clear and firm. "Because I saw him just come out of the rest room. Just a short while ago, I happened to be resting in the lounge when I suddenly heard a sound of breaking glass, so I stepped out to check the situation. It just so happened that I saw Gu Yichen fall down the stairs, and I had just taken a few steps out when I saw Lindsay come out of the lounge behind me. The lounge is on the first floor on this side, and the escalator is on the other side. There's no way he could have gotten to the lounge from the escalator side in such a short amount of time. Chapter 138. I have evidence. Once Gu Wanner's words came out, the guests' attitudes instantly shifted. Qianjin Gu has come forward to testify for Lindsay, so it really doesn't seem like Lindsay pushed it. There should be a misunderstanding about this. Maybe there really is someone else wearing the same clothes and getting the same hairstyle as Lindsay. Seeing that the carefully set up bureau was going to be destroyed by Gu Wan'er, Lin Haoyu's heart sank. Gu Yichen over there received Lin Haoyu's eye hints, and immediately feigned a look of extreme disappointment as he spoke. Sister, I know you don't like me as a cousin, but I'm really sad that you're helping an outsider to testify. Gu Yichen pretended to cough a few times, a pained expression on his face. I know, it must be because I upset you at school that day. That's why you lied and testified for Lindsay, wanting to use this as a way to punish me a little, right? Hearing Gu Yichen's words, Gu Tinghui's stern gaze swept towards Gu Wan'er. Wan'er, is that so? Dad, it's not like that. I really saw it with my own eyes. Gu Wan'er anxiously explained, her eyes revealing a hint of aggression. Ah, it hurts. I feel like all my organs are hurting, and my head is dizzy. Over here, Gu Yichen began to scream again, a hint of weakness and helplessness in his voice. Lin Haoyu on the side also rushed out to help. It was indeed a Chan who was wrong that day, and it's only right that Wan'er would be angry, but this is a non-trivial matter today, and it can't be because of a Chen's previous faults. Lin Haoyu stopped at just the right moment, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Now, not only Gu Tinghui, but the guests also exchanged words and began to doubt Gu Wan'er's words. Is $1,000 Gu bearing false witness? No wonder. I told you how it could be fake if you saw it with your own eyes. I guess it's because Gu Qianjin doesn't like this halfway decent brother. It's really hard to say about this. Wan'er, stop fooling around and back off. Gu Tinghui frowned and chided her. Dad, even you don't believe me? Rather believe Gu Yichen's words than what this daughter of mine says. Gu Wan'er's eyes looking at Gu Tinghui were filled with sadness and loss, and tears quickly took over her eyes. Shut up. Don't disgrace yourself here. Gu Tinghui once again scolded Gu Wan'er in a stern voice. Lindsay really couldn't watch anymore. Wan'er, thank you for just now, but it's better for you not to get involved in this matter. Lindsay spoke softly to Gu Wan'er. Gu Wan'er forced down the tears in her eyes, nodded, and retreated to the side. Lin Haoyu immediately went down the well and spoke. If you ask me, some people's cheeks are really thick. They have to involve others when they do something wrong themselves, and cause them to be scolded. Everyone's gazes fell on Lin Zay's body, all looking to see how he would react. At Lin Haoyu's words, Lin Zay did nod his head. Said it in a very reasonable manner. Lin Haoyu was immediately elated. So this is you admitting that you pushed Gu Yichen? Lin Zay swept a glance at Lin Haoyu and then turned his head, not even bothering to pay attention to him. Lin Zay looked at Gu Tinghui. Dad, I didn't push Gu Yichen. I have the evidence to prove it. Just now I stayed in the lounge over there. I didn't go to the escalator there. Gu Tinghui's face didn't look better when he heard Lin Zay's words, but questioned, what evidence? Lin Haoyu, who was at the side, was at first tightened in his heart when he heard Lin Zay say that there was evidence. Then it occurred to him that their plan was almost seamless. Not only had they touched Lin Zay's cell phone away beforehand, they had also locked him up in the lounge when everyone wasn't looking. There was no chance for him to get any evidence to prove his innocence. Thinking about this, Lin Haoyu was more and more certain that Lin Zay was just holding on right now, being tough talking. Brother, then come up with some evidence quickly, so as to save saying that everyone has wronged you. Lin Haoyu spoke out and urged up Lin Zay. Lin Zay didn't even give Lin Haoyu a look, directly skipping over him and looking at the guests. He opened his mouth to everyone and asked, you guys said that you saw Gu Yichen pushed by someone wearing the same clothes as me and with the same hairstyle, right? The crowd nodded even though they didn't know what Lin Zay meant by even asking this now. Then what the shoes were wearing should have been seen clearly as well, right? Lin Zay continued to pursue the question. At this time, a man in a blue suit amongst the guests grabbed the answer. Of course, it's a pair of exquisite leather shoes. The blue suit even stretched out his hand to point at the ground as he spoke. Just like the ones you're wearing. The blue suit choked when he said this. because he saw that Lindsay wasn't wearing the pair of leather shoes he saw on his feet. Instead, they were barefoot. After seeing everyone's gazes gather on his feet, Lindsay opened his mouth and said, "But I'm not wearing shoes on my feet. Ha 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 ha." As soon as Lindsay's words fell, an ear-piercing cacophony of laughter rang out. The one who let out the laughter was none other than Lin Haoyu. "Lindsay, are you too stupid, or are you treating us all like little cuties?" Yet, Lin Haoyu didn't even bother pretending at the moment. His brother didn't call out anymore and directly called out Lindsay's name. "What can you prove by not wearing shoes? It must be that you temporarily took off your shoes after pushing Gui Chen." Once Lin Haoyu's words came out, there was a lot of talk around him. "That person is right. What can not wearing shoes prove? I also don't know how he can say such brainless words. I don't think he has any proof at all. He's playing us?" It was as if Lindsay hadn't heard those voices. He had expected Lin Haoyu to say this. He looked at the crowd and spoke calmly. "But the evidence I'm talking about isn't this pair of shoes." When these words came out, the crowd was immediately dumbfounded. "Then what exactly is the evidence you're talking about? Don't stall here and delay everyone's time." At this time, Gu Tinghui began to impatiently open his mouth and urged. Gui Chen, who was having his wounds examined by the emergency doctor who had arrived, followed suit and spoke. "Lindsay, don't try to be sophomoric. They were far away from you and didn't see your face. But I saw you clearly. You're the one who pushed me." Lindsay ignored him. Instead, he raised his left foot towards everyone and displayed it. Everyone frowned at his slightly rude action at first, but they soon noticed that there was a deep and long bloodstain on the sole of Lindsay's left foot. "My foot was injured before Gui Chen fell." Lindsay opened his mouth to explain. "What does that prove? Maybe it's also the foot that you intentionally scratched immediately after pushing Gui Chen. This can't be considered evidence at all." Lin Haoyu immediately opened his mouth to retort. He was about to run out of patience at this point. "Indeed, my foot injury can't prove anything." Lindsay paused, and his eyes then became deeper. He continued to speak. "But the bloodstains that extend all the way out from the lounge can prove that what I just said is true. I stayed in the lounge the entire time and didn't even go to the escalator there." Chapter 139. I have the right to access the surveillance. The gazes of the crowd followed Lindsay's words and subconsciously looked in the direction of the lounge. Sure enough, on the ground, there was a faint trail of blood that snaked out from the entrance of the lounge. Due to the lighting, this bloodstain was not conspicuous, and before, everyone's attention had been attracted by the quarrel and Gui Chen's injuries, so no one had even noticed it. Lin Haoyu's face instantly turned pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. How could he not have expected that Lindsay had actually left such a hand? Lindsay's eyes were sharp as he looked towards Gui Chen, his voice loud and full of questioning. "Gui Chen, are you sure it was me you saw with your own eyes? Isn't it possible that you just saw a person wearing the same clothes as me and with the same hairstyle?" Gui Chen's eyes flickered momentarily, obviously flustered. At this point, Lin Haoyu forced himself to calm down and stiffly stepped forward to argue. "I don't think this bloodstain means anything at all. Maybe you designed it in advance." Gui Chen hurriedly followed suit with a bite. "Yes, I clearly saw you. It was you who pushed me." When Lindsay heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He understood in his heart that the effect he wanted had been achieved. Lindsay no longer bothered to explain more. He just said stoically, "Please follow me." After saying that, he limped with the crowd towards the restroom. Gui Chen was carried on a stretcher, and he stopped the medical staff who were about to carry him away, allowing them to carry him along with the crowd. Lindsay walked at the front. He reached out and pushed open the door to the lounge. The eyes of the crowd couldn't wait to get inside. The scene inside the room was just as Lindsay had said. The window glass was shattered and fragments were scattered all over the place. A large puddle of shocking blood was on the ground. Just as everyone was looking dumbfounded, Lindsay raised his volume and analyzed it in a clear and organized manner. "If I was the one who scratched my own foot beforehand, then after pushing Gui Chen and dragging this injured foot, how could I have returned to the lounge in such a short period of time, left behind so much blood, and then appeared in front of everyone as if nothing had happened?" With that, he took out the leather shoes he had taken off earlier from the room again and showed them to the crowd. "Everyone take a close look. The inside of this shoe is clean and there is not a single trace of blood. This is enough to prove that my feet hadn't been injured when I wore the shoes." Seeing that Lin Zay's words had captured the trust of the crowd, Lin Haoyu hurriedly stepped out and retorted. Who said it was you who scratched your foot beforehand? Your foot was probably scratched after you pushed someone, and this blood was definitely prepared by you in advance. Lin Zay gave a disdainful light laugh. His eyes filled with mockery. Brother, it's better to use your brain more before speaking. What do you mean? Lin Haoyu was infuriated, but he didn't know how to fight back. Lin Zay ignored his yelling and walked straight to the puddle of blood, squatted down, dipped his finger in a bit of blood to show everyone, and immediately afterward spoke. If this blood was prepared by me beforehand, then by common sense, it should have solidified or dried up by now, right? Before Lin Haoyu could think of something new to say, Lin Zay followed up by throwing out a heavy bomb. I guess you're going to say that this isn't my blood. It doesn't matter. Let's send this blood for testing to see if it's my blood. Don't you need time to send it for testing? Everyone doesn't have the time to accompany you here. Lin Haoyu was so anxious that he jumped to his feet, and the people just wouldn't die trying to stop Lin Zay's step-by-step pressing. Then there's a more direct way. Lin Zay didn't panic, whetting the crowd's appetite. What way? The crowd asked in unison. Tune in the surveillance, Lin Zay said decisively. Hearing this, Lin Haoyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. In his heart, he was secretly glad that he had learned long beforehand that the surveillance of this hotel was not something that could be accessed at will. Lin Haoyu looked at Lin Zay and sneered. Who do you think you are? The surveillance here is something you can look at whenever you want. If you accidentally leak the privacy of a guest, can you afford the responsibility? You're right. I really don't have the authority to access the surveillance. Lin Zay's tone was calm and unassuming. Lin Haoyu was just about to get carried away when Lin Zay's calm and powerful voice sounded again. But someone else has that right. Who? You don't expect Uncle Gu to help you go and adjust the surveillance. When the time comes, you'll definitely be talked about as the richest man abusing his power based on his money. Lin Haoyu had a certainty on his face that the person Lin Zay was talking about was Gu Tinghui. When Gu Tinghui heard this, his brows furrowed and he said seriously, Lin Haoyu has a point. I can't engage in special treatment just because of my status. Lin Haoyu's face was full of smugness, looking askance at Lin Zay, as if to say, let's see what else you can do this time. Lin Zay sneered, his eyes firmly scanning around the crowd, finally settling on one person and said in a loud voice, Captain Zhang, trouble. The crowd followed his gaze, only to see Zheng Hong stride to the front, flashing his credentials while saying in a loud voice, I have permission to access the surveillance. The crowd instantly exploded when they saw Zheng Hong flash his credentials. Chapter 140 was pushed by his brother. Zheng Hong was invited by Lin Zay. Lin Zay had expected that Lin Haoyu and the others would not let go of this good opportunity to frame himself. Although this time the means were even more clever than before, he had also made thorough preparations early on. There's even someone from the police department here, or a captain. After taking a good look at the documents presented by Zheng Hong, everyone marveled. I don't even think it's necessary to look at the surveillance. Just these current evidences are enough to prove Lin Zay's innocence 800 times over. You can't say that. Looking at the CCTV isn't just to prove Lin Zay's innocence. It might even be able to find out the murderer who really pushed people, right? Captain Zhang should hurry up and adjust the CCTV to find out the real culprit, so as to return Lin Zay's innocence. The crowd said one thing to each other, and the atmosphere became more and more heated. Gu Tinghui's brows furrowed even tighter, his face terribly gloomy. He knew in his heart that if he really looked at the surveillance and completely cleared Lin Zay's suspicion, then it would be troublesome. After all, Gui Chen had sworn that he had seen Lin Zay's face, and at that time, he was so close that it was reasonably impossible for him to see it wrong. By then, everyone would think that Gui Chen had joined forces with others to deliberately frame Lin Zay. But he had only just announced Gui Chen's identity, and once his reputation was ruined, how would he get a foothold in the future? The more Gu Tinghui thought about it, the more of a headache he felt, and his mood became heavier and heavier. Seeing Gu Tinghui's reaction, Lin Zay's heart was clear, and an imperceptible smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he had already guessed Gu Tinghui's mental activities. Just as the crowd was about to follow Zheng Hong to retrieve the surveillance, Lin Zay suddenly stood out. He said in a loud voice to Gu Tinghui, Dad, actually, I already have a suspect in my mind as to who pushed Gui Chen. Do you want to hear it? Lin Zay's vocalization was like a timely rain, immediately providing Gu Tinghui with an excellent opportunity to interrupt the checking of the surveillance. Gu Tinghui hurriedly took over the topic and opened his mouth. "Oh? Who is it? Tell me quickly." The curiosity of the crowd was instantly rekindled. The crowd that had already been surging towards the direction of the monitoring room turned around in unison at this moment, all casting their curious gazes towards Lin Zhe. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath and waited for Lin Zhe's next words. Lin Zhe cleared his throat and opened his mouth unhurriedly. "Actually, I didn't think about this at first, but Guichen bit the bullet and said that I pushed him, and I was able to solidly prove that I wasn't even there at the time and hadn't done it." Lin Zhe paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Haoyu intentionally or unintentionally, only to see a flash of panic in Lin Haoyu's eyes as if he had realized something. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Zhe's mouth as he continued. "It suddenly occurred to me that there's a person who is not only similar in age to me and has an extremely similar body shape to me, even his appearance has a 4 or 5-point resemblance." Just as Lin Haoyu stared at himself with open eyes, Lin Zhe stretched out his hand and pointed towards Lin Haoyu. Immediately afterward, he spoke word by word, his voice clear. "This person is my younger brother, Lin Haoyu. Don't you spit blood." Lin Haoyu was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, instantly jumping to his feet and retorting emotionally. "Gui Chen was clearly talking about you. Don't you try to pour dirty water on me." But Lin Zhe acted as if he hadn't heard. His expression was calm, and he continued to analyze methodically. "We're brothers with all these resemblances, plus the dim lighting and noisy and chaotic environment at the banquet site at the time. It makes sense that Gui Chen would mistake my brother for me." Lin Zhe's organization was clear. His tone was calm and confident, and every word was loud and clear. Seeing that Lin Haoyu was still going to speak out in sophistry, Lin Zhe immediately spoke up one step ahead of him. "And from the beginning of the incident, only he has been jumping out, incomparably certain that it was me who pushed Gui Chen, and has been trying his best to lead everyone to think in that direction. There was also the fact that he wasn't even present when the incident happened, and only arrived later, so maybe he took advantage of this time to change his clothes and hairstyle. Everyone, remember carefully, is that what happened?" The guests at the scene began to mingle, recalling all the details of what happened. Many people nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with Lin Zhe's words. Indeed, this Lin Haoyu knew what happened as soon as he arrived without even asking anyone. It's really suspicious. Also, this had nothing to do with him in the first place. He keeps having to jump out and identify Lin Zhe. Suspicious to the core. In my opinion, the murderer who pushed Gui Chen is this Lin Haoyu. It's definitely him. He's the one who deliberately framed his brother Lin Zhe. Lin Haoyu's face grew more and more ugly. Beads of sweat continued to roll down his forehead, and his hands clenched involuntarily. He hurriedly looked at Gu Tinghui to explain. "Uncle Gu, it's not me. Don't listen to Lin Zhe's nonsense. I'm so close to Gui Chen. How could I possibly push him?" Gu Tinghui didn't say anything, seemingly pondering something in his mind. "Dad, why don't we have someone search the rooms here? Maybe we can find something." Lin Zhe spoke again. Gu Tinghui nodded and agreed to his request. The hotel immediately sent people to search in each room. It really let them find something in a remote utility room. There was a suspicious paper box in there, and inside the box was a set of clothes that looked exactly like the ones Lin Zhe was wearing, as well as a wig which had been carefully styled to look just like Lin Zhe's. The clothes were stained with a bit of dust, interspersed with stray strands of hair that had obviously been taken off in a hurry and then randomly stuffed in. When these things were laid out in front of Lin Haoyu, his face instantly turned as white as paper. Chapter 141. Brother. This is just the beginning. Same clothes as Lin Zhe, same hairstyle. Isn't this clearly setting him up? It seems like what Gu Qianjin said before when she testified to Lin Zhe was true. Just as everyone was talking around the evidence, the hotel staff rushed over, holding up a pair of leather shoes in their hands. "There's another pair of shoes found here." The eyes of the crowd all focused over, only to see that the shoes were no different from the pair on Lin Zhe's feet. The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth rose slightly, revealing a light smile that was slightly mocking, and he spoke nonchalantly. "Hey, same shoes as me, but I'm not this shoe size." He deliberately lengthened his tone. His eyes seemingly swept towards Lin Haoyu, and his words turned. "Brother, this shoe size is the same as yours, right?" Lin Haoyu glared at him deadpan. His eyes seemed as if he wanted to eat him. Lin Zhe, however, was not affected in the slightest, playfulness written all over his face. Originally the clothes and hairstyle you can still barely weasel out, but this shoe size are so coincidental, they are not the slightest bit different from yours. Hey, Lin Zhe said while slowly shaking his head. Lin Haoyu, who had already been forced by the evidence to be unable to defend himself, saw Lin Zhe's need to be beaten appearance, and the anger in his heart, miso, immediately surged to the peak. His eyes were red, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and his clenched fists were white from exertion. Suddenly he violently rushed towards Lin Zhe, his mouth also viciously shouting, Lin Zhe, you shut up. Just as Lin Haoyu was about to rush in front of Lin Zhe, there was a crunching sound, and a slap landed solidly on his face. Lin Haoyu was knocked halfway around in place by this sudden slap, and his entire body was directly dazed in place. He slowly raised his head, his eyes full of unbelief as he looked towards the person who had hit him. Uncle Gu, you? Lin Haoyu. The evidence is now overwhelming. Gu Tinghui's eyes widened in anger as he loudly scolded. Not only did you push Guichen down the stairs and cause him to get hurt, you also made every effort to frame your own brother. And now that the truth has come out, you're actually going to hit someone. Are you going to turn over a new leaf? Gu Tinghui's words directly convicted Lin Haoyu. Now this was the best possible outcome. It also proved that Guichen wasn't intentionally framing Lin Zhe. He just saw Lin Haoyu as Lin Zhe. Uncle Gu, listen to me. Lin Haoyu still tried to struggle to defend himself a few times. Gu Tinghui, however, didn't even look at him and directly turned his head, looking at Zheng Hong with a resolute attitude. Captain Zheng, right? My nephew has been victimized by this man. Now that there are witnesses and material evidence here, I don't think there's even a need for the surveillance to probe, so please bring him directly to the police station for questioning. Dispose of him according to the law. All right, Mr. Gu, I will bring him to the police station for an interrogation. If he still doesn't admit to the crime, I will send someone to further check the surveillance. The nature will be serious by then. Zheng Hong looked cold, took a step forward and prepared to take Lin Haoyu away. As soon as Lin Haoyu heard that he was going to be taken to the police station, his mind instantly recalled his miserable experience in prison in his previous life, and his entire body immediately became stressed. Like a frightened beast, he violently jumped aside, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Don't arrest me, I don't want to go to jail." His eyes were filled with fear and his body trembled uncontrollably. However, Zheng Hong wouldn't let him off because of this. Lin Haoyu hadn't even run a few steps before Zheng Hong took an arrow step forward and grabbed him steadily. The moment Lin Haoyu was grabbed, a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterward, he suddenly thought of something, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Guichen, save me. Otherwise. Lin Haoyu's scarlet eyes were full of threats in his tone. Hearing this, Guichen endured the pain in his body and sat up. His mother, Rian Lu, was still in Lin Haoyu's hands. He couldn't let Lin Haoyu be captured. Guichen shouted, "Wait!" This time, the gazes of the crowd gathered on Guichen's body again. "Uncle, Lin Haoyu has saved my life." Guichen gasped for air and spoke eagerly. This time, I believe he was confused for a moment before he accidentally went down the wrong path. He paused and looked at Gu Tinghui with almost pleading eyes. "Let him off this time, let's go private." "No way." Gu Tinghui's attitude was resolute. "He put you in such a bad situation. How can he be spared so easily? Think of it as a way to offset the kindness he showed me in saving my life." Guichen continued to beg. "If he makes a mistake next time, it won't be too late to go this far again." Gu Tinghui listened to Guichen's persuasion with a somewhat hesitant expression. He pondered for a moment, sighed, and said, "Since you're so generous and know how to be grateful, then I can't break your heart." Lin Zhe, who heard Gu Tinghui's words, sneered in his heart. The old fox was really clever. Originally, Guichen's image in front of everyone was already somewhat negative due to the slander that he had pushed him, and his words immediately set up Guichen's persona. It also incidentally portrayed himself as a reasonable elder. At this moment, Gu Tinghui turned his head toward Zheng Hong and inquired, "Captain Zheng, we can keep this matter private, right?" Zheng Hong nodded and said seriously, "If both of you agree it's reasonably possible, then I'll trouble you. It's better for us to settle this matter ourselves." Lin Haoyu saw that Zheng Hong had let go of himself and was instantly relieved, letting out a huge breath. But Lin Zhe didn't intend to just let him off the hook. Lin Zhe stood out and said to Gu Tinghui with a serious expression. Dad, even though Hao Yu is my younger brother, I still want to say one thing. His voice was steady and strong, extraordinarily clear in the quiet scene. If he does something wrong, he should be punished. If he doesn't learn a lesson, what if he still relies on the fact that he saved Gui Chen in the future and does something to hurt Gui Chen again? Gu Tinghui nodded slightly. Well, you have a point. He then looked at Lin Hao Yu and said in a stern tone, Lin Hao Yu, even though Gui Chen graciously spared you, I'm still going to deal with you according to the family law. Hearing this, Lin Hao Yu became infuriated and roared at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, Gui Chen has said that he won't pursue my responsibility. So who are you to talk too much here? That's because you framed me. Lin Zhe had a smile on his face, staring back at him with eyes full of playfulness. Framing for slander, I can hold you accountable just the same. Captain Zheng, don't you think so? Hearing Lin Zhe's inquiry, Zheng Hong nodded cooperatively. It's fine. If he doesn't accept your proposed treatment, I can also suffer a trip to bring him to the station. Zheng Hong said as he pulled out handcuffs from behind him and waved them in front of Lin Hao Yu. This action scared Lin Hao Yu to the point of turning pale, and he hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. I accept the disposition of the family law. Back at the Gu family villa, the sky was already completely covered by night. Gu Tinghui called Lin Hao Yu into the study alone. Lin Zhe saw with his own eyes that the tool Gu Tinghui used to enforce the family law was a thick bamboo plank. A solid beating with that thing would be difficult for a 7-foot man to withstand. It wasn't long before the whistling sound of the bamboo plank breaking the wind rang out. Immediately after, Lin Hao Yu's wailing sound spread throughout the entire villa. The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth rose slightly as a cold smile surfaced. Brother, enjoy yourself. This is just the beginning. Chapter 142. Why don't you protect your face, brother? What? This elevator doesn't work. Lin Zhe looked at Zhang Ying next to him with some surprise. Yes, because usually Mr. and Mrs. take the escalator, saying that it can also be used for exercise. Plus Mr. likes to be quiet, this elevator is loud, so they let it be sealed. Lin Zhe revealed a bitter smile when he heard what Zhang Ying said. He then said how come he had been here for so long and had never seen anyone use the elevator in the villa. Lin Zhe looked down at his foot that was bandaged into a bun. There were also a few stitches because the wound was too deep. At the time when he cut himself, his adrenaline was soaring, he didn't feel much pain. Now, taking a step hurt so much that he grinned. Lin Zhe was somewhat regretting that he had hit so hard at that time. This time it was fine. Now it was a problem for him to return to his room. Young Master Zhe, why don't I help you upstairs to your room? Zhang Ying inquired. Forget it, Auntie Zhang. Bring me my crutches. I'll do it myself. I can't trouble you every time. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Zhang Ying nodded and brought the crutches. With the support of the crutches, Lin Zhe could sort of walk. Lin Zhe first took a few steps on the flat ground. Very good. I can do it, Auntie Zhang, you don't need to care about me. Go about your business. Seeing that he really didn't need his help, Zhang Ying walked away to go about his business. Lin Zhe leaned on his crutches and confidently started up the escalator. Unexpectedly, this seemingly normal escalator had become a difficult obstacle to cross at this moment. He could only rely on one foot and the crutches that didn't quite work, and each step was incredibly difficult, and he even needed to jump as hard as he could in order to get to the next step. The moment he jumped with all his might, his feet suddenly slipped. His entire body was like a kite with broken strings, falling towards the ground out of control. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, Lin Zhe subconsciously stretched out his hand to defend himself from falling to the ground. In the next second, a pair of slender but powerful hands steadily wrapped around his waist, holding him upright again. Are you all right? A clear and pleasant voice rang out, and Lin Zhe unconsciously revealed a hint of delight upon hearing it. He then turned his head and saw Gu Wanner behind him. No, it's fine. This timely rain-like appearance of Gu Wanner made Lin Zhe very excited. A beautiful woman saving a hero, ah. I'll help you. After Gu Wanner said this, without waiting for Lin Zhe's reply, she gently put Lin Zhe's arm on her shoulder, and one hand steadily encircled his waist, moving gently but with strength. Feeling the intimate contact with Gu Wanner, Lin Zhe's heartbeat instantly sped up. Be careful, one step at a time. Gu Wanner's voice was gentle but firm. Lin Zhe nodded his head slightly, trying to calm himself down, gripping his walking stick tightly and stepping back onto the escalator with Gu Wanner's assistance. With each step, Lin Zhe could feel Gu Wan Air's strength supporting him. Her steps were steady and slow, always keeping an eye on Lin Zhe's movements to make sure that he wouldn't make any more mistakes. All right, coming up. Finally, Gu Waner helped Lin Zhe up the stairs, and a smile of relief appeared on her face, as if she had accomplished a difficult task. When she finished, she let go of the hand that was encircling Lin Zhe. Feeling the warmth of his body fading, a hint of reluctance passed through Lin Zhe's eyes. For the first time, he felt that the steps were too short. It caused him to walk through it without even feeling much. However, when he saw the thin layer of sweat seeping from Gu Wan Air's forehead, his heart was filled with guilt. He, a big man of more than 100 pounds, had almost put his entire weight on her. And he even had such selfish thoughts. But really damned Wan Air, thank you. Lin Zhe's voice carried sincere gratitude.
God venne sjok herhed.
It's nothing. I'm not talking about this matter. The moment Lin Zhe said this, Gu Wan Air immediately looked at him in confusion. I'm talking about you testifying for me. Gu Wan Air gently shook her head, a hint of despondency flashing through her eyes. But I didn't help you either, and in the end, things were still resolved by yourself. So what? I don't care. You have this heart to help me. I want to thank you. Lin Zhe said. His face revealed a mischievousness and jumpiness that was rarely seen on a normal day. Gu Wan Air froze. She stared blankly at Lin Zhe, as if she didn't recognize this person in front of her. Was this still the same Lin Zhe who was usually humble and polite with little temper? At the banquet, the wisdom, cunningness, and even a bit of a dark side that he had shown, and this somewhat jumpy appearance now, all made her feel strange and curious. Could it be that the previous him was all in disguise, and now was his true appearance? For some reason, she was curious about these different sides of Lin Zhe and wanted to explore them further. What are you fuming about? Is it hard to think that you're using this to ask me for a thank you gift? Lin Zhe couldn't help but snicker when he saw Gu Waner's dumbfounded expression. Only then did Gu Waner come back to her senses, a blush spreading across her face as she hurriedly explained. Ah, no, I didn't. It's okay. I promise you. When you think of what you want, just come to me for it anytime. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Good. Gu Waner raised her head, her bright eyes gazing at Lin Zhe, a light flickering in her eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar Lin Zhe in front of her, for some reason, there was a kind of magic that filled her with attraction. It even gave her a fluttering feeling. This feeling had only existed 13 years ago with the little boy who had saved his life. Lin Zhe also looked back at Gu Wan Air at this moment. Gu Wan Air's eyes were really a temptation to him. Lin Zhe tried to restrain the waves within him. No, I have to hold back Lin Zhe. Gu Waner quickly came back to her senses. Realizing that she had lost her temper, she panicked and made excuses. How's your foot? Let me help you take a look. With that, she directly squatted down, avoiding Lin Zhe's gaze. When her eyes landed on Lin Zhe's feet, she suddenly paused. Her gaze was drawn to a scar on Lin Zhe's exposed calf. Gu Waner furrowed her brows slightly and stretched out her finger to point at the scar, her eyes full of seriousness as she asked, How did you get this scar? Lin Zhe looked down at the scar, his expression calm and indifferent as he replied, Oh, I was bitten by a dog when I was little. Boom! Gu Wan Air only felt as if a thunderbolt had exploded in her head. Bitten by a dog? Could it be that Lin Zhe was the person she had been searching for so hard? Gu Wan Air wanted to ask something else, but just then, a sound of a door opening came from not far away. The two of them looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Lin Haoyu open the door and walk out. At this moment, Lin Haoyu was in a sorry state. His exposed skin was almost covered in scars. Even on his face, there were 2 blinding blood marks. It seemed like Gu Tinghui hadn't shown the slightest bit of mercy this time. After all, Lin Haoyu had hurt his precious son, Guichen, and had almost brought Guichen's reputation into disrepute, and Gu Tinghui had definitely brought a hint of catharsis with him when he disciplined him. Although this time he hadn't been able to send Lin Haoyu to jail like he had in his previous life, he had at least let Lin Zhe out of his misery. As soon as Lin Haoyu's gaze landed on Lin Zhe, his eyes were instantly filled with resentment and hatred, as if he wanted to eat Lin Zhe alive. Gu, brother, what's wrong with you? Why don't you protect the face with some? Lin Zhe slightly tilted his head, a smirk on his face, a hint of teasing in his tone. How else are you going to meet your classmates at school like this? Chapter 143, You're the one to blame. Lin Zhe slightly tilted his head, a smirk on his face, a hint of teasing in his tone. How can you still go to school to meet your classmates like this? Lin Haoyu's face, which was already twisted from being covered in bruises, was even more reddened at this moment. His eyes almost spewed fire as he stared viciously at Lin Zhe, his voice trembling with rage. Lin Zhe, you seek death. Don't be angry, brother. Lin Zhe moved half a step forward on his crutches. You're in this dignified state now. If you tear the wound open again, I'm afraid you'll be left with a scar. He suddenly lowered his voice and laughed softly. At that time, with this rotten face, how can you still be your senior student in Qingbei? Gu Wanner, who was on the side, couldn't help but be shocked when she saw Lin Haoyu in this sorry state, and subconsciously murmured, "It seems like Dad is really angry this time." Saying that, as if she suddenly remembered something important, her eyes widened slightly. Right. It seems like the school is going to organize a group photo shoot the day after tomorrow. After Gu Wanner finished speaking, some sympathy unconsciously showed in her gaze as she looked towards Lin Haoyu. When Lin Zhe heard Gu Wanner's words, he drew a breath of cold air and said, "Ouch!" He covered his mouth exaggeratedly, a look of regret on his face. Then how else are you going to take pictures with this appearance, brother? Appearing on the group photo with a scarred face? Afterward, when everyone sees this photo, they will be reminded of you with this appearance. I think it's better for you to take a vacation the day after tomorrow and not go. Lin Zhe grinned, trying his best to make his smile sting Lin Haoyu to the greatest extent possible. Only, before Lin Haoyu could say anything, Gu Wanner, who was on the side, spoke out. "It doesn't seem to work." Gu Wanner answered Lin Zhe's words with a serious face. This time, the group photo is going to be put into the school history hall to be kept, and the principal even emphasized that everyone must be present. Looking at Gu Wanner's serious and lovely appearance, Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, and only felt that she was adorable. Compared to her, he was so bad. Hear that, brother? The principal has specially emphasized that everyone must be there, so you can't even go if you don't. But when the time comes, everyone will be talking when they see you like this. Brother is nervous for you. Lin Zhe deliberately dragged out his tone. Haoyu's hands clenched his fists tightly. The veins on the backs of his hands rippled, and his nails were almost embedded in his palms. His chest rose and fell violently, the anger in his heart like a volcano about to erupt. Lin Zhe, don't give me the satisfaction here. Lin Haoyu gritted his teeth and said, his voice filled with resentment, I will one day make you pay for what you've done. Oh, I'll be waiting. Lin Zhe met Lin Haoyu's hate-filled gaze without fear and said coldly, but before that, you'd better think about how to face the group photo the day after tomorrow. Maybe this will become the most unforgettable memory of your student days. Gu Wanner looked at the two people who were in a sword fight and immediately stood out. All right, you guys stop arguing. By the time Dad finds out, he'll be angry again. Hearing Gu Wanner's words, the two only then stopped talking. But Lin Haoyu's eyes never stopped glaring at Lin Zhe. Wanner, take an early rest. Lin Zhe went straight back to his room on his crutches after greeting Gu Wanner. Just as Gu Wanner was about to leave as well, Lin Haoyu called out to him. Wanner, you're in danger now. Gu Wanner quizzically turned her head to look at him. What do you mean? Lin Haoyu said with a pained look. You've fallen into Lin Zhe's trap. You've been completely mesmerized by his hypocritical side. He's a devious and cunning person. Look at me. I'm in this miserable state because of him. Lin Haoyu tried to convince Gu Wanner to come over to his side. Enough. Gu Wanner sternly called out to stop Lin Haoyu. Her action caused Lin Haoyu to immediately freeze there. Gu Wanner had actually interrupted him with her voice. I'm not a child. I have my own judgment of right and wrong. I don't need you to teach me. After the lessons she had learned from the previous times, Gu Wanner now didn't believe any of the words that came out of Lin Haoyu's mouth about Lin Zhe anymore. Furthermore, it wasn't Lin Zhe who caused you to end up in this state. You're the one to blame. Gu Wanner dropped these words, not caring about the extremely ugly expression on Lin Haoyu's face. She turned around and left straight away. Lin Haoyu forced himself to hold back his inner anger and hissed in a small voice. It's all I will make you all pay. This scene just now was all clearly seen by Lin Zhe through the hidden doorway. He knew that this brat Lin Haoyu wouldn't be at peace. So after returning to his room, he purposely left a crack in the door to observe the movements outside. As a result, he saw this scene that put him in a soothing mood. Wife is so right. This brat is just asking for it. Lin Zhe muttered secretly in his heart. He had a smug expression all over his face when he thought about how Gu Wan-er had just scolded Lin Haoyu for himself. After being happy, he quickly calmed down. The current Lin Haoyu was furious and might do something crazy. It seemed that he would have to speed up his plans. This time, he must completely eliminate his younger brother as a scourge. Chapter 144, Tenfold Hundredfold Return. Is it him or not? Gu Wan-er lay on her bed, tossing and turning, her mind haunted by this question. The diary lay quietly at the foot of her bed, seemingly carrying her full heart. She reached out her hand and gently stroked the cover of the diary, as if she was confiding with it. Do you think it could be him? It would be too much of a coincidence if it was. Wouldn't it? Originally, she was still grieving over the fact that her father had preferred to believe Guichen over herself at the banquet. But the appearance of this matter completely occupied her mind, leaving her with no time to think about anything else. Her mind was filled with that question, although more than 10 years had passed. But she still remembered clearly. The little boy who had saved her back then had been bitten by a mad dog at that spot on his calf. Just then, Gu Wan-er suddenly remembered. The first day when she met Lin Zhe at home. The familiarity that inexplicably surfaced in her heart. Can it be that it's really him? Gu Wan-er instantly became a little excited. She even wanted to rush straight over and ask Lin Zhe. But what if it wasn't him? Then wouldn't the secret that she had guarded in her heart be known? Moreover, Lin Zhe was still the adopted son of this family. If she knew that she thought of herself as... Thinking of this, Gu Wan-er hastily shook her head, a trace of embarrassment surfacing on her face. No, can't be so reckless. Just as she was torn, she suddenly thought of something. Right, that headband. Gu Wan-er's eyes instantly lit up. She was thanking that little boy for giving him the headband. All she had to do then was test Lin Zhe to see if he had that headband to confirm whether he was the same little boy from back then or not. A determined look appeared on Gu Wan-er's face, and she secretly resolved to find out. Meanwhile, Lin Haoyu looked at the two striking blood marks on his face in the mirror, his heart agitated. Gu Tinghui, this old thing, old. Lousy, such a handsome face, he also had to lay his hands on it. Lin Haoyu cursed fiercely. When he thought that Lin Zhe had even mocked himself, Lin Haoyu's anger grew even more intense. Humph. Gu Tinghui, if you hit me, I'll teach your son a good lesson. A trace of viciousness flashed in Lin Haoyu's eyes. Guichen, who had a bandage wrapped around his head, couldn't help but be taken aback the moment he saw Lin Haoyu. He hadn't expected the family law Gu Tinghui had spoken of to be so harsh, that Lin Haoyu had been beaten to such a sorry state. Are you satisfied? It was all your Tai idea. As soon as Lin Haoyu saw Guichen, he couldn't wait to vent his anger. Can you blame me for this? Blame it on the fact that you were too eager to come out and identify Lin Zhe one after another. Anyone who saw that would feel suspicious. Guichen retorted in dissatisfaction. He had also paid a small price for this plan, and had broken his head. Hearing that Guichen dared to talk back, the anger in Lin Haoyu's heart increased. Guichen, you've gotten fat with guts, haven't you? Or do you want to experience what it's like to lose your mother? Hearing Lin Haoyu threaten himself with his own mother again, Guichen's face instantly turned ice cold. Lin Haoyu, are you still a human being? I bailed you out in front of so many people and didn't let you go to the station, and you're still threatening me with my mom. Humph. Lin Haoyu coldly snorted and continued. If you don't do this, you'll never want to see your mom. A hideous expression appeared on Lin Haoyu's face, and this movement immediately tore the wound on his face. Hiss! He sucked in a breath of cool air, the pain reminding him of the scene where Gu Tinghui had whipped himself with a bamboo board. He looked at Guichen with increasingly fierce eyes. Guichen, the sins that your bastard old son created, let's let you pay them back for now. Lin Haoyu clenched his fists and took a step towards Guichen. What do you want to do? Guichen looked at him coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of caution. If you dare to fight back, I'll make sure your mom's life is worse than death. Lin Haoyu finished viciously, swung his fist, and threw an anger-inducing punch at Guichen. Aha! Guichen let out a muffled grunt. His body couldn't help but tremble for a moment, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Seeing Guichen's agonized appearance, the anger in Lin Haoyu's heart was slightly vented and his mood was slightly better. Guichen suffered such an insult. The anger in his heart was like a volcano erupting, and he angrily grabbed Lin Haoyu's collar. Fight back, huh? If you dare to fight back once, I'll have someone send another one of your mom's fingers over. Anyway, your mom still has 9 more fingers. Enough for you to pay me back 9 times. Lin Hao Yu sneered and threatened. Gui Chen was so angry that his hands trembled. But for the sake of his mother's safety, he had to loosen his grip. What a filial and good son. Lin Hao Yu said mockingly, and swung out another vicious punch. Punch after punch, Lin Hao Yu treated Gui Chen as Lin Zai, frantically venting his anger and resentment. Gui Chen was being beaten like a sandbag. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at Lin Hao Yu with a deadly hatred in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour the other party. He hissed over and over in his heart. Lin Hao Yu, Lin Hao Yu, Lin Hao Yu, you'd better not let me catch a chance. Otherwise, I'll pay you back 10-fold, 100-fold for all the pain I've suffered. Chapter 145. She loves me so much. Lin Hao Yu shook off his arms, which had long been sore and aching, and a hint of exhaustion appeared in his eyes. He looked askance at Gui Chen, who had collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Only Gui Chen's head wound, which was originally bandaged, was oozing blood again, and the corners of his mouth were covered in blood. His appearance was wretched to the extreme. Lin Hao Yu coldly ordered, "Tomorrow, get me a bottle of cosmetics that can cover the scars. Don't make me remind you again." After a pause, he impatiently waved his hand in disgust. "All right, you can get lost." Gui Chen clenched his teeth, his cheeks bulging slightly from the exertion, and the muscles on his face trembling uncontrollably. He endured the sharp pain coming from his wounds and slowly stood up, his body staggering, but he still tried to straighten his spine. His eyes stared deathly at Lin Hao Yu, the hatred ejected from his eyes seeming to materialize into sharp blades, wanting to cut Lin Hao Yu into 1,000 pieces. As he walked to the door, he paused for a moment, his clenched fists' joints whitening from the exertion, and the veins on his arms rippling. He wanted to turn around and rush back to fight Lin Hao Yu to the death. But Ruyan Lu's severed finger surfaced in his mind once again. Gui Chen gritted his teeth and endured. He turned around and left the place. The next day, Lin Zai walked out of the room on his crutches. He looked at the long escalator and was worried. Suddenly, he heard a ding sound next to him. The elevator opened. Zhang Ying walked out of the elevator. Lin Zai looked at this scene with some incredulity. "Auntie Zhang, didn't you say that the elevator had been blocked?" Zhang Ying smiled brightly. "It was Madame who shouted for someone to get it done." "Mama Lu shouted for someone to get it done?" Lin Zai was a bit strange, so why was Auntie Zhang smiling so happily? Before he could inquire, Zhang Ying answered truthfully. "However, Madame said that it was Miss Warner who specifically approached her about this." Hearing what Zhang Ying said, Lin Zai's eyes lit up. It was Warner. Warner had actually thought about his injured foot and found a way to get the elevator. Thinking about this, a warmth surged in Lin Zai's heart. When Zhang Ying saw the unstoppable smile on Lin Zai's face, the ant's smile on her face became even more intense. "In the future, young Master Zai, you won't even have to climb the stairs. You can sweetly take the elevator." After Zhang Ying finished speaking, she went to work on things. Lin Zai reacted only afterward. "Sweetly? What do you mean, Auntie Zhang?" But the only thing that answered was Zhang Ying's back. Lin Zai sat in the elevator for a few trips back and forth, a smile hanging unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. "She cares about me, hey. Specially made the elevator work for me, and helped me dislike Lin Hao Yu back yesterday, and helped me testify in front of so many people that time at the banquet." Lin Zai finally came to a conclusion. "She's definitely starting to like me." Lin Zai didn't think he was narcissistic. After all, in his last life, this chick loved himself to death. In this life, it still couldn't escape my brother's charm. And Lin Zai looked down to his calf there. That scar from the dog bite. Gu Wan saw this scar on herself. She should have recognized herself anyways, right? Lin Zai thought. He had already been convinced to like himself by his charm. In addition to knowing that he was the Prince Charming, who had saved his life when he was a child. Tis-K. That must not love him, ah. Lin Zai was just fantasizing when the sound of the elevator arriving rang in his ears. As the elevator doors opened, a delicate and small face appeared in front of him. Lin Zai almost didn't even hold the cane in his hand. This person was none other than the heroine he had just YY'd, Gu Wan. Wan. Yeah. The The words that came out of his stutter caused Lin Zhe to unconsciously feel a little embarrassed. Ah, that. Have you eaten? Gu Wan-er on the other side was also a bit at a loss. The first thing that came out of her mouth was a cheesy as hell opening line. She had wanted to see if the elevator was done. But in the end, she had just come over and saw Lin Zhe appear in front of her. Not yet. Lin Zhe replied honestly. Then I'll have someone make some food. Let's eat together. Gu Wan-er was calculating in her mind what excuse she would find to find Lin Zhe to have a chat. Right now was a good opportunity. Let's just test him out over dinner and see if he was the person she was looking for or not. In the face of Gu Wan-er's request, Lin Zhe nodded his head repeatedly. Good. Lin Zhe acted calmly on his face, but inwardly he was actually in turmoil. She was worried about being hungry, and she even offered to eat with her. She loves me so much. Gu Wan-er then entered the elevator as well. In the elevator, the two people were variously harboring their own little thoughts, and neither of them opened their mouths to speak. Ding! The elevator doors opened and Gu Wan-er took the lead and walked out. She came out and then helped Lin Zhe press the elevator door. Be careful. Come out slowly. Don't be in a hurry. I'm pressing it for you. Lin Zhe was inwardly delighted again. She had noticed such a detail. She loves me so much. After arriving at the restaurant, Gu Wan-er called out to the maid to order the food. Don't you love fish? Let's eat fish. Gu Wan-er looked at Lin Zhe and inquired.
Lin Zhe nodded.
She actually remembered her favorite food. She loved me so much. After ordering, Gu Wan-er had been hesitating in her mind on how to ask. Unconsciously, she began to play with the trinkets on her clothes with her hands. Lin Zhe took in her small movements as well. Is this being nervous with someone you like? She is so. Before the words in Lin Zhe's heart could be said, he saw a silhouette appear over here. Fixing his eyes on it, it was actually Gui-chen. Gu Wan-er also noticed Gui-chen over there. Strange. Did he have such a bad fall that day? Gu Wan-er murmured with furrowed brows when she saw Gui-chen's injuries. Lin Zhe also frowned. The direction this guy was walking over, it seemed like he was coming towards himself. He was picking on himself again. Wasn't this guy's injury not even healed? It was a little too dedicated, wasn't it? Just as Lin Zhe was getting alert and ready to enter a state of battle readiness, an unbelievable picture appeared. Gui-chen had stopped in front of Gu Wan-er. When Lin Zhe heard what Gui-chen said next, he was even more surprised. Chapter 146 on the ass. Do you want to see? Gui-chen looked at Gu Wan-er in front of him, her demeanor a little twisted. Can I borrow something from you? Hearing Gui-chen borrow something from herself, Gu Wan-er was also wide-eyed at the moment, and it took a few seconds for her to come back to her senses. What is it? A bottle of makeup that can cover up scars. After Gui-chen finished speaking, he somewhat awkwardly shifted his eyes away. When he thought about it, the only person in this family who could ask to go borrow such a thing was Gu Wan-er. Those maids were like hiding cats when they saw themselves, skulking away from a distance. I can't go and ask Lu Wanqin to borrow it, right? Taking care of Wan-er to borrow this thing was also really a helpless move. Oh! Then I'll go to my room later to look for it, and send it over to you when I find it. Although Gu Wan-er had curiosity on her face, she still nodded. Seeing that she agreed, Gui-chen dropped a vague and whispered thank you, and flew out of here. Lin Zhe, who was beside him, was already pondering in his mind. Gui-chen borrowed cosmetics from Gu Wan-er, and was still able to cover up the scars. Then it was definitely to help that guy Lin how you ask for it. In that case, an evil thought arose in Lin Zhe's mind. Strange, what's the point of asking me to borrow that thing for a good reason? For tomorrow's group photo? But his injury isn't something that can be fixed with a concealer either. Gu Wan-er muttered strangely as she looked at the so large bandage on Gui-chen's head. Suddenly she thought of something. He borrowed it for Lin Haoyu, right? But Lin Haoyu is treating him like that. Why is he still so nice to Lin Haoyu? Gu Wan-er turned her head to Lin Zhe for confirmation. Turned out that Lin Zhe had actually been looking at her. Suddenly meeting his eyes made her unconsciously widen her eyes, and her body became a little stiff and uncomfortable.
Gu Wan-er somewhat regretted asking Liz.
This chick, smart as she is, it's just that sometimes her reflex arc is a bit long. Lin Zhe was the first to open his mouth to break the silence. Cosmetics that can cover up scars. Is there such a magical thing? Hearing Lin Zhe's voice ringing out, Gu Wan-er hurriedly took over the conversation, reasonably averting her gaze. Of course there is. This type of cosmetic is called a concealer. A good concealer is able to cover up scars, but it can still be seen if you look closely. That's pretty impressive too. Before I take it to Gui-chen, can you take it to me and use it? What do you want it for? Gu-wan-er really couldn't figure it out this time. Oh, I have a birthmark in one place. I'll see if I can cover it up with that concealer of yours. A birthmark? Where is it? I don't think I've ever seen it. Gu-wan-er started looking Lin Zhe up and down with a puzzled gaze. When Lin Zhe saw her like this, he suddenly got playful. It's on the butt. Do you want to take a look? Okay. Or I'll go see if the food is ready. Gu-wan-er, whose mouth was faster than her brain, immediately forced a change of topic and got up to escape the embarrassing scene. You remember to bring it to me to try first.
Linse shouted towards Gu-wan-er.
Got it. Gu-wan-er didn't come back until the food was served, and even purposely kept a little distance from Lin Zhe. Thinking back to the somewhat embarrassing events just now, she had actually forgotten to do her business. Not to mention trying things out, even eating was done in silence with her head down. Lin Zhe also regretted it at this moment. You said you were teasing her for what? But this chick is now a little too thin-skinned. Put aside before. Not right, put aside in the last life, she damn moving salty pig hand. Sleep also put his life root sleep. At that time, he also marveled. She which has the appearance of a young lady. Now that he thinks about it, he really misses it. Just as Lin Zhe was nostalgic here, Gu-wan-er's voice rang out. I'm done eating. I'll go find something for you first. And without waiting for Lin Zhe to respond, she tangled and hurriedly got up and left the restaurant. Lin Zhe vaguely saw that her face was red. It seems like I'll have to temper my charm in the future. I can't release too much at once. She won't be able to stand it. Lin Zhe muttered to himself and nodded affirmatively. Lin Zhe had just arrived upstairs in the elevator when Gu-wan-er, who had been waiting there, shoved something into his arms. Here, I'll go study first. Gu-wan-er turned around and was about to leave.
Linse hurriedly spoke.
Aren't you going to teach me how to use it? As soon as he said this, he only saw Gu-wan-er's footsteps getting faster and faster. Took a while before 4 words floated in. Just wipe it on. Lin Zhe looked at Gu-wan-er's departing back and laughed for a while. Back in the room, Lin Zhe opened the concealer and applied a little bit on the place he had drawn on with the marker. It was found that it really did cover up 7 or 8 of them. He then immediately dug out a bit of the concealer from the bottle, put the lard he got from the kitchen in it and mixed it up. He then looked at the bottle of concealer with satisfaction and nodded. Brother, don't you love to show off? Tomorrow I'll let you show off. Oh. Inside the BB, Lu Ruyan daintily lay in Lu Wei's arms, her eyes darting around. Brother Wei, I need to tell you something. Ruyan Lu suddenly got up and looked at the man in front of her with a serious face. Lu Wei had just finished his physical labor and was a bit tired. Suddenly being looked at by Lu Ruyan like this, he was a bit overwhelmed. This has many tricks, no wonder Gu Tinghui couldn't fight back then. Are you a ing juicer? Seeing Lu Wei's misunderstanding, a hint of redness rose on Lu Ruyan's face. Hate. What are you talking about? What I want to talk about is not this matter. Don't even think about the thing that gives you freedom.
Liu Wei revêa la résolute attitude.
I said I have to wait for you to carry my seed. That's what I'm going to say. Lu Ruyan sat up and looked at him seriously and said, My period hasn't come for several days. You think I'm stupid? How long has it only been? Lu Wei frowned, revealing a fierce look. I'm telling you, don't even think about lying to me. Gu, Brother Wei, how dare I lie to you? Nowadays, medicine is very advanced. It can be measured a few days after that. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Lu Wei's frown loosened a bit. Really? Really, if you don't believe me, do a search on your cell phone. Do that blood test. The accuracy rate is very high. Lu Wei half-heartedly took out his cell phone and searched. Once searched, it was found that what Ruyan Lu said was indeed true. Then go back some time later. Maybe it's just that your period has been delayed for a few days. Lu Wei still didn't believe that Ruyan Lu was pregnant so soon. Wei, don't you want a sooner if I'm pregnant with your child? If I'm really pregnant, you'll be able to live a life with money to spend whenever you want sooner. Unlike now, how boring it is for us to be here all day. Lu Ruyan's spiel immediately made Lu Wei a little shaken up. All right, I'll find a chance to take you to the hospital in the next 2 days. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Ruyan Lu's eyes lit up and her heart couldn't stop the excitement. As long as she found a way to get to the hospital, she would be able to escape from here. Chapter 147. Do you have on your face? Early in the morning, Lin Zhe sat in the wheelchair that Zhang Ying had gotten for him and waited in the hall. It wasn't long before Gu Wan'er came downstairs. Her hair was tied into a sharp ponytail, and a delicate hairpin was pinned between her hair. Obviously quite attentive to today's group photo shoot. Lin Zhe smiled with his eyebrows and greeted her warmly. Wan'er, good morning. Morning. Gu Wan'er felt that Lin Zhe had been staring at her, and a blush instantly crept onto her cheeks. This blush was like a natural blush, making her more and more delicate. At this moment, Lin Zhe actually thanked Lin Haoyu for publicizing Gu Wan'er's identity earlier. Otherwise, with Wan'er's charm, there would definitely be many male students who would want to chase after her. Now that she was holding the title of the richest daughter, even if those boys had the heart to do so, they didn't have the guts to do so. Gu Wan'er was the first to break the silence and said softly, "Your foot injury is still not healed. You actually don't need to send us."
Linze responded mildly.
It's fine. I'll just stay in the car, and have always been quite eager for campus life. I want to go and see you guys take group photos, and also make up for the regret that I didn't finish my studies. After Gu Wan'er heard this, she gently nodded her head and didn't try to dissuade her. At this time, Gu Yichen also came downstairs. He had changed the conspicuously large bandage on his head and was only wearing a piece of gauze that wasn't too noticeable, apparently also preparing for the group photo. Not long after Gu Yichen came down, there was another commotion from upstairs, only to see Lin Haoyu also following down. Several people raised their eyes to look, seeing Lin Haoyu wearing a mask. The corner of Lin Zhe's mouth hooked up into a bad smile as he teased. Yo, brother. I really didn't think you'd dare to go to school. Brave enough. He paused and added, wearing a mask is a good idea. At least you can cover it up. But when the time comes to take pictures, can the teacher let you keep it on? Having previously held back for too long, Lin Zhe was now seizing the opportunity to taunt Lin Haoyu. He wanted to get back a little bit of the anger he had suffered. Don't you meddle in my affairs. Lin Haoyu glared fiercely at Lin Zhe and said something that made Lin Zhe not feel any pain. Lin Zhe's heart was looking forward to what would happen in the group photo, so he stopped pestering and followed them to the car. In order to take the group photo, the school had organized the students into the school's playground. The blazing sun made the students standing on the playground a little hot. Lin Zhe was sitting in a wheelchair, parked on the platform at the front of the playground, looking down at this side. In the grand crowd, he still saw Gu Wan'er at a glance. Under the sunlight, her complexion looked more and more snow white, and her hair was like ink, but refracted with an oily and healthy luster. In addition to her, Lin Zhe also saw Lin Haoyu over there at a glance. He was surprisingly still wearing that mask. A hint of anticipation surfaced in Lin Zhe's eyes as he raised an eyebrow and pulled out his cell phone. Lin Haoyu stood at the end of the line, standing under the sun for a long time, the edges of the mask on his face somewhat soaked with sweat. The homeroom teacher held a megaphone as she traveled between the lines, directing everyone to stand. She quickly noticed Lin Haoyu, who was wearing a mask. Students wearing masks in the last row. Show your faces. This is a group photo to be filed. Lin Haoyu was very reluctant, but thinking that he had already used makeup to cover the scars on his face, he still removed the mask. He didn't pay the slightest attention to the fact that the removed mask was already stained with a lot of murky yellow liquid. Hearing the class teacher's words, many of the students turned their heads to see who was wearing the mask. When their eyes landed on Lin Haoyu's body, their eyes widened. Under the high temperature, the concealer laced with lard was melting at an alarming rate. The left side of Lin Haoyu's face was hideously scarred, and the right side of his face was hung with sticky milky yellow pulp, like he had been splashed with a bowl of rancid egg drop soup. I don't know who in the team laughed out first, and in an instant the entire playground exploded with laughter. Ha ha ha! Look at his face. Lin Haoyu, do you have on your face? The sports commissioner's broken voice instantly lit up the entire field. Now, not only the students from his own class, even the students from other classes looked over. Lin Haoyu realized that something had gone wrong with his face and wiped his face in a panic, only to make his makeup worse. The melted cream proudly flowed down his neck into his shirt, haloing a large stain on the snow-white fabric. The laughter around us was like a wave, and some of the students even laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. Ha ha! This just crawled out of a pigsty. Lin Haoyu, are you going to act like a clown? All sorts of ear-piercing jeers went on and on. The homeroom teacher was also forcing himself not to laugh out when he saw Lin Haoyu's face, loudly scolding his classmates to quiet down. But the laughter continued to rise and fall. Lin Haoyu's eyes were filled with anger and shame as he glared viciously at Gu Yichen over there. After Gu Yichen saw this scene, he then looked at Gu Waner with incredulity. Gu Waner was shocked in her heart. Is this concealer so not waterproof? Ka-ching! The shutter sound rang out at an inopportune time. The photographer looked at the comical picture in the viewfinder and held his laughter until his hands shook. This student. Do you want to go wash your face? Lin Haoyu's face turned red, and he couldn't stand the humiliation any longer. He violently rushed towards the school building, but because he ran too fast, he didn't step on the steps steadily and directly fell down, falling on his back. This time Lin Haoyu became the center of attention in the whole room. Laughter erupted once again, louder than before. Ha ha! Look at him. He even fell on his ass. After today, Lin Haoyu is going to be the man of the hour in our school. Even the principal on the podium noticed this. That student, what are you doing? The photo will be taken soon. Lin Haoyu rose up from the ground in a sorry state, his body covered in dust, and the pants at his knees were abraded, revealing red and swollen skin. His eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. His lips trembled, and his hands clenched into fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The jeers around him were like a sharp blade, piercing his eardrums. He couldn't take it anymore and ran away without looking back. That student, hurry back. If you don't participate in the group photo, you'll be disciplined. The principal's voice was still echoing through the speakers. Lin Haoyu, however, didn't seem to be able to hear it as he ran farther and farther away, fleeing the place. In the distance, Lin Zhe, who had been paying attention to this place, put back the cell phone he had been holding up to take the picture. Wonderful, ah. Brother, you really didn't let me down. The smile on Lin Zhe's face grew wider. Anyway, you're already famous in school today, so you don't mind being even more famous, right? Lin Zhe said, opening his video socialization software. He still had over 2 million followers on it. Lin Zhe paired the video he just made with text after checking it off. It's been a long time since I've shared my life. Today I went to visit the students to take a group photo. I really missed the time when I was studying. After clicking upload, soon after, a few large words were displayed on the phone. Uploaded successfully. Chapter 148. Getting the big one. Watching the heat of the video he had posted soar, with more and more people commenting underneath, Lin Zhe was very satisfied. He hadn't forgotten that Lin Haoyu had smeared himself online several times before. Of course, he had to return the favor. Otherwise, he was sorry for being so patient in the beginning. Although the video taken by Lin Zhe presented a large body of students, the netizens could all brush the video with a magnifying glass. They were instantly attracted by Lin Haoyu's wonderful operation, and they all liked, left comments, and forwarded it. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. This student completely social death, ah. Social death is him. Why is it embarrassing for me? I suggest that this classmate change a planet to live. Did not pass away, endure, this life will soon pass. Meanwhile, Lin Haoyu lost his mind and ran out of the school before heading back to his home that he hadn't set foot in for a long time. He dove headfirst into his room and threw himself on the bed, covering his head with the quilt, as if this would isolate him from all the ridicule and humiliation of the outside world. His mind kept recalling the scene in the playground just now. Every piercing laugh, every mocking word was like a sharp knife, piercing his heart fiercely. His body kept trembling from anger and shame. Why? Why is this happening? Lin Haoyu roared hysterically as he blamed all his resentment on Gu Yichen. It must be that guy harboring a grudge, taking revenge on me. He remembered the way Gu Yichen had looked at himself when he left after punching him that day. He was more and more certain that it was Gu Yichen who did it. It was to make a fool out of him in front of the entire school, to make him the laughingstock of everyone. Thinking of this, a hint of sinister cruelty flashed through Lin Haoyu's eyes. Gu Yichen, if you dare to do this to me, I'll make sure you pay a painful price. Lin Haoyu immediately pulled out his own cell phone. He wanted to call Lu Wei, but suddenly a video recommendation popped up on his phone. Seeing that the thumbnail above looked a little familiar, he ghostly clicked in. Once he went in to view it, Lin Haoyu's eyes widened incredulously. This was actually the video of himself making a fool of himself in front of the entire school. The likes were 200,000 to 300,000. How could this be? Lin Haoyu couldn't figure it out at all, and he immediately checked up on the source of the video. Fixing his eyes on it, his eyes widened even more, and his eyeballs almost fell out. It was Lindsay. It was Lindsay who had posted this video. How did he capture this video? Lin Haoyu suddenly thought of the taunt Lindsay had made to himself in the morning. Coupled with Lindsay's actions of preparing for the shoot this beforehand, it was only then that Lin Haoyu had an afterthought. This was all Lindsay's doing. Lin Haoyu, who had finally thought clearly, threw everything he could on the bed. Damn it.
Linse.
I'm going to break you into pieces. Lin Haoyu stood up and smashed everything in the room that he could, but he still couldn't vent the anger in his heart. Su Chuanxiu, who had a weary face, had only returned to the door when she heard the sound of smashing coming from the room. She immediately opened the door and rushed in. After realizing that the sound was coming from her son's room, she immediately picked up a broom and rushed into the room. Son! When she saw clearly that it was Lin Haoyu who was smashing things, Su Chuanxiu had tears in the corners of her eyes and threw the broom aside. She excitedly rushed over and hugged him. My precious son, you're finally back. Mom has searched so hard for you in these days. Lin Haoyu smelled out the smell of Su Chuanxiu's body and frowned in disgust. He pushed Su Chuanxiu away with force, and he shouted as he already had a belly full of anger with no place to take it out. Don't touch me. You're dirty. Su Chuanxiu, who was still immersed in the joy of seeing her son, froze when she heard this. What did you say? Su Chuanxiu's voice became shaky. I said you're dirty. Don't touch me. Lin Haoyu glared at Su Chuanxiu, and it was as if the fury in his eyes was about to rush out. I'm your mom. How can you say that about me? Tears fell from Su Chuanxiu's eyes, and her body trembled slightly. The dislike on Lin Haoyu's face increased, and when he thought that because she had dragged him down, causing him not to be able to stomp Lindsay to death in the beginning, and now he had landed himself in this situation, the anger in his heart increased even more. He shouted, Don't say you're my mom. I don't have a mom as useless as you. You're just an old chicken. Hearing such vicious words from Lin Haoyu, Su Chuanxiu felt as if she had been heavily slapped in the face. Her face instantly lost its blood color and her body shook as she almost became unsteady on her feet. She looked incredulously at the son in front of her, who she once regarded as the treasure of her heart, and tears rushed out like a dam. How can you speak to mom like that? Mom worked hard to raise you. Even if she had many faults, she shouldn't be insulted by you like this. Su Chuanxiu sobbed uncontrollably, her voice filled with despair and pain. Lin Haoyu, however, was unmoved, his eyes red, like an angry beast, staring viciously at Su Chuanxiu. Don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. If it wasn't for you, I would be in this situation today. If you had been useful and helped me to settle Lindsay once and for all, he would still be riding on my head and ting on me. Su Chuanxiu's lips trembled as she laboriously squeezed out a sentence. In the beginning, you were the one who wanted to refuse the opportunity to be adopted by Gu Tinghui, to give it up to Lindsay, and said something about how you'd get the favor of Gu Wanner in the future, and that everything in the Gu family would be yours in the future. Lin Haoyu, who was originally in a state of rage. When he heard these words from Su Chuanxiu, it was suddenly like an electric shock, and his eyes immediately lit up. Right. Lin Haoyu first nodded to himself, then began to shake his head again. Wrong. It was me who was wrong. During this period of time, my focus was all wrong. Su Chuanxiu was a little startled when he saw Lin Haoyu in this insane state. Suddenly, he fiercely came up to Su Chuanxiu. But then he said, as if he was talking to himself, I shouldn't just think about screwing over Lindsay. I should be getting Gu Wanner into my hands. At that time, everything will be mine, and Lindsay will have to die. After Lin Haoyu finished speaking, he suddenly laughed out loud. Are you alright? Seeing Lin Haoyu like this, Su Chuanxiu became more and more frightened. Lin Haoyu, however, didn't pay any attention to him and directly passed by her and walked out of the room. As Lin Haoyu walked, he was planning in his mind. Since Gu Wanner that little refused to listen to him or obediently like him, then he would make it big. Let Gu Wanner have to become his woman. Lin Haoyu had a twisted smile on his face as he plotted his evil plan in his mind. Chapter 149. What's wrong with using you once? Lindsay, you're very proud of yourself now, aren't you? I'm telling you, the winner in the end will be me. We'll see. I'll make sure you go to hell. Seeing these messages from Lin Haoyu on his cell phone, the corner of Lindsay's mouth hooked up into a contemptuous smile. Brother, you're still too naive. Since you're in such a hurry, then I'm also. Saying this, Lindsay paused slightly, his eyes steeply becoming deep and sharp, as if he could see into everything. It's time to close the net. Inside the BB. I'm warning you, when you go out, you can only stay by my side at all times, and do everything under my watch. Do you hear me? Lu Wei warned Ruyan Lu over and over again. Lu Ruyan nodded her head repeatedly, trying to make herself look well-behaved and docile. But there was a hint of undetectable excitement hidden in the bottom of her eyes. Don't worry, Brother Wei. I'll listen to everything you say. Although she pretended to be submissive on the surface, she had long been excited inwardly that she would soon be able to regain her freedom and escape from this cage. After preparing everything, Lu Wei tightly tugged on Lu Ruyan's hand and walked to the door step by step. Seeing that she was about to step out of this door, Lu Ruyan's heartbeat steeply accelerated, as if it was about to pop out of her throat. Squeak! Lu Wei opened the door and was just about to stretch out his foot to step out. The silhouette that appeared outside the door at an unknown time, however, made him act as if he had been cast under a stasis spell. His movements instantly froze before quickly shrinking back. His eyes were wide open, unbelief written all over his face. Sister! You, why are you here? Lu Wei's voice trembled with a hint of fear and panic. Lu Wanqin coldly looked at Lu Wei with Lu Ruyan by his side. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, the moment she saw Lu Wanqin, her eyes were equally filled with shock. Like Lu Wei, she couldn't figure out why Lu Wanqin would appear here. Lu Ruyan, it seems that I have underestimated you. Your means of coaxing men is really brilliant. Lu Wanqin looked condescendingly at Lu Ruyan. Her brows furrowed and her eyes unabashedly showed her dislike. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Lu Wanqin tightly frowned, her heart filled with doubts. What do you mean? Lu Wei was also confused, completely puzzled. Sister, what the hell are you talking about? Shut up and don't call me sis. I don't have a brother like you who is incorrigible and still dumb as a pig. It wasn't enough that I was cheated by this 18 years ago, but after 18 years I even planted myself on this. Hearing Lu Wanqin's words, it was like a bolt of lightning crossed Lu Wei's mind, gradually clearing his head. An incredulous look appeared in his eyes, as if he had seen something that he could not accept. Could it be that you deliberately said those words in front of me last time? Humph, it seems that you aren't so stupid as to be hopelessly stupid. Lu Wanqin snorted coldly and considered it a tacit admission. That day, she had deliberately revealed the news of Ruyan Lu and Guichen's return to the country to Wei Lu, and she had also intentionally pretended to be pathetic and miserable in front of him. She knew her brother's character too well, and had calculated that he would definitely go looking for trouble with Ruyan Lu and the others. Later, she saw that Guichen had returned to the Gu family unharmed, and a pang of disappointment ran through her heart. But after learning about Ruyan Lu's disappearance from Linzai, she was certain that it was her own brother's doing. So afterward, she found Lu Wei again and questioned him about whether he had done anything to Ruyan Lu and the others, but didn't really leave. She sent someone to quietly follow Lu Wei and soon found this place. Lu Wei, who realized all of this, immediately felt the sky spinning and collapsed a little. Sister, I am your own brother. Why are you using me like this? Lu Wanqin, however, had a cold face, without any sense of guilt. Kissing brother? You only have money in your eyes, right? Have you ever looked at me as your own sister? You've lied to me for so many years and threatened me so many times with this matter. Can't I still use you once? Lu Wanqin's words were like a sharp blade, directly poking at Lu Wei's vitals, leaving him speechless. However, he was still unable to accept this cruel fact and kept shaking his head, regretting his stupidity. Seeing this disoriented look of Lu Wei, Lu Ruyan saw the right moment and jerked her hand, breaking free from Lu Wei's tight grip and immediately rushed out from Lu Wanqin's side. Seeing this, Lu Wanqin just glanced coldly, without the slightest intention to stop. After Lu Ruyan ran a few steps, she suddenly stopped, the expression on her face instantly frozen. I thought that I could take advantage of this opportunity to escape out, but I didn't expect. Another silhouette unexpectedly appeared in front of her, blocking her path. Mrs. Ruyan, where do you want to go? A low male voice rang out. Ruyan Lu fixed her eyes, and after seeing the person who came, her face immediately revealed an angry expression. Chapter 150. He can look forward to this too much. Linzai, why are you here? Lu Ruyan looked at Linzai in front of her, and then turned to look at Lu Wanqin. Then she blurted out an accusation as if she had realized something. You even joined forces with Lu Wanqin to harm me? Aren't you afraid that Gu Tinghui will find out? Lin Zhe didn't retort. What Lu Ruyan said was half right and half wrong. Originally, Lu Wanqin only wanted to use Lu Wei to settle their mother and son. Nor did she want to inform Lin Zhe of this matter. But Lin Zhe's $10 billion note had really impressed her. That's why she told him about Lu Ruyan's whereabouts. And he wasn't in a hurry to make his next move. He was playing a big game. Lin Zhe, I'll definitely tell Gu Tinghui what you guys did. Just you wait. Listening to Ruyan Lu's accusations, the corners of Lin Zhe's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile before he unhurriedly pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. Mrs. Ruyan, you calm down first. You might as well take a look at this before saying anything else. Lu Ruyan didn't want to listen to his nonsense, but her eyes inadvertently swept to the cell phone screen. On Lin Zhe's cell phone, a surveillance picture was displayed. Ruyan Lu fixed her eyes on it, and immediately her eyes widened, panic written all over her face. She immediately turned around and rushed back to her room, rummaging around in her bedroom. Finally, she found something that was flickering with a faint red light in the air conditioning vent. It was a surveillance camera. After confirming it, Ruyan Lu's body began to tremble uncontrollably. At this time, Lin Zhe also pushed his wheelchair and slowly walked in. He spoke unhurriedly. Everything that happened to you here these days was captured clearly by the surveillance cameras. I guess Gu Tinghui shouldn't want to see these surveillance images either, after all. Lin Zhe shook his head and sighed softly. Some of the images are really unpleasant to look at. Ruyan Lu turned around, her eyes red, staring viciously at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, I have no grudges against you. Why did you harm me like this? Listening to Ruyan Lu's accusations, Lin Zhe shook his head in an unhurried manner. No, I didn't come to harm you. I came to rescue you. When Ruyan Lu heard Lin Zhe's words, she froze for a moment, her face filled with doubt. What do you mean? Lin Zhe smiled, his eyes revealing a hint of mystery. What happened here, no one would know except for us few. You disappeared for these days because you went abroad on business. And you only returned to the country today. The words that Lin Zhe said made Lu Ruyan even more puzzled. What exactly are you trying to express? Lin Zhe looked at Lu Ruyan in front of him and spoke. As long as you do what I say, no one will know about these dirty things of yours. Haha. Ruyan Lu suddenly laughed. Lin Zhe, don't even think about threatening me with this. After she finished laughing, she glared at Lin Zhe and said, even if Gu Tinghui knows about it, so what? Everything I did was to survive. I was forced to do it. Oh? Then what if your son Guichen knows about this? Lin Zhe pretended to look thoughtful and said, let me think. I think you said that you wanted Guichen to call Lu Wei father and to give him a younger brother, and also said that his existence was just a tool for you to ask for money. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu panicked a bit. Gu Tinghui she could care less about, but not her own son. What exactly do you want me to do? Ruyan Lu faltered. I said for you to pretend that nothing happened here. As long as you do what I say, not only will you be free, you'll also be able to appear in front of everyone in a dignified manner. Not only will Gu Tinghui not know about you, Guichen won't know either. You can go to him tomorrow. Lin Zhe had already seen the relief in Lu Ruyan's eyes after saying those words. He knew that she would definitely agree. After all, it wasn't like she was brainless. Okay, I promise you, but I still have one more question. As Lin Zhe expected, Ruyan Lu quickly agreed to his request. You ask.
Lin Zhe spoke indifferently.
Why? Ruyan Lu really couldn't figure out that Lin Zhe was taking such pains to do all this, laying out what exactly was the purpose of doing this for. Lin Zhe didn't answer, but instead revealed a meaningful smile. Then, of course, it was in order for his own brother Lin Hao Yu to get the retribution that belonged to him. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe became more and more excited. When Ruyan Lu properly appeared in front of Guichen at that time, he would definitely startle Guichen. Immediately after that, he would realize that he had been tricked. He would think that Lin Hao Yu had been weaving a lie to trick him and blackmail him. At that point, how would Guichen react? He was looking forward to it. Chapter 151, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Guichen stared at the vial of special liquid in his hand, his eyes filled with struggle and entanglement. Then his eyes emptied and Lin Hao Yu's figure appeared in his mind. Guichen, I'll let you do one last thing, and after it's done, I promise to release your mother. Find a way to make Gu Wan-er drink this, then send her to my room. The recollection ended, and Guichen looked at the small bottle in his hand, his brows furrowed tightly, his knuckles all white from exertion, despite extreme inner resistance. On the one hand, there was his mother, who he had always relied on, and on the other hand, there was this sister, to whom he had always had no emotional ties. He had no choice but to sacrifice Gu Waner.
Geu Waner, I'm sorry.
Gu Yichen muttered, his voice low and helpless, as if explaining to his conscience. He took a deep breath, gripped the vial in his hand tightly, and slowly walked towards the kitchen. Under the light of the kitchen, he poured a glass of juice with a wooden expression, then slowly poured the vial of special liquid into it. Watching the liquid slowly disperse in the juice, a hint of intolerance flashed through his eyes. Carrying the cup of juice, Gu Yichen walked towards Gu Waner's room. Every step was like stepping on his conscience, heavy and difficult. Just then, a familiar voice entered his ears.
Ashen.
That voice was like an electric current that instantly struck Gu Yichen. His body jolted and his steps came to an abrupt halt. He stood frozen in place, wondering if he was hallucinating, not even daring to turn around to confirm. "Ah Chun, Mom is calling you." The voice sounded again, carrying a familiar gentleness and concern. Gu Yichen slowly turned around, and when he saw the person in front of him, his hand loosened, and the cup of juice fell to the ground with a snap, splashing the juice in all directions. "Mom!" Gu Yichen's eyes reddened. A few steps rushed forward, a hand Lu Ruyan tightly embraced, as if afraid that once he let go of his hand, his mother would disappear. "It really is you. I thought I had misheard and misread you." Gu Yichen's voice had a hint of trembling in it. He hugged Ruyan Lu hard, feeling the familiar temperature, and only at this moment did he dare to believe that his mom was really right in front of him. "I almost thought I'd never see you again, Mom." Gu Yichen's voice was tinged with tears. The fear, worry, and pain of these days poured out like a flood that broke the dike at this moment. Lu Ruyan's heart tightened. A trace of heartache flashed in her eyes, but she quickly returned to her normal self, a puzzled look on her face. She gently pulled Gu Yichen away from her arms and looked him up and down. "You child, why are you talking as if Mom I'm going to be gone? I'm just going back to a foreign country on business." Gu Yichen froze, his eyes wide open and full of disbelief. "Mom, what did you say?" He asked after him again, as if he hadn't heard him. "This child of yours, what's wrong? Didn't I tell you? I went abroad on business. Because of the urgency of the matter, I wasn't able to tell you in person. I also asked Lin how you to tell you." "What, he didn't tell you?" Ruyan Lu frowned, her eyes full of concern and doubt. Gu Yichen was completely confused. He shook his head slightly, his eyes full of confusion, then asked eagerly, "Then why can't you get through on your phone?" "It's inconvenient to use a domestic card abroad, so I switched to a local card." Lu Ruyan explained, her tone calm and natural. Gu Yichen was still frowning tightly, his mind a mess at the moment. As if he suddenly remembered something, he grabbed Lu Ruyan's hand. "Chun, what are you doing?" Lu Ruyan exclaimed in mock surprise, a startled expression on her face. Gu Yichen couldn't be bothered to explain and carefully examined Lu Ruyan's hand. His gaze fell on Lu Ruyan's fingers, and he violently realized that her 10 fingers were intact. Remembering the broken finger he saw that night, and the ring, he immediately pursued the question. "Mom, where's that ring you usually always wear? I forgot about it if you didn't say it. I took it off when I washed my hands that day, and then when I looked for it later, I didn't know which maid with unclean hands stole it." Lu Ruyan's tone carried a hint of chagrin, and at the same time, she frowned imperceptibly. "Lin how you did want to chop off one of her fingers that day. But then he thought later that it would increase the risk of them being exposed by stopping the bleeding of her wound, buying medicine or whatever, so he gave up. It just ripped the ring from her hand." Hearing this, Gu Yichen's mind seemed to ring with a thunderclap, instantly coming to his senses. "Lin how dare you trick me?" Gu Yichen's face twisted with rage, and the painful memories of being threatened and manipulated by Lin how you all these days instantly flooded his mind. He dropped Ruyan Lu and rushed straight to Lin Haoyu's room. Lin Haoyu, who had been waiting all this time, saw Gu Yichen's appearance and a color of joy appeared on his face. "It's done so quickly?" Lin Haoyu looked over with anticipation, but found that Gu Yichen was the only one. The smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by dissatisfaction and doubt. "Where is everyone?" Lin Haoyu furrowed his brows and questioned towards Gu Yichen in a bad tone. "Don't get things done. Watch out for your mom." Before Lin Haoyu could finish his words, Gu Chen was already furious and punched him solidly in the face. This punch was so powerful that it directly knocked Lin Haoyu to the ground. Lin Haoyu looked at Gu Chen incredulously, his eyes full of shock and anger as he shouted, "Gu Chen, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of what I'll do to your mom? Lin Haoyu, up to now you still want to lie to me. If I don't beat you into a grandson today, I won't be called Gu Chen." Gu Chen put down his harsh words, picked up Lin Haoyu's collar and dragged him up from the ground like a chicken, followed by another hard punch on his stomach. Lin Haoyu let out an agonizing scream, dazed by this sudden attack. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Gu Chen, his face filled with pain and anger. "You! How dare you?" Lin Haoyu struggled, using all his strength to break free from Gu Chen's control, but he found that the other party's hands were like iron clamps, gripping him tightly so that he couldn't move a single bit. "Why don't I dare? You liar! Dare to trick me? I'll make your life worse than death," Gu Chen roared angrily, then threw a furious storm of blows at Lin Haoyu, his fists falling on Lin Haoyu's body like rain. Lin Haoyu let out one miserable scream after another. Outside the door, Lin Zhe carefully and quietly stuffed the long prepared knives into the room, and then also thoughtfully helped Gu Chen close the door. Rian Lu stood next to him, worry written all over her face. "If Lin Haoyu has a good or bad, my son, no need to worry." Lin Zhe softly opened his mouth to explain, a hint of certainty in his tone. "Gu Tinghui is precious to this son of his. Even if Gu Chen really got Lin Haoyu killed, he'll still try to help Gu Chen out in any way he can. Don't forget, he's the man who's the richest man, he has all the means." Lin Zhe was very clear that if he took action to get Lin Haoyu killed and got human life on his hands, things would become very troublesome. He was just an adopted son, and not only would Gu Tinghui not harbor him, he wouldn't help him. But if it was Gu Chen who did it, then it would be a completely different matter. That was why he had held back for so long and carefully planned this move, killing with a borrowed knife. Lin Zhe's words made Lu Ruyan unable to find words to refute for a moment. What he said was indeed correct. Moreover, thinking that it was all because of Lin Haoyu that he had been captured by Lu Wei, and all the pain and suffering he had endured during those days, a trace of viciousness also flashed through Lu Ruyan's eyes. All of this was what Lin Haoyu deserved. Seeing that Ruyan Lu stopped talking much, Lin Zhe also prayed silently in his heart. "Gu Chen, don't let me down." Chapter 152. Finally drawing a conclusion. Lin Haoyu's screams echoed in the villa, but not a single person came out to check. Lu Wanqin had long ago shouted all the servants over to the back garden. Gu Wan was also not in the room at all. As for Gu Tinghui, just as Gu Chen rushed into Lin Haoyu's room, he edited a message and sent it to Gu Tinghui. He should be on his way here now. By the time he arrived here, everything should be over, right? Hearing Lin Haoyu's voice, which was more miserable than ever, Lin Zhe's heart had no ripples. He wouldn't be half as soft on this evil brother anymore. When he had gotten himself killed in his last life, they were destined to be enemies. After about 20 minutes or so, the sounds in the room gradually faded away. Just at this time, there were also sounds coming from the hall. It was Gu Tinghui who had rushed in. He had several bodyguards behind him. "Lin Zhe, what happened to the message you sent? Where are they?" Gu Tinghui questioned Lin Zhe. The approximate content of the message Lin Zhe had sent to Gu Tinghui was saying, "Lin Haoyu holds a grudge against Gu Chen because of what happened at the last banquet and wants to hurt Gu Chen." No, Gu Tinghui's heart was set on his precious son, and he immediately rushed back. "Dad, I'm not too sure. Right now they're in this room, and no one's come to open the door after I've called for half a day." Hearing this, Gu Tinghui immediately ordered the bodyguards behind him. "Kick down this door for me." The door was viciously kicked open, making a loud noise and splattering debris in all directions. Gu Tinghui led his men to quickly rush into the room, and the bloody scene in front of them made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Haoyu was curled up in the corner, his face as white as paper, his face covered in bruises and blood. A few severed fingers were scattered horizontally and vertically, and blood bubbled out, coloring the ground a crimson red. His body convulsed from time to time, and a faint moan escaped from his mouth. Gu Chen stood to the side, his chest rising and falling violently, his forehead covered in dense beads of sweat, his hands trembling slightly, and the unresolved anger still lingering in his eyes. Seeing Gu Tinghui and the others enter, it was as if he had only regained a trace of sanity from his state of madness, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. "You! How did you come?" Gu Tinghue's heart raced as he quickly stepped forward and carefully examined Guichen. Only after determining that he had no obvious injuries did he let out a slight sigh of relief, and his taut nerves relaxed a little. Afterward, he slowly shifted his gaze to Lin Haoyu, who was curled up in the corner. Lin Haoyu's face was as white as paper, his lips bloodless, as if he would faint at any moment. However, his eyes were dead set on Guichen, his eyes filled with biting hatred, as if he was going to use that gaze to cut Guichen into 1,000 pieces. Gu Tinghui instantly realized what was going on, and his face sank as he angrily questioned towards Guichen. "You made him like this? Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy. This is all the retribution he deserves." Guichen was agitated, his eyes red as he roared. "I can't wait to kill him." Seeing Lin Haoyu in this miserable state, the rage in Guichen's heart was still burning brightly and hadn't diminished in the slightest. He had never been subjected to such toying and humiliation before, and all the anger he had accumulated before erupted like a volcano at this moment, causing him to almost fall into a state of madness. What the hell happened? Gu Tinghue's brows tightened as he stared sternly at Guichen. Lin Haoyu looked at his bloodied and mangled palm, and it was as if blood was dripping from his eyes. Especially when he heard that Guichen even said that he would kill himself. The hatred in his heart was like a raging tide that instantly drowned him. Just then, his gaze caught a glimpse of a knife that had fallen aside. That knife was the very same murder weapon Guichen had used to cut off 3 of his fingers. Recalling the scene where he had begged for mercy, but Guichen was unmoved, Lin Haoyu completely lost his mind. His heart was filled with great hatred, and his originally weak and frail body seemed to be infused with a surge of strength at this moment. He took advantage of the fact that Gu Tinghui was still cross-examining Guichen and stood up with a violent burst of energy. He quickly picked up the knife, let out a mournful hiss, and lunged towards Guichen. "If I can't live, you have to die too. Watch out!" The bodyguard beside Gu Tinghui was quick on his feet and rushed over with a shout, kicking Lin Haoyu hard in the chest. Lin Haoyu was sent flying backwards by this kick, hitting the wall with a muffled bang, then collapsed on the ground. His eyes rolled over and he fainted. Guichen looked at everything in front of him with palpitations. A layer of fine cold sweat appeared on his forehead. At this time, Lu Ruyan rushed in, her face covered in tear stains, pearly flowers and rain, explaining for Guichen. "It's not Chan who's to blame for this. It's this Lin Haoyu who suddenly had an attack and was holding a knife to stab me and Chen, and it was only because Chan was trying to protect me that he got Lin Haoyu to wrestle with him in this room." Ruyan Lu's appearance caused Gu Tinghui to frown without moving, but after hearing what she said clearly, his face sank even further. At this time, Lin Zhe also came over at the right time to speak. "Dad, my brother, he's really not in the right state. I remember. It seems like he was stimulated that day when he lost face in front of all the teachers and students at school." Saying that, Lin Zhe took out his cell phone and handed Gu Tinghui the video he had prepared in advance to view. "After that day, I heard him keep chanting, 'It's all Guichen's fault,' words like that. At that time, I didn't think much about it. In fact, he has been irritable and violent since he was a child, and as a child he also liked to abuse small animals. I have always suspected that he is not quite normal mentally." Lin Zhe stopped here and began to observe Gu Tinghue's reaction. Gu Tinghue's face was somber, and his eyes revealed a hint of determination. Since that's the case, then a scourge like Lin Haoyu who's in danger at any time can't stay in the house. He immediately turned towards his bodyguards and ordered, "Send him to the mental hospital. Also, no one is allowed to say anything outside about today's incident." Gu Tinghue's words were directed at everyone here. All of them nodded in silent agreement. Watching Lin Haoyu being dragged up by the bodyguards, Lin Zhe gave him a deep look. Lin Zhe knew in his heart that this was most likely the last time he would see Lin Haoyu. After all, no matter what the truth of the matter was, the fact that Guichen had injured someone with a knife was here. As long as Lin Haoyu was still alive for a day, he was a threat to Guichen. With Gu Tinghue's love for Guichen, he would never allow such a threat to continue to exist. Besides, in a place like a mental hospital where the fish and dragons were mixed together, the death of a person was as rare as eating. A trace of coldness flashed through Lin Zhe's eyes. The grudge between him and his brother was finally coming to an end. Chapter 153: A Very Visionary Man of God. In Gu Tinghue's study, sandalwood incense curled up, and an antique desk lamp was placed on the heavy mahogany desk. The dim light reflected on the two men's faces, making the atmosphere seem extraordinarily grave. Ah, Zay, today's matter. Gu Tinghui slowly opened his mouth, a hint of tentativeness in his tone. Lin Zay's heart flinched, immediately understanding Gu Tinghui's intentions. Today's matter had made such a big deal of the people present. Other than him and Lu Ruyan, the rest of them were his people, so naturally they wouldn't spread the word. Lu and Ruyan was Gu Yichen's mother, and even more so, she wouldn't talk too much. Only he. Obviously, Gu Tinghui is not completely at ease with him as an outsider. Therefore, he had come to probe him. Dad, I'm deeply sorry for what my brother did to Gu Yichen today. Lin Zay lowered his head, his tone sincere. But I also have to say that I'm not in the same category as him. Although he's my brother, the things he did to me in the past were really excessive. In my heart, I've long since lost him as my brother. Gu Tinghui nodded in satisfaction, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. It's good that you can think this way. You're an intelligent person. Don't be bound by something as flimsy as affection. When you grow up a bit more, you'll understand that only benefits held in your hands are tangible. Lin Zay put on an educated look and solemnly nodded his head. Yes, thank you for your teachings, Dad. Gu Tinghui raised his eyelids, as if he suddenly remembered something, and his tone lightened a few points. Right, I said before that the company's low-end cell phone business would be handed over to you to deal with this busy period of time and put this matter on hold for the time being. In these few days, you'll go to the company to take care of this business. A trace of joy flashed in Lin Zay's eyes, and he hurriedly answered, Okay, thanks, Dad. Gu Tinghui came forward and patted his shoulder, his tone carrying a few points of expectation. Do well. You are the future successor in my heart. Don't let me down. My son will not fail your expectations. Lin Zay's tone was firm, his face filled with gratitude. However, he was laughing coldly inwardly. This old fox was clearly trying to gag him with these petty gains. However, since Gu Tinghui took the initiative to send him to the door, he wouldn't be polite either. In order to show his loyalty, he hadn't let a single penny into his pocket. Now, it was time to save up for himself. Meanwhile, backstage of Ye Wolf Searching for Stars, more than 10 female contestants who had successfully advanced were nervously waiting to go on stage. However, the atmosphere backstage was not harmonious. A few female contestants who were dressed up in flamboyant outfits gathered together, their gazes occasionally glancing at Zhao Ying in the corner, their mouths letting out disdainful cold grunts. A bumpkin. How could a traitorous luck get mixed up until now? A girl in a sequin dress snorted. People aren't lucky. She has a backstage. Another girl picked up the conversation in a conspiratorial manner. What? A girl of her caliber can be sublimated? Whose taste is so tricky? The third girl covered her mouth exaggeratedly, feigning surprise. Who else could there be? Song Long. He's trying his best to protect her. The girl in the sequin dress rolled her eyes. Song Long? How could he like this type? Another girl asked in disbelief. He's seen a lot of warblers and swallows, and he's all about the innocent ones. The sequin dress girl sneered. Pure love? In our line of work, there are still innocent people, just pretending to be innocent. I don't know how dirty they play in private. Several girls laughed, their voices piercing the ears. Zhao Ying sat in the corner, her hands tightly clutching the corner of her skirt, her knuckles turning white. She lowered her head and tried not to listen to those vicious words, but those words were like needles sticking into her heart. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer and stood up violently, her voice shaky but firm. You guys can talk about me, but please don't slander Senior Song Long. Those few girls froze, then laughed even more freely. Yo, is this being annoyed by us telling the truth? The sequin-skirted girl sneered. You're still talking about Song Long Sr. You dare to do this kind of dirty deed not daring to admit it? Another girl pointedly chimed in. Just know that's selling your color to get to the top. A third girl viciously scolded. Zhao Ying was so angry that she was trembling and her eyes were red, but she didn't know how to retort. Right at this moment, a low male voice came from the doorway. Oh, I'm afraid you can't even get to the top if you want to rely on this. Right? The crowd followed the sound and immediately changed their faces. Song Long had appeared in the doorway at an unknown time, his hands in his pockets and his gaze cold. Song, Mr. Song. The few girls instantly panicked, stuttering their greetings. Song Long walked in slowly, his gaze sweeping over those girls like a knife, his tone cold. This contestant. Your chin is so pointed that it can poke through your breasts. I advise you to hurry up and find your plastic surgeon to save it. The sequin-skirted girl's face turned white and she subconsciously covered her chin. Song Long's gaze turned to another girl. And you, your face is like a snake charmer. Some parents have already found the program to complain that you're scaring the little kids. That girl's face flushed red, itching to find a crack in the ground. Finally, Song Long's gaze fell on the third girl, his tone sneering. And you, I remember you intentionally hit me with your chest that day, right? But I thought you were a guy when you didn't say anything. I think you'll have more fans if you go to Thailand and come back to this business. Those girls were dumbfounded by Song Long's dislike, and their faces went green and white. The director of the program arrived at the news and saw the scene and broke out into a cold sweat. He was afraid of offending Song Long, the great Buddha, and he hurriedly pointed at those girls' noses and scolded. You few hurry up and pack up and roll. You've been eliminated. Those few girls were struck by lightning. Their faces were pale, but they didn't dare to say a word more, and they left backstage in a grayish manner. The director turned around and warned the remaining contestants in a stern voice. Everyone else, if you find any more contestants who privately vilify them with their words, all of you, like those few people, get out of the program. The backstage instantly quieted down, and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to make another sound. Song Long walked over to Zhao Ying, his tone gentle but firm. Don't pay attention to those people's words. Zhao Ying raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes, but she tried to squeeze out a smile. Thank you, Senior Song Long. Song Long nodded and was about to turn around and leave when Zhao Ying gathered enough courage to call out to him. Senior Song Long, please wait. Song Long stopped in his tracks and turned back in confusion. Something else. Zhao Ying took a deep breath, and although her voice was soft, it carried a hint of determination. Can I ask the reason why you think so highly of me and support me? Song Long smiled, his gaze carrying a bit of deep meaning. Actually, it's not me. The one who thinks highly of you is someone else. I was just entrusted by him. Someone else. Zhao Ying frowned, her heart even more puzzled. She couldn't imagine at all who would be silently helping her. When he thought of Lin Zhe's investment in War Tiger 2, which had already reached an astonishing level at the box office, Song Long sighed from the bottom of his heart. A very visionary man of God. You'll meet afterward. Zhao Ying wanted to ask something else, but Song Long had already turned around and left, leaving behind only a meaningful back. She stood in place, her heart filled with doubt and anticipation. A godman? She murmured in a low voice, countless possible faces flashing through her mind, but she was never able to determine who it was. Meanwhile, Song Long walked out of the backstage, pulled out his cell phone, and quickly edited a message. Lin Zhe, things are done. When do you plan on coming to meet this Zhao Ying? A few seconds later, the phone vibrated and a short reply popped up on the screen. There's no rush. Let her grow for a while longer. Song Long put away his phone, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. He knew that Zhao Ying's future would be completely changed because of Lin Zhe. Chapter 154. This is the punishment for you cheating on me. Gu Wan-er came home from school and started to look around. She felt very strange. Lin Zhe had injured his foot, so it was understandable that he hadn't sent her to school in the past 2 days. But Gui Chen and Lin Hao Yu surprisingly didn't go to school either. Lin Hao Yu probably felt that what happened that day was too embarrassing and didn't have the face to face his classmates. But what about Gui Chen? Gu Wan-er was getting more and more curious. She even came to the door of Gui Chen and Lin Hao Yu's room to wander around. But it was quiet inside, no sound could be heard at all. I can't see them in school. Why can't I see them at home either? Gu Wan-er murmured with a frown. There was also Lin Zhe. She had been trying to find a chance to test Lin Zhe and confirm the doubts in her heart. But in the past 2 days, surprisingly, she had rarely seen him either. Intuition told her that something should have happened. It can't be that Lin Hao Yu couldn't think of committing suicide because he was so humiliated that day. Gu Wan-er joked and muttered to herself. With a personality like my brother's, he usually goes for other people's problems and won't do anything to hurt himself. A voice that rang out violently behind her startled Gu Wan-er. Turning back to look, Lin Zhe stood behind her at an unknown time. If one day you learn of a truth that you are somewhat unable to bear, I hope that you can also learn from him, look for the reasons from others, and don't do things that hurt yourself. Lin Zhe's face was grave. He hadn't forgotten about Gu Wan'er being stimulated to self-harm after learning about Gu Yichen's true life. Looking at Lin Zhe with a serious face as he said these words that made her somewhat puzzled, Gu Wan'er nodded furtively. Then your brother and Gu Yichen, how come they didn't go to school? My brother, he had an attack. What? Had an attack? Gu Wan'er's eyes were round, like two watery black grapes. He had an attack and hurt Gu Yichen, so injured Gu Yichen? Is it serious? Gu Wan'er frowned. Although she didn't have any feelings for this cousin yet, she was instinctively nervous. It's nothing too serious. He's receiving treatment in the hospital right now. What about Lin Haoyu? Didn't he say he wasn't sick before? How did it suddenly all of a sudden again? He went into the mental hospital before. It should be that he lied. In the future it is estimated that he will not be able to see him. So serious. Gu Wan'er was shocked to hear Lin Zhe's words. Can't be cured at all? To stay in a mental hospital for the rest of your life? That's too scary.
Seeing Gu Wan'er's shocked face, Linze smiled.
This chick, she was really simple. It was also good that it was better not to let her get tainted by this dirty world too early. Respecting the fate of others, you'd better worry more about your final exams. What are you afraid of? Don't I have the scholar's notes you gave me? But I feel like that one is a bit insufficient. So take the time to write me a new one. Hearing Gu Wan'er's words, Lin Zhe frowned. How did you know that I wrote that scholar's note? Do I look really stupid like that? Gu Wan'er asked back. Although you purposely changed your handwriting, some of your personal habits can't be changed, and I purposely found some of the information you wrote to compare it to. Hearing Gu Wan'er say this, Lin Zhe immediately became vain. Who dares to say you're stupid? You're obviously so smart.
Linze.
Gu Wan'er suddenly shouted his name very seriously. Ha! When I asked you last time, why didn't you admit it? I did say that I hate it when people lie to me. Lin Zhe immediately panicked. This one of mine isn't exactly a lie, is it? It's a micro-lie? Looking at Gu Wan'er's eyes as she forced herself. Okay, I was wrong, but I can explain. I'm afraid that you won't use it once you realize that I wrote it. Seeing Lin Zhe admit his mistake so quickly, Gu Wan'er burst out laughing. Accompany me to go shopping after school tomorrow. Gu Wan'er suddenly came up with this sentence. Ha! Lin Zhe was a bit confused. This is your punishment for cheating on me.
All right, I'm willing.
Lin Zhe hastily agreed. After seeing Lin Zhe's promise, Gu Wan'er began to silently calculate in her mind. Tomorrow she was going to place the crystal hair rope in a store beforehand. When they wandered there, she would be able to take out that crystal hair rope and see how he reacted. Tomorrow she would be able to find out if Lin Zhe was the one she was looking for or not. Back in his room, Lin Zhe's cell phone received several messages in a row. He took out his cell phone and took a look. It was from Zheng Hong. Little detective. Need your help.
Urgent.
I've come across another tricky case. The case is like this. Looking at the message sent by Zheng Hong, Lin Zhe immediately fell into reminiscence. He was impressed by this case. This one was a very important case in the turnaround of Zheng Hong's life. After solving this case, the position of director afterward was almost predetermined for him. The core of the case was a seemingly perfect murder case, where the murderer utilized time differences and alibis to fool almost everyone. And Zheng Hong almost let the real killer get away with it at the time because he relied too much on prima facie evidence. In this life, Zheng Hong was still stuck. However, unlike his last life, he had come to find Lin Zhe. It seemed that his own previous advice to him had worked. Lin Zhe naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to help him. The murderer of this case later blew himself up, claiming that he was influenced by a novel by a suspense author from the Sakura country and used the same modus operandi. After thinking for a while, Lin Zhe immediately edited the message. This case you're talking about is indeed a bit tricky, but these circumstances you're describing are somewhat like the plot of a suspense novel I read some time ago. Why don't you go take a look at this novel and maybe you'll find inspiration to solve the case. This novel is called Suspect. After Lin Zhe's message was sent over, the opposite party quickly replied. Okay, little detective, this case is very important to me. If you can help me, I won't forget this favor. Chapter 155 Show them what it means to turn the tide against the wind. In the office, Gu Tinghui toyed with the fountain pen in his hand, his gaze coldly looking out the window at the city skyline. His fingers gently tapped on the desktop, the rhythm slow but with a sense of oppression. How's the situation on each end's side? He asked without looking back. Li Kai, who was standing at the side, immediately stepped forward and replied respectfully. Young master's mood has stabilized a lot in the past 2 days, but the psychiatrist said that this incident still left a considerable impact on young master. Gu Tinghui's face instantly darkened, and the pen in his hand was pressed onto the desktop with a snap. He turned around, his eyes stern as knives. Lin Haoyu is really a waste. He originally wanted Lin Haoyu to become a good knife for himself, but he didn't expect that not only was this knife dull, but it had also almost injured his son. There was no need for this kind of waste that carried hidden dangers to exist. At Lin Haoyu's place, you can just make an accident or reason and settle him. Gu Tinghui's voice was icy cold, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. Yes. Li Kai nodded his head, not a hint of hesitation in his tone. There's no need to be too anxious after a while. Do it naturally. Gu Tinghui added, his eyes still light. Okay, I understand. Li Qingland answered in a low voice. Gu Tinghui walked to his desk and casually flipped open a document. His eyes swept over it and closed it again. He suddenly thought of something and looked up at Li Qingland. Right, that prick with a bit of background in the company before. Don't get rid of him yet. Li Qingland froze for a moment, somewhat puzzled. That guy made a mess of that department. 2 days ago, he even made the company lose a large amount of money. What are you still keeping him for? The corner of Gu Tinghui's mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. Transfer him to the low-end cell phone department. Li Qingland was first stunned, then came to a realization. You mean, let him deal with Lin Zhe? Gu Tinghui nodded, a hint of calculation in his eyes. Now that we don't have Lin Haoyu making trouble from it, Lin Zhe will only make more waves. We'll have to find someone to grind him down. Let him know that being too sharp isn't a good thing. All right, I'll do it now. After Li Qingland answered, he turned around and left the place. Gu Tinghui walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, his hands behind his back as he gazed deeply into the distance. Lin Zhe's young but calm face surfaced in his mind, and a hint of scorn grew vaguely in his heart. Lin Zhe, don't become the second Lin Haoyu. Lin Zhe took care of Timothy Huey's orders and arrived at the Gu Group. After waiting for a while, he was brought to a very large conference room. It was filled with people, and Gu Tinghui was sitting on the main seat. Lin Zhe, have a seat. Gu Tinghui's voice was flat. No emotions could be heard. Lin Zhe sat at the end of the conference table. A thick document spread out in front of him, densely filled with data and market analysis. Lin Zhe, I'll leave the low-end cell phone business to you. Gu Tinghui sat on the main seat, his tone flat, as if he was explaining a trivial and insignificant matter. This business isn't very profitable, but it's a good exercise opportunity for you. The executives in the conference room exchanged a meaningful look, the corners of their mouths hanging if a smile. Low-end cell phone business? That was nothing more than a chicken rib department of the group that had long been marginalized. Everyone knew that this business was not profitable at all, and even had to subsidize a lot of money every year to maintain it. Gu Tinghui threw this hot potato to Lin Zhe. Obviously, it seemed that he didn't value this adopted son as much as rumored. How old is this kid? What can he be capable of? An executive whispered to the person next to him, disdain in his tone. Yeah, the low-end cell phone market has long been saturated. It's useless to toss it around. Another person chimed in. Since they knew from the hints Gu Tinghui had given that he didn't think that highly of this adopted son, they didn't have to pretend to be curt. Lin Zhe raised his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over everyone before finally landing on Gu Tinghui's face. Thank you, Dad, for your trust. I'll try my best to do well. Gu Tinghui nodded, his tone a little perfunctory. Do a good job, don't let me down. After the meeting ended, Lin Zhe walked out of the conference room, and a low murmur came from behind him. Low-end cell phones? Isn't that a business that should have been axed a long time ago? Yeah, who still buys low-end cell phones nowadays? The market has long been monopolized by mid-range and high-end models. This business can't be saved at all. No matter how much it's tossed around, it's useless. If I would have raised the lack of ability with Gu Tinghui and pushed this off. Lin Zhe ignored these comments and walked straight to the elevator. In his mind, the $499 cell phone launched by a certain cell phone company in his past life had already appeared. The cell phone that was called, "Technology is no longer superior, but serves the people." That cell phone not only allowed that cell phone company to gain a foothold in the low-end market, but also won the reputation of countless consumers. Is there really no chance in the low-end market? Lin Zhe whispered to himself, the corner of his mouth curling into a confident smile. He walked into the elevator and pressed the floor button, already having a complete plan in his mind. It wasn't that the low-end cell phone market didn't have a chance. It was just that Gu Group had never really understood the needs of this market. The success of that $499 cell phone in his last life was precisely because it accurately grasped the pain points of the low-income group. Low price, practical functions, and reliable quality. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Zhe's mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. Let's show you mouse-eyed guys what it means to turn the tide against the wind. The low-end cell phone department was located on the 12th floor of the Gu Group building, and the entire floor appeared cold and quiet, with only a few employees in the office area, and most of the workstations were empty. When Lin Zhe walked into the office, he saw a nearly bald middle-aged man napping. He looked at the list in his hand. This man was none other than the department manager here, Huang Zhenghui. Cough. Lin Zhe made a sound that immediately woke him up. Huang Zhenghui was originally very flustered, but when he saw that the person who came was an unfamiliar and very young face, he immediately relaxed. Where did the intern come from? Not a bit of insight, disturbing my sleep, deduct your salary. Fine, go find Gu Tinghui to deduct it. Lin Zhe tilted his head, looking at him with a teasing look in his eyes. Yo, you're a kid with a lot of guts. How dare you call our chairman by his first name? Huang Zhenghui's eyes widened, his tone carrying a few threats. Cough cough, Manager Huang. Didn't you say before that you would let the chairman's son come to our place? This one in front of us won't. A nearby employee cautiously reminded. Once Huang Zhenghui heard the employee's reminder, the arrogance on his face instantly disappeared. His eyes widened as he looked Lin Zhe up and down, his eyes full of skepticism. You! Lin Zhe didn't sell the story and opened the door. A hint of sternness appeared in his eyes as he swept the crowd and said, in the future, this department, I will be in charge of it. Chapter 156. Just by the fact that this place is under my control. Those employees who were originally still watching, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Lin Zhe's body, all stood up in panic and walked quickly to Lin Zhe. Huang Zhenghui was so nervous at this moment that fine beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead, secretly regretting his rudeness just now in his heart. That, young master, just now it was me. Huang Zhenghui was about to say something to explain a few words for what he had just done, but he saw Lin Zhe waving his hand. Don't call me young master, usually just call me Mr. Lin. Lin Zhe made his rounds and frowned. Here, just the few of you? Huang Zhenghui scratched the already small amount of hair on his head and smiled bitterly. Yeah, the low-end cell phone business is in a slump. Many people have been transferred to other departments, and now there are only a few of us left, barely maintaining the daily operations. Huang Zhenghui's words just fell. The employee next to him interjected. There's still one person who hasn't come.